Meet Choy Siu. This dude jumps rope 10,000 times a day, works out harder than an athlete, and can catch a 300-kilometer-per-hour ball without even looking. He wakes up before the chickens and goes to bed after the dogs. The guy eats just 3 bowls of rice a day, but when he tries to confess to his crush, total rejection. Oof, talk about embarrassing. That afternoon, Siu threw on his running gear, hoping to shed some weight, when he randomly slammed into a weird old man. And just like that, the geezer snatched him up and took him somewhere completely unknown. When Siu finally opened his eyes, he was staring at a spooky and totally alien landscape. According to the old man, this was the yokai world. As for what a yokai is, yeah, he didn't bother explaining. Just use your eyes and figure it out yourself. The old man spoke again. Do you see them? Every single one of them is gathered here. The inhabitants of this yokai world. Siu glanced around, slowly realizing he was surrounded by things that were definitely not human. According to the old man's tale, these creatures were once feared by humanity. They were even worshipped as gods. Now, their existence is called superstition, just figments of people's imagination. And every 666 years, a massive tournament is held to choose a new king. Every yokai clan from across the globe, even Korea, sends their most talented young prodigy to the yokai world to compete. 666 years ago, one young yokai stood tall, walking over countless others to become the ruler of this world. The old man was right in the middle of his epic speech when Siu cut him off, not because he was rude, but because his brain was officially overloaded. Okay, I get your problem, but why exactly am I here? Well, I already told you, didn't I? Young man, every yokai clan in the world must send at least one candidate. That, of course, includes the human world. And you're the only one left who inherited that special goblin blood. The more Siu heard, the weirder it got. The old man even complained that his goblin blood was a bit diluted, probably passed down 4 or 5 generations. Siu desperately wanted to explain that this was all a big mistake, but the old geezer didn't give him a single chance to speak. Before Siu could even figure out how to react, a monster several times his size suddenly dropped out of the sky. The old man called it a test. If Siu wins, he gets to eat it, and if the monster wins, well, it gets to eat Siu. This is a wide-mouthed yokai. Its name is Yogi, but Siu couldn't care less what its name was. His entire focus was on that giant mouth, full of razor-sharp fangs that could tear him to shreds. And Yogi looked absolutely starved for human meat after 666 years. It had no intention of missing this meal, especially since Siu looked so weak. Yogi charged forward with immense power, while Siu had absolutely no way to fight back. He was instantly sent flying with a single blow. The impact was so insane that he left a huge crater when he landed, sending dirt and rocks everywhere. The old boogeyman, Mente, looked seriously disappointed by Siu's pathetic physical condition. It seems even if you have goblin blood, we can't let a mere mortal join the festival, so prove yourself. That is, if you still want to live. Siu couldn't stop shaking, partly from pain and partly from pure rage. He had no clue where this place was, who this old guy was, or what this wide-mouthed creature was supposed to be. They just kidnapped him, and now they were trash-talking him. Before the pain could even fade, Yogi attacked again. It snatched Siu up by the neck like a tiny mouse, then slammed him violently back into the ground. This throw hit even harder than the first tackle. Siu was flattened, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. But somehow, he was still breathing. Well, you're pretty tough, aren't you? Jogi seemed surprised that 2 hits weren't enough to take its opponent down. I thought this would be a piece of cake. Turns out you're not so bad. Tough meat has its own special flavor, after all. Siu saw his opponent's hand rising, clearly preparing for another attack. But his mind was completely blank. He was too exhausted to run and had no idea how to possibly defend himself. And yet, as Jogi's hand came crashing down, a miracle actually happened. The monster itself couldn't believe it. A tiny human like Siu had actually blocked its massive hand with his own too. Old man Mente, however, didn't seem surprised to see Siu awaken his potential. Since ancient times, the power of the Goblin clan has been impossible to measure. A true goblin needs no teacher. Their talent is carved into their bodies like an instinct, exactly like what was happening to Siu right now. The moment his hands went up to block the ridiculously oversized attack, his chubby appearance completely vanished. In its place was a body packed with solid muscle and a pair of eyes burning with pure fury. He didn't just stop at blocking. Siu gritted his teeth, unleashing nearly all of his newfound strength in a massive flip. He literally turned the tables, completely overpowering the monster that was as big as a mountain, and just like that, he awakened his bloodline, transforming from a normal human into a half-elf. After dropping Googie for the count, whispers erupted from the other monsters surrounding Siu. They were all in shock that a mere human could take down a massive, wide-mouthed yokai like that. Looks like he's hiding some elf blood, huh? It's been a long time since we've seen an elf fight. Mente slammed his staff hard on the ground. Then, as the official monster appraiser of the peninsula, he delivered a verdict before hundreds of creatures that Siu wasn't human, but a monster himself. This juicy gossip spread through Musen like wildfire. The arrival of a new elf after so many years was seriously interesting news. But when Siu woke up the next morning, he was back in his house, and his body was just as big as ever. He figured the whole thing was just a crazy dream and decided to tell his best friend about it at school. His buddy was totally hooked, never imagining a human's dream could be so wild and detailed. At the same time, something felt weird to him. Don't people only do things they already know how to do in dreams? You said you've never learned wrestling, right? Just that you've been boxing like crazy to lose weight. Even Siu thought it was strange because the dream felt so real, and he definitely used actual wrestling skills. It was like he knew exactly what to do from the start. Don't tell me you got sucked into that dream, his friend joked, patting him on the back. I'm just kidding. Anyway, I've been so stressed lately. I've been having all sorts of weird dreams. Maybe I'm just obsessed with losing weight. If it wasn't a dream, how else would I have gotten that six-pack, right? Siu said, sadly, glancing down at his beer belly. But then, he once again slipped back into that dreamlike state. Through his own eyes, Siu could clearly see ripped abs and muscular arms with zero fat on them. While he was still trying to process his shock, he heard the boogeyman Mente's voice again. This time, a white-haired girl followed behind him. You can feel it again? I thought you woke up, since you were sleeping while standing. Siu glanced around. If he'd entered this state twice now, he could be pretty sure this was more than just a dream. Siu was even more certain when he saw Jugi still lying unconscious right next to him. A storm of confused thoughts swirled in his mind. If that wasn't a dream, then this giant monster is real, and the fact that I beat it is also real. This perfect six-pack with no extra fat is real too. A million questions popped into his head, but the one guy who knew everything, Mente, didn't look like he was about to answer. Instead, he just asked, "What will you do?" Siu wasn't even sure if the question was for him, because before he could answer, the white-haired girl next to Mente spoke up. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. This is my first time meeting a half-human, but I never expected you to be this clueless and pathetic in person. That girl even doubted Siu's status as a half-elf, despite having witnessed the entire fight between him and Jugi. Because during that battle, Siu didn't use a single drop of magic, just pure muscle. For an elf, that made absolutely no sense. The two of them kept nagging for a while until Siu couldn't take it anymore and cut the girl off. Excuse me, but the test is over, right? So, can I go home now? Yes, you have proven yourself. Mente, who had been standing far away, appeared right in front of Siu in the blink of an eye, leaving him completely stunned. I already made my judgment while you were sleeping, but let's continue this one more time. Siu had now proven he was qualified to fight for the title of Yokai King. From now on, no one could capture or harm him without a good reason. That's what Mente said, and it all sounded pretty cool. But all Siu wanted was to go home, which made the white-haired girl furious. Are you really this dumb, or are you just pretending? Did you not hear him? You're a monster. A monster who hasn't been recognized for their power, is hiding their identity, or isn't 500 years old can't go to the human world. Hearing her say that, Siu didn't really get it, but he was definitely starting to feel anxious. He'd never caused trouble for anyone, never hurt anybody. Why was he banned from going home just because he's a monster? Seeing Siu's utterly bewildered expression, Mente let out another long, dramatic sigh. If you still don't understand, then I guess I have no choice but to kill you. The moment the words left his mouth, the boogeyman Mente's eyes changed, filling with killing intent. Siu sensed danger, his body reacting before his brain even could. On pure instinct, he executed a perfect backflip, creating a safe distance between himself and Mente. Just then, Mente's eyes returned to normal. You see now? Look, whether you think you're human or not, your body is 100% monster. And among monsters, goblins are the most terrifying of all. Even though you just awakened, your power level is already way beyond what any human could handle. A normal person's body would get completely shattered if you don't learn how to properly control yourself. So, Siu starts to accept that he's a monster, but being told to wait 500 years to go home? Yeah, that's a bit much. But old man Mente isn't going to make him wait that long. He tells Siu he only needs to wait 6 months, because that 500-year rule was made by the current Yokai king. See, 666 years ago, and when tiny humans saw them, all they could do was run and tremble in fear every single night. Fear and worship that was humanity's whole attitude towards yokais 666 years ago. After that year's Yokai king was chosen, he apparently wasn't a fan of that whole arrangement. So on his coronation day, he passed a new law written in the blood of every monster he had defeated. Because of that, yokai couldn't just pop into the human world anymore, and they couldn't harm people either. That's why humans stopped being afraid or even believing they existed. They started to think monsters were just superstition, something that wasn't real. But that peace wasn't going to last forever. Because like Mente said, every 666 years, a new yokai king is chosen. In 6 months, that long reign comes to an end. The current yokai king will step down, and all the laws he put in place will be totally reset. According to Mente, the day the yokai king leaves his throne at the exact moment of sunset in the human world is the moment every monster has awaited for 666 years. That will be the night of monsters. The moment they invade the human world and reawaken that forgotten fear and worship. Hearing this, a chill ran right down Siu's spine. At that moment, he had only one thought in his head: how to get stronger. And not just strong, but the strongest he could possibly be, because there was no way he'd let monsters harm humans. For a 17-year-old kid like Siu, it's tough to see the future clearly. But he knew if monsters appeared, humanity was in serious danger. At the very least, Siu wanted to protect the people he loved. When he told Mente this, the old guy just gave him a nasty smirk. Get stronger? That's not so hard. Because the goblin blood flowing through you is already incredibly powerful. Although, it can't really compare to a pure blood. But if you can learn to control just half of that power, no monster will ever dare to lay a hand on the people you love. Mente even brought up a long-shot possibility that Siu could enter the upcoming tournament, win, and become the new yokai king himself. If that happened, he could rewrite all the rules. But the second Mente said it, the girl immediately shot the idea down. Don't talk nonsense. He might be all right, but a guy like him has zero chance of surviving that. The old man knows it too. Seeing Siu just staring at the girl, Mente realized he hadn't even made introductions. This charming girl's name is Seol Hua, and just like Siu, she's here to take the evaluation. Why did you tell him my name? I'm never going to see him again, and I'm not here to make friends with someone like him. Seol Hua snapped. Even though it was their first time meeting, Siu had to admit this girl was unbelievably rude. Mente said Seol Hua had the same goal as him, young, but desperate to reach the human world. He'd actually refused her at first, having other plans. But Seol Hua was so annoyingly persistent that Mente just gave in. You need to watch her very carefully, he whispered, as a little warning. Meanwhile, Seol Hua still hadn't dropped her cranky attitude. Why do I even have to be evaluated? Transformation, raw power. There are tons of weaker monsters sleeping for 500 years. I know. And that's exactly why you're so difficult to evaluate. To avoid being discovered, you need more than just basic skills. You also need patience and some serious self-control. Mente's tone with Seol Hua was way nicer than it was with Siu, but this young lady still kept her resentful attitude. Seol Hua also openly hated Siu, even though he was the entire reason Mente had called her here today. The yokai tournament is coming, and the old law will be gone in 6 months. Now is the best chance to test Seol Hua's ability to blend in with humanity without any problems. And of course, to test someone's ability to blend in with humanity, you kinda need an actual human in the test, which is exactly how Choy Siu got stuck with this incredibly rude girl. Mente ordered her to teach Siu all the basic monster skills, including transformation, all within a single month. If Mente saw that the two of them made progress after 1 month, he would give them both a passing grade to go to the human world. At first, Seol Hua completely lost her mind, teaching some just-awakened newbie with zero knowledge in only 1 month. To her, it was absolutely impossible. Besides, Zhe Ho Ho was already sick of looking at Siu's face. She wished the old man would just say he failed and get it over with. Why did she have to be the one to teach him? If that's how you feel, then just wait 6 months. It makes no difference to me. Mente answered with a shrug. Whether she quit or stayed to teach was entirely her decision. Personally, I think it's possible. And with that, Mente vanished, leaving nothing but a deep, endless purple sky. Long after he was gone, Nehoho was still fuming. After a moment, she finally spoke to Siu, her voice dripping with annoyance. I know this is a stupid question, but I'll ask anyway. Do you even know what a monster's power is? I don't. Siu replied instantly. Yep, she totally saw that answer coming. Honestly, she wanted nothing to do with teaching this total beginner, but she had no choice if she wanted to reach the human world. But before Zehohoa could even start drafting a lesson plan in her head, Yugi rose up from behind them again, his long tongue wagging, scaring the absolute life out of Siu. Little fox, he's mine. Where'd that old geezer go? This battle isn't over yet. Yugi's booming voice echoed from above Zehohoa. She turned and gave him a look of pure contempt. This big-mouth yokai was a legendary weakling. Even though they were both monsters, Zeho-Ho had never given creatures like him the time of day. It's because of pathetic low-level monsters like you that we're disrespected by humans. The moment she said it, Yugi started trembling with rage. Instantly, his target switched from Siu to her. You little brat, how dare you say that to me? Watching the lightning-fast attack, all Siu could do was gape with his jaw on the floor. Unlike humans, Where there's no real class system, monsters have a huge hierarchy based on species and bloodline. The difference between monster species is determined by their average power, special skills, and the abilities they possess. This creates different tiers among monsters. Siu has elf blood, but the truth is, pure-blooded elves are long gone. There are a lot of different opinions on which bloodline is the highest-ranking monster on the Korean peninsula. But if they drop the pride, they would all hesitate and then give the same exact answer. The cunning Fox clan, with their 9 hidden tails. They are the ones closest to the top of the monster food chain in Korea. And this rude girl, Zehohoa, just so happens to be a monster from that very clan. What followed was a series of surreal scenes that left Siu speechless. Because Zehohoa wasn't just using muscle like him, she was using magic. All he could do was stand there, completely frozen in absolute shock. As unbelievable as it was, it looked like Siu would have to get used to this new reality. After dealing with Yugui, Zehohoa turned and gave Siu an incredibly smug look. See that? That's magic, the ability to absorb and use energy. In the yokai world, there are 2 types, innate magic and acquired magic. Innate, just like its name, is magic possessed by a single, unique race. It's literally written into the blood of every monster born to that species. You don't have to suffer through studying to use it. Because as long as you belong to that race and understand its innate magic, using it is as easy as breathing. But acquired magic? That's a whole different story. Any monster can use it, as long as they can learn it. For this stuff, practice makes perfect, and that's not even counting the skill's power level. As she spoke, Zehohoa pointed to Yugi, tied up tightly behind her, as an example. He's a classic example of a dumb monster who refused to learn, relying on his God-given strength and size. And now he's been humiliated, taken down by a simple body-binding spell. Seeing the shock and admiration in Siu's eyes, Zehohoa could only let out a sigh. Fine. If things have come to this, I'll agree to teach you. But let me be clear. I hate wasting my time. If the results you get aren't worth the time I've invested, you will face my wrath. Her eyes were sharp as knives. She was clearly dead serious and not just bluffing. She told Siu to give up now if he wasn't ready. Because this training was going to be insanely difficult for someone who'd just awakened a few minutes ago like him. Siu fell silent. But not because he was scared. A moment later, he had made his decision. Siu wanted to return to the human world to see his mother, and for the noble cause of stopping monsters from hurting people. Therefore, he decided to pour his heart and soul into learning if Zehoho would accept him. His determined gaze actually moved her. She had planned to scare him into quitting, but she never expected him to be so ridiculously stubborn. Zehohoa suddenly flashed a wicked smile. All right, I think there's a high chance you'll fail, but that's still better than not even trying. So, before we start class, shouldn't we get a bite to eat? Like, what do we even eat? Siu was completely stunned. He couldn't believe the rude girl who'd been yelling at him was now offering him food. And Seol Hua wasn't playing around. Using magic burns a ton of energy, and for everyone in the demon world, it's the only power source they've got. There's no other way. So if you want to use magic, you absolutely have to be stuffed. Normally, energy builds up just by breathing or eating special food and drinks from the demon world. But since this was Siu's very first day here, adapting to that was a little difficult. Siu's diet back in the human world didn't exactly help him store up any energy. So Seol Hua guessed the power he was born with was all he had left. And after using it all on that mountain-flipping move to toss the gugui, he was probably starving. Getting called out like that, Siu was a bit ashamed. He really was hungry, but he thought he could just tough it out. But the second Seol Hua mentioned food, his body immediately betrayed him. Siu felt like he had zero energy left. All his muscles were cramping up, staging a full-on protest. And Seol Hua just looked completely unsurprised. See, I told you. You've barely got any power left, probably just a handful at most. After all, that mountain flip move of yours completely drained the tank. This is a classic case of burnout. As she spoke, Seol Hua walked over and patted Siu's back while he was still twitching. She said the cure for this kind of exhaustion was actually pretty simple. The answer was that wide-mouthed yokai tied up with her binding spell. Turns out, there's a rule among demons. The winner of a fair duel gets to decide the life or death of the loser. Seol Hua's voice was a constant whisper in his ear. She urged Siu to just eat the gugi's flesh and swallow its power. That's the simplest and most effective way to get stronger. With that size and power, it would be the perfect meal. After that, your hunger will disappear in a flash. Siu was honestly so hungry he could barely see. But looking at the huge monster in front of him made him feel a little sick. But in that moment, Siu still moved forward. It wasn't a choice, it was pure instinct taking over. For the first time in his life, he felt a demonic hunger completely consume his body. That hunger was amplified by the nine-tailed fox Seol Hua's whispers, and the only thing left in Siu's mind was predator's instinct. But there was one thing Seal Hua hadn't considered. A goblin's greedy instinct will always target the tastiest, most nutritious prey available. So when he was just a few steps from the Googie, Siu suddenly whipped his head around, staring at her with bloodthirsty eyes. Before Seal Hua could even process what was happening, he launched himself at her like an arrow. Seal Hua's eyes immediately turned sharp. Only disgust was there, not a single trace of fear. And just like she'd done to the Gugui, a massive, invisible chain instantly wrapped itself tightly around Siu. Look at you. No matter how hungry you are, don't get so arrogant. A backwater half-breed like you wants to eat me? Do I look like an easier hunt to you? Seol Hua was about to teach Siu a lesson for his rebellious attitude when he suddenly snapped the chains and broke free. He did it with the strength of just one arm. Seol Hua couldn't afford to underestimate him anymore. Even though Siu was just a half-demon, his power was clearly no joke. So she ripped off her own thumbnail, and blood started pouring from her fingertip. Seol Hua then used it to draw a spiral in the air, summoning the blessing of the noblest demon king. The moment Seol Hua finished, a massive blood-red fist appeared from the center of the spiral. It was huge and aimed right for Siu. He was already charging forward, so with the fist appearing so suddenly, there was absolutely no escape. At that moment, all Siu could do was act on instinct, crossing his arms to block in front of his chest. But the power difference between them was just too big, and the magic Seol Hua summoned was terrifying. Siu was instantly blown away by the fist. A moment later, the sky cleared, and Seol Hua saw a blurry figure in the distance, shakily getting to its feet. "Oh, you're still alive?" She seemed surprised. Well, even if he died, he wasn't getting away. The moment he dared to attack me, he was basically asking for an early grave. I never really expected much from him anyway. Seol Hua muttered, but when she got a clear look at Siu, she fell silent, because a deep crimson horn was growing from his forehead. Siu had clearly just awakened his power. And even among the strongest goblins, only a rare few can awaken a unique magic of their own. Because they're so rare, they possess overwhelming strength. And that horn on Siu's head was clear proof that he had the potential to become the new symbol of the entire goblin race. Siu reaches up, snaps that annoying thing off his forehead, and boom, it instantly becomes a powerful weapon. Okay, Seol Hua is officially starting to get nervous now, but she's still trying to play it cool. Humph, just a half-demon with a few tricks up his sleeve, she scoffs. But the weapon in Siu's hand is no joke. It's the exclusive magic of the goblin race. The goblin mace, as it's known, is basically considered legendary tier in the demon world. That's because she's a prodigy, a nine-tailed fox who sprouted all 9 tails before her 100th birthday, a legacy talent from a clan that's dominated Korea for thousands of years. And because of that, Seol Hua has some seriously sharp instincts. Facing that mace, she feels a level of danger she has never once faced in her entire life. On paper, if you're just looking at raw power, there's absolutely no reason for Seol Hua to lose. But right now, the sheer pressure rolling off Siu is so intense it's making it hard for her to even breathe. Seol Hua doesn't even have time to think up a counterattack before he's already on the move. Even though Siu is running purely on instinct, that alone is enough to be a lethal threat to Seol Hua, but this time, he doesn't just blindly charge his enemy. Instead, Siu executes a massive leap. He slams the goblin mace into the air, unleashing wave after wave of crackling lightning. With him attacking from above, Seol Hua is stuck on the ground and at a clear disadvantage. Sensing the imminent danger, all 9 of Seol Hua's tails burst into view at the same time. As Siu's lightning crashes down, the pressure it creates is insane. But thanks to her vast combat experience, Seol Hua manages to summon the first fist. That colossal hand catches the entire barrage of lightning, saving Seol Hua from a fatal blow. After a successful defense, she's itching to show him what she can do by launching a counterattack. But Siu isn't out of the woods yet. The lightning is still tethered to him, and Seol Hua's first fist has it in a death grip. That giant hand starts yanking and pulling, dragging his tiny body along for the ride. Seol Hua commands the first fist to swing Siu around in the air a few times before giving him one heck of a throw. Any normal monster would have been toast after a hit like that, and Seol Hua actually lets out a sigh of relief. But Siu is anything but a normal monster. After seeing him shakily get back on his feet, Seol Hua, who just let out that breath, now lets out a long, heavy sigh. Looks like she'll have to knock him out 5 or 6 more times to get him under control. She tries the same move again, using the lightning tether to try and toss him from one side to the other. But this time, the tables have turned in Siu's favor. He doesn't run, nor does he try to cut the lightning. Instead, Siu uses his raw muscle power and starts pulling the lightning right back. The terrifying part? With just one arm, Siu is actually matching the pull of the Great Demon King's fist that Seol Hua summoned. And when he uses both hands, that giant fist gets completely overpowered. Even scarier, the weapon in Siu's hand can change its form based on its owner's will. Just like right now going from the form of a lightning whip, It transforms into a massive greatsword he slings over his shoulder. The look in Siu's eyes is chillingly bloodthirsty. As he swings the sword forward, its form shifts again, back into a lightning strike, decisively crushing Seolhwa's first fist. This is probably why monsters all revere the Goblin mace as an all-powerful weapon. Its form and attacks change so constantly that Seolhwa has no way to respond. Besides the shapeshifting, the sheer durability and raw power of this magic is just astounding. At this point, even if she just tries to defend, she can't possibly win. Seolhwa has to find an opening to counterattack. She can't afford to let him power up for another second. Blood pours from her fingertips as Seolhwa summons 2 more giant hands. This is Chaos Double Strike, a technique of the Great Demon King that Seolhwa is positive Siu won't be able to block. And yet, she was wrong again. Even though the 2 fists are unleashing a constant barrage, the weapon in his hand continues to transform unpredictably, not allowing him to get so much as a single scratch. Seolhwa is starting to feel dizzy. At this level, even a 200-year-old nine-tailed fox is no match for Siu. It's only now that she finally understands why the goblin race is hailed as the king of all monsters. Siu is just a half-goblin, and he's already this much of a beast. Just how terrifying would a pure-blooded goblin be? While the Chaos Double Strike is still going and Siu is busy defending himself, Seolhwa desperately pushes herself to come up with a plan. Siu is strong, but it looks like he's already used all the abilities of the goblin mace. On top of that, his actions are purely instinctual. He has absolutely no real fighting experience. If this keeps up, no matter how tough he is, Siu's magic will eventually reach its breaking point. Unlike him, Seolhwa can maintain her own magic with incredible stability. So, despite being totally outmatched, our girl here hasn't taken a single hit and can probably keep this up for a while longer. But looking at the situation, Seolhwa bets this guy will stubbornly fight until he's literally vaporized, and she'd really rather that not happen. After all, Siu is her golden ticket to the human world in a month, so she decides it's time to bring out the heavy artillery. Up until now, during the entire fight, she'd only been using 1 tail. Now, Seolhwa unleashes a full 5 tails. This is the first time in her life she's ever had to use her 5-tailed fox form. Going up against this form, her opponent is about to have a very, very bad day. And what do you know? The moment the 5 tails are out, she reclaims control of the fight. Siu is knocked out cold in seconds. He's sprawled out on the frigid ground, struggling to even breathe. "So sorry," she chirps, "but it looks like you're heading for the great beyond." Seolhwa's mocking voice echoes, making Siu's agony even more unbearable. "A draining magic is eating your organs from the inside out, but you did bring this on yourself, didn't you?" What an idiot, she thought. He doesn't even notice his own body disappearing. Great. The old man is definitely going to chew me out for this. Seolhwa was all set to leave, letting Siu meet his fate, but just then she heard him whimper a few words. "Mom, Mommy." When Seolhwa turned, she saw Siu's face soaked in tears, his gaze completely hazy, a total 180 from the bloodthirsty warrior from before. Who knows if a demon is even capable of feeling compassion? But watching this guy desperately cry for his mother, yeah, even Seolhwa couldn't stand it. She raises a hand, using magic to lift his body toward her. Then, completely out of nowhere, Seolhwa plants a kiss on Siu's lips. On closer inspection, it's not really a kiss, more like she's passing something over, mouth to mouth. Once that's done, Seolhwa heartlessly shoves Siu away, letting him tumble to the ground as she wipes her mouth in total disgust. That was the 5 tails and the magic of the fox pearl. If you don't plan on repaying me properly, I'll make you regret it. Sometime later, Siu finally wakes up, finding his body completely clean and without a single scratch. He's even on a soft mattress. For a second, he thought he was home from a bad dream, but this room definitely isn't his. Just then, the door opens and in walks Seolhwa, looking absolutely furious while carrying a bowl of medicine. The second he sees her, Siu instinctively drops to his knees to apologize. He remembers every detail of their fight. He was even conscious, but for some reason, he just couldn't control his own body. He was braced for a lecture, maybe even a beating from Seolhwa, but she just coldly uttered 2 words, "Drink it." Seeing Siu's confused stare, she impatiently repeated herself, "Drink it, before it gets cold." Siu scrambled to take the bowl as a pungent herbal smell wafted up. He really didn't want to drink it, but he didn't dare refuse. The first sip was so bitter it shot straight to his brain. He covered his mouth, trembling, but Seolhwa threatened to slit his throat if he spat it out, so Siu painfully forced the medicine down. "What is this made of?" he meekly asked. "Who knows? And would knowing make it any easier to drink? I won't provoke you again, so drink up and listen carefully." And so, Siu had to plug his nose and chug the bitter medicine while getting an earful from Seolhwa. When he woke up, all he remembered was attacking her, completely forgetting that the wide-mouthed yokai had escaped while they were fighting. It's probably hiding out somewhere, planning to lay low for about 100 years because it knows exactly what'll happen if it's caught. And the issue is, that particular yokai is basically a superfood power-up for a half-demon like Siu, which is why Suolhwa won't stop nagging him for letting such a delicious meal just slip through his fingers. Is there another way to deal with this? Siu asks sincerely. The mere thought of that wide-mouthed yokai makes him sick to his stomach. He really doesn't want to eat it. Another way? Suolhwa just scoffs in contempt. Look at you. You actually think you're still human, don't you? Well, you're not, unless you're willing to crush others to get stronger. Siu quickly cuts her off. It's just, I'm not used to killing and eating yokai. I don't want to do that. But from my perspective, any yokai can be a potential threat to human beings. So if I make a mistake, people around me will be in danger. Though still shy, Siu states each word with clarity. He once again repeats what he told her before, that he's going to give this his absolute all. His question about another way wasn't him trying to run from the problem. He just wanted to know if there was a method of absorbing an opponent's power without, literally eating them alive. Suolhwa just shakes her head. The most effective way to boost your power is to eat other yokai. It's been the law in the yokai world for tens of thousands of years. But that can only happen if both sides agree to the fight. Because without that rule, the weak would just get eaten, constantly. And Siu, he's a special case. Even as a half-demon, tons of yokai saw him use his power to flatten Jugo. So the rumors are going to spread like wildfire. Anyone weaker than Siu will make themselves scarce to avoid a fight, which means the only ones looking for him are going to be the monsters he absolutely cannot beat. In other words, letting that loudmouth yokai escape was a catastrophic screw-up for Siu right now. But Suwa was too tired to even yell at him. Whatever, lose one round, set up another, right? Come outside, I've got something for you. This was a first. Siu saw Suhua give a real, actual smile, not the usual sneer she always wore. He nervously followed her out. The gift Suhua had was tied up in the yard, screaming its head off. It was another yokai. Or, as Suhua called it, a creature that had lost its right to be one. This happens for a lot of reasons, but mostly it's yokai losing their minds to pure instinct, kinda like what happened to Siu not too long ago. But these things weren't as lucky as him. He got a pass for going berserk and attacking people. They didn't. They broke the rules, crossed a line they shouldn't have, and got their yokai membership card revoked. Now, they're just beasts. Siu just kept staring, so the ever-patient Suhua finally snapped. You just gonna stand there gawking all day or what? I told you, it's just a mindless animal. But while she was talking, Suhua had secretly untied it, and the creature was already creeping up behind Siu. It was running on pure instinct now, which made its attacks way more savage. Luckily, Siu's reflexes are sharp, and he dodged the beast's claws just in time. Suhua watched silently from the roof. She figured Siu would panic, hesitate, and then get wrecked. But he was moving better than she expected. This was making her seriously reconsider her initial assessment. Maybe the kid wasn't so useless. Still, even with his quick feet, taking on that beast was not going to be easy. Turns out, Siu's opponent was once a named member of the powerful Firehound clan. This thing used to be a big deal, but it got greedy trying to show off at a festival and was caught for forcibly eating other yokai. Big no-no. It pushed past its limits, couldn't control its power, and the Firehound just snapped. That's how it ended up in this sorry state. Its attacks were razor-sharp, built entirely around speed, and while it wasn't as big as Googie, it was still more than enough to overpower Siu. Add in the fact it was fighting on pure, mindless bloodlust. Yeah, no matter how you slice it, he was in a really bad spot. Just as Suhua figured, Siu couldn't just casually whip out his spirit mace. Not that she was expecting him to. Because deep down, she knew this was a fight Siu could actually win. From the get-go, his power level was higher. He just had no clue how to actually use it properly. It was a bit cruel, sure, but this was Suhua's custom-made lesson plan to awaken Siu's instincts and teach him how to fight for real. And the trigger for that lesson? Him being on the verge of death? She totally thought the Firehound would beat him to a pulp, and at the last second, he'd pull out his spirit mace just like before. But the script didn't play out the way Suhua wrote it. After dodging a few hits, Siu actually squared up to fight back, and his stance, his whole technique was straight-up boxing. This was all stuff he'd picked up back in the human world while trying to lose weight. Even his coach back then was stunned by how good Siu's skills were. He looked more like a pro athlete than some guy just trying to drop a few pounds. See, unlike other people learning to fight, Siu's goal wasn't about getting strong or winning brawls. He just wanted to lose weight. It sounds simple, but for Siu, it felt like the hardest mission on Earth. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much effort he put in, nothing ever seemed to work. But even so, Siu never, not once, thought about giving up. By high school, he'd tried 16 different sports, and a wild 7 of them were combat sports. The training was brief, and the weight never left, but his sheer effort, combined with the natural reflexes of a spirit, helped Siu perfectly absorb the skills from all 7 of those fighting styles. Just like right now, he was using pure boxing and martial arts, a non-stop flurry of fists and kicks that completely overwhelmed the firehound. Su Hua could not believe what she was seeing. The beast collapsed, and Siu didn't have a single scratch on him. He was just a little tired. The fight ends, he looks at the giant monster at his feet, and Siu immediately switches back to idiot mode. So, how do I eat this thing? The hellhound is down for the count. And honestly, no one's more surprised than Siu that he actually managed it. Xian Hoa is just as shocked. The bizarre fighting style Siu just used is way too advanced. She's hoping it isn't a natural talent, because that would be terrifying. After all, those are human techniques. They aren't supposed to be compatible with a monster's body or its brute strength. And yet Siu, who just awakened as a monster, is using human martial arts in a fight like a seasoned pro. No, wait, he's completely mastered it. Siu's potential is blowing right past Xian Hoa's wildest expectations. Her mind is already racing, figuring out what to do with him next. As for Siu, once the fight's over, his usual clueless look comes right back. He genuinely has no idea what to do with the monster. He never thought he'd actually win, let alone consider eating it like Xian Hoa might. You kinda have to win first before you can plan the after-party. You think so? Xian Hoa asks with a smirk. Siu has no clue what she means. He definitely just knocked that hellhound out cold. Then, a split second later, a bone-shattering pain explodes from his left side. Turns out his opponent wasn't quite dead. A monster's ridiculous vitality and will for revenge got it back on its feet, ambushing our oblivious hero from behind. The hellhound's sharp fangs dig deep into his flesh, grinding back and forth as blood pours down like a waterfall. Siu gets tossed aside like a rag doll, his body reeling from the intense pain and massive blood loss. And getting a taste of its enemy's blood only made the hellhound more ferocious. At this rate, if Siu doesn't do something fast, he is absolutely going to be the one on the ground for good. When Siu is finally clear-headed enough to look, he realizes a huge chunk of his own muscle has been ripped clean off. The non-stop agony makes his mind go blank, and his opponent isn't in the mood to wait, quickly slamming him with another punch. It wasn't the monster's strongest hit, but it was enough to send Siu flying like a boomerang. So now what? I'm sure that after you deal with it, we'll have plenty more time to talk. Xian Hoa is still just sitting there, watching intently. And Siu? Yeah, he's probably not in any condition to answer her. The biggest reason humans are so afraid of injury isn't the pain. It's the deep-seated fear of losing a part of their body. This is the primal fear of any living creature called a human. And an injury that's severe is more than enough to make a 17-year-old kid like Siu panic, especially with a giant monster still trying to kill him. But he completely forgot something important. He isn't human anymore, he's a monster. As the hellhound lunges to attack again, the missing flesh on his shoulder suddenly grows back, perfectly smooth like nothing ever happened. The deep claw marks across his chest slowly vanish. His body is once again perfect, without a single scratch. Despite his shock, Siu slowly accepts it, refocusing on the present moment to dodge the enemy's next attack. This, besides their strength, is one of the biggest differences between humans and monsters. It's their ability to regenerate. It creates a completely different way of thinking, of acting. Humans are terrified of losing parts of their body. But monsters? They think that unless it's a fatal blow, all other injuries are basically nothing. The moment Siu realized that, the subconscious limits he set to protect his body were completely shattered, and his physical potential skyrocketed. Siu charges straight for the hellhound like an absolute madman. He knows now that normal injuries, even losing an arm or a leg, can't kill him anymore. By ditching that very human fear, Siu immediately takes back control of the fight. He unleashes a relentless flurry of boxing skills that the hellhound can't keep up with, finally sending it flying with a single punch. Because his opponent was so massive, that one punch nearly broke Siu's hand in two. But the result was totally worth it. The force of the impact was like getting hit by a truck. Looking at the hellhound lying there, Siu doesn't dare breathe a sigh of relief this time. He knows that its body is still that of a monster, and this means it has the exact same healing ability that he does. It would be no surprise if that demon dog got right back up. Siu was ready to keep fighting, but Xian Hoa told him to stop. Stop there. That last punch met the standard, both in its power and its placement. Even if that thing isn't dead, it can't recover from that right away. Before Siu could even answer, she continued, "So, how do you feel? You used magic for the first time in your life and didn't pass out." Siu is completely lost. Magic? What is she talking about? He didn't use any magic, he was just using his normal boxing skills. Turns out, using magic isn't all sparkle and explosions. Even the super high-level stuff can be used in countless ways. Sion Hoa explains that his crazy fast healing is proof he's using magic, even if he can't consciously control it yet. And that final punch Siu just landed? Prime example. I mean, even Siu could tell that punch packed a completely different kind of wallop than his regular ones. He just had zero clue it was because he'd accidentally used magic to power it up. Other than your fist suddenly getting way stronger, did you feel anything else? Sion Hoa presses. Siu just stares blankly at his hands. He's not 100% sure, but he admits it felt like a weird electric current was zinging through his body after the fight. Sion Hoa nods, basically saying, bingo. That little buzz he's feeling is pure magic. He just can't see it clearly because he's got zero experience, which is exactly why she made him fight the Firehound to start getting that hands-on experience. Because in the heat of battle, Siu would subconsciously use magic and slowly but surely get used to the sensation. But to be fair, after watching that whole display, even Sion Hoa is pretty surprised. She'd figured it would take Siu at least 10 days of struggling to finally feel and use his magic. But nope. Our boy managed to pull it all off in a single session, which just goes to show Siu's talent is nothing to sneeze at. Siu is so used to getting roasted by Sion Hoa that this sudden praise makes him genuinely flustered. But Sion Hoa couldn't care less about his little moment of bashfulness. With a simple flick of her wrist, the unconscious Firehound is lifted into the air and brought right over to them. All right, time to end this, she says. You told me you were ready, didn't you? I'm guessing this is a stupid question, but have you ever actually taken a life? And just as Sion Hoa predicted, Siu's answer is exactly what you'd think. He's never done it, but she insists that finishing off the Firehound himself is for the best. Sion Hoa refuses to help him do it either. She just warns him that if he hesitates now, the consequences later will be much worse. To make the dirty deed a little easier, Sion Hoa points out the monster's critical weak spot right above the navel. Apparently, for most humanoid monsters, that's where the yokai core, the center of their power, is located. The instructions are simple. Focus his energy, punch right through that spot, and it's game over. Siu takes a deep breath and steps toward the Firehound. She knows this is a tough ask. After all, this is a first for Siu. The guilt from taking a life and absorbing its power is the kind of thing you can't just explain away. It sticks with you. But in the middle of this intense internal debate, an image of his mom and his best friend flashes through his mind. That's right, he needs to get stronger to protect them. And just like that, Siu grinds his teeth, makes a fist, and throws a devastating punch right where Sion Hoa pointed. Just like that, the Firehound is done for. And a second later, a glowing yokai core appears in Siu's palm. She tells him that once he swallows it, the Firehound's power will be his. Siu dutifully does exactly what she says. But here's the thing, after swallowing the yokai core, his body has zero reaction. Zilch. Isn't there supposed to be some kind of boom, pow, magic moment? That was literally Siu's internal monologue. Except he just heard someone say it out loud. He glances to the side and spots a black crow just casually perched on his shoulder. Siu understandably freaks out and jumps back a few feet, right as the crow shapeshifts into a human. Sion Hoa clearly knows this newcomer, giving her a look that is anything but friendly. What brings you here? The crow girl retorts. Now that's just hurtful. Do friends need a reason to meet up? Although, to be fair, I am actually here on business today. With that, her eyes dart away from Sion Hoa and lock onto Siu, her voice suddenly filled with a strange excitement. This must be the half yokai everyone's been talking about. The crow girl introduces herself as Sony and claims she's been Sion Hoa's best friend since childhood. Although judging by Sion Hoa's expression, their relationship looks more like every woman for herself. Siu gives a polite introduction of his own, but Sion Hoa looks like she's completely out of patience for small talk. So what are you really here for? Why the rush? You know I'm doing that part-time gig for old man Mente. Since you caught 2 demons, I'm here to deliver the payment and a bonus. Sion Hoa just shrugs and tells Sony to give everything to Siu. She's not one to steal credit, plus, it's true Siu was the one who actually defeated both of them. When Sony hears this, her gaze on Siu becomes even more intense. She looks like she could just eat him right up. I knew it. I was watching the whole time, she gushes. You're amazing. I honestly never would have guessed you were a brand new yokai. In fact, Sony even speculates that at this rate of growth, Siu is going to be Sion Hoa's toughest competition at the upcoming yokai tournament. But Sion Hoa just shrugs it off as a complete joke. Sure, Siu's got potential, but she was convinced there wasn't enough time to polish him into a gem for the tournament. He'd just get stomped by someone else in a hot second, no need for her to even step in. But Sun? She thought the exact opposite. She believed this kid, with his endless potential, was destined to be the ultimate wild card in the upcoming tournament. Anyway, back to the point, Sun's reward for Siu's monster-slaying performance came with 2 choices. Option 1, a first-class ticket straight back home. Option 2, keep going and become one of the most powerful yokai around. After all that craziness, Siu tried to get in touch with his best friend, Yusin. His sudden all-day disappearance and ignored calls had Yusin totally freaking out. "What's up? I only answered this unknown number because I thought it might be you." "Nothing's up." "Man, I wish I could say that and mean it." Siu groaned over the phone, then made a request so wild even he knew it was nuts. Help him lie to his mom and cover for him while he vanished for a whole month. Of course, Siu couldn't exactly tell Yusin the real time's reason he'd be gone. Not that he'd believe it anyway. So, he spun a tale about being at a traditional martial arts retreat for a month to lose weight. "I thought you knew, man, but that place isn't for normal people." Yusin sounded worried. I know. It sounds nuts, but I'm out of options. You're the only one I can ask." And Yusin? As Siu's best friend, he'd seen the kid's frantic, failed weight loss attempts. He knew better than anyone how badly Siu wanted this. So when Siu dropped the martial arts weight loss story, Yusin didn't doubt it for a second. He just had a nagging feeling Siu was still hiding something. As his best bud, Yusin wanted to hear everything, just in case there was some way he could help. Siu hesitated for a few seconds. He was about to spill, but Sun, standing right beside him, clamped a hand over his mouth. "A little fib was fine," she said, "but telling a human about the yokai world? That's breaking the law. If that happened, even Sun would face the consequences with him, and trust me, they wouldn't be pretty." So Siu swallowed the words he wanted to say. Seeing his buddy in a tough spot, Yusin didn't push it. "All right, man. But if something happens and you can call me, just make sure I'm the first one you dial, okay?" The call ended there, but even after hanging up, Yusin just stared at his phone for a long time. He was sure there was more to the story than Siu let on, but he couldn't have guessed the truth in a million years. Let's rewind the tape for a second. Back when Siu was facing the choice to return to the human world or grind to become a top-tier monster, both Sun and Seonhwa figured he'd take the easy way out. At first, Siu seemed stunned. He'd assumed he could only go home after passing that boogeyman Mente's test in a month. But Sun swore she wasn't bluffing. If he really wanted to go home, she'd send him back to the human world right then and there. And yet, Siu refused. He wanted to leave in a month, after passing Mente's test on his own terms. Sun was shocked. "Oh? Why's that?" Honestly, making this choice was tearing Siu up inside. But he felt like if he didn't train seriously now, he'd be totally useless if trouble hit back home. Especially after fighting two actual monsters. It finally sunk in that he'd become a creature just like them, and he needed the power to defend himself in situations like that. So, Siu decided to stay and sharpen his skills as a full-fledged yokai. After Siu's big speech, Sun couldn't help but flash him a little fox-finger heart. Her eyes sparkled brighter than the stars. "Dude, that was awesome. What you just said was way cooler than I imagined." Total main character vibe. Looking at Siu's goofy, earnest face, Seonhwa finally snapped. "Are you kidding me? Stop messing with this kid with choices that don't even exist. Just give him what he needs already." Then she turned to Siu and dumped a bucket of ice water on his parade. "And another thing, there's no way you're passing that test." Seonhwa revealed it was just one of Sun's bad habits. She loves to randomly bait people into revealing their deepest desires just to see how they'll react. In Sun's fancier terms, it was a test to understand someone's personality, their thinking, and how they adapt on the fly. "Hey, Seonhwa, you still haven't finished that book I gave you last time, have you?" Sun suddenly turned and asked. While those two were chatting, Siu was quietly observing the crow girl. It was true. From her speech to her mannerisms, this girl was completely different from the other yokai. He felt like he was looking at an actual human being. After bantering with Seonhwa, Sun finally got down to business. She wanted to take Siu somewhere, though she was a bit vague on the where. Seonhwa instantly agreed after all, she wasn't getting paid to babysit. The two of them didn't even bother asking Siu for his opinion. Sun just waved her arms and morphed from a human into a giant freaking crow. "I told you I wasn't making things up, didn't I?" Sun's voice echoed down from above. Turns out she's a crow demon, a yokai with a VIP pass between the human and spirit worlds. She can also bring yokai who haven't passed their tests to the human world, but on one condition they're responsible for any and all consequences. And without even asking if Siu wanted to go home, she made her move. Sony just snatched him up in her claws and hauled him back to the human world, which explains exactly how Siu was able to call Yusin. At first, Sony thought the kid would be crying for his mommy, but all Siu did was borrow her phone for a quick call to his best friend. Since they had plenty of time, she suggested that Siu go home and visit his family. But the moment she mentioned family, his whole mood just tanked. "It's just my mom, but she's out of town for work. Honestly, it's kind of a relief. If my mom was home, everything would probably just turn into a huge mess." To thank Sony, Siu offered to treat her to dinner, and you better believe she didn't turn him down. Seeing how excited she was, Siu started sweating, terrified she'd demand some 5-star feast with shark fins and all that fancy stuff. But nope. All Sun asked for was a home-cooked meal, with basic dishes like kimchi stew and steamed eggs. After setting out everything she'd ordered, Siu had to ask again, just to be sure, "You're really okay with just this?" "Yep, I'm pretty satisfied with this," she answered, mouth full of rice. "I've always wanted to try simple homemade food like this. The only other food I've had was bought from somewhere, like the school cafeteria or a restaurant." "School food?" That part made Siu curious. "Yeah, I go to school, you know. Ever heard of Hodung High School?" Siu was even more shocked because that school was right next to his. Apparently, Sun just started this year, but maybe because humans and yokai are wired differently, she hadn't made a single friend yet. Siu was the very first friend whose house she'd ever visited. The more Sun talked, the more confused Siu got. With a personality this bubbly, you'd think she'd have friends coming out of her ears. But he didn't ask, and Sony didn't say anymore. They just finished their simple meal, and Sony cleaned her plate completely. Since she was so happy with the food, she pulled out the reward she'd mentioned before. It was a scroll called the Yokai Storage. It looked pretty simple on the outside, but its function was absolutely incredible. Just think of it like our version of a bag and a phone. With what I just did, you can easily summon things from this scroll. It can also display things you want if you move your finger like this, kind of like scrolling on a smartphone. Sun carefully showed Siu how to use the scroll, including how to search for items, store them, and take them out. It might have been a tiny paper scroll, but the space inside could hold countless items. With this thing, Siu could carry around tons of stuff without ever worrying about weight or size again. It had a few other uses too. But Sun wanted Siu to experience and get used to this item on his own. Besides the yokai storage, Sun also gave Siu 2 stacks of coins. They're called yokai cash, a currency that's super valuable, even in the spirit world. And finally, a treasure passed down from the goblins, which looked like a gauntlet. These things can handle all sorts of different abilities, depending on how you channel your yokai energy into them. You know how in those old human fairy tales, things like this just tend to show up out of nowhere? Sun explained. She also didn't hide the fact that Mente, the boogeyman himself, was the one who told her to bring these things. Normally, the reward for killing monsters is just yokai cash. But Mente specifically told her to bring the yokai storage and the goblin treasure, so it seems he has some pretty high hopes for this kid. Siu suddenly felt the pressure. If Mente had that much hope in him, then could he maybe join the yokai tournament and become the demon king? Sun seemed to read his thoughts, nodding slowly. He's probably hoping you'll win the whole tournament. Even though they're not like humans, yokai still feel a strong connection to where they come from. So if a monster from the Korean peninsula became the new demon king, well, that would be a perfectly good reason for Mente to be proud. While they had time, Sun told Siu some stories she'd heard about the yokai tournament from 666 years ago. Back then, another yokai from the Korean peninsula almost won the championship. That person made it all the way to the end and had an incredibly close match with the current demon king. And the craziest part? That person was a goblin. Just like Siu, a species so powerful that throughout Korean history, no other monster could even touch them. The more Siu heard, the more his brain just started to buffer. He was getting hit with a serious information overload. I mean, the guy only found out he was part elf yesterday. But since then, everything he'd seen and heard felt like it was enough to fill half a lifetime. Sometimes he was still convinced this was all just a wild dream and was trying to figure out how to wake up. "I think you're adapting pretty fast, probably even better than when you were human," Sunmi giggled. Even though she'd just met Siu, hearing about his raw determination firsthand, well, it left a pretty good impression on the crow girl. So she encouraged him to aim a little higher while he was all fired up. After all, he did live as a human for 17 years. And humans, being bound by so many rules, usually just think to themselves, "Oh, I could never do that." But if Siu could just ditch that limited mindset and push himself, becoming the next demon king and writing laws for the next 666 years was totally possible. "Hey, can I ask you a question?" Siu said, cutting her epic speech short. "Hmm? Go ahead. Talking to you makes me feel like I have a human friend." Siu then pointed to Sunmi's monster storage scroll, where the English word emergency was flashing on and off. He asked what it was. "Oh, this thing? It's an emergency summons," Sunmi said while casually sipping her tea. "It gets sent to all the monsters in an area whenever a serious situation happens. If an emergency summons is sent to the human world, the only reason is that some monsters broke the rules and hurt people. But don't sweat it, that hasn't happened in decades. There's no way I would ever get an emergency summons." And as she said that, she suddenly stopped, pausing for 2 seconds as a horrible thought dawned on her. She turned her head to check for herself and then screamed loud enough to shatter glass. Because yup, there it was, a huge emergency summons. "You've got to be kidding me." And just like that, Sonmi took off, leaving Siu to just wait around. Bored out of his mind, he took out the rewards he'd just received to check them out. That monster storage scroll was seriously awesome. You could just stick your hand in and pull out anything stored inside. As for the elf's treasure gauntlet, Siu still had no idea what it did. He figured he'd ask Sunmi later. In a flash, it was almost 10 p.m. Before she left, Sunmi had told him to wait for her. An elf's half-day is 6 hours. They had left at 4 o'clock, so she promised to be back at 10 to pick him up. Siu waited patiently until 10, but Sunmi was a no-show and nothing happened. He started getting restless, regretting not asking for her phone number. This was beyond boring. Siu started wandering around his own house. When he saw the picture of his dad in the cabinet, he started thinking again. The boogeyman said he had elven blood, which means Siu must have inherited it from his martial artist father. It kind of made sense, since the guy became a wrestling champ in record time. He was super curious if his dad ever knew he was born with that elven blood. The house was dead silent except for the ticking clock, which only made Siu more anxious. Sunmi still hadn't returned because the monsters attacking humans were way more numerous than she expected. Right now, Sunmi was still busy trying to destroy them all, but there were too many, and she feared she didn't bring enough feathers to take them all down. Don't worry so much, your friend is going to be fine. His wound isn't too deep, and I've already performed first aid to stop the bleeding, Sunmi said, trying to calm the man down. But instead of relaxing, the guy didn't just stay scared, he got even more terrified. It seemed the real threat was right behind Sunmi. Her instincts kicked in, and as she whipped around, a monster lunged right at her. With that timing, it looked like Sunmi wouldn't be able to react. But in the end, the monster couldn't even touch her. You need to focus. The day a lowlife like this beats you is the day our family can never hold its head up again. A voice echoed through the night, as footsteps grew louder and clearer in the darkness. Well, the family's reputation wasn't that great to begin with. Besides, I knew you would have my back, right, big bro? Who gave you the right to call me that? From the shadows, a young man appeared, his face cold and his tone anything but friendly. Sunmi called this guy Go, and it seemed like the two of them already knew each other. The first thing Go did was hypnotize the sobbing guy on the ground. After all, humans like him aren't supposed to know monsters exist. Listen here. What happened today was just you having a really unlucky day. Model. And boom. A car just materializes in the alley, slams into them both, and then peels out. Just hang tight until the ambulance gets here, okay? Chill out. Go's voice was just straight up magical. The second he finished talking, the kid's eyes went totally blank, a textbook brainwashing. Sunmi didn't even blink at seeing Go hypnotize a normal human. It's just that this little magic trick isn't exactly his family's specialty, and man, is it hard to learn. Sunmi tried learning it from Xianhua once, but she failed so spectacularly she got chewed out and had to quit. As Sunmi kept rambling about his zero cooldown hypnosis, Go Yu's head started to ache. So, he just decided to change the subject. There were two of them here. So what's your total body count now? Including the one you helped me snag, that brings the grand total to 24. But none of them were high-level monsters. They were all super weak, and chained up too. Definitely evil spirits being puppeteered by someone. The more she explained, the darker her expression got. This whole mess in the human world had already killed 7 innocent people and injured over 50 more. The identity of the scumbag behind all this was still a complete mystery. But Sun knew they had to understand how big a crime harming humans is, so what the heck would make them slaughter people just for fun? Sunmi just kept grumbling, and that's when Go cut her off. Unlike her, he didn't think this was for fun, it was for profit, an old-school motive you just don't see in their generation of monsters. See, way back when, monsters ate humans all the time, and it wasn't to satisfy some primal urge or hunger. It was because human flesh is basically a 5-star power-up meal for every monster out there. Hearing this, Sunmi's face got even bleaker. She had never heard this before, but Go didn't seem surprised at all, because even though it was common knowledge tens of thousands of years ago, it wasn't passed down to new monster generations to keep them from, massacring humanity. But the fact that eating people makes monsters stronger is still true, though these days, only a tiny fraction of monsters know the truth. And if that info ever got out, peace in the human world would be toast. Monsters have behaved for 666 years just to avoid breaking their laws. But right now, the Great Yokai Tournament is about to kick off. Every single monster is desperately hunting for power. And to get even a tiny bit stronger, they're more than willing to break every rule in the book. Go was absolutely certain those were the types pulling the strings on this. You should get it, since you work for the freaking boogeyman. Lately, monsters have been destroying themselves chasing a quick power-up. As Go laid all this out, Sunmi finally realized that a ton of monsters had recently lost their ability to transform. Anyway, stuff like this was absolutely disgusting to upstanding monsters like Go. The way he saw it, the cowards controlling these evil spirits were just pathetic losers targeting humans who couldn't even begin to fight back. Sunmi was about to say something else, but then her intuition screamed that something was terribly wrong. In a blink, she vanished, leaving behind only a few crow feathers and the echo of her voice hanging in the air. I'm heading out, Oppa. I trust you can handle things here. Her bad feeling was all about Siu, who was currently facing some major danger back home. As he wandered into the living room, Siu noticed the glass door to the balcony was wide open, though he was positive it had been shut a second ago. Curiosity got the best of him, so Siu stepped outside, looking around, totally unaware that some bizarre creature was sneaking up right behind him. Man, this is easy, the creature thought. If I'd known he was this careless, I wouldn't have bothered putting in so much effort. It crept forward, closing the gap. The thing thought it was a done deal, but Siu's instincts were way sharper than it ever imagined. Just as the attacker lunged for a sneak attack, Siu dropped to the ground, easily dodging it. This totally threw the creature off its game. Seizing the moment, Siu snatched its arm and slammed it hard onto the ground, and it was over. Siu just stood there, panting. That whole situation was way too intense. Even though he'd taken the guy down, his heart felt like it was about to explode. And that body slam seriously wrecked his balcony. But that wasn't the point. He was just damn lucky that ambush from the firehound had leveled up his intuition to a whole new tier. Just now, for only a split second, Siu felt a sudden chill run down his spine and reacted just in time to save himself. Any slower and he'd be taking a dirt nap. But in his haste, he couldn't control his strength and kind of accidentally yeeted his enemy straight into the yard below. Please, please, just let no one have seen that. Siu leans over the shattered railing to look down, but the courtyard only has a giant crater he made. The creature itself vanished, and instantly Siu feels a brand new threat approaching. And right on cue, a voice whispers right in his ear, sounding way too pleased with itself. Don't worry, I've already put all the humans around here to sleep. That same cold dread washes over Siu's body again. He has no idea if put to sleep means they're just napping, or if this thing just wiped out the entire apartment complex. But before he can even process that, his throat is seized tight, and he gets a blurry look at his opponent's form. Hey, are you really supposed to be the spirit from the rumors? Your power is so pathetic, I thought you were actually going to put up a decent fight. The guy looks totally fine after that earth-shattering slam. Siu is trapped. This monster's tail wrapped completely around his neck, and he can't fight back. Then, the creature yanks him from the high-rise balcony all the way to the ground. Siu gets tossed through the very hole he created, landing flat in the building's underground parking garage. His opponent follows right behind him, and the way he's looking at Siu is like he's a medium-rare steak just waiting to be served. Yikes, talk about a bad day for the residents here. But those clueless humans will probably just blame it on bad construction or a gas leak. The housing prices are definitely going to drop a little. The creature chuckles to itself. Siu is certain this is the man-eating monster from the emergency summons Sun received, but she's not back yet, which means Siu has to deal with this himself. The only problem is, compared to the two monsters he took down in the yokai world, this dude seems way stronger. Things are not looking good for our boy Siu, and seeing him tremble while trying to stand up only makes his opponent more excited. It would have been much better if you'd just screamed when I threw you, you little punk. If you keep fighting back, this is going to get really annoying. Siu's gut feeling screamed at him that in this fight, one tiny mistake, and he was dead. His opponent looked to be a snake spirit who'd taken on a human form. Staring at those sharp fangs and that long tongue flicking in and out of its mouth, Siu could feel goosebumps erupting all over his skin. Worse, the monster wasn't even trying to hide its goal, to eat him. You'll only be in more pain if you keep trying to resist. The outcome is going to be the same no matter what. So a quick, clean death is better, right? But I can promise you one thing. Seeing the sinister look in his enemy's eyes, Siu got a very, very bad feeling. And sure enough, the bastard pulls a photograph out of his pocket, a picture of him and his mother. He claims he can spare Siu's mom and just eat the others. But really, how much can you trust the word of a literal monster? If this thing already found his mom, there's no way she's safe. At this point, with no way out, he grits his teeth and charges forward. Siu grabs the monster's collar, trying to pull off a shoulder throw similar to the one he used on that Google guy. But before he can even make his move, Siu suddenly feels his entire body go limp. All of his strength just vanished. And seeing this, his opponent's smug grin just gets wider. Sorry for talking so much, but I really couldn't think of any better insults. Siu stumbles back, his grip failing. He sees his enemy gloating, holding up two fingers stained with his blood. The monster used its clan's special magic, a fatal poison assault. The moment Siu charged in, the bastard stabbed him directly in the chest with those two fingertips, injecting him with a deadly toxin. Your technique is powerful, but it's totally useless against me. Even if you escaped me, you'd just die fighting someone stronger. And look at you, a tiny bit of poison, and you're already finished. Watching Siu's body collapse to the ground, the scumbag looks more pleased than ever. His body starts reacting to the venom as it spreads through his bloodstream. His veins begin to swell, turning a dark purple and bulging under his skin. Siu can't feel an ounce of strength left in his body. It feels just like sleep paralysis. And the more he writhes in agony, the more hyped up his enemy gets. To him, it's just the law of nature. The weak have no choice but to become prey. You know, if you actually knew how to use that thing you're wearing, this might have all gone differently. Disaster doesn't exactly wait for you to be ready. As he says this, the monster starts to transform. He morphs into a massive, terrifying snake. Watching its blood-red tongue flick in and out, Siu feels absolutely powerless. He wants to run, he wants to fight back, but his body just will not move. In this moment of pure despair, Siu suddenly remembers what the enemy just said to him. He said if Siu knew how to use the item on his hand, things could be different. He was going to ask Sun about it later, but right now, it's do or die. So, instead of trying to move his whole body, Siu started focusing all his power into his right arm, the one with the device. And what do you know? A miracle happened. Siu could actually move his right hand. He threw a punch forward, unleashing a colossal wave of energy. The snake guy freaked out, but lucky for him, his snake-like speed saved him from getting blasted. Siu's punch, however, did blow another giant hole in the parking garage ceiling. This one was even bigger than the last, with a perfect view of the full moon and the breezy night sky above. But this was hardly the time for romantic stargazing, you know? Because after nearly being sent to the next life by Siu, that venomous snake dude was completely out of patience. He immediately whipped his tail in a massive strike. Siu, still poisoned, wasn't agile enough to dodge and took the full force of the blow. Even though the poison has spread through your body, you can still struggle for this long. As expected, even a weak elf is still an elf. In the air, the venomous snake could smell his prey's blood. But as he was taking a deep whiff, he suddenly realized something was off. He had no idea when, but two swords had appeared on his body. Before he could react, a third person showed up on the scene. Oh, Thunder Lord, residing in the 9 heavens, master of the Thunder Department. The moment he finished speaking, the snake guy was zapped through the two swords, convulsing violently. I'm pretty sure the night of monsters you were waiting for hasn't arrived just yet. Yet here you are, causing a whole mess of trouble. What a worthless piece of trash. Siu took a deep breath to stay conscious, then looked over at the newcomer. Based on his build, he looked like a teenager around the same age as him. But this guy was wearing a wooden mask, making it impossible to see his face. As for the snake dude, after getting electrocuted, he reverted back to his human form, blood pouring from his stomach. He was terrified but tried to play it cool, like nothing was wrong. Carrying such a useless weapon and with that preachy tone of yours, you sound like a monk, you know? Where the hell did you crawl out from to talk to me like that? He struggled to control himself, trying not to let his opponent see him trembling. His sharp monster instincts told him this newcomer was incredibly dangerous, completely different from any other exorcist. And when the masked teenager drew his sword again, the snake guy's mind was racing with one question: stay or run? If he wasted any more time, whatever happened next would probably be the end of his story. Not to mention, Sun could return for Siu at any moment, making things even worse. But man, he really didn't want to give up such a juicy meal like Siu, who was served right up to him. After a fierce internal battle, the snake villain decided to have it both ways. He didn't run. Instead, he summoned one of his subordinate evil spirits. According to the snake guy's brief introduction, this evil spirit, back when he was sane, was so notoriously wicked his reputation spread all the way to the west. Though he didn't know why he looked like this now, that body was still a god-stealing monster's body, not an easy opponent at all. Go on, have fun playing with him. He's a little challenge for you. As for me, Exorcist, I need to get back to my delicious, half-finished meal. The snake thought his evil spirit would hold off the masked teen long enough to finish Siu, but nope, the kid dealt with it in a single instant. Before he could even get close to Siu again, a sword pierced straight through his forehead, dropping him on the spot. All chances of eating Siu were officially gone. After cleaning up that mess, the masked teenager turned towards Siu. You don't seem to be with that bastard, so if you want to live, you'd better answer my questions honestly. What are you doing here? A powerful pressure radiated from the teen, but Siu wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he started laughing. I still can't believe it, even after hearing your voice when you just spoke. The other guy froze. That's the same question I wanted to ask you. What are you doing here, and do you recognize my voice? At Siu's question, the teenager slowly removed his mask. Choy Siu? What in the world is with this look? Well, it's a long story. Fate is a crazy thing. Siu was just a normal guy until he got kidnapped and discovered he was a half-elf. And Yusin, his best friend, had a whole nother identity as a demon hunter. Even now, as they faced each other, Yusin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Siu, what the hell happened to you? This new body, and that monster too. What is going on? But Yusin couldn't finish his sentence, terrified by the sight of Siu gasping for air. Right, he'd been poisoned. And this wasn't ordinary poison, it was a unique magical venom from that snake guy. It couldn't be cured with normal medicine. Yusin was just about to go find help, but at that moment, Siu finally surpassed his absolute limit of pain. The ugly blue and purple veins on his body slowly shrink back, their color fading until he looks normal again. Just like last time, this is that insane monster-level regeneration kicking in. And Yusin, seeing it up close for the first time, is completely floored. But while these two are having their moment, the snake dude recovers and just slithers away. All Yusin can do is grit his teeth in frustration. At this distance, with that speed, there's no way he can catch him now. The two teens leave the basement with some seriously complicated feelings, especially our boy Yusin. He is not handling the shock of tonight very well. First off, he let the one monster he absolutely needed to catch get away. But that's nothing compared to discovering his best friend is a half-demon and a half-elf demon at that. They've been hanging out forever, and Yusin didn't suspect a thing. Some exorcist I am, he's probably thinking. If his dad ever found out about this, he'd probably get a face full of insults about being a useless piece of trash. But at the same time, Yusin also feels a little relieved that he could finally tell Siu his own secret. Before all this, if he'd just randomly announced his family handles monsters and supernatural problems, Siu would have thought he was nuts. Uh-oh. Then he drops this bomb. You know, there's only 6 months left. The second Yusin mentions 6 months. Siu knows exactly what he's talking about, the Great Yokai Assembly. Looks like Yusin's family got the memo too. Yeah, but does this sort of thing happen often? I mean demons coming to the human world just to hurt people. Siu asks, only to get a defeated headshake from his friend. Just like Sun said earlier, monsters causing trouble in the human realm isn't common. In fact, it's incredibly rare. Yusin himself has no idea why monsters are suddenly fighting each other. But them attacking humans? That's so rare that in the last 100 years, you could count the cases on one hand. Then, Yusin spills the tea on the recent situation how monsters are regularly attacking humans now, just like what Go told Sun. Apparently, some demons have figured out that humans are the most nutritious food source around, a superfood basically. And because of that, those waiting for the Yokai King have gone rogue and started hunting people for snacks. The whole situation got really tense about a month ago, when the number of missing people in the city started to spike. And even though there's no concrete proof that demons are behind it all, most cases have bloodstains or demon traces in the victims' homes. But this is the first time I've ever seen one show its face in person. Yusin says this, wearily lifting his head. But then his expression snaps, and he grabs the sword next to him. Siu jumps, thinking his friend is about to attack him, but the thing he's on guard for appears right behind him. Good news, it's not a hostile demon, it's Sun, and she's back. She looks absolutely frantic, poor thing, with tears welling up in her eyes. The second she sees Siu, she panics. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? I'm so sorry. I am so sorry I fell for that trap like a complete idiot. Sun says this, trying to rush over and check on Siu herself, but she's stopped by the blade of Yusin's exorcism sword. Stay right there, demon. If you dare take one more step in this direction, I'll consider that ignoring my warning and eliminate you immediately. Yusin's tone is dead serious, his eyes ice cold, a total switch from the jokester Siu knows. Siu tries to explain Sun's identity, to tell him she's on their side, but Yusin isn't listening. His blade stays firmly pointed at Sun. He can tell she's the type to follow rules, which is the only reason she's still breathing. But Yusin absolutely does not want Sun anywhere near his friend anymore. If you pass the trial as a demon, they will send you to the human world. Yusin's eyes are still pinned on Sun, but that question was clearly for Siu. You idiot, do you have any idea what that actually means? They're demons. They can look just like us, but their nature is always the same. Siu was starting to think there were good and bad demons, but to Yusin, they're all cut from the same cloth. He despises demons, creatures so obsessed with power they'd eat humans or even their own kind. Yusin doesn't care how much elf blood is flowing through Siu's veins. To him, Siu is still human. The human world is his home, and he doesn't need some demon's permission to live here. They cornered you, forced you to become a demon, all just so you could come back and live here. A place that has always been your home. What kind of twisted logic is that? I'm not letting you go again, no way. Through all of Yusin's harsh accusations, Sun just keeps her head bowed and doesn't reply. She completely understands the position of an exorcist like him. And yeah, Sun totally gets it. From Siu's perspective, this whole situation is an absolute grade A disaster. Except, whoops, Siu already filled out the registration form. From that moment on, he was an official resident of the demon world. If Yusin forces him to stay now, he'd be making Siu break demon law, which comes with a very, very steep price. Plus, Yusin himself would get dragged into the mess. Nope. She had to fix this before it was too late. Sun Mi's brain went into overdrive, trying to minimize the damage. She figured she'd just snatch Siu and fly away, just like when they arrived. But Sun wasn't so sure she could pull that off again. Just from his aura alone, she could tell Yusin was a seriously powerful exorcist. If Seon, Hoa, or Go were here, they could probably handle him. But with her power level, Sun really wasn't feeling her chances. But even if she couldn't win, she had to try something. Too bad. But as his guardian, I have to take Siu with me. If you're really going to ignore my warning. Then suddenly, the sword in Yusin's hand began to glow. It looked like he was about to attack for real, but before he could, his own best friend snatched the sword right out of his hand. Whoa, is this an exorcism sword? It looks amazing. What do these other symbols on it mean? Siu inspected the blade, playing the part of the innocent fool. Of course, Yusin knew he was faking it to stop him from hurting Sun. But seriously, how did Siu even do that? Did he use hypnosis or some kind of mind control technique? Yusin didn't feel a thing, and yet, in the blink of an eye, the sword in his hand was just gone. Yusin, listen to me, Siu said, his tone suddenly becoming dead serious. I don't get what you mean by insane, but that thing about demons eating each other for power? Every demon knows it, because the second I stepped into your world, I did it too. Yusin was stunned. Siu was terrified of disappointing his friend, but he had to be honest. Siu himself had his doubts. Even now, he wasn't completely sure about the path he was taking. But to protect himself and the people around him, he had already taken down a firehound, and he was planning on doing it again. It's not like Siu wanted to hurt anyone, and he definitely wasn't trying to cause harm. But if he could get stronger by absorbing other demons, then eating his own kind wasn't really a big deal anymore. Siu, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You really don't have to do any of that, Yusin pleaded. My family can... With my power and help from others, I can guarantee that you and your mom will be safe for the next 6 months. Yusin, let me tell you something even crazier. Siu let the exorcism sword drop, then faced his best friend with a weary smile. I'm going to become the next demon king. That sentence completely fried Yusin's brain for a second. Are you out of your mind? You, moron, do you have any idea what being the demon king means? How can you say that? Judging by Yusin's expression, Siu thought he might actually get eaten. But what could he do? He was already in way too deep. He had decided to walk this path, and he was determined to become the strongest. Then he could rewrite the demon laws and stop them from terrorizing the world. Yusin looked like he was about to cry, knowing that path was soaked in blood. To achieve that goal, Siu would have to devour countless other demons. He'd also have to endure brutal training in the demon realm. Yusin feared it would twist his friend's mind, but Siu's resolve was unshakable. Yusin wanted to say more, but he just bit his lip, holding back the words. Fine, he finally managed, human or demon, with a conviction that strong, I can't force you to stop. As he spoke, Yusin slid the sword back into its sheath, deciding not to interfere any further. But Yusin didn't forget to add a warning. If there ever came a day when Siu lost himself, crossed the line and became a bloodthirsty monster, he would eliminate him without hesitation, as an exorcist. Okay, I believe you would, so if I ever fall from grace, just do whatever you think is right. Yusin didn't answer. Instead, he turned to ask Sun for her name and her status in the demon world. My apologies for lumping you in with those low-class monsters. However, I've heard that even among demons, there are certain rules that must be followed. You said you're Siu's guardian, so if he disobeys and gets himself stupidly killed or injured, then I, as an exorcist, will destroy everyone who had anything to do with it. The threat was a bit of a mouthful, but basically, Yusin was just telling Sun Mi to look after his buddy very, very carefully. Don't let him get hurt, and absolutely do not let him die a pointless death. Or else, he's coming back with a sword to start a one-man war. With that, Yusin slips his mask back on, all set to bounce. See you around, and hey, don't worry about your mom. Watching Yusin go, Siu feels this weird pang of loss. Sanmi, on the other hand, is just happy she can finally breathe again. Facing Yusin just now, she honestly thought she was a goner. I mean, the guy was just that terrifying. Is this my first time seeing a male exorcist? And are they all as scary as him? Sunmi was so freaked out she just plopped right down on the ground. Nah, I think he's a special case. But that wasn't Siu talking. On pure instinct, Siu whips his head around and spots Go leaving the alley. Turns out he was secretly tailing her. He may talk a big game, but this dude clearly still cares about her. Charging in head first without knowing the enemy's strength or numbers? Classic. If today's opponent was some high-level exorcist who didn't care about rules, you and that kid would have been toast. Getting an earful from Go, Sunmi can only bow her head. I mean, he wasn't exactly wrong. Done lecturing Sunmi, Go's eyes lock onto Siu, and he starts walking right toward him. Among demons, the ones based on animals are called demonic beasts. Most of them are stuck with the looks and instincts of whatever animal they came from. Take that firehound Siu ran into earlier, for example. Some of the more high-class ones evolve to look more human, like Xian Hua or Sunny, and their bodies become totally different from your average demonic beast. For demons and demon clans like that, they get a fancy new name, phantom beasts. And if you go even higher up the chain, you get monsters who've evolved on a fundamental level. They become divine beasts. These are beings worshipped by both the human and demon worlds. Gyu is a perfect example. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Gyu. If you want to become the demon king, I'm the obstacle you'll have to overcome. Go holds out his hand, trying to be all polite, but his eyes and his posture are screaming with absolute contempt. Makes sense, though. A divine beast from the Black Tortoise clan, he's got an ego. Still, he holds out his hand to Choy Siu. Nice to meet you, Choy Siu. Siu raises his hand too, but he's totally confused. Because what just happened? The whole vibe changes when someone suddenly screams out a warning for Siu not to shake his hand, making him spin around in surprise. Turns out it was Sunny, chewing him out immediately. What are you plotting? Suddenly showing up here like this? He already went through so much yesterday. So why are you here now? Go just laughs and says, who cares? There's no law saying I have to sleep all day long. Then he rushes forward and grabs Siu's hand. Besides, this is fun. A little half-demon confidently declaring he's going to become the next demon king. With that, Go bites his own thumb, drawing blood. Right then, a notification pops up. Demonic art acquired. A ring of purple fire suddenly surrounds them. He used miniature land contraction. As the flames erupted, the two of them teleported away, leaving a shocked Sun Mi behind. And just like that, the two of them reappeared in some random spot near the sea. Choy Siu hits the ground stumbling. He's shaking as he says, "You're stronger than I thought." Go just puts a hand to his neck and praises him. Not many people can handle that trip, you know. Especially a first-timer who was completely unprepared like you. That's pretty rare. And while Siu is still trembling, he just keeps talking. You don't seem all that surprised, though. Choy Siu just asks, "Are you planning on eating me too?" Go's answer isn't exactly clear. "Yeah, that's probably the most likely outcome, right? But I've got a few questions I want to ask before we start." His question leaves Siu totally stunned. Go's question, "Do you play games?" And no, he's not being subtle. Online PC games, to be specific. A little confused, Choy Siu answers honestly, "I used to play a lot of stuff back in middle school. Once I got to high school, I didn't play as much." Hearing that, Go asks another question. "Got it. So what was your favorite genre back then? MOBAs, first-person shooters, or mobile games?" Still completely lost, Siu answers again. "If I really had to choose, I guess action RPGs. I don't really like online games. It's always like the pay-to-win guys are way more broken than the grinders." Suddenly, Go cracks a sinister smile and says, "Well, that's just perfect." Then he teleports right behind Choy Siu, forcing him to spin around in shock. Go says, "See? It looks like we have a lot in common." A massive explosion goes off right after, but luckily Choy Siu was fast enough to dodge it. He noticed a pillar of ice had appeared in the lake. Realizing what's happening, Siu immediately glances behind him. More pillars of ice shoot up from the water, aimed right at him. They rocket towards Choy Siu's position. When they make contact, Go confirms it with a look of shock. It's true. He looks up to see Siu hovering high above, having dodged the attack. "You're pretty fast." Up in the air, Siu looks down at Go, silently analyzing him. Instead of just ambushing, he aimed at me and switched positions. So if our guy was the one attacking, his best guess would be that the dude below is charging up some big deal power. The guy's hand is surrounded by a nasty purple glow. Meanwhile, Go is quietly thinking, "Hey, this kid's not bad for a rookie. Actually, scratch that, he's pretty darn good." With that, Choy Siu backs off, and the story continues. In a fight, Siu's instincts and raw talent are top-notch, but his real trump card right now is how fast he learns. And then, somehow, the enemy is suddenly behind him, poking him in the back with just 2 fingers. The baddie decides to start his attack by going after the same guy he already fought earlier today. Choy Siu drops to his knees in pain, but whether the attack is coming or not, he's ready for anything. And Go is just stunned by the purple power flaring up around him. Turns out, it was Choy Siu all along. He's channeling all that purple energy into one hand, the solution he came up with on the fly. Then, Choy Siu unleashes that charged-up energy right at Go, using a trick he literally just picked up today. It's all thanks to the gauntlet on his arm. Turns out it's some kind of monster artifact that unleashes a user's demonic power. As the smoke clears, Choy Siu stays on high alert. He senses something, chalking up another lesson. He keeps throwing punches forward, because even a clean hit doesn't mean the fight is over. You gotta finish it decisively. After the final punch, a few more explosions go off in front of him for good measure. Choy Siu starts gasping for air. This demon power thing isn't perfect yet, but he thinks he's finally getting the hang of it. He focuses on his body after that attack, feeling a current of electricity surge from his core all the way through him. Choy Siu does a quick check on his remaining energy. His gut feeling, he's got a little more than half left, maybe around 60%. By his math, that huge opening blast took about 10% of his power, while the weaker follow-up shots took a little more. Each of those follow-up punches cost him 3% apiece. He starts to sweat, worried he'll run out of energy and remembering that time he hit 0%. Would it drain him completely like before? This basically means he can't just spam his ultimate move whenever he feels like it. As the smoke clears, Go's voice rings out. Well, I can't believe this. He steps out from his shield and says, I really didn't expect to use my own skills this soon. Did I underestimate you? I had to use my Phase 1 defense right from the get-go. A tense Choy Siu asks him, with everything you just said, are you actually planning on eating me? The question clearly catches him off guard. Choy Siu continues, I don't know how else to put it, but I just don't sense any killing intent from you. Go just laughs it off and says, yeah, well, it's pretty hard to make up a convincing lie on the spot. Look, I have no personal beef with you, and I don't want to eat you. Like I said from the start, you're just interesting. Then Go turns the tables and asks Choy Siu, do you even know what a demon king really is? And our boy gives the answer he knows. Like the king of all demons, right? He makes the rules and commands all the other monsters. Go's face gets a little sinister. Think a little harder. Doesn't that sound a bit strange? The selection is just a simple contest of strength. Beyond that, it only happens every 666 years. A throne that lasts for centuries is decided by a single festival. A nervous Choy Siu listens as Go continues, and yet every single demon abides by that rule. This bizarre tradition, passed down from ancient times, is still around because it absolutely has to be maintained. Then Go starts getting philosophical about demons. We all inherit a loyalty to our own desires and our instincts. It's simple. The strong make the rules. But that doesn't mean we have to be controlled by those instincts. I mean, killing and hunting aren't just going to disappear, right? He then continues, explaining the origin of the crown. So, to prevent that, the Demon King was created by the ancient demons as a kind of safety measure. Go explains that if they didn't do this, if they all just let their demonic instincts run wild, it would definitely lead to a huge catastrophe. That's why the Demon King was created, to stop that from happening. Everyone agreed on at least one thing: protect this system. An entity who commands every demon in the world to follow their orders, and in exchange, they get a peaceful life. That's the Demon King. Go keeps that creepy smile plastered on his face as he tells this whole story to Choy Siu. Luckily, for over 10,000 years, the previous Demon Kings successfully ruled over the demons of their generation without any major problems. There might have been a few political changes, but the core principles of survival and demon prosperity were kept intact. Then he drops a bombshell, all except for one: the Demon King of this generation. This makes our boy freeze up. Go gives him an example. Imagine if the leader of you humans suddenly made a law like this. No one in the world is allowed to eat meat anymore, no matter the circumstances. Then he asks Choy Siu, so, what do you think would happen? He replies, everyone would rise up and protest like crazy. But hey, there's no guarantee anyone actually follows a rule like that. Things could get way uglier than a few simple protests. Gyu just smirks, all like, oh really? But we all fall in line anyway, don't we? For 666 years on the dot, the smile vanishes, replaced by something nasty. He's thinking, yeah, you get the picture now. He's spelling it out how important the Demon King is, and how much they've all had to suck it up to maintain this tradition. Go Yu gives Siu the full-on death glare while explaining. And right about now, it seems everyone's patience is running on empty. You picking up what I'm putting down? And yeah, our boy gets it. He fires back. So if the next king issues the same old law, not everyone is just going to obey like they used to. That's what's going to happen, right? Go actually looks impressed. Well, look at the big brain on Choy Siu. Even if it's a royal command, not everyone's gonna listen. He starts breaking down the current political drama in the demon world. And even if the Demon King is the toughest guy around, he can't stop a full-on rebellion if most of the demons decide they've had enough. And if that happens, Gyu continues, it's not just the new king who gets wrecked. The whole system, the privileges, the legacy built over thousands of years. Literally all of it would just go up in smoke. He stalks towards Siu and asks, so, do you get it now? Go spells it out for him. I'm going to be the next king and keep the current laws. And not every demon out there is going to approve of your short-sighted little fantasy. The younger demons will just laugh at you, but the older ones, they might actually tear you to pieces. Suddenly, an image of Sun flashes by. Go Yu advises him, yeah, I can pretty much guess where you got this crazy idea from. You're a pretty decent fighter, kid, but you are not Demon King material. The problem is, you have no idea how this world works, and you're just flailing around trying to change it. Still on guard, Siu asks, so you want me to take it all back? Yep, Go says. his voice just dripping with contempt for Choy Siu. Honestly, at first I just thought you were some snot-nosed brat I could swat away without even trying. But now it looks like you've gotten a lot closer to my level. You're a fast learner. Your potential for growth is no joke. Go lays out a deal. Listen to what I'm telling you. Help me become the Demon King, and I'll let you rule the entire Korean peninsula. He's selling it like the deal of a lifetime. Even when I'm in charge, I can't just wipe out the entire human race. But I can at least spare a few people close to you. Siu asks, go straight up. And just how strong are you? Are you really strong enough to be king, like you so confidently claim? The question actually seems to surprise him. Me, he says, I'm not sure I'm the strongest on the peninsula, but among the other candidates, no one is stronger than me. There's an age limit, after all. Hearing that, Choy Siu just says, all right then. He sticks his hand out and says, if it means I can protect the people I love, I accept your offer. Go grabs his hand, looking thrilled, just as I thought. You won't disappoint me. You've made the right choice. Before he can finish, Choy Siu cuts him off. I'm not feeling conflicted anymore. And as he says it, his hand explodes with that purple energy. The sudden power surge completely shocks Go. Siu stares him down, his eyes filled with killing intent. Faking a handshake, deceiving people, and attacking first, those are all things you've done. And with that said, Choy Siu grabs a hold of his sleeve. This is a totally different vibe from anything Siu has shown before. It's a little different from Goblin wrestling. He burns through his energy, using 60% of what he has left and then squeezing out every last drop. Then he puts his entire force into it. This isn't about quick reflexes, but deep-rooted power. For the first time, using a technique filled with pure determination, Choy Siu uses the mountain flip and sends Go flying over his shoulder. There's absolutely no hesitation. His eyes are blazing with power. Nothing exists but resolve and readiness. The moment he slams him into the ground, an explosion erupts. The shockwave is so powerful it blows a massive hole in the clouds. After using that move, Choy Siu has almost no energy left, collapsing to the ground and gasping for air. He wonders why his body isn't shaking. Is it his demon power? Then he looks down at his hands, trembling so much he can barely lift them. And the story goes, that's exactly what happened. Right now, Siu's ability to heal and recover his stamina is completely shut down. He poured everything into that attack, with only a little power left. Then, he lifts his head to look forward. The situation was, to put it mildly, a total disaster. He was completely out of gas, but in front of him stood Go, without a single scratch. Siu couldn't fight anymore. He coolly remarked, pouring all of his strength into one final decisive strike. Now, this was a real fight. Go's signature move was a unique art, able to freeze and control water in a specific area. He looked at Choy Siu, who was so exhausted he couldn't even stand, and posed a question. If the power gap between us wasn't so massive, you probably would have beaten me, wouldn't you? Go charges ice power in one hand, a demon art perfect for both offense and defense. He puts on a terrifying face, glares, and asks, any last words? Even though he was running on empty, Choy Siu's will was far from broken. Nope. And even if I had some, I wouldn't tell you. The moment I came to kill you, I was prepared to die. But his next sentence completely shocked Go. He says, besides, I haven't given up yet. Then Choy Siu forces himself up into a fighting stance and declares, if you think I'm going to kneel and beg for my life, you're dreaming. Then he gives Go a look that could cut steel. His eyes were still blazing with defiance. Was he searching for an opening, waiting for his moment, or was this the awakening fighting spirit of a demon he hadn't even realized he had? Hearing this, Go just laughs. You're trembling just trying to stand, but you're still talking tough, huh? Go's words sent a shiver down Choy Siu's spine, and then he reaches a hand out and starts praising him. Not bad. Go Yu cheerfully pats Choy Siu's shoulder, telling him he's passed. He keeps on complimenting him, leaving the kid totally bewildered. Go praised Choy Siu again. Just as I thought, you didn't disappoint me in the end. That's some good spirit. Choy Siu, having no idea what's happening, fearfully asks, wait, passed? What on earth is that? He happily explains, that's right. This was just a test to see if you were worthy of my support. After all, nobody wants to back some powerless nobody to become the Demon King, right? A bewildered Choy Siu shoves his hand away. Support me? Didn't you just say I couldn't become the Demon King? Go just agrees that he wasn't wrong. Everyone is waiting for a new king. He then clarifies for Choy Siu. But we don't want one. A knight of demons. He thinks back to his childhood, reading about the demon world and hating all the chaos, the endless fighting and screaming over completely meaningless things. I could never understand the point of it, and that's when Go reveals how he feels about the human world. While sitting in a coffee shop one day, he realized that compared to his world, this place was ideally, almost bizarrely, peaceful. Sure, some humans like to make a racket, but at least here, you can choose how to live your own life. Go then remembers all the amazing things in this world, like books, coffee, and game consoles, and a huge smile breaks out on his face. Besides, I love how your species knows how to enjoy life, comics, games, novels, movies. You'd never find such wonderfully useless things in the demon world. After his speech, Choy Siu starts to understand his perspective. But we like that useless stuff way more than eating people. A world where humans can't keep creating things like that would be a true tragedy. The kid wonders to himself. He just keeps saying, we. So that means there are other demons who think just like him. Out loud, Choy Siu says, I understand your point, but you don't have to support me. You could just become the Demon King yourself. But before he finishes, Go cuts him off in a ridiculously goofy voice. Way too much of a hassle. He snaps back to his serious self, telling him he's the top candidate on the Korean peninsula, but there's still another annoying problem to solve. And by now, Choy Siu was completely and utterly lost. So Go explains that all the top candidates for the night parade, including him, are from ancient, long-established families. Basically, we inherit all our natural talents. Creatures like dragons, phoenixes, turtles, and snakes all have their own ultimate skills. These unique demon arts are passed down from our ancestors. Even if these powers are similar, the one who inherits a 1,000-year-old legacy will always be stronger. After explaining, he gives Choy Siu an example he can understand. Why, you ask? Have you heard the saying, born with a silver spoon? It's basically the same idea. After hearing all that, the kid asks him, so if it's like inheriting a family fortune, does that mean there's also like family pressure? Go gets dead serious. Pressure is putting it lightly. That place makes me want to suffocate. The moment a talented kid is born, the entire clan starts grooming them to become the next Demon King. Under the beautiful moonlight, Go spells out his fate, how he'll eventually be forced to swear an oath and inherit his family's ambitions. And if I don't? He makes a throat-slitting gesture and says, they do this. Then they kill you and just pick another family representative. Choy Siu thinks it over. Right, no matter the reason, you can't just make an enemy of your entire family. But then Go points right at him. His whole attitude shifts as he excitedly declares, but you are different. Go explains what makes him so special, leaving Choy Siu absolutely floored. He inherited his talents from an outside bloodline, so he isn't bound to any of the major powers and isn't forced to become king. Gope creeps closer, and Choy Siu's internal alarm bells start screaming. The guy is just screaming his lungs out in absolute terror, begging for a timeout. Choy Siu, understandably freaked, just backs away slowly. Okay, I hear you, but let me process all that. My brain just blue-screened from information overload. Go is in the middle of some grand speech when, bam, a wild Sony appears. She dive-bombs him out of nowhere and introduces his face to the dirt with extreme prejudice. Sun is glaring daggers at him, pure rage on her face. Meanwhile, Go is just a pancake on the pavement, completely blindsided. Choy Siu's jaw hits the floor. Then Sun just folds Go up like laundry and boots him into the stratosphere. And I mean he flew, Team Rocket blasting off again far. Sun lands gracefully, but oh, she is nowhere near finished with him. She powers up, ready to unleash her wind feathers technique, while Choy Siu, bless her heart, tries to intervene. But Sunmi isn't listening. She's in full-on rage mode, deaf to all reason, and unleashes a storm of feathers right at Go. Kaboom! She calmly strolls over to Choy Siu, eyeing the crater where Go landed, and says, it's fine. A little explosion like that won't even scratch him. Looking at the path of destruction from his little trip, a clear-cut trail of broken trees, Choy Siu starts to get a little spooked. Maybe Sun overdid it just a tiny bit. You brought that thing here? What even is he? Sony finally starts explaining that the Go she just met, not the same guy she knew before. To put it simply, the man's got a split personality, and then comes the history lesson about the legendary black tortoise. The legend says a snake and a tortoise got together, became one, and had a baby. And that little turtle snake thing is the origin of this whole mess. But wait, there's more. Before all that legendary business, the original source was supposedly just a regular, boring turtle. Actually, scratch that. The lore goes even deeper. A long time ago, some genius who aced his yin-yang class figured out how to split a soul. He tried to pull out the purest negative energy, and poof, a divine beast was created. This shattered the limits of being human, and the dude basically evolved into a divine beast himself. And that is how the first black tortoise was made. Later, back in the room, Sun is still going on with the massive lore dump. Apparently, black tortoise descendants were born with some pretty sweet built-in superpowers. But here's the catch to become a full-fledged black tortoise. They had to survive some seriously brutal, soul-crushing training. And the lovely side effect of all that trauma? The snake. That charming personality she just met. After that whole epic tale, Choy Siu's big takeaway is, so at first he seemed like a bad guy, but maybe he's not? That's my official conclusion. Sunmi kind of agrees, but with a major asterisk. Yeah, he's not evil, she admits. The problem is, the dude has zero thoughts behind those eyes. He's impulsive and has a talent for making things super awkward. She then explains his whole split personality thing is from having way too much negative energy bottled up inside, which probably explains why that side of him is so calm, cool, and terrifyingly cold-blooded as Sun continues to spill the tea. Normally, that other personality should be totally submissive. Think of it like a personal assistant or something. Its only job is to provide data and analysis, but, for some weird reason, Go's snake personality immediately staged a coup and took over. So now, that alter ego can just hijack his body literally whenever it feels like it. And lately, he's been popping up and causing chaos way more often. Sony sighs, which is why nobody wanted him as the official representative. They call him the half-baked black tortoise. His power is so immense he's starting to lose control. Then, with total tonal whiplash, she asks, "So, you got all your stuff packed? I seriously need to get home right now." Choy Siu does a quick check and confirms she's ready. Seeing Choy Siu's worried face, Sun tries to comfort her. "Hey, this isn't your fault, don't sweat it." But Choy Siu just replies, "I'm not worried about that." Choy Siu points out her actual, very real concern. "My porch is wrecked. I'm going to be grounded for months. My mom is going to freak when she sees this mess." Suddenly, a mysterious voice cuts in. "Don't worry about that," making them both jump. And who is it but Mente, the fixer? He tells Choy Siu that by tomorrow, it'll all be back to normal. The management will handle it. Then he turns to Sunmi. "You can go on ahead. I need a private word with Choy Siu," which immediately gets her worried. She jumps to her defense. "Siu did nothing wrong. It was my bad judgment," but he cuts her right off before she can finish her sentence. Yeah, I know all that," Mente explains. "You just can't be here for this part. There's something the three of us need to discuss." This just leaves both Choy Siu and Sun completely baffled. "Three of us?" He apologizes. "Sorry for dropping in, but there's someone you really have to meet." And with that, Mente teleports right behind Choy Siu as a brand new voice echoes through the room. The voice muses, "Not a bad place for a human to live. A little cramped, but it's pretty tidy." The comment comes from some guy named Sual Hua. Choy Siu turns and asks, "Do you even have a pass to be here?" His reply, "Nope. I also don't have a 12-hour visitor pass. Frankly, I had zero plans to visit this world just to be stared at by mortals. This kid was basically just dragged here. He only tagged along because the old man promised some answers. Enough with the suspense, just talk already." Mente strokes his beard and finally starts to explain. Straight to business. First, he recaps what went down tonight. He says that as soon as night fell, 50 horrifying monsters appeared and completely surrounded Seichogun. They were all being controlled by someone, attacking innocent people right there in the streets. Mente explains that after dealing with them, he realized their methods were brutally aggressive. They weren't even trying to be sneaky, which makes him think it was a plan to trick Sun into leaving and go after Choy Siu. But Sun, still standing right there, asks confusedly, "So you're saying I wasn't their real target?" The old man replies, "Not exactly." Mente continues seriously. "Their goals are probably a lot more complicated than just one thing. Tonight, at least 200 people vanished across Soon and near the subway station. But what he says next leaves everyone in the room absolutely stunned. And that number? It's just based on official police reports. The real body count is probably over 500. Sun, horrified, can't believe it, to pull something this big off. It's not one guy, it's a team. At least 5 masterminds. If we just focus the investigation and narrow down the suspects, we could. Mente actually agrees with that logic. You're right. If the one behind this was a local Korean monster, we could track them down easily enough. But Mente's face falls. He explains that the tracks left at the scene tonight unfortunately prove a very grim truth. These monsters aren't from Korea, they're foreign. It's impossible to get an exact count, but there are a ton of foreign monsters involved. If they caused this much trouble on their own turf, they'd get caught in a heartbeat. So they started hunting people here in Korea instead. If they're not found and purged soon, they'll just keep hunting until the night parade begins. Siu Hua looks terrified. Don't tell me. Mente continues. We need a monster with both the power and the will to protect the human world. At this point, we need all the help we can get. I have a proposal for you two. The official evaluation test is scheduled for 1 month from now. He then looks towards Seo Hua and Choy Siu and makes his offer. If you two agree, I will organize it in a completely different way. Mente's voice drops, dead serious. Your mission is to find and eliminate the invaders in Korea as soon as possible. That is the task I give you. The scene cuts to a modern city. The daytime streets are eerily empty. Ewan hasn't slept a wink all night, and now he's rocking some serious panda eyes. He's walking along, thinking, I never should have let Siu go like that. Why did I even agree to it? He's drowning in guilt. If that idiot doesn't come back, it's all on me. I have to come up with a plan. Suddenly, a familiar sound his phone rings. It's Siu, who awkwardly guesses, "Hey, you're probably on your way to school, right?" Ewan's mind is full of question marks, his eyes wide. His friend asks if he's free. A lot has changed since yesterday. The two head to a cafe where Ewan promptly loses it and yells, "What?" Everyone in the cafe jumps at the outburst. "Are you insane, Choy Siu?" Ewan hisses, before Siu quickly shushes him, totally embarrassed. "Ewan, keep your voice down. Yelling in public is rude, and for the record, I'm not crazy." He then turns and gives an awkward laugh to the onlookers. "Sorry, everyone." Siu gently stirs his drink, explaining, "But the conditions they offered were just too good. Plus, I get to stay here instead of the demon world. You and my mom won't have to worry anymore." Ewan just grabs his head, completely frazzled. "You don't even know what kind of monster you are, do you?" Siu just looks bewildered. "Huh? There are different types of monsters? I only just found out I was one yesterday." He takes a sip of his drink only to hear a completely bizarre term. Gods, spirits, aberrations, demons, and beasts. Siu looks like he just discovered a new continent. "What's that?" "Never heard of it, but it sounds epic as hell." Ewan gives him a serious look. "It's not just a name. Each word is a different rank of monster." Ewan starts to explain. "The lowest rank is beast. In Chinese characters, it literally means beast or monster, and the meaning is the same. Most monsters fall into this category. Think of wolves, for example. Sure, they're dangerous, but at the end of the day, they're just wild animals. Their power has a clear limit. For a human, a torch or a club would probably do the trick. With enough weapons and people, even an average person with no training could beat them. There are even a few recorded cases of that happening in the past. And with modern guns, taking them down would be a piece of cake. Still, some of the more complex ones can be pretty scary. But when you start moving up the ranks, humans don't stand a chance anymore. Against a demon, a human is completely and totally insignificant. Demons are monsters with the strength of at least 100 men. And even with 100 people, you're only matching their physical power. 1,000 people charging in would just be walking to their deaths. Siu tenses up. If those are the two weakest types, how strong are the other three? The answer he gets is basically natural disaster. Ewan lowers his head, swirling his drink. "I've never actually seen one to give you a precise answer, but an aberration is 10 times more terrifying than a demon. Let's just use our school as an example. If one went unchecked, it could turn a small town into a living hell overnight. If we're talking a city like Seoul, the scale of destruction would be a whole district." Yu Sin takes a sip of water. His advice is simple. When it comes to spirits and gods, do everything you can to avoid them. But the chances of that are pretty slim, since powerful creatures like them don't really care about little things like laws. He sets his glass down, leveling a warning at Siu. "On top of that, you better not even think about joining that hunt. Find a way to back out, or just call me and come hide at my place." Then Yu Shin points a thumb at himself. "If they really are from the outside, they better get ready to face the local monsters here, or a sorcerer like me. We don't know their numbers, so it's best to classify them as anomalous beasts." Siu hesitated. "Hey, Yushin, what type was that snake monster?" He answered flatly, "It was just a larva beast." Thinking back on the serpent spirit, he figured that while it wasn't a true monster, it definitely hadn't reached the anomalous level. A mid-tier yokai at best, but I felt twice that power coming from the corpse it was controlling. At that point, our boy couldn't keep fighting. If it had controlled even half that power, we wouldn't be sitting here alive. That's why it used that other thing as bait to throw us off. Yushin remembered the searing pain. "If my analysis is correct, you were almost devoured by that creature." He pointed straight at Siu, making him freeze. "Siu, your current rank is even lower than that monster. In other words, you're a mid-tier yokai or less." Yusin continued to enlighten his dense friend. "It doesn't matter what kind of goblin or ghost you are, that's the truth. So stop trying to bite off more than you can chew and get a grip on reality." This idiot. Siu wanted to argue back, but just grunted. Inwardly, Yushin felt his words were a bit harsh, but he had to stop these reckless thoughts. Out loud, however, he just roared, "Huh? Can't hear you. Speak up." Choy Siu clenched his fist with grim determination, "But if I meet him again, I'm positive I can defeat him this time." He offered a weak smile to play it off. "You're right. If you hadn't been there, I'd probably be dead. But things are different now." Siu tried to convince him with every ounce of reason he had. "I've managed to grasp a part of my power, and I can use it to fight." Yushin was internally screaming, "Is this guy's brain full of water?" He suddenly stood up as Siu checked his phone. "Going to school? Is it time already?" "Nope." Yushin looked down, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I'm not planning on going to school today. You still seem a little confused, so I'm going to help you face reality. Follow me." The two of them headed to the Olympic Stadium, a center for athletics completed back in 1986. Built for the 1988 Seoul Olympics, it's now known as a massive concert venue, but it holds another purpose, one unknown to the public. Siu was buzzing with excitement, looking all around. I had no idea this place had a basement. Down in the vast underground, Siu was amazed. I saw a few places like this on the way here. Are they all owned by your family? This is the Olympic Stadiums, special underground area, Training Center X. Yushin shrugged off his jacket and shot him down. Nope, this facility was created by the government. Besides my family, many other sorcerers and monks use it. Siu was shocked. The government built it, so they know about the yokai and the night parade? Yushin's voice turned grave. Much more. Since ancient times, ruling powers have always kept strong sorcerers close. Sometimes, the sorcerers themselves were the ones who created the regime. The most powerful sorcerers were always revered for their strength against the monsters. A palace appeared 666 years ago, at the start of the Joseon dynasty, when monsters weren't even a major threat yet. The Joseon royal family created an observatory just to train sorcerers, and my family is continuing that duty. Yushin tore off his vest and threw it on the ground. Whether it's yokai, the 100-demon night parade, or other supernatural forces, the country knows. He loosened his tie and took it off. Even so, only a few high-ranking officials with authority know about this, and even they don't take it seriously. But enough of that. If you're ready, then come on. Siu flinched as he was called out, his face stiffening. Yushin rolled up his sleeves as if preparing for a duel. I already said it, right? No time limit, no rules. If you can use any skill to defeat me, I'll let you do whatever you want with those other monsters. Siu hesitated, still confused. You're not going to use a sword or dagger like you did yesterday? Yushin answered with a straight face. Of course not. Me not using one is the whole point of this fight. A weapon, no matter the type, is critical to a sorcerer. Although everyone's talents are different, all sorcerers lose half their power without a weapon. It reaches a point where, for them, a weapon becomes an extension of their own body. Yushin's demeanor turned hard as steel. But for me, I can take down a yokai-class monster with my bare hands. He began channeling his energy, slowly advancing as he explained. In other words, if you defeat me, it proves your rank is even higher than that. Siu was shaking slightly as his friend in front of him just kept yelling, "What are you doing? I told you to come at me!" Siu was shaking uncontrollably, sweating buckets, and his mind was completely blank on what to do. No more words needed. Siu charged straight ahead, and Yushin's eyes widened at the beast rushing toward him. A powerful hand, boosted by the strength of his spirit armor, shot forward. Yusi instantly raised his own to block, dodging Siu's attack. Then, he unleashed all his internal energy, pummeling Siu non-stop. One punch landed square on his face, and his vision went black. Yushin planted his foot for momentum and lunged forward. He spun around, delivering a kick that sent Siu flying into the distance, crashing hard and carving a long trench in the floor. Yushin didn't bother asking if he was okay. It was a pointless question, because he'd already seen Siu's insane recovery ability. In the dented floor, a few trails of blood trickled from Siu's wounds. Siu sat up, full of praise. You're amazing, Yushin. And since the main goal was just to snap his friend out of it, Yushin hadn't gone all out. He stood up, getting into a fighting stance to analyze his friend. This guy is like a manhwa protagonist. The actual damage he takes is basically zero. Yushin thought to himself, maybe I'm the one at a disadvantage. His fist was still trembling, like he'd just punched a solid wall. If he hadn't put enough power into it, his arm would have shattered. Siu just grinned excitedly and got back into his stance. Siu, you just realized your friend won't get hurt even if he uses his full strength. On the other hand, he was a bit worried Yushin had just realized what a dangerous monster he was as the atmosphere shifted. Then suddenly, a power breakthrough. Siu made the first move, rushing forward like the wind, determined to catch Yushin. Yushin coolly studied Siu's technique. He was faster than before, but his attack style was still the same old predictable pattern. This time, Siu managed to grab his friend's wrist, but Yushin expertly spun around, changing tactics. He brought his knee up, slamming it hard into Siu's head. He frowned, keeping a wary eye on Siu's every move. Then Siu grabbed one of Yushin's arms and flipped him into the air. Siu suddenly realized his opponent had already gathered his energy for a counterattack. Oh, power gathered from ancient times. His eyes changed as he growled out the words, "Source of fire, become one with this mortal flesh." Suddenly, Siu let him go. An enormous wave of power flooded the battlefield. Yushin quickly leaped backward, glaring at Choy Siu. "Hey man, is that thing you're holding what I think it is?" He stared at the shimmering object in his hand, looking like a confused lightning rod. "Probably. This is the first time I've ever summoned it myself." The battle was getting more intense by the second, to put it mildly. Choy Siu held the mace, looking completely bewildered. At this point, it was clear Siu's overall condition was hitting rock bottom. He took a deep breath and sighed. Physically, he was holding up okay. The real problem, however, was his demonic energy. Choy Siu thought back to yesterday's battle. During last night's fight, Siu had burned through about 93% of his demonic energy. Normally, that much energy would only take a full day of rest to recover, but in the thin atmosphere of the human world, recovery was way slower. But ironically, being nearly drained of power was actually helping him recreate the moment he first summoned the spirit mace. He frowned, trying to focus intensely. Even though he couldn't fully control his body, his consciousness and senses were incredibly sharp, letting him vividly recall that moment. Yusin voiced his disappointment. A bit of a letdown. I've read about the spirit mace in ancient texts. Either those records exaggerated its power, or the problem is you. His words got harsher, but from what I can see and feel, it's nothing special at all. I don't think those records were wrong. Suddenly, Yusin was stunned by the sight before him. Choy Siu leaped high into the air, preparing to strike. He squinted. I think so too. I'm definitely no different than last time. Then, Choy Siu slammed the mace into the ceiling, creating a massive shockwave. The arm he used to shield himself was smoking. At this point, Yusin started taking the fight a bit more seriously. He's tougher to handle than I thought, but if I go into my enhanced state, I can definitely defend against it. One attack after a huge leap like that must have taken a massive toll on his stamina and energy. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. I don't need to close the distance. I'll just stay on defense and wait for him to tire out. The mace was now stuck firmly in the ceiling. He gave it a tug to test its grip and was surprised. It actually works like this? Yusin was totally confused by the scene. What the hell? What are you doing? Choy Siu didn't bother hiding it and just spilled everything. Well, looks like winning up close is going to be tough. I don't think I can keep blocking that ultimate punch-like move of yours forever. He gripped the chain tightly after the mace changed its form. If there was one thing Siu knew for sure, it was that he couldn't replicate the power from last time. Choy Siu had transformed the mace with incredible flexibility in their previous battle. This new mace? Total downgrade. Not even half as powerful as the last one. It starts forming into a sphere. But hey, at least the kid can still kinda control its shape. He whips it around like a pinwheel. Turns out he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Here I come. Our boy's still stunned, not even reacting, when the sphere comes flying straight for Yusin. Luckily, he's fast enough to throw up a guard. Yusin grits his teeth, straining against the impact, but even so, he gets shoved all the way back into the wall. Without a word, Choy Siu recalls the sphere, getting ready for round 2. Seeing this, Yusin freezes for a second, then quickly backs off. He wasn't a moment too soon. A massive blow craters the very spot he just left. Yusin grinds his teeth, clearly getting rattled. His aura doesn't seem all that different from before. All he did was change the mace's shape and the way he swings it. And yet, the power just multiplied. The ground is literally dented now. He looks up, demanding an answer. Are you seriously going to play dirty? Choy Siu couldn't care less, casually replying, I'm no saint, but you're the one who suggested we fight, weren't you? This is a test to see if I can fight monsters. And that logic? It completely shuts Yusin up. In a real fight, shouldn't you be a little tricky? Fighting fair and square means absolutely nothing in a battle for your life. He smirks and continues, and if you think about it, the situation and perspective are a bit strange. Choy Siu basically offers Yusin a way out of the fight. After all, they're just teenagers and best friends. I was wrong, Siu. Sometimes admitting it is the solution, and they are just 2 kids. Those words hit him like a lightning bolt. It's not like he's wrong. My skills are still lacking. What can I do? At this point, Yusin is literally shaking with anger. Yeah, I guess you're right, Choy Siu. He's furious, more fired up than ever, but Choy Siu is ready to go. I've had enough of your nonsense. Wow, you're actually scared. Another attack comes flying, but Yusin manages to dodge it. He's not holding back, attacking relentlessly. Yusin scrunches his brow, trying to analyze it. He's supposed to be the faster one, but he can barely dodge these attacks. Slowly but surely, Yusin starts to adapt, weaving around the blows. He's getting the hang of his speed and style, and it's happening fast. Suddenly, Choy Siu yanks the chain, and Yusin's eyes go wide with shock. It's off course. Yusin reacts instantly, blocking with his hand, but he still gets sent flying into the wall. After that hit, he starts to panic. Yusin, are you okay? Looks like I changed my tactics to reduce the power of his attacks. Although he's probably much weaker than before, maybe I was injured earlier. Just then, the chain suddenly pulls taut. Yusin's voice rings out, causing Choy Siu to freeze. O God of justice and the Supreme One, true master of the Sunday. He tightens his grip on the chain, pulling it toward him, pleading for a divine command. Yusin finishes the chant, pointing 2 fingers at him. The willow leaf arrow materializes a magic attack with some serious power. Choy Siu just stares blankly, but then he senses something and looks up. Sure enough, the chain had been sliced right through. As Choy Siu is in freefall, Yusin rushes in to attack. He grinds his teeth, desperately trying to regain control. As the sphere is about to crash down again, Yusin senses it, turns, and just keeps chanting his spell with ease. He's decided to use his ultimate move, Moonlight Note painting the red sky. Right now, Yusin has no gear that can supplement his sacred skills. As a result, he can't use most of his abilities. Choy Siu lands safely, retrieves his weapon, and readies another attack, even with the few skills he can use. But in a flash, Yusin is right in front of him, his fist clenched. It's becoming nearly impossible to control its power. When fused with his energy, the holy power forges a weapon called the Goguk Art's Heavenly Sword. A sword appears in his hand, the Goguk Art's Heavenly Sword. Choy Siu grits his teeth and tries to counterattack, and the two blows collide. His mace shatters instantly. Even cobbled together in a hurry, the power to defeat a demon is just overwhelming. In the final moment, Yusin doesn't hesitate, he points his sword right at Choy Siu. The reason Yusin hesitates is that his opponent is just his friend. But that's also the very reason he makes his decision. He reacts fast, clenching his fist. Yusin quickly moves in for the attack. Suddenly, he freezes mid-motion. Yusin gets distracted looking at Choy Siu's shirt, and predictably, he eats a punch right to the jaw. He's completely stunned by this. Choy Siu is bewildered, totally confused. Why would he suddenly spare him at the very end? Even if you had finished me off, I would have recovered quickly anyway. Nope, that was everything I had, for real. Yusin just sprawled on the ground, not even trying to get back up. He admits it if he's fighting a real monster, no matter how strong, his powers are totally useless. Choy Siu remembers how Yusin's attack shattered, but hold on, he freezes. That skill only fails against one thing: a monster. Yusin, whether from pain or worry, starts crying while yelling at him. Damn it. Meanwhile, our boy Choy Siu is just standing under a perfectly clear sky, looking incredibly annoyed. Yusin finally snaps. Say something, will you? Just walking around with that worried look is seriously bugging me. So Siu, ever the smooth talker, stammers, no. Your nose. Does it hurt bad? What if it scars? Probably not. He touches his own nose reassuringly. I might not be a monster, but trust me, I've trained this body like crazy. A few scratches and tears? Give it a day, and I'll be pretty much healed up. Plus, you held back when you punched me, didn't you? Siu recalls the hit when his own attack failed. Yusin had nearly gone all out. Because if he hadn't, every bone in my nose would have been completely shattered. Yusin lets out a defeated sigh. Yeah, you're good. If you're gonna go around catching monsters or whatever, just do it. Hearing this from Yusin makes Choy Siu light up, but before he can even finish his thought, Yusin cuts him off. Thanks for understanding. I still don't get it, but I made a promise, so that's that. With that, Yusin pulls something out and hands it to Choy Siu. Here, take these. In his hand are 3 gourds, each a different color. These look like gourds, huh? They don't just look like them, they are. Yusin explains how to use them. Think of them like V-shaped, single-use bombs. Yeah, really. To use one, just hold it and chant some magic command. Or, if you're in a real hurry, just smash it on the ground. With your kind of strength, I bet just holding it will give it a little kick. Then, the magic inside the gourd will just explode out. He rattled all this off, but Choy Siu looked hesitant, asking, So I should only use one when I'm in serious danger, right? And be careful not to break them all at once. If you do, just break a few. Thanks, but is it okay for me to take all 3? Choy Siu's next words make Yusin freeze. This is your energy inside them, isn't it? With this much insane power packed in here, I can't imagine you can make these things easily. Yusin's eyes go wide with shock, but Choy Siu is completely oblivious. What the hell do you know? Have you seen these before? Ah, it's not that. Choy Siu picks up the red gourd. But just holding it, I can feel it. He could feel that familiar energy, the same kind of power I felt when we were fighting. A lot of it, and it's all crammed inside these little gourds. Everything he said was spot on. Siu's calculation was perfect. The 3 colored stream treasures, a specialty of the Yusin clan. Yusin had poured his own energy into those gourds. The inside of the gourd is like a special layer of ice. Whenever they have free time, a user pours their energy inside to store it. So at any time, in any situation, you can unleash magic that would normally be impossible to cast. And it's not just them, anyone who has the gourd can use the treasure to cast spells. Yusin stood there, a million questions flooding his mind. The whole point of that icy layer is to seal the user's energy, but to see through it and even sense the power inside. Let me see your hand. Choy Siu, though a little confused by the request, holds out his hand. What's up? People say you can read fortunes and personalities from palm lines, but most of that is total nonsense. Yusin stares at Choy Siu's hand, examining it for a long moment. But if one thing was for sure, he started trembling as he realized the truth. This wasn't just good compatibility. This was a prodigy. This was the skill of a true psychic, a master. A grandmaster, just like Yusin, couldn't stop shaking, staring at Choy Siu and giving him the creeps. I'm not 100% sure about your palm, but being able to feel the energy of the three-colored stream is one thing. Thinking back to how he fought, I'm almost certain. What's wrong? Choy Siu had a giant question mark floating over his head, if he's not a monster. I already told Dad, I don't need anyone's permission. His talent is at a level where, even if I took him as an apprentice, nobody would say a word. Yusin's eyes filled with panic, thinking of the danger Siu would face if this secret got out. Even now. It's probably not too late, right? Even if I can't hide that he's a monster, he's definitely half human. And his will to live is undeniable. Those stubborn fools would never give their blessing. Worse than that, they'd probably twist the whole thing around. An elf with a mage's talent? Let's be real, if it wasn't Siu, even Yusin would have a hard time warming up to that combo. But in the end, Yusin decided to play dumb and just offer up a vague prediction. If he'd spotted this just 3 days earlier, he'd have assumed that was just Siu's fate, a thought that made our boy's eyes go wide. Wait, you can tell all that just from my palm? Kinda. So, you planning on going back to school? At the question, Choy Siu just looks down at his clothes and sighs. I guess I should find a uniform that actually fits first, huh? Right now, this tracksuit is literally all I have to wear. He shifts his feet, complaining, You have no idea. Even my feet feel like they've shrunk by half a size. Well, that's a surprise. Yusin couldn't resist a little teasing, making Choy Siu freeze up. But hey, seeing everyone's reaction when you show up at school is going to be priceless. If you just stand there quietly and don't announce that you're Choy Siu, I wonder how many people would even recognize you. At that, Siu just groans. You're enjoying this, aren't you? My head's going to explode just thinking about it. Just then, he checks the time on his phone. No wonder I'm starving. Hearing that, Choy Siu suggests they eat somewhere else, which leaves Yusin a little confused. Then let's eat there, my treat. What's the problem? We can just go to your usual spot. He was hoping for a repeat of last time, but Siu regretfully shuts him down. Unless it's that kimchi fried rice you made before. The one with pork belly was amazing. I was going to buy some, but that's probably not a good idea. Choy Siu tries to explain, We have a guest over, and they're probably sound asleep right now. A guest. The word choice leaves Yusin completely baffled. Yeah, and besides, I need to go somewhere after we eat anyway. Thinking fast, he makes a call. Let's just go there. Yusin sighs, letting Siu off the awkward hook. Look, you don't have to force yourself to explain things you're uncomfortable with. I've told you that before. Whatever you want to do with those monsters is your business. I don't mind. With that, he walks on ahead, but not without a parting shot. Guess you've got some monsters to have lunch with. So let's postpone for today, all right? You can just treat me next time. Before walking away, Yusin glances back with one last piece of advice. And stop walking around with your head down like you've committed some kind of crime. No matter who you run into, walk with your chest held high, because you've earned that right. Cut to the location our boy was heading for. Choy Siu glances around, trying to get his bearings in an old residential district. All the houses are empty. Wait, am I in the right place? He finds himself before an ancient-looking door. His middle school-level character reading skills are not helping. Amwaldang? What the heck does that even mean? Suddenly, the door creaks open, revealing a seriously jacked dude. Choy Siu freezes, a wave of fear washing over him. This guy isn't human. He's a monster, and a crazy powerful one at that. The guy completely ignores Siu's terrified stare, just strolling past with a look of pure boredom. Just then, another figure appears. Oh my, a guest we haven't seen before, Hongryun says, greeting him with a warm and welcoming smile. It's an absolute honor. My name is Hongryun, and I am the master of this Amwaldang. Choy Siu, in turn, gives a polite little bow. Hello, ma'am. My name is Choy Siu. I was referred here for a cleaning job. They gave me this address and told me to come here first. At that, her eyes widen in surprise before she gestures for him to come in. You're Siu? I've heard old Yumang speak of you. Well then, please, come in. Stepping inside, Siu is immediately on guard, his eyes darting everywhere. The inside isn't just dark, a thick black fog blankets everything. After walking for just a moment, Choy Siu finds himself in a completely different place. Choy Siu is absolutely stunned by the sight before him. It's a whole village, completely contradicting the world outside. Hongryun brings out tea, pouring it into 2 cups. She sits down across from him, gesturing to the drink. But Choy Siu hesitates, still a little shy. Please, help yourself to the tea. Thank you. He glances around curiously before finally asking, This isn't Seoul, is it? I mean, the view is way too clear. And the wind. The air here feels unbelievably fresh. Hongryun doesn't bother hiding the truth and simply smiles. That's right, Amwaldang is a pocket dimension, separated from a piece of the human world. Since this place has been cut off from human civilization for hundreds of years, it's kept its clean air and the pure energy of the old world. Siu hangs on her every word, completely captivated. And if you're wondering what this place is for, think of us as a one-stop shop. We provide everything demons need to adapt to life in the human realm. Suddenly, the old man's words echo in his mind. If you visit on a nice day, it'll prove useful to you. That's exactly what he'd said. But even if they called themselves a store for monsters, Choy Siu raises a hand. With a quick snap, a scroll of demon currency appears from thin air. He unrolls it and asks his question. I was given this. I hear it's the demon world's currency? Can I use this here? That's the one. Of course you can. We handle all sorts of transactions and even currency exchanges. Hong Ryun's last words trip him up. Currency exchange? Yes. Many demons work in the human world, but most exchange their demon currency for human money. As she begins to explain the exchange rates to him, Siu's mind starts racing. With the exchange rate here, 1 Nihong is 3 million. Hearing that, Choy Siu pretty much short-circuited. And yeah, that price already included the commission. His jaw just dropped, frozen solid for a second. For a 17-year-old, the most cash he'd ever held was a measly 720,000 gold. Hong Run, seeing her chance, smoothly changed the subject. So, you want to see what all that money can buy? And just like that, she had her people bring in the goods. Show our esteemed guest the demon spirit pills. Yes, ma'am. Inside were 9 vials, 3 types with 3 different colors. Hong Run began her sales pitch. These are the demon spirit pills our clients usually buy. This little pill enhances demon energy recovery. See, demon power is basically non-existent in the human world. And even in the demon world, getting your energy back naturally takes a hot minute. She explained how they were made with a secret Dark Moon Hall family recipe using herbs straight from the demon world. So even in a place where demon energy is super weak, pop one of these, and you can absorb a ton of it. Our boy was desperate. I'll buy it. I really, really need it. Do the different colors mean they have different effects? Hong Run nodded, laying out the tiers. That's right. The color corresponds to the pill's level, based on its nisu. Silver demon spirit pills are 10 nang, gold is 3, and black is 1. Choy Siu's mind was racing. Higher level meant faster recovery. But if you want it to work tonight, she purred, then I recommend the black pill. And there it is, the slick little smirk. Fish on the hook. Okay, give me 1 black pill. Should I use it now? Of course. If you're quick, you should feel the effects by tonight. She was feeling pretty pleased with herself. But here's the thing, it really didn't matter which pill he ate. Demons had talked about this stuff before. 2 things are most important: the size and the absorption rate of your inner core. Core size is basically your total power level. The older a demon gets and the more monsters it eats, the bigger that core grows. He popped the lid without a second thought. Absorption rate, on the other hand, is all about how fast you recover energy from your surroundings. And it's almost impossible to train that rate up. For most demons, it comes down to natural talent or your bloodline. Hong Run was practically buzzing, thinking her little plan was a masterpiece. If they were high level, it would take 3 or 4 hours to fully absorb a black pill. But a half demon? He'd be lucky to digest half of it in a few days before his body just flushed it out. With a jealous glare, she watched Choy Siu put the pill in his mouth. She wasn't technically times lying. If he just absorbed half the pill, his pathetic little core might actually recover by morning. He tossed it back and swallowed it whole. Just as she'd assessed, the black pill was a miracle drug for Siu. 1 was enough to restore his core 3 or 4 times over. But while Hong Run was still smugly patting herself on the back, a blinding light erupted from him. Then a massive explosion shook the whole room, sending teacups flying everywhere. But that meant only one thing: the pill was a perfect match for his core size. She stared, her eyes wide with total disbelief. Impossible. No way. He literally just swallowed the pill a few seconds ago. Through the smoke, Choy Siu's silhouette appeared. How did he absorb that much demon energy so ridiculously fast? He just let out a long, heavy sigh. 3 days. He'd been a demon for 3 days, and his body was now radiating insane power from 1 low-level pill. What did I just eat? For the first time ever, Choy Siu felt 100% no, more than 100% of his own demon power. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, Donggu was respectfully offering a drink. How is it? He presented the bottle with a nervous smile. This is 6-flower wine. I had it specially prepared when I heard the young master was visiting. It's brewed from 6 flowers that bloom by the Sanu River, with some added spices. Sium took a sip, analyzing the taste. Not bad, a little wasted on an amateur like you, though. He then immediately started probing about Hong Run. I haven't seen that little brat Hong Run in a while. She said she'd be right back after meeting someone. Should I take that to mean she doesn't consider me an important guest? Donggu started sweating bullets, stammering an answer. Of course not. She just got a little held up with something she had to handle. Sium raised an eyebrow, listening. There was a guest. sent here specifically by old man Mente. Now, times that times got his attention. Old Mente, you say? Which guest was it? I don't know the details, but I heard he's a half-demon with goblin blood. Hearing this, the man just scoffed in disgust. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just that worthless kid. But that old man wasn't playing around either, ranting about how someone could vanish without leaving a single drop of blood. Heiyu's voice was just getting more and more obnoxious. Unbelievable. That old geezer actually found a half-demon to make fight in the festival. He even called the poor thing a monster, and of course, spotted another contestant. Seeing Donggu listen in silence, he started feeling himself and blamed him. Why so quiet all of a sudden? Is pouring my wine that boring for you? Called out by Choy Siu, Donggu could only take it in silence. Or maybe it's because you're a failed half-demon too, and my words are hitting a little too close to home. Still not satisfied, he gleefully started mocking the identities of everyone in the Dark Moon Hall. You know, I heard a few things from my sister about your so-called 1,000-year tradition. But from what I hear, this Dark Moon Hall is just a shelter for half-demons with nowhere else to go, right? These vague things that can't be human or demon, can't call themselves human, but aren't accepted by the demon world either. He could only clench his fists in frustration. This place was founded because of the hardships half-demons like you have to endure, all to become something useful and recognized. Whatever the outcome, I suppose we should call that clever of you, right? Choy Siu sneered with a smirk. Amadou being what it is, there will never be a day when wretched things like you are called true demons. After running his mouth, he turned and asked, "Don't you think so?" Donggu, though furious, kept it all inside to stay alive. How would a mere mortal like me know the future? Your cup is empty, sir. Shall I pour you another? Seeing his reaction, Choy Siu just sighed dramatically. Let's change the subject then. Once a merchant, always a merchant. Even if I gave you the world, it wouldn't be any fun. Hey, I'm sorry. He got back to the main topic. So, when do I get to go outside? It should be ready sometime today, sir. We've exchanged all the demon stones you provided, and all information about your location and status in the human world has been handled as you requested, young master. The highest quality service, with the condition of as little human contact as possible. Hearing this, Choy Siu praised him with satisfaction, and he politely replied, "You handle things much faster than I thought. You are the one who risked his life for the lower realm, so of course, I must do my best." He tried to look humble while lifting his cup. It wasn't for your benefit, it's just because they were annoying. Some bastards came out of nowhere causing trouble, but from a master's perspective, I can't just let that slide, can I? Deep down, Choy Siu had his own agenda. Besides, if I contribute to my family's fame, even my father will have to acknowledge my right to participate in the festival. My talent is no less than my siblings. But I was born 100 years later than them, that's the only difference between us. After a moment, he put his cup down and called out, "First, I have to get contestant status by any means necessary, and in the remaining 6 months, I must catch up to and surpass them, no matter what. Look for that girl, Hong Ryun." Hearing Choy Siu's order, Donggu was about to go find her, but was held back. "I'll see if she can come right away." "Not yet. There's something else I need you to do, something more than finding me a drinking buddy." Choy Siu made his demand without any pretense. "While I'm in the human world, I want that girl to serve me." Seeing the sheer horror in Donggu's vacant eyes, he quickly explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. I have no intention of playing around with a mere half-demon girl, even if she is quite pretty. I'm not here in the lower world for leisure. Besides hunting those foreign bastards, there's something else I'm aiming for. But we don't do that, young master." Choy Siu got all high and mighty, using his status to apply pressure. "I know, but aren't you a merchant? You should just shut up and do what a high-paying customer like me asks, and not disappoint me, right?" He dropped one last line that made Donggu gasp in fear, reconsider, and pass the message to that girl. Suddenly, the earlier explosion rocked the area, making both of them jump in surprise. From their position, they could see smoke rising from a corner. Choy Siu stared in that direction, confused. What was that? The scene cuts to a convenient explanation of how demon energy sources work. Like a stream of water, energy is a current that flows through all creation. For living beings, that stream is like a pool of water that collects over time. The composition of the water and how each creature uses that flow differs. However, the general principle is the same for all species, whether they are demons or humans. Even if you increase the size of the bowl, it can't hold more water than its capacity. Honestly, a basic principle like this doesn't need fancy words. Amidst Hong Ryun's panic, Choy Siu stood there asking with concern, "Are you all right? It seems you were accidentally caught in my little accident." She was too shocked to say a word. "In any case, this pill is more effective than you mentioned. But why is your body now radiating energy all around? Something very good is happening. So what do you call that feeling of being able to do absolutely anything?" Apparently, that basic principle just doesn't apply to our boy Siu. Suddenly, a voice cuts through, making Hong Run jump. What now? It's Ha Yu Seum, strolling over with his hands clasped behind his back like he owns the place. You insolent fool, how dare you recklessly release your energy here without an ounce of fear? She knew he was furious and scrambled to get up, trying to smooth things over. If you're that clueless, maybe I should teach you a lesson? Young Master Yuselm, this is my fault. It's not this guest's doing. Before Hong Run could finish, Hu cuts in, fuming. Please calm down and be quiet. His tone was so sharp it froze her on the spot. I didn't ask you, and I certainly didn't give you permission to speak. This girl. Do you take me for an idiot? Hate gritted his teeth, his displeasure obvious. I'm certain the demonic energy and that thunderous noise came from this failure right here. And look at him, still cluelessly releasing his power. Choy Siu just stayed silent for a moment, taking in every word he said. You witnessed it yourself, and you're still telling me to let it go for such a ridiculous reason? Hong Run kept trying to calm him down. Yusum was so desperate she even knelt down to beg. Young master, please, I'm so sorry. And that's when our boy finally spoke. I'm still not used to controlling my demonic energy. Choy Siu, a kid who was normally gentle even with humans, took the blame himself. I never thought this would happen. If I've bothered you in any way, I truly apologize. But for the first time in his life, his energy core was overflowing, making both his body and mind absolutely ecstatic. He was practically buzzing, so high on this surplus energy that he couldn't quite control his actions or his words. But even so, I think what you said to someone you just met was a little rude, and just like that, the kid's nature became more demon than human. Like pouring gasoline on a fire, the guy got even angrier, snapping back. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you think? Choy Siu gave a bright smile, a gentle reminder. I'm sincerely sorry, but calling me a failure? Let's not use such crude words. And that was it. He Yusel couldn't hold back anymore and just attacked. He sent the kid flying across the courtyard as she watched in horror. Choy Siu slammed hard into the nearby steps. Hong Run was so scared she couldn't even speak, and while she was panicking, he shot a condescending glare at our boy. I'm not sure if your head can even process this, but you better not even dream of crossing the line. This isn't a fight. This is discipline. Caught by the surprise attack, Choy Siu sat there stunned. This was just a lesson for an inferior being. He raised his finger to strike again. Hai Teos's attack closed in on him once more. Unsurprisingly, Choy Siu took another hit. She finally snapped out of it and tried to negotiate. Young master, please calm down. Whatever the reason, the dark moon forbids violence. But before Hong Run could finish, he struck her in 3 vital spots. No matter how powerful your family is, young master, if headquarters finds out about this, they'll never let it go. She immediately coughed up blood from the pain. He growled out his command. I told you, don't even dream of crossing the line. Hong Run trembled, trying to hold herself up, while Hede Yuselm just kept insulting her. I kept an eye on you, thinking you were the smartest of the hounds, but you're nothing more than a half-demon whore. She cried out in pain. What was that? Why can't I feel any demonic energy? Suddenly, something invisible to the naked eye appeared. After dealing with Hong Run, he gave his order to the kid. This was a divine beast, the unique power of the He clan. Hey, you half-demons, if you're not deaf, then listen closely. Get over here and kneel before me, now. After that last hit, Siu wasn't scared at all. He just stood up, took off his jacket, and issued a challenge. I'll teach you both the proper etiquette. Your master should have taught you this. Is he spouting nonsense again? He threw his jacket on the ground and stepped closer. If you want to talk, then talk properly. Beating people up, then saying, I'll teach you manners is not how it works. Siu powered up his offensive stance. That's not the right way to do things, is it? Let's just continue like we started. Seeing the kid had no fear, Hete Yuselm didn't mind getting his hands dirty again. Fine, if you're that eager to die. As his attack rushed forward again, Choy Siu's eyes snapped open to watch. He skillfully caught every single one. This left the other two completely stunned. Choy Siu calmly spoke as if that was just a warm-up. The things you just threw. That was water, right? I don't get the principles or whatever, but since it's all just demonic arts, it felt like you threw water droplets at me at an insane speed. He remembered getting hit out of nowhere. Maybe the first thing that hit me was the spilled tea on the ground. Forget water droplets, that felt like getting hit by a car. See that? Just a faint smell of tea. If you knew what was good for you, you'd be ready for round 2. Suddenly, these little water droplets, about the size of a fingernail, just popped into existence out of thin air. So it seems this guy can use moisture in the air, or maybe the dew on the grass, and whatever just hit us came from a distance. And the further away it is, the stronger it gets, probably thanks to acceleration. He smirks, completely unimpressed and not even trying to hide it. But he dealt with something just like this last night with someone else. Hearing Choy Siu say that makes Hede freeze for a few seconds. Compared to last time, you're not even in the same league. And with that, he stopped talking and lunged forward to attack. Sorry if that hurts your feelings, by the way. And just like that, Choy Siu vanished, leaving only an afterimage of energy behind. It took a moment, but the insult finally sunk in, and he gritted his teeth in rage. That damn half-breed. He watched as Choy Siu rushed toward him. He met him head-on. Hede watched, calculating his next move, then attacked with his right hand. Honestly, his control over his power was a disaster. You could literally see the path his demonic power was taking, which means the dude doesn't even know he's supposed to hide it. While Mr. Arrogant was busy swinging, Choy Siu ducked under his guard toward his waist. I will definitely make you pay for your stupidity. Totally predictable. I thought it was pretty obvious. Before the guy could even react, he landed a massive, damaging blow right to Hede stomach. Hong Run's jaw dropped. She was speechless. So this is what Yusin saw, how he could read all her movements. Choy Siu stood before him, cockily brushing back his hair while looking at the trembling guy clutching his gut. Whatever, you got hit, didn't you, kid? The scene then shifts to a different time at the Dark Moon Hall, total disbelief. Mogang looked at the chaos and sighed. 10 years. My first vacation in 10 years. And it's a short one at that. I can't believe something like this happened now. Behind him, Donggu could only bow his head and take the blame. It's my fault. If I had just been a little more careful, but blaming yourself isn't going to help. Mogang gently reassured him. Besides, this wasn't your responsibility. From the start, dealing with him wasn't your job or Hong Ran's. I knew the youngest of the Heechi clan was a prodigy, but I never imagined this. With that, he turned to ask about her condition, and Donggu answered. So, is Hong Rian badly hurt? It seems she has a few injuries, but nothing too serious. He frowned, feeling bad for Hong Run. It's more than just physical wounds. She's heartbroken, blaming herself for causing all this. Mogang listened in silence as Donggu explained her mistake for her. But even if it was dark absorption magic, how could she have predicted such a rapid absorption speed? He waited for him to finish before explaining. Her fast absorption is exactly what gave us a chance to test him. So, speaking of, where is our guest? Over in the room where Choy Siu was resting, a table was covered in delicious-looking dishes, but he just sat there dazed, as if he hadn't fully processed what he did during his adrenaline rush. The kid was having a moment. Choy Siu had been through this once before, but not quite like this. Unlike the incident 3 days ago, he didn't completely lose control of his body. The memories of the fight just kept replaying. His life force made him go a little wild, but all the emotions and the will to fight were completely his own. The life force that had been released was gone, and the surging emotions had finally cooled down, and then it hit. He felt completely numb, frozen on the spot. That post-battle clarity kicked in fast. What was that? A sound echoed nearby. Choy Siu was sprawled out on the floor, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. Honestly, he thought, the fight itself was justified. Regardless of his personality, the guy used violence to the point where he could kill people. He couldn't stop thinking about that feeling. Cutting off his arm was necessary to disable his magic, and even now he could do it again without any hesitation. But at that moment, what he felt was pure bliss. It was pure joy derived from the act of cutting off his opponent's arm. As Choy Siu was lost in thought, a voice called out, "Maybe it's just a temporary thing. May I come in?" He saw the person's silhouette behind the door and sat up to answer. "Oh, yes." She walked in, her face looking grim. Seeing Hong Run, the first thing Choy Siu did was ask about her health. "You were injured before. Are you feeling better now?" She immediately replied, "Yes, it was just a very minor wound. But that's a pretty big deal to you, isn't it?" You coughed up blood. "I've been through that too, and it's not what I'd call a minor injury." Right in front of Choy Siu, Hong Run knelt down to apologize. "Please forgive me, master. I lost control, and I acted in a way I never should have before you." This whole situation left our boy completely baffled. Like, nope, the fight's on me, not you. I should be the one saying sorry. After all, I'm the one who could bring the house down. And just like that, she was overcome with shame. "It's all my fault. That black spirit pill should have never been for you." Choy Siu just freezes. "The effect you wanted could have been achieved with a silver pill, or even a basic one. I suggested the black spirit pill, even though I knew." Our hero stammers back, not quite believing his ears. "So, are you saying you scammed me?" The black spirit pill was the most expensive. Hong Run just dives right into her tragic backstory. "But you've heard this story before. I'm a half-breed human dad, demon mom, and in this world, that comes with a secret rule book. See, kids born from a human and a demon parent aren't exactly a rare sight. It's not unusual for the two races to connect and have kids, but the children born from this get an equal split of qualities from each parent. In other words, they don't fit in anywhere, not human, not demon. She continues, her brow furrowed with drama. For most half-breeds, they're born with a raw survival instinct. They can sense all this energy around them, but they can't actually absorb it. And guess who's been living this special kind of painful life? Hongrun herself. It's a uniquely painful existence being tormented by a thirst, knowing you could quench it at the world's spring, but you can never actually drink from it. Even when they use potions like the Quanglian elixir, it only moistens their dry lips for a little while. And at this, Choy Siu's eyes go wide with absolute shock. That's why I'm so jealous of you. He just sits there, completely stunned. For half-breeds like us, you're some kind of miracle. Even though you carry the mixed blood of a human and a demon, you possess these insane demon powers. She thinks back to her actions. Getting that black spirit elixir wasn't for personal gain. Someone out there has the one thing I desperately want but can never have. I just couldn't accept that. I was playing both sides, messing things up and trying to fix them. With that, Hongrun bows her head low again in apology. A cruel deception for a merchant, a crime worthy of death. But just as she's deep in her pity party, another voice cuts in. No matter the punishment, an apology can be delivered the wrong way. Mo Rang enters, stroking that magnificent beard of his. Whatever punishment is given, it ultimately puts the blame back on the person receiving the apology. Both of them were totally shocked to see him. The master strolls in coolly and introduces himself. My apologies for everything. I am Mo Jiang, head of this humble cultivation family. Mo Jiang then tells Hong Run, stop bothering the manager and go on and entertain our guest. But it's fine, I'll handle things your way. And to calm her down even more, our hero finally chimes in. I understand the apology, and I accept it. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Choy Siu humbly tries to take some blame, which makes the old man grin. If possible, I'd like a refund for that black spirit pill. Of course, totally reasonable. With everything settled, Hong Run gives him a deep bow. But even though it's over, you can tell that guilt is still eating her up inside. It felt more like an excuse than an apology. But honestly, I'm just grateful you accepted it at all. Hearing this, Choy Siu just scratches his arm in response. I guess it wasn't that big of a mistake. The two of them sit face to face and start talking. If you agree, I'd like to set up a reconciliation meeting for the future. Reconciliation? Mo Jiang reveals the other guy's identity. The person you fought, Yuselm, is the youngest son of the Hede clan, also known as the Divine Beast. After hearing this, our guy thinks for a second. He looks a lot different than I imagined. Of course, the Hede clan I know is certainly worthy of the Divine Beast title. If you really understood the situation, he recalls how Yuselm stomped off absolutely furious. I didn't think it would be such a significant problem, but there could be some misunderstandings that won't work out for you. I'll make you regret this. Mo Jiang makes his offer. Before these misunderstandings get any worse, we need to meet up and explain our sides of the story. He even takes some blame for his own people's carelessness. It was our mistake that led both of you into this awkward situation. So please, don't be too hard on me. I get it. Yeah, it's fine though. Choy Siu isn't really bothered by this. You don't need to go so far as taking all the blame and forcing a meeting. This clearly shocks Mo Jiang, but our hero stays cool and unafraid. But sir, if they come to me, I'll tell them exactly what happened in my own words. And thinking back on it, Choy Siu has zero regrets about how he handled things. It was his fault for escalating things from a simple apology to over-the-top violence and personal insults. So, I did what I had to do. He says it with a dead serious look. It was a clear-cut case of right and wrong, yet Han and his teacher apologized for. Not apologizing and for a situation that could have led to a fight. He'd rather just fight. It's less complicated. Now that's what you call a profound statement. Mo Jiang is actually a little intrigued by Choy Siu's way of thinking, but still warns him not to underestimate the He clan. See, even Lord Yusem's younger brothers are on a whole different level than the reckless, inexperienced demon our hero just fought. The kid just casually licks his finger and replies with the most chill attitude ever. Isn't it obvious? I guess so. I haven't met many demons, but I've already fought at least two who were stronger than him, although, he admits, none of them really seemed like bad guys. His words make the old man pause, but it's inevitable. To become the Demon King, I have to fight and defeat every single one of them. Mo Jiang just stares back. That's not something you hear every day, and you say it so easily. He was about to give Choy Siu a reality check, but the kid just casually shot back. If I said stuff like that anywhere else, I could die, right? I know, and I'm prepared for it. Hearing Choy Siu talk, Mo Jiang just furrows his brow, on edge. He thinks this kid Yusem is just acting tough for no good reason. If I start talking about becoming the Demon King, it's going to be a complete disaster. The boy is totally oblivious to the old man's stare and keeps talking. Just thinking of those guys roaming the world in 6 months is terrifying. And just like that, the old man bursts out laughing. So how are you going to stop them? That is the most ridiculously bold claim I've ever heard. Laugh all you want, but I've got nothing else to say. Mo Jiang looks at the kid seriously, reassessing him. Oh no, I'm not laughing at all. Instead, I'm actually getting quite interested. Our guest, I just thought of him as some poor kid who ran into bad luck. Seems I was a bit too quick to judge. He reaches a hand inside his robes. It's the first time since the previous master that he's had such a strong gut feeling after a change. After some searching, Mo Jiang pulls something out and places it on the table, stunning the kid. It's a jackpot, no doubt about it. He explains what it is and lays out what he desires in return. This is a gift we give to guests at the House of Humility as a token of our apology. But if I put it that way, you might not take it. So, should I rephrase that? Mo Jiang frankly states his true intentions. It might be too soon to say this, but I want to invest in your future. Some time passes, and Choy Siu finally heads home. He's totally beat, just dragging himself into the house. What a wild day, and it's almost time for dinner. Suddenly, a voice cuts in, getting Choy Siu's attention. Where have you been? You're just getting home? Sorry, I didn't realize I'd be out for so long. Siwa is standing there, looking annoyed, with a bird perched on her arm. But then, her expression finally softens a bit. Well, it's fine, it wasn't that long. And besides, I just received some information. Choy Siu's ears perk up, and he bows his head. Information? Hello, Somi. The second he says it, the bird attacks him right in the face. Siwa watches this and immediately scolds him. Are you an idiot? What makes you think this is Somi? The colors of their feathers are completely different. A necromancer bound a soul to the feathers of a dead magpie. After the attack, it takes off and flies away. She then warns him to be careful with the real Somi. Siwa raises an eyebrow to make her point. Even though she's a magpie, she doesn't have a single white feather. It's been a sore subject for her since she was a child. Somi might not get angry if you accidentally say something, given her personality, but that doesn't mean she won't be hurt by it. After getting his face rearranged by a bird, Choy Siu obediently listens. Yeah, okay, I'll be careful. Anyway, that messenger was sent by Somi. She's been running all over the place since last night gathering information, and then she recounts the entire situation. Over the past month, there have been several disappearances across the city, a pretty significant number. The last known locations of the missing people are all clustered in a few areas. Hearing this, our hero starts to feel the tension build. Those are probably the hunting grounds for those outsiders. Tonight, we're planning on hunting them at one of those locations. Siwa continues on to another matter. And before that, there's something you have to prepare. Choy Siu gets slapped before he can even finish talking. Okay, just tell me what. He stares at her, completely clueless, with question marks floating around his head. I can understand if the treatment isn't the best. I'm an unexpected guest, and I won't complain about my sudden change in status. Siwa plants a foot on him to complain. But as for the other thing, you made me wear your damp, stinky clothes. I really thought you might have brought back something decent halfway through the day. But this is my most valuable training uniform. Enough already. Without another word, she radiates pure murderous intent and orders Choy Siu to go buy clothes right now. Before long, the two of them arrive at a clothing shop. Seo Hua pipes up. Here we are. What's this place called again? The best department store in the country? Siu just gawks at the massive building. I don't know about best in Korea. There are way bigger ones outside the city. Seo Hua, however, is simply amazed. Humans built this, right? They managed something this impressive without magic. Meanwhile, Siu's face twists up, clearly deep in thought about something. A kid in a department store. No, this is his first time ever actually buying decent clothes. It wasn't that he didn't care. He was at that age. He even had the determination to save up his allowance. But as always, there was one little problem. His old, chubby self kept flashing through his mind. A girl he knew, Yu Xin, had once asked Han about it. We just need to buy one set of clothes, right? But all Siu could do was sigh. I'll wait until I lose some weight. Remembering that moment, Siu's resolve hardens. He thinks to himself, this is the moment I've been dreaming of. Today, right now, I'm going to enjoy every second of it. He flashes a brilliant smile at Seo Hua. Go on, try on anything you like and just tell me if you want to buy it. Her response is ice cold. Yeah, I was planning on it. Thanks for now, I guess. Let me say that again. This is the kid's first time in a department store. Siu is just looking around, completely stunned. And that's why he had no idea about the typical price tags in a place like this. Suddenly, an eager sales clerk swoops in. Your girlfriend must be so lucky. Not many boyfriends are willing to spend this much. Now, every single step Choy Siu takes feels heavier than the last. He's just thinking, why is there an extra zero on everything? All of a sudden, the clerk gasps, oh my gosh. She spotted Seo Hua trying on a very sexy black outfit and just couldn't contain her excitement. It suits you perfectly. Looking in the mirror, Seo Hua isn't exactly over the moon. It's not bad. What do you think? Poor Choy Siu is in absolute agony, thinking, over 5 million. Thank God I exchanged enough cash. He somehow forces the words out. Yeah, I think it looks awesome. Right on cue, his bank sends a transaction alert. Mr. Choy Siu, 1,800,001, single payment, Brandon department store. At this point, he's just staring at the amount deducted from his account, his soul having left his body. Seolhwa glances over and asks, "Oh, did I tell you to throw away the clothes you came here in?" He just sighs, thinking, stay calm. Seol Chua still has a lot to learn in the future, and more importantly, he has to remember why he got a demon in the first place. Her voice pipes up again. Hey, let's go buy the next outfit over there. Siu is completely floored. You're buying more? She looks at him sadly. What are you talking about? You can't be here for one day and only have a single outfit to wear. Choy Siu is left stammering, totally speechless. Suddenly, Seol Hua signals for him. Oh, right, come here for a second. Although Choy Siu has no idea what she's doing, he listens, holding out both of his hands, palms up. Seol Hua places something in them. He looks closer at his palms and realizes they're gold coins. Choy Siu is absolutely astonished by what he's seeing. You think 10 demon coins will be enough? She asks him. If you need more, just tell me, if there's any left. Seol Hua is looking at him like he's a charity case. You can keep it, it's not much, but consider it a thank you. Then she turns away, her voice a little rushed. Let's go. Drawn in by all the luxury clothing stores, Seol Hua tries on outfit after outfit, asking for Siu's opinion. How is it? He immediately starts laying on the flattery. Amazing! She tries on another one. And what about this? Siu applauds. You look absolutely beautiful. Hearing that, she gets a little shy and scratches her neck. Really? He gives her a thumbs up and says, totally incredible, but his only reward is a punch from Seol Hua. Face down on the ground, he whines. But why? She replies, I'm not sure. I just felt annoyed. Siu, now carrying a mountain of shopping bags, says, I'm actually a little surprised. Seol Hua immediately snaps back. How so? So Siu explains, this is your first time in the human world, right? But when you pick out clothes, it seems like you have your own style and know more than I do. Seol Hua reveals her secret, it's because of Sony. She doesn't hesitate to explain. She thought I was interested, so she just kept bringing me things and forcing them on me. It was seriously annoying. Siu just looks at her thinking, but you still meticulously checked out every single item, didn't you? Seol Hua continues. And honestly, the reason I came to the human world, suddenly, a voice from behind cuts her off. Oh, I'm sorry. He looks over at a girl speaking to the guy next to her. Be careful, we have to hurry. Seol Hua looks at Siu and mutters, I thought it was just you, but it seems like humans in general are pretty withdrawn. At this, Siu finally pays attention and looks back at her, asking, what do you mean? Seol Hua asks him seriously. That guy, he bumped into you because it was his fault, right? Just one word on a subject like that. Just one look. That's how all problems get solved. Seol Hua even gives him a visual aid. You too. If he'd shown that kind of attitude, you need to make him pay, right now. Not kill him, but you have to crush him so badly he never even dreams of looking you in the eye again. And Siu? Yeah, he was a little stunned. Does it really have to be that extreme? She didn't hesitate. Yes. Seol Hua's eyes turned to ice, driving the point home. That's a human world problem, and I don't know all the details. But if a monster like you shows that kind of weakness, you'll just get labeled a pushover no matter how strong you are. All the pressure was now on Siu. The second you look weak, you aren't strong anymore. Even if you're powerful, if you can be beaten without any consequences, you're just juicy prey for any winner who comes along. Seol Hua crossed her arms, staring right into Siu's soul. You probably bowed your head to Hetty. Even though you could have won, should have won, you just let him off easy. Siu was completely floored by her words. How could she possibly know? She just shrugged, all casual and cool. How do I know? The moment I walked in, I was hit by the smell of a wet dog, among other stenches. But that particular kind of stink is pretty rare. Her explanation just made Siu even more amazed. If you were only just barely winning, was it the youngest of the three brothers? He's a bit short and lacks any real dignity. Ugly, too. Yeah, that's him. You know him? She let out a long sigh, like just thinking about him was exhausting. Not really know him. He's the brother of a friend's sister. We fought once. And just like that, the memory came flooding back. About 20 years ago, I think there were some rumors going around about me. She heard them and started a fight over some non-existent grudge. The woman was almost 100 years older than me. It was ridiculous. Siu, seizing the chance, had to ask the big question. So, did you fight her? Seol Hua just nodded. Of course, why wouldn't I? If you're going to ask something, ask if I won. Predictably, she added. Actually, even asking if I won is kind of dumb. I completely and utterly crushed her. I made it crystal clear we were never meeting again, and her annoying face needed to stay away. The story left Siu a bit awkward, trying to find something to say. Anyway, I haven't seen him since, but according to Somi, he's still running around making all sorts of threats. Seolhwa pointed right at his face and said, "Look, the important thing is, if you're gonna stomp on someone, you stomp hard." With a hard gaze, Seolhwa continued her little lecture. As a human, you can't just adapt to a monster's way of thinking, but at the very least, when you use violence, be decisive. In the end, that's the option that uses less violence. Choy Siu bowed his head respectfully. I'll keep that in mind. But oh, Seolhwa wasn't done. Of course, you should be ready to kill anything you meet here. Hearing that, he snapped his head up to repeat her. Here? Right then, in a bustling department store, a voice rang out. Hurry up! A helpless guy asked his girlfriend, Can't you slow down a little? She shot back. If we're even a little late, they said, the wait time resets. She kept pulling her boyfriend's arm. I've waited a whole week just for this. She glanced back over her shoulder. What's wrong with you? I said we need to hurry. But when she turned back around, poof, the guy was gone. She frantically searched the crowd for that familiar face. What? She looked left, right, completely bewildered. Where are you? Stop playing around, seriously. Nearby, a pair of crossed legs had been watching the whole time. And there she was, sitting pretty. Chin in her hand, she smirked and said, I'm sure of it, with an incredibly smug grin. Those two are no fun to eat except in a fight. It's better to target the people around them. And now? She was just calmly sipping her coffee while glancing sideways. A little boy walking with his mom kept staring in Chen's direction. The woman met his gaze with a threatening look of her own. Suddenly, the boy's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with absolute terror. Turns out, she was some kind of freak who just vomited a pair of blood-soaked glasses right out of her mouth. The horrifying sight scared the soul right out of the poor kid. He let out a terrified scream, making his mom panic. What's wrong now? Just then, someone called out to her. Puppet Master. A young man in dark sunglasses was walking right towards her. We need to talk. The woman replied coolly. The upper world is your territory, and the underworld is mine. Didn't we agree to stay in our own hunting grounds and never cross the line? You, at least, seem to have taken that rule seriously. The man was silent for a moment at Chen's words. Why are we like separated siblings when we used to be so close? He finally spoke. The underground monsters of this land are coming. They've probably been monitoring our activities. Chen didn't hesitate to shoot back with, I already anticipated this. So, should we just give up? The broker's condition was that we couldn't fight the peninsula's native monsters, right? Day's voice dropped with a warning. To be precise, they shouldn't cause any trouble. In other words, anything goes, as long as they handle it quietly without making a scene. His tone dripped with annoyance. She knew that perfectly well. It's been a month since their hunt started, and these guys were only now noticing. After a few fights, she'd realized all the local monsters were complete amateurs. They can't even guard the cattle inside their own fences. It's hilarious to think they're retreating out of fear, Day added, his expression turning grim. That's why he and his brothers had made a decision. If they were already going to risk breaking the rules by being here, there was no point sticking to safe prey. Day made his offer. You've got my back on this, Jian. 2 peninsula monsters showed up today. They were going to catch and eat them. They'd just spew the same arrogant nonsense anyway. Back on Siu's side of things, our boy was absolutely stunned by what he just heard. So, you came here for clothes? Seolhwa replied instantly. That was one reason, but also because of the info Somi gave us. She smirked, laying out her stats. The biggest department store in the country. They say it also has the highest number of missing persons cases. Siu listened in dead silence, absorbing her every word. We can't let them escape. In crowded places, it's better to observe and capture them instead of giving chase. Seolhwa looked at him with a critical update. But what is this? They're not running. These guys are making a nest here. In that case, we'll have to make things clear. Her face slowly twisted into a cunning grin. This area. No. This whole city is our hunting ground. They've made a serious miscalculation. Siu scanned his surroundings. The crazy foot traffic wasn't just because it was Seoul's busiest department store. A subway station with 3 intersecting lines was right below. A bus terminal connecting Seoul to other regions. All 3 factors overlapped, making this a central hub with tens of thousands of people passing through daily. He was sure of it now. Even if tons of people went missing here, it would barely be noticeable. Siu closed a nearby locker, analyzing the problem for a long time. All you'd have to do is avoid cameras and people's line of sight. No, even without perfect blind spots like that, it would be fine. He cooked up a theory. If someone just vanished in the middle of a bustling crowd, most people would just think they saw it wrong, or that the person simply walked off. Hearing this, Seolhwa just clicked her tongue. Well, I'm not 100% sure, but based on the traces I'm feeling, There are 4 monsters nearby, she theorized. They seem to have set up a hunting ground from what I can sense, but I have no idea what kind of monsters they are. That little detail sent Siu spiraling. He stammered, 4 of them? If there are that many, shouldn't we report this to a divine judge? If their numbers are high and we know nothing about them. But Seolhwa gazed into the distance, shaking her head. In another situation, maybe. That wouldn't be a bad choice. But in this particular case, if that happens, there won't be a fight at all. What those guys are doing feels like some kind of provocation. She continued her breakdown. It's like they're saying, we know you're here to catch us, but we have no intention of running. That means they've got a backup plan in case anyone besides us tries to crash their party. Seolhwa's gaze drifted over to Siu. Even if we call it a backup plan, all it really means is running away, which is basically the same as us failing, since we're the ones who have to catch them. Running isn't an option on the table for us. At this, Seolhwa hesitated a little. I don't know if we can even chase them down. Unlike them, we're stuck in a position where we have to follow the law. It'll be incredibly difficult to do this without harming humans. She scanned the area again with a heavy sigh. And they'll probably try to exploit that advantage as much as they possibly can. The fight will probably happen right here. The master wouldn't have assigned this as a test for no reason. If we don't just go nuts and charge in first, there's no viable solution. They're insane. Panicked, Siu pulled out his phone. It looks like the area around the subway station or bus terminal won't be clearing out. But the department stores will be closing soon, right? Hearing this, Seolhwa smirked. Even after they close, employees will still be inside. No problem. She gave a wicked little laugh and added, in that case, everything's perfectly fine. At the same time, on the Brandon department store's rooftop garden, Bai stood with his arms crossed. Where's Mare? Jian approached him and answered. She left. Said she has no intention of getting involved in any of this. He remembered their earlier chat. Jian had been brutally honest. I refuse. It's not that I don't care, but I prefer my current relaxed and plentiful meals. I'm not giving up this level of satisfaction just to catch 2 weaklings and eat them. So this dude starts yelling, I told you there wouldn't be a problem. The 4 of us were enough. But apparently, she just had to cut in on his master plan. Jian just calmly puts her cup down. The way I see it, it sounds like you're asking me to join a high-risk gamble. She crosses her arms, looking up at him like, I get that this is annoying you, but what am I supposed to do about it? Besides, nothing I've seen in the past month makes me think this is a sure thing. Hearing this from his sister just makes Dae even angrier. He growls, Are you serious? You're not actually trying to stop us, are you? You think you can stop us? But she just stands up coolly, reassuring him. I don't plan on it, so don't worry. I have to find a new hunting ground anyway. And since we're splitting up, I just want to be honest for a second. As she leaves, the guy is left stammering, totally confused. This girl Trin just smiles and says, Thanks for everything, Dae. I really learned a lot from you, but I guess that's over now. She looks back with a smirk and leaves him with just one phrase, good luck. After she's gone, one of the guys starts fuming. That ungrateful silver-haired brat? She has zero appreciation. I should have just ripped her head off. W adds, Well, Appa always did have a soft spot for Menor. But Jay couldn't care less about any of that. He says nothing's gonna change just because she left. Menor never had any real power to begin with, so it's no big deal. After Jay's little speech, W is totally convinced. Just the 3 of us is enough, he nods. So true. But I'm shocked, Maid refused, since she loves to consume things. Bai cuts in, his voice dead serious. So, brother, what's the plan after we take down these 2 newcomers? If they're our kind, you know the backlash is going to be intense. He doesn't hesitate for a second, laying out his genius plan. I've already prepared a hideout. From there, we'll keep hunting in this area. She can't believe it. Wait, right here in this neighborhood? Dae spells it out for her. We will continue hunting humans while taking out the local monsters that are chasing us. He even has a theory to back it up. We've got the home turf advantage. As long as we blend in with the crowd, they can't use their full power. W listens to this whole plan with a few questions of her own. But doesn't that plan have its limits? Letting us run free might be more dangerous for them than a few dead humans. That's when they'll think it's over, right? Dae just looks right at her and gives his answer. Exactly. And that's why we have to consume as much as possible until then, until we can return to the mainland and reach the spirit realm. And with that, his voice gets dead serious. W, Jian, Bai. Think of the humiliation our clan has suffered all this time. Dae's whole vibe changes, his face darkens, and a murderous aura just pours off him. We might not be able to return to the mainland now, but when we do, no one there will ever dare look down on us again. To really sell the dream, he adds, if the 3 of us unite, we can control all the monsters of the entire Central Plains. He pauses, then corrects himself, painting an even grander picture. No, we will rule the coming era and become the new demon kings. But right in the middle of his big speech, Seo Hua shows up, and the entire building starts shaking violently, scaring them all. What really shocks the three siblings is the sudden flood of demonic power that completely envelops the building. Then a voice rings out, "Isn't it a little late for that?" She gives an order to the whole city. "Hurry up and get back home." The sacred decree spell spreads across the entire city right now. This particular spell infuses a voice with demonic power, delivering a command that is nearly impossible to resist. Of course, its effect is way stronger when there's a huge power gap. Seo Hua looks surprised. What? Weren't there 4 of them? But back to this magic, pulling off a spell like this from a distance without direct contact is supposed to be super challenging. Seo Hua appears against the dark sky, wearing a challenging smile. "That's right, you guys aren't that stupid. You covered the department store." A true genius among monsters. Meanwhile, Day still hasn't recovered from the shock. He glares at Seo Hua, his mind racing. "I'm sure of it. That's the presence I sensed right below us just a moment ago. She jumped to this height in a split second," he thinks, then listens as she says, "Let me see here." With her fox spirit senses, she quickly picks up on something. "I can smell a certain scent coming from inside that department store, but now that I'm closer, I can feel it much more clearly. You almost have to envy how clueless humans are. Lucky for me, this place is wide open." Seo Hua keeps taunting them. "If it were me, just having to breathe the same air as you all would be physically painful." "Oh, that sets Bai off. Why, you little?" But the leader stops him quick. "Don't fall for her cheap provocations. Bai, Jian, and you, youngest," he commands. "Get down there." W looks completely lost. "Huh? Aren't we all fighting together?" Day explains quickly. "We have to catch both of them. Bai and I will handle this one. The other target seems pretty faint, so I can handle this myself." Hearing that, W got all excited, grabbing it and swallowing the whole thing down. "Really now?" But before he could even answer, she vanished into thin air. Zio Hoa just laughed. "Well, that's a decision they're going to regret. If it ran far enough, you could have saved it on your own." But this time, Bai's reply was dripping with sarcasm. "You're just too generous. In a situation like this, you should probably worry about your own life before worrying about our little sibling." Day frowned, thinking to himself, okay, she's strong. No matter how much he tried to downplay it, her skills were absolutely top tier. If she had arrived first, they probably would have been wiped out easily. But he tried to hype himself up. "It's fine. After devouring over 1,000 people this past month, we can do this." Of course, right as he thought that, the entire space started to shake violently again. At that moment, Exo Hoa was casting a spell while dropping some classic villain lines. "I just love how you can't grasp the situation." And with that, she shot up into the air to test out Nguyen's abilities. At the same time, the building below was completely empty, except for an old woman who got hit by Zohoa's magic but somehow hadn't gone home yet. Suddenly, someone walked up and grabbed her shoulder. It was Siu, asking politely, "Ma'am, are you okay?" She finally snapped out of it, looking around in a daze. "Huh, what is it?" Siu gave a weak smile and quickly explained the cover story. There was an emergency broadcast about some kind of gas leak, so the department store is closing early. The main entrance is still open. You can get out that way. Hearing this, she looked around in a panic. "Thank you. Have you seen a small child anywhere around here? A little taller than me?" He asked back. "Ah, you mean your grandson?" Siu then told her, "I just saw him downstairs. He sent me to find you because he was worried." After watching her leave, Siu finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Before all this, Suhoa had told him there shouldn't be this many people. If they were lucky, there might not be any at all. "I'm just whispering to a few hundred humans at the same time. If you have a certain level of resistance to magic, my technique might be useless." She explained all this without stopping her stride. "It's best if you wander around the department store first and tell those humans to leave." Hearing that, Siu just nodded. Okay, back in the present, he was carefully scanning the area for about 7 people. Maybe. To be sure. He should check again when W's voice suddenly broke the silence. Her voice echoed across the entire floor. "Your presence is pretty faint. I was looking for you, but I was still a little unsure." Hearing this, Siu whipped around in alarm, but W just kept talking. "But how should I put this? This is a little strange." And then bam, W appeared out of nowhere, smiling brightly, and suggested, "How about we pretend we didn't see each other and not fight?" This offer left Siu completely speechless. "What?" But W remained casually unfazed. "Honestly," she said, "I came here with the intention of devouring you, but from what I can see, you don't look very nutritious." Then she let out a little laugh and added, "Besides, you're my type." Seeing the horrified look on Siu's face, she just continued on. "Actually, monsters don't really need to eat each other, right? Unlike my siblings, I have no interest in becoming the Demon King. Anyway, this is going to be our world for the next 6 months. As long as I can eat as much as I want without ever being hungry, that's good enough for me. Seeing Siu's continued silence, W asked, "You'll be free to chow down for 6 months too, right? So why not just get along instead of being so tense? It's not like we're secretly eating here." Then she repeated it again, really hammering the point home. "So, I really like you." That's when Siu suddenly asked, "Did you come up from downstairs?" She laughed, confirming it. "Ah, were you the one who sent those two down?" W then nonchalantly recalled releasing the grandmother and grandson. "I happened to see them coming down from the top, so I just ate them. Both the one that was here and the one coming down." She finished by scratching her head, trying to look innocent. How silly. Now we've already met. What a shame. But before she could finish her little act, Siu's fist slammed into her face. W didn't have any defense up. Choy Siu just lunged forward and decked her. His face was filled with a murderous rage, like he wanted to completely obliterate her with that one punch. W was sent flying back hard. Choy Siu stared right where W had fallen. A purple light was glowing from under the stairs. He stood frozen, his expression completely blank. Siu thought he understood, but in reality, he didn't understand anything at all. Under the escalator was a pile of bloody corpses, turning the scene into a waking nightmare. Monsters eat people. Images of terrifying monsters flashed through Choy Siu's mind. For the past 3 dark days, he'd felt their nature for himself, and just how dangerous they were. Choy Siu's face was covered in sweat, his body shaking uncontrollably. So that's why. It's only at this moment that I'm truly realizing it. His hands were now trembling with absolute terror. The danger that I had perceived was just child's play compared to what one monster feels towards another. To normal people, demons are a full-blown catastrophe. But this one? She takes a punch from Choy Siu, bleeds, and just gets right back up. Why do you get so cranky when you're mad? You could at least give a girl some warning. She licks the blood from her lip with a look of pure excitement. Okay, so that's what we're dealing with. This just got interesting. Honestly, I think you're super weak. Choy Siu's rage is boiling over, his aura flaring, but all she's thinking is, "Man, you look delicious." But Choy Siu just says something to her, his voice surprisingly calm. Wei realizes something is very wrong, but her reflexes apparently decided to take a nap. In a flash, he was right in front of her, leaving W totally confused about what just happened. But hey, her reflexes aren't total garbage. She snaps back to reality and predicts his attack is coming from the left. Siu doesn't waste words, slamming a fist right into her unguarded side. The look on his face is just pure, unfiltered rage. You know, saying you look delicious is somehow way less disgusting than saying I like it this way. In a split second, Siu unloads a flurry of punches to her face and stomach before she can even try to fight back. But while he's wailing on her, Wei finds an opening and attacks his leg, knocking Siu completely off balance. Down below, the quiet subway station suddenly erupts as something crashes through the ceiling, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Siu glances down at the crater he just made with W's body, and then he just jumps right in after her, ready for more. Seeing Siu chase after her just makes her laugh out loud, which is weird because her body looks totally mangled. His punches snapped her limbs, but her face shows zero pain. What is this? God, I look pathetic right now. I've got everything it takes to be insanely strong, but her eyes are locked on Siu, filled with pure, twisted enjoyment. Siu's face is dead serious as he summons a sword and walks towards her. The sight of it makes her eyes go wide with shock and a little bit of excitement. Whoa, I have never seen anything like that before. Is that your unique magic? Siu, looking colder than ice, just raises his sword and answers. Yes. Without another word, he unleashes a powerful slash of energy straight forward. The sword slash speeds toward Wei, who's still too wrecked to recover and block the attack. A massive boom echoes as the attack lands. Siu's face twists in horror. Somehow, it's all backfired. Wei's arm is completely healed, and she actually caught his energy slash with her bare hand. Not a great look for our guy. She pulls her arm back, about to return to sender. This turn of events sends Siu into a complete panic, scrambling to back away. What kind of power is this? And in that exact same moment, his sword just vanishes, dissolving right out of his hand. Now Siu is officially terrified. It's not just her power or her insane healing, it's the fact she blocked an invisible mace and now looks this badass. Suddenly, Siu realizes what he needs to do right now is block that incoming attack. He barely gets his arms up in time, but the impact is so intense it completely shatters his guard. Seizing the opportunity, W lunges forward, brandishing her claws. She slams into Siu with a brutal strike, unleashing a massive shockwave all around them. But then, Wei realizes something isn't right. In that split second, Siu actually caught the arm she attacked him with. Taking his chance, Siu drives his knee straight into Wei's arm. He's not finished either. He plants his feet, digging in. His eyes burn with determination as he tightens his grip on Wei. Then, Siu hurls her with all his might straight into a wall. Siu looks totally wiped out after that move, but W seems completely unfazed, not a single scratch on her. If you had seen this form, you would have just run from the start instead of fighting. She calmly walks towards Siu, as if she's already won. This is my unique magic, or rather, my original form. My arms and legs look like this, but my face and body are just disgusting. Siu just manages a very awkward smile. It's not that bad. It's not about how you look, she replies calmly. I know. And with that, Wei just keeps sharing her thoughts. It smells like a rotting corpse, doesn't it? But after a while, you don't even notice the smell. Ghouls. That's what people called us for a long time. W starts telling him about the old days, back before she got her human-like form. Apparently, they weren't like other demons. Our kind was born with a single purpose to eat humans. If we don't, we can't absorb life force naturally. The days spent hunting for human meat made life incredibly hard for her entire species. Even for a race as naturally powerful as we were, we survived by eating corpses on battlefields. From that moment on, we were utterly despised. So the story goes, her kind is on the brink of extinction thanks to some new law. W is also super jealous she can't just snack on regular human food anymore. Apparently, humans are a 5-star meal for monsters, but now they're completely off the menu. So cue the tragic backstory about her people's suffering. Hundreds of years ago, she says, most of her species starved to death. A few tried to sneak into the human world for a bite. Meanwhile, Cho is on high alert, totally not buying this sob story for a second. He knows she's up to something. But those invaders paid the price, getting wiped out by other monsters. Her parents? Yep, they were among them. Her expression turns all somber for a moment, like she's lost in the past. Well, I don't remember them, so I'm not sad. But seeing my brother and sister, that really hurt. And of course, she's got to whine about it right in front of Siu. Anyway, the 3 of them were orphans, just living in the shadows of the human world. A flashback hits, showing 3 little monsters walking together, W's siblings, with her right in the middle. They couldn't even hold a proper human form, living in sewers full of human waste, looking absolutely hideous without even realizing it. Then this really weird smile just spreads across Wei's face. But look at her now, totally gloating about her new and improved looks. Now I can be cute and beautiful like this? Instead of some dark, smelly sewer, she gets to walk around under a nice blue sky, sunbathing and all that. And that's when W finally admits she's ticked off at the world. Most importantly, eating people isn't even wrong, right? We did it for thousands of years, except for the last 666, and we'll do it again in 6 months. Hearing all this just blows our hero's mind. He can't believe a single word coming out of her mouth. Not one. I'm not giving up this amazing life for some weird rule. I've already lost way too much. You can see the anger twisting her face. So you have to pretend. Especially after I met a monster I actually like. I really don't want to kill you over that rule. But Choy Siu has had enough. Let's be clear, he says, his face full of disgust. I am not a monster. I'm a human who hopes that rule you're talking about lasts forever. He stares her down, proposing a fight to the death, and you can just see the excitement on her face. So, instead of all this pointless chatter, why don't you put up a real fight? For a second, her face softens with regret, but then she vanishes instantly. I understand. And bam, she's right there, swinging a demonic arm at Siu. Siu throws up a block, but the hit is way too strong, making his face twist in pain. Siu is shocked. He realizes something's changed about her power. She's suddenly way faster and a whole lot stronger. If this is her full power now, just rushing in headfirst is definitely not a good idea. Now, Siu has all the qualities of a top-tier monster fighter himself, not to mention he comes from some super talented bloodline. Plus, he's gained a ton of real combat experience in a very short amount of time. Mental strength, skills, and control over his power all contribute to his new strength, but W gives no ground, attacking again with her other hand. However, in this particular situation, the opponent he's facing is leveling up way faster than he is. Learning from that first hit, he's actually able to react to her next attack. There are just some major built-in differences between species. The punch misses, but it completely destroys the wall behind Siu, creating a massive explosion. Seeing that kind of power has Siu feeling just a little bit scared. Sorry, she smirks. I'm still not used to all this new power and speed. I haven't had it long, but there's a reason for this upgrade. Human flesh. W's face fills with murderous intent, her eyes glowing a deadly purple as she glares at Siu. I'm getting used to it now. I'm pretty sure I can end this without any more problems. For monsters, it's not just nutritious. Consuming it acts like a special elixir, giving them explosive benefits with 0 side effects. Over the past month, Wei's continuous binge eating has led to growth so insane even she can't figure it out. Siu glances at his system window, worried. Maybe it's time for magic? W suddenly stops and starts critiquing his last attack. Of all the attacks you've used, that one was the strongest. Considering its range, it had the best chance of winning. Siu, looking completely unimpressed, clenches his fist, his expression dead serious. I don't know about that. And with that, he pours all his strength into an attack aimed right at Wei. She doesn't hesitate, rushing forward at the speed of sound. Her speed and power are on another level now. Even she's thinking that magic he used before might actually be out of her control. Wei's attack came in way too fast, forcing Siu to throw his hands up to block. And seeing an opening, she just unleashes a relentless barrage, planning to tear him apart and swallow him whole. A moment later, Siu is a bloody heap on the ground, unable to stand, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. I want to know your name. Wei doesn't waste a second, just keeps hammering him. Nice to meet you. Siu's losing his will to fight, his body shaking uncontrollably. For her, the chances of victory were looking pretty darn high. But even so, Wei suddenly freezes, completely stunned. For a second, she can't even believe her own eyes. Ah, I get it now. Not pulling out his ogre club was a life-or-death gamble on his part. His body is a wreck, but now Siu is blocking Wei's claws with ease. This is how it's done. It's called Sonji Pianjon, and that massive gamble? It paid off. Cut to a few hours before this battle, back at the shopping mall. So, you fought that Hyunmu guy? Siu, looking super awkward in the car, covers his face. I'm not sure fought is the right word. I gave it everything I had, but it felt like it did absolutely nothing to him. Seo Hua, chilling beside him, casually replies, even when I tried, it felt like he was just coasting. It makes sense, though. Our whole approach was wrong from the start. And boom, we get a flashback of Go with a seriously unfriendly smile on his face. His blood runs thicker than water, making him a master of both raw power and cunning. He acts all distant, but in a fight, he's terrifyingly perfect, a true professional. She was certain his hidden power was on a whole other level. Even if you look back 300, 500 years, you'd find very few monsters on the Korean peninsula stronger than him. Suddenly, Siu asks a weird question. You're 500 years old, right? Does that story apply to you too? Seo Hua looks annoyed, turning to glare at him. What did you just say? He immediately starts backtracking. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, but her expression flips to pure confidence. Of course I'd win. Age doesn't matter. I am always the strongest. Siu, looking totally amazed, asks, so, when you were fighting him, what did you do? It probably wasn't as satisfying as fighting me. He also explains how he uses his tools in combat. I tried using the tools Somi gave me with all my strength just to restrain him. The taxi driver up front is completely lost, having no clue what these crazy kids are even talking about. Siu looks down, totally bummed out. And still, he didn't even flinch. It was like punching a wall. Seo Hua just replies coldly. He stood still. Siu, a little shocked by her answer, turns to face her. When you used your technique, he stood still because he isn't a physical type fighter. Either that, or you actually surprised him. Seo Hua calmly continues. That's right. When we were shaking hands, the reason you couldn't make any impact was the difference in your skill levels. Her expression softens as she looks out the window. It's simpler than you think. No matter how powerful magic is, it doesn't make everyone equally strong. At its core, this is a contest of strength. Night falls, and the only sound is the wind howling in the dark. Seo Hua takes a few light steps forward, scouting the area. After a moment, she smiles like she's already got everything figured out. Looks like I've got a decent read on the situation, and honestly, I'm not that disappointed. A demon covered in wounds stumbles before her. You're talking? She eyes the monster without a shred of fear, only a little contempt. So my diagnosis was spot on. I was kind of hoping this would happen. That's why I brought a backup plan. Still, I was a little worried you guys were stronger than expected. I was afraid I might actually kill you. The demon in front of her is already a bloody mess, leaking everywhere. But for someone at your level to still be standing, I'm actually a bit let down. Seo Hua sighs, bored. This isn't even entertaining for her. I thought you'd at least make me use 4 of my tails. Only 3. I could have done this with 2 if I really wanted to. This is just overkill. Meanwhile, another demon lies wrecked from her attack. I wonder how many of you came to this peninsula. Even though I already defeated you, it's obvious you all snuck across the border. Seo Hua keeps pressing them. You must know a thing or two, right? How many of you came from the outside? And who's the mastermind? The one who brought a bunch of low levels like you to hide here? The demon glares back, full of rage. You really think I'm going to tell you anything? Of course you will. Seo Hua's expression is pure confidence. I'm not sure how you're doing it, but you're all just living a lie here. Breaking the law, pretending to follow the rules. To be honest, I find you guys hilarious. The demon's face was a mask of pure fury after hearing her challenge. If you want to keep that miserable life of yours, you'd better start cooperating. The demon roared, ready to lunge at Seol Hua. No, I refuse. And just like that, a terrifying aura erupted from the demon's body, blanketing the entire area. Seol Hua looked completely unimpressed by the light show, casually picking up a single red thread. In terms of raw demonic power, this guy was ridiculously strong for his level. He shot towards her, fueled by a world of rage. Seol Hua, still looking bored, just muttered a spell, summoning her demon-suppressing tomb. Instantly, a massive grave fell from the sky, crushing the demon and completely neutralizing it. At the same moment, the entire space groaned under an immense pressure, the same kind of pressure that comes with all of Seol Hua's big moves. No matter what you try, the result is always the same. The demon was flattened so completely you couldn't even make out its shape anymore. Even with all that strength, your brilliant plan was basically just to run headfirst into your own death. Even if you were 10 times stronger, nothing would have changed. Seol Hua was getting real tired of these idiotic demons lining up to die. You have to understand, skill doesn't come from power, it comes from how you use it. Sun Mi, in her crow form, took the chance to trash talk them too. That's right. Then she noticed what Seol Hua was wearing and praised it. Nice outfit. Seol Hua finally noticed Sun Mi was there, looking a bit startled. What? How long have you been watching? Sun Mi poofed back into her human form right in front of Seol Hua. I just got here. You don't seem very happy to see me. Siu wouldn't be like this. Seol Hua replied with a shrug. Well, you win some, you lose some. If I reacted the same way every time, I'd have a real problem. Suddenly, Seol Hua noticed how rough Sun Mi looked. But what's up with you? You don't look so good. Sun Mi collapsed, her face a picture of pure exhaustion. A lot has happened. I haven't slept since last night. I've been running all over the demon and human worlds. Honestly, her face looked like a raccoon's. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked up at Seol Hua. Seol Hua, please, you have to help me. Sun Mi grabbed Seol Hua's hand, her voice cracking as she begged for help. I've gathered info, delivered messages, cleaned up messes, and even entertained guests myself. There's a mountain of work left. Seol Hua looked completely lost. What? Sun Mi's voice was desperate. Can you help me seduce a human? Seol Hua looked reluctant, but she finally agreed to help. Fine, whatever. But what's this about entertaining guests? Sun Mi was about to explain when a small tremor from below made her knees buckle. She nervously turned to Seol Hua. What is going on downstairs? Are there still monsters left? Seol Hua knew exactly what was happening below. It was probably Siu. Sun Mi's face was a mixture of shock and dawning horror. They must be fighting. And that's when she realized why Seol Hua was here. You brought Siu here? I told you they were dangerous demons. They could be a danger to Siu. Seol Hua couldn't have looked less concerned. Yep, they're probably pretty strong. If he's unlucky, he's totally dead. I think the chances of that are pretty low. But seeing Sun Mi's constant fretting, Seol Hua finally tried to calm her down. What's the problem? Should I have put him against some weak little monster so he could get an easy win? And how is he supposed to sharpen his skills in 6 months then? Seol Hua's expression was pure confidence. If his bloodline were normal, he'd probably be in big trouble at his current level. But that guy isn't normal, he's an elf. Even if we forget about the whole long-shot story of becoming the Demon King, your main goal is to make sure the fighting never ends. Sun Mi couldn't really argue with her, but she was still worried sick about Siu. If he isn't out there fighting all these battles for us, then your worrying is just a stone in his path. But then, Seol Hua actually tried to comfort Sun Mi and ease her fears. Though maybe there was no need to worry from the start. Seol Hua's face was full of anticipation, like she was waiting for a great show. Blood is thicker than water. Don't worry, just wait patiently. It'll be over soon. Over on the other side, W was still unleashing a relentless barrage on Siu, but the more she fought, the more she realized something was seriously wrong. How was he still blocking every single one of W's attacks without taking any real damage? A heavy blow sent him flying, but it still didn't seem to injure Siu. W was starting to get tired. She couldn't explain what was happening. My attacks have all landed perfectly. More than 10 times now. She remembered how Siu took her first attack while badly injured, but his expression never changed. Something is wrong, but what in the world is it? How is this possible? After so many attacks, Siu was still getting back on his feet, and W was starting to feel a bit of fear. Is it impossible to knock him down? Siu looked at W with a dead serious expression. An elf's physical power isn't like a bat's, it's a privilege only a few get to have. Goblins are born with some seriously OP stats, natural instincts, grappling skills, and just crazy strength. But if their technique was all about brute force, you could never call their wrestling style magic. And that's exactly why they've earned a legendary reputation. Monsters who are not just good at grappling, but are straight up unbeatable in a fight. Siu takes a step. It seems our boy has finally figured something out. Excuse me, he says, getting right in Wei's face with total defiance. I just had a very exciting realization, and I want to practice it so I don't forget the feeling. He stands before Wei, his gaze absolutely unwavering. Let's just end this. Without another word, Wei launches herself straight at him. If you can't completely neutralize an impact, there has to be some kind of move to soften the shock. Wei grabs Siu by the neck, ready to crush it. For her, there's only one solution here. Her face is all killer instinct as she squeezes. I'll return it! Wei slams Siu's head into her knee, using a self-sealing attack, but the second it connects, she knows something is very wrong. Siu's face is completely unharmed. He had minimized the damage by redirecting all her power. This is way more than just some basic principle of martial arts or self-defense. His legs suddenly lock into an impossibly firm stance. It's more than that. He's not just absorbing the impact, he's redirecting it through his body to completely nullify it. The goblins call this rooting. Just like you can't easily break a tree with strong roots, you can't break a goblin who's mastered this technique. As long as they're on 2 feet, they can minimize all incoming damage and amplify their own power beyond normal human limits. Only then do they show their true power. Seizing the opportunity, Siu lifts Wei's entire body up. He slams her body into the ground with everything he's got, causing the entire building to shake. It creates a massive hole. Wei is sent crashing down through several floors, and Siu just casually follows her down. She lies on the ground and lets out a cold laugh. Hey, can I ask you a favor? At this point, Wei's body is starting to fade. Before my power runs out, just kill me. If my power fades, I'll return to my original form. I refuse to look ugly, even in death. Choy Siu watches this whole scene, completely unmoved. I'm not killing you just yet. Tell me how the other monsters crossed over. You have a lot of questions to answer. Hearing his interrogation, she just laughs out loud. Wouldn't it be better if you kept me alive for another reason? I guess I expected too much. Suddenly, in a flash, he's sent flying by a blast of power he never saw coming. What is this guest entertainment? Where did those people come from? Sun calmly replies. It was revealed that some of the monsters who crossed over are actually from the mainland. Even in the main territory of the demon world, they were aware of the truth and sent help to take responsibility themselves. Seolhwa crosses her arms, looking a little annoyed. Sounds fancy. If they're skilled, I want to meet them. I'm curious about their level. Mayo, however, looks a bit doubtful. I think they have skills, but... She continues her thought. Perhaps for the sake of their pride, they sent a big shot with a huge reputation. Dealing with them is a little tough. Their attitude is kind of apathetic, she says. But Seolhwa looks like she's not having it. Reputation? So what does that mean they sent some ancient elder who's been sleeping for 1,000 years or something? Sun immediately denies it. Not them. They said it's a direct descendant. Back with Siu, things are tense. Someone attacked him. A descendant? Of who? And why here? Xiao Huai steps forward, her eyes filled with a simmering anger. The great sage, equal to heaven. They say she's Sun Wukong's granddaughter. Choy Siu stares at his opponent, thinking, wait a second, was that attack even aimed at me? She might not be an enemy. So he introduces himself. I am Choy Siu, and I'm hunting extra-dimensional monsters under the judge's orders. Xiao Huai calmly speaks with pure contempt. If you don't get in my way, I don't care who you are. Choy Siu freezes in fear at her tone. Wait a minute, could it be this person isn't a monster from the Korean peninsula? Xiao Huai interrupts his panicked thoughts. The sinner behind you deserves to die. Her eyes glow a menacing purple. I'll let it slide this time, but there absolutely won't be a second. Xiao Huai then plucks out a single hair. Wei's body suddenly begins to burn. Xiao Huai whispers, if you don't want to die, move. Then she gently blows the strand of hair away. Choy Siu suddenly realizes something terrifying in a flash. The hair explodes like a bomb, completely destroying Wei's body. Xiao Huai just stares at the explosion, looking completely satisfied with her work. Well, that should have done it. But as the smoke clears, Choy Siu is somehow still standing, protecting Wei's body. Xiao Huai is actually impressed. You're tougher than you look. Meanwhile, Choy Siu is trembling, realizing that just 30 minutes ago, that blast would have instantly killed him. His legs completely give out. The shock just ripples through his whole body. Our boy Choy Siu is basically a sapling trying to survive a hurricane, and that last hit was way too much for his young roots to handle. He starts to fade, wondering if he could possibly block a second attack like that. Not a chance. Xiao Huai taunts him. Can those wobbly legs of yours even move? Oh, she's officially hit her limit, and all that anger is just supercharging her power. Well, it doesn't really matter. Even if you dodge, I'm definitely killing you this time. Then Xiao Huai uses her freaky hair-bending power again. Another huge explosion rocks the area. The smoke slowly fades, and she sees something totally unexpected. A gigantic fist slams right into Xiao Huai, making her eyes pop. That punch came out of nowhere. Choy Siu just barely escaped death's door, and he's panting like crazy. A massive hand now stands guard in front of him, and who should appear but Seo Hua, with a few sparkly foxtails trailing behind her. She smirks. Felt like something was up, so I came down to check. Turns out it's a whole circus down here. Seo Hua scowls right at Xiao Huai. And who are you? Xiao Huai stays on high alert. Seo Hua keeps poking the bear. You came all the way from China just to show off your moves? Instead of catching actual criminals, you're picking on some newbie monster? The sarcasm from Seo Hua just doesn't stop. Don't just stand there looking so grumpy. At least give me a reason for all this. Her threat actually stuns Xiao Huai. If you don't want to die. Then Seo Hua turns back to Choy Siu, her voice suddenly gentle. Choy Siu, are you okay? Covered in wounds, Siu struggles to reply. Yeah, I don't think I'm seriously hurt. Seo Hua deadpans. I can see that. So what's this all about? And that whole mess earlier? She asks, still staring down Xiao Huai. Ah, whatever. You wouldn't believe me if I told you anyway. The real cause of all this chaos is probably something else entirely. Choy Siu's eyes go wide, pure shock mixed with fear. He asks again. The real cause? She replies. Isn't it obvious? No matter where you go, you're kind of a big deal, and you don't even know it. Seo Hua cracks a weird smile. You don't look like the type to just follow orders. Are you trying to make an example out of us? Xiao Huai finally speaks up, her voice just dripping with contempt. I never even wanted to come to this stupid peninsula, but now that I'm here, it's way more annoying than I thought. Getting visibly irritated, Xiao Huai touches a strand of her hair. Not a single one of you understands what is going on. So how am I supposed to do my job then? Seo Hua just mocks her right back. The monsters are scheming. But it looks like you can handle the local trouble spots for now, right? Wouldn't it be faster to just tell me exactly where they are? Seo Hua's voice sends a chill down Choy Siu's spine. Let me teach them a lesson. Two insane auras of killing intent just erupt. These two are perfectly matched, glaring at each other, ready to go all out. One plucks a hair, the other breaks a nail. Choy Siu can't just watch and desperately tries to stop them. Wait, hold on. Suddenly another voice cuts in, screaming, Stop! It's Sonmi. Seo Hua, what do you think you're doing? She growls. Didn't I tell you? She's a guest. A guest. If there's a problem, you solve it peacefully. You're just gonna pop off a fingernail and start a fight? If word gets out about this, can you take responsibility? Can you? Seo Hua is totally frozen. After giving her an earful, Sonmi turns to Xiao Huai, and you too. Xiao Huai, weren't you sent here to help us? Sonmi's brutal honesty leaves Xiao Huai completely speechless. No matter what argument you had with that boy, you are not allowed to use your powers. Sonmi puts her hands on her hips, all business. Even if he was being rude. Two monsters fighting without official permission is against the law. And I don't care what the court says, this is an absolute rule from the Demon King himself for every single monster. Sonmi frowns, pulling rank as the judge's official representative. I am not going to ignore this. If you don't stop now, don't blame me for what happens. I will summon everyone here to the court immediately and report everything. Seo Hua glances at Siu. Surprised? She asks, a little smirk playing on her lips. Yeah, she might be an errand girl, but not just anyone can be the judge's personal messenger. She's the one who claimed she'd snack on stars for breakfast, while other messengers quit in less than a day. Among the beings she has to deliver the chief judge's words to, there are giants as numerous as the stars in the sky. So here he is, lecturing a bunch of giants, and instead of cowering, he stands there, proud as a peacock. Some might call him too soft on the weaklings, but get this, if he smells injustice, he won't back down from anyone, no matter how powerful. Xiao Huai calmly sets down the earrings she'd been fiddling with this whole time. All right, fine, I get it. I kinda lost my cool, she says, but then her voice turns to ice. But let me be perfectly clear. I came here to punish the guilty. I have zero intention of teaming up with you. Since this is your turf, I'll show some basic respect, but you better watch yourself and stay out of my business. Especially that little fox lady. She better not forget it. At this, Seo Hua totally loses it. What did you say? You just barely survived. Sonmi shoots her a glare, which shuts her up fast. After Xiao Huai finally leaves, Sun sighs in massive relief. Mission complete, and we even snagged a monster, she says, praising Siu with open arms. Siu, you really worked your butt off. This area had tons of missing person reports, but thanks to you, starting tomorrow, no one else is going to die here. Are you worried there are more places like this and soon, he asks. If so, we can't let anyone else near them. Sun replies, Don't worry, you two aren't the only ones on the hunt tonight. Monsters from the human world, even ones like you, got special permission to enter human territory for this. We've all been assigned different hunting grounds. Sonmi looks a little sheepish. It was pretty tough, but we've caught almost all the intruders tonight. Sei-Ho-Hua chimes in. Wait, there are others from the demon realm besides us? Just how many competent people are there? Oh, it's not like that, she explains. It's not just us monsters, the humans are in on this too. From what the old man said, it's not a full team-up, but they're handling some areas south of the Han River that we usually manage. The north was assigned to the Exorcist for a purification mission. Siu is completely floored. Meanwhile, Yushin slumps in a corner, trying to catch his breath. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. Sir, why do you always insist on working alone? Meet Sion, a freelance shaman with short black hair and a permanently unimpressed face. For me, following you is just part of the job. Under Dorionen's authority, you could bring about 10 more shaman with you, but Yushin just shuts her down. I can handle this myself. We're already short-staffed for killing monsters, and bringing in other sorcerers would just be a massive pain. I'd much rather run around solo than have to babysit them, he adds. But Sion immediately fires back. You could use this as a chance to practice being a leader. That is both the role and responsibility of a sorcerer, you know. Yushin, still breathing hard, snaps back. I never asked you to do anything for me in your capacity as a shaman. He pulls himself up straight and declares, the old man forced me into this position I never even wanted. If you want me to quit and be a regular sorcerer, I'll do it. Just stop bossing me around. And that leaves Sion completely speechless. A sorcerer can't just avoid having subordinates or being bothered by others. By the way, that monster behind you is pretty huge. Is it a variant class? Was that thing the leader of the pack at Namsan? Yushin gives his answer. It looks like a variant, sure, but I doubt it's the leader. For this pack, it's probably just average-sized. Reports say it lives deep in the mountains and has a thing for eating women. Its native habitat is Japan, Yushin adds, so it hasn't caused too much damage yet. The leader, on the other hand, is almost as big as Namsan Tower. Sion is totally blown away. Surveys only reported about 10 of them in Namsan. He took down a whole pack of variant-class monsters by himself. She gulps. A month ago, no way. Heck, he's improved a ton from just a few days ago. Even though he lacks real combat experience, nobody else in Seosu could ever pull this off. This must be why the Elder appointed him, even when facing so many objections. A true genius, the first in centuries born with the raw talent to reach the divine bone level. Yushin breaks her train of thought. So, what's next? Do we have to report to the Minister of Defense or something? Sion checks her phone. Nope, the police chief and the commissioner. They're probably waiting for you. We need to go now. Yushin looks absolutely wrecked. Right now? Can't I just sleep and go tomorrow? It's just a stupid report, he whines. Sion snaps her head up. Are you kidding me right now? The whole of Soon was literally turned upside down tonight. We completed our mission, minimized casualties, and killed all the monsters. But what about the civilians? We can manage the media, but we can't control every single leak. Right now, the news is probably spinning this as a terrorist attack from North Korea. Yushin just looks completely drained. Let them think that. Might be for the best. Even if it's a lie, we have to make people believe it. Yushin scratches his head. All right, I get it. It's gonna be a late night. At least it's the weekend. John dropped the bomb. Incheon Airport, 7 a.m. sharp, and you're coming with me, Yushin basically hissed. 7 in the morning? What's the emergency airport run for? John's reply? Simple. Because I just got the official word from the elders. She hesitates, explaining a request came from a pretty famous Onmyoji clan in Japan. They sent 2 people over, and the elders already accepted. Ever heard of the Kira family? She asks. I only know a few things related to Japan, Ewan grits out. But why does it have to be me? There's a whole army of people you could pick from, John just replied. Maybe they're matching ranks? We're talking heirs of the most famous masters here. They're the next generation set to take over all that top-tier power. Meanwhile, at the airport, at the crack of dawn, just looking around doesn't feel like much. But the air here is totally different from back home, right, sis? Dead silence. The guy kept talking anyway. Come on, this is our first trip abroad together. The blonde dude and the girl with black hair, they knew it was a long shot, but they hoped Korea would be an interesting place. Back with our crew, Yushin stumbles through a welcome to my Korea. John just cringed. Isn't it a little late to be cramming with a translator app? Yushin was internally screaming, so annoying, but he had to say it directly. They were his guests, after all. He stared down at his phone, his mind racing. Why on earth did his father approve this request? A sorcerer and an onmyoji working together, that's practically unheard of. John shot back. Well, actually, it's not entirely without precedent from the Japanese occupation era, you know, she explained. Back then, 2 onmyoji came through the port of Busan under the supervision of the Joseon government. There are records of them working with Korean sorcerers on exorcisms in Seoul and Busan, 1 in each city. Yushin got curious. So, what happened after that? John kept her cool, answering as they walked. They somehow managed to catch the troublemaking supernatural entity, but there were some problems. The overall atmosphere wasn't exactly friendly, especially between two of the mages. Turns out, those two just absolutely could not stand each other. Their beef escalated until they nearly killed one another. And the irony is, the collateral damage from trying to stop their little feud was way worse than the actual exorcism. John commented, "It was probably to be expected, given the fundamental differences in our views, not to mention our methods." Then she gave Yusin a warning. "Still, young master, be careful. They might not intend for it, but conflict can spark out of nowhere." He blinked. Yusin pouted. "I don't know. If you feel uncomfortable, you can just say you're not capable and bail. That might be for the best, because it wouldn't be the worst thing," Sion added. "Ah, I think that's them. A seriously good-looking pair," she added. "We sent our photos ahead, so they should recognize our faces." The guy glanced over, and Yusin already looked exhausted. "Man, he looks like a total jerk." John just nodded in complete agreement. His vibe was definitely a little concerning. He walked right up, and the two of them faced off. The so-called jerk versus a very nervous Yusin. Our boys thinking, be cool, just go with it. When suddenly the other guy bows deeply. "Hello." Yusin was speechless. The guy continued, "Thank you so much for coming all this way to greet us." Yusin's brain just short-circuited. "Huh?" The boy scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "My name is Kira Yoshihiro. I'm 16. Oh, wait, that makes me 17 in Korean age. Please take good care of us during our stay." Hearing this, Yusin was just completely floored. Your Korean is really good." Yoshihiro beamed. "Really? I started learning in middle school, thank heavens." He shook his hand, looking around excitedly. "But my sister's Korean is way better than mine." "What are you doing, sis? Hurry up and say hello to them." The other girl just glanced over and gave a cold, "Hello." Yoshihiro deflated instantly at his sister's icy attitude. He scrambled to explain. I'm sorry, my sister isn't very social. Her name is Kira Yuzuru, and she's 2 years older than me." Yusin managed a stiff smile. "It's okay. Totally normal. Guess you really can't judge a book by its cover." After one look at Yuzuru's stone-cold expression, Yusin came to a firm conclusion. She was the dangerous one. In the car, John handled the logistics for the Kira siblings. "We've booked you to a room at a hotel in downtown Seoul." She kept her eyes on the road as she spoke. "If you have any issues at all with the accommodations or the area, please let me know anytime." Yoshihiro was all smiles. "No, not at all. This was an urgent request, so we're just grateful you were able to prepare anything." Sion sent a mental message to Yusin. "Young master." He nodded. "Yeah, I know," and he opened his mouth to speak. "By the way, can I ask the purpose of your trip?" Yusin elaborated. "I heard it was for an exchange, but I'm curious what the main goal is. Are you two here to help out with exorcisms? Or are you more interested in sightseeing and a cultural exchange? We just need to know for sure, so we can make the proper arrangements without causing any misunderstandings on our part." Well, that's direct, John thought. But it was definitely better than beating around the bush. The vibe in the car immediately got super heavy. Yoshihiro finally spoke up. "We're here to investigate a certain yokai. It may have crossed into Korea. If possible, our goal is to eliminate it." Hearing that, Yuzuru looked absolutely floored. She shot him a wide-eyed warning. "Hey, I know. It's not a problem, sis," Yoshihiro said, looking a little embarrassed. "Dad said I could handle this my way. And besides, this is their country, even if they don't know about the threat yet. Hiding information is just pointless. I figure it's better to be honest and ask for their cooperation." Yusin just looked confused by the answer. "What do you mean a certain yokai? If it managed to cross over, it has to be a dangerous, god-level threat at minimum." The guy shook his head. "Not exactly. At least, not yet." And then, Yoshihiro started his lecture. "I don't know what they're called in Korea, but across Asia, we classify yokai into 4 main types. First, you have animals that live for a super long time, gain intelligence and magic, and then boom, they become yokai. Then there are vengeful spirits, human souls powered up by obsession or a serious grudge, and spirits that inhabit old objects, basically haunted stuff. But unlike those first 3, this thing wasn't born from an animal, a human, or an object. A yokai born from pure natural energy is called a divine spirit, and then there's an exception that doesn't fit any of those categories." Sion and Iasin reacted instantly. Iosio dropped the name. "We call it a tatarigami." Iasin's head throbbed. "A dark god. That's what they're called in Korea, isn't it?" Sion's face went completely pale, sweat beading on her skin. "That's right. The yokai that isn't one of the 4 types. A monster born from absolute nothingness. No one knows exactly how they even come into existence. The only working theory is that it spawned from the desires and fears of every living thing in the world. And get this, there's never more than one dark god at a time in any given era. When one dies, a new one appears after hundreds or even thousands of years. Her whole body trembled. Each one has a different form and different abilities, but they all have two things in common: enormous potential and an appetite beyond all imagination. According to the records, its intelligence is already superhuman the moment it's born. They say the more it eats, the stronger it gets, and its hunger is literally endless. These things are just plain broken, even by yokai standards. In the past, whenever a dark god showed up, massive chaos was sure to follow, and every single time all the shamans and mages had to team up just to take it down. She pressed him. "Can you tell me its form?" Yoshihiro let out a sigh. "We don't know that yet. Like I said, we're not even sure if it made it to Korea at all. All we know from the prophecy is that it was born and headed west across the sea." After that massive info dump, they finally arrived at the hotel. Yusin gave a polite bow. "Well, we'll be in touch later tonight. Please, get some rest." The Kira siblings' figure shrank down the hallway. Yusin immediately asked Sion, "What do you think?" "So, what's the plan?" "I'll cooperate as much as I can and report to my father first. If what they're saying is true, then this is going to be a huge problem," Sion replied. "What I mean is..." But before she could finish, Yusin cut in. "I know what you're trying to say." She looked at him, her face full of worry. "I was thinking about this last night while fighting those yokai. If there's a mastermind behind this, what's the goal? All those monsters were pretty average. Sure, they got stronger by eating people, but they barely knew how to use their own power. If all the others are at that same level, it's only a matter of time before they're all wiped out." Yusin's face soured. "It's not just a question of why times they're doing this, it's a question of what's the point. But what if there was a different objective from the very start? What if the goal of sending in a ton of low-level monsters was to make us let our guard down and think this times was their true power level? And I'll admit, it almost worked perfectly." Sion was thinking hard. "You're right. Last night I thought the worst of it was nearly over. However, among all the monsters we couldn't catch. If the dark god is here," Yusin finished, "it probably blended in with them." Seon looked horrified. Yusin added, "And it's not just yokai from Japan crossing over. China and Japan, and on a smaller scale. A few other places in the area have been identified. If it can get here from Japan, there's no guarantee they can't come from somewhere else." He tilted his head, looking strangely calm. "But at the same time, the dark god isn't your average creature. I think worrying might be a bit of an overreaction. But I don't think the idea is ridiculous. If a dark god came from another country and has been leveling up for the past month, it must be on a whole other level than yesterday's fodder. It could have already reached the divine realm by now. Maybe someone's out there, like one of those exorcist types. Someone from out of town, here to hunt the black god. Man, I really hope I'm just being paranoid." On a mountain near Soon, Siu and Seo Hua finally found some peace and quiet. He sighs, "I think this place should work. Looks like this mountain doesn't get a lot of foot traffic." Seo Hua seems pretty happy about it. "Well, a few passers-by wouldn't be a problem anyway. At least they can avoid any direct confrontations, unlike that total disaster at the shopping district yesterday. Even if they run into a few people out here, they can totally handle it." Siu breathes a sigh of relief, thank goodness. But then Seo Hua's mood shifts. She sizes him up, asking, "Did you lose sleep last night? Was it because of those two people who died at the mall?" Siu is taken aback. Seo Hua tries to calm him down. "I don't think it was your fault, you know. Frankly, my magic probably isn't as pure as it used to be." Sounds like an excuse, I know. But this is the first time I've had to deal with such a huge problem indirectly. It seems like nothing I'm saying is making you feel any better. Siu looks uneasy. "Yeah, well, I just keep wondering if I could have done more." She props her chin on her hand. "You could have. And that's why I brought you here to get you some skills. Because stuff like what happened yesterday, it's gonna keep happening to you, over and over again." Seo Hua flat out declares, "From now on, whenever we have time, I'm going to teach you the skills I've learned. That's my real job anyway. If you know your way around them, you can play the part of a monster yourself. Even if you're not as strong as me, having some basic magic would be a huge help. Barriers, containment, detection, and seals. There's a whole library of spells for every situation imaginable. So, you better study hard." With a look of pure determination, Siu nods. "All right." Seo Hua takes a step back, and then like lightning, she closes the distance in a flash, giving him zero time to react. Siu loses his balance, yelling, "Wait!" Luckily, Seo Hua's hand is there to steady him. "Be careful." Sweat pouring down, Siu's jaw just drops at her tone. "Even if you're a spirit, don't just lose your balance and trip over a little surprise." Seo Hua wraps an arm around Siu's waist, purring, Not bad posture." A wicked look crosses her face. "Relax. Just relax." Stay right there. And with that, she leans in close to a terrified Siu, whispering, because this will be over soon. Seo Hua stares at Siu. A strange, mystical fragrance, unlike any flower, wafts over with the sweet scent of peach. Siu's mouth hangs open, his heart hammering in his chest like he just ran a marathon. Experiencing this kind of thrill for the first time in his life, he squeezes his eyes shut. When he opens them again, he's standing in a very familiar scene. Seeing Siu's shock, Seo Hua tells him, "Don't worry. What you're seeing isn't real." She grins and explains, "This place is the absolute deepest part of your mind. Everything you see, hear, and feel here is built from your own memories." Siu thinks to himself, "Oh, thank God, it's not times that times place." He looks at Seo Hua. "So you're saying this is like an illusion, right? So you are too?" She replies coldly, "Nope. The person you're talking to right now is the real me. The magic I used on you is a little special." She thinks back to the nine-tailed fox. "It's one of my clan's most unique spells. Dream sound. Think of it like sending fake signals to the brain through the senses. As a result, it can cause visual or auditory hallucinations. Pretty neat, huh? As you already know, it can also make you forget things or even manipulate simple actions. But this is a much higher level application. It doesn't just apply stimuli, it literally opens a pathway to the mind, temporarily linking our thoughts together." Seo Hua lets out a breath and continues, "To put it simply, it's like I'm a guest visiting your mind for a short while. Normally, there'd be no reason to do something this elaborate." But Siu just stares at her. "The test we're about to have, though, honestly, it's a little interesting to me." She gives a cold smile, extends a hand and says, "Let's see how well you do fighting against this guy." A sudden, powerful wind blasts past Siu. He looks worriedly at Seo Hua. "Wait, don't tell me." Seo Hua just crosses her arms and smirks at him. "A familiar face, but not for you, huh? This must be the first time you've come face to face with a person's true nature." Siu glares at her, his eyes glowing red as he listens to her speak. "Well, maybe it's not exactly the same as back then. After all, it's just a copy based on the information from your memories." She scratches her head and continues. "However, by combining my memories of the entity with your direct experiences, the accuracy of this copy should be pretty darn high. Aren't you a little curious too? Who's the strongest between you two and what's the real difference here?" Siu gets into a ready stance, replying to Seo Hua, "I'm not so sure about that." She just snaps her fingers in response. "Let me tell you something. That entity's yokai energy will be exactly the same as it was back then. A gust of wind swirls up, a body on the verge of collapse, its yokai energy depleted. You remember that pitifully small, almost exhausted energy, right? And of course, a foot comes tearing across the ground, aimed right at Siu. Siu and his clone are squared up, face to face. The clone immediately throws a fist straight at our boy. Ziho Hua, just watching from her chair, says, "Even without demon energy, you're insanely strong." Siu's eyes bug out, thinking, what kind of power is this? He must have dispersed the impact by stomping the ground. The clone puts its full force into the attack as Siu desperately tries to block. He's suddenly hit with a thought, wait, was I really that strong back then? Siu keeps thinking back the power, the speed. Everything is way beyond his fight with the demon in the mall. It's on a whole other level. His clone suddenly lunges forward, an elbow flying straight for his face. Meanwhile, Zihohua slowly picks up her teacup, saying, "This isn't so easy, is it?" She looks over at Siu. "I told you before, you have potential. If it was a demon I had to use my own body against, the fight would be even harder." By now, Siu's mouth has already started to bleed. Zihohua sips her tea, thinking to herself, his fighting spirit is ridiculously high. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that with his willpower alone, he could probably dominate any fight he's ever had before. But she tells Siu, that's only when your opponent's level is low. When you face someone equally talented or even better, how exactly do you plan to win? At this point, Siu is completely out of gas. He props himself up with his hands, just wondering, why? He glares at the clone. Even though he used all his strength, not only did it do no damage, the guy didn't even flinch. Suddenly, it's like a jolt of electricity runs through Siu. He gets lost in his thoughts. Something about this whole situation is just weird. If that's really me from back then without demon energy, then why? Xihohua looks up, totally surprised. Oh? She sees Siu is back on his feet and in a fighting stance, his eyes locked on his clones. The clone dashes forward. He focuses on it, realizing every technique he's used until now has been influenced by that other power. The ability to change his weapon's shape, he could only do that because the memory of that entity was still lingering in his body. In other words, whatever that thing could do, he should be able to do it too. But while he's having this galaxy brain moment, the clone rushes in and slugs him. Its soulless eyes look down at him. Ground manipulation, right? the ability to absorb, impact, and disperse energy just by stepping on the ground. You're a lot better at that than I am. Siu grabs the clone's hand and yells, to overcome the gap in our power. His hand grips the clone as his feet plant themselves like roots. He uses all his strength and shoves his copy away, sending it flying. The clone clenches its fist, shouting, I'll try anything. Siu just grabs his staff with a defiant look. Let's see you use that ground manipulation when you aren't touching the ground. Siu charges straight at the clone, and the battle is on. On the sidelines, Ixe Hwa is just casually reading a book, glancing over at Siu and his double duking it out. Siu walks over to Z Hwa with a huge grin, bragging, I did it. He was super strong, but since he's me, it was easy to find his weakness. She closes her book and replies, That's right, you did very well. We both have to acknowledge that. Both of us? What do you mean? She just laughs and points behind him. Yeah, take a look. And he gets a very bad feeling. Siu turns his head and sees the clone slowly advancing on him, its eyes burning with a hatred that could eat him alive. Xe Hohua's vibe suddenly changes. Well, at least he's finally acknowledged you as an opponent worth crushing. Oh yeah, which means he didn't even think you were worthy until right now. Siu just looks up, completely speechless, like he can't even form a word. He glances at the staff he won with, then back at the clone ready to destroy him, and trembles. This is totally cheating. The clone unleashes a massive blast that buries Siu in rubble, his face twisted in pain before he finally blacks out. When he comes to, he's under a shady tree. He opens his eyes and sees Ze Hoa standing there, actually complimenting him. Well, you did a good job. I thought you'd get way more humiliated, but you actually put up a decent fight. She smiles and continues. Winning was impossible from the start, even if it wasn't a close quarters fight, because he made me use 5 of my tails. Siu weakly asks. The more tails she uses, the tougher the opponent. So how many does she normally use? She thinks for a second. I don't know. 2 feels a little weak in terms of firepower. If I'm in a tough situation, I'll use 3. If I need to end the fight quickly and I'm out of time, I'll bring out a maximum of 4. Besides, each tail increases my power by 1.5 times. Hearing Zihohua say that, Siu does the math. The difference between 3 tails and 5 is 1.5 squared, which is more than double, right? Zihohua continues. However, for most of the pests that bother me, just 1 tail is more than enough to deal with them. She whips around and yells, Hey you! Stop creeping around and watching me like some kind of rat. Turns out it's Hong Run who was totally spying on her. He stammers, Sorry, I was just afraid I'd interrupt. Kryun bows her head, still explaining, I swear I wasn't watching you with any bad intentions. Please believe me. But then Siu grunts, and Han Hoa immediately turns to him. Oh, what's this? You know this person? Siu is quick to answer. Yep, she's from the Ianoi shop. Hong Run, still bowing, says, Last time, Master Siu signed a contract with the head of the Ianoi shop, and as part of that deal, she was tasked with delivering all the items her boss prepared right to this spot. Siu and Seo Hua are floored to hear that the ultimate treasure is the outfit Siu is supposed to wear. Cut to the day before. Clear skies, not a cloud in sight. Sunlight streams over the rooftops as a voice echoes out. Calling it an investment is a little vague, don't you think? Inside a ridiculously fancy, old-school room, Maruing slowly explains, Nah, it's not that complicated. I'm just here to help you get what you want, give you some materials, and be your backup. He flashes a super confident smile, laying out the terms for Siu. I can even let you peek at some of our treasures. Not every client gets that kind of VIP treatment. He pauses for a beat before continuing. Plus, you'll have free reign to use all of our services. For example, you can tap into our massive information database on pretty much everything. Siu forces a smile, feeling pretty weirded out by this guy's over-the-top sales pitch. I mean, it sounds amazing, sure. But he shoots a skeptical look at Murung, his eyes filled with doubt. An investment. Isn't that when you put something in expecting to get more back out? He's not afraid to call him out. So if I become the Demon King, what do you get out of it? That's the big question, right? The old man just strokes his beard and chuckles. You really are sharp. But his next words make Siu gulp. All right, fine. If you want to know what we really want from you. Suddenly, his face lights up like a Christmas tree. As of right now, absolutely nothing. A charm on the table gives off a faint glow as Murung's deep voice fills the room. However, just as you pointed out a moment ago, thinking logically, this isn't exactly an investment, at least, not yet. He takes a breath, surprising Siu with what he says next. Honestly, it's just like I told you before. We get tons of candidates asking for backing, and we're not the only investors in the game. Plenty of other factions are involved. Maroon gets serious, breaking down the whole Demon King situation. It's pretty obvious. The Demon King is the one who will rule the entire underworld for the next 666 years. Whoever manages to take that throne, Our relationship with them could make or break our entire family. He pauses for a second, clears his throat, and continues. So for people like us who can't become the Demon King, we want to be close enough to be a loyal right-hand man. Murung explains his group's strategy. It might sound a bit elitist, but we have a knack for picking winners and planting seeds for the future. Siu scratches his neck and nods, finally seeming to get the picture. Okay, after hearing you explain it, I feel a little better about all this. But there have to be some demons who aren't happy with this arrangement, right? He hesitates, basically asking why they don't just sponsor him alone. You mean, why do we invest in other people too? Murung nods, smiling because he totally gets his point. Yes, we get a few cases like that. He quickly breaks down the issue for Siu, but honestly, it never blows up into a big incident. Most of those complaints get sorted out real fast. For example, he slowly brings up someone else as a case study. The young master of the He faction you fought, we originally planned on backing him at this Dark Moon assembly. With his sacred beast bloodline, we thought it was a worthy investment. Murung reaches his hand toward him, his voice full of pride. However, you proved to us. This makes Siu's eyes widen in shock that he wasn't the one worth betting on, and instead, you are the demon who is most worthy. And that's all there is to it. The look in his eyes is pure determination, like he's dead set on making Siu agree to become the Demon King. If you want sponsorship or to attract other funds, you just have to prove you're strong enough. If you see a demon that isn't up to snuff, or you don't want some loser you hate getting funded, just get stronger and crush them. Murung slowly explains the rules of the game. In the end, the longer the tournament goes on, the more of the weaklings get eliminated. Whoever's left standing will get that much closer to the Demon King's throne. He lowers his eyes, his expression turning serious and mysterious. When the time comes, we'll present our investment terms and let you know. Of course, the client has the right to decide whether to continue collaborating after reviewing our terms. Mojang finished with one last line before leaving, making Siu gulp. Until then, just think of this as your own little advantage. Siu held out his hands under the sun, letting out a long, quiet sigh. He looked down at the outfit and kept marveling. So cool he wore it right over his regular clothes and it wasn't uncomfortable at all. Plus, it fit him perfectly. No Hoa crossed her arms. With a totally deadpan look, she explained, well, it was made from a demon's artifact, so that's to be expected. You don't have to put it on piece by piece. Just like a demon's inventory, you can summon it whenever you need it. She glanced over at Hong Run and asked quietly, there's a spell for that, right? The girl jumped, then quickly answered, yes, touch your fingertips together like this. You can command it to equip when needed and unequip when you're done. Siu slowly brought his fingertips together, mumbling the command as instructed. Oh, really? With a grin, the clothes instantly turned to dust and vanished, completely stunning him. Looks like his interest just went through the roof. Siu kept yelling commands as Exo Hoa sighed in defeat. Equip, unequip, unequip, equip. She cut through his little game with a sharp comment. Having fun, are we? Hong Run just watched quietly from the side with a timid look. This woman is the famous nine-tailed fox. She glanced at Zhou Hoa, thinking of how many great clans, even their own Dark Moon Society, had tried to recruit her. A genius who turned them all down. Said she had no interest in being indebted to a bunch of brats. Meanwhile, that same genius was yelling at Siu, are you a child? Suddenly, she whipped her head around, glaring at Hong Run behind her. Exo Hoa's terrifying gaze made the girl frantically signal her innocence. What is it? You delivered the goods. Shouldn't you be leaving? Why are you just standing there staring at me? Are you trying to scout something? Siu whispered, trying to fix her tone. Hey, don't talk like that. He turned to Hong Run with a bright smile. Did you need to tell me something? What did the clan head say? Me? Given permission, she spoke slowly. Last night, the ones who escaped during the hunt, we found the location of one of them. She paused for a moment to breathe, then continued. The master has ordered me to inform you, Siu, of the location and to assist you and your party in the cleanup. Zhou Hoa immediately cut her off, her voice ice cold. Hold on, let's ignore for a second why you're telling this kid any of this. How exactly did you find his location? She asked sharply, demanding the real story. You'd better answer carefully. Hong Run placed a hand on her chest and calmly explained, Mr. Choy Siu, I'm sure you remember Yusum, the one you met yesterday? His eyes lit up, instantly catching on to what she was saying. Yusum, you mean the guy from H Company, right? Hong Run quietly confirmed. That's correct. She gently relayed the information she had. Last night, Yusum also participated in the hunt. He was sent somewhere in Soon with 2 other demons. Hearing this, Siu let out a little "oh," remembering the bustling streets of Suna. Then his injuries probably weren't too bad, right? A look of concern quickly crossed his face. Siu asked her, so, was Yusum the one who reported the location of the escapees? Something about this feels off. but Hongrun immediately denied it. He didn't report anything. Remembering what Yusum described made her shudder. Last night, the two demons sent with Yusum were killed by the very monster they were hunting. Yusum ran for his life, his face a mess of tears, snot, and even blood. But he managed to escape. The moment she heard that, a flicker of fear and disbelief crossed Shohoa's eyes. What? There were failures during the hunt? Honestly, even Hongrun herself could barely believe it. I've never heard of such a thing. We only just found out about it this morning. At that moment, Yusum was trembling and kneeling at the door, while she covered her mouth in shock. Yusum didn't reach the Dark Moon Society until late at night. Besides his physical injuries, he was in a state of absolute panic. In the quiet room, only the dim moonlight shone on the floor. We brought him inside and tried to calm him down, but he couldn't settle at all. Yusum just sat huddled in a corner, endlessly muttering, "Mom, sis, I'm so sorry." Hongrun slowly recounted the scene to Siu and Sohoa. The fear of that demon, and the guilt and shame of a failed mission. It seems his trauma from those two feelings is incredibly severe. Nohoa let out a soft sigh, feeling nothing but pity for Yusum. Looks like a dark future is on the way. The guy didn't even die, just made a pathetic escape. The entire guild was completely humiliated by it. If that were me, I would have just ended it myself. That's when Siu, standing off to the side, finally pipes up. So, why are you telling us this? Shouldn't the Inquisitor be the one hearing about it? Suddenly, Xiao Hua speaks up, clearing the confusion. They've probably already been notified, or will be soon. But my guess is they won't be making any big moves for a while. A small bird suddenly materializes in her hand, making Siu jump about a foot in the air. But Xiao Hua just calmly continues, "The price for what happened last night was higher than I thought. We failed a hunt in a zone like this. I think the next step is to gather teams from other areas and launch an all-out attack." While Siu and the little bird are having an intense stare-down, she speaks up softly. "Anyway, I have to get going. Somi's having a hard time cleaning up. The kid still hasn't mastered collection magic." She glances at him and says in a low voice, "If it's bothering you that much, just go check it out yourself." Siu can't hide his surprise. "I can do that?" Xiao Hua just nods while petting the tiny bird in her hand, her voice remaining perfectly even. Inquisitor Mute and Somi will try to stop you if they find out, but they're only judging things from their own perspective. The words she spoke left Hongrun, who was standing right across from her, completely speechless. She basically handed him the yokai's location without him needing to ask for permission. If he catches it, they'll probably look the other way. Siu, hearing this, looks uncharacteristically serious. "I know you well enough to know you'll be kicking yourself if you don't go take a look, because the sooner you catch it, the sooner you can stop eating human flesh." Her eyes flash with a cold light, her voice turning dead serious. "If I were you, I'd already be on my way there, and that's exactly why I'm not stopping you." She extends her hand, letting the little bird take flight. "My only advice to you is to find out what kind of monster you're actually dealing with." A powerful purple aura suddenly radiates from Xiao Hua's body. Her voice rings out, slow and steady. "You'll have a chance to win if they rely on physical strength, just like you do. But if they're the type of yokai that's skilled with magic, remember this, they can escape whenever they want." And just like that, she uses a time-space compression skill and vanishes. After a moment, Siu slowly turns to Hongrun and asks, "Can you tell me?" His eyes lock onto hers, serious yet with a soft hint of concern. "I want to know everything that Yuselm told you." At a luxurious hotel, under the blazing sun, a voice rings out, "Wait a minute, where are you going?" Yuzuru glances back over her shoulder, her expression cold as ice. "Sightseeing. What else? We came all this way. We can't just hole up in a hotel room all day." Kira stands there with his hands on his hips, looking totally helpless as he lets out a little sigh. "But you know what I mean. I'm asking if your time's really time's just going sightseeing." He reminds her, full of concern. "I already told you, we're guests here. We're not in Japan anymore. There are certain protocols and rules we are absolutely forced to follow." He just keeps on talking, trying to head off whatever reckless idea his sister has probably cooked up. "Those spirit users we met, it seems like they'd help us out if we just act friendly for a bit." Suddenly, Yuzuru cuts him right off. "I don't believe it." She turns to face Kira directly, her expression grim. "Do you really think I'd just go crazy and start hunting monsters all over the place? Especially in a country I've never even been to before?" Kira freezes for a second, a flicker of surprise on his face. "You wouldn't?" Yuzuru just points a finger right at her brother's face, her tone firm. "You're the acting head of the family, so stop behaving like you're not worthy of the title. Instead of getting hung up on pointless stuff, you should try to do your own job right." She brings up another topic, leaving Kira at a total loss for words. "Who was it that started a fight with the Sumida side a few days ago?" With that, Yuzuru walks to the door. but not without tossing a few last words his way. I'll be back before evening. If you're that worried, just contact me. The door slams shut with a loud bang, leaving Kira standing there in total shock. He finally lets out a deep sigh and mutters quietly, "It's not like you'd answer even if I did." The hotel elevator slowly ticks down past the 14th floor. Yuzuru steps inside with a deep frown on her face, clearly bothered by something. She presses the button for the first floor while thinking to herself, who knows how long we're going to be stuck in this place. Yuzuru summons her Shikigami, the child of the 7 lucky fortunes, and stares at it intently. I don't need to interfere too much. If the yokai want me, they'll find me. Inside the silent elevator, her crystal clear voice echoes softly around her. I need a blessing. Think you can pull a fortune for me? This is Kira Yuzuru, a spirit medium who commands Shikigami, powerful spiritual beings with all kinds of wild abilities. Her little helper, the 7 fortune child, basically acts like a personal luck battery. It can juice up the user's fortune on any day they want. The fortune child chirps happily, a huge grin on its face. Looks like you've saved up a ton. From inside its box, a small scroll appears. The box holds 7 kinds of blessings: wealth, health, love, career, knowledge, family, and fame. A spirit medium can never be sure which one they'll get, but Yuzuru just smiles, takes the paper, and says thanks. The 7 fortune child automatically gives out whatever blessing it thinks the user needs most. She squints as she starts to unroll the paper. She chuckles to herself, thinking this is a total waste of good luck, but it'll make catching that monster a cakewalk. The blessing is for romance. The second she reads that, her eyes fly open in complete and utter disbelief. The tiny paper reads, "A wonderful day. You will meet the destined lover you've always wished for. The process will be a little rough, and your lucky color is black." Yuzuru is just stunned. What is this? Her scream echoes through the bustling city. What is this piece of junk? Her hand crushes the paper, her face still frozen in shock. Is this seriously what she needs most right now? Even if there was a mistake, she needed something way more reliable. Suddenly, she hears someone nearby talking hesitantly. "Sir, I think this is the wrong place. Is this address correct?" A voice calls from a taxi that just pulled up. "Oh, it's fine, I'm sure it's right. I can walk from here, it seems close." Yuzuru's head whips around, her eyes wide. Siu steps out of the taxi and lets out a long, tired sigh. "You've got to be kidding me." He glances down at his phone, muttering, "Should have just taken the bus." Cut to a different scene. A woman approaches a man named Bi-hyung from behind, her voice soft. "I thought you hated humans." She holds a coffee cup, staring off into the distance with a cold expression while Bi-hyung talks. "Is that right? How long have you been here?" Tren glances down at him with total indifference. The corner of her mouth lifts slightly. "Just a few minutes. I was wondering if I should bother you, but figured I'd let it go. Your sudden appearance is pretty interesting, though." Bi-hyung lets out a short laugh, bowing his head. "Surprising? I consider disliking something and observing it 2 completely different things." His gaze drifts down to some ants crawling on the ground as he speaks slowly. Most humans despise insects, but they find it fascinating to watch them from afar. A faint smile touches his lips, clearly amused by the thought. It's all the same, really. Watching them squirm around can be pretty fun sometimes. Tren rests her chin on her hand, sitting beside him with a bored expression. Even though it's completely useless, Bai-hyung's eyes crinkle as he laughs. "Tren, you're still so young," he explains his point gently, like he's talking to a child. "You haven't even had your 2nd birthday yet, have you? With how fast you learn, you'll understand what I mean soon enough." Tren just turns away and sighs, complaining about the topic. But some things you only realize after they're over. The 3 members of the Baeklon family are all dead, right? Bai-hyung seems to finally recall who she's talking about. "Oh," he says, "those 2 stubborn ones, Wei and Baeklon. They're probably dead. The opponent was way too strong, after all. The youngest, Wei Ran, might still be alive, but that's no different from being dead." He chuckles at the thought of Wei Ran being captured and interrogated. Because he was caught alive. They'll probably do anything to squeeze information about us out of him. "There isn't even that much to squeeze out," Tren suddenly cuts in. "I regretted it all night last night." She looks troubled, remembering the day before. "Everything seemed fine until someone rejected their offer. But when I left the shopping center alone, the more time passed, the more real it felt." She seems unhappy, recalling her actions, much to Bi-hyung's surprise. "I looked at those 3, and what I did was so stupid. I spent a whole year with them and only just now realized it." Tren's face suddenly contorts, her sharp fangs jutting out. "Those 3. I should have eaten them. It's so frustrating. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Her aura makes the air around them drop to freezing temperatures. People nearby shiver. What's going on? Why is it so cold? Meanwhile, Tren keeps ranting. "Last night, I devoured everything in sight. But my hunger is still gnawing at me." Bi-hyung turns to her, asking quietly, How much did you eat? Tren snarls, her eyes wide with fury as she answers, I didn't bother counting, but the building where I spent time with those three. She remembered the last place she saw those three, and everything inside her had been devoured. But she just raised an eyebrow at Bi-hyung, looking totally confused. So what if it is? He let out a little laugh, a spark of weird amusement in his eyes. Whatever. I already said I'm done playing it safe. After last night, you can do literally anything you want. He paused, then his voice dropped. Wherever you go, whatever chaos you cause, I'm not getting in your way anymore, not that I ever really could. Bi-hyung glanced up at her, a huge grin on his face. So go on, do what you want. That's all I ask from all 7 of you. He pulled out his phone, tapping away as he talked. Every single resident in that apartment complex vanished. News will probably break around noon. She put down her coffee and asked softly. A flicker of confusion crossed her otherwise perfect face. How did you know, she whispered, that Dae and Bak Lan ran into trouble? And that Nguyen Nguyen Yen is still alive? Bi-hyung, were you there? The corner of his mouth curved into a wicked little smile. You bet I was. He recalled the insane fight scene, adding, I was right there in the middle of it. A look of pure, unexplainable joy flashed in his eyes. Bi-hyung quickly tried to explain himself. It's not like I went there on purpose or anything, it was just a happy little accident. His voice got deeper as he remembered a bruised face. I saw everything that went down. She sounded surprised, like it was some huge revelation. A strange, demonic purple light glinted deep in Bi-hyung's eyes. He just chuckled. It was nothing special, really. Well, not yet. Sunlight streamed down onto the quiet, empty street. Siu strolled down the sidewalk, with Yuzuru shadowing him from a distance, trying desperately not to be seen. She tilted her head, watching his back, totally baffled. Seriously, what is this guy's deal? She thought back to when she first saw him, wondering why he was letting his power leak out so carelessly. Even for a monster playing by the rules, flaunting his energy like that in this country was just plain stupid. Yuzuru's eyes narrowed as a couple theories popped into her head. Okay, I'm thinking 2 possibilities here. She started running through the scenarios that could explain Siu's weird behavior. 1, he's being mind-controlled by some other supernatural creature. Yuzuru stared at him, clueless that he was just a monster faking incompetence to bait a trap. Or 2, he has zero control over his own power. Suddenly, Siu stopped, looking down at an object in his hand. It was an ornate tracking sword with delicate patterns on the hilt. A mysterious purple glow pulsed from the blade. He remembered what Hong Run told him when she gave it to him. Master Yusum's dagger. When you infuse it with spirit energy and stab something, the blade tip breaks off and stays inside. She was basically giving Siu the user manual for this magical weapon. It lets the wielder track the target from anywhere. He took the sword, immediately having questions. The rest of the blade is stuck in whatever creature Yuselm was hunting. Are there any restrictions? Like, how long does the tracking effect last? She quickly gave him the rundown to clear things up. Effective range is about 1,000 kilometers, and the effect lasts as long as it's in range, or until the target pulls the blade out. She paused, then added a critical detail. But to remove it, you need a spiritual energy stronger than what was put in. That's the only way. The scene shifts back to Siu, walking through the city ruins, still thinking about Hong Run's instructions on what happens when the blade is removed. A brand new blade just sprouts from the broken hilt. His opponent was strong enough to take down Yuzelm, and he wasn't alone, there were 2 other monsters with him. Siu just stared at the glowing sword, lost in thought. Even though they had the power to beat Yuselm and his crew, the tip of the tracking sword was left inside on purpose. He came to a grim conclusion. There's only one explanation. They specifically chose not to remove the blade. Ahead of him stood a row of old, rundown buildings, and from the roof, a purple glow pulsed a perfect match for his sword. Inside a trashed little room, a voice cried out, "Ow!" Someone else just laughed, glancing at a terrified Jenin nearby. What's wrong, Jen? The kid pointed a shaky finger at his teammate. Blood. You got blood on my sleeve. He looked a bit worried for his buddy. Are you sure it's okay to leave it like that? Tao just grinned, showing a row of perfectly white teeth. This thing? He glanced at the blade sticking straight through his arm, looking like he couldn't feel a thing. Don't worry, the wound's not that deep. Besides, I gotta leave it in. I'm just gonna get hurt again anyway, right? But just then, another voice cuts in from the entrance. I was about to say the same thing. Hoi Fong appears, sporting a freaky face and abnormally huge eyes. He asks quietly, "What's going on? What's the point of luring in the people who are hunting us?" He just could not wrap his head around why our guy would do something so stupid. If they keep hunting, at least they'll have a steady supply of human meat. Our protagonist just glances over and smirks. Right, that's what I was about to say. Then he drops an absolute bombshell that leaves both Hoi Fong and Jen completely floored. From now on, I will no longer eat human flesh. Hoi Fong immediately screams, not believing what he just heard. What did you say? If you don't eat people, then what will you? But our guy cuts him off, laying out his new master plan. I know they're delicious, and the more you eat, the better they taste. Plus, you get a sweet power-up. He gets this far-off look in his eyes, like he's peering into the future. But for some reason, no matter how much I ate, I never felt satisfied. I've thought about it a lot, but I could never find the answer. But after last night, everything started to click. He remembers Yuselm's ridiculously powerful form and size. Those three we fought were seriously tough. If that was the old me, they definitely would have killed me. The scene plays back in his head, taking them down, the last one putting up a decent struggle. After that fight, that was when he truly felt it. His stomach was finally full. He glances over at Jen and keeps going. The person who brought me here probably gets it. I was born to experience that feeling. A faint purple aura starts swirling around his body, followed by a totally sinister smile. I want to hunt powerful creatures, not for their taste. It's a feeling humans can't give me, so I don't need to eat them anymore. Hoi Fong grinds his teeth, immediately shooting down the whole idea. That's ridiculous. Honestly, your whole drama is getting really old. I don't get it, and I don't want to get it. I barely managed to get this chance. I'm not about to die because of your little whim. Our guy just lets out a low, deep chuckle. Oh, really? He hops down, slowly walking towards Hoi Fong. I get it. This is just my own selfish greed. Our points of view are just too different. He steps right up to Hoi Fong and makes an offer. So, should we call it quits? It's a shame, but I guess that's how it is. Cold sweat starts pouring down Hoi Fong's face. Wait a minute. If this guy isn't going to eat humans, then maybe, but then a hand shoots out in front of his face, making his entire body freeze over. But our guy simply flashes a bright smile and says, "Take care." This little exchange even takes Jen, who's been standing on the side, completely by surprise. Hoi Fong, Jen, it was a short time, but I learned a lot. Otherwise, I would have been dead long ago. His eyes are filled with genuine gratitude, not a hint of deception. It would have been great if we could have kept working together, but you're right. I think it's better if I go my own way. He finishes with a surprisingly heartfelt line. I'm sorry, and thank you. A single tear rolls down Hoi Fong's cheek. This kid. He quickly schools his expression, hiding that moment of weakness and barking an order. Hey, if you heard him, then get going. We're leaving this place before nightfall. Seeing Jen just standing there, Hoi Fong starts getting impatient. What are you dawdling for? Jen hesitates, the words getting stuck in his throat. And then, he answers Hoi Fong with total conviction. I want to stay with him. Hoi Fong can't believe his ears. What? Jen pauses for a long moment before speaking again, his tone careful. The reason we survived last night was because he fought for us, right? And his next words make even our main character turn his head. I want to be strong like him, so I want to fight, just not against humans. Hoi Fong explodes in anger, pointing a finger right at him. What the hell are you talking about? Even if you don't fully get it, have you forgotten what you and I are? Our body's transformation is different from his. He's like some kind of copycat. Seeing this, our guy chimes in, trying to talk some sense into General blanks like, sticking with me is dangerous. Especially for you, General. Your odds of dying are way higher than mine. But Jen just bares his sharp teeth, flashing a confident grin. As long as you're with me, I promise you one thing. You will absolutely not die before I do. The kid looks at our hero with choked up emotion, while Hoi Fong is still just standing there, completely baffled. He can't take it anymore. Hoi Fong turns his back with a sigh. I've had it. You two do whatever you want. Hoi Fong stops, turns his head back and asks, You're both not eating people, right? If that's the case, I'm going to finish off the people on the lower floors before I leave. Don't you dare interfere. Our guy replies cheerfully. Yeah, you better eat as much as you can. And suddenly, Hoi Fong's face darkens, his voice dropping to a low, menacing growl. Right then, outside the abandoned complex, Siu stood before the gate, lost in thought for a long moment. The demon was ancient, having seen countless eras pass. Noticing Siu's strange mood, it quickly spoke up. Hey, what's wrong with you? Its name changes depending on the era and the region where it appears. He clenches his fist, whispering his reply. Yeah, I'm fine, Ren. Just a little surprised, that's all. No matter the era, its nature is the same, an endless lust for war. Sensing Siu outside, the man mutters to himself, I knew you'd come. At least, I thought you'd show up during the Age of Hatred. That was its peak, a time when monsters, demons, and humans all called it by the same name. Dao, also known as the violent Choy Siu, swallowing the entire world. His eyes bulge, veins popping on his hands, as he warns his partner, I need to get ready to greet our guest. Siu slowly steps into the old industrial park, the faint sunlight piercing through the hole-ridden ceiling. A chill runs down his spine. Ever since he entered the building, his skin has been crawling, two different sensations hitting him from two directions. He looks up, seeing a purple aura gathering on the ceiling. One energy from above, and the sickening stench of blood rising from the terrifying stairs below. In this creepy situation, Siu swallows hard before making his move. Elsewhere, Yuzuru also stops in front of the old factory, staring at it for a long moment. A sudden wave of unease washes over her, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. What is this? This strange feeling. Unless this building has a special history, this is definitely a monster feeding ground. She watches Siu's back as he casually strolls inside, totally bewildered. No way he can't feel that, so why is he walking in so brazenly? Yuzuru glares at the dilapidated building again, biting her lip. This has to be a trap. What an idiot. Still, her hand tightens on the piece of paper. The seven lucky gods' prophecy can't be wrong. A few thoughts start bubbling up in Yuzuru's mind. Even when it comes to love, it's like securing good luck for the day. After all, meeting her ideal type safely is what's most important. But Yuzuru stops, confused for a second. Wait, what even is my ideal type? She never really thought about it. Finally letting out a long sigh, she pictures Siu. Nothing specific, really. Not too ugly, but not too handsome either. She gives the building one more look over. Yuzuru can clearly see a shady aura radiating from the place, plus she can feel that dead energy from way up high. Suddenly, a snow fox is summoned to her side. Yuzuru smirks slightly and gives the command. Go, Ruju. In a flash, it carries her inside through a broken window. Just as she lands, a loud crash echoes through the building. Yuzuru's eyes darken, her face turning ice cold. Are you scared? She scoffs, seeing Ren step out from the shadows in front of her. You don't look all that strong. But he doesn't seem to be backing down, even though he's been shaking this whole time. You can try. Yuzuru's attitude is anything but friendly. A contemptuous smile plays on her lips. Whatever, anything that crawls out, I'll take care of it. Meanwhile, Siu is heading down a pitch-black staircase. Suddenly, a strange noise makes him jump. When Siu turns to look, he sees a figure hunched over, focused on something. The person looks up, just in time to see Siu, a half-eaten human leg still in their hand. Huifeng's raspy voice asks hesitantly, Human? No, a monster. Siu's face darkens, trying to hold back his absolute rage. You guys! A black aura starts leaking from his body. Looks like Siu can't hide his fury anymore. How many so far? A pointless question, really. How many are here? A thought flashes through his mind as he speaks. There's no way it's just one. The others must have gone upstairs. Huifeng slowly stands, wiping the blood from his mouth. That's hilarious. It's useless even if you ask. He's secretly thrilled, already forming a plan. This is his chance. Take this guy out quick and get out of here. Huifeng grins, letting out a wicked laugh. Thanks to you, I can't even enjoy the meat I've been saving. He pauses for a moment before declaring dramatically, Looks like you're going to have to compensate me for this. In the darkness, Siu's lips curl into a slight smirk as he gives a simple reply. Okay. The monster's eyes go wide, shocked he'd agree so easily. But in a flash, Siu was right there, unleashing a punch loaded with raw power. If you've got the guts, then come on. He slams a heavy fist straight into the guy's stomach. Sparks of electricity erupt, stunning him. Huifeng can't believe his eyes as he spits up a mouthful of blood. What is this speed? Siu's hand shoots out, grabbing a fistful of his shirt. He yanks, lifting the monster clean off the ground. Then he hurls Huifeng away with incredible force, causing a massive explosion of dust and debris. The other guy staggers up from the rubble, looking pretty mad, while Siu just calmly speaks. I'll ask again. His eyes are glowing, his whole body crackling with raw power. How many monsters are here? What are their strengths and abilities? And make it quick. Huifeng grits his teeth, sharp spikes literally bursting from his arm. You dare mock me, you little rat. But our boy doesn't even flinch. He just keeps staring him down, completely unimpressed. Then, in a flash, a deep cut runs from his forehead, past his eye, and down to his neck, sending blood flying. Siu's eyes widened in surprise as the wind demon morphed into a monster with praying mantis arms, cackling with glee. You fool! I should have just killed you when I had the chance. Who do you think you are, acting so high and mighty? He laughed, mocking the past. One after another, they all come here, these idiots, trying to set up shop without knowing whose territory this is. Huifeng lifts one of his shiny new blade arms, thinking to himself, is this really going to go as smoothly as I hope? Whatever. As long as he can attack from a distance, he's sure every single hit will land. And with that, he unleashes a storm of slashes. Each one connects, tearing dozens of wounds all over Siu's body. Huifeng just keeps swinging those claws, desperate to kill Siu, sending shredded cloth and blood flying everywhere. The slashes keep on landing. But here's the crazy part. Siu isn't even trying to dodge them. Blood is everywhere. Hoi Fong even slices off one of his ears. After a while, the monster is the one panting, trying to catch his breath. What the? He's stunned. Siu is not only still standing, but he's slowly walking right toward him. What are you? You should be on the ground by now. But Siu just calmly looks at the weak, sweating beast. I understand why you eat people to get stronger. I get that desperation, that need to get even a little bit more powerful. He glances at a pile of bodies nearby. But why kill so many people for such a tiny reward, only to become even hungrier? Siu's eyes glow blood red as he clenches his fist, his voice dropping to a growl. I just can't understand killing for such pathetic reasons. Hoi Fong is terrified by his unnaturally fast speed. He screams and swings wildly, managing to chop off Siu's entire hand just to stop the attack. The severed hand, still clenched in a fist, drops to the floor. But it doesn't stop Siu from landing a massive blow. And yet, Hoi Fong just starts laughing sarcastically. You're so funny. Why do we eat people? It's obvious. Because we can. He says this with his face all bruised and battered. What's wrong with the strong devouring the weak? You're the same, aren't you? Hoi Fong's rant gets more and more unhinged. The strong have the right to say so. It's fantastic. Siu gives him a simple, one-word answer. Right. And then, with a single punch, he kills Hoi Fong on the spot. Siu reaches into the dead monster's chest and pulls out a glowing purple gem. His own face is hidden in the shadows, his expression unreadable. He silently turns away, his eyes now as cold as ice. Looking over the mutilated corpses on the ground, Siu hesitates for a moment, then slowly puts the strange gem in his mouth. Meanwhile, up on the next floor, a spark of pale blue electricity zips through the air. A girl named Yuzuru has some guy named Ren completely pinned down. He's trembling as she crosses her arms, asking, "Are you the only one here? No leader? No backup?" The guy is shaking too hard to even get a word out. I don't know, a voice says. Stop intimidating him. Focus. Yuzuru's eyes narrow as a mark on her forehead begins to glow. I am. And with that, a massive bolt of lightning slams into Ren's chest, sending him flying across the room. She looks totally calm on the outside, but inside, her mind is racing. Wasn't that a little too easy? For his level, he has absolutely zero combat experience. Did he get separated from his group? Or kicked out? Staring at Ren's unconscious body, a new idea starts to pop into her head. Killing him seems like a pain. Maybe we should just capture him? But a new voice suddenly cuts in with a confident smile. That's not good enough. Ren, your attitude is all wrong. If you keep going like this, they'll never see you as a worthy opponent. Fun fact, due to the unique spiritual nature of Japan, psychics in this area have way more real-world experience than those from other regions. Yuzuru's eyes go wide the second she sees who just spoke. This is Yuzuru, a 14-year-old psychic exorcist by Korean standards who has banished over 100 spirits in 5 years. But none of that matters right now. That voice sends a shiver down her spine. In battle, it echoes. Your presence is the most important thing. Despite all her experience, nothing she has ever faced compares to the supernatural being standing before her now. He casually strolled out, not forgetting to give his teammate a little heads up. Even if your opponent is stronger, the trick is to make them think you're a real pain to take down. Yuzuru gritted her teeth, completely stunned by what just happened. Was this guy seriously hiding his presence until the last second? No, it was more than that. The energy he was giving off wasn't the soul she needed, but man, it was dark and absolutely furious. She finally came to a terrifying conclusion this guy had reached the level of a full-blown demon. Meanwhile, Mr. Menacing Aura Guy spoke up, his voice way too calm. My apologies, I wasn't trying to hide. He paused, then continued like they were old friends catching up. I just wanted to give my friend here a chance. He was just so eager. Sweat trickled down Yuzuru's forehead. His energy was making her heart do gymnastics she didn't approve of. Run or fight. The odds of success felt about the same. Just as he spoke 2 words, a sudden noise from outside cut him off. But then, a black, cord-like energy shot out and wrapped tight around his wrist, which clearly took him by surprise. The cord was long and silent, but it felt like the quiet right before a massive storm hits. In a flash, Siu appeared, his body completely regenerated. He snarled, spun, and aimed a brutal kick right at the guy's head. The guy's eyes went wide, he clenched his fist, and flashed a grin full of razor-sharp teeth. Siu poured more power into his leg, lightning crackling around it as he slammed his foot home. With that one powerful kick, Siu sent him flying. And not just a little trip, he sailed across the room and smashed hard into a wall. The impact sent dust and rocks flying with a massive boom. Jen struggled to her feet, shakily calling his name. Ow! Suddenly Siu's voice cut in, low and dangerous, making Yuzuru jump. What was that you said earlier? Something about a superhero? He shot her a cold glare, his voice a command. Go home, you can't help here. Yuzuru was not having it and shot right back. Hold on, if you're just here to kill them all, then consider me seriously disappointed in you. Then, a voice from the rubble chimed in as Ao sat up, smirking. You're in my way, Siu stated. If something is blocking my path, I can't really go all out. Ao's eyes were wide, his face still sore from that kick. That's what you really wanted to say, isn't it? I can see it a mile away. Ao looked him over, calmly offering his own analysis. You look a little different, but you remind me of a friend I used to train with. But Yuzuru, fuming, gritted her teeth and stood in the way of the supposedly useless monster. She reached out and snatched a metal rod straight from Ryu's mouth. The tattoo on its forehead flashed bright blue, transforming into a thunderbird. She shot back at Ao's interested whistle. And why are you dissing me so hard? She gripped the metal rod tight while Ryu, beside her, had become a freaking thundercat. Hey you. You'd be smart to move. Yuzuru's warning to Siu seemed to catch him a little off guard. I'm not about to hold back just to keep you safe. She raised the rod, and it crackled with powerful blue lightning. This was a Thunderbird lightning attack. The moment Yuzuru screamed, Ryuju shot forward like a bolt of raging thunder. It flew in a straight line, right toward Ao and Ren. After a huge boom, dust and debris filled the air. Yuzuru held her weapon vertically, her face serious as she surveyed the scene. The enemy's right in front of me, no reason not to go all out. Ryu was now slinking across the ceiling, awaiting the next command. I'm releasing all the power I have. She repeated the order, her voice low and steady. The blue light flared even brighter, raging thunder. The entire old building lit up with a heaven-shaking explosion. As the smoke cleared, she was standing alone, panting heavily, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Something was wrong. She'd only used that move twice, and she was already out of breath. This wasn't even half her usual strength. Then it hit her. The energy in this country wasn't compatible with her. Out of nowhere, Siu appeared from the shadows and grabbed her wrist, causing her to freeze for a few seconds. Gone was his harsh attitude. His voice was incredibly gentle now. Calm down. He frowned a little at Yuzuru, repeating himself softly. That hurts. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, and Siu yanked her towards him, dodging the attack. She stared into the distance, her face completely blank, a huge contrast to his own calm expression. All she could see was a huge hole blown through the wall, letting a powerful cold wind rush inside. Yuzuru finally asked a question after the noisy mess. Did he run away? Siu's answer was calm and certain. No. His brows knitted together, as if he was waiting for more. It's not that easy. If he really wanted to, he could put the string away. But then, a tiny tremor runs through the thread wrapped around his hand. Both of them lock their eyes on the string, silently watching its every move. Siu, of course, speaks up first, completely unfazed. One of their crew wasn't exactly cut out for fighting. The memory of Jenin's trembling figure makes Siu let out a soft sigh. So I let him go. That guy will be back soon enough. Or rather, he should follow me, since we have a connection. Finally, he makes a serious declaration. I told you, I'm going to track him down. I don't need you. Yuzuru snaps, her eyes blazing with anger as she glares at him. What nonsense are you talking about? But whatever words she had ready get caught in her throat. Yuzuru's eyes fly open. A powerful purple light is glowing in Siu's eyes, practically daring her. Should I show you just how much nonsense you're spouting right now? Fear flashes in her eyes, and Yuzuru stumbles off balance. Oh yeah, that's because he's now got her by the throat, making a point. I've never killed anyone, but I imagine it's like crushing a feather. His pupils are now completely swallowed by that eerie purple glow. If I squeeze just a little harder, your neck will snap instantly. His hand tightens, making Yuzuru tremble uncontrollably. But Siu just asks in a low voice, well, what are you standing there for? If you don't want to die, do something. But just then, something else comes barreling straight for him. Siu feels a slight tingle of electricity, which catches him by surprise. He slowly glances down to see what in the world it is. And what does he see? Tiny little Ryuju, ramming its head into his side with all its might, trying to make him release Yuzuru. Siu squints at the little creature at a complete loss for words. Finally, just as Ryuju wanted, he lets go of her neck. Seeing Yuzuru on the ground, clutching her throat and coughing makes him feel a little guilty. Sorry, I got a bit intense, but not too much. He pauses for a moment, then continues with a cold expression. I don't know if you noticed, but that last attack was aimed at me, not you. Siu calmly explains his recent actions, trying to prevent any misunderstandings. What I mean is, you weren't strong enough to dodge that, and I knew I'd have to save you. I made that move to buy you some time. His words leave her in a long, contemplative silence, completely unsure how to respond to that. I don't know if it's pride or something else, but do you get it now? You're not strong enough to beat that monster. Even with Ryuju glaring at him with its fur on end, Siu keeps trying to persuade her to just go home. He walks right past her but makes sure to add a few more warnings. At least for today, I don't want to see anyone else die. Then, as if remembering something, Siu says one more thing that makes her turn back. Oh, right. He slowly reminds her about some other business. There are a lot of bodies in the basement and it's not pretty, but you can handle that for me, right? There's a hint of a desperate plea in Siu's eyes. I'm asking you, seeing them like that, it's just too much to bear. Outside, the bright sun shines down on the old dilapidated neighborhood. Siu follows the thread, weaving through the deserted alleyways. Suddenly, another voice rings out, stopping him in his tracks. I like your style. And there he is, standing not too far in front of our boy. His hands are on his hips, one arm still wrapped by the thread from Siu's hand. Honestly, fighting last night or now, it's all good. This way, I can keep the promise I made to my comrades. He reaches a hand towards Siu, his voice dripping with confidence. I'm sure you've noticed already, but you don't have to worry about any humans getting involved in this mess. Unless it's an accident, of course. He points to a demolition schedule spray-painted in red on an old metal door and says, this area is apparently being redeveloped, so not many people live here. We spread some rumors, and it seems like even the original residents have packed up and left. He scratches his head, trying to remember. They were filming something I don't really recall. Thanks to that, this place is perfect for a hunt. Siu, now in a different set of clothes, shapes the tracking thread into a sharp, deadly sword. Sensing the shift in the air, the enemy begins to chuckle. Sorry, I'm rambling a bit. My bad. A wicked grin spreads across his face, revealing a sharp fang. I'm just getting a little too excited. The instant he finishes speaking, they both rush each other at incredible speeds. His fist collides with Siu's sword, creating a shower of red sparks and blinding purple light. However, something totally unexpected happens that the villain has no time to dodge. Siu whips his leg up, kicking him square in the chin. He then tightens his grip on the sword, a determined glint in his eyes. He swings the sword decisively, slashing it straight into his opponent's body. The immense force of the blow sends the guy flying into a wall with a loud bang. But his body doesn't stop there. He gets blasted straight through the wall and keeps on going. The second he lowered his hands from his defensive stance, his opponent's eyes shot wide open in shock. Like a flash of lightning, Siu lunged forward, his sword becoming a dagger as he swung high, aiming a strike right at the guy's face. But from the very start, his enemy gave him zero openings, immediately throwing the first punch. Even with a bloody nose from that punch, Siu's fighting spirit was far from extinguished. After all, their natural talent was pretty much identical. But when it came to pure, raw strength, the gap between them was getting wider and wider with every single clash. A smirk played on Chi-Diu's lips, a confidence so blatant he couldn't possibly hide it. This guy was a monster fully aware of the violence inside him. His power was an insane level of adaptability. He drove a brutal punch straight into Siu's gut. The blow forced Siu to spit out a spray of blood, his mind flashing back to what Seo Hoa had told him about those pills. It was just pure luck, you know. I've heard about preservation gems before. I don't know if your body's just weird or if that was your first time, but you absorbed it well. I'll make sure you burn this lesson into your memory. Her tone was dead serious as she gave the order. From now on, you are forbidden from eating a second one. Siu was floored, staring down at the box once more. What? But eating this was the only reason I managed to beat Heichi. And I spent a ton of money on these things too. Seo Hoa's face was the definition of disappointment as she started to lecture him. I already told you, you just got lucky. Basically, taking in too much energy is just as dangerous as running out of it completely. She brought up that previous incident, using it as a crystal clear example for him. It's like that time you fought the beast. You couldn't control the energy overload and just let your instincts take over. She looked him dead in the eye, giving one last, gentle warning. If you keep taking this stuff just to chase after more power, I can't even imagine what's going to happen to you. Maybe nothing will happen. Or maybe you'll turn into an actual monster. Back in the present, Siu clutched his injured side, just trying to stay on his feet, while his opponent on the other side started his commentary. Man, you're a tough one. Chi-Dio clenched his fist, his expression turning downright terrifying. Yesterday, I punched out 3 other guys, and it wasn't nearly as satisfying as this. This is the first time I've ever used this much power. But Siu wasn't listening, just trying to stop shaking long enough to pop another gem into his mouth. A hazy, dark purple energy began to leak from his body. And now, it was Chi-Diu's turn to look completely and utterly shocked. And while Siu couldn't answer the question, what is that thing on your head? There was probably someone who understood goblins from 1,000 years ago who could. The Goblin Hat. The third ability of the Goblin race. Siu's entire body was now glowing with purple light, the wound on his forehead transforming into a small hat. Meanwhile, under the bright sun, A panicked voice cried out from a small hut. "I swear on my life, I saw a goblin with my own 2 eyes." A few men sat around, just shooting the breeze. One of them started complaining again. This guy sees a stray cat and he'll swear up and down it was a tiger. But the young man in the faded gray shirt, his face pale with fear, insisted. No, this time it was real. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he told his story, his voice trembling. "The other day, I was crossing the mountain ridge when this snake-like thing appeared, calling itself a supernatural being. But then a goblin showed up and saved me." Another man at the table raised his wine bowl, asking hazily, "So after it saved you, did it say, 'Hey, I'm a goblin'? What did it even look like?" The young man looked up, trying to recall the creature's appearance. It was huge, unbelievably tall, at least twice the size of a normal man. The goblin in his memory was massive and powerfully built, but other than that, it looked almost completely human. Its skin was a little darker, maybe, but it had eyes, a nose, a mouth. Everything was there. The man in the hat let out a little chuckle, obviously not buying a word of it. Instead of saying it looked human, why not just say it times was times human? I always figured they'd have horns on their heads. But the young man stood his ground, adamant about what he saw. There were no horns. No, I've never heard anyone say goblins have horns. A man calmly took a sip of wine. "You know the blacksmith in the next village? Unlike you, he's not a coward, so he's a bit more trustworthy." The last guy in the group suddenly spoke up. "Hey, I'm not saying the blacksmith is lying or anything," but what he said next made the other 2 guys at the table stare with wide eyes. The goblin I saw didn't have any horns either. The 2 of them immediately jumped on it. "You saw a goblin too?" The slightly drunk-looking man nodded, picking up a piece of food. "Yeah, I saw one." He slowly began to recount the old story in a slurred voice. "It happened when I was really little. I saw 2 goblins fighting each other." As the old man spoke, the memories of that day came flooding back into focus. He said they looked human, sure, just bigger and with darker skin, but something was off. They just had a silent stare down, not saying a single word. The man in the hat just raises an eyebrow, completely baffled. "So, no horns?" "What happened next?" the other guy asks, chewing his food calmly. "Beats me." Then, poof, the ogre thing just vanishes. The storyteller throws his hands to his head, making horn signs to show what he saw. "It was way too dark," he explains, so he couldn't tell if it was a hat or something else. But it had something sharp sticking out, just like a horn, probably the same one the blacksmith saw. The second he put it on, the ogre went invisible. The guy was so spooked he just took off running, getting the hell out of there. After the creature disappeared, the ground split open, trees were torn from their roots, and the whole mountain shook. They must have been in a serious brawl. He pours himself another drink and keeps going, admitting his memory's a little foggy. Because with creatures like that, arguing about the details is pretty much pointless, they're just beyond human logic. He figures that legends, myths, and all those monster stories usually have a kernel of truth to them. The man takes a huge swig from his bowl, lets out a long breath, and then calls for another round. "But," he says, "these are all just human theories, so you can't trust them completely." Meanwhile, Dao stares ahead with a seriously creepy grin. And speaking of legends, some kind of armor is literally forming on Siu's head. See, in folklore, an ogre's horns are optional. The real deal, the demon face of battle, is actually known as the ogre mask. And that's the exact same mask materializing on Siu's face right now. It's part of an ear guard made from pure ogre energy. Plus, he's up on his toes, coiling his muscles for a surprise attack. That whole rumor about the mask making you invisible? Yeah, that's only half the story. Siu blinks out of existence right before Dao's eyes. He isn't invisible, a fact that clearly startles Dao. He's just moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. Forget other supernatural creatures, Siu suddenly reappears right in Dao's face with a punch already cocked back. A massive explosion erupts, unleashing a blinding light that shakes the heavens themselves. And on Tao's face? Pure, unfiltered excitement at this insane display of power. The fist he used to block Siu's punch now has a few fingers bent back at a truly gruesome angle. Siu gives him zero time to recover, immediately slamming another fist right into his jaw. Dao gets knocked clean off his feet, blood gushing from his nose, but somehow he plants his feet and stabilizes instantly. Then this absolute madman launches himself forward, headbutting Siu with everything he's got, scraping his own face bloody against the ogre mask. Siu's nose turns red, but his gaze remains absolutely rock solid. He fires a decisive punch straight into Dao's stomach. Before the guy can even process the pain, Siu grabs his shoulder. He hurls Tao into the air, channeling even more power into his hands, setting up the mountain reversal technique. His eyes flare with brilliant light, unleashing a powerful bolt of energy with his thunderclap attack. For a split second, the surrounding buildings are eerily quiet. Then boom. A massive roar echoes out with a blinding flash as the shockwave blasts everywhere. Dao gets slammed into a wall yet again, but as he tries to make a run for it, Siu is already on him. By the time he stops stumbling, he realizes his arm has been completely annihilated by Siu's attack. All that's left is blood pouring from the wound as Siu's dark silhouette slowly closes the distance. That mountain reversal thunderclap. The single attack leaves Siu gasping for air. It's not a weapon, it's more like a piece of gear that shatters your limits, kind of like the foxtails in folklore. Take Suo's foxtail, for instance. The end result? Our boy has officially broken past his limits. Sweat beads on Siu's forehead. The limit he just broke was his own current self. He looks down at his trembling hands, thinking this is a first. The first time since gaining this form that he's actually felt pain. He realizes his demonic energy is burning through him at least 3 times faster than normal, maybe even more. He looks up at Tao, his lips pressed in a thin line. He knows he can't keep this form up for much longer. Suddenly, Tao's voice cuts through the air, trembling not with fear, but with what sounds like pure joy. "You are incredible," he shouts, claiming he's learned more in these few minutes of fighting than in his entire existence. And then his arm just grows back in the blink of an eye. Dao keeps talking, calm and collected, as if this was all part of the plan. "I can be stronger and faster than this." He shifted into a stance, his skin hardening like a layer of metal as he prepared to attack. "This is my exclusive magic technique, the Iron Head. Thanks again. I'm glad I ran into you." Siu tossed the empty box to the ground, his voice chillingly flat. "Thank you." He decisively chewed another gem, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. "Then just surrender, you damn monster." The monster let out a gleeful laugh, casually telling Siu, "I don't know about other things, but that's one thing I can't do. This life has been crazy and fun enough, even if I have to die young." In a flash, he appeared right in front of Siu with a smug smile. "Especially now." Boom. In an instant, the clearing lit up once again. Siu swiftly dodged the monster's dangerous punch, and with that, the two of them launched into a relentless exchange. Their attacks continuously clashed, only to be neutralized. The ground beneath Siu's feet began to crack from the aftershocks of their blows. In that moment, the strength and speed of both sides were almost perfectly equal. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to hold his ground. But ultimately, the one who hits their limit first is the one who falls first. Meanwhile, the monster gathered a ball of swirling energy in one hand while continuing to attack with the other. The moment Siu showed an opening, he slammed that energy ball into his chest, making him cough up a spray of blood. The force of the punch sent him flying backward into a wall, creating an explosion of dust and smoke. Siu was silent, his body frozen, unable to move, a special privilege to learn in the middle of a brutal fight. It's not just for elves. The monster looked down, creating an energy ball with his own unique magic, a mix of surprise and delight on his face. "I can do that too." Siu stared him down, slowly pulling himself free from the wall. The monster, now acting like a complete madman, immediately hurled another energy ball toward him. From a small sphere, it became a swirling, deadly current of energy, but Siu managed to dodge it, summoning black lightning in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Siu threw it right where the demon stood, making the entire courtyard tremble. But something unexpected happened that caught him by surprise: the demon's incredible speed. It had dodged the attack and was now preparing a counter. This was a battle of relentless monsters. The demon's fist was now inches away, carrying a powerful shockwave. Though Siu tried to evade, his right arm was blown off in the attack. How do you even defeat an opponent like this? Their destructive power was off the charts. As they clashed, both monsters were thinking the exact same thing. The demon charged forward wildly with a look of pure excitement, while Siu desperately tried to dodge. Suddenly, a flow of liquid metal appeared on the demon's hand as he combined his iron head and cold wind techniques. A metal weapon that looked like a spear began to form a master-level weapon creation technique. But Siu was not to be outdone, quickly creating a massive blade to face him. The demon swung his weapon, and a whirlwind shot into the sky. When the wind died down, the spear in his hand was still glowing intensely. But then, the demon suddenly coughed up blood, struggling to say, "I couldn't dodge. Too bad." In that instant, the house behind him was sliced in half, and a deep gash appeared on his body, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Your weapon is far superior." Siu stood panting as the black lightning on his sword slowly faded. But just then, another voice cut in, startling him. Absolutely incredible. A mysterious person was praising Siu, making him turn to look. "You have grown up so much." The one speaking was Bi Hyung. A fake smile crept onto his face as he talked of battle and the nature of trolls. Even for a fearsome goblin, that was a pretty impressive title. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Siu saw the man's pupils glow with a dark purple light as he spoke calmly. "My name is Bi Hyung, and I am the same species as you." The two stared at each other in silence before Bi Hyung broke it. "No need to look so shocked." His words left Siu stunned. I had no intention of interrupting your little fight. He's the same race as me? While Choy Siu was trying to process this, an object was thrown at him. But in a flash, Bi-hyung was right behind him. With a cheerful smirk, he asks, "You look pretty happy for a guy eating dirt." Seeing our boy lying motionless, Bi-hyung actually looks a little bummed out. Kinda anticlimactic, don't you think? If you'd had more time with your magic, maybe this would have been a real fight. Oh, a pep talk. It's fine, better luck next time. But while Bi-hyung was busy delivering his villain monologue, Choy Siu pops up right behind him, ready to strike. Next time my foot. Choy Siu unleashes a massive, high-damage hit and Bi-hyung doesn't even flinch. Instead, he lets out this satisfied sigh, leaving our hero totally stunned. Okay, not totally nothing. The ground beneath Bi-hyung's feet actually cracked a little. I managed to block that, sure, but you still did this much damage? Bi-hyung says, holding the weapon with a single freaking hand. Pretty good, you've got real potential, but if you keep making sloppy mistakes like this, I'm afraid that eye of yours won't be yours for long. And yeah, Choy Siu is completely frozen in shock. Right here, right now, all he can feel is the insane power of the guy in front of him. The whole hunter versus prey dynamic? Yeah, that just got flipped upside down. His hand is bleeding, sure, but it's just a tiny scratch compared to the full force attack he just took. Blocking a hit like that. Yeah, that's not just about being physically strong, something else is going on. It was like hitting a giant oak tree. And the horrible irony? Bi-hyung was using the very technique Choy Siu himself just learned, channeling the attack's force into the ground, executed flawlessly. And just like that, Bi-hyung goes right back to being perfectly calm and composed. Looks like I don't need to explain it. Glad you're catching on. He casually tosses the mace back, and Choy Siu snatches it, backing away fast. I get it, you must be a little confused. Choy Siu just pants, watching Bi-hyung, on full alert. They told me I was the last goblin left on Earth. So where in the world did you come from? Choy Siu breathes out, staring him down. I'm not confused, and I don't give a damn if you're a goblin. Meanwhile, his trashed left arm slowly knits itself back together. I just want the guy I'm looking for, the one who brought foreign monsters here and let them feast on human flesh. And hearing this, Bi-hyung doesn't look scared at all. In fact, he looks absolutely delighted to confess. That's right, recruiting, cleanup, finding them hideouts, giving them intel, that was all me, baby. Every single word just leaves Choy Siu thunderstruck. Curious why I do all that? Bi-hyung is practically buzzing with excitement to explain himself. Let's see. I guess there's no point hiding it from you. I'll tell you everything. We're both goblins, after all. The least we can do is get friendly. Bi-hyung opens his eyes just in time to see Choy Siu, who is not interested in friendship, swinging his mace, but Bi-hyung dodges it like it's nothing. Bi-hyung gives it a little thought. Okay then, here's your first piece of friendly advice. Then Bi-hyung slams a fist into Choy Siu's stomach, making him cough up blood. When you're fighting someone stronger than you, always keep at least 1 foot on the ground. And before Choy Siu can even process that, he's already in a fighting stance. Seriously, it's an unbelievably good move for redirecting attacks. Unless you're dealing with poison or a curse, just planting your feet can literally turn a fatal blow aside. Bi-hyung plants his feet, ready to attack or counter. Then he lands a solid punch to the face, sending Choy Siu flying and skipping across the ground like a stone. A bit of smoke drifts from Bi-hyung's fist. He can unleash his full power without wasting a single drop of energy. Our boy struggles to get up, in absolute agony. Still, Bi-hyung is impressed. He's got the goblin basics down without any training. Then he remembers he got sidetracked. Right, where were we? Back to the main topic. Hey, Choy Siu, you like dogs? The question completely throws him for a loop. Seeing his confusion, Bi-hyung just continues, dogs are amazing. In a lot of ways, they're actually superior to humans. But man, can they get on your nerves sometimes. You can practically see him picturing a bunch of yappy puppies barking at everything. If they get a bad owner who doesn't train them right, they'll just snarl and bark at anything. Sometimes they'll even bite people for no reason. Bi-hyung slowly walks closer as Choy Siu trembles, trying to get to his feet. Sure, most of the time it's the owner's fault, but sometimes those pathetic animals become just disgusting. The imaginary dog in his head is now snarling, baring its teeth. It's creatures who only exist thanks to the protection of a higher life form. They don't understand their own actions or purpose. They just sit there and wag their tails. That's the real issue. Bi-hyung flashes this absolutely unhinged grin at Choy Siu. And once you start seeing it like that, none of them are cute anymore. They're all just disgusting, inferior, useless creatures. Practically brain dead, the lot of them. Bi-hyung's speech makes him furious enough to scream, but he's completely powerless to do anything. That bastard unleashed monsters to kill people for? For that stupid analogy? But Bi-hyung just smirks. Looks like you misunderstood something. Oh, I do hate humans, it's true. But they aren't the only ones who don't understand their purpose. Bai Hyung squats down, getting right in Choy Siu's face. Long before your time, Choy Siu. Back when Demon Kings didn't exist, this world had zero rules for monsters like us. What he was describing was basically an ecological pyramid. It was all about raw power, a food chain kept in check by the strong versus the weak. Simple as that. And in Bi Hyung's head, his perfect little fantasy started to play out. Didn't matter who you were if you were weak, you were just prey. This whole idea clearly thrilled the guy. Isn't that way more interesting? He asks. Millions of monsters are dying for that day to come. The day they can finally hunt and eat humans without a single care. But if you think about it, it's not even that ironic. Meanwhile, Choy Siu just sits there, tired of hearing Bi Hyung's nonsense. Most of them were once no different from humans, just prey. Now they're barking at the very prey they used to be. He starts using real-world examples to make his point, comparing it to people who can't stand being judged by others. You've probably seen it a million times. People putting themselves on a pedestal they don't deserve, while Bi Hyung imagines them hiding behind the law. Protected by common sense and social systems, they shamelessly commit crimes they'll never have to answer for. The powerful get this invisible shield, but only if they're technically in the right, and one person, according to him, just couldn't take it anymore. They cling to the belief that the law will protect them. Bai Hyung continues his little sales pitch. Imagine it a world where those ridiculous protections don't exist. Wouldn't that be amazing? All he can picture is a world of chaos, with humans frantically attacking each other just to get their own twisted sense of justice. Nothing left to protect those little runts anymore. The only standard left is strength. The weak would see this and run for their lives in terror. Those who can't take responsibility for their actions would flee, silently bowing their heads to the world. Choy Siu, though completely exhausted, manages to spit out, amazing how. Sounds like some middle schooler's power fantasy, dude. But his words don't even faze Bi Hyung. I don't expect you to get it just from hearing it once. That's a pretty normal reaction. Even if we are the same species, our age, experience, and values are worlds apart. Then he stands up and says something that just confuses Choy Siu. So, why don't we try making them a little more similar? Bai Hyung excitedly starts gushing about how much he likes the kid. Ever since you beat me, I've been interested in you for more than just being one of my kind. Join me. He just will not stop trying to persuade Choy Siu. I'll tell you everything what you can do, what you need to know as a goblin. What are we, and why do we exist? Choy Siu scowls and shuts him down flat. I don't need to know. Stop talking. Bai Hyung isn't even bothered by this. All right, fine. It's your right to choose. He cheerfully respects the decision. Choy Siu, on the other hand, gets into a fighting stance. Guess we can relax then. And that's what finally sours Bi Hyung's mood. I'm a little disappointed, you know. But you must realize resistance is futile. Suddenly, Kira Yuzuru rushes in from behind, taking him by surprise. As Bi Hyung turns to see what's happening, she's holding an item to back Choy Siu up. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down on top of him. Bai Hyung staggers for a second. A support skill, not an attack? Choy Siu charges in, slamming a knee into his chin, weapon held tight. Before Bi Hyung even hits the ground, Choy Siu focuses all his power, breathing heavily with a look that could kill. His recovery is slow because his entire nervous system and focus are being poured into something else entirely. The mace in Choy Siu's hand moves with incredible flexibility, taking on a strange and powerful new form. His mace has manifested. Just like when you slashed me so fast I couldn't even react. You don't know anything, do you? Not about the mace's shape or the power behind it. But he definitely knows one thing, his own raw emotions in this moment. Kira Yuzuru lands, watching everything unfold. In the past, goblins believed their maces could transform into anything at all. She watches nervously as Choy Siu fights, or, more accurately, you could call it a mirror that reflects the owner's will. Using that power, Choy Siu has created countless shapes for countless situations. In her eyes, Choy Siu was getting stronger by the second. What he was creating wasn't just a convenient weapon for the moment. Fueled by his emotions, it was something more. An intense feeling that went beyond necessity, aimed at a single purpose. And that includes Choy Siu's face, twisted in fear, from seeing monsters devour humans and humans getting eaten by monsters. Kira knew long ago that he realized stopping this was impossible. But even so, right here, right now, he wasn't going to miss his target. She warns Choy Siu, who replies with pure killing intent, "Don't you miss. Of course not. You're going to die." He's channeling every last drop of emotion, every bit of his resolve, straight into that mace. And Bi Hyung, he could only watch this whole mess and let out a tired sigh. Choy Siu gripped his mace tight, channeling all his killing intent for one massive all-out swing. Fueled by its master's crazy aura, the goblin mace totally powered up, returning to its true form. An absolutely massive blow was unleashed, releasing a ridiculous amount of demonic power for a spirit-level weapon, leaving Kira Yuzuru's jaw on the floor. After that attack, Choy Siu wasn't looking so hot either, his face pale and totally exhausted. Choy Siu stood there, just trying to recover, while she gulped, still shocked by what just happened. What was that? A monster on this level actually exists? Kira Yuzuru recalled his terrifying face from moments ago. I've never seen anything like this. Choy Siu then charged straight for her. He yelled at Kira Yuzuru to move before she got hit. Get back! Right then, she felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Just as Kira Yuzuru dodged, Choy Siu swung with a massive strike. He panted, staring ahead. And there was Bi Hyung, without a scratch, horns out, dusting himself off with one hand while holding his weapon. That was some significant damage, I'll admit. Just like last time, but man, you really did surprise me. Choy Siu stared in disbelief at his rambling enemy. I thought for sure I couldn't make him use a real move, but this wasn't just some panicked reflex, it was his full potential on display. I don't even remember how old I was back then. Bai Hyung didn't seem to care about the attack at all, instead asking how it felt. Not bad, right? That feeling of wanting to kill someone. The sky above began to darken as storm clouds rolled in. It's just a shame that for such a spectacular performance, you didn't kill anyone. But hey, every master was once a beginner. The sword in his hand began to radiate pure energy. At this level, you're about as strong as a normal adult goblin. With that, Bi Hyung moved toward them. He swung his weapon, and Choy Siu immediately used his club to block. Bai Hyung didn't press the attack, just calmly stated, "But that's all you've got." The club shattered from the force of that single blow. It cracked right in half, and the impact sent Choy Siu flying backward. The villain slowly advanced, sword in hand. The essence of a goblin's club is to take a shape that meets a need, but you sacrifice versatility for it. Bi Hyung remembered the earlier attack where Choy Siu used all his strength. That club was made for one purpose: to kill me. In other words, a club designed for murder. He glanced at the broken half and gave Choy Siu some advice. Keep this up, and your body will just keep taking more damage. No kidding. After fighting 2 battles at once, our boy was practically running on empty. If you just used your body to block from the start, things might have gone better. Bai Hyung finally seemed to notice her. You're not from Korea, are you? Kira Yuzuru was sweating bullets, admitting she was a mage from WA. I think I know why you're here. He made his dissatisfaction clear. But you should at least know your place and stay out of local affairs, shouldn't you? Honestly, I've been wanting to snap that little neck of yours for a while now. Then, an idea sparked in Bi Hyung's mind. How about this, Choy Siu? I'll let her go. He glanced at the elixir in Choy Siu's hand, leaving him stunned. If you throw away that piece of crap. Not wasting any time, Bi Hyung grabbed Kira Yuzuru by the throat to threaten him. That's the elixir from that old hag at the Yango shop, isn't it? Good stuff. But for some reason it's especially effective on you, huh? He recalled all the times Choy Siu had used it. Of course, a drug like that has its pros and its cons. It's been about 2 times now, right? Bai Hyung reminded him of just how dangerous that little pill was. Instantly refilling your demonic energy way beyond your core's limit. If you keep this up, after maybe a 3rd time, well, I have no idea what'll happen. His words left Choy Siu speechless. And the worst part? He knew the guy was right. There was no telling what the consequences would be. Bai Hyung's grip tightened, making her tremble. So just get rid of it, okay? I'd hate to see you use something so harmful. Even as a hostage, Kira Yuzuru tried to keep Choy Siu's head straight. Don't listen to him. She ignored her own danger and tried to finish her thought, dying in the middle of a mission. I prepared myself for that a long time ago. Kira Yuzuru's stubbornness was clearly getting on his nerves. You are so annoying. Bi Hyung squeezed even harder. But while he was busy monologuing, that very same arm was sliced clean off. I did warn you. The villain looked down in utter shock. She was just as surprised by this turn of events. He quickly snapped his head around to see who did it. Jo Young seized the chance, clenching his fist to attack. He focused his power, but instead of his left hand, he feinted with his right as a distraction. While everyone was still stunned, a hand landed on Choy Siu's shoulder. Gu glanced at his battered body and offered some advice. Stay put. You did great, but if you push your energy any further, you're done for. Choy Siu could only stammer in surprise. Gu? What? How did you even get here? Gu didn't answer, instead firing back a question of his own. Are you serious right now? Gu just looked at the absolute wreckage around them. How do you think? Look at this mess. That shut him up pretty quick. Just then, Kira Yuzuru managed to run over to them. Seeing her safe, the 2 guys breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. He then calmly gave an order. Leave the rest to us. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight with Bi Hyung was getting intense. Jo Young attacked, but the villain dodged easily. Bai Hyung then countered with a solid uppercut to his chin. Too slow. And down goes Ro Yang. All that fancy footwork and speed means nothing without some actual muscle behind it. Bai Hyung just smirks, sword in hand, basically telling him to give up. But just as he's gloating, his face changes, he senses something. Yeah, Ro Yang's bleeding, but he looks completely unfazed. Time to bust out the clan's signature move, the autumn water technique. I guess that's true. But unlike you, we weren't all born with bodies blessed by the gods, you know? And just like that, something is very wrong with Bi Hyung's blood. We're talking blood pouring from his eyes and mouth. Ro Yang casually pushes up his glasses with a little smirk. If brute force won't work, let's try a little trickery. Bai Hyung is completely stunned as he starts coughing up blood. He recognizes this, the He clan's secret art that manipulates the very properties of water. The closer the water is to the user, the purer it gets. And the purer the water, the more devastating the technique. That's why casters usually target groundwater or even steam in the air. But instead of panicking, Bai Hyung starts trembling with laughter. Not a very effective move for close combat. Wait a second, did he just use it directly on his opponent's blood? Bai Hyung's blood is literally boiling, steaming right out of his skin. Theoretically, it's possible. But in the entire history of the He clan, you could count the people who pulled it off on one hand. He watches Ro Yang channel his power, hand raised. Bi Hyung actually looks excited, like he's waiting for the show to start. Ro Yang unleashes a blast. Bai Hyung dodges it just in time. You're shooting particles of steam now? Seems a little inefficient for all the hype, don't you think? Ro Yang just fires back. Hey, every race has its own unique strengths. Done talking, Ro Yang attacks again, this time with 8 simultaneous strikes. The impact creates a massive shockwave. That's when Go Hyu speaks up. You're familiar with the He clan's exorcism arts, right? He says it so casually it leaves the other guy stunned. Didn't Choy Siu just fight someone using this recently? You mean the He clan? He flashes back to a previous battle. Yeah, the demonic energy feels kind of similar. Choy Siu nervously swallows, but the effectiveness is on a completely different level. He quietly recalls that last fight. Even though they both use steam particles, he could still see and counter the other guy's moves. Go Hyu continues his little lecture. Even among demons of the same species, their power levels can vary drastically. Innate talent, hard work, and good teaching. And right now, it's clear Ro Yang has the upper hand in every single category. This kid is the head of the entire He clan. And yet, Bi Hyung is still standing after that blood-boiling trick, facing him head-on. Ro Yang eyes him warily. The blood boil definitely worked, but he's still moving. That recovery and adaptation speed is just monstrous. As if reading his mind, Bi Hyung smirks. Huh? What's wrong? You think I wouldn't get used to it? He holds up 2 fingers, a clear challenge. I'm not holding back anymore. Choy Siu feels the immense power surge and freaks out, while Go Hyu just stays cool. Protect those 2. I'm leaving the rest to you. Even Kira Yuzuru can feel that incredible power building. Ro Yang clenches his fists, pulling every drop of water from the area. And Bi Hyung, not scared at all. He's impressed. Now that is a spectacle. You're really gathering all the water around here, huh? A giant water serpent materializes. Without a moment's hesitation, Ro Yang gives the order. Yimi, kill him. He points, and the serpent lunges forward to attack. Bai Hyung watches, his eyes filled with pure excitement. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. But then he feels something strange from the ground beneath him. The serpent closes in, getting nearer and nearer. It strikes, causing the entire area to shake violently. She instinctively covers her face and shuts her eyes tight. When Kira Yuzuru peeks open, she sees him shielding her with his own body. Go Hyu uses his own ability to create a barrier, a puff of cold air escaping his lips. The shield he forms looks just like a crystal gem. Ro Yang's attack carves a massive crater in the ground. And we get a little peek inside Go Hyu's mind as he watches. The He clan and the Black Tortoise are both water-based demons, but they're almost completely incompatible with each other. It's because their methods for harmonizing with water are total opposites. He furrows his brow, deep in thought. I don't have many options for combining water, so the results aren't exactly great. Meanwhile, Ro Yang is panting heavily in front of the crater. An enemy who can use his full power in broad daylight. It's probably best if we team up. Go Hyu thinks to himself, dropping the barrier, but only 2 people are left standing around him. Yu Jang, you okay? He presses a hand to his chest, steadying his breath. I'm fine, just need to catch my breath. It's been a while since I went all out. Ro Yang stares down into the massive hole he created, a little hesitant. Not sure if that actually did anything. But the thing is still smoking like crazy. Choy Siu is just frozen on the spot. I think there are only 2 possibilities here. He turns and walks back toward them. 1, I seriously overestimated his abilities, or 2, he had no intention of continuing this fight. Ro-Y whips out a handkerchief to wipe away the dirt, but odds are it's probably the second thing. Turns out, that crazy attack wasn't even a big deal. Go could probably do way more, but this guy wouldn't admit it. But he's thinking there's no way someone who could survive that hit would be struggling to fight him. Suddenly, he freezes. Seeing Ro Yang staring, he gets confused too. Then Ro Yang shoots a steam attack right in Choy Siu's face. Kira Yuzuru, a little too slow on the uptake, just watched as the guy was sent flying. While she's freaking out, Go just watches silently. What are you doing? Kira jumps in, trying to stop Ro Yang from doing anything else to Siu. He's on our side, so why the sudden attack? But the guy just calmly pushes up his glasses and says, "Don't worry, I'm just doing what needs to be done." Ro Yang glanced at the unconscious kid on the ground and explained, "I brought him back to normal, but she's still on guard." He adds, "There's nothing left here that can harm either of you." Ro Y gets serious. "So from now on, I need you humans to stay out of demon business." And with that, we cut to a new scene. Up in a skyscraper somewhere, some dude is sitting in a corner, just chilling with a drink and watching this girl. Turns out, this new guy is an elf just like him. Is this a species thing? This is a little different from what he imagined. Suddenly, she opens her mouth wide with hunger, and from his angle, she's looking like a total snack. But then someone comes up from behind to stop him. "Don't fight. Even if the future is a mess, let's just get along for now." Bi-hyung, shirtless and covered in a bit of dirt, steps forward with a suggestion. "You and I fighting each other wouldn't be a bad idea. But if something happens, I hope you two can mature a bit." "All right, deal." She taunts him a little. "You're still alive? What happened?" He's not bothered. "That was brutal, but I don't die that easily." Bi-hyung smirks, remembering that little surprise from earlier. That guy. He had a perfect read on all his techniques. See, his whole fighting style is tied to the ground. In other words, if the ground beneath him is unstable, his powers are basically useless. So, before drawing the water out, his opponent tore up the terrain as much as possible to stop him from using the ground to absorb the hits. After hearing all this, she quietly thinks to herself, "I'll remember that for when I eat you." Want to test it? He shivers with anticipation for a rematch. He's facing an enemy that not even the strongest human could beat, from the 1,000-year-old Hede clan. I want it bad. I want to savor that victory completely, from top to bottom. She's pretty indifferent, not really caring. I don't really get it. Your hunger and my hunger are different, aren't they? But in the end, we still fought, didn't we? Bi-hyung smirks back at her. Oh yeah, a lot. It was like the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. His weird comment just made her frown in confusion. That's when she finally notices the weather outside. A heavy downpour had started out of nowhere. The guy holds his hand out, feeling the rain. I don't think rain was in the forecast today. But this rain actually feels pretty nice, and it's also the reason he's alive. Bi-hyung remembers his earlier fight and feels a wave of relief. Hyunmoo and Hede, if he had to fight them both at the same time, on a rainy day, he would never have survived. He turns to look at her and says casually, "Even if I had one, I wouldn't have been the only one. Dragging you into a fight like that would be dangerous. Was I going to fight too?" That's when Bi-hyung notices the quiet guy sitting in the corner. That's right, you too. Maybe they think the same way I do. Even for them, there are some opponents you just have to avoid. He admits his own mistake, totally confident that he'll be able to fix it. "I couldn't bring Choy Siu back, and that's my fault. But it's fine, time will tell." Meanwhile, Choy Siu is slowly regaining consciousness and opening his eyes. Choy Siu blinks at the ceiling, and then it hits him something is definitely not right. Choy Siu's hand trembles as he tries to move. "My body hurts too much. I can't move. I knew it would be bad, but not this bad." Suddenly, he notices a figure standing right next to him. The guy is just chilling on his phone. The phone in Ro Yang's hand is buzzing from a call. Seeing that Choy Siu is awake, he explains, "Oh, I got a call." Ro Yang answers the phone, and his whole demeanor changes. He starts acting super polite, bowing repeatedly to the person on the other end. "Yes, director, yes, it's fine. It's nothing serious, really. Thank you for your concern." After ending the call, Ro Y lets out a huge sigh. "I took the entire day off because of this pain. My boss worries a little too much," he says, pulling out a chair. "So how are you feeling?" "Not that bad, but it's definitely inconvenient. Maybe you shouldn't push yourself so hard, huh?" Ro Young suddenly remembers the mask he used and asks, "Hey, that mask. Was it some kind of awakening sign? I don't really remember, but you can't keep that thing active for long." He quickly explains what it does. Turns out, it's pretty much a temporary power-up charm. The longer you kept it going, the more magic it was chugging. And since you know who mentioned what you did, he had no choice but to pull the plug. The kid just bows his head, drowning in guilt. Choy Siu doesn't answer, just focuses all his energy on trying to sit up. Still shocked, are we? Then Ro Young apologizes for putting him in this mess, which just leaves the poor guy speechless. He also mentions that his brother, Yuselm, has been trying to visit him a few times. And yeah, he looks pretty torn up about it. He swears the kid isn't pure evil, but as the family rep in the human world, he gives this super formal apology. Choy Siu quickly waves it off and tries to get back to the main topic. No need for apologies, that whole thing is over with. Besides, what happened to that monster? Just as he asks, Mente, the silent old dude, finally speaks. Apparently, the guy claimed he was a goblin and had the exact same magic as Mente. But wait, Mente thought he was the last goblin alive. Suddenly, all eyes are on the old man, demanding answers. But unfortunately, that was a mistake on his part. He apologizes for the error and offers to explain everything. Mente strokes his beard and drops a bombshell. The monster was Bi Hyung, a demon prince from 1,000 years ago. And he might just be your ancestor. The scene cuts to a rainy street outside, where Seol Hwa holds out her hand. Rain is pretty much the same in any world, huh? She seems super bummed out, earning a weak smile from Sunmi. Humans sure are stubborn. I figured no one would be out in this weather. Sunmi then turns to thank Seol Hwa. But I'm only alive today because of you, and the supermarket clerk, plus all those other witnesses. I'm pretty sure I couldn't have handled all that by myself. Sunmi was incredibly grateful for her help earlier. If it weren't for you, things could have been way worse. Seol Hwa, however, could not care less. Thank Choy Siu, I wasn't bothered. Helping you was better than being with that guy anyway. Hearing this, Sunmi just lets out a tired sigh. It's a real shame. I was supposed to be helping Siu, but instead I just caused more trouble. They stop walking in front of a store. Just then, two girls walk out. The one with long hair is comforting her friend. You really wanted to talk to him, didn't you? But him just asking for my number out of nowhere was too shocking. Her words catch Sunmi by surprise, while Seol Hwa just raises an eyebrow. The manager here is famous for being super stiff and unapproachable, but that doesn't stop tons of people from crushing on him. Seol Hwa watches them walk away, totally confused. What was that? Sunmi folds her umbrella and cheerfully explains, most of the customers just come here to see him, but the funny part is he has no idea. They fold their umbrellas and head inside, but the guy immediately speaks up. Sorry, we're closing up early today. That's when Go Yu gets a better look. Ah, it's you two. Sunmi asks a question curiously, while Seol Hwa scans a different corner. You're the one who called us here, but it's not even nighttime yet. Why close so early? He turns his head with a sigh and tells them to order. Business was dead today, including you two. I've barely had any customers. What can I get you? She excitedly orders, but Go Yu is cold and doesn't remember. Seol Hwa is still silently focused on that one spot. I'll have the usual. I don't remember. Order from the menu properly. Sunmi pouts in the corner while some kid named Wan silently eats ice cream. Seriously? I come here all the time. Suddenly, the kid feels someone staring at him. Sunmi turns to Seol Hwa. What are you drinking? They have tea. Want to try some? Just then, Wan scowls at her, making her freeze on the spot. What are you looking at? You want to die? The whole shop echoes with Sunmi's terrified scream. Calm down! She jumps between the two of them, trying to break it up. He's just a kid. Let it go this one time. Seol Hwa just lets out a cold smirk. This is the human world, not the demon world. And who is this brat to be acting so tough around here? While she's trying to make peace, he speaks up again. Huh? Actually, you two know each other, don't you? A fox trying to wear a tiger's skin. Wan stands up, not backing down an inch. They say when the forest has no tiger, other animals run wild. Sounds just like a certain fox. This clearly gets under her skin. See, even among demons, there's a little something called natural enemies. In most cases, they're still influenced by their animal origins. The rivalry between those animals continues to affect them long after they become spirits. Their power levels might not be the same as their animal ancestors, but these two are staring each other down with pure, murderous intent. That bad blood just keeps getting passed down, affecting every generation of their demon families. Sunmi is totally lost in this tense atmosphere, but she's reassured. If this vibe is coming from their instincts, could this kid be don't worry about it? Sunmi just sighs. Go Yu acts like it's none of his business and ignores them. Even if he wants a fight right here, I'm not gonna bother. But even as she says that, Seol Hwa is radiating a seriously threatening aura. So, should I just call the judge right now? Why wouldn't I fight you? I haven't had a single decent meal since coming to the human world. He just shoves his hands in his pockets, casually accepting the challenge. Bring it on. The murderous aura coming from Wan Wei was just as intense, but right as they were about to clash, a voice cut through the tension. I'm not a huge fan of fox meat, but dealing with you won't take up much of my time. That's not happening, young master. She turned her head toward the voice to see what was going on. Seriously, you can't take your eyes off this guy for a second. Gan Jiang walked in, complaining nonstop. The judge barely gave you a chance to come to the human realm, and you're already causing trouble on day one? Not a good look. Hearing this, the guy just scrunches up his face, clearly not about to accept it. But this fox started it. She even said she'd call a judge. And I'm still the one in trouble? Ganjiang steps forward, trying to calm Wanhui down. The young master is right, she says, pulling him into a hug to convince him. That girl you're talking to? She's the current clan leader of the most influential family in all of South Korea. Young master, you don't belong to any clan, so don't go starting trouble. At this, Ganzeng glares at Zohoa. No matter what happens, in the end, it'll be your fault. Of course. Her words left the other girl completely stunned. Oh yeah, this one knows exactly what she's doing. She calmly replied to Ganjiang. Of all the pleas for mercy I've ever heard, that one is by far the most pathetic. But whatever, I don't care. Wiping out a rare animal isn't exactly a good look anyway. Sunmi let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank God, it was just some trash talk. But if it's Exo Hoa, then that other person was right. Let her do whatever she wants and she'll definitely cause problems. No Hoa looks at the two of them and keeps going. No Hoa probably would have attacked him without a second thought. Anyway, you two are a pretty outdated duo. In her not-so-friendly eyes, the pair just looked bizarre. The woman taking care of him is just some old hag. Zo Hoa bluntly criticizes her, but Ganrang just tries to calm him down to avoid a fight. Either you lose the attitude, or I'm plucking you bald. I don't get why she's taking care of you, but that ghost is bad news for kids. Don't listen to her, she said, before turning to question Gu. So why did you and Somi want me to meet these people? Just spit it out, the smell here is awful. She turns to him, demanding answers. I'm curious too. We just got back from a hunt yesterday and we'd still like to rest. Is there a problem? Seeing that things had finally settled down, he began to share the intel. As you all know, with the situation this chaotic, the higher-ups issued temporary permits. Spirits no longer needed permission to enter the human world and eliminate intruders until they were no longer a threat. But the situation has changed. Go pointed to each of them by name. Seowa, Wenghui, Gonang, Go announced coldly to them. The three of you, your temporary permits are revoked, and you can no longer stay in the human world. Reason? Lack of professionalism. She and Exo Hoa immediately started panicking. First off, what did Choy Siu do now? Siu Ganzang just stared silently at the other two and listened to him continue. I don't know why, but this rule doesn't seem to apply to Choy Siu. At this, Sun was stunned, guessing that Siu would have to return to the spirit world all alone. If that's the case, then he must have caused some kind of horrible trouble. The woman standing next to him crossed her arms and agreed. He's not so weak that he gets crushed every time, like they say. His strength isn't the problem. Compared to other spirits, that guy is pretty exceptional. But then Zo Hoa spoke up, completely against the idea. But at his core, he's still human. No matter how much power he has, he's still just prey. If he's left down there alone, he's a dead man for sure. She turned away, annoyed. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna go talk to those old geezers. I'm still going to train him for a month and then evaluate him. Let's just see what trouble he's caused. He sighed, completely helpless. Do whatever you want, but listen to me first. Choy Siu is still here. Seowa paused for a second when she heard that. Whether he gets sent back to the spirit world or gets to stay in the human world hasn't been decided yet, and all of you have a new mission. He put both hands in his pockets and delivered the new assignment. Choy Siu must be protected from humans. The scene shifts to the hospital where Siu is staying. Choy Siu, having an existential crisis, asks again, That guy is my ancestor? He breaks out in a cold sweat thinking about him. The first time I saw him, I had no idea. Could it be he knew everything from the very beginning? Can a spirit even live that long? Mente narrowed his eyes, making his own judgment. If my guess is right, that goblin disappeared about 500 years ago. Choy Siu found this whole thing a little hard to believe. So this guy introduces himself as Bai Hai Yang, but hold up 500 years old? Is that even possible? Ro Yang, ever the nerd, adjusts his glasses to explain, No, it's a bit more complicated than that. Theoretically, a soul can exist way longer than a physical body, but they usually cap out at around 500 years. To live any longer, you need a little something called demonic power. When a demon soaks up that energy, its lifespan basically explodes. It can stay looking young and fresh while living for up to 1,000 years. Hearing that just blew his mind. 1,000 years, so it was true. Ro Y then drops an even bigger bombshell, claiming the guy might be 1,500 years old. He immediately flashed back to the fight, remembering how he couldn't even put a scratch on Bi Hyung. Plus, even with all his experience, he couldn't land a serious blow, let alone scare him off. Ro Y scowls, clearly disappointed in himself. My technique is just too weak, he muttered, not as strong as everyone hypes it up to be. The old man listening in quickly tried to soothe his ego. Finding a young person on your level? On this whole peninsula, you're probably only looking at Sua and Will. Even if he was a goblin, a weak old body like that couldn't possibly face you. Mente then steers the conversation back to the main point. There's something you need to understand right now. All goblins completely vanished 666 years ago. It all went down during the previous judge's time. He begins to tell them the story. 1,000 years back, the goblin race split into two factions. After one side got totally wrecked, the winners went into hiding, completely vanishing from the world, but that victory came at a massive price. Their numbers dwindled until 666 years ago, only a single goblin remained. That goblin's name was B. He only lasted for a little while before his old wounds finally did him in. And just like that, the goblin race was considered extinct. Our guy sits there, hanging on every word. Mente's theory? He must be a descendant of B, because even as the last goblin, B lived for another 100 years after getting the title. Choy Siu hears this and just can't believe it. He has absolutely no clues about who his ancestors really were. But based on Banjo's short lifespan, I'm certain you are a descendant of Bon. Mente remembers that face from 1,000 years ago, a clan that was supposed to have been wiped out for a millennium. And yet here's Byong, suddenly reappearing with the same face and nearly the same insane level of power. Our hero is stunned, trying to process it all. So, does that mean Bai Hai Yong is my ancestor? The answer? A simple, correct. Whether that demon really is Bai Haiyan or he just found a way to keep his looks, he is an incredibly powerful being who's managed to hide his presence until today. Then the old man turns the tables, asking Choy Siu a direct question. Even if you're not a pureblood, why did your bloodline decide to surface at this exact moment? I need the most precise answer you can give me. Your parents? Was your mother actually human? The scene cuts hard to a different place. Siu's mom walks in calling out, "Honey, I'm home." We flash back to an elementary school. "I'm sorry," she says, bowing over and over. Beside her stands a young Siu, with a fresh cut on his face. "I am so sorry, miss," she continues. "Besides saying this is all my fault, I don't know what else to say." The teacher looks flustered, trying to calm her down. "Are the other children badly hurt? What about their parents?" "Oh no, ma'am, it's not nearly that serious. Choy Siu is only in the 3rd grade. He wasn't the one bullying anybody. In fact, it was a 5th grader who started the whole mess." According to the teacher, Siu was just trying to get a ball back from a group of older kids. It belonged to a classmate of his who'd brought it from home, only to have it stolen. Siu saw what happened and told them to return it. That's when the fight broke out. The teacher gently reassures his mom, explaining the other kids only got a few scrapes from being pushed around. This was a textbook case of older kids picking on a younger one, so even their parents couldn't really complain. A wave of relief washes over his mom as she bows deeply again. "If any other issues come up, I will let you know. Thank you, miss." As they walk outside, his mom feels a pang of guilt for misunderstanding him. "Siu?" she asks softly. "You must be pretty angry with me, huh?" He just frowns, looking annoyed. "No, I'm not. It was all my fault." His mom just gives him a gentle smile, ready to offer some wisdom. "I don't think you did anything wrong, Siu. Hurting people is wrong. But I know that sometimes you're not left with any other choice. But even so, Siu." She kneels down to look him directly in the eyes. "I hope you never find yourself in a situation where you have to hurt someone or fight them." Her words make Siu freeze for a moment. Looking back on it now, he realizes he had a weird feeling even then about what his mom was truly asking of him. His mom holds out her pinky finger, her voice hesitant. "Can you promise me that?" This wasn't the usual no-fighting lecture other parents gave. He obediently holds out his own hand and nods. "Yes, ma'am." They lock their pinkies in a promise that felt more like a desperate plea. Right after, she pulls him into a tight hug. He had no idea why she asked him that, but he silently burned the moment into his memory. He didn't understand the reason, but he could feel in his gut that this promise to his mother was incredibly important. She just held her son close, and from that day forward, he never resorted to violence again. At least, not until he became a demon. Back in the present, Choy Siu gets out of bed and continues, "My dad was a wrestler. He met my mom when he was 24, married her, and I came along right after. I heard he died from some incurable disease not long after I was born." The kid stands up and starts getting dressed. With an impressive athletic history like that, he figures he must have inherited that high-tier blood. And his mother? Choy Siu thinks back on her, then claims, "My mom's job was appraising antique art, pottery, paintings, all that stuff. Sometimes she even worked as a broker." He insists she was just a normal person, completely disconnected from this world. He tries his best to prove it, but the old man isn't buying a word of it. "If that's not the case, why did I only find out I was a monster a few days ago? Perhaps she kept it from you on purpose." Choy Siu freezes at the thought. I know how it must feel to suddenly hear something like that. But if you compare the person you are now to who you were a few days ago, your very nature has changed completely, like night and day. Mente remembers their first meeting. "A few days ago when I first met you, you were much closer to being human than a monster. Back then, I was simply notifying the only goblin of his duty to attend the festival. I had zero expectations that you would actually grow. Hearing that, Choy Siu can only let out a helpless laugh. But I'm not as useless as you thought, am I? Is this story that hard to hear? Mente ignores the look on his face, while the kid can only stand there in complete silence. It's true though, the kid's grown a ton. Even considering the natural combat talent of goblins, he's still performing way above the average. The old man voices his own suspicions with a straight face, which is why I can't help but wonder if your mother knew you were truly a normal half-monster. Or maybe you were just a tool, planned and raised just in case Bai Hyung interfered with the festival. This starts to tick Siu off, and his voice rises. What kind of crazy nonsense are you talking about? Of course, that possibility is very low. Mente just continues on, ignoring the kid's total confusion, even if Bi Hyung has some connection to you. I know that you, at least, are innocent. Seeing Choy Siu's blank stare, the other guy can't help but speak up. Then why? The problem is that they don't think so. To be precise, Ro Y pulls out his phone. The humans who know that monsters exist, the sorcerers believe you are a dangerous individual with ties to Bi Hyung. Every word he says makes the kid pause. Just today, there were mass disappearances all over the country. Ro Y recalls the disappearances at the residential building. In a suburban apartment complex around noon, police confirmed most residents had vanished. It started last night, when some residents didn't come home and the police received reports. He hands the phone to Choy Siu. Two similar cases happened elsewhere in Seoul, along with events in Incheon and Busan. The news got out, so public opinion online is currently a complete mess of anxiety and unease. Ro Y frowns, recounting the whole story from last night's crackdown. This was an operation our side prepared for 2 weeks with the sorcerers coordinating and dividing patrol areas between us, as well as the personnel each side would send out. The sorcerers even requested cooperation from the nation's leaders for our operation. They were willing to tolerate a single night of chaos and cooperate in the cover-up if we managed to wipe out most of the monsters in the country. He scrolls through the news, and it's exactly as Ro Y said. But in less than a day, not even a full day, this had to happen. Choy Siu reads the comments, looking completely bewildered by it all. Ro Y continues. It's not just last night. Concern over this past month's disappearances is spreading. The old man strokes his beard and adds, this is a bit of a headache for us. But from the sorcerer's point of view, it's because they have to use energy to compensate for their lack of ability. After hearing what Mente said, he just lets out a long sigh. It's incredibly lucky that no humans were dragged in and killed in this mess, but the end result is that way too many people saw it happen. To be honest, I'm also responsible for this. The old man suddenly says something that makes him freeze. Using that as an excuse, the sorcerer's side is demanding we hand over our new member. They're probably planning to make an example of the monster who caused a scene in broad daylight. Choy Siu bows his head, accepting the blame. Yeah, it was my fault. I acted alone without permission. That's true, but this is a matter for monsters to handle internally. Mente frowns, feeling that he isn't at fault. You did act against the judge's orders, but your opponent was a monster who had killed countless people and trampled all over the law. Did you use your powers to kill any humans? And besides, your monster form wasn't directly revealed to normal people. Even if you must be punished, that decision should be mine. As the one who judges monsters, their demand isn't for punishment, it's for you to be handed over, which is a clear violation of my authority. Hearing the old man defend him, Choy Siu lets out a quiet sigh of relief. They're trying to force us to hand you over, but don't you worry about it. Then, out of nowhere, he brings up the kid's mom, making him freeze. I swear I'll protect you both. Choy Siu stammers, completely lost. My mother? Yep, seems like the mages already know all about the existence of Bi Hyung. And they seem pretty convinced your family has something to do with Bi Hyung. That right there was the last straw for our boy's composure. If we're talking about the woman who raised you, well, the mages have probably already declared her guilty. The old man finished talking, bracing himself to stop Choy Siu, but the kid just short-circuited. All he could see was the window. And just like that, Choy Siu blasted past them both, making a beeline for that window. But halfway there, something felt terribly wrong. Mente threw out a hand, using his power to lock Choy Siu in place. He tried the calm approach. I know how you feel. And slammed the kid's pin to the floor. But I can't let you go to her. That's exactly what the mages want. Choy Siu shot him a look that could kill. Mente tried again. I sent people to protect your mother, so don't worry. You're better off staying here. With Duong covering him, Ro Yang also piped up, trying to talk the kid off the ledge. Siu, you should listen to the judge. In your current condition, clashing with the mages, who knows what would happen? He didn't even finish before Choy Siu, trembling, tried to force himself up, muttering, so it's all my fault. He strained against the bonds, his voice cracking. I'm sorry, I have to go. Running over there without a word, making this whole mess bigger. It's all on me. I'm already prepared to face the punishment for it. The other two could only watch in silence as the kid's self-roast continued, but I was too stupid to even think about that. I never considered my actions could hurt someone else, and I never, ever thought it would be my mom. I'm so sorry. Tears streamed down Choy Siu's face, but his eyes were pure steel. But I don't have any other choice. If anything happens to my mom because of me, I will never forgive myself. And with that, he began to power up. Outside, the rain poured down. With sheer effort, Choy Siu started to shred the restraints binding him. He erupted with power, breaking completely free. This sight left the old man absolutely stunned. He tore through that with just physical strength? Siu turned to leave, but looked back with a promise. The second I see my mother is safe with my own eyes, I'll return and accept any punishment. I'm truly sorry. And then he was gone, launching himself through the window in a shower of glass, leaving the other two in a deafening silence. Mente was the first to speak, rounding on the other guy. Why in the world did you just stand there and watch? Ro Yang's eyes darted away as he tried to dodge the question. Don't tell me you were so pathetic you couldn't react. He came up with a truly awful excuse. There wasn't any water nearby for me to use. The old man immediately shot down that terrible lie, leaving Ro Yang embarrassed. In this weather? At this point, Mente just gave up, sighing as he let it slide. With a soft heart like yours, it's no wonder you lost to your sister. But still, I don't get it. It's the nature of your tribe, though. The stronger you are, the softer your heart. Meanwhile, over at Siu's place, his mother heard a noise outside. Siu's mom looked towards the door, a little suspicious. Who's there? Suddenly, Su Wolhua appeared from behind, hypnotizing her. Why? Don't move. Just stand still. And just like that, the poor woman was completely under her control. Su Wolhua let out an annoyed huff at the incessant knocking outside. Humph, Sony was right. I guess I shouldn't underestimate humans. She scowled, remembering just how annoying they could be, annoying enough to make her want to kill them. Just then, Yusin smashed through the door and immediately went on guard, spotting the woman. You? She sneered. I don't know how many of you got in, but it doesn't matter. I'll just stomp out whoever I see. Their eyes met, both radiating killing intent. If you don't want to die, the first thing you'll do is kneel. Su Wolhua unleashed her unique magic, an illusionary whisper that controls the mind. Kneel. Now. The power travels through her voice, scrambling the senses of anyone who hears it. Yusin got hit full force by her magic, freezing up instantly, unable to move a single muscle. Su Wolhua thought to herself. He hesitated to draw his sword. Was he worried about Choy Siu's mother getting caught in the attack? She let out a little sigh and then said, You can come in now. This isn't a big deal. Sony stepped out timidly, asking, Is that Siu's mother? Thank goodness I was so worried. Lucky we weren't too late. Su Wolhua glanced at Yusin, now kneeling with his head down by the door, and quietly replied, Not so sure. Considering his level, I don't think it would have been a big deal if we were late. Sony immediately grumbled in displeasure. There you go again. I told you we should avoid conflict as much as possible. Su Wolhua gently placed a hand on Siu's mom's shoulder and spoke calmly. See? That's why I didn't fight in the end, and I've kept her perfectly safe. Sony pressed on. You said shrinking space puts huge pressure on a normal human body, so how exactly were you planning on getting her out of here? Suddenly, her playful demeanor vanished. She felt something was wrong and her brow furrowed with suspicion. Sony felt it too, his eyes going wide with shock. A mysterious blue energy was enveloping the entire high-rise apartment complex. For those born after the last great calamity, this kind of overwhelming presence was something they had never experienced before. Sony's face went pale as he stammered in absolute terror. This is... But instinctually, the two demons already knew exactly what was happening around them. Seo Hua looks down at her own hand, unable to stop it from shaking. She knits her brows and mutters, So it seems we were the only ones who wanted to avoid a confrontation. She finally understands where all this pressure is coming from. That barrier wasn't cast on a whim. Oh no, they've been planning this from the very beginning. Seo Hua thinks to herself, Wait a second, why would they send someone in here first? Just then, Yuan slowly gets to his feet, his entire body crackling with an overwhelming amount of power. Seo Hua feels that energy spike, whipping her head around and wondering, did he just break the Dream Whisper spell all by himself? She quickly digs a nail into her fingertip to force herself to stay focused, but a loud noise suddenly echoes throughout the room. Yuan's sword now lies uselessly on the floor. He says in a dead serious tone, I have no intention of fighting you. The woman you're holding is my friend's mother, and I'm here to stop her from being taken away. Seo Hua immediately offers a deal. If your goal is the same, we're ready to cooperate. Meanwhile, Sunmi is trying to support Siu's mother. She's stunned when she sees Yuan and blurts out, You, Seo Hua asks suspiciously. A familiar face. Are you really friends with Choy Siu? Sunmi quickly explains. Yeah, when you were gone last night, he took care of Choy Siu. But Yuen cuts straight to the point. There's not much time left. You've probably already sensed it, but there's a barrier surrounding this entire apartment complex. And as long as it's active, you're not getting out of here. Luckily for us, he continues, we can still break through the barrier from the inside. Seo Hua cocks her head. Besides the fact that you can supposedly get out, why are you acting so casual and just rambling on about it? Yuen looks genuinely confused. Huh? She lays it on him. I get that you're Choi Siu's friend, but first and foremost, you're a mage, aren't you? Seo Hua's voice is calm as she says, Choi Siu, a person yesterday can be a completely different creature today, and that's especially true for you mages. Are you willing to throw away everything you've built for this friendship? I'm not stupid enough to believe that without having any doubts. Sunmi hears this and starts to worry. Okay, she might sound a little cold, but what Seo Hua is saying isn't wrong. What if this is a trap to lower our guard? Just having this conversation is incredibly risky. Yuen pauses for a moment, then gives his answer. I understand. His hand starts to move. Seo Hua narrows her eyes, her mind screaming, I knew this was going to happen. Yuen grits his teeth against the pain, using his own hand to seal the critical points on his body. Sun Mi and Seo Hua are absolutely floored by what they're seeing. Yuen pants, struggling to speak, even the blood flowing to my core. The energy stream is temporarily paralyzed. He wipes the sweat from his face and calmly continues. As of right now, there's no difference between me and a normal person. If you create that illusion one more time, you'll be able to see everything in my mind. Seo Hua is stunned. Do you even know what that means? It might not end with just looking into your mind. I could manipulate you like a puppet until the day you die. Yuen struggles to reply. I can't say that doesn't matter, but at least it might help this fine lady escape. He adds softly, if that's possible, then none of the rest matters. Seo Hua is completely bewildered. Why would you go to such lengths? What exactly is your relationship with Choy Siu? Yuen forces a weak smile and replies, I've already told you everything. We're just friends, that's all. And with that, Seo Hua finally lets her guard down. She lets out a soft sigh of relief. I don't know if you're an idiot or if Choy Siu just has great character, she says quietly. It's probably both. Sunmi rushes forward to help the exhausted Yuen, saying, hey, whatever works, right? Seo Hua's voice turns ice cold. Let's see just how impressive your unarmed combat skills are. At the same time, in another part of the city, the streets are nearly empty. Siu pants as he stares ahead, completely forgetting the pain shooting through his body. He sprints forward, but his charge is brought to a screeching halt by an incredibly powerful intuition. Siu tells himself that nothing looks weird, at least not to the naked eye. However, he knows if he takes just a few more steps from here suddenly, a voice calls out from right in front of him. So, you're Choy Siu? You're a lot smaller than I thought you'd be, but you don't look like a half-elf at all. A well-built guy with parted hair continues speaking casually. Still, for you to stop right at the breaking point, your senses are pretty sharp, huh? Anyway, a pleasure to meet you. The name's Jia Hoang. He then drops his entire resume third in command of Tian Nai, with 15 years of reading and punching things. Hearing this, Siu's brow furrows. Tian Nai, he thinks to himself he's heard they're directly connected to the Yusin clan. So, is this guy some cousin of Yusin's? Zhuang, oozing confidence, just says, intros are done, let's get to it. Just surrender and don't make this messy. The guy speaks real casual, like, you've probably got the gist of the situation by now, right? This entire area is sealed off by barriers, and right now, my buddy is protecting your mom. Jia Kwang strolls closer to Siu, adding, not sure if you get the whole filial piety thing, but if you try to run, your mother's gonna be the one who suffers. Honestly, every mage in the country is after you, so getting caught is just a matter of time. Hearing this, Siu thinks to himself, looks like a fight is unavoidable. But the real problem? A masked girl suddenly leaps into the air behind him, aiming a vicious kick right at his back. Siu senses something is wrong and spins around to look. But it's too late. He takes a nasty kick square in the face. The girl, wearing a grotesque demon mask, glares at Siu while he desperately dodges her deadly moves. In a flash, a powerful blow sends him flying backwards. He quickly digs his feet in, grinding to a halt before he gets pushed any further. Siu's eyes fly open in shock. The girl in front of him is gone, replaced by an endless, empty blue space. Jia Kwang slowly explains, it's like a trap, see? Once the prey steps inside, it's guaranteed to be caught. The challenge is getting them to step in to begin with. He asks smugly, obviously you can't leave now, can you? Jia Kwang starts cracking his knuckles, his voice buzzing with excitement. The options haven't changed. Pick one of the two I mentioned before. Either surrender quietly or run and face this ugly situation till the very end. Siu doesn't answer, but his defensive stance says it all. The next moment, A dizzying sensation hits his already frayed nerves. A familiar voice rings out. Kneel. Just one word. Impossible to hear from over 100 meters away. But the terrifying power in that voice was something he knew all too well. The young man acts in an instant. In a flash, Siu vanishes from Jia Kwang's sight. He bolts forward, thinking, that's definitely X-Hoa's power, the same as the other spirits. At the very least, X-Hoa has to be inside this barrier somewhere. He's not certain, but based on the direction of the power, he senses his home. Siu tells himself the plan is to not meet his mom, but to head somewhere else. He figures she's either surrounded or being kept safe, but she definitely hasn't been captured yet. I don't know the exact situation, but X-Hoa must be with my mom right now. Siu analyzes the situation. Even if they suspect his mom and target her, he's the one they really want. He silently hatches a plan. If I create a disturbance as far from home as possible, that alone might give X-Hoa a chance to escape. While running, Siu senses something closing in on him fast. Jia Kwang throws a decisive kick straight at Siu, but our boy dodges it with lightning speed. The guy flashes a sly grin and says, "Good reaction time," as he lands gracefully on the ground. Jia Kwang unleashes a flurry of hand-to-hand attacks on Siu. He struggles to block the blows, thinking anxiously. He's fast and strong. This guy is a level or two above Yusin in every respect. Yusin went easy on me last time, but this guy is on a whole nother level. Jia Kwang throws a heavy punch at Siu. He throws up a guard, wondering in surprise. Is that it? Seeing this, the villain looks a little shocked himself, muttering, "Whoa, that's unexpected. I've trained in martial arts to a pretty high degree, you know." Siu thinks. This was never a one-on-one fight to begin with. He glances at the girl in the mysterious mask, pondering, I have no idea what kind of magic that is. From the energy they're giving off, I can tell their side is much stronger than me, and that power is being amplified by the other one. Siu suddenly speaks up. I know this sounds weird right now, but I don't want to fight here. In the middle of an apartment complex in the afternoon? Who knows how many people will see this? Jia Kwang's voice drips with ridicule. What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? You think we set this barrier up just to catch you? Normal people without energy can't see inside the barrier. If they walk in, they'll pass out instantly. Everyone inside the barrier will fall into a deep sleep. After it's taken down, it'll probably take them a long time to wake up. He seemed to have figured out Siu's intentions. Well, that's clearly not a valid reason, though it is kind of funny. Guang clenches his fists and rushes forward, growling, This is why I told you to just surrender quietly. He throws a massive punch at Siu, but our boy doesn't even move an inch. Siu is now blocking the attack with his bare hands. He says with a hidden meaning, I get it. In the end, there's no need to worry anymore. Siu grabs Jia Kwang's shirt, and the villain's face twists with anxiety as he grinds his teeth. And just like that, his eyes flared a terrifying purple. Siu unleashes his lightning beast takedown, sending a colossal thunderbolt crashing toward Gawang. The support mage, still just standing there, casually watching them go at it. Siu's voice was pure ice. I slowed down at the last second. Not because I underestimated you, but because I don't like killing people myself. Gawang's face went pale, trembling with absolute terror. He warns him. Don't think this means the fight's over, but I'm definitely giving you this one warning. Siu adds, I'm going all out now, so I probably can't control my power. Gawang heard that and furiously gritted his teeth. The guy explodes forward like a tornado, launching himself into the air and aiming a powerful kick straight at Siu's head. But our boy's body doesn't even budge an inch. His feet planted firmly on the ground. Jawang's foot stops just short of his face, unable to connect. Enraged, he starts wailing on him with a flurry of blows. Gawang, already getting tired, thinks, is there seriously no way to beat him? This isn't just about skill anymore. It feels like he's punching a giant, unmovable wall. Before he could think any more, Siu decisively slugs him with one hell of a punch to the face. Gawang is sent flying, the shockwave kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Siu then warily glances behind him. He watches the support mage, thinking he was expecting some kind of coordinated attack, but she hasn't made a single move. Maybe she's not suited for direct combat. Siu's voice turns serious. That warning applies to you too, by the way. I don't want to get into pointless fights, but if I have to, I won't hesitate for a second. Hearing this, the support mage gets into a defensive stance. Gawang forces himself up, yelling, What the hell do you think you're doing? I told you I'd handle this myself. What are you trying to prove? This is your limit, isn't it? The support mage remains silent. He orders her, You just stay back there and cast your spells. Gawang's face was already bruised and battered. He roars at Siu, Can you not understand a single word I'm saying? Or are you playing dumb just to piss me off? You bastard, show me anything you're good at, even for a second, you mutt. A ferocious roar echoes between the enemies. Siu turns to look at him, completely shocked. He starts using movement magic. Siu can't understand the reason for his rage, but what he needs to do next is crystal clear. He dashes straight for the support mage. She immediately pulls out 3 paper talismans. Siu sizes her up, thinking she's clearly in good shape and has way more energy, even if I have no clue what she's planning. He clenches his fist, deciding he's going to take her down as fast as possible, preferably without any major injuries. The support mage starts chanting, burning the 3 talismans: 100 Demon Suppression, Exorcism, and Guardian Beast. In an instant, the talismans turn to ash. The royal family issues the execution order. Suddenly, Siu's entire body is bound by chains, stopping him from getting any closer. He seems to realize what's happening and freezes. All of a sudden, an incredibly powerful force blasts down from the sky at Siu. A moment later, a fist is flying right at the support mage's face. Seeing this, she just lets out a little himph. Siu bursts from the smoke, throwing a massive punch right at her. She looks totally unfazed, speaking calmly. Even though I used 3 talismans, the 100 demons and exorcism ones didn't work. The only thing that seems to have an effect is the guardian beast. It seems exorcism doesn't work on demons. His fist is stopped by some kind of barrier, hovering just inches from the support mage's face. She casually continues, "It seems exorcising a demon isn't very effective." Suddenly, a red horn sprouts from Siu's forehead, leaking dark energy. He raises a hand, quickly summoning swirling dark spiritual energy from all around him. A sharp weapon materializes in his hand. He thinks to himself, "My punch didn't land. This feels completely wrong. It's like I hit something but got 0 feedback." I wasn't pushed back by my own attack, she jumped back on her own. Siu carefully observes every single movement the girl in front of him makes, analyzing her. If something is surrounding her body to block the impact, it has to have a limit. The support mage starts casting again, muttering a new spell. The blue sword is the sentence, and the morning bone is the sinner's blood. She looks to the sky. I lift my eyes and pray to the gods. Siu just gives her a look of total confusion. He wonders if this is some kind of ritual with a time limit, or maybe it can only block a certain number of attacks or a certain amount of damage. It could also be a ritual that only blocks specific types of attacks. A chilling voice suddenly echoes out, "Lower your hand." Unconsciously, he obeys the voice, his weapon-wielding arm slowly starting to fall. Cut to Siu's apartment. Yushin is speaking clearly. There are 5 mages dispatched here, and that's not including me. So, check it out. 3 of them are Dumu, and the other 2 are Yangmu. All 5 are forming a nice little magical box around the apartment building. He breaks it down perfectly. Normally, a barrier is anchored by pillars or some kind of ward set up on the perimeter. But this barrier is special. The mages themselves are the anchors. Siowa cuts right to the chase. No need to overcomplicate things. So we just have to beat them to break the barrier, right? Not necessarily all of them. Usually, taking out about half the anchors will make the whole thing collapse. Yusin quietly replies, "It's not that simple." Sony interrupts, "Right, I get that you're skilled and all. Sonai was watching over Siu's mom on the couch, but you bet she was listening to every single word." He continues, "But no matter how strong you are, unless you're a 666-year-old monster, you probably can't beat them. Our power is completely different." Yusin explains, "Most of the martial arts and magic we practice were designed specifically to destroy monsters like you. If your internal conflicts are pure tests of strength between equals, then fighting a mage," he adds with a worried tone, "is like walking into a trap custom-made just for you. It's not about being stronger, it's about compatibility," Yusin says gently. "And did I mention 3 Dumu were sent here? Dumu is a rank only a handful of the most elite mages can ever achieve. They're strong enough to take on spirit-class monsters." He thinks for a moment, then adds, "However, a fight is unavoidable, so I suggest we each take one of them on. Like you said, we only need to beat about 2 mages to tear down this barrier." Yusin quickly lays out the plan. "I'll handle one of them. The second I do, you need to go after the other one, break the barrier fast, and get out of here with his mom before they realize what happened. Luckily, I know each member's abilities and how they operate," Siowa replies, though she seems hesitant. That's great and all," she says, "but aren't you completely powerless right now? You literally said you proved it by sealing your own energy core." Hearing that, Yusin freezes, completely lost for words. Son-i suddenly speaks up. "We don't have a choice, but it's going to be tough to beat 2 of them in a place like this," she says, worried. "Even if we knock them all out, people could still get hurt." Siowa lets out a frustrated sigh. "I don't know, but it looks like we're not the only ones who need to worry about that." She glances at Yusin, who's leaning tiredly against the door. "After all, your job is to protect normal people. You can't exactly go all out if civilians are in the crossfire." Yusin holds his head, forcing out a reply. "That's not it. They're way more obsessed than you think. Even if casualties happen inside this building, they'll find a way to cover it all up." Sony asks in horror, "What?" Why go to all this trouble just to catch Siu? He answers quietly. It's not about Siu. It's about pride. And maybe the power they'll have in 6 months. Yusin turns, his voice full of meaning. For the last 666 years, you weren't the only one waiting for the Night of Monsters. The mages were too. Sun-Eye looks completely baffled. I don't get it. Wasn't this the greatest era for humans in centuries? She asks. Because they had nights without monsters. He quickly answers. Exactly. Yusin then begins to explain. Because they were free from monsters, civilization advanced more in a few hundred years than it did in the previous tens of thousands. It was literally the golden age of humanity. He hesitates, then clarifies, or rather, the golden age for most of humanity. Yusin's voice drops. During these nights without monsters, it was ordinary people who built everything with their own hard work. The culture and technology they built brought prosperity and growth. So, he says sadly, the existence of mages was completely buried in the shadows. From being the protectors of civilization, they were reduced to useless, outdated superstitions from a bygone era. Yusin looks down, filled with a sense of shame and inferiority. Issues of pride, self-worth, and a need for payback are attitudes most of them share. He scoffs quietly. Maybe in 6 months, when the sun sets and the screams begin, that'll be the moment they're finally smiling. Yusin continues in a low voice. At that moment, they'll go from being an outdated superstition to being the rulers of the world. He states coldly, today's events aren't important because of how many people might die. They bragged to the government that everything would be fine, and things didn't go according to plan. It was a huge blow to their pride. Yusin's voice is firm. That's why they're trying to catch the villain at any cost. By doing so, they can rule what they need to rule, with no one left to question their abilities or their authority. Sunmi is totally floored by this. She whispers, wow, so they really don't care at all. Sehowa coldly adds, conclusion? They don't care if the people living here get hurt. End of story. And just then, from the distance, an absolutely massive surge of power erupts violently. Sehowa immediately senses something is dead wrong, shouting, what was that? Yusin seems to recognize that power, wondering to himself, is that Jia Wang? He's completely stunned, thinking, did he just summon Bei Koi? But why would he? At the same time, back where Siu is fighting, his guardian sets him down safely on the ground. So, there are basically 2 types of powers that mages use on the Korean peninsula. First up is scripture reading. This involves memorizing sacred texts to draw out the divine power hidden inside the characters. This lets them amplify their energy and instantly use different techniques that fit any situation. Most mages roll with this ability. The second type is divine advent. Among mages, some are born with a supersensitive Beku point. They're called talents. These are the ones known for being blessed with straight-up divine power. Using their Beku point, their body becomes a living vessel, allowing them to host beings from outside this world. Siu seems to sense the strangeness coming from Jagwong and whips his head around to look at him. Right now, he's using every last bit of his strength to perform the divine sword dance, which is basically the incarnation of the world's gods. The raw fear of facing a literal god for the first time. Siu just stares at the scene, his face a mask of pure shock. At that exact moment, something deep inside the kid's body reacts to that insane energy. So now Siu has to face off against a creature from another world. Seriously, for anyone's first time with a being like this, freaking out in a tight spot is pretty much a given. The man's eyes suddenly turn dark and impossible to read. But whatever, Siu doesn't care. He just tightens his grip on the weapon in his hands and swings it with all his might. The kid chose to attack instead of run, but his opponent just stands there, totally unbothered. This just makes Siu pause and wonder. He doesn't have a core? After Siu's attack, the guy completely changes his method of attack. He braces himself, focuses his power, and completes the fusion. His arms tense up, muscles bulging like crazy. A second later, this dude swings his arms, creating 2 streams of power that shoot forward. Seeing this, Siu quickly leaps up to dodge. He avoids the hit, but the insane power is still enough to send him skidding backward. But the guy couldn't care less. He just casually retracts the streams of power with one hand. Watching this, Siu is completely stunned. The space around them suddenly fills with countless overlapping rays of light. They're like sharp swords shooting forward, forcing Siu to desperately dodge. But he's not lucky enough. He gets cut on his face and shoulder, fresh blood spilling out. Even so, Siu doesn't stop for a second, continuing to counterattack while trying to avoid the blows. His face shows pure panic. How is this happening? At the same time, a guardian has been standing aside, quietly observing everything. She thinks to herself, with that speed and movement, he could easily dodge the divine sword dance. But he's choosing to stay in a bad spot, only defending from that one position? The guardian is shocked. No, that's impossible. Below, Siu continues to attack and defend at the same time, his brows furrowed and eyes wide as he glares at his opponent. Throughout the fight, traces of magic constantly appear and scatter all over the place. And then, they both charge, clashing head-on. A massive explosion echoes as the ground begins to crack. Siu desperately defends himself, but his opponent just keeps pushing, his eyes filled with killing intent, backed by immense power. And then the energy he was using for defense suddenly shatters, leaving a perfect opening for the guy to strike again. Siu has no time to dodge, so in the blink of an eye, both of his arms are sliced clean off. But his opponent doesn't stop. He just frowns and rushes forward, unleashing a storm of attacks that gives Siu no chance to escape. Finally, he's left lying on the ground as the dust quickly settles. Just then, the Guardian approaches, and the victor asks, "Was that guy the lookout?" She answers respectfully, "Yes, Director." Then he follows up with another heavy question. "I have a question. Why were you fighting this guy?" Hearing this, the Guardian replies, "He's a half-breed part Goblin. He committed the crime of causing chaos in the human world by spilling the blood of countless people." With that, she gives a little bow, admitting her mistake. "My apologies for summoning you so hastily and without proper preparation, General Manager." He growls back a warning. "You should really watch your mouth." Then the guy they call General Manager spins around, glares at the Guardian Mage, and starts the interrogation. "Is this kid actually guilty, or are you just twisting some made-up charges against him?" Remembering what just happened, he keeps going, "If you have eyes, you should have seen it clearly. It was a sword strike he could have easily dodged, but our guy just takes it. The villain's theory? He's probably worried about hurting the people living here. Even with his life on the line, his attention is still focused on what's behind him. Priorities, I guess." His voice drops a few degrees. "Even if they say demon blood runs through him, I don't buy that he actually broke the rules and hurt people. That sounds like a bogus charge, biased by your own needs." Then he adds, with a hint of doubt, "If you were just some ordinary creature, I never would have answered your summons." But she just quietly says, "I'm sorry." Meanwhile, Siu, practically at death's door, starts muttering a chant. He's a complete mess, covered in wounds and looking pathetic on the ground. You could say the reason for Siu's catastrophic overload isn't just the new injuries, but the endless stream of enemies he's been fighting. But more than that, the problem is this stuff. For a normal demon, this Marian extract is like a premium energy drink. Using too much is just wasteful, but it's not supposed to cause any real problems. However, Siu's body is super sensitive to the Marian extract, and in just a few minutes, he's chugged 2 of them back to back. Siu completely burned through his remaining life force. He couldn't control the power surge, which led to his current sorry state. Normally, wounds this bad would have healed up 2 or 3 times by now. But everything healed except his arm, which regenerated looking like a half-finished school project. Just then, Siu shakily lifts his right arm and snaps. A scroll appears in midair. Hearing the sound, the manager turns, asking, "You still have the strength to move?" Then he says with fake pity, "How pathetic." I'm not sure why, but if his body were in better shape, he could have escaped. Then he turns to his assistant. "Didn't I tell you to stop him from breathing?" She just nods. "Yes." Hearing that, the guy practically explodes with killing intent. Good. I didn't like the idea of just cutting his throat anyway. Over here, Siu is struggling to pull out a potion vial. He figures he has to hold it and chant the magic words. If he activates it right, he just has to throw it on the ground to break it. Then the stored technique will be activated. Done thinking, Siu decisively crushes the vial. See, he knows this 3-colored gourd doesn't just hold one of 81 techniques, it actually picks and activates the best one for the user's situation. Siu looks back at the monster. But right now, that 3-colored gourd is working. After analyzing Siu's terrible condition, it didn't choose a technique at all. It simply dumped all of its stored energy directly into him. At that moment, the assistant sees everything. She stumbles back in terror that 3-colored gourd is definitely not a normal item. The sheer quality and amount of that energy. Even someone like Jacquemus would need a whole year to create that much. Though a bit rattled, she still looks down on Siu, thinking, so what can a demon do with it anyway? Meanwhile, after the gourd shattered, a whirlwind of magic surrounded him. Siu's body began to heal, returning to its original state. He stares down at his hands in shock as they rapidly recover, but suddenly the other guy rushes him like a flash of lightning. Now that's a rare sight, a demon who can not only resist righteous energy, but actually contain it. A moment later, he swings another powerful punch forward. But luckily, Siu reacts in time. He glances to the side and dodges smoothly. Still, his opponent doesn't stop, pressing the attack. Punches rain down on Siu constantly. After dodging several hits, Siu realizes this new power is from the gourd Yusen gave him. Okay, he gets it now. But what is this weird feeling? He felt something strange inside, almost like a new energy core had just formed in his lower abdomen. Siu already had 2 cores in his abdomen, but both went dormant after being untouched for 17 long years. One of those cores awakened a few days ago thanks to his awakening. The other just woke up facing Kang Shin, and the empty cores were refilled by the 3-colored gourd. And the battle continues to rage on. At a glance, the guy they call the manager seems to have the upper hand. Siu is stuck on defense with no way to counter, kneeling with his hands covering his face. He thinks to himself that this energy isn't all that different from magic. No, it's more like it's the same kind, which makes blocking attacks much more effective. However, Siu then focuses his mind, and his entire body becomes enveloped in a powerful aura. I can't use my demon spirit mace at all, and my shock absorption feels broken. It must be because of the different energy types. As he thinks this, he sees the guy charging again. He knows the demon mace only works with Joe's energy. It's totally incompatible with his current power. This leaves Siu completely baffled. He wonders, so what am I supposed to do now? If this keeps up, it'll just be a repeat of what happened a minute ago. This opponent isn't someone he can just beat in a straight-up fist fight. With that thought, Siu tightens his fist again. Then what the heck, a massive blast of raw power just erupts from him, aimed right at the other guy. Even Siu is stunned, not thinking he was capable of something like this. In response, the Guardian Mage just stares blankly. The General Manager is suddenly blasted back to his original form, Ryu. Facing the stunned Siu, it lets out a little cry, Kipoom! We cut to a swanky hotel at sunset, where Kira Yoshihiro is complaining with a dark look on his face. I've only had a single sandwich from the airport this morning, right before we boarded. Hearing this, Kira Yuzuru coldly replies, and what am I supposed to do about that? Lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, she says without a trace of emotion, should I call for room service or just go out and eat by myself? Kira Yoshihiro sighs. You think room service is enough after we came all this way? He continues, his voice full of blame. Besides, I don't know if it's guts or what, but isn't it your fault I can't go out to eat by myself? Kira Yoshihiro keeps complaining, picturing the 2 guards stationed right outside their door. We're under surveillance because of what you did before. It's not a complete lockdown, but we have to go out together. Kira Yuzuru says, I know that. If it weren't for this, I'd already be out there looking for him. Hearing that, Kira Yoshihiro gets confused. Who are you talking about when you say him? What is wrong with everyone here? Kira Yuzuru answers, that elf. He's a half-demon. As she speaks, she remembers the image of Choy Siu fighting. Besides, thanks to him, we're still alive. The reason he's here is to follow supervisors like us. Kira Yoshihiro is shocked to hear that. What? That's not the story I heard from the people around here. In response to her brother's confusion, Kira Yuzuru says, of course not. What really happened is pretty obvious, isn't it? She continues to explain. They're trying to blame us for everything the supervisors did. That way, they can save face by saying they've caught the culprit. Hearing that, Kira Yoshihiro thoughtfully responds. I see. In that case, there's not much difference between their side and ours. I understand how you feel, using an innocent person as a scapegoat. He adds, but there's nothing we can actually do. You know that, right? Kira Yuzuru stays silent, listening to him. Never mind that we're guests in this land. There's us, the people from our manufacturing department, and our rivals in the near future, he says. They manage this part of Korea, while we in the Jinyang clan are in charge of Japan. Until 666 years ago, it was just traces of the Goryeo dynasty and the Kamakura period, Kira Yoshihiro says, picturing the eras changing. They're nothing but legends to the old Joseon royal family and to the provisional government of Korea. With a history that goes back hundreds of years, even if they considered trusting us for a moment, entrusting their future and their abilities to us is still a huge question mark. He continues seriously. If they insist their people lack skills, this country's government won't hesitate to rely on mages from other nations. Of course, this applies to us too. Mages around the world are pretty sensitive about this issue right now, just as Kira Yoshihiro is saying, but our interference in this situation. Kira Yuzuru sits up and cuts him off. Could be seen as meddling with the status quo, right? I know. She continues nervously. Even if I wanted to back down, I don't have the strength. Now I understand what my master meant when he said it's hard when the ground changes. Thinking back to that earlier image, she says, until lunchtime, I just thought I wasn't in good shape. But when I tried to use all my strength, I realized that ever since setting foot in this country, my abilities have definitely weakened. Hearing this, Kira Yoshihiro looks at his own hand and speaks up. Is that right? Well, to me, you're the master mage, so your experience must be several times worse than mine. Did you use Vu last time? Kira Yuzuru says, it's probably not just me. That kid's problem might be even worse. I think so too, she says, but as she raises her hand, another voice cuts in. Want to come along? That completely startles both of them. Kira Yuzuru's face darkens as she says, what? Where did he go? And we cut to Kira Yuzuru, who's currently having her windpipe squeezed something fierce. A voice chimes in, "What I mean is, you should just come along quietly. Oh look, it's Bi-hyung." He's literally choking her out while saying with a creepy smile, "I'm just trying to avoid anything that might hurt you." Meanwhile, a battered Choy Siu is over here gasping for air, trying to figure out how to pull off a rescue. Don't worry, man, we're all wondering the same thing. So at this point, Yuzuru Raju's spirit beast couldn't do a thing. Turns out, this gourmet spirit is completely useless without its master pulling the strings. No energy supply from the mage, and zero commands coming through. It was basically just a regular old spirit. But hey, points for trying to be loyal to its owner. When Rue attacked, Bi-hyung gave it a death glare that had the poor thing shaking in its non-existent boots, absolutely terrified. Suddenly, a zap of energy catches the big guy off guard. He fumbles, dropping Kira Yuzuru, who hits the ground hard. Ouch. Then Young comes flying in at top speed, swinging a massive punch at Byung. And just like that, an epic battle kicks off. Now that its master was safe, Ryu should have been able to return to Yuzuru. But the sheer terror of that monster sent it into a total panic. Ryu cries out in fear, "Isim," and bam, a giant blue monster appears. Meanwhile, Young, surrounded by this mysterious purple aura, just coldly says, "Attack." Isama and Ryu immediately charge forward at insane speeds. This left Kira Yuzuru with no time to escape. Yeah, way too late to run. Rizu should have been able to get back to its master just fine. But then, a plot twist. Choy Siu suddenly jumps right in front of her, a human with some kind of special talent, blocking the master's only path. The spirit's absorption ability kicked in, but got stuck inside Siu's body, which was pure demon energy. It couldn't find a way out on its own. Ryu realizes it's trapped, landing on Choy Siu's hand and just staring at him, leaving the guy totally confused. Another dude in black, rocking some powerful blue energy, keeps advancing, making Ayu's eyes go wide with shock. Then the guy unleashes his power. Siu barely manages to pull Ryu out of the way. The blast knocks the little spirit out cold in his hand. Neither of them had the brain power to understand this mess, but they both had the same gut instinct. And Mr. Black Robe just kept on coming. Choy Siu thinks, if we don't team up, we're dead. Already covered in wounds, all he can do is defend against the guy's onslaught. He grips an object tightly in his hand as the two of them get locked in a seriously brutal fight. Suddenly, the object in his hand transforms into a sword. Choy Siu grits his teeth, thinking, this feels way different than a goblin stick. Just gotta hold on. And now, he's pretty sure he can say it with certainty. Watching the other guy fight so fiercely, he thinks, I might have the edge in strength and speed, but his overwhelming pressure is something else. Every single time I try to move, he reads my timing perfectly and attacks in a way I can't completely dodge. And just like that, both of their arms get slashed by the other's blade. The dude in black suddenly realizes Choy Siu perfectly countered his attack. A female mage watching from the sidelines thinks that last attack was meant to be unblockable, not a failed parry. The man in black finally speaks. Interesting. He continues, since you can't seem to take the lead, I'll be blunt, give up. You don't even bother to defend against my attacks unless they're fatal. Looking at the battered Choy Siu, he says, even if you wait patiently, I won't give you an opening. But Siu, totally unafraid, replies with determination. I don't know if this will work, but I think it's the only answer, so I've made my decision. That's it. The other guy just scoffs. Fine. Then, as he summons a massive amount of energy, he says, I will use my sword with all my might. Come and try me if you think you can take it. Seeing this, Siu is stunned. Blue lights pulsing with immense energy radiate from his opponent. The Divine General's sword dance. It was literally a god dancing with a sword. This was not an opponent Siu could just challenge on a whim. And even if he came up with a strategy, this wasn't the kind of martial art you could stop all by yourself. He rushes forward, a total menace. All of Siu's efforts were pointless. The man swings a final blow and says, it's over. And yeah, Siu could feel it too. It was definitely over. But he believed that was all in the past. Ignoring the power of his previous opponents, even the worst monster could temporarily paralyze its foes. The guy kept talking. Of course, it turns out you never intended to exploit my weakness from the start, the weakness of gods in mortal flesh. No matter how all-powerful the incarnated god is, the power they can use is limited by the vessel's physical circuits. As he swings his sword, he says, you're holding on as the energy of thunder and lightning enters your body. But Choy Siu doesn't flinch. He just says, I already told you. As he speaks, he lunges forward, his eyes filled with resolve. This is the only way. The fight rages on until both of them are on their last legs. The man in black is severely wounded but still manages to speak. You intentionally let your guard down. You could have easily ended this in one go if you wanted. There wouldn't be a second chance if I were any less powerful. Choy Siu wasn't doing much better, by the way. He's gasping for air, admitting that yeah, if that had happened, it would have been a huge problem. But it all worked out, right? On top of that, with his identity in question, this body didn't even feel like his own anymore. Still wanting to kill someone even when his life wasn't on the line, that was a bit much. The guy just smirks at this, calling him reckless to the end. While Choy Siu is still reeling, he continues, yeah, I'm fine. Losers don't get the right to speak. And that's because a giant spirit suddenly emerges from the man in black. The spirit speaks, if we get another chance, let's fight again. And just like that, the giant was gone. A voice calls out, making him turn his head. It's over, the protector says. I don't have the skills to fight you, and I'm too drained for another ritual. This is our failure. Hearing this, Choy Siu's only thought was what a load of lies. Choy Siu remembers how she fought earlier, thinking to himself that it was just one brief clash. But even that was enough to tell him everything. He might not know her exact power level, but she was definitely way stronger than that other guy. While he's lost in thought, another voice suddenly cuts in. What the heck is that? The sudden hey makes Choy Siu jump. He sees who it is and calls out, Yusin! Yusin stumbles over, shaking and annoyed. You're calling me Yusin, I know that. What a complete lunatic. The protector is just staring, completely shocked. Choy Siu finally asks, why are you here? Did a monster trick you into coming? Oh, that was the wrong thing to say. Yusin explodes, leaving Choy Siu totally stunned. No, what did you do before? I just said be confident and don't be afraid. I didn't say go set off a bomb in broad daylight with people around. To which Choy Siu replies, sorry. I was being stupid and reckless. Seeing this, Yusin gets even more mad. You're a real expert at fake apologies, aren't you? Then he suddenly gets serious. It would be nice if sorry could fix everything. He glances at the powerless guy on the ground, then turns to the protector. He speaks up, you don't need to try and understand all of this. The situation is exactly what it looks like. Yusin points at Choy Siu and introduces him. This guy has been my best friend since middle school. I literally only found out he was a monster yesterday. And this? This is just a coincidence. He is definitely not the kind of person who would hurt other people. The protector isn't having it. That's not your decision to make. Especially since you have a prior relationship with the suspect, you should know that better than anyone. Yusin replies, as a member of the Sang-Shu clan, I'm not that shameless. He continues, his voice turning cold. Whether he's innocent or not, I know my actions are totally inappropriate for a member of the Sang-Shu clan. It might be a ridiculous reason, but the heir of the Sang-Shu clan can't just side with a mere monster. He says this with a completely determined look in his eyes. So, from this moment on, I am renouncing my position as the successor to the Sang-Shu clan. The protector is shocked. What? You can't just quit being the heir. Yusin doesn't seem to care. Maybe until now it's been that way. It's what everyone is fighting to achieve. So why am I giving it up? Trust me, he continues, it won't be a problem. Everyone will pretend to be outraged, asking how I could do this. But deep down, they'll be thrilled that such a desirable position is suddenly open. He grips his sword tightly. Anyway, I think I've made my point. Don't complicate things. It's better for you if you just understand the situation. Yusin continues, just so we're clear, I don't intend to kill you or even hurt you badly. So if you quietly release your barrier, I would gratefully accept it. But if you insist on finishing your mission, then I'll have no other choice. And with that, he points his sword directly at the protector, making his threat crystal clear. I will use everything I have to take you down, without any mercy. The protector falls silent and removes her mask. I have no other choice in this matter, she says. How could I possibly oppose you, young master? Seeing this, Choy Siu is completely floored by the reveal. She then recites a spell, and one of the 4 candles suddenly extinguishes. Once it's done, she says, I have done as you asked, young master. If you release one more person from the 5 of us here, the barrier will disappear, correct? Seeing this, Yusin says, yeah, thanks. I don't know what's really going on, but you made a smart move. Now take your brother and retreat somewhere else. He continues, since you didn't fight and only released the barrier, things won't go well for you either. The protector simply replies, yes. She then helps her brother, the guy in the black robes, escape. Choy Siu glances over at Yusin, who speaks up with an annoyed tone. I didn't come here for you, all right? I was sleeping and got suddenly dragged into this mission. Yusin continues with a serious look. The other 5 of us were assigned to set up a barrier. We were waiting for you, not even sure if you would show up. So the plan was simple, right? Just bust into the barrier, beat up whatever demon popped out, and drag his mom to safety. But, plot twist, he ran into a demon who was also times there to rescue his mom. So, naturally, they decided to team up. Hearing this, Choy Siu immediately starts to panic, but Yusin just cuts him off. You don't need to worry about me. Now listen up, the situation is pretty grim. He keeps going, laying it all out. By now, if you've been paying attention, you've probably put the pieces together. From this point on, besides me, there are 3 others, and all 3 of them are way stronger than the 2 we just fought combined. Choy Siu's brain just about short-circuited. Wait, when you say combined, you mean that woman was part of the fight too? Yusin just nods. That's right. He explains this while having a nice little flashback of the 2 guardians from before. Besides those 2 siblings, everyone else sent here, including me, is a guardian. Their little power combo just barely puts them at a guardian's level, so they got the last-minute call. The guy in black is absolutely ripping into the female guardian, who just stands there taking it, not saying a word. Because of you, because you're incompetent. While that drama was unfolding, Yusin continued to explain their power dynamic. In reality, the younger brother basically just piggybacks on his older sister's skills and abilities. He adds, I thought you might notice something was off. So honestly, I'm relieved that you did. Suddenly, Choy Siu asks, are you hurt anywhere? Yusin looks totally annoyed. So annoying, don't even ask that. He gets back on topic. Anyway, there are 3 of those monsters. To get out of here, you have to beat one of them. Hey, how many of those gourds I gave you are left? Hearing that, Choy Siu checks his pockets while answering. I've got 2 left. Should I give you both? No, just 1. Choy Siu hands over a purple gourd. Yusin immediately grabs it, pops the top, and chugs. A massive wave of blue energy erupts, forcing Choy Siu to shield his eyes. After a moment, Yusin starts talking. Listen carefully, Choy Siu. One of the 3 guardians is most likely going to fight one of the demons protecting your mom. That chaos from before pretty much confirms that their fight has gotten serious. He thinks of Choy Siu's mother as he speaks. As for your mom, the other demon probably already got her to safety. Your job is to find them and join up. Yusin continues, I'm going to fight one of the guardians, so the 3 of you need to find a way to escape the last one. He adds, me and Cao Yu, as soon as one of us wins and breaks this barrier, you have to get out of here immediately. For a split second, the words don't be ridiculous. How can the 2 of you possibly get stuck in his throat? But the words never come out, because he knows just how reckless and arrogant they both are. Yusin, with a fiercely determined look, says, I told you this during our training session. Our abilities aren't even half of what they've got. So now that you've seen it, how do you feel? You still think I was lying to you? Faced with a friend who would sacrifice everything for him, Choy Siu just sighs. It's nothing. How could I possibly argue? It's just worrying about a friend like you. Suddenly, something snaps Yusin to attention, and he draws his sword. He dashes forward so fast it startles Choy Siu. His blade clashes with something, creating a massive shockwave of power. Choy Siu stares in disbelief as a pair of feet land on the ground, putting both of them on extremely high alert. A voice echoes out, oh my, if the old man finds out about this, he's going to throw an absolute fit. It was Kim Jun. He casually continues, especially with them being so close to death's door and their only son out here playing around with demons. Watching an old man crumble would be such a peaceful sight, he adds. So, what do you think? Not going to change your mind? Hearing that, Yusin snaps back in anger. Forget it. Kim Jun just keeps talking. Of course, it's your life after all. You're a lot like me, you know. You have the talent, and more importantly, a personality completely different from the rest of the clan. He glances over at Choy Siu as he speaks. Instead, why don't you just beat up the guy next to you? Anyway, except for 2 things. No one knows what happened in the clan, except for my children, Jikung and Jawang. He just keeps on rambling. I tried to keep those 2 things a secret. Fighting like this is just plain shameful. Kim Jun continues, even when you think about your mother, but Yusin cuts him off. I had no idea my own uncle thought so highly of me. The old man just flashes a devious, cunning smile. But unfortunately for you, I found out right before I came here, you tricky old fox. But let's put that aside for now. Yusin readies his attack stance and tells him, I've been thinking about leaving home for a long time. I can't stand the thought of being locked up in that house. Hearing this, Kim Jun nods. Is that so? Not that I don't understand. Suddenly, Yusin yells to Choy Siu. Your mom is on the roof of that apartment building. The second the barrier breaks, you fly up there and escape. He urges Choy Siu on, go, now, and no matter what happens, you make damn sure you stay right by her side. He bites his lip and says, got it, before quickly disappearing, leaving the stage set for a massive showdown between Kim Chigan and Yusin. He starts with, so, if I'm getting this right, you and that guy are friends? What a world, huh? Yui just smirks back. I can't really comment on that, even if you call me crazy. Kim Jun jumps in, totally shocked. Why would he call you crazy? How many people in this world wouldn't be called crazy for risking their life for a friend? In the Sangzu clan, there are a grand total of 7 successors. Then the old man grips his sword. What a shame. Such a terrible waste. Every last one of them is rated strong enough to go toe-to-toe with a spirit-class demon, and they have the physical power of an entire army legion. Using their own unique martial arts and personal styles, each of them was granted the title of a god. Kim Jun's voice is intense, so your family has to deal with Aru, one of the few actual talents among all those lunatics. Not to be outdone, Yusin fires back. I'll try to make this victory as quick as I can. Amidst the chaos, the old man says, "This way you'll get hurt less, kid." But the truth is, all hope just vanished, leaving him completely crushed. We cut to a palace where Yusin is resting, but a noise from outside interrupts him. "Your Majesty, we can." The Dragon King carries in an injured man and says, "That's enough, just put him down already. It's not that hard. His condition isn't that serious. Go check on the others first." Suddenly, the king looks up, sees him, and says, "Oh, sorry to interrupt your rest." The boy quickly replies, "Ah, no, not at all." Then he thinks, "Hold on, did I just hear someone call him Your Majesty?" The Dragon King just waves and heads out. "Sorry for the disturbance, please get some proper rest." Yu Xin is stunned. Was that really the Dragon King? He sure doesn't look like it. He thinks this while looking down at the injured guy. Is he from the Dragon Palace too? Or maybe a tournament participant? Man, he looks awful. How could anyone, even a demon, possibly regenerate from this state? All of a sudden, a scolding voice rings out. "Can you please lie down? You don't have anything to do until tomorrow." That stubborn attitude of his completely catches Yu Xin off guard. Sun Mi then asks, "Aren't you Siu's friend?" And we cut to a skyscraper a few minutes earlier, where ex-Ho-Hoa is frowning. What's going on? Yu Xin thinks frantically, this energy someone's definitely summoned a god. He says, "Hey, I'm just asking to be safe." But Sun's hands are shaking as he holds his phone. "No way." Zo-Hoa looks over. "What is it? What happened?" Sun Mi says in a panic, "Siu is coming here. The message was sent a while ago, so he could be here any second." Yin snaps, furious. "That guy has completely lost his mind. You mean he just left without any resistance? After spending a few days with him, you two should know what he's like, right? That absolute idiot." Suddenly, he flinches as a voice cuts through the air, stunning all of them. Well, what do we have here? A woman in a mask says, "Those two nuisances are one thing." She lands and adds, "But why is our young master talking with these creatures?" Seeing this, Sony immediately jumps in front of Siu's mom, totally on guard. The masked woman scoffs. Worried the woman you're protecting will get hurt? She keeps going. Or maybe he just thinks too highly of himself, believing he can scare off these beasts with just his words and power. Huan Xin rests his chin on his hand, calmly stating, "I really don't get it." Yu Xin sees this and grinds his teeth, thinking about the guardians protecting the four directions. But even with Ha'ununim here, there's a problem. The real worry is that he can't use his spiritual power right now. He keeps thinking, if only there was time to prepare. He suddenly remembers the three-colored gourd. If Siu hasn't used it all, one bottle could fully restore his damaged spiritual power with some to spare. Yu Xin quietly schemes for a way to fight back, if he can just meet up with him. Meanwhile, Hoa speaks up. "You might be weak, but you sure are popular, huh?" Suddenly, Huan Sim takes advantage of Yusin's distraction and throws a dagger. She says with amusement, "Look at that, something strange is definitely happening here. I was aiming for young Master Yusin." Seeing Zo-Hoa catch the dagger, Hun Sim asks, "Why is a demon protecting the young master?" Her hands tremble from the injury. Hun-Si takes off her mask and continues to mock them. Could it be that our young master has forgotten his duty and allied himself with demons? Abruptly, Sun grabs Yusin's hand, using her other to grab Siu's mom, and says seriously, "We have to leave. Now." Yusin hesitates, "But they could use him as a hostage or something." Exo-Hoa replies, "In his current state, he's not even useful as a meat shield. Stop wasting time and go find Siu and take care of him." Yin stays silent as she continues, "If you find Choy Siu, just let me handle it." Siu-O-Hoa quickly adds, "This side of things won't take much time at all." In this empty room, Hun Sim just smirks, "Why you gotta be so sensitive? Don't worry, we're on the same page. Whether it's you or some other monster, the target has to be kept safe. I can wait." She keeps on talking. "Besides, it's not like any of you are getting out of here. So the only real difference is when you get caught, and by who." Then she asks, "By the way, doesn't that arm hurt? I mean, even for a monster, you've got to feel that on some level, right?" But Siu-O-Hua just fires back, "If your cursed blade was a little more real, maybe it would have hurt." Hearing this gets Hyun Sim all excited. "Wait, you know about it? I made it myself." The cursed blade is born when a human soul, full of rage and resentment, completely shatters. Basically a designer evil spirit. But here's the thing. Unlike your regular run-of-the-mill evil spirits, these are meticulously crafted. The poor souls chosen as materials are tortured in body, soul, and mind until they're knocking on death's door. Right when they're at their absolute limit, their life is severed by the object meant to contain them, and just like that, a crazy powerful weapon is born, full of rage. She says cheerfully, "It's a little something I created with extreme care. See any flaws? Most mid-level monsters get wiped out by it easily. But still," she says, "there's no other way." As she speaks, she summons a swarm of wickedly sharp knives. "Guess I'll have to ask for a little help from my other friends." Yusi zips off to handle her task, while the taunting continues. "Have you stalled long enough yet?" A flash of sun getting Siu's mother to safety, with Hyun Sim's threatening voice echoing in the background. By now, they should be long gone. Hyun Sim's form shifts as she grins wickedly. "We're at the end. Any last words?" She snaps her fingers, and a storm of daggers shoots forward. They fly with unbelievable speed right at Siu Ohwa, but suddenly, a new power flares up inside the high-rise. Siu Ohwa crashes through a window, flying out of the building. She looks up to see Hyun Sim already hot on her tail. The villain smirks. That was fast. Talk is cheap, though, as massive blasts of blue energy scream towards her. Siu Ohwa unleashes her magic, summoning the great demon-subduing general. As the epic warrior appears, she commands, "Attack!" Yeah, Hyun Sim was not ready for this. A single swing from the general's blade knocks back every energy blast. Turns out, there are tons of different gods worshipped by shamans. Some of them were actually human back in the day, mostly legendary heroes who made a name for themselves in history. But the reason they became gods wasn't their own strength, it was the prayers of the people that lifted them up beyond mortal limits. The people praying don't need spiritual power, and the religion or rituals don't really matter either. The only things that count are the sincerity of their prayers and the offerings they bring to the table. Countless people, all repeating the same prayers. Piling up over the years, that faith gives form to nothingness, creating a god. A shaman who controls them has the right and responsibility to wield that power. The great general unleashes powerful slashes, pushing back all of Hyun Sim's energy attacks. She's stunned. So many weird things are happening today. No matter how you slice it, that is a perfect match for the war god Guan Yu. I have no idea why a monster can control that kind of power. Her face darkens with a sneer, but it looks like your control is a little sloppy. Suddenly, a dagger plants itself right in Shuol Hoa. Hyun Sim just adds, "I'll let that slide." "You filthy thing!" A blast of power slams into the ground. She lands and says, "So disgusting. The stench of you animals is making my nose go numb." She walks closer, her voice dripping with mockery. "I heard you're pretty good at these little party tricks. As far as I know, you have two so-called ultimate techniques." Seeing Siu Ohwa badly wounded, she continues, "One is the fox marble, and the other is mind chaos, right?" As she speaks, she launches another wave of daggers. New knowledge acquired. I'll remember this for the next time I have to kill a fox. But then, a new tail sprouts from Siu Ohwa, leaving Hyun Sim completely stunned. Our girl just says, "You won't need to remember." The daggers seem to slow to a crawl as they get closer. Hyun Sim panics, thinking, is something invisible there? No, they aren't being blocked, they've stopped completely. But how? The Fox clan has two ultimate moves, and this isn't one of them. Siu Ohwa looks at her with dangerous eyes. "And by the way, no one else can do this but me. This isn't a technique of the Fox clan." Hyun Sim is shocked. "Controlling my cursed blades? What the hell is going on? It's nothing special. I already told you. Your cursed blade is just a mediocre piece of trash." Even though she's a different species now, her standards haven't dropped one bit. Siu Ohwa casually blocks the knives with her hand. "While you were taking a little break, I figured out how you control them. So I created a spell that can control this stuff even more skillfully than you ever could." Turns out this girl isn't just a one-trick pony. She can use sorcery, ninjutsu, and Taoist magic. Hyun Sim's face goes dark. "No way," she snarls. "That's impossible." She's not just using it, she's a genius who can actually control and fine-tune it. But Shuol Hoa, buzzing with raw power, just goes, "Honestly, I don't really get it either, but hey, it works." So, in this world, you've got two main power types, demonic energy and spiritual energy, used by demons and humans respectively. But here's the kicker, both of them actually come from the same OG natural energy source called Ki. Ki can morph into all sorts of different forms. In the hands of humans and demons, it basically becomes two completely different types of fuel. Think of it like a car that needs gasoline. Each fuel has a specific use, so you can't just mix and match them. If you pump the wrong stuff into your ride, naturally, it's gonna break down. So humans can't use demonic arts, and vice versa. Hyun Sim's face goes pale as she slowly backs away, processing this. Did she just mod her own magic? For a human, who knows, but for a demon? That makes absolutely zero sense. She swapped out spiritual power for demonic power, creating a brand new spell. It's like using the wrong formula but somehow getting the right answer. And one look into those razor-sharp eyes of Zhual Hoa is enough to make Hyun Shin feel seriously threatened. Even if she did create a similar spell, how could she perfectly replicate his spirit control technique in just a few seconds? There has to be a catch. Her commands are simple, just stop and redirect. Hyun Sim starts scheming, looking for a loophole. Just then, Zhual Hoa's ice-cold voice cuts through the silence. One thing I'm curious about. Is this spell of yours so common that you're just mass-producing it? For us, it's no big deal. But for your kind, using something that could harm your own people? That's a pretty big taboo, isn't it? Hearing this, Hyun Sim lets out a nasty little smirk. My kind? She takes a breath, ready to launch into a full-blown villain monologue. Looks like you've got it all wrong. The reason alchemy is forbidden isn't because it hurts people. It's because it's an easy-mode shortcut to insane power. Zhual Hoa just tilts her head, listening. Ever heard of getting to the root of the problem? Hyun Sim asks, flashing a smile. That's all kinds of messed up. No species can pinpoint a problem like humans can. But on the flip side, we're also the kind of creatures who'd gladly throw our own kind under the bus. And Hyun Shin lays out her entire twisted worldview for everyone to hear. She says physical ability, smarts, even looks at all creates a natural pecking order based on what you're born with. The lower status folks naturally have to show respect to those higher up. She just keeps on talking, her voice flat and even. However, she adds, defying those natural laws is also what defines a human being. Even if they die and come back, they'll just stay jealous and talk trash about their betters, never admitting someone else is superior. Personal beliefs, social morals, laws, rights, it's all just a big fake-out to tame and pacify the weak. Zhual Hoa just stands there, calmly listening to Hyun Sim's unhinged rant. Luckily for her, they're completely buying their own nonsense. Hyun Sim mysteriously pulls a wooden tube from her sleeve, still going on about power and rights. Zhual Hoa's face is pure contempt as she fires back. Is that so? I can't say if you're right or not. Some people just think differently, you know. As she speaks, an image of Siu flashes in her mind. Some people really do seem to mourn for their fallen comrades, without any hidden agenda or secret motive, especially when there's no family tie or special connection. Hyun Shin just scoffs out loud. Oh, please! Then she quickly leaps backward, gaining distance. Zhual Hoa immediately goes on guard, calmly watching her opponent's every move. Hyun Shin keeps up the taunts even as she retreats. Of course they're idiots. Getting emotional like that is like getting distracted right in front of your enemy. With that, she blasts off, disappearing into the sky. Hyunam looks down smugly, clutching the wooden tube she just pulled out. That should be far enough. At this distance, that thing will never catch up. Down below, Zhual Hoa just calmly watches her go. Hyun Shim lands with a gleeful little crouch and pops the top off the wooden tube in her hand. Go on, try and stop this. You'd better survive while you still can. A thick, dark smoke smelling of pure evil pours out. Yeah, this thing is holding a grudge. And this is the nastiest soul in my entire collection. But Seohwa, her eyes were ice cold, mouth slightly parted, looking totally unimpressed. Unbelievable. Seohwa's face hardened as she asked in a low voice. Look, we didn't exactly sign a contract, but I thought we had an unspoken agreement to fight quietly. So you don't care if innocent people get caught in the crossfire? That's cool with you? Hoon Sim totally ignored her, winding up to hurl that evil spirit straight at Seohwa. But then, she suddenly froze, her entire expression changing in an instant. A smug little smirk crept onto Seohwa's face. Doesn't matter how this goes down, it's a win-win for me. The world itself had gone completely still. A colossal shadow blotted out the sky, making One Sim whip her head around in utter disbelief. From behind her, this massive dark figure just kept rising, completely swallowing the heavens. Five Tails max power, a hand large enough to crush an entire city peeked out from behind the clouds. Seohwa just stares that giant hand down, points a finger, and takes control. 5 tails for one city-crushing hand? She seems pretty pleased with that deal. Hwan Sim, on the other hand, is shaking so hard she's practically vibrating, totally frozen in place as that massive hand drifts right towards her. Seohwa's eyes light up with pure delight as she whispers, "Dad's almost here." Then she snaps her fingers, and the giant hand does the exact same thing. For a second, she remembers playfully flicking Siu on the forehead. A deafening crack echoes as the giant hand flicks Hwan Sim straight into a skyscraper. Just another quiet evening in the big city. Hwan Sim's weapon lies on the ground, smeared with blood. But Seohwa's own hand is now trembling, totally out of her control. She stares at it, letting out a silent, shaky breath, remembering what Mente told her. A power limiter? I never heard. I needed one for the human world. Is it because I'm not good enough? Not at all. Even if you qualify, some people just need them. Especially yokai with power that's spirit level or higher. Sao Hua quietly thinks back to who she was in that moment. No one knew she'd actually reached that level, a secret nobody was in on. Seohwa smirks. Thanks for the vote of confidence. But it always feels like I'm getting the short end of the stick, you know? How ironic. Too inexperienced for the human world, but too strong to go without a power limiter, Meng Teo calmly explained. This isn't to hold you back, so you don't need to be so angry about it. This is an order from the Yokai King. Even I have to wear a seal in the human world. And if you ever need your full power, I trust that with your cleverness, you can get past it even without breaking the seal. And that's why I came to you. Seo Hua, looking skeptical, finally opens her mouth to reply. Get past it with my cleverness. Yeah, that's what I planned on doing. But then, bright red blood starts trickling from her nose and the corners of her eyes. Whether it was just a hand or an entire arm, summoning it with 5 tails was way too much. Total power overload. So maybe Choy Siu wasn't a total weakling after all. Pushing her limits just a little was the right move, because the spirit she summoned was no ordinary phantom. Lost in thought, Seo Hua realizes she has to get rid of this unsealed thing immediately. Suddenly, her instincts start screaming at her. She wipes the blood from her nose, her face a perfect mask of calm. Was that thing I just destroyed the second one? Maybe it doesn't vanish instantly. Probably takes a few minutes. Huan Sim's wooden pipe suddenly makes a noise. Sei Hua, completely unaware, just keeps wiping away the last of the blood. Okay, now I'll go find Choy Siu. But then she freezes, sensing something deeply wrong, her eyes widening in horror. The spirit appears right behind her, its voice sending a chill down her spine. Thanks, big sister. Because of you, I'm finally free. Seo Hua's face goes pale. She glances back to see the formless spirit wearing a truly twisted smile. Now, you'll play with me forever. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Sun is absolutely ecstatic, grinning from ear to ear. The barrier is weakening. That means we did it. I hope everyone is okay and nobody got seriously hurt. I'm not too worried about Seo Hua, but Siu and his friend. Sun looks behind him with a worried frown. Even if the barrier isn't completely gone, I could probably force my way out if I really tried. Behind him, Siu's mom is standing there, totally unconscious. I'll be fine, but a normal human body is a different story. Sunmi sighs and walks over to Siu's mom. It's better to just wait for the barrier to disappear completely. Please, don't let anything else go wrong. Suddenly, Sunmi's eyes widen in surprise. Siu is standing there, covered in sweat and breathing heavily. Siu? Sunmi looks at him, totally confused, but when he sees his mom, she quickly explains, Don't worry. Seo Hua just gave her a little help so she wouldn't be freaked out. Siu lets out a huge sigh of relief. Thank you for risking your life to save my mother. Sunmi just offers a gentle smile. Risk my life? I didn't do anything. I should be the one apologizing. Siu keeps looking at her, his voice low. Before I got here, I felt something strange, like it suddenly became easier to breathe. If my gut feeling is right, I think the barrier is completely gone. Sunmi, were you planning to fly away with my mom? She answers honestly. Yes, now that the barrier is gone, I was going to take both of you. Siu stares at her, his eyes firm as he cuts her off. No, just my mom. Sun's face floods with panic as she immediately tries to stop him. What are you even saying, Siu? I get what you're trying to do, but Sun didn't even finish before Siu sharply cut him off. This wasn't some move based on his feelings. Siu's expression was completely determined, his voice firm. I thought about it on the way here, and something's off about the Guardians. It clicked the moment I realized you were inside this place. If we just team up, this whole thing could be over in an instant. A drop of sweat traced a path down Sunmi's cheek as she listened, totally on edge. But instead of that, after Yuan and I took one of them down, another Guardian just appeared like they were waiting for their cue. I'm thinking there are 2 possibilities here. Siu seriously laid out his theory. 1, maybe there's some condition that prevents the barrier Guardians from getting close to one another. 2, for some reason, these guys just don't get along. Probably not, but Siu's eyes sharpened with certainty, confirming that no matter what, they totally saw this coming, that the barrier would eventually be broken. Siu was hinting at some other mysterious Guardian. Most importantly, there's still one more person out there. If I were them, I'd be watching everything, just waiting for the perfect chance to escape. Instantly, Sun became terrified, but Siu's attitude didn't change one bit as he calmly kept talking. Anyway, the barrier disappearing means Seo Hua won her fight. I don't really know what kind of shape she's in right now, but if she and I team up, we can definitely handle the last one. You're getting my mother out of here first. Siu quickly summoned his power, his voice resolute. Don't worry, I'm sure this is the best move. No matter what happens, I'll get out of here safely with Seo Hua. Then, a deep male voice cut through the air. Now that's what I call impressive. And just like that, Bi Young appeared, his voice smooth as silk. Your ability to assess the situation and your unwavering attitude are incredible. You're my descendant, but it feels like I'm the one admiring you. The whole crew, Sunmi, Siu, and Ru, were shocked, completely speechless. Bi-hyung just grinned, waving at them like it was nothing. Hey Siu, we meet again. Bi-hyung's eyes crinkled into a bright smile as he looked right at him. Hello, Choy Siu. Before Bi-hyung could even finish his sentence, Choy Siu's eyes were burning with pure rage. Yeah, we meet again. He launched a devastating kick straight at Bi-hyung's neck, but the guy didn't even flinch, just casually continued. And the reason I'm here is when suddenly, his eyes darted to the side, alarmed. A single feather was shooting toward him like a bullet, aimed right where he stood. This was no ordinary feather. It was Sunmi's unique wind dance magic, which gathers wind all around it. Just by throwing the feather, you can assume it has more power than an anti-tank rifle, but its destructive power is limited to beasts and puppets. Bai-hyung casually caught the feather with one hand. It's not a significant threat to powerful monsters. Seeing her feather caught, Sunmi immediately used her magic, but the important thing here is how she uses it. Just like a windmill gathers wind to create energy, a skilled user of wind dance magic can store the gathered wind power right inside the feather. Sunmi quickly barked out the command, disperse and release. In that same moment, the feather in Bi-hyung's hand instantly exploded. Siu stood frozen in a battle stance, carefully watching the whole thing. Even if we go all out, he can just flick us away. Decisively, Siu pulled out some kind of treasure. And for the first time, Bi-hyung looked genuinely surprised, his eyes wide and mouth open. Siu's face hardened as he summoned a powerful lightning arrow. We're not attacking with power anymore, we're attacking with sharpness. At the same time, Sunmi took off at full speed. While Bi-hyung was totally focused on Siu, she was quietly making a break for Siu's mother. Over here, Siu, with his eyes blazing and teeth clenched, charged forward with every ounce of his strength. All they saw was a flash of blue light with insane destructive force. Siu's pupils trembled, but a faint smile played on Bi-hyung's lips. Correct. That is the right answer to destroy the root. Poison, curses, or attacks that are either hot or extremely sharp. Bi-hyung's expression was chillingly calm as he blocked Siu's attack with a single hand. Of course, that only works if you could actually hit me in the first place. He gave Siu a cold stare and snapped his arm. Sunmi, watching the whole thing from the side, was so horrified she started to tremble. Siu's breathing grew heavy as he collapsed in pain, even knowing how to use righteous energy. It doesn't matter how that power is supplied. But controlling it effectively? That's a whole nother can of worms. Bi-hyung, with Siu's blood still on his hands, shot Sunmi a look of pure contempt. Yeah, turns out bloodlines are a pretty big deal. In an instant, Sunmi was on high alert. The goblin who attacked Choy Siu today was Bi-hyung. Sunmi's brow furrowed, her eyes soft but filled with a steely resolve. You better not come any closer. Her hand tightened around her feathers threateningly. The storm I'm about to unleash will take more than one hand to deal with. Bi-hyung just scratched his head, forcing a wary smile. All right, fine. That wind guard you threw earlier was impressive enough. I don't think I could block that with just my body alone. But, he pointed out, with your friend in that condition, you can't really go all out, can you? His words hit their mark, and Sunmi froze. Suddenly, Bi-hyung's expression darkened, becoming completely unreadable. The moment you use your full power, it's not just me, everything around us will be shredded. Even if Choy Siu somehow survives that. Bi-hyung's gaze shifted to Siu's mother, and when you're carrying that kind of baggage, Windguard is not the right magic to use. Then, his face suddenly lit up with a brilliant smile. Anyway, I'm so glad I came here to help you two. He frowned, then offered a gentle smile. This is all just a misunderstanding caused by Choy Siu's attack. Look, I know I seem suspicious, but you should at least ask why I'm here. Bi-hyung glanced at Siu, who was struggling to get up. Taking a punch probably helped you calm down a little, right? Putting on a gentle face, Bi-hyung casually continued. To be honest, I didn't expect to see you so soon, but they've gone too far. I knew there would be some chaos today. I just thought they would focus on me, Bi-hyung explained, laying out his plan. In fact, I even left a few clues that would lead them right to my location. But I guess they're either lazy or careless because they followed you, not me. If I knew this would happen, I would have been quieter. My bad. Sorry about that. Sweat beaded on Siu's face as he panted, struggling to speak. You didn't just come here to talk. Bai-hyung's reply was sharp and direct. Right. I told you before, I came to help you two. You're right, Choy Siu. Bai-hyung's expression turned serious, his voice calm. I'm not sure how the barrier was broken, but leaving here safely will be difficult. Even with only one guardian left, they're probably on their way. At this, both Siu and Sun's faces went pale, their mouths clamped shut. Only Bi-hyung remained perfectly calm, rambling on without a care in the world. I told you, they brought a swordsman capable of capturing me just to hunt you. The other guardians shouldn't even be able to get here. It didn't stop there. Bai-hyung added that there are even 2 Dongmu who can team up to imitate a guardian. See? No exaggeration. They're the force that can protect soon. Looking at the peaceful city, Bi-hyung's voice rang out. In other words, even if this entire city gets turned upside down tonight, capturing you is their top priority. As he spoke, he glanced at Sunmi. It's no surprise your friend's powers weren't enough. The judges must have sent their best people, but they probably didn't expect the Guardians to show up in full force like this. Siu's face was grim, his guard up, but he listened intently. So what do we do? Since the Guardians have come this far, they'll go all out to minimize losses. They might not arrive soon, but they are definitely on their way. Bi-hyung stepped closer, his eyes locking with Siu's. Considering when the barrier fell, we probably don't have much time. But don't worry, I guarantee all of you can leave this place safely. If Choy Siu helps me with one thing. Doubt flickered in Siu's dark eyes as he asked, you said, all of us? Bi-hyung put on a cheerful face, his voice enthusiastic. Of course! That includes the one who isn't here. I'm not that heartless. That was all he needed to hear, and a smile instantly bloomed on Bi-hyung's face. Okay, what do you need my help with? Bi-hyung walked gently over to Siu, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, it's nothing too difficult. Siu's face was a mask of pure shock, leaving him speechless. Bi-hyung stepped back, studying him. Well, that's not too much to ask, is it? Siu's expression hardened, his voice rough. Fine, I accept your request. As Siu was still hesitating, Bi-hyung quickly took charge of everything. Yeah, good idea. Just head downstairs and leave immediately. Siu's face showed his complete confusion as he blurted out, what? Bi-hyung didn't look up from his phone. He said, for real, you don't need to fly. Just walk out in any direction and no one will stop you. I know what I'm talking about. I just killed the third Guardian. Then he put on a goofy, sly smile. Sorry for only telling you now, but I figured a long explanation would just waste even more time. Just then, his phone starts buzzing the one call he was clearly waiting for. And over here, Sunmi is watching his every move like a hawk. Hello. Bi-hyung answers the voice on the other end. Cool as you like. Who else would this be? Just the person who killed this phone's original owner. Let's get to the point. No need to curse me out. Siu's jaw just about hits the floor hearing that. Bi-hyung quickly clears his throat, giving Siu a look, then asks, can you really come down? I promised I'd handle the rest, remember? Even Sunmi can't hide her surprise. Bi-hyung glances over at her, giving a gentle smile and a little wave. Siu nods his farewell and quietly leaves with the other two. The three of them hurry down the stairs and out of the building. Suddenly, both Siu and Sun freeze in their tracks, totally confused. They see Zo Hoa, pale as a sheet, collapsed on the ground. No Hoa. Her face is ashen, but she tries to reassure them. Don't worry, I stepped on something that made me feel a little sick. Meanwhile, Kim Jun is standing tall in the middle of the street, taking a call. So, that's how things turned out? Right, I get it. I'll clean this up quick and get out of here. Hanging up, he lets out an annoyed sigh and starts grumbling. Man, I don't get why they'd tell me to leave right after I got here. Still, I guess this isn't such a bad deal. Finished with his thought, he turns to Yusin, who's panting heavily. I don't completely understand, but your friend is probably safe now. The kid looks confused and asks what he means. Kim Jun gets serious and explains, hasn't that other person already shown up? He came here in person and said, I've caught the enemy. I am here. Yusin is just standing there, frozen and completely silent. It looks like he killed Bitch. Don't just space out and stare, there's a reason for all this. With one hand, Kim Jun slowly raises his massive blade. Well then, right here in front of Yusin's shocked face, we have to finish this thing. Without a single moment of hesitation, Kim Jun slices his own arm clean off. Yusin breaks into a cold sweat, stammering in absolute panic. Sir, what are you doing? Why would you? Kim Jun, completely unfazed, calmly tells Yusin, don't make a scene and stop stuttering. I have to go this far so I don't get blamed for failing to catch you. Kid, even if you do go back, I'm probably still gonna get an earful. Hearing this, Yusin's eyes tremble, clearly shaken to his core. But things will be easier if you return later when people say Kim Yusin defeated Kim Jun, right? Kim Jun just keeps talking, totally calm. You know it. In this world, the strong always win in the end. Even if the old man explodes with rage right away, deep down, he'll be secretly happy if I tell him that you were the one who won. After all, when you finally come back, one thing's for sure, I'll be secretly proud. Yusin looks down, his mouth moving but no words coming out. Sir, But before Yusin can get anything else out, Kim Jun cuts him off. Of course, whether or not you return is entirely your choice, but personally, I have one request. Since you've already left the clan, just do whatever you want. At least enjoy a life that makes this arm worth it. Got it? And with those final words of advice, Kim Chae-gun turns on his heel and walks away. That's the only thing I ask for. And what do you know? It's a beautiful day, with fluffy white clouds and golden sunlight. A week has passed since that day. Now, everyone is just picking out groceries at the supermarket. At first glance, the world hasn't changed at all. Sammy is staring intently at her phone, deep in thought. Then, she notices a little girl standing beside her, staring right at her. Sammy offers a friendly wave and a bright smile, but the girl's mother suddenly rushes over and snatches her child away. Somi can feel the mother's wary glare. The thing that's changed isn't the world, it's the people living in it. She lowers her head, unsure of what to say. It's understandable. Really unlike our crew, they know nothing about the recent chaos. She thinks back to those savage goblins, the appearance of that creature Bi Hyung, a disaster called the Darkness, and all the calamities he's brought throughout history. That overwhelming bloody scene. It felt like no disaster of that magnitude had ever occurred before last week. But the only difference was the scale of it. In reality, these things have been happening over and over again. She lowers the hand that's holding her phone. People are now vaguely aware that something not mentioned by the media, the police, or the government is threatening their lives. Watching the woman carry her child away, there's a vague, suffocating feeling that keeps everyone on edge. You should get some rest. Mente stands still, leaning on his staff, and says softly, "There's nothing that requires your help right now. As for Joy, it's best if you stay by his side." Somi and Duyang are a little surprised to hear him say it. There won't be any major incidents. You've all worked so hard lately, now go rest. She lowers her head, obviously worried, but thinks, yeah, normally I'd be absolutely thrilled. She thinks about the peaceful city skyline, but this time I just feel so helpless, not knowing anything. If I were still the judge's messenger, at least then I'd know what was going on. Suddenly, a voice cuts right through her train of thought. Somi spots a woman waving as she gets closer. But for some reason, our girl isn't really feeling the social vibe today. Siu's mom waves big, asking, "Out shopping all by yourself so early in the morning?" Looking at her, Somi can't help but think her life here is full of really important stuff. Somi gives a polite little bow. "Good morning, ma'am." The woman, surprised, asks her, "The supermarket isn't exactly close by, is it? How about I give you a ride to the store tonight? We can go together." Somi flashes a polite smile and replies, "The weather's so nice I wanted to take a walk anyway. Do you have an appointment?" Siu's mom happily chats back, "Oh, just a friend from her hometown coming for a visit." Seeing that happy face, Somi suddenly gets all thoughtful and quiet. Siu had moved into the neighborhood about a week ago, right after that gloomy day when Hwan Sim showed up with a super weird smile. See, his old apartment got seriously messed up after a fight between Sun Hoa and a guardian master. Luckily, even with all that chaos, no one in the area was actually hurt. And just like that, everything went back to the way it was. They covered the whole thing up with a gas leak story. The construction company paid off the residents, so Siu ended up moving into this villa for a while. Somi suddenly remembers Yui's exhausted face, and the fact that a certain landowning Black Turtle Clan member secretly helped out. Siu's mom waves goodbye to Somi. "All right, see you later, sweetie." But Somi is still totally lost in her own little world. "Me and Siu, huh? Now we're high school classmates and neighbors." Somi's face brightens up as she gives a perfect, polite reply. "Take care." Suddenly, footsteps from behind make her jump and spin around. Yui looks up, kind of surprised to see her. Seeing him, Somi forces a little laugh. "I was just going to visit a friend since it's the weekend. You've been through a lot, haven't you? You worked all week, right?" He just pushes his glasses up, totally blunt. "It's fine, it had to be done. Besides, Gu was helping me out all week." Watching him turn and walk away, all she can do is offer another awkward smile. "Please take care of yourself." It's a long shot, but everyone is doing their best to protect Siu's mom from any hidden dangers. Looking up at the elevator heading for the third floor, Somi quietly starts typing on her phone. "Siu, you awake yet?" The reply comes back instantly. She lets out a sigh of relief. "I'm up. Just washed my face. Want to come over to my place? I'll make something good for lunch. Thank goodness." And so, the cooking mission begins. Somi's eyes are glued to Siu, who's busy on his phone. He's looked completely exhausted since last week. She glances back from the kitchen, worrying about him as she cooks. He's been cooped up inside for days. This is the first time she's seen him since he moved. The knife in her hand trembles a little. At the very least, she just wants to lift his spirits. While she's stressing out, he somehow appears right behind her. "You don't have to cut the fish cakes one by one like that." Somi, completely startled, stammers out his name. Siu, with a totally blank expression, just starts instructing her. "It's easier if you stack them and cut them all at once, and if the knife is dull, you can just use scissors." Then he looks at the other bowls. "You're only using chili paste? Do you have any sugar or soy sauce? Adding some chili flakes would make it better." Somi, flustered, just nods. Yeah." After thinking for a second, he turns and says, "I have some at my place. Wait here a sec." He drops some rice cakes into a bowl of water. "Soak these before you boil them." Siu sets out 2 plates and starts talking. It doesn't matter how you cut the fish cakes or veggies. As long as it's bite-sized, it's fine. He leans over to start cooking but doesn't forget to ask her, Somi, do you like spicy food? How much sauce do you want? A lot or a little? His questions catch her off guard, leaving her a bit flustered. But Somi manages to answer, well, I do like tteokbokki, but I don't eat it that often. This is her first time making it. He keeps asking, so, is there a specific type you really like? Outside, the sun is setting, but you can still hear the two of them. Iomuk tteokbokki? Then you'll want lots of sauce. A delicious pot of tteokbokki is finally served. Somi takes her plate, which is piled high with food, and swallows hard. She looks at Siu, who's still speaking softly. I hope it tastes okay. If it's too spicy or bland, just let me know. Somi's eyes go wide. She opens her mouth, pops a piece in, and starts chewing. She can't help but exclaim, wow, this is amazing! It's seriously so good! The rice cakes are even chewier than the ones from the store. Siu gives a gentle smile. That's because I just made them. He remembers learning to cook with his mom. I've thought about it before. Siu, you're such a good cook. I'm not that good. I just like cooking, that's all. My mom taught me step by step when I was little. Then, a smile creeps onto his face as he says softly, thanks. Somi freezes when she hears him. She can't help but think, you went out to buy all these ingredients just for me, didn't you? Honestly, my condition isn't so bad that you need to worry this much. To be honest, I kind of forgot about it for a moment. I was just thinking about everything that's happened lately. He looks down, lost in thought as he speaks. Was saving that person that day really the right thing to do? His fork just keeps poking at the rice cake on his plate. And cue the emo monologue. In the end, I couldn't save anyone. Things got serious, people got hurt, and some even died. The negativity train just keeps on chugging. He's convinced his mom and best friend got dragged into the mess he personally created. Somi jumps in, trying to talk him off the ledge. Dude, it wasn't your fault. A little careless maybe, but you're not guilty. But does our brooding hero listen? Nope. Just a shrug and an excuse about how it was all the mages acting unfairly that night. Maybe, he mutters, before dropping the act and getting straight to business. I know what you're worried about, Sunmi, but I'm fine. Even if I blame myself, I won't let it get me down. Siu's hand clenched, trying to hold it all in. Honestly, this whole incident made me realize a few things. His eyes darkened with a grim understanding that one person's actions can have massive consequences, and that responsibility can be a heavy burden. Siu popped a rice cake into his mouth and casually continued, it's fine if my own life is in danger. What an arrogant and selfish thought that was. I don't even have the power to end it with my own life. Now that Seol-hwa is back, I'm trying to focus on what I can learn from all this. Hearing this, Sunmi let out a huh in total disbelief before immediately asking him, wait, Seol-hwa is back? But it seems she's still around, Siu quickly explained. Ah, Seol-hwa's room is right above our house. As Siu recounted the story, he remembered what happened. Last night, I heard footsteps upstairs and woke up. Sunmi's brow furrowed at that detail, thinking, man, the soundproofing in this villa is pretty terrible. Wait a minute, if Seol-hwa came back this early, something's definitely wrong. Sunmi's mind raced, recalling the events of that day. Right after the battle with the magicians, Seol-hwa had returned to the demon world to rest. Full of questions, and without telling anyone, Sunmi marched over and started punching the passcode into Seol-hwa's door. She hadn't heard a single thing about her returning last night. The door creaked open as Sunmi called out her name. Are you in there? If you came back, you should have at least stopped by. But she only saw Seol-hwa curled up unconscious on the floor. Sunmi let out a terrified scream, calling her name. From a cafe, a voice on the phone asked, are there any wounds or bleeding? When was the last time you saw her in perfect health? Go-Yu asked calmly over the phone. Then she's probably been like this for a week. You know how it is. Seol-hwa has a completely unnecessary amount of pride, so she probably tried to hide it. Sunmi rubbed her temples, listening wearily. The fact that she came back means she thought she could handle it herself. But as you can see, that didn't work. Oh man, what do we do? Go-Yu's voice kept echoing through the phone in Sunmi's ear, explaining how to treat Seol-hwa. The only way is to take her back to the demon realm. No one in the human world can heal her. But Go-Yu calmly added a warning. Doing so could put her life in danger, and she might be disqualified as a candidate for the next Fox Demon Matriarch. Among their kind, Seol-hwa's clan has a very unique way of thinking. It's a covert war between family members. Even with shared blood, they're constantly fighting for personal gain. Backstabbing is just business as usual. Some die in the process, but their philosophy is simple. Only the weak are meant to die. Every clan member covets the successor's position, but Seol-hwa never showed a single flaw in her skills or her character. But now, Rumors of her weakness will spread like wildfire, and then there's no telling what the other fox demons will do to take her down. Siu looked on with a worried, pained expression at Seol Hua, who was struggling on the bed. Go. Yu's voice cut in from the cafe. There is one way. But there's no guarantee it'll work. Hearing that, Sunmi's hopeful voice came through the phone. Really? Anything. I'll do anything. Just tell me what I can do to help her. Go. Yu took a breath and carefully explained. If the cause was the fight with the magicians and she has no external wounds, it might not be an injury or sickness. Dongshe. You know what that is, right? Damage from spirits. Sunmi's eyes widened in shock as she immediately shot back. That's ridiculous. You're telling me Seolhwa got this messed up by a single evil spirit? Go, Yu replied. She probably thought the same thing at first. That must be what happened. Go Yu's voice was calm but cold. Anyway, if it really was caused by an evil spirit, there's no need to go to the demon world. There are some specialists nearby. Nearby? Suddenly, Go Yu's eyes lit up as he spoke. Yes, they live in the same villa as you. With the phone in his hand, Go Yu's voice was firm. I've already contacted them. They should be there soon. And just like that, a shadow appeared at Seolhwa's door. A smirk formed on their lips as a curious voice echoed. Gonjang and we had arrived. Why would the esteemed fox demon lady need a common ghost like me? Seolhwa lay lifeless on the bed, her breathing heavy. Gonjang's eyes were fixed on Seolhwa. She gently reached out and took Seolhwa's pulse. A small smirk appeared on Gonjang's lips. All right, I'm sure of one thing. Siu and Sunmi anxiously waited to hear the news, but Gonjang's face turned grave as she looked over at the two of them. If she's not treated properly, she has 3 days at most before the patient stops breathing. Hearing this, Sunmi's fear exploded into full-blown panic. So, is that it? No other options? Like, I don't know, a ritual or something? Gonjang patiently begins her explanation. She says it's like getting soaked in a massive thunderstorm. Curing a simple cold isn't hard. But Siu's face completely darkens as she explains their friend's actual condition. But depending on the situation and what we're up against, there are a few tactics we could use. The best option is to get rid of the storm clouds entirely. Let the sun break through to warm and dry everything out, naturally. But if the rain is too heavy to stop, you find shelter and wait for it to pass. It's not a perfect fix, but at least you don't get completely soaked. And then, all of a sudden, Ganjiang hesitates, asking softly, how could this person have been corrupted this badly? And again, that image of Huan Sim's wooden pipe flashes in her mind. I don't know what kind of moron created this curse, but for that level of stupidity alone, they deserve a death sentence. She can't imagine how Huan Sim, a person who deals with spirits, was secretly carrying something so dangerous. This is what happens when you're overwhelmed by a vengeful spirit and can't, or won't, handle it in time. Ganjang lowers her head, looking utterly helpless. Regardless, I am sorry, I have no authority to act. But Sunmi immediately shoots forward, her voice sharp. Then at least try to do something. Sunmi is instantly frozen by Ganjang's sobering reply. It seems you are only fooling yourself. I am not refusing to help out of some personal feeling. I simply have no obligation to save her. Ganjang's gaze is firm as she continues speaking. Like I said before, the thing inside her cannot be dealt with. Based on the girl's current state, Ganjang can confirm it. No, it's not even a question of wanting to, it's impossible. If someone actually managed to yank that thing out, it wouldn't just harm one person. All that rage would spread to everyone nearby. Ganjiang remains completely firm on her position. In my assessment, if that happens, over 1,000 people will be cursed by this terrifying thing. The only reason she's been able to endure it this long is because of her own high-level abilities. Sun's body trembles, her lips pressed tight as she listens. Even with this outcome, sending them to the afterlife was still the right decision. Taking such a huge risk for personal reasons is reckless. A clear male voice suddenly cuts Ganjang off. Too difficult. Sun and Gonjang's attention immediately snaps toward the direction of the voice. I might not know much about all this spirit business, but you're Ganjang. You can figure something out, can't you? Juan says, leaning against the doorframe. No matter how stupid or risky the method might be. As long as we don't get directly involved, we're fine. Juan glances sharply at Sun and Siu. Even if these two screw up, they're not shameless enough to drag us down with them, are they? Siu is frozen solid, not knowing what to say, but Sun is quick to respond. That's right. Ganjang looks totally confused. But sir, why? Juan's face is cold, his voice flat as he replies. This little fox isn't even worthy of being my rival anyway. It cost me nothing to show a little mercy. The three of them listen intently. And besides, isn't it just a shame? Her friends can't do a thing while she's slowly dying. Ganjang's eyes sparkle with pure emotion. Really? She runs over and hugs Juan tightly, much to Sun and Siu's complete shock. That's so touching. Since when did you become such a deeply sensitive person? Suddenly, Siu looks over and sees Juan staring directly at him. Siu quickly thanks him for offering to help their friend. Juan's mouth opens slightly, as if he's about to say something, but he just closes it and sighs. Siu is left feeling completely baffled by Juan's strange behavior. Later, on a bright morning, with sunlight filtering through the city, Siu walks down the street alone. He remembers Ganjang's instructions from that day. There are two things that need to be prepared: the person performing the exorcism and a vessel to contain the spirit once it's removed. Both must be of the highest quality possible. Sun's eyes go wide in disbelief. About the vessel. Can't we just destroy it instead of sealing it? Gonjang's answer is blunt. Impossible. Slowly, Ganjang patiently explains that a spirit's power depends entirely on the hatred it holds. Upon death, a spirit's strength is decided by the resentment and lingering attachments from its past life. However, since their energy is limited, once it runs out, most spirits either reincarnate or pass on. Only a few exceptions, like me, become lingering spirits and possess a new body as a yokai. Sun and Siu listen, absorbing everything. But an exorcism is different. Using magic to forcibly alter a being's existence can create immense hatred, but it can't become a normal lingering spirit. All the while, Juan stands off to the side, looking totally at ease. That's exactly why I'm afraid the resentment will spread. It can't reincarnate or become a yokai. It will just randomly possess new bodies one after another. Hearing Ganjang's words, everything finally becomes clear. That's why the weapon of choice is usually a soul vessel, a place to contain it. While it's not a body of flesh and blood, it allows the spirit to run wild without being suppressed. And right there, Ganjang's confident voice suddenly wavers. The issue is, the vessel's quality has to match the spirit's power level. For a normal soul, any old container will do, but for a high-tier spirit, even perfect isn't good enough. Sunmi dives deep into thought, stroking her chin like a philosopher. Suddenly, a nervous-looking Siu pipes up with a question. So what about the person performing the ritual? Ganjang calmly tries to clear up the confusion. Although the exorcism is technically a one-person ceremony, she explains. Besides that, the ritual itself demands insane skill from the human side. The title exorcist is usually reserved for people with serious experience. And if you're wondering how to find someone like that, didn't I already say? They're incredibly rare. Before them stands an intricately carved gate. Siu just stares up at the massive, sealed entrance. Look, Seowa's life is in danger, and he can't just ignore it, but showing up here was definitely not a great idea. The moment John sees Siu, the bag in her hand drops to the ground as her whole body starts trembling with rage. Siu, sensing this bold aura of absolute fury, immediately turns to greet her. Oh, hello. We've met a few times, right? You're Yusin's relative living together. And for that, John instantly kicks him square in the face. She's gritting her teeth, radiating pure indignation, as Siu gets knocked backward, completely caught off guard. John's eyes turn to ice as she warns him, "Don't you dare joke around. Even with half-human blood, I still have my dignity. How dare you show your face here?" Siu stays quiet, just wiping a little blood from his mouth. Siu lowers his eyes, looking all guilty. "Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've caused for my master?" Hearing a familiar voice reply, John's eyes go wide with shock. He did what? And out walks a very groggy Yusin. "Master, if anyone heard that I'd be dead." Seeing Siu sprawled out, Yusin asks, "So you're the one who tried contacting me while I was sleeping?" With a wave of his hand, he snaps, "What are you staring at? Stop sitting there and get in here already. You're annoying me. Just look at that irritated expression." A water bottle slams down on the table, making a loud noise. Then 2 paper cups are thrown down. Yusin, looking a bit sheepish, mumbles, "Isn't this a bit much? We have plenty of drinks. I could at least make you some tea." But John, hands on her hips, snaps him back to reality. "The last time you were here, you seemed to like Siu. You even said he was a good person. But I guess I just misjudged him. Maybe it's because he's just like you, willing to sacrifice everything, even a bright future, just to protect some demon." Siu just stands there meekly, not daring to say a word, having chosen the hard way. Yusin, clearly offended, calmly argues back. "A hard path? Couldn't you be more positive? Like living more freely, more independently, more confidently?" John reluctantly apologizes for being so negative, as Yusin pours some water and prepares to spill his own story. "Well, you've already heard some of it." Yusin gets dead serious, telling his side. "Me leaving home wasn't some teenage rebellion. I even abandoned my entire family." Siu winces, clearly feeling the second-hand drama. Yusin's voice drops as he explains, "Listen, it's not your fault. You probably won't believe me, but I've been planning this for a long time. Anyway, I'm not apologizing to anyone. I'm not that person anymore. Everything I've done until now wasn't because you're my friend, but because I believed it was the right thing to do." In the small house, only Yusin's calm voice echoes, talking of serving the public and dedicating himself to the people of this land. Protecting you and your mother was the duty of an official. Protecting you and your mother is the duty of an official like me. Yusin reaches for a cup, but now he's not that person anymore, just a homeless, directionless teenager. Yusin keeps the conversation going. You said you need a ritual master, right? Well, you've found the right guy. At these words, a glimmer of hope lights up in Siu's eyes. I may not be the absolute best on the peninsula, but I'm definitely in the top 3. Yusin looks directly into Siu's eyes, all business, but anyone who wants me has to pay a fitting price, even a close friend. Without a shred of hesitation, Siu immediately agrees. Done. I can pay anything, and if I can't, I'll find a way. Yusin then whips his head around to John, giving her a look. You hear that? Full of confidence, Yusin smirks at John. This guy right here is no longer just my friend. He's my very first, very generous client. So treat our guest properly. John's face is a jumble of confusion, but she says absolutely nothing. She just lets out a heavy sigh of complete helplessness. Yusin moves on to the main point of the story. You see, this world is divided into 2 parts, the human world and the demon world. Most residents travel between both. Siu looks completely stunned. Most of them? While enjoying a delicious piece of cake, Yusin continues. Yeah, the human and demon worlds are like 2 continents floating on an ocean, and in between, there are many smaller worlds like islands. Yusin, mid-bite on a pastry, casually adds, a few humans and yokai are going to be living there. Those islands are basically uncharted territory, with no modern laws or demon king calling the shots. Yusin started dropping lore on Siu, bit by bit. You've probably heard about them in fairy tales. Picture places with majestic, poetic mountains, kinda like those legendary peach blossom lands. Places where immortals live high above the mountains, or you've got vast oceans, the Dragon Palace, and even entire kingdoms under the sea. Siu's eyes practically popped out of his head. Are there really that many places? Yusin's voice was calm and steady. Not exactly. Most are pretty small, only about the size of a town. Some are even as small as a shopping mall, Yusin explained, laying it all out for him. So the folks living there are basically this world's elite. As for yokai, many are former ancient kings who are now too cool to care about formalities. And for the humans, you've got some who've reached enlightenment. Some have even ascended, leaving the mortal world behind. Siu broke out in a sweat, completely stunned. What a wild story. But what does any of this have to do with my service fee? Yusin calmly sips his tea. You can't pay right now, but you did say you'd find a way to pay. Yusin sets his teacup down on the table and gets straight to the point. 2 days from now, the Dragon Palace, one of the places I just mentioned, is throwing a party for the Dragon King's youngest princess, and they're holding a little martial arts tournament for both humans and yokai. Meanwhile, where the waves are crashing against the shore, somewhere on the east coast, Guparian steps lightly onto a rock, hands clasped behind her back with a faint, emotionless smile. She then lifts her head, gazing off into the distance. On the cliff face, there's a small pavilion. Yusin and Siu are just quietly observing the scenery when a voice calls out from behind, making Yusin turn his head. Welcome, esteemed guests. Guparian bows respectfully. I am Guparian, the butler of the East Sea Dragon Palace. You can call me Mrs. Gu. Thank you for attending the princess's birthday party as a representative of the Spirit Water Bureau. Yusin replies with equal seriousness. As I've said before, I have no more ties to the Spirit Water Bureau. I'm here as a private individual. You don't need to be so formal with me. Guparian just offers a gentle smile, insisting on the formalities anyway. Though your position has changed, the fact you became one of the youngest leaders has not. Then, her eyes slide over towards Siu. Yusin gets it immediately. He puts a hand on Siu's shoulder and starts the introduction. This guy here has been my attendant since we were kids. Yusin looks Guparian right in the eye. His name is Choy McDonald, and though he isn't from the Spirit Water Bureau, his skills are pretty good. I brought him along to participate in the martial arts tournament. Flashing back to their chat a few days ago, the Dragon Palace is a special place, even though the Dragon King and his clan are extraordinary beings. For thousands of years, they've never fought yokai or harmed humans. They've always stayed neutral, Yusin seriously explained to Siu. So that means humans and yokai can all attend the party openly and equally. Siu hesitates, his voice faltering. But there are still other issues. Yusin cuts in confidently. Like I said before, this is neutral territory. Besides, the Dragon Palace has its own very strict set of rules. They've welcomed humans for thousands of years, so isn't it safer than the human world? The only real problem might be the fact that you're a yokai. As he said this, Yusin pointed a finger right at Siu. Won't a yokai like you hanging with a human like me look a little suspicious? The Dragon Palace people won't care, but other guests might get nosy. Siu tilts his head, confused. But this is supposed to be a martial arts tournament. So if I just don't use demon techniques or weapons, Yusin immediately cuts him off. There might be another way. It's obvious Yusin has this all figured out. He analyzes it carefully. Even though I didn't see your fight with the Zhang family myself, I know you can use righteous energy. Siu immediately pushes back. But it's not as strong as my demon techniques. Completely unfazed, Yusin calmly states, "That doesn't matter. I'll handle the hard fights. You just have to pretend to be human. That's my condition." Back in the present, Guparian is now guiding the two of them step by step. "Before I invite you into the palace, I'll give you a quick briefing on the upcoming tournament," she says, her voice clear and practiced. "As you know, tomorrow's competition is for the princess's birthday, and it'll kick off during the party. However, the list of finalists will be decided before the party is even over. So, it's going to be difficult for us to hold all the matches in a single day." Yusin immediately gets it and asks a question. "Wait, are you telling us we have to pass a preliminary round?" Guparian asked, bowing with way too much formality. "That's right, and our apologies for the inconvenience. The number of participants just exploded past the Dragon Palace's predictions. 2 black jade tablets materialized right in front of Siu and Yusin. These little trinkets we've given you will serve as your personal entry badges. For the 2 days you're here, these tablets will also let us know your location and current status." All attention was now locked on the mysterious black tablets, just floating ominously in midair. Once you take a tablet, it's yours. And that also proves you've officially become a contestant in this tournament. Hearing about the tablet's abilities, Siu shot a worried glance over at Yusin. The tablet can only get a rough estimate of its owner's energy and power level, so don't you worry too much. Yusin got the message, whispering to calm him down. "Don't sweat it. The mask you're wearing can perfectly hide your energy. The tablet will just register you as human." Guparian finished up with some last-minute reminders. "Once again, thank you both for participating in our little contest. Now then, I won't keep you waiting any longer. I'll personally escort you both to the preliminary venue." A massive whirlpool appeared on the vast ocean surface, creating a pathway. Deep beneath the sea, an arena bearing the mark of the Dragon Clan was waiting. In a flash, the 3 of them appeared on the fighting stage. Guparian had brought Siu and Yusin here in an instant. Yusin shot a cold glance to the opposite side, where 3 other figures were also materializing. Yusin lowered his voice, signaling to Siu. "Looks like that's our competition." The 2 Yokai brothers from the Red Cave had also arrived at the arena. The woman, Kang, from their side, spoke up in a gentle tone. "Well then, I will explain the rules of the preliminary round first. The matches in this round will be held one after another. Contestants will fight until someone loses twice." Yusin frowned slightly, asking with a deadpan expression, "So there aren't any clear regulations for advancing to the next round, correct?" Kang immediately replied with a warm smile, "That is correct. If you lose twice, you will be eliminated from the preliminary round. At that point, you'll just have to wait for further instructions. At the end of the round, your score will be your total number of wins. When the prelims are over, the 8 teams with the highest scores will advance." Yusin's brow furrowed in annoyance. Talk about playing dirty. A rule like this was definitely not transparent, and while losing might sound safe, most contestants had absolutely no intention of giving up that easily. Yusin was lost, deep in his own thoughts. If the final round is tomorrow, this preliminary round is basically an endless race where you can't even see the finish line. If you lose control for even a second, everything will come crashing down. Remembering what Guparian had revealed, Yusin thought to himself, "This must be why. It's to stop contestants from predicting the number of competitors, but is this really necessary? This isn't a preliminary round anymore." It suddenly Yusin froze, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Huh?" Siu just calmly stepped forward. Only then did Yusin snap out of it and try to yank Siu back. "Hey Choy, are you acting without talking to me again?" Siu's voice was firm. "Don't worry, young master." He didn't even look back. "Conserving your strength is the most important thing. Just let a low-skilled person like me step up, you have nothing to worry about." Behind his mask, Siu was squinting with a confident smile. "I will absolutely win." Lady Gu spoke up from behind in a calm, gentle voice. "Before the match begins, I'll introduce some information about your opponents. From the Korean peninsula, we have the Yokai from the Red Centipede Cave. They'll be representing the peninsula." Information about the 2 Red Centipede Yokai brothers was slowly revealed. Despite their young age, both had reached the supernatural realm. Yusin immediately became wary, breaking into a cold sweat as he started calculating. Not eating humans to reach this realm means they're on a completely different level. He cleared his throat to warn Siu, "You hear that? If you can't do it, retreat immediately." On the other side, Kang was also quickly giving info to the Red Centipede brothers. The other team consists of 2 martial artists. One was formerly of the Spirit Water Bureau. Hearing this, the younger sister immediately asked, I heard the Spirit Water Bureau has the strongest humans, but formerly means he's not there anymore, right? Kang kindly replied, I'm not clear on the details, but it seems so. The older brother cut in with a bored tone. No need to discuss details. You can tell how good or bad they are just by looking. I was actually quite curious about these two's martial arts. Turns out they're not as impressive as I thought. He carefully sized each of them up, one by one. The aura of the one approaching is, at best, a low-level yokai. The one in the back must be stronger. He then asked Kang another thing. I have a question. If an opponent dies before losing the match, am I responsible? Kang's answer was decisive and blunt. No, everyone must be prepared for accidents that may occur during the competition. A smug little smirk plays on the brother's face. The banquet's at the Dragon Palace, right? He says, stepping forward with one last piece of advice. I left a little snack for them, he says, glancing back at his sister, who just looks totally confused by all this. See, the preliminary rounds are basically an endless brawl. It's not about big power moves, it's about killing and eating your opponents before you lose to get as strong as possible. The sister just squints, looking more and more puzzled. What are you talking about? But Big Bro just reassures her with a grin. Don't worry, he says, radiating a level of confidence that is honestly just offensive. This will be the first human my little sister gets to taste. We have to enjoy it together, of course. And just like that, he's face to face with Siu. He gives Siu the classic come at me gesture, and Siu, he just stares, completely unsure what kind of face he's supposed to make right now. The brother starts powering up. You're brave to show your weak little face here. As your senior, I'll go ahead and make the first move. Back in the stands, Ewan can only offer up a tired little smile. All this arrogant, tough guy talk is pointless, just attack before you lose. But our boy Choy Siu doesn't really follow the instruction manual. Last time he fought, his instincts were pretty impressive, and then, without warning, Siu just springs into action. He rockets towards the brother at full speed. Seeing this, the brother just smirks, while Yushin on the side looks like she's about to have a heart attack. Getting right in his face, Siu unleashes a powerful punch. Siu's clenched fist flies straight for the red centipede yokai's face, but the guy stops it with one hand, and Yushin's eyes go wide in absolute horror. Wait, that hand? With his other hand, he channels energy into 2 fingers for his uni technique, Earth Dragon's Venomous Kick. He aims the attack directly at Siu. It's a move made from 2 different variations, and suddenly, a memory of a vicious snake demon flashes in his mind. The kid must have faced a poison user before, because that bitter experience combined with intel on the ogre yokai gives him an edge. He can predict his opponent's movements, thanks to his goblin bloodline and his skills as a guardian before he became a yokai. Siu dodges the attack with incredible grace. Turns out he's a top-tier martial artist who's mastered a ton of different styles. For a split second, a flash of pure panic appears in the red centipede yokai's eyes. This might be the first time anyone's seen him look scared. To finish it off, Siu lands a devastating kick right on his body. It's a martial art style from a far-off continent, capoeira, rabo de araya. The red yokai, now bruised and beaten, stumbles back shouting, "What is this technique? I can't overpower this." But Siu isn't stopping there. He keeps rushing forward. The red yokai frantically channels his energy, trying desperately to fight back. It's incredibly effective. See, the secret to Siu's power is that, like other human martial artists, he uses his own movements to amplify his physical strength through leverage. The red yokai can only grit his teeth, feeling helpless and in pain. And another powerful punch lands square on his face. Galopante. Siu keeps attacking, giving the red yokai zero room to counter. Watching from the sidelines, his sister can't help but yell out, "What? He hit my brother 3 times with that move?" Yushin's eyes don't leave the fight. Not bad, he's got the upper hand, she thinks. The only issue is the massive difference in raw power. Her mind is racing with thoughts. The spiritual energy that Siu has is still only at the most basic level. Because of this power gap, even after landing 3 clean hits, he still can't deal with the opponent's huge destructive force. Siu keeps up the relentless assault. The red centipede yokai's eyes are completely bloodshot as he tries to endure it. How long can he keep this up? Just one more chance. If he can just counterattack once. But suddenly, the color drains completely from his face. Out of nowhere, a sharp sword appears in Siu's hand. And then Siu says, in a chilling tone, "Then I won't need to hit you a 4th time." And with that, a single clean slash cuts across the red centipede yokai. A bright light shines down on the 2 of them in the center. The yokai cries out in pain, raising his hands over his head. Siu raises his sword for the final strike, but suddenly his energy just cuts out. He lowers his weapon, standing tall over him. The yokai is trembling in pain and more than a little surprised. What? Siu looks down at him, clearly thinking something over. See, yokai have incredible life force, though it varies by species. And even after being defeated, a yokai's body can usually heal a huge portion, or even all, of its physical form. Siu reaches his hand toward the yokai's severed lower body. But even for yokai with super healing, there's one part they can't restore. As drops of blood fall to the floor, we see it, the yokai stone. A shimmering purple gem rests in Siu's blood-soaked hand. For a yokai, that's like a second heart. No, it's even more than that. The guy, pale and covered in blood, tries to say, "Give it back." He trembles and begs, but Siu just stands there quietly, lost in thought. If it's regenerated, they go back to how they were when they were born. The yokai would have to start from scratch, relearning and regaining everything they'd lost. He painfully drags himself to Siu's feet, reaching out to grab him, pleading, "Give it back." But Siu pays him no mind and just silently walks away. His sister Ryun flips out, turning to Gupa like, "Are we just gonna let this slide? He stole my brother's demon stone." And Siu's brilliant response, "What's that got to do with the tournament? Yeah, you definitely asked the wrong guy, sweetie." She can literally feel the immense power rolling off him. Forget the rules, he has a much more direct solution in mind. "If you want the stone back," he says, "you can either kill me or beat me in a fight." Simple as that. She's sweating bullets as he spells it out. "And just so we're clear, you can take my body, eat it, whatever you want. I'm cool with it." Meanwhile, Gua Run looks like he just saw a ghost. Seriously, what is even happening right now? Someone watching from the cheap seats isn't impressed. His abilities seem basic. Is this really the level of a human martial artist? She's analyzing from afar. If the subordinate is this skilled, how powerful is his master? She finally speaks, making Yusin jump. It makes sense, though. The old minister wouldn't send him here if he didn't possess some truly extraordinary martial arts skills. Just remembering that last brutal battle gives you chills. He used pure skill and instinct to overcome a massive power gap, but that's not all. She then brings up the finishing blow from earlier. He also managed to save his strength till the very end, and scattering his energy instead of focusing it? Pure genius. If he'd gone all out from the start, he would have exposed a massive weakness. Yui just stands there, soaking it all in. From his aura, he seems new to this, but give him time to build his power, and he's going to be an absolute monster. Yusin just casually puts a hand behind his back and plays it cool. Oh, it was nothing. He's forcing a smile, but inside, he's totally freaking out. The kid's got talent, but fighting an opponent on that level is insane. Actually, I don't think so, he thinks, remembering that bizarre mask and not knowing how to even begin explaining it. Yusin's plan was pretty simple. The mask he gave Siu not only hides his demon power, it actually restricts its release. Because for a human, even a gifted one, proper training is absolutely essential to build up real power. They can't just hunt things to level up their power quickly like demons can. That's pretty much impossible. You can almost see the gears turning inside his head. So with the mask, Siu looks like a new guardian with the raw talent of a high-level demon, but none of the training. Everything was planned to achieve this exact result. According to the Grand Master Plan, this whole situation was completely unavoidable. He planned for every worst-case scenario, making sure things would play out exactly like this. No detail was too small. And now he's daydreaming about his heroic moment, comforting Siu. "Sorry, I couldn't help more." "It's okay, man." Real humble. He glances over at the gloomy, disappointed Siu, thinking, "But hey, this is just the beginning, right? You have limitless potential to become a mighty warrior." Yusin imagines, proudly pointing to himself as the great teacher. "Trust me, I'll teach you everything. Together we'll get that win." And in his fantasy, Siu is looking back, speechless with tears of gratitude. Then they'd clasp hands, full of fighting spirit, ready to take on the world together. Yusin! But alas, it was all in his head, which causes Yusin to facepalm in frustration. So that was the plan. You've got clueless Siu next to super confident Yusin. And you realize the real reason Yusin pushed him into the tournament wasn't just to fight, it was to completely change Siu's path. A vision of two sparkling gems appears, one for his yokai side, one for his guardian side. He has supreme talent in both, and even better, they're both just starting to grow. Yusin keeps a straight face, but his mind is racing. So, what if I just focused on nurturing his martial arts talent? He sees this immense potential, like two tiny seedlings. At this stage, there's not much difference between the two talents. In fact, if you ignore his insane growth rate, they're almost identical. But as they grow, the difference will become massive. With the right chance to nurture it, his martial arts ability could totally dominate. It could completely suppress his demon instincts. And considering his talent, that's not really a huge loss. And so Yusin just stares into the void, deep in his galaxy brain plotting. Besides, if his goal is to become the Demon King just to protect people, becoming a famous martial artist is honestly a much more realistic path. Look at Siu. all timid with his little cup of water. See, the kid's just too nice, which is exactly why he's always suffering for no reason. Because even with the power to protect everyone, the only real path is to become the Demon King. Just look at this lovely, desolate city. In 6 months, this world becomes a living hell, where one person's strength means absolutely nothing. It doesn't matter how strong you are, you'll still have to play by the new rules. Just look at the worst case for Ewan, torn to shreds, bleeding out after failing to change the system and getting stomped by monsters. So he's got two options. First, he can stand before everyone with his head held high. Or he can live as a respected martial arts master, adored by the very people he protects, bringing happiness to them all. Once he's forced into that role, he'll have no choice but to understand and accept it. You can see Yin practically sweating bullets just thinking about it. And even if he protests halfway through, it's still the only real answer. Yusin just clenches his fist, totally committed. In this tournament, I'm going to make him a true master. Meanwhile, Tao's sister nervously throws in the towel. We surrender. We've lost. I said it. So, do I have to kneel again? The poor guy is so confused he just has to ask. No. The match is over, with Kim Yu-shin as the winner. Any further attacks are now forbidden. Tao's sister completely ignores Siu, her eyes locked on her brother. And just like that, she bolts towards him. Yusin just sighs, listening to her total meltdown. Brother, are you okay? Will you be able to recover? Yu-shin looks down, totally dejected. Man, life's rough. Things never go as planned. Tao is trembling all over in pain. His sister, though, takes a deep breath and glares daggers at Siu. You better remember this day. Oh yeah, that scowl on her face says it all. She's taking this beatdown as a full-on declaration of war. You've challenged the entire Red Kill Grotto. You will pay double for this. Siu just calmly strolls closer. Not bad. She freezes, a look of pure terror on her face as he speaks. Anytime, bring as many people as you want. I hope you do come looking for me. A massive, demonic pressure suddenly crushes down on them. Because next time I'll be even more prepared. She's shaking, totally speechless. And it's not just her, even the official, Kang, is completely stunned by this. What was that? That human? It felt like he transformed into something else entirely, a presence that could rival the generals of the Dragon Palace. She watches Siu walk away, leaving the girl paralyzed in fear, and thinks back to the insane power he just displayed. Can someone like that really exist? A mere human? And that's when Barian pipes up with a seriously weird smile. Miss Kang, you already announced the end of the match. Why are you just standing there frozen? That snaps her out of it. She goes pale and quickly bows, getting back to business. My apologies. I'll retreat now with the two I manage. A moment later, the Red Kill Yokai teleport away too. Yusin then turns to Parin with a question. So do we have to fight our next opponent right now? She calmly replies, not exactly. For the preliminaries, that wouldn't be fair. Barian flashes that creepy smile again and explains, all the qualifying matches actually begin at the exact same time. So right about now, the other contestants are probably reaching the peak of their own battles. With this last match finished, the next round will begin in just a moment. Yusin frowns, thinking it over before asking another question. So if you finish your match early, you get more time to rest? I guess just conserving energy isn't the only strategy here. And you guys don't provide any healing potions or recovery items during the break? Wupon keeps smiling, gives a little bow, and calmly replies, I'm afraid so. You'd better appreciate this chance, because win or lose, you can only use items you brought with you into the preliminaries. But then, Siu suddenly speaks up, instantly grabbing both of their attentions. So, if you brought something with you, then you're allowed to use it? Yusin's jaw just about hits the floor when he sees what Siu is holding. Is that? And right then, he remembers a very serious warning he got from Mura. This badge is only given to our most special clients. It's a symbol of our society, and it's much more than just proof of membership. If you use the badge, you can instantly summon our society's services. Anytime, anywhere, no matter what. Even in places that aren't of this mortal world. Back in the present, Yusin is totally stunned, firing off question after question. That badge, that's right, it's a VIP pass for the Scholars Society. Where in the world did you get that? Those things are impossible to get. But Siu's next sentence makes something click in Yusin's brain. And it's not good. What do you mean, Master? You're the one who gave it to me when I left the house, remember? You said I could take it with me. Yusin's expression gets real awkward as he tries to play it off. Oh, right, of course I didn't forget. He mutters, if people knew you were just carrying that around, can you imagine the chaos? Guparian bows slightly and calmly explains, if we were in the main hall of the Dragon Palace, that would be a major problem. But this? This is just an outer area where the soldiers come to train. So, as long as your summons don't directly join the fight, buying them these little trinkets is totally okay. Eyeing the badge on Siu's hand, she made sure to add that reminder. However, she adds, summoning drains energy and consumes items based on distance, and this place is kinda disconnected from the mortal realm, which means you guys will probably only get one shot at summoning today, so it'd be smart to pick your moment wisely. Yusin shoots a worried look at Siu, his mind already racing with calculations. These contestants are way more interesting than I thought, but are they the ones His Majesty is looking for? Siu, ever the innocent, just looks back at Yusin and nods. That's right, Master. Of course, Yusin always thinks before he acts. But they'll probably do pretty well. Watching Goparion get ready to leave, he already had his next moves planned out. Let's see how the other matches are going. This one ended freakishly fast, so there must be some real nail-biters out there. Usually the power gap between contestants isn't this massive. Looking at the purple flame on Perung's hand, wait, what is this? 5 other matches have already ended? On the other side, a woman's eyes welled with tears. At the bloody sight at someone's feet, her whole body trembled as she started to sob. Standing before the gory, blood-soaked arena, Xiao Huai just sighs and starts complaining. I can't believe it, they had 2 chances to live. She holds her head high, strutting off the stage. Doesn't any of this trash around here know what fear is? The guardian next to her is completely stunned, lost in thought. Such incredible power. She took out 2 high-level demons in a flash. When she said she'd enter alone, I just thought she was arrogant. While he was still lost in his own thoughts, he wondered, is this a lowly creature who somehow reached the level of a god? Suddenly, Xiao Huai speaks up, without even turning around. My first and last question is, and hearing her, he knew to listen. He bows his head and answers obediently. The prize for the winner. It's just as I heard, correct? Yes, that's right. His Majesty is very interested and has high hopes for this tournament. The room was so silent you could only hear his voice. Besides a huge cash prize and gifts, if you win, you can pick any treasure from the Dragon Palace vault. He's literally sweating bullets as he bows and explains. His Majesty will personally escort the winner to the treasury and even offer advice on which treasure to choose, but Xiao Huai just flat out rejects it. No need. Tell them a mountain of treasure is just a pile of dry wood to me. Her eyes turn ice cold as she emphasizes every word. I only care about one thing. The relic Sun Wukong left behind in this dragon palace. The face of a ferocious pig monster appears, and a young man stands before its massive frozen body. Go Yu looks up and casually tosses out a compliment. Heh, not bad. Even if you left it alone with no help, it would have survived. Were you planning to interfere? The man was totally speechless at Go Yu's question. Go Yu's face immediately turns serious as he faces the man, ready to attack. Sorry, but you're out of time to think. If I don't get an answer in 5 seconds, I'll assume you plan on fighting. The man's face goes pale. He squeezes his eyes shut, ready for the hit. He trembles, spitting out the bitter words. I surrender. And just like that, Go Yu's opponents vanish from the ring. Only then does he look back, muttering to himself. They're more skilled than I expected. This is the perfect warm-up right before the main event. They must have all gathered here. Sanmi then steps out to object. But I still need to target someone high level. That's the only way I'll be strong enough to catch the demon possessing Shiwa. Faced with Sanmi's determination, Go Yu has to give in. Now that I'm here, I'll do my best. If it takes more than a day, they'll be notified. We can't keep the shop closed any longer. Meanwhile, back at Go Yu's cafe, the customers are totally confused. The sign clearly says open. Where did everybody go? Sunmi is quick to disagree. What's wrong? Honestly, the shop's been closed for over half a week depending on my brother's mood, Go Yu gently explains. That's necessary to maintain quality and introduce new products. Sunmi immediately fires back with a defiant look. To be honest, that shop is just average. Customers only go there because they recognize him. Go Yu is practically crushed, asking in disbelief. Is that all? Sunmi, not paying any attention, turns to the guide. Can I ask you something? I don't know if you can answer, but I was wondering if my friend is participating in this martial arts tournament. The guide on Sunmi's team looks a bit awkward, stumbling over his words. I'm sorry, but the participant list is... But Sunmi, thinking fast, puts on her most pitiful, pleading face. Please, can you just check if my friend is participating or not? This look is a little different from her usual one, and it's enough to make the guide blush and give in. His one weakness is cute people. Seizing the moment, Sunmi quickly blurts out the name, Choy Siu. The demon guide immediately uses his power to help Sunmi check. Choy Siu's name is nowhere on the list. But surprise, surprise, our boy used a fake identity. Hearing this, Choi Mar-sun lets out a huge sigh of relief. Seriously? Thank goodness. Go. Seeing right through him, calmly makes a suggestion. Meeting him here is a long shot, but if you're that worried, you should just ask him directly. Sun just shakes his head, totally disagreeing. Don't even try to guess. Talking about Siu like that is a waste of time. He only listens to what feels right to him. Go lets out a confused sigh. But like she said, there's no way he'd actually join. He's only here to find a solution. He must have come with that friend today, because I can't see him bringing Siu to a place like this on his own. Just as Go Yu mentions him, Yu Xin lets out a sneeze. Siu asks in his usual deadpan voice, "Catching a cold?" After the fourth match, Choy Siu went on to win 5 in a row, easily crushing every single one of his opponents. Yusin, watching from the sidelines, couldn't hide his absolute shock. Even Mrs. Gu had to admit, incredible, truly incredible. As his opponent leaves, Siu steps out of the ring to rest. Suddenly, Yushin's warm, deep voice calls out to him. "Hey Siu, give me your hand." Yuan gently takes hold of Siu's wrist, and then Yushin's eyes go wide, his surprise obvious. His energy isn't depleted at all. With a thoughtful look, Yuswin carefully checks Siu's internal power. He's almost out, but based on the key he's used, he should have been empty several times over. He's minimizing energy use for critical moments. This is a basic skill, but it looks like he mastered it without anyone ever teaching him. Siu looks completely baffled by what Yusin is saying, but he just turns, sits down, and cracks a grin. No clue what's happening, but he plays along. Siu sits up straight, crosses his legs, and asks with a shaky voice, "Like this?" Yushin, with a stern face, speaks gently. "You'll get used to it soon enough. Anyway, the pose you're in is the half-lotus position." Yusi's eyes are serious as he carefully instructs, "This is the basic stance for controlling your energy. Remember your foot placement." Then he gently places his hand on Siu's back and starts to transfer his internal energy. This might feel a little uncomfortable. As his meridians are cleared, Siu feels a huge, obvious difference. Can you feel it? Yusin is completely focused, pouring his concentration into transferring energy to Siu. "I've just moved a little of my energy into your body. From now on, every time I press your back, you inhale. When I release my hand, you exhale." Yushin patiently explains it all nice and slow. The human body has energy channels, and those energy gateways are called pressure points, with over 100 in the body. I've blocked 64 of them. When you inhale, 32 points close. When you exhale, the other 32 close. Blocking different pressure points through breathing is how you focus your mind. Siu's body is shaking non-stop, but he's enduring it all. "Right now I'm transferring the energy and hitting the points for you, but later on, you'll have to do it yourself." As he kept reminding him, Yusin glanced toward the other side. This breathing exercise will activate the body's self-healing and energy absorption. Up on the stage ahead, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Noticing something was wrong, Yushin narrowed his eyes and muttered, "2? Shouldn't there be 3? Xiao Huai and her instructor were watching, so Mrs. Gu quickly gave the rundown. This next opponent is pretty strong, so instead of a 2-on-1 fight, this person decided to participate solo. This is the granddaughter of the legendary Sun Gu from Wagahoa Mountain. Hearing this, Yushin was a little shaken and completely speechless. Over on the other side, Xiao Huai started asking her own instructor questions. "Is that a human?" Her instructor replied quickly, "Yes. He is a descendant of the Lin Thui sect, which has protected this land for over 1,000 years. With that many descendants, it's definitely no ordinary martial sect." Xiao Huai sighed, sounding totally unimpressed. "Everyone has descendants. What really matters is how skilled they are." Behind them, Siu was still trembling as he trained, secretly praising his opponent. No wonder she's Yahweh, the one who fought Sioa at the shop. He could only withstand 2 of her attacks, but even that was enough for Siu to be completely overwhelmed by Sioa. Familiar faces began to appear one after another. Siu had used a ton of energy to reach his limit, but his limit was barely a few casual hits for a yokai. And these were the superclass yokai that Yusin mentioned earlier. Siu was still sitting there, frozen and helpless. "Why won't my body move? I can't let Yusin handle this all by himself." Suddenly, Yusin's calm voice cut in. "Stay still. I've sealed your pressure points, and don't forget to breathe with them. Have you ever read a martial arts comic? If you breathe at the wrong time, you'll go berserk." Yushin had a kind look in his eyes and a faint smile on his face. "If you want to survive 5 waves of attacks, you have to know when to retreat." The match between Yuan and Xiao Huai officially began. Xiao Huai opened her mouth and said in a low voice, "This is useless. You'd be better off just surrendering." He had no defense left. It looked like there was only one last chance. Yusin's brow furrowed. He didn't say a word, but that death glare? Oh, it was screaming bloody murder. Xiao Huai, with a cocky hand on her hip, just smirked. "Making me wait? You'll regret not surrendering to me sooner." And Yusin finally replies, "So that's how it is." His eyes are ice cold, full of resolve. He's fought 5 times already, but looks fresh as a daisy. This granddaughter of Sun Gu, or whatever she is, only survived this long because of that fancy family name, just coasting on her ancestors' fame, never having to truly fight for her life. Anyone who actually believes this stuff is a total disappointment in a real fight, and as if he'd hit a nerve, Xiao Huai couldn't help but shudder. Yusin pointed right at Xiao Huai, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Do all yokai inherit this level of dumb thinking? Are you that naive? Or maybe living for hundreds of years just makes you mature a little slower, huh? Yusin instantly drew his blade, while Xiao Huai casually plucked a single hair. Her eyes blazed with power as she activated her magic, Divine Wind Taming. Not to be outdone, Yusin got into his stance, muttering the words, Thunder Flying Peach. The second his scabbard hit the floor, boom! An explosion rocked the entire arena. Xiao Huai leaped back just in time, dodging the blast. Her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped in pure shock as Yusin blitzed forward to slice her in two. Yusin's left eye flashed blue, the color of his power. But then, just as suddenly, his pupils trembled with confusion. The Xiao Huai in front of him had vanished in a blink. All that was left behind was a single strand of hair, cut clean in half. Yusin's eyes were wide with disbelief. A hair? In an instant, his gaze darted around, completely on edge. Out of nowhere, Xiao Huai appeared and launched a direct attack on Yusin. He thankfully dodged, but he still looked totally rattled. She didn't stop there. Xiao Huai kept up the assault. Her speed was insane as she relentlessly hammered Yusin with attacks. Siu, powering up on the sidelines, was watching the whole thing unfold. Too fast. Not just the speed, but the sheer precision in every single move. But even so, why was Yusin only dodging? It's not like he couldn't counter. By now he's had like 4. No, probably 5 perfect chances. Yusin just clenched his jaw, carefully evading every one of Xiao Huai's devastating attacks. One fighter flowing with demonic energy, the other clutching a sacred sword they just kept clashing. Siu's judgment was spot on. A yokai's body is tough, almost invincible. But Yusin's sword and his own physical strength were still more than enough to take them down. Yusin backed away, keeping his distance in a defensive stance. He was still hesitating to attack, maybe out of pure instinct. Xiao Huai leaped high into the air, winding up for a ridiculously powerful kick. Yusin's brow furrowed. He had a really bad feeling about this. Guparian saw it coming too, raising a hand to cast a spell. Xiao Huai's kick was so intense it completely shattered the arena floor. Siu and the guide on Xiao Huai's side both felt a massive wave of dread. The entire stage shook violently. Next thing you know, a horrifying explosion tears through the arena, and Yusin is sent flying off balance. What the heck? Wait a minute, it wasn't the pillars. The floor itself was supported by water? But even so, it shouldn't be moving like this. Yusin thought back on his past matches. 5 fights, tons of strong opponents attacking him, and the stage never even shook once, let alone get completely wrecked. This arena's structure must be designed to absorb energy by transferring the impact into the water below. But whatever principle was at work here, it was way beyond any normal energy absorption device he'd ever seen. The floor was now rocking violently on the waves. Just going by weight alone, this thing had to be tens of tons, maybe even more. Suddenly, a single thought flashed through Yusin's mind weight. The corner of his mouth curved up into a reluctant smirk. The power of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. In the legends, his power was infinite, but before he reached that legendary status, he was just another unknown yokai. Yusin's voice was firm as he confronted Xiao Huai directly. You only act arrogant because you think you're unbeatable, but you can't even prove it. You're just a spirit born with a ton of energy on this planet. Xiao Huai's face hardened as she fiddled with her hair. Usually, with the enemies I face, I'm generous enough to give them a chance, but you all are the exception. Her special magic allows her to control her own mass. In other words, zero gravity. Xiao Huai's expression darkened as she exploded in rage. You really run your mouths? You know that? Know your place and think carefully about this gap in our power. Yusin was getting tired, but he still managed a smirk and a steady voice. The difference is how I'll overcome this and turn the whole situation around. Sunlight streamed through the window of an old dojo. Yusin was sprawled out on the floor, panting with his mouth wide open. His hand was limp, unable to even grip the handle of his sword. Looking completely exhausted, he gasped out, I'm so tired. And hungry. I seriously can't move another inch. This was Kim Yusin, 10 years old. From across the room, Kim Jun walked over to him. Don't just lie there being lazy. Get up and practice. We still have another hour until dinner. Kim Jun lightly tapped a wooden sword against his palm. Now, if we use this time to keep ourselves busy, dinner will taste even better, won't it? Now grab your sword and let's get back to practice. Yusin shot up, complaining indignantly. Why is it always me? The others only have to train in the morning and then do miscellaneous stuff like cleansing their souls or whatever. Kim Jun's reply was blunt and straight to the point. If they say they're cleaning their hearts, maybe it's because their hearts were dirty to begin with. Yusin, drenched in sweat, scowls in protest. Why in the world can't I get those simple heart-cleansing missions? Is it my fault? If I were like everybody else, this would have been done ages ago. Kim Jun, with zero expression, gives his deadpan opinion. You see, people and swords share a lot in common. They both need long training to become strong and reliable. But in the end, the quality of the steel is what matters most. Without missing a beat, Kim Jun keeps laying it on Yusin. If the iron used as the raw material is junk, it simply can't handle the heavy hits. Young master, you are like a solid piece of wood. You don't break no matter how hard you're hit, so you should be trained as much as possible. Yusin snaps up, looking totally over it. If you're saying that just to cheer me up, you failed. I never wanted to do this. Whether it's martial arts or leading some gang, plenty of people would kill for this. If you made them train, they'd work way harder than me. You'd think the same thing if you were me. Kim Jun just tilts his head, asking gently, "Why do you always seem so reluctant?" Yusin looks down, his answer firm. "I just don't want to. There's no other reason. It's not cool, that's why. Think about it in this world. The odds of being born with the stuff to be a mage is 1 in 10,000. To beat those odds, and train the skills needed to stand against humanity's enemies. Sounds awesome, doesn't it? A comic book lies thrown on the floor, the heir to the family, wasting his time on pathetic things like this. Yusin's father is seething, his face grim as he thinks about that other half of his son's bloodline. No wonder he acts so crude sometimes. Think about the other half of your blood and what you've achieved, and just enjoy it. Do you understand? Yusin, his legs trembling in fear, manages to answer, "Yes, I'll remember." The strict father's voice is like thunder. "Throw this garbage away right now. If I catch you with it again, it'll be more than just a few lashes. And, hey, why did you stop? I made it clear you whip him until I say stop." The maid, absolutely terrified, stammers out an apology. "I'm so sorry." Yusin's legs just kept taking the blows from the whip until they were bleeding. His father watched him coldly and continued his speech. "When the world changes in a few years, this country will kneel before you. Then, you'll be the one holding the whip. Just like you're being punished now, remember it is your duty and your right to rule the lowly. That is the burden and responsibility you must carry." Yusin's mouth is shut tight, his eyes filled with defiant resignation. You hear this nonsense over and over, and eventually, you can't ignore the truth. We aren't heroes standing up against evil. We're just the villains, playing by some ridiculous rules. In the book, titled "The Verdict is Out," they were mentioned in a corner of the main story, living by preying on the weak, not much different from reality. 4 years later, at the high school entrance ceremony, Yusin is sitting quietly by a window, lost in a book. Suddenly, a rough voice shatters the peace. "Hey, move it." Yusin replies with a cool, indifferent look. "As far as I know, there are no assigned seats here. If you're late, you can just sit somewhere else." The brown-haired kid smirks with total arrogance. He gets right up in Yusin's face, trying to be intimidating. "Hey, do you have any idea who my father is? Who do you think you are, talking to me like that?" Yusin's face darkens, his eyes cutting straight through him. "You want to settle this outside?" The brown-haired kid freezes, completely thrown off. What? Arrogant? Yusin's entire aura changes, instantly dominating him as he speaks. The bathroom, out back, doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be right now. After school is fine too. You can call everyone from the class next door or the upperclassmen if you want. Or we can just do it right here, right now. At his words, the brown-haired punk and his friend both start shaking in their boots. Surprise, surprise, in situations like this, the real education you see in fiction never actually happens. Unlike villains in stories, real-life opportunists are actually pretty sharp. They might look simple and aggressive, but guys like this are actually cautious and calculating. Yusin just stares as the two dudes quietly walk away. You know who that psycho is? They're sensitive to anyone who seems even a little bit threatening. So they switch their target to a nerdy kid busy on his phone, choosing a suitable prey they can easily manipulate and control. The glasses-wearing nerd looks up, completely bewildered by the sudden attention. "Hey, are you deaf or something?" The brown-haired guy grins, enjoying this way too much. "Is that the hero who's gonna beat me?" "Yeah, right. Let me see your phone." The classroom clock hits 8:15. A voice distracts Yusin, and he glances over. "Who said you could change the item, you idiot?" The brown-haired kid snatches the phone right out of his classmate's hand. "I'll move it to the auction house. Just let me use it for a second." The kid with the glasses whispers, sounding absolutely terrified. "But what if you mess up and lose it?" The bully's brow furrows, his voice dripping with pure menace. "I'm not gonna lose it. I've moved items tons of times. You think I'm some kind of rookie? Look, I'm moving it right now." The kid with the glasses can only watch, his face a perfect picture of instant regret. Oh no, the poor guy reaches out, trying to get his phone back. This just makes the bully even angrier, his patience completely gone. "I'm sorry," but he gets a hard slap across the face for his trouble. Idiot. The entire class just sits there, frozen in silence. The bully starts monologuing. I tried to be nice so we could play together, but you had to get all arrogant over nothing. One side of the kid's face is already turning a nasty shade of purple. Here, take your phone back. Just know that if our eyes meet again, I will kill you on the spot. The kid can only tremble out a week. I'm sorry. The bully just snaps back. Just take it already. What a classic predator, picking on the weak while avoiding anyone who could actually fight back. In the corner, Yusin just watches, deep in thought. He's learned to see this as just the basic nature of people, the way the world is structured. It helped clear his mind. His dad, other warriors, himself, they all had power, but chose to be normal people instead of pathetic, cowardly bullies. But the brown-haired bully is still not done, just relentlessly tearing into the poor kid with the glasses. Suddenly, a large, chubby figure steps into the classroom, because let's be real, heroes don't actually exist. That's when Siu speaks up, cutting right through the tension. Excuse me. The bully and his victim both whip their heads around to look. Siu gives his own plump cheek a little scratch, smiling gently. Sorry to interrupt. You're Huigiyu, right? We went to the same elementary school. I'm not sure who your tall friend is, though. I'm Choy Siu, and I don't know what happened, but I don't think you need to yell and get violent like this. Since we're classmates now, it'd be great if we could all just get along. The bully's face twists in rage. What'd you say, you mutt? He gets right up in Siu's personal space. Are you kidding me? Now even some random nobody is piping up. You got a problem today or something? Siu just kind of stammers. That's all the bully needs before he launches a powerful kick right at Siu's stomach, screaming, I'm asking what your problem is, you dog. But then a strange feeling washes over him. His eyes go wide. Even Yusin can't help but stare, completely stunned. The bully is the one who collapses, his voice trembling. What was that? And Siu is still worried about him. Are you okay? The bully's sidekick decides to jump in, landing a solid punch on Siu's chest. The only thing he gets for it is a hand that's probably broken. Siu just blinks, looking up at the kid in the hat. The guy puts all his weight into it, grabbing Siu's collar, but he can't make him move an inch. What the hell is this guy? He's not even budging, and Siu's still using that gentle voice. Could you please let go? And with that, one hand shoots out and grabs the guy's wrist, leaving him totally speechless. What is this strength? Still looking like the kindest guy on earth, Siu tries to play mediator. Let's just solve this with words, okay? I think we can. Siu slowly loosens his grip on the guy's arm. All you can hear is the bully cursing under his breath. The bully and his friend make a hasty retreat, shouting empty threats. We'll deal with you later. Siu's lips press into a thin line, too scared to talk back. But then, Yusin's calm voice cuts in. You're in big trouble now. Yusin tilts his head, looking straight at Siu. Those scumbags don't need a reason to cause trouble. They'll be back, and they'll bring friends. Before lunch or after school, they'll drag you somewhere quiet and make your life a living hell until they get bored. Yusin looks away, asking with a frustrated sigh if it was even worth it. He glances over at the kid with the glasses, who's just hiding his face on the desk. The guy Siu helped didn't even say thank you. Maybe trying to cover for scum like that just makes your own school life 1,000 times harder. Siu looks down with a bitter smile. Seems that way. But I knew what I was getting into. I don't regret it. Yusin just lets out a quiet, huh? Completely baffled. Siu keeps his eyes lowered as he explains. To be honest, it's terrifying, but if I just ignored it, I'd feel even worse. I just can't stand by and do nothing. This was something I wanted to do. It's my problem. I'll do my best to handle the fallout. Yusin just stares as Siu forces a smile. Besides, I'm pretty good at running away or avoiding things that are too much for me. All right, he can do this. Siu steps up, scanning the room for a spot. So, where does a guy sit? Yusin, with a look of pure amusement, immediately calls out to him. Hey, there's an empty seat right here. Guess you don't have any friends in this class, huh? If you've got nowhere to go, you can just sit here. Siu looks back, completely stunned, like a deer in headlights. I was gonna sit up front, since I'm short. Yusin cuts him off, clearly in a rush. Stop being difficult and sit down. Playing humble won't make you any smarter. Yusin looks Siu dead in the eye, his voice firm. Look, I can't exactly order you around, but as long as you stick with me, you won't get into any trouble. You said your name's Choy Siu, right? And just like that, Yusin flashes a friendly, amused grin. I'm Kim Yusin. And wow, I don't think our school life is going to be boring at all. All right, let's get started. But snapping back to the present, the fight is tipping completely towards Xiaohui. This is insane, way beyond a simple coincidence. Thankfully, Miss Gu managed to throw up a protective barrier bubble for Siu just in time. This place was used for training by generations of palace generals. A 1,000-year-old arena, now reduced to this, with just one step. Guparian can't hide the worry on her face as she watches. And she isn't even using her full strength that was a light tap. A single strand of hair now materializes, floating above Xiao Huai's hand. Her eyes are practically glowing with murderous intent, surrounded by a massive aura of power. That's way too much for a 20-year-old to handle. This battle is over. Yusin's face is grim, lost deep in his own thoughts. Thinking back, the whole reason he left home was because of that night. Out of everyone he knew, that guy was the most like a main character in a story. An image of Siu flashes in his mind, grinning as he declares, "I'm going to become the Yokai King." This kid, the one everyone saw as just a normal guy who'd need protecting in the future, said something like that. And honestly, his opinion hasn't changed. It was a completely impossible and meaningless declaration that had no chance of happening. Yusin stands firm against the shockwaves, but he has to admit that announcement was pretty impressive. One decisive, powerful sword stroke utterly shatters Xiao Huai's attack, leaving both her and Miss Gu completely stunned. Surprise! Turns out things are a little different from what you thought about human mages. Yusin is brimming with energy, flashing a confident smile. Choy Siu is a little flawed, sure. He needs to wake up and get a dose of reality. But lucky for him, I'm pretty special. Being friends with a guy like that, maybe he needed to be a little more childish too. Waiting on a rooftop near the coast, Siu had asked him a question. Thinking about it, Yusin, didn't we go to the same middle school? That time when they were growing up, going through their rebellious phases, all those memories just came flooding back. Back then, high school upperclassmen would come looking for them, saying they were going to beat them up. And most of them were from gangs, right? You used your powers to take them all down, didn't you? Yusin let out a small, smug laugh. No way. As members of the Mage Association, we have self-respect. We wouldn't fight people like that. The guys I took down back then? I only used basic techniques. Siu, completely believing him, showered him with praise. I get it now. You're just incredible, Yusin. Meanwhile, Yusin was laughing internally. He'd only actually done that a couple of times. Middle school Yusin had a motto, never say never. If you land even a single hit, he'd said, count it as your win. A clueless Siu just went along with it. So you mean I don't actually have to beat them? Yusin's eyes turn sharp, his focus absolute as he channels power into his sword. From the sidelines, Miss Gu watches, completely shocked and in disbelief. Gu Parun recalls the earlier scene, still shaken. That last technique was even stronger than I thought. Even the palace generals, except for the Grand General himself, would think dodging is the best strategy here. Miss Gu carefully reevaluates the fight, lost in thought. But even if he dodges, he'll still get cornered. He's bound to get hit sooner or later. Suddenly, Xiao Huai's feet begin to move. Yusin barely has time to look up as Xiao Huai, with immense force, slams her foot straight down onto the arena floor. The entire stage shakes violently, and Yusin feels the vibrations rattle his entire body. Just one step created an impact this huge. He can't even imagine what a more serious attack would do. He launches himself into the air. On the waterlogged stage, only two figures remain. From above, Yusin grips his sword and charges forward. Below him, Xiao Hui is ready to receive the attack. Demon art. 3 wind gods. 3 raging torrents of wind instantly appear, aiming straight for Yusin. He prepares to counter, his fingers weaving between his wooden swords. Outside the barrier, Miss Gu nervously bites her lip. Is this going to be like that dance of blades technique from before? But each of these blasts is way stronger than her initial attack. You couldn't even block one of them with 10 disposable magic tools. The 3 wind blasts closed in on Yusin. His hand went limp, dropping all 4 wooden swords to the ground. Then, he immediately slashed right through one of the wind currents. Gu's eyes went wide, not missing a beat. Again? Okay, so maybe that wasn't exactly a high-level technique. Xiao Huai watched from the side, totally baffled. Seriously? Slicing through a brutal attack like that in a single blow? How? Yusin, his face a mask of calm, watched as the 2 remaining windstorms continued hurtling straight for him. His hand tightened around his sword. Using one of the fallen wooden blades as a springboard, Yusin made his move. He expertly baited the 2 windstorms into crashing into each other, neatly dodging the whole attack. Then he took off, flying straight towards a stunned Xiao Huai at full speed, leaving her in the dust. She whipped up another vicious windstorm right on his tail. Yusin sensed it instantly, realizing the attack he dodged was coming back around. Judging by her stance, she must be controlling it directly. It's not some automated attack. As the gale force closed in, Yusin had no choice but to leap high into the air to avoid it. But suddenly, the windstorm from before appeared right behind his back. Total cheap shot. With no time to defend, Yusin smashed right into it, setting off a huge explosion. Crap. A flash of light slammed onto the arena floor. Xiao Huai stared down with an icy glare and couldn't resist a little taunt. You could say this was a predictable result. When you confidently cut the first blast, I thought 3 wouldn't be enough. Turns out 2 was your limit. This is a pretty lame ending compared to what I was hoping for. Ouch. Savage. Yusin was breathing hard, half his body almost completely paralyzed. Gu could only watch in silent agony. This was the worst possible outcome. He used nearly all his energy just to survive that last hit, putting his life in serious danger. A drop of sweat rolled down Gu's cheek. Even if he survives this fight, both of them will be completely unable to battle afterwards. Still, 5 straight wins is an impressive record. But showing zero mercy, Xiao Huai issued her next command, the final wind blast. I will crush you from above. As Yusin struggled to catch his breath, the third massive storm came hurtling down toward his head. Xiao Huai watched sternly, thinking to herself, he has plenty of time to surrender. Does he really want such a meaningless death? Seeing the windstorm get closer, Xiao Huai shouted down at him, You're so foolish, it's actually pathetic. His injured left arm was completely useless, but Yusin's right hand gripped his sword, and with one arm, he sliced the storm in two. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Huai's mouth hung open, utterly speechless. Yusin, with his own hand, had just torn apart another one of her fiercest attacks. He gritted his teeth, fighting against the storm's remaining power. Yusin's legs were starting to buckle. The aftershocks alone were enough to make the sea churn violently. Xiao Huai's brows furrowed, deep in thought. It wasn't the power of the sword that cut it. She watched Yusin's entire body tremble as he struggled just to stand up. That wound left half his body numb, with barely any energy left. Even after splitting her wind attack, he wouldn't survive the fallout and would surely collapse. Xiao Huai meticulously recalled every previous attack. If that's a human magic technique, why didn't he use it back in round 2? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed and confused she became. It's not just power or energy, there must be some other condition. Yusin's voice cut her off. You're being a little too relaxed, aren't you? This guy is in absolute agony, and he's still smirking at her. The nerve. Your opponent is about to collapse and even exposed his back, but you're sticking to your principles and not attacking. I wanted to give up, but it seems I can't do that anymore. It was a total bluff, considering Yusin was backed into a corner and nearly defeated. His energy reserves could be considered a bet, and they were all cashed out after that last wind attack. Yusin gasped for air, looking up at the sky. The only card in his hand was a body with one paralyzed arm. The wooden sword Yusin dropped earlier was now floating in midair, along with 2 pieces of a leftover barrier. After surviving the earlier shock, these items were now like small bombs, or maybe tools he could use for footing. This game was completely tilted in Xiao Huai's favor. None of that was enough to face the monster standing before him. It was absolutely not enough. Without hesitation, Yusin charged forward once again. He knew he was outmatched, but he still went for it. Xiao Huai raised her hand, about to grab a strand of hair, but then changed her mind. But why? Her eyes locked on him, ready for an attack. Forget ranged magic. Choosing a head-on brawl means you've at least got some basic respect for your opponent. You've performed way beyond what I expected. Or so she thinks. As Yusin charges forward like a missile, Xiao Huai just calmly waits, her entire body radiating immense power. Xiao Huai strikes at Yusin, but he dodges to the side with a serious face, narrowly avoiding the hit. A sword slash cuts right through Xiao Huai, and a frustrated Yusin clicks his tongue, but she doesn't even move an inch. Her unique demon art. Mountain pressure. This technique increases the user's mass to be comparable to an actual mountain. That's why a single stomp from Xiao Huai is enough to shake the entire arena. As a result, even her simplest moves can reshape the terrain, and her density increases right along with her weight, meaning her durability is off the charts. Still, a determined Yusin stares her down, eye to eye. On her end, Xiao Huai silently watches every single one of Yuxin's movements. In other words, to beat a user of mountain pressure, you need enough power to either crush or split a mountain. This is exactly why Yusin managed to dodge her attack earlier. He had already figured this out. Trying to split a mountain with brute force will only shatter your sword and break your arm. Xiao Huai gets serious, lost in thought. His last attack felt more like a scratch than an actual sword strike. She recalls Yuxin's attack with suspicion. Maybe he tried to cut through her like splitting the wind, but it failed? No, even if he had gotten through, it'd be meaningless. Mountain pressure is a proud blessing of her clan. Next, Xiao Huai unleashes her power again, causing the entire fighting stage to crumble into pieces. Until now, no opponent has ever managed to approach this living mountain without showing absolute terror. But ringing in Yusin's head are the words of his mentor, Kim Jae-gon. What were you saying? That training is meaningless? In his memory, Yusin had shot back bluntly. I'm just saying. You can't deny the truth of it. It's really a question of whether humans can ever truly defeat demons. Maybe you can take down a few stragglers, but that's not what I'm talking about. I mean the pure-blooded demons. All the while, Kim Jae-gon listened in silence. Yusin just let it all out, venting every one of his frustrations without a second thought. We don't even need to talk about strength. They gain energy just by breathing and live 10 times longer than us. Their only weakness might be slacking on training, but the top dogs never do. And most importantly, they have their unique demon arts. After his rant, Yushin's tone softened. I've been reading some books lately. I can bring them to you. Methods of extermination based on the specific characteristics of different demons. It documents their weaknesses, elemental affinities, and things that can stun them, Yushin said, looking searchingly at Kim Jae-gun. The takeaway is obvious. You can't kill all demons. And you definitely can't beat the strongest among them. To survive in this world, you should probably stick to fighting demons around rank 8 or lower. Kim Jae-gun immediately agreed. It's like training a normal person to punch through steel. You're right. No matter how much they train, they can't break through steel, Kim Jae-gun admitted, speaking from experience. Even I can only handle a few mid-tier demons. But like you said, when those born with insane natural talent show up, there's just no way to fight back. I can handle some weaker spirits, but facing a true demon head-on is a guaranteed loss. Yushin was stunned. Wait, someone of your status is saying that? But Kim Jae-gun frankly reminded him. However, there's one thing you need to understand, young master. Something as hard as steel and actual steel are two very different things. Yushin grits his teeth, determined to push forward with his attack. Xiao Huai is also waiting seriously, but suddenly, Yushin's wooden sword flies at her, making her instantly wary. A spare sword? She figured he was saving it for defense, but that's not necessary. Wrong answer. Neither of the two swords was meant for defense. Seizing the opportunity, Yushin silently closed the distance to Xiao Huai. By the time Xiao Huai realized how close he was, it was too late. That tiny distraction created another opening. Yushin still remembered Kim Jae-gun's words clearly. No matter how fancy a demon's technique, it's just a temporary illusion made of energy. In the end, it's useless if you can read the flow of energy that's forming it. Back then, Yushin hadn't believed it. What are you talking about? Have you been reading martial arts novels again? You've read way more than I have, so if you knew about something like this, why on earth didn't you tell me? Isn't that your whole deal? Coming up with theories because you can't actually pull them off yourself? Hit with Yushin's blunt words, Kim Jin had to admit it. That's right. Even if I trained for the rest of my life, I might not achieve it, and that goes for you too. Suddenly, Kim Jun's voice falters, full of doubt. But if you're serious, young master, your words will carry an entirely different weight. The technique Yushin unlocked in this fight is a miraculous power, straight out of the sorcerer's most secret playbook. A skill that borders on the impossible one, fast, powerful, and decisive / aimed directly at Xiao Huai. This kind of miracle was called a saint art by the ancient mages. The ultimate finishing move. And today, a genius has brought one of these saint arts back to life. The story goes, way back in ancient China, there was an absurdly skilled butcher. His movements were like flowing water, carving up cattle without a single drop of blood staining his knife. The king, absolutely amazed, just had to ask. The king raised his hand, his tone casual but loaded with pressure. This is incredible. How did you possibly reach such a level of mastery? The butcher answered. Without any hesitation, he explained, a regular butcher changes their knife every month because they just hack right through the bones. A good butcher, however, only changes their knife once a year because they only cut through the animal's flesh. But as he answered, the butcher explained a little more. Me, though? I don't see the cattle with my eyes. I sense the animal's body with my mind, following the natural order of the world. The guy's explanation was smooth as silk. Because of this, my knife never hits an obstacle. It moves between the skin and meat, between bone and sinew. Then the butcher knelt, offering up his blade. By following these principles, I have used this very knife for 19 years, and I have butchered thousands of cattle. Yet my blade is still as sharp as if it were just forged. The king was absolutely stunned, and the king spoke with total reverence. This story and the butcher's skill is called the Insight of Butcher Ding, but among the sorcerers of the Korean peninsula, it's known as the Fatal Strike, a true saint art. If it's used with absolute precision, its power is so devastating that even the most formidable enemy can't breathe, able to kill even the proudest of warriors. For the last few decades on the Korean peninsula, it's an achievement no sorcerer has ever come close to. And yet right now, our boy can't sense any technique at all. His sword just keeps vibrating. Wait, no, scratch that, it's not that he feels nothing. A familiar figure is watching the fight on the ice rink, their voice tinged with regret. What a shame. Shin, covered in wounds, is out cold. With a skill that amazing, taking a single loss wouldn't have mattered. The old man in red gently lifts him. He lets out a sigh of relief after a quick check. Luckily, the kid's still breathing. Whether it's arrogance or confidence, I hope next time he'll look at his opponent a little more carefully. Before he could finish his thought, another voice cut in. He's not that stupid. It's not that he misjudged his opponent, but rather that he judged her so perfectly he decided to act exactly as he did. The man in red immediately shot back at Guerion's words. "What are you talking about?" Mrs. Gu replied. During this fight, the mystical sword style he used was incredibly unpredictable. He managed to block attacks that seemed totally unstoppable. When facing attacks of equal power, he had plenty of room to dodge or even launch a counter, but he chose not to. The man in red finally gets it and adds, maybe he was out of stamina or couldn't attack again so quickly. Mrs. Gu nodded. I thought so too. But after watching his defense right before their final clash, I realized something. Even though he tried to attack, with his body so injured, those attacks couldn't have affected her. He knew it was useless and dangerous, given the conditions and limits he was under. In other words, he meant to use it, but it just didn't work. Or could it be he was trying to perfect an incomplete technique during this very battle? The man in red was stunned, staring back and forth at Yu Xin. What's that supposed to mean? The old guy in red fires back. Make it make sense. It'd be easier to believe he was just arrogant or an idiot. Are you saying he deliberately risked his own life just to pull off a technique, even knowing he couldn't beat his opponent? Guparian was stumped. Of course, that's just my theory. And maybe the enemy thought the same thing, which would explain their current reaction. Across the arena, a figure stood tall after that intense clash. It's Xiao Huai, and the only reason she's on her feet is her frankly absurd healing ability. And get this, she's not even from a tribe that's good at regenerating. For demons, healing ability is tied directly to their raw power. For a demon with a certain level of strength, they can survive and recover even if they lose half their body or more. So yeah, one thing's for sure, Yu Xin's sword definitely sliced Xiao Huai in two. Another way to look at it is that only one hit truly mattered. The very instant that Holy Sword passed through her, Xiao Huai's body had already started to regenerate. But even so, the reason her mind totally blanked for a moment was because it was the first time in her life she'd ever experienced healing that insane. The mountain-crushing egg ability, yeah, it's a power that lets her stand firm like a mountain, completely fearless of any outside force. Xiao Huai had this power from birth. Unlike other creatures of flesh and blood who learn through trial and error, she had never once been truly injured. So for someone like her, the experience of being literally split in half by a sword was, let's say, intense. And Xiao Huai gritted her teeth, twisting a strand of hair. It's obvious, I lost. The old man announced, I suppose there is one other possibility for this fight to continue. Does the opponent intend to keep going? That's not certain. The red-robed guy was confused. Not certain? What do you mean by that? Just ask him directly. Madame Gu hesitated. Well, yeah, about that. Asking him anything right now is probably a bit difficult. She glanced over towards Siu. I didn't realize it right away, but it seems he hasn't been focused on this match since the very first exchange. No matter what anyone said, he just remained silent, concentrating only on his breathing. The old man was pretty impressed. I've heard stories about this getting so focused on breathing techniques that you lock away your senses and lose all track of time. It's pretty incredible to be able to dive that deep in the middle of all this chaos. Anyway, if he continues like this, we'll have to conclude that neither of them can continue fighting. That would probably be better for them both. Just then, Xiao Huai walked up in a fresh new outfit. No need for that. It's clear I lost. I admit it. The old man was floored. If both sides in the battle acknowledge it, then there's really nothing left to discuss. But Xiao Huai cut in. Enough. Her tone was serious. If there are no other issues, then that's enough. Admitting my defeat once is plenty. Xiao Huai glanced at Yu Xin, who was sprawled out on the floor unconscious, severely injured, and totally out of it. Xiao Huai continued, I'm grateful for the experience that he showed me. She went on, if he had been a master swordsman from the very beginning of this fight, I would have died 1,000 times over. Thanks to him, I got to experience defeat, and I realized just how reckless I've been and what I need to improve. Xiao Huai's eyes flashed a sharp violet. Promise me, the next time we meet, I swear I'll completely overwhelm you without any of the carelessness I showed today. She turned to leave. It's over. There's nothing else to see here. Let's hurry to the next location. The old man stuttered. The other matches haven't finished yet. A blue flame flickered as Xiao Huai added, the Dragon Palace's location is hard to pin down. Then suddenly, she snapped from a relaxed state to high alert. Turns out Siu, who had been completely still, had finally moved. He rubbed his head. Man, feels like I slept really deeply, but I don't feel like I was out for that long. Anyway, I woke up and saw everyone talking. Then, his next words shocked the entire arena. No need to forfeit. I'll continue the match. Xiao Huai frowned. Are you really going to throw away the precious opportunity your teammate fought so hard to win? Siu's answer was blunt. No, if I was allowed to forfeit, I would gladly accept it. However, the teammate that I know would never accept a win like that. He'd say if you lose, you lose. A victory you don't have to fight for is meaningless. Xiao Huai was baffled. So what? Are you saying you're going to beat me? Siu just tilted his head. I just think this is what I'm supposed to do, regardless of my chances of winning. Of course, if I get the chance, I'll still do everything I can to win. Siu was so casual. Despite what I think, you're still sure you have a chance to win. Something feels off here, and now everyone was feeling it. But the one who felt it the most was the demon who knew exactly who this boy in front of her was. Okay, what in the absolute heck just happened here? Lady Gu's head was spinning. It had only been a few minutes. That's right, just a few chaotic minutes. The guy who had just woken up was a completely different person now. Xiaohui shot back with a serious face. Let me be clear. Your friend is a special case. You won't be getting that kind of chance. Siu just nodded. He said if she was planning something, she'd better do it herself, because if he leaves, everyone associated with him will get dragged into it. His voice was soft but packed a punch, and his foot had already crept forward. Makes sense, really. Getting her butt kicked for the first time ever sparked a whole new evolution for her. She'd never admit it out loud, but Xiao Huai was absolutely itching for another fight. On the other hand, the kid was still playing with a handicap. His energy and spiritual magic were still sealed. But even with the tiny bit he recovered, Xiao Huai was already charging straight at Siu. Still, Siu just took a single step back. This was a guy who could confidently face monsters that knew exactly how strong he was. Xiao Huai raised her hand, her purple eyes burning with the desire for victory. Meanwhile, behind her, a wave of green energy was surging forward. It was the showdown everyone was waiting for. Xiao Huai was right on top of Siu. The old man in red frantically chanted an incantation while Gupians scrambled to erect a barrier. Two massive energies were about to violently collide. Xiao Huai slammed her attack down, but Siu had vanished. She spun around, just as the red-robed announcer declared the other contestants' matches had ended. To keep things moving, he announced he was accepting Xiao Huai's surrender and had teleported them away. Xiao Huai froze. Someone told her not to be too sad. In response, she scoffed, "Why would I have any reason to be sad? It's true I admitted defeat, but the results probably would have recognized my victory anyway." The old man in red looked confused. She continued, "Considering what was about to happen, your lucky things ended early." Xiao Huai frowned. "Even so, I'm pretty curious about my Taishan crushes the egg technique. What exactly would have happened if it collided with that?" The arena went dead silent. The previously vanished Siu suddenly reappeared. Guparian lowered her head. "I understand your desire to continue the match, but once a right has been forfeited, the match cannot be changed." Guvut sighed in exhaustion. If the match had continued, it would have been considered a personal duel between guests, not a proper tournament fight. Naturally, if you two were that prepared to fight, we would have had to intervene, a lot. Siu replied, "No, if the results can't be changed, it's obviously better to avoid it. Waking up to see my young master collapsed like this, I realize I might have been too reckless." Gupurian let out a sigh of relief. "I'm very glad to hear that, but is he all right?" At first glance, there didn't seem to be any serious injuries, but Siu's voice was low. "If we aren't sure, then he'll be fine." Looking at his best friend Yusin lying there, he was calm because his pulse and breathing seemed normal. It had to be the chi technique Yusin had taught him. Just like before, he was recovering subconsciously by regulating his breathing. Guparian inquired, "Well then, you'll have to proceed to the next opponents. But if you're not ready, should we just proceed with your surrender this time?" Siu hesitated, wanting to see his opponent first. Suddenly, his nose started to itch from a blue fluff ball that had crawled out. It was a teary-eyed Ryuju. He bolted straight to the opposite side. To a familiar face and silhouette, a bewildered girl named Ryu saw it was Yuzuru and Yoshihiro. She swept Ryuju into a hug. "What? Why are you here?" Ryuju trembled in Yuzuru's arms as she gently comforted him. There, it's okay, I'm right here with you." But inside, she was thrilled. She was so glad she'd gotten Ryuju back. Then Yuzuru looked up, her mind racing. If Ryuju was here, then that person must be here too. An announcement came through: the next opponent is human. They were mages, enemies from the same group. One was a former martial artist of the Spirit Beast Association, the other a servant following orders. Yoshihiro squinted. "If that's the Star Hall, wait a minute. Isn't that person over there?" Yuzuru was shocked. "Are they both human?" He replied, "Yes, that's Kim Yusin, the one who led us to our rooms when we first arrived in Korea." Yoshihiro had a million questions. If he was a former martial artist of the Star Hall, does that mean he's not one anymore? Well, considering what happened, it's understandable that members would leave. "I really thought he was going to become the next pillar of the family, though." He kept rambling. "Based on how badly injured they look, their last match must have been intense. Man, this situation is really awkward." Yuzuru's eyes were wide with panic and disbelief. Both of them are human? Impossible. But no matter how she looked, it was the same person as before. She scanned the opponents, from their height to their outfits. Even though I was confused at first if they were Yokai or not, she thought, the Imperial Palace's judgment couldn't possibly be that careless. And what do you know? They're familiar with Kim Yusin too. But before she can spiral on that, Yoshihiro jumps in. I'll go first. He just adds, anyway, a mission's a mission. And with that, the fight is on. First up, it's Yoshihiro versus Siu. And he starts with, a formal introduction? First off, pleasure to meet you. My name is Kira Yoshihiro. I'm Japanese. Yoshihiro actually stammers through it, all shy-like. I'm not sure if you've heard of Kim Yusin, but I'm in Korea right now with my sister for work. We bumped into Yusin right after we got here. Siu, still in character, gives a big friendly greeting back. I see, great to meet you. I'm Choy McDon, and I'm my master's support. Siu's thinking, so they're Japanese, huh? His Korean is not bad at all. Then Yoshi scratches his head looking like a total goof and asks, so, I don't know how you feel, but could you maybe just let us win? Siu is not impressed. Not planning on it, and I don't see why I should. Yoshi immediately starts waving his hands, backtracking like a madman. Right, of course. If I offended you and I totally did, I was out of line. I'm so sorry. Then he starts bowing over and over. This guy, I really wasn't thinking, please just pretend you didn't hear that. Siu is taken aback. This is definitely not the first impression he got. Then Yoshihiro adds, it's pathetic to say, but fighting other humans is a little difficult for me. It's not exactly a skill I've perfected for achieving my goals, you know? Watching from the sidelines, his sister has a sudden thought. Her little brother seems surprisingly kind. With his skills, he could flatten that guy in a heartbeat, but he's bowing instead. Yuzuru physically shivers. Kind? Him? She pulls back her own energy, judging him hard. That brat, she thinks. He's just not taking this seriously. Back in the ring, Siu holds up a hand, playing peacemaker. You don't have to apologize so much. It was a bit sudden, sure, but it's nothing to get upset about. I understand why you'd hesitate to fight another person. Yoshihiro then pipes up, well, in that case, can I suggest a different way to compete? Siu's just confused. Different? He lays out his proposal. A match based on terms we can both agree to. I want to completely rule out any chance of serious injuries or life-threatening situations. Yoshihiro proposes a fight with no magic or mystic tools, just a simple brawl using pure physical strength and basic martial arts. The casual bragging continues. To be honest, I'm pretty confident in my body. I'm not so sure about yours. As a warrior, how far have you really trained your skills, Mr. McDon? Then Yoshi glances over at Yuzuru. But if I lose to you, I'll admit defeat for all of us, and that includes my sister. Oh, that sounds fair. Hearing that from her disaster of a brother, she snaps. Hey, who gave you the right to decide that? It's fine. It's not like we can fight to the death with these guys anyway. Besides, I've been undefeated up until now. Even if I lose once, it's not like I'll be kicked out immediately. Siu, quiet until now, finally speaks up. I'm okay with that. I agree to your terms. I won't turn down a deal where I only have to beat one of you. But if you change your mind, I'm more than happy to just beat you both. Yoshihiro looks absolutely thrilled. I'm so glad to meet someone who can communicate. The terms we discussed still stand, so don't you worry. Meanwhile, some dude with curly hair sighs. The mood is getting so lame. I was hoping for a bloodbath, a showdown between two undefeated fighters, and one of them won't even make a move. Even if they do fight now, with this vibe, it'll probably be over in a few seconds. And just like that, Siu and Yoshi charge. Time to end this. Siu lands a punch on the left cheek, Yoshi lands one on the right. The curly-haired guy in green is completely stunned. Turns out, this guy is Truong Lu Quang Duong, a low-ranking officer from the Dragon Palace, from a prestigious family with supposedly amazing skills. But he once dreamed of becoming a great general for the Dragon Palace, training in martial arts. And during his decades-long youth as a demon, he poured an insane amount of blood and sweat into that dream. Reality, however, was brutal. If the problem had just been his training or his effort, maybe he could have lived with it. But the Truong Lu Quang Duong family line comes from sea demon monsters. His unique demonic power was useless, and no ancestor had ever mastered their skills to a legendary level. The truth was just too harsh for a young demon with so many ambitions. So, Truong Lu Quang Duong gave up on his dream. But even after quitting, the love and awe for martial arts never really left him. And that's exactly why, for this martial arts tournament, he volunteered for the advisor position, a job all the other officials saw as way too annoying and dangerous. Of all the tournament advisors, this guy was supposed to be the ultimate martial arts expert, which is probably why the scene unfolding before him completely blew his mind. Siu throws a hook, flooring his opponent. But not for long. Yoshihiro grits his teeth, twists back up, and lands a kick right on Siu's jaw. Too bad for him, Siu blocks it with one hand. But that doesn't seem to slow Yosi down one bit. He leaps. Using his other leg for a spin kick, it connects with the neck, but the attack completely backfires. Yosi is stunned. A second later, Siu just casually yeets him across the arena. Yuzuru and the dude with curly hair just stare. What was that? Look, you don't need a black belt to see something was seriously off about this fight. Siu stands ready, fists clenched, all cautious and calculating. Yoshihiro bounces back up. In a real pro fight, there are two key elements and they were totally missing here. This time, Siu's on the offensive. He rushes Yoshihiro with nothing but a flurry of attacks. Seems the no magic rule was just an excuse for them to get scrappy. Yoshihiro just grins, wiping a smear of blood from his lip. These two are just going at it, clawing at each other without a moment's hesitation. One-on-one, the tension is ramping up. Siu grabs Yoshihiro's shirt but immediately eats a knee to the gut for his troubles. The headband flies off. Siu clutches his stomach, absolutely furious. He instantly counters with a swift kick to the right side. Then he unleashes a combo of punches to Yoshihiro's face and stomach. Siu's mask is starting to crack. Just when Yoshihiro looks down, he springs back up and headbutts Siu hard. The head-on collision was earth-shaking, their feet scraping hard across the arena floor. The curly-haired guy in the blue shirt is nervous. Both of them are totally out of steam. This next blow, yep, this is definitely going to be the end of the match. The mask cracks more. To be safe, Siu backs off. Yoshihiro seizes the moment, swinging a heavy punch. Siu uses the opening to kick Yoshihiro's right knee, then lands a solid blow to the face, dropping him flat. Then he raises a fist to finish him. Yoshihiro is helpless, a dazed look on his face as he awaits the final blow. Yuzuru is worried, while blue shirt curly hair is just stunned. But then, why did he stop? The punch freezes inches from his face. Yoshihiro is baffled. He could have ended the whole attack. Siu answers, "We made a promise. A promise to end this fight without any serious injuries, and without anyone dying." The cracked mask finally gives, one half falling away to reveal Siu's face. "We agreed to only use our physical strength and abilities." Yuzuru's eyes widen in shock, so his gut feeling about this guy was right all along. So, was that mask the thing that was suppressing his demonic powers this entire time? Siu gets up, while a dazed Yoshihiro is still sitting on the ground. The people from the Dragon Palace probably get it, but how is Yoshihiro gonna react to this? This whole fight was based on the assumption that his opponent was human. If he thinks he was tricked from the very beginning, Yuzuru clenches his fist. That's the moment he'll become an absolute beast. But right now, Yoshihiro just seems dazed. I get it now. You're a half-demon, a hybrid. You were holding back your power with that mask this whole time, weren't you? Yuzuru looks worried. Yoshihiro just keeps talking. And I had no clue, he says with a smirk. Dude, you're awesome, he says, giving a thumbs up. This reaction leaves Yuzuru completely speechless. Until today, I had never lost a close-quarters fight against a demon. To think you were holding back during our battle. Yuzuru's jaw hits the floor. Huh? This is what you call communication through combat, a fierce contest where both sides acknowledge each other, not just in sport, but in life-or-death battles. It's not often you see two people form such a deep bond. One guy wipes his nose, the other gives a thumbs up, both just praising the other. Around that time, Ayan wakes up. What the hell? What kind of ridiculous nonsense is this? Yusin growls. So in the end, you broke it. He continues. I don't really care, but it was a family heirloom, passed down for hundreds of years. Siu trembles, his eyes tearing up as he sniffs and apologizes. Yusin just sighs. It's fine, it was more for show than actual use. And since I already left the heavenly realm, it's not like it's important anymore. Yusin stares at him. Still, it's pretty surprising that it broke during a fist fight with a human. Even though he lost, he managed to trade blows with Choy Siu for several minutes. This means his body has already surpassed human limits. Guparian speaks up. I'm glad your injuries don't seem to be serious. Yushin turns his head. Mrs. Gu adds, I've already reported both of your situations, especially Choy Siu's, to my superiors, and they've already responded. To put it simply, Yushin and Siu were stunned by the announcement. From this point on, neither of them can continue in the preliminary rounds. I'm sure you both know this competition is being held to celebrate the princess's birthday. Gupyeon gets serious. With high-ranking guests, including the Dragon King himself, watching the finals, having an unknown contestant with a mysterious lineage is extremely sensitive. Luckily, we were able to contact Judge Mang from the Korean peninsula early on, and he has confirmed and vouched for Choy Siu's identity. Thanks to him, everything is fine. Yushin replies, looking miserable. I have no excuse. I started this, and if anyone has to take responsibility, I'll take it all. Mrs. Gu smiles brightly. Please don't worry. As I said before, your only consequence is not being able to continue in the preliminaries. For now, you two are in a waiting period. If, After the remaining rounds, a record of 7 wins is enough. You'll both make it to the finals. Siu asks again. So, does that mean we're not disqualified? Gupian replied, I didn't hear it firsthand, but the Dragon King himself spoke on this. Lounging on his throne, he finally figured it all out. He said he'd heard rumors about a human showing up with Yokai blood, but 7 straight wins undefeated, even while wearing a mask that suppresses his demonic power. That little smirk of his was pretty interesting. And if Yu Mang already vouched for him, why on earth would they eliminate such an entertaining contestant? Madame Gu continued. He said that and gave you 2 a chance to enter the finals. Siu was ecstatic. Awesome. With 7 wins, our chances of getting to the finals aren't bad, right? Yusin was totally blindsided. He thought to himself, wait, there's no penalty? They even gave us another shot. This is way more than just a simple second chance. And with fewer people in the tournament than expected, 7 wins is actually more than enough to qualify for the finals. During that last match, when I was injured, I was sure we'd end the qualifiers with just 6 wins. Yusin bowed his head, his thoughts racing. Even if the finalists are given benefits based on their number of wins, from our perspective, there's absolutely no downside. This is just a punishment for show. He frowned, completely baffled. This isn't just mercy. It feels like we're being watched. Like they're demanding we make it to the finals. The pressure was all over Yusin's face. To be honest, I kind of want to forfeit right now. Problem is, if they turn down this favor, who knows how the Dragon Palace will react? Across from him, Siu faced Guparian. The moment Choy Siu's mask broke, bringing him here became pointless. More importantly, Yusin's eyes landed on Siu. Something about him has changed. Is it the mask, or is the key technique I taught him finally starting to work? If it's the key, then it's probably a good change. A sudden shout pulled him out of his deep thoughts. It was Siu, with a huge grin on his face. I'm gonna go talk to those guys for a minute. They said we have time until the other matches finish up. Siu excitedly called out to Iosi Hiro. He turned his head. Oh, it's Siu. After a quick greeting, Siu asked with concern. Are you okay? You were bleeding a lot earlier. Iosi Hiro was just as enthusiastic. Don't worry, it's all good. My only real strength is being durable. Both guys were fine, but Yuzuru was completely lost. What's this? They're already this friendly? Not even 2 seconds later, he drops a bomb. Oh right, my sister wants to meet you. The surprise attack left her speechless. Huh? Iosi Hiro kept teasing her. She's been talking about you all week. Yuzuru, embarrassed, rushed to defend herself. Wait, when did I ever say I wanted to meet him? I just wanted to know who he was. Yeah, sure, that's a likely story. Yuzuru froze. What are you even saying? Are you just gonna forget about getting Ruju back? Her brother wasn't done. Get over it and just talk to him. Siu saved your life. You said you were a goner if he hadn't stepped in, right? Then Yoshihiro placed a hand on Siu's shoulder, whispering to him. I'm going over there to talk with Yusin. If you have anything to say, make sure you say it all. And just like that, her brother was gone. Left with no choice, she finally spoke up. You. We last saw each other a week ago, right? Siu scratched his head. Is your neck okay? I know things were urgent back then, but I might have been a little too rough. Yuzuru sighed. I'm fine. It wasn't a serious wound, and even if you had hurt me, it wouldn't have been a big deal. I was just a little surprised by my brother's sudden comment, but you really did save my life back then. Thank you. I should have said that last week. Siu got flustered and replied, I was just doing what had to be done. Yuzuru was surprised. She thought to herself, we got Ryu back safely, and I finally solved the mystery of this guy. Siu kept asking, I was worried you weren't safe. As for saving your life, I'll find a way to repay you. But what is this feeling? It's like something's missing. People often don't even realize what they truly want. They gradually learn their own needs, their tastes, and their desires through experience. Through trials and errors, Kira Yuzuru, 18 in Korean age. If asked right now, she'd say her ideal type is a little wild. To be blunt, kind of like a total idiot. For the past week, Kira Yuzuru couldn't understand this frustration coiling in her chest. She wasn't sure why it was there. It's not that she hadn't thought about it, but the answer was too confusing, totally unrelated. Siu worriedly asked if she was okay, realizing what she wanted from the boy standing before her was a puzzle Yuzuru still needed to solve. Guarian clapped her hands sharply. Madame Gu announced, I've just been informed that all matches have concluded. We will now escort you to the waiting area. Siu waved goodbye. Well, see you later then. Ah, no, let's meet again at the finals. Yuzuru froze, her face turning beet red a second later. What? What do you mean meet again? Turns out he meant absolutely nothing by it. Just then, Yoshihiro walked up. But unlike his sister, he looked seriously troubled. Oh boy, this just got complicated. Yusin's reaction was not what anyone expected. Yuzuru is just confused. Huh? Did I say something wrong? And Yoshihiro? He just scowls. 1 week. It's been an entire week. And oh boy, he sighs. You'd think the successor would know, right? Turns out, not a clue. Even his sister is completely stunned hearing the news. Yeah, he only found out because I told him. Let's just hope he doesn't totally lose it. Meanwhile, in some old-school Korean-looking place, Siu and Yusin get zapped in. Where's Miss Gu? Are we supposed to just wait here? But he gets no answer. Siu calls out to Yusin, whose face is just gone. A cold, empty shell. Man, talk about an awkward silence. Let's rewind a few minutes. Yoshihiro is speaking, his voice laced with sorrow. From the bottom of my heart, my condolences for your loss. Yusin? Totally blank. Condolences? For what? Seeing that look, Yoshihiro clarifies. You know, for the disaster a week ago. Yusin jumps right in. Disaster? I wasn't here a week ago. What in the world happened at the Spirit Water Bureau? Yoshihiro is just stunned. Wait, you mean? Yusin practically leaps up. Please, tell me everything. What exactly do you mean by disaster? Yoshihiro goes quiet, bowing his head with sad eyes. Well, to be honest, we found out about this in a pretty unusual way. As you know, after the village was destroyed a week ago, my sister and I were put under house arrest, monitored by bureau agents in a hotel. He continues, admitting it was a long shot. But we were also nominated to come to Korea for the mission to find and suppress the Odaksini, the evil spirits. Yoshihiro looks conflicted, so we had to get information from the outside any way we could. Then one night, one of our 2 guards had to leave in a hurry. And just like that, they saw their opening. We hypnotized the remaining guard to get as much information from the bureau as possible. We learned they were hunting a goblin, the main culprit of the daytime incident. Yusin is horrified. A goblin? Yoshihiro nods grimly. Yes, but not your friend. This was Bi-hyung, the goblin leading the Odaksini. I don't know the specifics, but apparently, this Bi-hyung goblin contacted the bureau himself. He said he would wait outside Oseon and reveal his location. So pretty much every available agent from the Spirit Water Bureau was sent to capture Bi-hyung. Yusin is losing it. And then what? Enough, what happened? He hesitates, and you can just see Yusin shatter. I heard that most of the agents never came back. About 300 people, from Seoul and all the other provinces. I also found out that 90% of the Bureau's forces were killed fighting Bi-hyung. Among them were the 4 great leaders, including your father, Kim Se-hoon. Yusin is frozen. What? Yoshihiro starts to panic. If there's anything I can do. But just then, Yusin is teleported away, leaving him full of regret. And now, in the present, Siu is trying to help a broken Yusin. Yusin, is it your wound? Hold on, there must be a doctor nearby. But Yusin finally speaks, his voice thick with emotion. I'm fine. Just leave me alone for a bit. Siu is tense. What is it? What did you and Yoshihiro talk about? And then, the door creaks open. Someone is at the door. A familiar figure emerges. Wait a minute! Siu yells, but Miss Guguparian quickly shushes him. I was wondering why I was suddenly summoned during the competition, but it was a trap to lure me out. There's no time to explain, so remember my words. Siu is baffled. The person outside this door shouldn't be here. No matter what she says or does, do not get involved with her. I'm so sorry, but please forgive this short warning. Guparian is pouring sweat. That person is the youngest princess of our dragon palace. Cut to the EC palace, where a massive figure is striding in. A blue-haired man on the throne speaks with pure arrogance. Humph. Look who it is. Bio clasps his hands apologetically at the Dragon King's words. Our most trusted general. Visiting so late. And without my permission? You hate politics. You avoid not just the court where officials gather, but the royal palace itself. Bio replies, I know this is overstepping my authority, but the Dragon King just sips his drink. If you know you're overstepping, then shut your mouth. Come back and tell me later. This is my private time. Bio is silent. Unlike you, my dear general, who can comfortably ignore unpleasant things, I, the pitiful Dragon King, have to face them every single day. He puts down his flask. So pitiful that I have to drink alone like this once a week just to cope with it all. As he drinks, the Dragon King scrolls through the news, sighing. My only pleasure in life is occasionally watching the trends on the surface. He drains his cup. For you to suddenly intrude on this precious time is not just a betrayal of our bond as king and subject. It's just plain rude, even between old acquaintances. So, leave today. I'll hear you out after the princess's birthday party. That, he says, would be the proper protocol. Bio grits his teeth, his body trembling. He clenches his fists. But I can't do that. Your Majesty, you know why I'm here. After the princess's birthday party, it'll be meaningless. The Dragon King dares you. Oh, what's this? Are you defying a royal decree? Guards! The Prime Minister is looking rightfully stunned. Brother-in-law, are you actually serious? Everyone in this palace knows what this martial arts tournament is really for. Any decision about the princess's marriage, about Miri's marriage, shouldn't be this rushed. Besides, all the candidates are land dwellers, and Princess Miri is a… The Dragon King cuts him off. That's right, she's your niece. He raises his flask. I figured you wouldn't be able to hold back your anger. You should have just been straight with me from the start. Instead of all this nonsense about overstepping your bounds, even the birds flying by would laugh at a fool like you. Or maybe you're just confused because you haven't visited in a while? Bio fires back. Either way, I absolutely cannot accept this. Wouldn't it be enough just to let the kid participate like it's some kind of festival? She may lack experience, but she's got potential. Winning might be tough, but if she just gets enough practice, the Dragon King cuts him off again. This ending is good enough, but Bio isn't giving up. No, it's not. That's why I'm protesting. The Dragon King sighs. The chances of her actually winning are practically zero. Her becoming a demon lord isn't the problem. The real problem is Miri likes the surface world and wants to live there. Bio fiercely objects. What are you talking about? All she cares about is martial arts and fighting. How could she possibly? The Dragon King continues. She hasn't really lived yet. Once she steps onto land and breathes that air, she'll finally realize the air she's always breathed is suffocating and unbearably salty. I felt the same way when I was young. At first, I was forced to go, but by the end of that long, hard journey, I was surprised to find myself feeling regretful to leave. The Dragon King stares at his own reflection in his cup of wine. If I wasn't the only son of the previous Dragon King, I might have married some woman and just lived on the surface. Maybe it's a family tradition. The Dragon King crosses his legs. Come to think of it, my mother was human. Past Dragon Kings and other dragon royalty often married humans or land-dwelling demons. The dragon bloodline is stronger than I thought. Even your niece, Miri, didn't get stuck with those ugly shark teeth. That's another reason to pick a husband from the surface. At the end of the day, Miri will probably have to take the throne. If she has a strong enough husband from the surface by her side, maybe she'll be less tempted to live up there. With that excuse, the Dragon King just kept on rambling. If Miri becomes the next Dragon Queen, your family stands to gain a lot too. Am I wrong? You'd be the next ruler's grand uncle. When your father married your sister to me, I bet he never saw this outcome, did he? Bio looks uncomfortable. But I'm not sure if she inherits the throne. I'm not sure our family is strong enough to support Miri. Our clan has always been just a simple family of warriors. He says this while looking up at his brother-in-law, pleading. Shouldn't you be considering the first prince? If the first prince were to inherit, and suddenly, Bio goes silent. A horrifying killing intent pours out from the Dragon King. He growls, comparing Bio to a tiny shark threatening a great dragon. I'm only going to tolerate this from you this one time. The Dragon King says grimly, you're treating me like a brother-in-law, not your king, so I will treat you like my wife's brother, not my subject, and let this slide just this once. But if you ever bring this up again, I don't care if you're my family. I will not spare you. Terrified, Bio drops to his knees. Yes, your majesty. The Dragon King's eyes narrow. I see. If even you are saying this to my face, then it seems everyone wants the first prince to take the throne. I've already made my decision. That will never happen. He is not worthy. Even if he wasn't already imprisoned for his crimes, he would never inherit the throne. Honestly, his little stunt made things a lot easier for me. He isn't fit to be a leader, let alone a king. He was never suited to lead other people. Just then, soft footsteps approach. Thinking about it, my father was pretty lucky when it came to his kids. Bio and the Dragon King turned to look, but he keeps talking. He only had one me. Huh. An old woman named Gu timidly approaches. Mrs. Gu, did everyone decide to bother me today? Wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to be supervising the martial arts tournament? Guparian stammers, and as she explains, the Dragon King's face goes pale. The princess just gave a royal decree in his name. He's totally flustered. Hey, Bio. His brother-in-law turns. Yes, your majesty? The terrified Dragon King screams. What do you mean? Yes, your majesty? Quick! Stop her before she turns the entire dragon palace upside down. We cut back to an old Korean-style room. A blue-haired and very curvy woman is tied up by demon binding ropes. Now this technique is different from your normal binding rope in two ways. First, the rope is made from a goblin's sinew, capable of channeling 100% of the user's strength. And what it's channeling is the terrifying physical power of the goblin himself. Siu still has plenty to improve on, but his physical strength is outstanding, especially his stamina. It's probably the highest among all demons on the Korean peninsula. His elven blood gives him a raw potential so obvious it slaps you in the face, a power that even so-called superior races can't even touch. Siu's thinking, yeah, that's awesome. Except this powerhouse is his opponent. Talk about a major buzzkill. His big plan for an opponent like this? Even if they're stronger, he can just pin them down. Simple, right? And hey, this is a palace, so there's gotta be an alarm system. If he just holds out, backup will eventually show up. Theoretically, but here's the catch: if she's anything like the other two, holding her down for long is pretty much impossible. Luckily for our boy Siu, his wish came true. Enter the Azure Dragon, one of the four holy beasts. This is the guardian of the East, from the very clan of the Dragon King who rules the Eastern Sea. They say this family controls not just the seas, but storms and lightning too. Yeah, that's not exactly the whole story. See, only the top dog of the Dragon Clan, the king himself, gets access to those god-tier permissions. The Dragon Clan's real power is actually surprisingly simple and totally built for combat. Meanwhile, Mira starts complaining from her binds. Siu is stunned. So raw strength isn't enough? Mira just grins. Alright then, let me show you something fun. Siu pulls the bindings tight. Mira just smirks and unleashes her demonic energy. Siu definitely feels it. Demonic energy, you know, the special kind of juice that monsters and demons run on. In a flash, Mira shatters the ropes. It's not about quantity, but the raw power and purity of that energy. Siu is drained. And here comes Mira. Siu grits his teeth, trying to counter. But when a demon has both quality and quantity, they can unleash hell just by flexing no special magic required. A massive shockwave of energy sends Siu flying 1,000 meters. Mira curses under her breath. The one race born with both, at the absolute highest level? The Dragon Clan. She eyes the distance he flew. Mira sighs. Maybe I overdid that. For us, it's not even magic, it's just natural, like breathing. Then she gets a cheerful look. But I couldn't help it. You just got me way too excited. Dragon's Pressure, a ridiculous ability. The calling card of the sea's rulers. Siu hits the ground, bleeding, kneeling, a total wreck. A familiar voice cuts through the air. I knew it would end up like this. The white hair and fangs are a nice touch. You idiot. She crosses her arms, scolding him. Thought this time would be different, huh? Nope, exact same story as last time. Always acting so tough, like you can overcome anything. The result? Oops, I guess I'm still not strong enough. Pathetic. Siu's face darkens. Of course not, you moron. Seohwa snaps. Clearly just getting started. How could I even be here? My body and my mind are shattered. I'm probably dying in some gutter in the human world. And it's all your fault, because I have to clean up the messes you make, rushing into fights way out of your league. She leans in close, her voice a poison whisper. But how would you know? You only act with such pure, selfless intentions. If you knew this was how it would end, would you still have been so ridiculously reckless? In the end, you saved no one. An innocent got dragged into this and almost died a horrible death. And your friend Yusin? Who knows what he had to sacrifice for you? What did he and Yoshihiro even talk about back then? What could they have said to break such a strong kid? Come on, admit it. You have no idea. Her words send Siu spiraling into despair. He realizes something terrible must have happened to them. That deal you made with Bi-hyung because you couldn't take it and ran like a coward. Seohwa continues. So, how will this time end? How lucky will your courage and kindness be this time? Who's going to be there to clean up your mess when you fail? Siu's hands are shaking. No, he stammers, his voice barely a whisper. Meanwhile, Mira has been waiting for a few minutes, getting bored. Hallucination Seohwa gets annoyed, grabbing Siu's hair. Then stop sitting there feeling sorry for yourself. Get up, you big-mouthed pig. At least try to act like you mean all that talk about endless determination. Get up and fight that monster until one of you is dead. That is the bare minimum you are responsible for. Mira watches him, totally unimpressed. Still in that weird state, I see. Unlike Siu, Mira can't see this ghost of Seohwa. She never expected him to break this badly. Did I expect too much? From her view, he just stood up. Mira is instantly thrilled. What? You startled me. You can still keep going, can't you? Tears stream down his wounded face as Siu forces himself to speak. Of course. His eyes burn with regret, but his voice is full of resolve. I'm ready. We can fight as long as you want. The fight is officially hitting its climax. Mira is brimming with confidence, her fighting spirit on fire. And Siu looks like he's finally getting serious about this battle. The blood and the wounds on his hands begin to fade away. This is a totally different transformation than anything Siu has ever experienced. The moment a horn starts pushing out of Choy Siu's forehead, you know he wants to absolutely destroy his opponent. This isn't some new power or skill, just the barrier inside her changing as she clasps her hands to cast a spell. Mira brings her hands together, creating a pale purple light, and that magic is aimed right where Choy Siu is standing. From her palms, she unleashes a powerful blast of magic straight towards him. It takes the form of two dragons rushing at him, But Choy Siu doesn't even flinch, he just stares them down, ready. His right hand grips the mace tightly, his feet planted firmly on the ground. When the first dragon hits, he blocks it head-on with his mace, but the second one swings around and attacks from the side. A huge explosion rings out, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. Mira hesitates for a second, sensing something is wrong, and out of the smoke, Choy Siu charges like an animal. His eyes are dark, filled with pure rage. She looks on, completely surprised, as blood flies everywhere. Turns out, Choy Siu's arm was completely torn off. He couldn't block both attacks, so he chose to lose the arm to avoid getting paralyzed or killed. The arm he lost isn't healing yet, and it's just bleeding. A lot. But then, a new arm begins to form, replacing the old one. His insane healing power is keeping him from self-destructing. She starts to look nervous as he closes the distance between them, already clenching his new fist. He throws a massive punch at Mira, but Choy Siu himself is stunned by what happens next. She just catches his fist with one hand, like it was nothing, already preparing her own counterattack. But it was a feint! His other hand was already in position, slamming right into her stomach. He grabs her arm so she can't escape, then continues the assault, smashing Mira straight into the ground with one hand. He exhales, staring down at her with pure killing intent, his grip on her arm never loosening. Choy Siu suddenly drops to his knees, slamming down so hard the ground cracks. Mira screams below him as blood flies. Hearing her scream, he doesn't hesitate. He starts smashing her into the ground, from left to right, over and over. Then he stops, eyes wide with shock. Her arm just ripped clean off. Even he looks surprised, staring at the gushing limb. Mira calmly speaks from the side. Getting to experience the ogre's mace was fun, but I can't afford to lose. He whips around toward the voice. She's suddenly right beside him, already preparing another attack. Choy Siu's eyes lock onto the ball of energy forming in Mira's hand. She rushes forward, hyper-condensing that demonic energy into the smallest possible gem. The tiny orb starts to crack, about to unleash all that compressed power at once. Mira just smiles cheerfully, as if she's already won. A massive explosion erupts, creating a huge shockwave. He struggles just to stay on his feet and not get blown away. His mace transforms into a shield to block the attack. But from behind him, another energy orb appears. She casually reaches out and catches it, causing Choy Siu to panic, because this time she summons not one, but 5 orbs and hurls them at him. The deadly spheres fly straight towards Choy Siu, and one by one, they begin to crack. Right before they detonate, she gives him a little wink. In the next instant, 5 massive explosions go off. Okay, quick science lesson. This Dragon Blast Stone is a little different than your typical monster ability. Instead of being some intricate spell, it's basically a bomb that uses the properties of pressure. The explosion itself is just an indirect result of a massive release of gas pressure. This attack also sends Mira flying back into a wall, meaning it's not one of those moves where the caster is conveniently immune. Seeing that the spot where he stood is now just a crater of rubble, she lets out a triumphant laugh. You can try to compress the air around you for protection, but it's not perfect. Mira stands up, covered in wounds, and both of her hands are gone. It's a move you should only use against an enemy you are absolutely determined to destroy. Even if it costs you your own life, using this power is forbidden. But for her, right now, none of that matters anymore. Mira thinks back on all her previous fights. She knew a real battle with a strong opponent would just keep happening. She was, after all, the Dragon King's most beloved successor. Her curiosity and recklessness made the strongest men in the Dragon Palace her teachers and sparring partners, but there were always certain limitations. It was like an unwritten rule. No one ever saw the princess as a true opponent. And deep down, without her even realizing it, a desperate and frustrating hunger for a real fight began to grow. From the cloud of dust, a hazy figure emerges. Can you continue? A thirst for battle, ignored for an entire decade, is finally about to get its first real taste of action. She's looking at Choy Siu with pure excitement. Oh, you better believe it. She is way too desperate to care about some ban. Siu, meanwhile, is basically burnt to a crisp from that last attack. Their goals might be different, but he's just as desperate as she is. Choy Siu widens his stance, just trying to stay upright. He's practically skin and bones, running on nothing but insane endurance and some wild regenerative ability. Smoke starts pouring off the charred parts of his body. Even after pushing himself way beyond his own limits, Choy Siu looks like he's totally lost it, baring his teeth in a furious, obsessed rage. It's a will bordering on pure insanity. And hey, Mira's arm has already grown back. The elf mace is a type of weapon that can change its shape and material based on the user's imagination and needs. The mace continues to transform, wrapping itself around his body. He can use it to reinforce his own bones and replace his torn muscles. Her eyes go wide with absolute delight at this sight. Incredible. The mace gradually envelops Choy Siu down to his feet. It's now both a weapon and a suit of armor, allowing him to keep fighting. This isn't about body or mind anymore. It's just pure, unfiltered hostility. And Mira? She just smiles, absolutely loving this. For the first time in her life, the Dragon Palace princess feels both terror and joy. She grins, thrilled by her opponent's sheer killing intent. Mira can't help but shower Choy Siu with praise. I didn't think it would get this serious, but no matter how it ends, I don't think I'll have a single regret. That's right, fighting you was definitely the right call. With that, she summons a dragon made of her own energy. I wish this could go on forever, huh? But I guess that's asking for way too much. The moment Mira finishes her sentence, he charges. She starts casting her magic, and they clash at top speed. Choy Siu swings his mace to attack, slicing that thing clean in two and flying straight through it. A terrifying silence fills the air. Choy Siu's mace is dripping with blood. He's plunged it straight through Mira's chest. She trembles, muttering something in a strange tongue as blood continues to stream from the wound. From behind, the Dragon King steps forward, interrupting. That's enough. I was a bit hasty, but seeing how this turned out, it's simpler than I imagined. Choy Siu jumps at the voice and whips his head around. I just have one question. The king scratches his head awkwardly. You're a man, right? It's not that important, really, but I'd like to meet my grandchild as soon as possible. The blood-streaked white blade is still lodged deep in Mira's chest, her entire body shaking violently. The Dragon King speaks up. I heard you're the result of a human and an elf, but I never found out what your gender is. Siu, covered in black and red streaks, just stands there staring in silence. He scratches his head and continues. Based on your build, I'm guessing you're a guy, but if not, this is a huge mistake. Actually, saying that already feels like a bit of a loss, doesn't it? Siu silently pulls the blade from Mira's chest back into his hand, turning to face him. The Dragon King watches Siu's every move, then sees Mira collapse to the ground, totally spent, her face showing no emotion at all. He thinks for a moment, then says, It seems my Mira was the one who misbehaved first. Thank you for your cooperation. Before he can finish, Siu's sword is flying right at his face. Noticing the attack, the Dragon King dodges easily, his voice surprisingly calm. Oh dear. In his current state, Siu isn't exactly stable enough to analyze this situation properly. He raises the sword to eye level, his face radiating pure killing intent. The Dragon King sees that terrifying look and quickly tries to calm him. Whoa there, I think there's been a misunderstanding. He holds up both hands. I have no intention of doing anything to you. I came here to stop this fight. But right now, Siu's instincts are screaming at him, the whites of his eyes on full alert. The Dragon King tries to persuade him. I know that how things ended up isn't your fault. A new and much stronger opponent has just appeared. In other words, to Siu, the Dragon King is just some guy rambling on. Then suddenly, a massive black figure appears, growling a command. Calm down and put that sword away. Just another annoying monster blocking his path. Siu grips his sword and charges right at the figure. And just like that, the massive figure vanishes, revealing the Dragon King standing inside. He sees the kid charging but just holds his hands up, completely unfazed. The kid pours everything into a furious sword combo, forcing the Dragon King to lean back and dodge while casually asking a question. Hold on, do I not look trustworthy or something? After dodging, he starts to figure it out, or he would've, if a voice hadn't called out from afar. The voice pants Dragon. Dragon King! Making him turn his head. Standing a short distance away is a guy in red, totally out of breath. Bio then throws his hat and rips off his own red shirt with a flourish. The Dragon King just stares, like, what is even happening? But Bio doesn't hesitate, rushing forward and yelling, how dare a mere mortal act so high and mighty? While the Dragon King is watching this drama unfold, Siu flies up for a sneak attack. A brilliant flash of light erupts, making the ground tremble. The sound of dripping blood hits the floor. The kid's sword has been stopped by a single bare hand. And Bio? He's frozen, shaking in absolute terror. The Dragon King speaks, his voice calm. Be still. Bio, stop messing around. If you're going to do something, then get to it. The guy just sits there, watching the scene unfold, his body trembling uncontrollably. The old man's voice is annoyed. By interfering, are you saying I'm so useless I can't handle this myself? He's holding Siu's blade barehanded without a hint of pain. He looks over at Siu and continues his analysis. Besides, it seems both your thoughts and your reason are completely paralyzed. The sword in his body tremble. He's used up way too much strength and hasn't even scratched the old guy. The Dragon King continues, sounding impressed. Even so, to be able to manifest your true form, that shows some incredible mental fortitude. I've existed for over 1,000 years. Having the power to actually pierce my scales is pretty impressive, I'll give you that. Hearing this, Siu just tightens his grip on the sword and unconsciously lunges forward again. While the Dragon King is still blocking the blade, he switches tactics, using his other hand to grab the king's robes. Right hand grabs the chest, left hand drops the sword to grab his hip. The Dragon King thinks, a wrestling elf? But Siu hasn't managed to throw him yet. Big mistake. The Dragon King sees his chance and plants a powerful fist right in the kid's face. His sword clatters to the ground and begins to dissolve. The king stands over him, critiquing. Your power isn't bad. You wield it exceptionally well. Bio just watches the whole situation unfold, completely at a loss for words. The king continues, you know, I myself was once interested in wrestling, but I learned I could never match someone with a natural gift. As he finishes, the Dragon King's eyes fill with a hint of sadness. He grabs the black threads clinging to the boy's body and murmurs, so that's what this is. With one hand holding him down, he uses the other to forcefully rip the black threads away. He keeps tearing at the strange cords. He thinks to himself, I thought you just wrapped these around for support. You're far crueler to yourself than I imagined. You've enhanced yourself right down to the bone. An image of the Kyanhwat body flashes by. Besides the negative effects on your body, every movement must be absolute agony, the Dragon King mutters to himself. You didn't do this just to be worthy of my daughter. I don't know what you had to go through to push yourself to this extreme. His expression turns sour, but in the end, you're just a fool. Large and small bloodstains litter the ground. The Dragon King raises his voice. Bigi, go check on Mira's condition. There's no need to worry too much. Take her to her room and call the royal physician. She's only temporarily exhausted. Shuahoa sits there, completely emotionless. The Dragon King looks at the unconscious Siu. Thanks to this one lifting her arm, her vital points are all safe. He lies there, passed out, the red threads finally gone from his body. Bio, silent until now, finally speaks. There's no way. Are you planning to choose him as Mira's future husband? The king replies, I'm not so sure anymore. That was the plan. But a moment ago, I started to hesitate. He puts a hand on his hip, looking at Siu. Right now, I'm quite pleased with this one. With the right guidance, he could become a powerful ally for Mira. Not to mention, he's quite handsome, wouldn't you say? However, I'm not sure if becoming my son-in-law would make this young man happy. And suddenly, his eyes reveal a flicker of doubt. Elsewhere, a large candlelit chamber is revealed. The room is filled with beds. This is the East Sea Dragon Palace Infirmary. Yusin, meticulously bandaged, is sitting up and drinking medicine. He places the empty bowl on the table, lets out a long sigh, and lies back down. He stares up at the ceiling, thinking, it would be a lie to say I'm heartbroken over my father's death. To be frank, it doesn't even feel real. No, this might be the moment I've always been waiting for. His eyes are completely void of emotion. No matter how evil a person is, they always have two sides, good and evil. But that rule didn't apply to him. He failed as a father, as a husband, and even as the commander of the Spirit Bureau. As he thinks, an image of a man holding a pipe appears in his mind. He simply inherited his position and was only skilled enough to maintain it. From a distance, we see a full view of the inner palace at night, and a young Yusi lying on the ground with a blank face. And just like that, a shadowy figure strolls over to start a conversation. Busted for taking my books again, were we? I told you that you could take them, just don't get caught. Hearing this, Yusin immediately fires back, I didn't get caught because I took your books. And I'm really not in the mood right now. If you want to lecture me, go take a nap. Jen just crosses his arms, looking completely unimpressed. Tesk steals my books, burns them, and still talks back like that. He pulls out a package, dangling it. Fine, I'll eat alone. At that, the kid's eyes go wide in total disbelief. What? He hops up and rushes over to Jen, demanding, where did you even get that? Is that it? You're telling me this is all they had? The guy insists he had to sprint back from Soon just to stop the ice cream from melting. But Jen just asks, so, are your calves okay? I heard you were crying your eyes out when you got hit. Yui mid-ice cream just turns and replies, oh that? You could hear that all the way out here? Don't worry, uncle. That was completely intentional. I get punished way too much. Jen points out that a smack on the calves is getting off easy. Yui, still chewing, adds, yeah, but you still have to react a little. If I had stayed silent, my sister Dan would have been punished too. He remembers the look on her face when she saw him get hit. You know what he's like? Jen sighs. Yui just replies, he's still my dad, so what's the big deal? Can't a victim of domestic abuse talk about their abuser like this? He says, getting up. Honestly, compared to what he's done, I got off lucky. I heard from my aunts it used to be way worse. My dad's not very talented. When our grandfather passed away, he quickly snatched the position of family head and hoarded all the ancient elixirs in the house for himself. All those different potions were just to juice himself up. That was the only way he had enough power to play the part of a clan leader. The ants feel really bad when they talk about you. Those were once-in-a-millennium treasures, powerful enough to save the world. They said if you had gotten just half of those, you wouldn't just be a sorcerer. You would have become a literal god on the spot. The story's so dramatic, even the bug stopped to listen. He remembers Aunt S. Dung and Aunt Yun Bai crying, wishing Jen was born a little earlier. Jen just groans at the story. Man, those two are way too dramatic for their own good. He then turns to Yui, asking why he's listening so seriously. That's impossible. Those two are just lost in what-ifs. At that, Yui's face goes cold as he eats his ice cream and just stares. So Jen adds, I'm no different from your dad. Don't feel sorry for me, he says. Yui scrunches up his face. Why? Why did you stop talking all of a sudden? Do you know the 2 ways to make someone absolutely furious? Yui asks. One is stopping mid-sentence, and the second is, Jen interrupts, saying it's pointless to talk about. Jen then pulls up his mask for some ice cream, thinking, if there's any regret here, young master, it's for you, not for me. Jen gets his attention. Young master. Yui, with a mouthful of ice cream and dusting his pants, looks over. Yeah? Don't hate your father so much, he says. When you really think about it, he's actually a pretty pitiful person. He didn't want to get strong for his own benefit or for his personal safety, but because there was something he desperately wanted to do. He says this while bending down to pick up a bag. In order to achieve his goal, he needed to have a certain amount of power. But once he got strong, your father realized he wasn't as capable as he imagined. He must have tortured himself over it the most. Even the giant fish in the pond are too bored to move. Yui replies, looking completely over it. Uncle, that's what people call making excuses. You just keep trying to whitewash everything to make it seem clean. So, are there any bad people left in this world? Jen continues. I suppose you have a point. But when you become a great person in the future, if your father comes to his senses and begs you for forgiveness, I hope you'll remember what I told you today. When that happens, the only person who can actually forgive him is you. I truly believe that day will come. Hearing that, Yui's face gets serious. He sticks out his tongue and replies, yeah, no thanks. I'm not expecting an apology from him, and even if I got one, how would I know if it was sincere? The moment I get the spirit water orb, I'm just going to kick him out. Back in the present, Yui thinks that no matter the timeline, his mind is made up. After what that man did to his mother, he will never, ever forgive him. He puts a hand to his forehead, his mind racing. That night, a week ago, he didn't need to see it to know what happened. His stubborn father must have lured innocent people right into a trap. The image flashes in his mind, his father standing among the dead, not strong enough to fight alone, but arrogant as all hell. But still, why did it have to be like that? Even though the chance he would ever forgive him was basically zero, the fact that there's no opportunity left at all, it just leaves him feeling incredibly disappointed. Out of nowhere, the Dragon King calls out, Your Majesty Yui. In his arms, he carries the blackened body of Siu. That's enough. Just put him down. It's not that difficult. His condition isn't too serious. You all go check on the others first. Only then does the man look up at Yui. Oh, I apologize for interrupting your rest. Yui quickly replies, Ah, not at all. But Yui is totally baffled by the Dragon King's words. Wait a minute. Did he just call me Your Majesty? After bringing Siu's body over, he calmly turns to leave. Pardon the intrusion. Please, make sure you rest well. Yui starts sweating as a question hits him. Is that guy really the Dragon King? He doesn't look the part at all. He glances over at the body next to him. So is this guy from the Dragon Palace too? Or was he another tournament contestant? He looks like absolute garbage. Seriously, even for a demon, how does anyone come back from that mess? Then a voice cuts through the silence. Could you please just lie down? You're not on the clock until tomorrow, so incredibly stubborn. She keeps going. Wait, aren't you friends with Siu? Sunmi walks in, bowing her head. Thank you so much for all your help. I know how dangerous everything was. Yusin just looks over and says, Nah, it was nothing. I don't usually do this stuff anyway. Hearing that, she's totally confused. What do you mean? Yusin stammers out an explanation. Well, Choy Siu asked for my help and I kind of owed him a favor. As he says it, he's sweating buckets, thinking to himself. He told me to keep him being here a total secret, but at this rate, my cover's about to be blown. A favor? Makes sense. Sunmi asks, So, is that guy lying over there your friend? He glances at the blackened body on the bed. Nope, never seen him. He's new. She looks at the body Siu and sighs with relief. Oh, that's good, I wanted to ask. She looks up at Yushin, suddenly hesitant. Are you also here for the Dragon Palace's treasure? Did you even get past the first round? He sits up to answer her. I won a couple of matches. I won't know the real results until everyone else is done fighting. But in his head, he's panicking. I need to stop talking. My body is trying to heal itself. He looks at them, thinking this is getting way too messy. The plan is simple. Talk to Choy Siu, and then get the heck out of here if possible. Sunmi suddenly snaps her head around, asking, "Hey, are you okay? What did the royal doctor say?" Yusin can't help but look too. Go walks in, grabbing his coat. "I'm fine, I know my own body. I'll be fully recovered by tonight, latest." But she looks at him, totally worried. That's so weird. For a demon with your level of power, why is it taking so long to heal just one hand? He replies, "Well, my clan isn't exactly the best at this sort of thing." His hand is just gone, the bloody stump neatly bandaged. Go finally notices Yusin is even in the room. From behind Sunmi, she explains, "Oh, that's Go Yusi, a friend of Siu's. His name is Kim Yusin. He's helping out with Seiwa's business." Hearing his name, Yusin immediately snaps to attention. She quickly makes the intros. "Yusin, this is Go Yusi. He's the representative for the Hyen-Mu clan, and he knows Siu." Yusin is just thinking, I didn't ask for his entire life story. And the more he looks, the more the guy on the bed looks exactly like Siu. Siu hasn't moved an inch. There's no way she'd be this calm if she was his friend. She definitely doesn't know what's going on. Go, who's been staring down Yusin, suddenly speaks up. "I'm thirsty. Can you bring me a glass of water?" Sunmi just nods. "Yes. You like it cold, don't you?" He just grunts back. "Yeah." His eyes are locked on Yushin, who leans in, listening intently. The moment she's gone, he drops the act. "All right, let me ask you straight." He sits down, his voice low. "You fought the dark spirits and got injured, right?" Yusin is completely baffled. "Whoa, hold on. What are dark spirits? Since you're asking, I've got my own questions. Who are you even fighting to end up like this?" Go replies, "I haven't told my teammates, but the demon that took my hand. It could be a dark spirit." No wonder Sunmi's worried. He flashes back to a pitch-black entity just radiating pure murderous intent. He continues, "What I felt wasn't just some rare creature or a monster that didn't belong in this place. He remembers a figure in green clothes sitting right next to a shadowy figure with no face, and keeps talking. This whole thing is way weirder and much more concerning than a half-demon like Choy Siu." Hearing that, Yusin cautiously asks, "So you fought both of them?" He scoffs. "I wish. I plan to eliminate both of them. My participation in the tournament would have been the perfect cover, even if I was wrong." An image of him fighting flashes across his vision. He continues, "But I totally underestimated them. A giant head with razor-sharp teeth suddenly lunges toward him in the memory. They were way more dangerous than I ever expected." Blood splatters across the ground. At that moment, his hand reaches out as he says, "I should have gone all out from the start, or just not fought them at all." Back then, Sun Mi stood beside someone, her hand clamped over her mouth in horror. Anyone could see it. The answer was obvious. I only realized it after losing my arm. Go stands in a cloud of dust, his gaze serious. After they ate my arm, they got even more aggressive. The black shadow is now clinging to a chunk of ice, staring at Go with pure, unadulterated malice. He keeps explaining, "My spirit wasn't affected, but when my hand was consumed, it took a piece of my power. It's a bizarre ability that breaks natural laws." Yusin shoots to his feet. "If they're really dark spirits, we have to inform the others. Dark spirits are targets for extermination." Go quickly cuts him off. "Normally, yes, but this situation is extremely sensitive. If this were the human world, we could just report it through official channels." An image of a paper scroll appears in his mind. "But this is the Dragon Palace. We can't do that here." "You already know," he says. "The Dragon Palace is a tightly controlled world. Communication is strictly restricted. A paper with the rules appears no sending messages." The guy continues, But the real problem is something else entirely. Before the tournament even started, when the attendants here were verifying our identities, the guys in light blue with yellow eyes. Go Hugh." His eyes wide with surprise adds, "The two names I heard belong to people I know, but they're already dead. Just 1 week ago, during a monster hunt on the Korean peninsula, a whole bunch of people were reported missing." Hearing this, Yusin can barely believe it. The man continues, "They're using the names and clans of those people as aliases." Yusin strokes his chin, hesitating. "Wait a second." But before he can finish, Go cuts in. "Exactly. It's impossible." He continues his grand analysis, saying if they wanted to use fake IDs to enter the Dragon Palace, using names from the Korean peninsula would be incredibly stupid. Even though the Dragon Palace is cut off from the outside, they would still recognize members of the major clans. Our boy listens, still stroking his chin in thought. So that's why he didn't let Choy Siu pose as someone from the Sacred Water Institute, despite the risk. The Dragon Palace could just send a single letter to check, and they'd instantly know Choy Siu's identity was completely fake. He pictures Siu and someone from the Institute side by side. Yep, a totally different vibe. But if he insists that the kid is his attendant, then the Dragon Palace would have to believe him. He imagines a masked Siu standing beside him, talking directly with the Dragon Palace members. Honestly, if he weren't the guardian of the Sacred Beast Institute, this brilliant plan would have been a total failure. But what is their real motive for doing this? Yusin guesses aloud. Either the Dragon Palace is supremely incompetent, or there's an accomplice inside letting these strangers waltz right in. Go shakes his head and agrees, yep, that's the most logical theory. I don't know why. But someone inside the Dragon Palace is working with the dark spirits, and it is definitely not for a good reason. That's why I kept this a secret from my team and temporarily dropped out of the competition. No need to panic. Yusin thinks to himself that no matter how strong they are, they need inside help to operate here. If there really is a conspiracy, they won't let them leave so easily. An image of fish swimming deep in the ocean drifts through his chaotic thoughts. If I knew things would get this complicated. Suddenly, Go Yu turns his head as Sony's voice rings out. Sorry, so sorry, did I take too long? She rushes over with a tray of water, out of breath. Since this is the infirmary, they didn't have cold water, so I had to go get it. That's odd, there's a well inside the Dragon Palace. Wait, let me pour you some, the water is really cool. He looks at her and replies, thank you, but I don't need it anymore. Go take care of this guy. She grabs the pitcher, clearly annoyed. Yes, I'll take care of you both, but what do you mean asterisk this guy asterisk? I told you not to be rude to people you've just met. It's different with Siu. But Yusin, overhearing, just has to cut in. I seriously do not care. Sony calls his name, totally exasperated. Yusin! Suddenly, both of their jaws drop as they stare in shock at Siu. The guy who was unconscious is now awake, trembling all over but still trying to ask, where is this? Are you feeling better? Yusin screams, better? What is wrong with you? Sun just stands behind them, staring in fear. Suddenly, Go snatches the cup from her, drinks it, and makes a comment. He's right, the water is pretty cool. A tournament notice flashes. At 7:58 p.m. Korean Peninsula time, the preliminary round has ended. Based on each group's performance, a total of 8 teams were selected for the main round. The scene shows Siu in his hospital bed with Yusin and Sun next to him. The announcement continues. Gusi and Sony, Kim Yusin and Choy Siu have all advanced. Elsewhere, Kira Yuzuru is standing and watching a panting Kira Yoshihiro. I'm exhausted. All participants who made it to the main round are now considered VIP guests and can rest up for tomorrow's party. Xiao Huai stares off into the distance. Many of them can sense that the scale of this tournament has blown past all their expectations, but not a single one of them could predict the unprecedented disaster about to fall upon them and the Dragon Palace. In an underwater city, a figure is soaking in a pool. That person speaks. The water's warm. The temperature is rising. She looks at her own hand and continues. I thought a hot soak would make me feel better, but it seems I'm only making the water colder. Someone sitting on the edge interrupts. Well, that makes sense. You did eat the black tortoise after all. That person flicks the ash from a cigarette. Even just one arm was hard to digest. It's going to be a cold night. The girl turned her head and said, I feel a little bad for you, since you can't get in the hot water because of me. But Lynn just shakes her head. It's fine. I actually like cold baths. Don't worry about me. Just stay in until you're warm. She turns, leaning her arms on the edge of the pool. We've only known each other for a few days, but you seem different from the others. Hearing this, Elin looks confused. The girl continues, everyone blessed by Bi-hyung is a little weird, aren't they? Myself included, she says. We all have weird hobbies, so talking is tough. A few even trail me like clingy stalkers. Then his mind wanders to a hypothetical scenario, asking some poor shivering guy, hey, you look tough, wanna fight? Suddenly, her tone darkens. I wish I could just eat them, but Bi-hyung's only rule is no fighting. She's literally drooling as she calls out, so annoying. But here's the thing, dark spirits are born from the desires of every living creature in the world. While Cheon is speaking, Aaron is the picture of calm and relaxation. I'm so jealous, she says. Hearing this, Aaron just replies, well, yeah, every being has their own unique abilities and ways of thinking, all tied to their core desires. Cheon's core desire is hunger. In the past, she could supposedly devour everything on Earth, maybe even the sun. Both humans and monsters called her by many different names, and just then, the image of a monster with a massive mouth appears right behind Cheon. Seeing this, Aaron just says, you look tired, Cheon. Are you hungry again? You've already eaten 20 times today, and you can thank me for it. Cheon cuts in. I thought that would be enough, but I guess not. Her eyes glaze over as she remembers Yeonwoo, adding, I just keep thinking about him. His hand was tastier than everyone else's combined. I should have used more force and just bitten his arm off. Her eyes, now shot with blood, keep muttering, I can't wait until tomorrow. If I do, I might have to eat Aaron. And deep down, in her subconscious, a little voice says, sorry. Then Cheon starts gnawing on her own hand. Aaron just watches, calmly saying, it's fine, all while the lake gets stained with Cheon's blood. The guy lying by the lake finally wakes up. He calls out for Aaron. Aaron leans over him and answers, "Sorry, was that too loud? I wanted to let you sleep. My friend's doing something a bit embarrassing. You might find it unpleasant." Aaron licks her lips, starts unbuttoning her shirt, and continues, "Let's just get back to our fun, shall we?" About 16 hours until the calamity at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Siu, wrapped in bandages, speaks up from his bed. "It's not too uncomfortable. My energy is recovering too. The breathing technique and posture you taught me were actually really helpful. It's helping me restore my demonic energy." Hearing that, Yu Shinho just replies, "That's good then." The unease Yu Shinho feels comes from a basic fact about monsters. Their body's regeneration is a direct reflection of their overall health. It's just like how we distribute oxygen from our lungs throughout our bodies with our bloodstream. A monster's body prioritizes using its demonic energy for physical recovery. Therefore, if a wound can't heal, it's proof the monster has suffered a fatal blow. An image of a massive monster with a severed arm flashes through his mind. Yu Shinyo stares at him, lost in thought. Is it because Siu has human blood in him? Or maybe because he's an elf? Being able to recover at all from that disaster is a miracle. It's just bizarre that he looks completely normal. He then remembers seeing Siu wake up, even before his skin had regenerated. Suddenly, Siu speaks up. "Yu Shinho." This startles Yu Shinho, who just blurts out, "Huh?" Siu continues, "From now on, I have to do something you might not like." He snaps his fingers and a scroll appears. He adds, "If you feel uncomfortable, I'll do it somewhere you can't see me." Yu Shinho, surprised, asks, "Something I won't like?" Siu just replies, "This right here." He reaches into the scroll and pulls out a purple orb. In total, he takes out 7 purple orbs of various sizes. Yu Shinho is still in shock, stammering, "These are." Siu immediately answers, "The demonic cores of the monsters I defeated in the preliminaries. At first, I was just going to hold on to them until the tournament was over." He remembers the image of a monster, totally drained of energy, swaying on its feet. He reaches into the monster's body, pulls out a demonic core, and continues his story. "You gave me a mask, and I figured you wouldn't want to see me eat this. But the mask broke. I also overheard the conversation between you and Yon Wu." He pulls down the bandage over his mouth, continuing, "Tomorrow, no. In a little while, whatever happens, in my current state, I won't be able to use my full power, especially if I have to fight a dark spirit. I've fought one before, and even though it was just one, it wasn't just strong. As I fought it, its power was literally evolving on the spot." He remembers the sight of a dark spirit with murderous eyes lunging right for him. He continues, "I didn't win because I was stronger. I won because I used a trick to overwhelm it before it had time to figure me out. It's only been a week. Honestly, if I had to fight it now, there's a 99.9% chance I'd lose." Yu Shinho stares at him, looking thoughtful. He adds, "I don't know the abilities or the power of the two who came to the Dragon Palace, as an image of the two flashes through their minds. They're at least as strong as the dark spirit I fought." Yu Shinho chimes in, "You don't have to face dangerous guys like that, do you? Just see this as an opportunity." Siu continues, "A chance to leave the Dragon Palace safely. Retreat for now, and prepare for next time. That trick won't work on the dark spirits. We have no idea how many more of these dark spirits are out there, or when the next chance will come. But one thing's for sure, if we hesitate, there's no telling what'll happen." He snags a demon core and keeps talking, like this is a golden opportunity or something. An image flashes in his mind, Bi Hyung, catching his sword with his bare freaking hands. If the Dragon Palace is really sealed off, nobody's coming to protect them. This is our shot to take out those two for good. And with that, he lifts the demon core to his mouth. Hearing this, Yusin's gears start turning. He's not wrong, but why now? The more he thinks about it, the tighter his fist clenches. That curiosity is morphing into hope, and maybe even excitement. A vision of Siu in his mask, ready to fight. Even without using any demonic power, he single-handedly took down 7 demons, and won. Maybe this is tapping into Yusin's own desire to awaken as a protector. In that moment, Siu swallows the demon core, a forced power-up, courtesy of Yusin's desperate plan. A flash of Xiaohui watching him, pure killing intent radiating off him. In that instant, something sprouts inside Siu that even he knows nothing about. All his previous shortcomings just a passing moment. Xiaohui charges forward, and a single horn erupts from Siu's forehead. If he'd taken one more step, the budding power would have instantly bloomed. Another person casts a spell from outside, but even that can't touch Siu. And the result of the next fierce battle? A knee from Yoshihiro smashes into his face. The moment the mask breaks, the suppressed demon inside the boy finally awakens. A black shadow with a mouth full of sharp teeth flies out from the horn. demonic energy and righteous ki, two opposite energies, somehow coexisting in the body of a half-demon. Imagine a lion and a tiger facing off, one representing demonic ki, the other righteous energy. They were never meant to mix. His first brush with righteous chi was thanks to that three-colored gourd Yusin gave him. Eating those pills seriously messed up his demon cores. And today's little incident? All because that mask was suppressing his demonic power, combined with the training techniques Yusin taught him. A memory surfaces Yusin holding the mask, saying, "If you use this." Siu pops the demon core into his mouth, thinking he doesn't know exactly what happened inside him, but he can vaguely understand it. He told Sun and the others he was fine, but the damage from abusing that pill still hasn't completely healed. A memory of Siu practicing his swordplay flashes by. He can use demonic power, but the feeling is completely forced. And whenever he does, a sharp, cutting pain slices through his lower abdomen. Just thinking about it brings a flicker of worry to his eyes. He keeps thinking until this morning. He wasn't getting any better. But when the mask shattered fighting Yoshihiro, that pain and discomfort completely disappeared. A flash of their eyes meeting, his own gaze filled with killing intent. Siu keeps thinking. His body definitely healed itself. But this was different from normal regeneration. This was a backlash, the demonic power activating to crush the righteous chi. He lets out a sigh, correcting himself. No, it was the righteous chi activating to suppress the demonic power. It's like a competition between living things, which is why he could go all out when fighting the princess of the Dragon Palace. He remembers being covered in those black and red tendrils. His demonic power had probably been activated way more intensely than usual. But because of that, handling the righteous chi became a lot harder. He looks at his own hands, trying to control both forces. He can definitely feel it inside his body, but it's still frustratingly out of reach, like something he can almost touch but never quite grasp. A tiny wisp of righteous chi glows on his finger. This is the result of his growing demonic power completely dominating it. On one side, his demonic power. On the other, his righteous chi, bound tightly in chains. In the end, it's an advantage, Siu thinks, scratching his face. Compared to the abilities of a demon, righteous chi has pretty limited uses. A vision of Rujiu flashes past. So what if his righteous chi gets sealed as the price for boosting his demonic power? It's not really a loss. Still, there's a vague anxiety about choosing a path with no return. An image of Siu standing between two roads. It was never a big deal to him. He speaks up, handing Yusin a box. "Here, take this." "Did you forget? You asked Gogu about this." Yusin looks a little surprised. Siu just continues. "It's a VIP card for Yanni. With this, you can summon a merchant from Yangoi to buy things." The box has an exquisitely carved bronze piece on it. Siu's voice rings out again. Sure, he mentioned using it at the qualifying arena, but if it works there, it'll work here. "Remember the Dragon Palace?" Yusin asks. "Could be," he says, picking up the bronze piece to look it over. "But what's in this box?" Siu answers. "It contains demon coins. That's the currency they use among monsters. I just happened to get a hold of some." Siu holds out his hand, laying out the plan. "If we summon someone from Yan, we can warn them about the dark spirits here, and use these monster coins to buy essentials like healing potions or energy refills. Plus, they sell tons of other useful tools." Hearing this, a very confused Yusin cuts in. "Wait a sec, where are you going?" Siu, already turning for the door, shoots back. "Just taking a quick look around. I'm gonna scout our immediate area without being seen." "Yeah, I know we're supposed to stay put, but plenty of other contestants have the same idea. It's not just Gu and Sony." As images of the other participants flash by, he continues, "Not sure about Xiao Huai, but I'm betting Yoshiro and Yuzuru will be ready to help." Yusin jumps to his feet. "What if you run into a dark spirit?" Siu just cuts him off. "It's fine. If I remember right, I also felt a bit of that gloom Go you mentioned." The scene shifts to him walking through some abandoned workshop. "I won't cause any trouble, don't worry," he says, but Yusin just stares, unconvinced. Siu slips out, shuts the door hard, and glances back at the coin on the table. Yusin collapses onto the bed with a heavy sigh. "Man," he thinks, "this is a massive headache. I can't keep up with this stuff. What am I supposed to do?" He's completely stuck, like a glowing chess piece trapped on the board. He keeps thinking, all I can do is watch over him. He brings the copper coin right up to his face and breathes out. Then he sits up, holds the coin out and declares, "I summon." Blue streams of light erupt all around him. In the center of the room, the light gathers, revealing something that makes Yusin squint. A blue wind whips the curtains open, and a man appears, his voice booming. "Well now, I was told a half-demon took the charm, but you look completely human to me. Who are you, and why are you using that charm? Did you steal it?" he demands, leaving a totally starstruck Yusin completely speechless. The masked man presses on. "Answer me. But it wasn't just his powerful entrance. After all, Yusin is an experienced warrior. An image of Xiao Huai, eyes wide with fury, flashes on screen. Even facing down some ridiculously overpowered demon, he could stand his ground without panicking. But this guy was different. The man continues, I am a merchant from Yano, and I will punish thieves severely. The power rolling off this guy was definitely human, but it was way beyond any mortal. Yusin immediately drops to his knees, talking fast. This charm belongs to my friend, Choy Siu. He lent it to me for a bit. I can't prove it right now, but when he gets back, he'll explain everything. If you don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do. Then he introduces himself. My name is Kim Yusin, a warrior of the Sacred Destruction Academy and son of Kim Se-young. You are a god of this generation. He bows his head low, hands on the ground, paying full respect to a senior who has reached the realm of the immortals, one who has transcended the bonds and karma of the human world. If you don't mind, may I ask your name? The man crosses his arms and replies. You say you're the son of Kim Se-young, huh? Well, I came here to play a game of Go with the Grandmaster and took on this side gig of checking on the half-demon. Then he adds, Hey, get up. I'm not a fan of all that formality. Yusin looks up, a little surprised. The man keeps talking. I tried to suppress my power with this mask, but you saw right through it. You've got sharp senses, just as I'd expect from the son of Kim Se-young. Yusin looks up, thinking, this is his power. Suppressed? The man asks, so who do you think I am? Yusin lifts his head. A star player? The man continues his little game. There aren't many immortals on the Korean peninsula. And among them, who would be so great that a kid like you would recognize them instantly in this insane, life-threatening situation? Yusin's brain goes into absolute overdrive, finally landing on the single greatest genius in the history of Korean warriors. He blurts out, oh right, the miracle born in Joseon? No, the greatest genius born on the Korean peninsula in 1,000 years, since the time of Dangun, Dan Yui. And now for a quick lore drop, that energy is called spiritual power, or Eoriok. On rare occasions, an individual is born who surpasses the limits of their species. They slowly absorb nature's energy throughout their life, making it their own. When the energy they've gathered crosses a certain line, an awakening occurs. Demonization. They're granted not just sharp wits and immense power, but also a lifespan that's way longer than normal. But for humanity, well, it's a different story. Unlike Aoryok, accumulating vital energy, or Jung-gi, is an incredibly slow and inefficient process. And even when it hits its limit, an awakening is super rare. No matter how much a person forges their body and mind, trying to unleash extraordinary energy and master dozens of spells is basically building a sandcastle against the tide. Most humans get maybe 150 years before they start to fade. Model, how can you call this fair? Even with the power of Doryo, the might of the Path, or the force of Belloc, the immense power of law, some still can't even live half as long as a low-level half-demon. Can they not fly because they lack wings? Or is it that even with wings, they could never bear the weight they carry? He picks up a white game piece, continuing the match. Even so, there's still an incredibly rare chance for demonization to occur. Once talent, experience, will, and effort all align perfectly like gears, the impossible happens. At that moment, a human can finally be reborn as an immortal. Every cell in their body stops aging, and they regain all the vitality of their prime years. However, rejuvenating the body is just a tiny fraction of what's actually possible. The energy center of someone who reaches immortality loses the boundary between what's inside and what's out, allowing them to wield the power of heaven and earth as if it were their own. It's literally the unity of man and nature. They step beyond the limits of a normal living being, becoming an existence that's basically a self-aware part of the world itself. Which is why the very moment they awaken as an immortal, they become subjects of the song Immortal Realm, and all their activities in the human world are suddenly restricted. From a normal person's perspective, they're surreal beings far beyond any demon or monster. Siu looks at the Yan merchant, thinking, an immortal from the void? He'd never heard of anyone actually seeing one, but it seems like this guy knows his father. Then our boy comes to a conclusion. Well, this is a surprise, but at least the other immortals aren't a threat. Just as Siu is thinking, but why this guy of all people? The man blurts out something that makes him jump. Why the weird reaction? Your face screams, I thought you were an immortal, but who is this crazy old man? Siu immediately starts stammering. No, that's not it at all. Not in the slightest. The truth is, this situation was just unexpected and hasn't settled yet. He stares right at the man. How could I, with my pathetic knowledge, ever imagine meeting someone as magnificent as you? Seeing the kid tremble, the man turns away. Like I said, I'm here for the head of Jiang He-dan. I'll handle the business. Siu lets out a sigh of relief as the man continues. In the meantime, It'd be better if that half-demon of yours came back. He looks at the man and replies, but Siu's voice pipes up again. Well, I'm about to use a Jianghe communication talisman to ask their leader for news on the situation outside. Of course, I know Jianghe Dan always stays neutral in conflicts between humans and demons, but he doesn't stop there. Even so, the appearance of a dark soul has always been seen as a common disaster since ancient times. So I don't think asking for information is overstepping. The man seems stunned. What did you just say? A dark soul? Our boy's thinking that this should be a pretty shocking reveal, to say the least, but the old man doesn't even blink. As he's spacing out, he wonders, so for an immortal, are the problems of the lower realms just trivial nonsense? The scene shifts to a strange room where Dee jumps through a window, moving deeper inside while scouting. Surprisingly, there are no guards or supervisors anywhere. Ah, that's right. He suddenly remembers something about the building. A magical barrier surrounds this place to keep people from getting out. He's sure he can break it, but doing so would trigger an alarm. He keeps thinking it through. His only option is to move stealthily inside this building. He comes to a conclusion. Based on his prior recon, the first floor has the court ladies. He still hasn't checked the third floor. Scanning his surroundings, he hasn't detected any unusual energy so far. Is it because no one's up there, or is something else going on? A handmaiden's voice reaches his ears. Well then, I'll be on my way. He immediately ducks into the shadows to watch her. After watching the handmaiden disappear into the distance, he carefully scans the area one more time, then approaches the mysterious room. He's still thinking, someone is definitely in here, but he can't sense their presence. He hesitates. Peeking inside is impossible, so what now? Should he try a polite knock first? Nah, he just shoves the main door wide open. Standing before him is a woman in a pink jacket, wearing a top that reveals her rather oversized chest. She looks surprised, mumbling a few words about a friend. In that instant, a familiar feeling hits Siu as a memory comes flooding back. In front of him stands his old school. From behind, a voice calls out Siu, and he spins around purely on reflex. Yujin lets out an awkward sigh and asks, "You don't remember me? I'm Yujin, a second-year student. I'm in the same club as Yusin, we met once before, remember?" Hearing this, he's just thinking, what club? He's pretty sure Yujin barely even came to school during the first semester. Seeing him thinking, Yujin quickly speaks up. Yusin hasn't been at school lately. You two are close, right? What happened? He looks at her and replies, probably a family matter. Around this time, his family goes to their hometown for about 10 days for ancestral rites. Yujin seems surprised, repeating the words, ancestral rites, I see. So, until next Friday then. Before she can even finish, Siu cuts in. Yeah, he'll probably be back on Wednesday. After saying that, Yujin turns to leave, waving back at Siu. Thanks. But then a thought hits him. Wait, next Friday? That's Yusin's birthday. How did she know? But the weird thing is, Yusin celebrates his birthday according to the lunar calendar. He's never met anyone who celebrates like that. Now he's imagining having to apologize like crazy to Yusin for invading his privacy. Then again, he figures it's probably better not to say anything to her. Yusin hates people talking about his private business. Watching Yujin walk away, he thinks to himself that since high school started, she's the 6th person already. After being friends with the guy for about 4 years, Siu has been through this same situation countless times, and of course, he thinks it's all completely ridiculous. But his sharp instincts told him that after spotting the flaw in her story, this was an opportunity. His voice rings out, reminding her that Yusin is currently injured and resting. So I came to greet you on his behalf. Xiao Huai frowns, setting down her glass. You came to greet me for him? What business could he have with me? Siu's voice rings out. Isn't it obvious? He scratches his head, explaining that even though they fought, it wasn't a grudge match, just a fair competition. And sure, maybe Yusin went a little too far, but she was generous enough to let him have the win. He then quotes what Yusin said, something like, "Don't even start. She is insanely strong. She's the strongest and most formidable opponent I've ever faced. And thanks to her," he continues, "I was able to reach a new level and grow as a person." He then tells Xiao Huai that of course, Yusin is a little too proud and shy to express his desire to see her himself. But after the tournament ended, he had wanted to meet with her privately. From the look on Xiao Huai's face, it seems she's about to say something. In his head, Siu was frantically apologizing to someone named Yu Xin. Look, if he didn't approach her this way, he knew he'd never get another chance to get this close. He cleared his throat and explained, "Look, I know him. He's not going to approach you on his own. If you don't mind, Xiao Huai, I could just bring him over." She casually plucked a single strand of hair, her voice turning to steel. "I know that's not the real reason you came to see me." Oh. So if he wanted her to listen, this was definitely not the way. That one sentence hit the nail on the head, and Siu's internal monologue was just, I'm so dead. Something vanishes, washing the air in a clean, white haze. And there she is, looking all majestic, soaking her feet, while our boy over here is just a sweaty mess. She finally speaks. Tonight's dinner wasn't bad, she says with a sigh. But I guess people of the sea can't make good wine. This is wine from the Flower Fruit Mountain. It's only 50 years old, so it's not top shelf, but since we're not getting wasted, it'll have to do. Suddenly, an ink wash painting fan just materializes, floating right there in midair. A misty mountain scene appears on the fan's surface, getting sharper and clearer until it looks like a real world. And now, they're looking at a vibrant landscape with a grand house sitting at the foot of the mountain. Yuxin gazes at it and says, "Not a bad view, right? The sunlight just makes the river sparkle." Her voice adds that staring too long might get boring, but it's perfect for a little fishing and relaxing now and then. Our guy slowly asks each word. Is this where immortals live? From behind him, the merchant of Yan finally speaks. Nope. I have no idea what you pictured, but it doesn't even come close to this place. Then he tells him that this is a pocket dimension. He created himself maybe a bit rough compared to the real thing, but it's very convenient for manipulating everything to my will. The kid's mind is blown. He created this place? His thoughts are racing the feeling of the wind, the smell of the water, the rich natural energy. This is on a whole nother level from some cheap illusion or half-baked magic space. This is a real world. He turns around, still lost in thought. He'd only heard stories about immortals, but he never imagined they could pull off something this incredible. The Yan merchant suddenly speaks up. Now you have to choose. He says, the lesson I'm selling you is already set. The problem now is how you'll understand and absorb it. The kid just silently mouths a few words. Of course, the merchant replies, I won't teach you anything wrong. If the result isn't what you want, that's entirely your responsibility. The merchant snaps his fingers, saying, even so, doing it in one night might be a little tough. Overhead, white clouds drift peacefully. All of a sudden, day instantly becomes night. He looks up at the shining moon, completely shocked. The merchant of Yan says, don't be surprised. I told you, I can manipulate things however I want in here. Another snap of his fingers. He explains that he can control the flow of time here, making it faster or slower than the real world. I just turned day into night, for example. If time actually sped up or slowed down, you wouldn't even realize it, at least not until you left. The kid's jaw is on the floor, but the merchant hasn't stopped talking. Of course, if time moves faster than reality, for you, it's nothing more than a party trick. If 1 minute here was an hour out there, you'd only have about 12 minutes left. Then he acts like he's thinking it over. I'm considering making time flow slower instead. Then 1 hour outside would become about a month in here. You'd have roughly a year until tomorrow morning. The Yan merchant then drops the other shoe, but of course, he would lose that much lifespan in exchange. The kid blurts out that that's a given. If you'll do that for me, I'm willing to accept. The merchant holds up a finger, telling him, hear me out completely before you agree. The lifespan you'll lose isn't just the 1 year you live in here. He warns him that just experiencing slowed time will overload a normal person's body. For every month he spends here, his lifespan will be cut by about a year. So if he stays here for 1 year, he'll lose about 12 years of his life. The kid just stands there, frozen, as the merchant continues. Though 1 month for 1 year is just my estimate, you'll probably lose even more. It's not likely you'll lose less than that. At least you won't get any older. You'll just have fewer days to live. The Yan merchant's voice echoes, making the kid hesitate for a moment. Losing 12 years to gain one? Even I think that's a bit pricey. How much can you really grow in just 1 year? He even tries to haggle. I could slow time down a bit less, then the price would be. Before he can finish, the kid cuts him off. No, that's good enough. The merchant sounds impressed. This kid's got guts. You're willing to burn more than 10 years of your life without a second thought? Or are you just that confident? The kid immediately denies it. That's not it. To be honest, I'm scared of sacrificing that much of my life, and I'm not even sure if it will be worth it. He looks down and says, but didn't you say it yourself, senior? Don't do things by halves. Take complete control. The merchant clarifies, I told you to take on the responsibility. The merchant continues. By that logic, hearing this, the kid's face darkens with worry. The burden he has to lead is truly an absurd one. But feeling the power radiating from him, Yuxin steels his resolve. If some moron can try to become a demon king in 6 months, he figures he can at least match that energy. Then a new thought pops into his head. Why not just shut his eyes and go all out for 1 full year? Time jumps forward. Now, Yuxin is gripping a massive sword, pointing it at someone and yelling, what the hell are you talking about? Can't you see I'm already trying my absolute best? You're the one who put me through all this in the first place. And with that, they charge, their power exploding on impact. Steel crashes against steel with a deafening clang. He uses every ounce of strength to block the blow, his voice shaking. You talk to me, and then attack me? What is this? The other man scoffs. This is combat training. You think I'm the only one who talks while attacking? Turns out it's Kim Jun. He looks dead serious, saying he's just trying to get Yusin to focus more on his training. Then he drops a bomb. Why not just quit school, you useless brat? What's one more year gonna change? Oh, that hits a nerve. Yusin grinds his teeth in pure frustration. He angrily readjusts his grip, snapping at the old man. You too? Don't tell me you're gonna start nagging me now. Weren't you the one who told me to enjoy school while I can? You're the one who supported me going to Soon. He looks genuinely confused, demanding, What's with the sudden change? Did that old man tell you to give me a hard time? To push me even harder? I'm already doing everything I can. I proved it last time. But the man just cuts him off. This wasn't your father's idea. Jun's brow furrows. I'm saying this because I've seen enough. I can't just sit back and watch a kid who could be running miles ahead just wander around aimlessly. You know it too, don't you? How desperate other kids your age are, risking their lives out there. Jun's words hit home, leaving Yusin lost in thought. Can't you at least try half as hard as them? Just for this next year. Yusin hesitates for a second, then mutters, Fine. Suddenly, he charges, sword raised, catching Jun completely off guard. He swings with everything he's got, but Jun parries the blow without even breaking a sweat. The old man's face is a mask of calm as he lectures him. First off, trying harder right now won't change much. They plan to ditch the current king for someone more worthy. Siu hesitates. The worthy one, is that the princess whose birthday is today? She looks at him like he just told the funniest, most pathetic joke in the world, as if, just then, someone else arrives. Bond scolds them. The generals ordered you to be quick and quiet, so why are you only bringing her now? Two soldiers are dragging Perun over, and one of them just scratches his head with a goofy grin. "Aw, come on, it wasn't like that. Right before the tournament, we summoned her, explained the situation, and invited her to join. But the old hag tried to run for it. The woman is covered in a bloody cloth, gasping for air. So we had to catch her and rough her up a bit. We were super polite, but she still wouldn't tell us where the jewel is." Bond gives the generals a cold look, insisting they bring the old woman over. Even if she won't talk, they can't just ignore her. Bond orders them to step aside. The soldier who was just explaining looks confused. What's there to brag about when you can't even make one old woman talk? You were going to bring her to the generals looking like this? Her aura flares with killing intent. I'll see for myself if she'll talk. Back off and let me handle it. Useless. The two soldiers, terrified, drop her. The old woman hits the ground with a thud, kneeling there, trembling. By the way, you're a traitor too, aren't you? Weren't you sucking up to the Dragon King for over 1,000 years? All that time, with such a long life, and you only made it to a minor official. It's actually hilarious. She walks over and grabs the hood, yanking it up. Perhaps you're too old-fashioned to understand the situation, she sneers, clinging to that useless pride. The second the cloth comes off, blood streams to the floor. Siu just stares at the scene, completely speechless. Bond shoots him a warning glare. Listen closely. The old woman's face, covered in wounds, trembles. I don't know why the generals are being so lenient with a useless old bat like you, but when you're given a rare opportunity, you should be grateful and take it. But the woman just lifts her head in defiance. No. The one who gave me this rare opportunity was His Majesty, not a bunch of traitors like you. As a servant and a member of the Dragon Palace, I can never support your ungrateful rebellion. Bond is stunned to hear this. If you're trying to persuade me, you might as well just take my old life. Bond smirks. How predictable. You answered just as I expected. The two soldiers stammer. Yes, ma'am. Siu, standing by, gets his own order. Take him to the general for me. I've already cuffed him, so he won't be able to put up a fight. The soldiers approach him, while Bond kneels in front of the old woman. Now then, you know my family comes from the Dragon King's lineage, correct? Commoners think it's just some rumor our clan made up, but it's historical fact, recorded in the archives. Bond slowly begins her story. Long ago, two serpents lived in the East Sea. One passed through the Dragon Gate and became the first Dragon King. The other, unfortunately, remained a serpent and became my clan's ancestor. She uses her fingertip to lift Perun's chin, the blood of a serpent that could never become a dragon. We may not have the ability to rule the seas, but we developed a smaller, more specialized talent instead. Bond's form suddenly shifts, energy glowing from her fingertips. Our special skill, the myriad transformations' deadly venom, the power of poison. I can control its toxicity, its form, and its effects at will. I can create a poison that ends a life instantly, without any pain. As she speaks, she brings two poison-laced fingertips close to the old woman's face, or a poison that causes such extreme agony it twists the limbs and drives a person mad without killing them. The old woman can only shut her eyes and brace for the worst. The poison drips from her fingers, sizzling on the bloodstains below. Once it's injected, there's no turning back, no matter how much you regret it. Bond laughs maniacally. Your life is almost over anyway. Siu tries to look calm. Stop trying to act tough. Why not just get it over with instead of wasting time talking? But inside, he's thinking the exact opposite. Please don't kill her. Hearing that, she turns her head to look at him, completely caught off guard as he unleashes a powerful kick. The explosive kick sends Bond flying uncontrollably. Perun, still kneeling, trembles even harder watching this. He asks with concern, "Ma'am, can you stand?" His hands are still in a fighting stance, but his eyes are on her. Suddenly, a loud roar erupts. "Choy Siu! If it's hard to move, just stay put. I'll protect you." Bond grits her teeth, absolutely furious. "You useless insect. Do you want to watch your friend die? What are you thinking?" He acts like it's no big deal. "If I die, I die. It's not like we were that close anyway." Her face twists in anger, her hands clenching into tight fists. "I was going to be patient, really I was, but my patience isn't as strong as I thought," she smirked, all danger and delight. "Fine, whatever your little plan is, bring it." Like I said, this whole predictable song and dance is getting on my nerves, and with a flick of her wrist, she summoned yet another power. You get to be the very first land dweller to test my poison skill. How perfect. Spoiler alert. Siu punched her right in the middle of her villain monologue. She couldn't even block, just let out a little scream. His cool and collected response, "You talk too much." At that moment, Mrs. Gu finally got to her feet, though she was still shaking. Meanwhile, our villainess got slammed straight into a wall, and just like that, both Gu and Bon were absolutely floored. They seriously thought they had this Siu kid all figured out. I mean, they did their homework. Gu watched him through the entire preliminary round, while Bon reviewed his file and saw the first half of the main event. They knew he was skilled back then, but the speed Siu just unleashed? It wasn't even on the same planet as their predictions. Bon was fuming. Of course he was hiding his true power, but this was way more than just raw physical strength. She remembered that brutal punch from earlier. It had to be body enhancement magic. Looking back, her two goons were already out cold on the ground. He'd dropped them in a blink and gotten behind her. Her mind was racing, trying to piece it all together, but she hadn't seen him cast anything, not even a flicker of energy. What the heck is going on? Shaking it off, she started powering up her own ability. It's fine, she thought. As long as I know it exists, it's not a speed I can't react to. She moved her hand, summoning the myriad forms of deadly poison and condensing it in her palm. Then, bam, she flung it straight at Siu. A massive wave of pure toxin billowed towards him. His face went grim, and with a hard push, he launched himself high into the air. In a flash, he zipped over to Parion, scooped her up, and took off. One of the soldiers was just now staggering to his feet, still in pain, only to see that toxic wave about to crash right on top of him. Ignoring the soldier's horrified scream, Siu held Gu and leaped into the air. They cleared the danger zone, but she wouldn't let up, sending another stream of poison right after them. Seeing the danger getting closer, Siu made a choice. Sorry, he said to a very confused Barun. I'll try to make this as painless as possible. She was stunned. Wait, what? Before she could even process it, he hurled her into the distance with all his might. Then, he summoned his staff to his hand. Siu swung the staff into the poison stream, and the result was shocking. The staff just dissolved on contact. The poison kept surging forward, forcing him to grit his teeth and jump back. Siu stared in disbelief at his enemy, who was still casually standing in her battle stance. He held what was left of his corroded staff, watching her warily. He glanced down. The thing was still smoking, even though it wasn't touching the poison anymore. He'd put everything into that swing, but his staff melted instantly, making his defense totally useless. He looked at the soldier whose entire lower body had been eaten away, and it was horrifying. Limbs were one thing, but a direct hit to the head or torso? There's no recovering from that. This was a whole other level compared to any poison user he'd ever faced. These guys weren't just messing around. As if on cue, Bon launched another attack at him. Siu flew high, dodging the attack. With a vicious look, she gritted her teeth and charged. He landed and kept running, but it was the same story. At this level, he thought, her range and speed aren't a problem. I can dodge this and slowly close the distance. He watched her attack patterns as he got closer, and suddenly, he figured something out about her myriad forms of deadly poison. Bon's poison magic could create different types of toxins, but it followed a specific set of rules. Siu analyzed her poison creation ability. For every extra perk she added to the poison, the mana cost shot up like crazy. Bon couldn't just create a poison that was invisible, colorless, odorless, and lethal in a tiny amount. He smirked. If it was invisible and odorless, the worst it could do was cause some mild paralysis, and that's why she was looking so smug, ready to strike. She had to combine different types of poison. He's fallen right into my trap, she thought, seeing him dodge her attacks every time. Against a skilled opponent, it's not easy to land a direct hit with a poison whip. At best, you just slow them down. Bone had it all planned out. So, she used the poison whip as a decoy from the start and created bone poison. Its toxicity is pretty low, she thought, but its ability to hide and spread is absolutely perfect. While you were so busy dodging and closing in, she gloated to herself, you were definitely absorbing the bone poison through your skin. Suddenly, Siu stopped mid-run. She was right. The paralysis would only last a few seconds, but once it kicked in, not even a Dragon King could control their body. And just like that, he could only stand there, completely unable to move. Bon saw her chance. This was the end. But when she looked again, his figure was just gone. She was still savoring her victory, getting ready to land the final blow. Siu's talent was truly something else. Gu burst into tears, completely overwhelmed. However, in the long history of the elf tribe, there have been plenty of geniuses just like him. It was only now that Bon started to panic. Even so, when it came to this specific technique, no elf, past or present, could ever compare. The reason was simple. Siu invented it himself. Xiao Huai explained that the pressure-breaking shell she inherited was a magic that could increase a body's weight, or more accurately, its mass. Siu listened intently. When she was little, training all by herself, she suddenly had an idea and decided to test it. She said this while demonstrating, blushing as she stood on the surface of the water. I realized this was possible. Siu was completely stunned. You reversed the effect, he stammered. You reduced your body's mass, didn't you? Xiao Huai spoke up. That's right. She looked down, explaining, our unique magic is carved deep into our very bloodline. The exact moment of awakening depends on a person's talent and just how hard they train. Some people never awaken it, but for those who do, it becomes as natural as walking or breathing. You probably feel this a lot more clearly than I do. Siu nodded his head so fast it nearly came off. Totally. The first time I used my powers, it wasn't even conscious. Only on the second try could I actively use them. The only issue is the power output. Siu recalled what happened last time and kept going. But the control aspect is almost exactly what I thought it would be. Xiao Huai looked at him with a knowing smile. Exactly. The only thing we can truly understand is the nature of the magic and the basic methods of control. The actual power output and its applications depend entirely on the one who inherits it. Of course, when it comes to applied techniques, being taught is way more important than figuring it out on your own. The more ancient a clan or a bloodline is, the more diverse techniques they have to pass down. However, not all techniques are passed on. As she said this, she casually used her magic to pour tea into a cup. Even when taught, some techniques are so difficult that even the most talented people of that era couldn't possibly grasp them. And in cases where the same bloodline is split by factions and power, some techniques are hidden away entirely. Finally, there's one more case. What do you think it is? Xiao Huai asked Siu. After the question, he got all thoughtful for a moment before answering. Is it discovering it yourself? Like how just learning the answer can slow your progress. After hearing his answer, Xiao Huai took a sip of tea and told a story. After I first mastered the technique I just showed you, I ran straight to my grandfather. Even though to the other adults in the clan, it probably seemed like a useless, insignificant discovery, a cheap parlor trick, but I thought at least he'd think it was cute. Instead, he just said, well done. That's admirable. At your age, to have already grasped the basics of transformation art. He caressed Xiao Huai's cheek encouragingly, a feat that generations of dense kids couldn't figure out for 1,000 years, yet his own granddaughter had surpassed them all. The technique itself wasn't that difficult, it just required applying an idea to a separate magic spell. But according to her grandfather, no one in the family before her had ever even tried that simple idea. To be more precise, they probably didn't feel the need to mess with what was already a ridiculously powerful spell. However, to put it simply, the transformation art turned out to be an applied technique with far more potential than she ever imagined. Her grandfather said, Sun Wukong used it as one of his trump cards when facing strong enemies. All of these techniques are called absolute arts, a lone monster, through their own experience and ideas, creating a unique technique that belongs only to them. Of course, just like the little feathers she discovered, it turned out to be a path her grandfather had already walked. Even if you awaken an absolute art, it might just be a common application technique your ancestors used all the time. However, even with that said, the effort of searching for your own absolute art right now will definitely help, not just in boosting your power, but in training yourself to control your instincts instead of being ruled by them. Whether it's the problem you're facing right here or one later on, time is always running short for you. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Determination shines brightest in desperation. His inspiration came from yesterday's match against Miri, the Dragon Palace princess. Her overwhelming power completely surpassed Siu's magic and his recovery speed. To conserve magic and the time needed for recovery, the method Siu chose was truly a last-ditch effort. Leaving the room, Siu walked and thought. At that moment, he had been able to replace his muscles and bones with the goblin staff. He didn't just replace them, he could move faster and hit harder than normal. The only limit to what the staff could do depended on what he could imagine and draw out in his mind. No matter how strong he got when he lost control, how could he possibly imitate the entire complex structure of muscles and joints? Even recalling the feeling now, it was like shards of the staff were embedded in his body, forcibly making him move. The damage from that was probably why he passed out after the battle, and why he's still in his current state. If he tried it again, he definitely wouldn't last long. But if you only use it for a split second, in a super limited space, Siu flashes back to the arena, flexing his massively ripped arm. Yeah, he literally just punched a guy's head clean off. And his reaction? Pure joy. He's thinking, success, way stronger than I expected. This dude's got simple priorities. Suddenly, Siu feels a surge of power from somewhere else. He whips his head around, instantly on alert. In terms of pure speed, this new presence is way beyond what he faced with Miri. That's because instead of just using goblin sticks to move, this dude inserted a shape processing structure right into his body's moving parts. The result? With just a tiny bit of magic needed to manifest the goblin stick, he can pull off moves 10 times faster than his body normally could. The catch? The backlash completely pulverizes his insides, and even without the backlash, forcing a stick into your body by ripping up muscle and bone is pretty much just self-harm. If his body wasn't that of a monster, or, more accurately, a goblin, he would have collapsed before even making a move. His limbs are numb, not paralyzed, but totally useless for putting up a fight. He might look fine on the outside, but inside he's got to be in this state. Siu imagined a shattered melon. After using that move, he needs 6 to 7 seconds to recover. Siu figures if he can end an opponent in one hit like that, it's a price he's willing to pay. But it only worked because the enemy lost her cool and charged straight at him. If she had dodged or defended, he'd have been a sitting duck for seconds. That was a risk he couldn't just casually take. Low magic cost, sure, but spamming this move is a recipe for disaster. He figures he'll need to lower the output or only use it for a guaranteed kill. The lady, now missing half her body, turns pale and starts stuttering out questions. How? How did you? In the dust-filled scene, the wall behind her has a massive hole blown through it. Bijan grits her teeth, crying out in pain. The hand she raised to counterattack slowly loses its strength. Her whole body trembling, she blurts out, "Why?" Siu, watching from behind, just answers, "Obviously it won't work, because the power source is right here." He says this while holding up a purple demon core in his hand. Looking at the core, he thinks, "That was close, but this time I got a much better handle on things." He remembers the final blow. If he controls the output just right, he can launch a follow-up attack while staying nimble. Situations like this won't be common, but he learned he can still move indirectly even with variables like poison. Next time, he'll be able to use it with a lot more flexibility. Siu holds up the demon core and says, "You seem pretty confident in yourself, but without this, I'm not so sure that confidence will last. After all, you were in my position just a moment ago. I trust you know how to act accordingly." Bon hears this and freezes in fear, unable to stop shaking. Siu continues, "There's a lot I want to ask, but for now, I'll keep it to 2 simple questions. 1. What exactly were you planning to do to summon the Dragon King? And 2. How do I get out of here and back to the surface right now?" He threatens her with the core. "If I get a satisfactory answer, I'll give this back, and I'll only lock you up somewhere quiet. Of course, I'll make sure you're hurt just enough so you can't pull anything for a while." Bon is furious, but she's in the weaker position with no other choice. She grinds her teeth and agrees. "Fine, I get it." She starts to answer, beginning with the plan to inherit the Dragon King's position. But as soon as she gets that far, her face darkens, and she can't speak another word. Siu senses something is wrong and gives her a puzzled look, but then Bon's entire body swells up like a balloon. Green and red veins pop out all over her, looking absolutely terrifying. And after swelling to her limit, an earth-shattering explosion erupts. As the blast goes off, Siu quickly backs away to avoid it. Just then, he hears someone call his name and instinctively turns to look. The one calling him is Peryun. She warns Siu, "You need to get inside. The poison gas is about to spread." And just as she said, a toxic cloud begins to consume the entire area where they had just fought. Siu, incredibly grateful, says, "Good thing you warned me. I thought it was a simple explosion. I didn't expect real poison gas. I figured she'd given up peacefully, but I guess I misread the situation." "That's not it," Parian replies. "Her death in that explosion couldn't have been her own choice." She recalls and explains to Siu, "If the person who consumes it becomes a traitor, the poison activates instantly inside their body, harming everyone around them. The subordinates in this rebellion, including her, probably didn't even know they'd been poisoned." Hearing this, Siu starts to understand. "So that's what happened. The energy I felt from the explosion was identical, so I didn't think it was outside interference." Parian says, "It's no wonder you felt that way." Then she drops a bombshell. The person who created that poison was likely her own father. "That question you asked her before. I think I can give you a partial answer." Siu listens intently. "Right now, it's clear something has happened to the Dragon King. The proof is that I can't use the internal communication system at all. Hey, remember back in the prelims? You saw me teleporting us and doing the whole hand on the temple thing to get news, right?" And the light bulb finally goes off for Siu. Perun continues, "All that teleport and communication stuff isn't mine. It's all power borrowed from the Dragon King. And it's not just me. All the officials of the Dragon Palace communicate and move around the palace that same way. The fact that the rebels could shut that down is proof they've successfully neutralized the Dragon King's power." Hearing this, something finally clicks for Siu, and his eyes fly open in shock. Remembering that familiar motion, he thinks to himself, "Oh yeah, he gets it now." So when she put her hand to her temple back then, she was checking if the palace's communication network was still working. It was still active then, so the Dragon King must have been okay. But what did they do to paralyze someone that strong? Seeing him lost in thought, Parian keeps going. However, the rebels probably haven't gotten their hands on the Dragon King just yet. The throne of the Dragon Palace and the power of the Dragon King are passed down through the royal jade. It's an artifact inherited from the very first Dragon King. The official successor to the royal jade is none other than Princess Miri, the current king's daughter. If they assassinate the Dragon King, the jade will just recognize the princess as the next in line and transfer all its power to her. And if something happens to both of them, the jade just locks itself down from that point on. Siu props his chin on his hand, like it's a will or something. Until that changes, they can't actually harm the Dragon King. He's just staring at Perianun, completely stunned. And then she suddenly drops to her knees right in front of him. To have our esteemed guests witness such a disgraceful scene in the palace is already a grave sin. Even so, as this shameful old woman, I'm begging you. Of course, you and Kim Yusin should leave this dangerous palace and return to the surface as soon as possible. But before that, could I possibly ask you to find General Bio, who's somewhere in the palace? This was probably a well-planned rebellion, but I'm sure he's hiding and planning to act on the Dragon King's behalf, even if the general is safe. His chances of stopping this rebellion are almost zero. But before she can finish, Siu just cuts her off to refuse. Sorry, but I'm in a bit of a rush. I don't know how long I'll be tied up here, so I can't afford to waste time. Perun understands, so she has no choice but to accept his answer. Siu adds, if you can at least let Yusin leave with the item he needs, I'll do my best to help out. Perun gets it and replies, I understand. After all, you came here to get a precious item to seal a vengeful spirit. Siu explains that it's actually more complicated than that, but either way, Yusin has to get back with the sealing item before the end of today. We need a powerful weapon that can seal a vengeful spirit which is messing with a much stronger entity than me. Do we have anything like that on hand we can grab right now? Perianun goes quiet. After a long pause, she replies, a long time ago, we received a treasured sword as a tribute from the mainland. As a mere palace official, I can't judge its worth, but the Dragon King was very fond of it and often practiced with it. If you go to his chambers, you should be able to find it. Hearing this, he jumps to his feet and says, all right then, let's go now. If we happen to find General Bio on the way, all the better. Siu thinks to himself that he's worried for Somi, Gu, Yoshihiro, and Yuzuru, but right now Suolha's condition is the top priority. He glances around, realizing he can't confirm everyone's safety in this huge palace. All he can do is hope for the best. Splitting up from Yusin seemed like the right call, but knowing that guy's personality, there's no way he's just sitting still. Definitely not. Siu can't help but sigh. Please, just stay safe and don't cause any more trouble. And I really hope you haven't gone too far yet. And cut to Yusin. He's got one hand on his sword, the other on his hip, saying, by the way, this might be a little off topic, but I was wondering about your character design. I mean, your outfits. I can see the guys in yellow are just grunts. I ran into a bunch on the way here, and they weren't even worth my time. So what about you three in red? What exactly is your rank? You know, like, are you the Dragon Palace's new management, or maybe the Red Dragon Squad? There has to be a ranking system or some reason for the red suits, right? Getting only silence in return. Yusin asks again, what? You about to die or something? Yusin says this as he draws his sword. Sorry for the weird questions. It's just that from the way you talk, I can tell you're just a grunt who's a little stronger than the rest. Yusin sighs, his arrogance on full display. Well, I wasn't expecting much anyway, he says, thinking back. The first time he saw that demon, it looked pretty dumb. Actually, he's talking about her. Anyway, Yusin steps forward, hand on his sword, ready for a challenge. If you're all that great, why are you clumped together? Yusin asks, drawing his blade as his lips move. And with that, Yusin points his sword at them, his aura flaring up to match his words. So, are all three of you planning to fight me one by one? Yusin sizes them up and then calls one out. Well, I'm pretty sure the guy in the back is just posing. Wonder if he's even strong. The guy in the back just laughs and replies, you're absolutely right. Yusin, bursting with confidence, claims, I don't think you can win unless you all attack me at the same time. The mysterious blue-haired guy remarks, how bold. There are 2 humans. Who are we missing? The other stranger replies, well, either way, he has to be eliminated. Someone who should be dead or captured has no right being here. The blue-haired man sighs and complains, we were way too cocky from the start. Even if the finalists are weak, a 2-on-1 fight has too many variables, right? He starts powering up, saying, I'll provide support. Yusin immediately noticed something was strange about his opponent. The mysterious masked man suddenly unleashes immense power, a cursed technique called Flying Fish Mysterious Water. Yusin is a bit worried by this power, wondering, what kind of octopus has wings? And then the man in the octopus mask charges him. A massive hand closes in on Yusin's face, but luckily he manages to dodge to the side. But the man's sharp eyes tracked his every move. Instantly, the masked stranger grabs Yusun's arm, and a spray of fresh blood follows. The mysterious masked man then snaps Yusun's arm. He praises him. Not bad. You definitely have the skills to make it here. But Yusun, in agony from his broken arm, just snarls. You're not as good as you think. The masked man rushes toward Yusun again, saying, there might not be a next time, so learn some humility and caution for your next life. Suddenly, he notices something behind him. His eyes dart back and forth, as the blue-haired man lets out a little, oh, analyzing what just happened. For a second, he looked so stunned that he couldn't even react. In that brief moment, the masked man finally notices his own arm is broken. The blue-haired guy just says, the shell is carved for a reason. Yusun jumps in front of him, defiantly shouting, humility my butt. The villain turns his head just in time to hear him say, who are you to lecture me? Two beams of purple energy shoot toward Yusun. Yusun is stopped cold by the technique, as two projectiles are fired straight at him. They slowly dig into his flesh. Yusun winces at the situation, and then a voice speaks up. It's the blue-haired guy, his powerful aura flaring menacingly. You never know what variables might appear. And with that, the projectiles pierce through Yusun's skin. Yusun spits out fresh blood in pain. Seeing his chance, the masked man rushes in, agreeing with his partner. You got that right. The power from the masked man makes his hand grow to an enormous size. He remarks that Yusun isn't someone to be underestimated. His giant fist then smashes into Yusun. The blue-haired guy watches and says, well, even so. At this point, Yusun is bleeding everywhere, and his sword falls from his grasp. He's completely wrecked from all the injuries. The two of them say it together. It's over. That's it. Yusun, his face bruised and swollen, speaks with a trembling voice. This is impossible. I trained so hard. How could this happen? I was taught by the gods. He looks at the two who defeated him, still spouting their arrogant nonsense. But why? They're just a bunch of idiots. Yusun, with tears streaming down his face, charges toward them. He screams, what the hell? At that moment, another Yusun appears out of nowhere, saying flatly, I'm so angry. And yup, it's a clone technique. The art of tricking your enemy by creating a statue that mimics your every move and technique, a perfect copy to draw them away from your real body. He pulled a fast one. The statue Yusun made was from the heavenly key realm, a tier way higher than these two. He remembers what his master taught him. The so-called art of deception is a unique skill that can fool even heaven and earth. The cheerful red-haired man started talking about how he made it, but Yusun, not wanting to hear it, just asked, so how do I use it? You've told me that so many times already. An idea then pops into his head. His plan, send the fake clone to the 3 gatekeeper demons. It was a pretty clever plan. While the demons were busy with the clone, he could easily just climb over the wall. Endless screams echo from the gate, as one of Yusun's eyes is being used to observe the chaos. Suddenly, the power from that eye vanishes. He's surprised. Oh, it seems his clone finally passed out over there. He says to himself, it's over. The visual link has been severed. A quick look back confirms that these red demons are a whole different league than the yellow ones, both in raw stats and technique. His internal monsterpedia boots up, analyzing their traits. The octopus guy's specialty? Shape-shifting and regeneration, of course. So his human form is just a cheap disguise. Different guts, different weak spots, but honestly, nothing our boy can't handle. He replays the fight his clone had. That short dude is the real problem here. Was it some kind of curse technique? Giving him those wings to crank up his speed and agility. Strategy mode, engaged. The shots themselves are weak, but paired with the octopus's brute strength, things get dangerous fast. He almost has to give them props. For a walking seafood platter, that's some pretty decent teamwork. He thinks to himself, I'm a little bummed I can't figure out who's pulling the strings. But then, a voice pops up out of nowhere. Oh, you don't need to worry about me. Yusun grimaces, whipping around as a hood falls to the ground. A white-haired girl stands there, hands raised in surrender. She says cheerfully, I'm not sure you're going to believe this. But first, I'm not a combat demon, and second, I have zero intention of fighting you. Yusun, however, is not buying it for a second. I know, he says coldly. Unless you're confident you can reattach your own head, you should really watch what you say. He can't help but think something is off. He considered being discovered, sure, but this whole situation just feels wrong. I can't sense the other two at all, he realizes. It's just this one. With a blade practically at her throat, she keeps talking. You might find this a little hard to believe, but I knew what you were planning all along and I didn't tell them. Yusun raises an eyebrow and asks, why? She gives him this sly, wicked little smile, her voice all soft and sweet. I guess for the same reason you were messing with us. If the outcome's a foregone conclusion, less bloodshed is just smarter. She breaks it down for him. She already saw how this would end. Even if they could slow him down, he'd still kill them all, just wasting his own time. Seeing the doubt on his face, she quickly tries to explain herself. It's the same for me. If we can't possibly win against you, then saving my own skin is the logical next step. Still not convinced, Yusin scoffs. So you came here alone just to give me a lecture? She waves her hands frantically. That's not it at all. She presents her evidence. If you'll just look at my other hand. Yusin glances over, and he's actually surprised by what he sees. In her hand is a small token, and she quickly explains what it does. The second you use it, you can teleport back to the surface, right outside the Dragon Palace. It's a one-time use, but can take 5 people with you. She dangles the one thing he actually wants. After all, you are trying to find a safe way back to land, right? She makes her sales pitch. This escape token will get him and all his teammates back home completely safe. But before she can finish, Yusin cuts in. And you avoid taking the blame for failing to defend this place. Her silence says it all. He actually seems to consider it for a moment, then nods. All right. The poor girl looks genuinely shocked that it worked. He then promptly slices off her hand holding the token. I'll be taking this first, she stammers, horrified. You've gone way too far. Her voice trembles with crocodile tears. But I had good intentions. I gave you the only ticket I had, and in return. Oh, the humanity. Yusin, however, remains completely unfazed. Enough. Your pathetic little act isn't going to work. Did you honestly think I'd just take something from a demon with my bare hands? If you think I'm that stupid, you're dead wrong. Her eyes well up with tears as he speaks. It'll regenerate anyway. It's not like you actually got hurt or anything. She pouts, her voice full of fake resentment. Honestly, for a human, you have absolutely zero charm. Every word is designed to guilt-trip him. Do you have to be so cruel to a brave girl who risked her life just to meet you? Yusin sheathes his sword with a click. Brave girl? You're just a conniving little schemer. His voice is cold as ice. Besides, you weren't being serious from the start. The whole thing was ridiculously obvious. Yusin's brain dissects her every move. If you really wanted to appear weak and non-hostile, he begins to lecture. You never would have approached me directly. That was just bait, wasn't it? You were just testing to see if I was as strong as they say. He saw right through her little performance, analyzing every detail. The speed of my reaction, the way I responded, everything. Hearing him lay it all out, her act finally drops, and she smiles. I'm a demon, born and raised on the surface. And just like that, she starts telling him her life story. My father was a big-shot demon from the Dragon Palace who ruled the seas, but we've lived on land with my human mother ever since I was born. That's why I don't see humans as evil, she says with a grin. In fact, I happen to love them. Her face flushed beet red while she talked about her type people who look, good enough to eat. Someone so strong she wouldn't even dare attack them? Now that's a real prize. Meanwhile, Yushin isn't even pretending to listen. Well, I don't really care what you're into since it's none of my business. Ouch. Is she getting mad? He asks what's over there that needs 3 guards. She snaps, totally annoyed, that it's the arena where he fought his final match. Which means the Dragon King must be locked up by now. Yushin's getting worried. The rebellion only worked because they had a way to beat the Dragon King. But did it really end this fast? She gets a suspicious look and adds that it's probably where the succession ceremony is happening too. Then she starts spilling the tea. I heard the finals were held near the Crown Prince's prison. And boom, just like that, she drops some seriously important info. Once the prince takes the throne from dear old dad, all that's left is to find the princess somewhere in the palace. They say they don't know where she is yet, but she's in the palace. It won't take long to track her down. Yushin's face goes pale, his mind racing. If the Dragon King is already captured and the coup is halfway done, should he just get out of Dodge? Because a bunch of rebels is one thing, a successful revolutionary army is a whole different ballgame. He knows the Crown Prince's power. Prince or not, he's a half-Dragon King because he botched his own ceremony. He's not someone that Siu or he could ever handle. Just as Yushin's thoughts are spiraling, the girl speaks up. Oh wait, if you use that tablet I gave you to go back, make sure you stay as far from the coast as possible. I think you'll be fine, but who knows? He's completely baffled by that. What, are you guys gonna summon a storm to celebrate the coronation? She immediately shoots that down. No, nothing like that. Turns out their little plan has 2 target locations. First is Busan on the Korean peninsula, and the second is Fukuoka in Japan. Then she explains the main point of the plan. They're going to sink both regions into the sea and use all those resources and lives to make up for hundreds of years of missed offerings. She muses that it'll probably happen tomorrow, or maybe even today. All they need to do is find the princess. Yushin hears this and just says, oh. Then he nails the summary. We are so screwed. Cut to the Crown Prince's prison, where a single beam of light shines down into the deep, dark water. The soldiers are all knocked out cold, lying everywhere in pools of blood while other guards have already surrounded the area. A door to the chamber slowly creaks open, revealing a long, winding staircase. Tandu calmly walks toward a magnificent frost-covered coffin. The lock is still on, but he just flicks his finger. It cracks and shatters in two. The prison door opens automatically, and a dark shadow starts moving. He walks slowly into the vast prison. An empty space greets him. The chains are loose, and he focuses on a shackle that's been completely blown apart. Seeing this, Tandu begins to mumble. This humble servant, General Tandu, respectfully greets your highness. He corrects himself. No greetings to the new monarch. Then Tandu falls to his knees with a self-pitying tone. Please forgive the incompetence of your servants. We've only just now managed to free you. The man in the prison speaks quietly, I see. So it wasn't my father who freed me, but a choice you all made. Then the man asks, how many people are involved in this? Tandu answers with total respect. Most of us, your servant, myself, the generals, and most of the ministers in the palace have all agreed to support your ascension. Tandu continues. Also, the 8 commanders have joined our side, with over 90% of the royal guards loyal to you. He continues to explain the current situation to the man. There are still a few generals loyal to the current Dragon King, but they've been taken care of and will soon bow before him. The prince rubs his red-marked wrist and speaks. Thinking about it, isn't today my little sister's birthday? That's right. The one day of the year you could catch my father off guard. He looks away, considering. So, he never changed his mind. Such a shame. I didn't want to be disrespectful. Tandu quickly agrees, saying that although the time came a bit early, the throne was always meant to be his. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Huh? The voice calls out again. Sorry to interrupt this very serious conversation, but can you guys please take him away quickly? The voice makes him turn his head. I was going to drop him at the door and leave. But everyone's frozen like they're scared of something. That voice belongs to Yin, and beside her, she's dragging the Dragon King. Wow. No matter how much of a rebel you are, you don't disrespect the king. So I brought him here myself. The Dragon King's face is covered in red marks. He's breathing hard as she speaks. I have no idea what you're planning, but I hope you finish it soon. Yeah? In scoffs, watching a beauty in pain isn't exactly fun, but I guess it makes me feel a little guilty. Tandu turns on her, his voice sharp with blame. I gave orders that no one enters unless I personally call. How did the guards let you in? In gives a vague, breezy answer to that. I kinda remember you saying that, she says. But I asked so nicely. They just let me through. Tandu looks about ready to explode. What the hell? Just then, the crown prince calls out to Tandu. He stands up and gives an order. Enough. What's done is done. No pointless arguments in front of my father. If you have a spare sword, hand it over. Tandu quickly obeys, presenting his sword. Yes, your highness. The prince inspects the sharp blade, muttering, Been a while since I've seen father. I suppose I should do my filial duty. And with that, he uses the razor-sharp sword to shave his scruffy face. Then he just yanks the hilt right off the blade. The prince hands the broken sword back to Tan. Nice sword, he says. Sorry for breaking the hilt. He then uses that same hilt as a hair tie for his long mane. Noticing a stare, the prince looks up. Facing Yin's mocking gaze, the prince asks, Got something to say? She shoots back with contempt. Not really. This just isn't what I pictured when you grabbed a sword. I was hoping for something a little more provocative, something more exciting. The current scene isn't awful, but I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed. The prince just opens the prison door wider and speaks quietly. I don't know what you're talking about. If I disappointed you, I apologize. Yila In is just stunned. What the hell? The prince continues. You seem to be in a hurry, so if you want to leave, why not get this over with? He glances at the weapon in her hand, then says calmly, I've never seen that thing you're holding, and frankly, I don't care what it is. It's a long weapon, etched with red marks. The prince analyzes the situation. If anyone from the mainland could actually harm his father, it had to be that weapon. He says calmly, It doesn't belong to you, but its owner definitely knows one thing. Then the prince unleashes his power, threatening her. He says there's no way she can leave the palace alive while holding that thing. Even if you return empty-handed, it won't be considered your failure. Yeah, In freezes at the prince's words. What a shame, she says, handing the flute over. The moment he takes it, his body erupts in red marks. Tandu rushes over in a panic, but the prince just reassures her. It's nothing. The prince just scoffs at the object, a flute made to suppress a dragon's power. And to think it was created from that very same power to make a divine weapon. Classic dad move. He has to accept the truth. The only reason he can even hold this is because his own power is a joke compared to his father's. The prince says all this while staring at the Dragon King, who's gritting his teeth in agony. As a dragon and a king, I can never reach my father's level. The old king whispers, trying to form words. Ah, you're spewing nonsense again. It must have been boring, rambling to yourself in that room. The prince stares him down and replies, Lonely, perhaps, but never boring. He continues in a mockingly formal tone. I've had plenty of time to reflect on myself. His power flares violently, shattering the flute in his hand, and on what I need to do. Tandu looks worried, while Yin seems totally into it. So, just as I thought. The prince breaks the flute, revealing a single blue scale inside. His father's reverse scale. He says coldly, "This is part of the treasure that decides the next Dragon King, and you gave it to a human." Tandu watches this unfold, his mind racing. The reverse scale, the one scale a dragon is born with, considered an unmatched miracle cure. Ripping it out causes permanent, irreversible damage to a dragon. It only regenerates once in a lifetime, if at all. Because of that, the scale is only ever removed to choose a successor. Tandu grits his teeth, furious at the thought of the Dragon King removing his own scale, and all to protect some insignificant mortals. The current Dragon King is a disgrace. Then the prince pops the reverse scale into his mouth and swallows. He just ate the ultimate power-up. He turns to the others and says quietly, "Thanks to this, I don't have to commit another sin against my family." Light suddenly fills the dark dungeon. His voice is a low rumble. Without this, I would have had to force my father to tear out his own reverse scale. The prince kneels down, facing the Dragon King. Now there's only one thing left. Please tell me where the dragon pearl is. As he speaks, another horn begins to grow on his head. He screams, trying to fight through the blistering pain. "You want the throne? And you thought it was going to be easy?" he says with a chilling calm. "When I was young, the late king told me." The prince remembers his dad's biggest lesson. A king needs an unbreakable will to protect his people. He's overthinking every single thing he believes to be right. Now I'm taking his words to heart, and I will take that throne. I don't care if it's a loyal servant or my own son if I have to. My hands will get bloody. The crown prince's voice was dripping with pure menace. But if you help, their blood doesn't need to be spilled. Since the result's the same, a king should protect the people he loves from harm. Yeah. In looked amused by this little speech, adding, "Please, think about it carefully." The Dragon King just laughed at his son's words. "See? I told you. You're all talk." He shot back with pure defiance. "You put on a good show, but you don't even understand the nonsense you're spouting. I am going to be king. Don't spew that garbage like it's already set in stone." Even cornered, the old man was firm. "I am the Dragon King. I will not negotiate with a traitor who doesn't even know his place." And after that epic speech, the Dragon King promptly passed out. Yeah, In watched this go down, thinking to herself that something else had to be going on here. The prince stood up to check on his father, while she realized the melody's effect had faded. So, did something else make his condition worse? A terrified Taedu tried to calm him down. "You don't need to worry so much, Your Highness. You have the former king's reverse scale now. The dragon orb is irrelevant. The throne is yours and yours alone." Two horns sprouted from the prince's head as he spoke. Maybe. If I was the only one who inherited father's scale. Taedu got real nervous at that answer. "What do you mean? It hasn't been that long." The prince just fell silent, lost in thought. "Probably yesterday afternoon," the prince said, his eyes still glued to his father. Father tore off a second reverse scale, and it looks like he gave it to someone else. Taedu gritted his teeth, his words turning sour. Princess Miri. Was the tournament and the banquet all just a setup to officially give her the throne? The prince answered calmly, but his expression darkened. "Who knows? But I can feel the person who resonates with my scale. I can feel their presence and their location. They are very close." He told them it wasn't far. Meanwhile, Siu was carrying a badly wounded Gu toward the underwater palace. He stopped dead at the entrance. Gu was stunned by the sight, and Siu just looked completely lost. Soldiers were scattered everywhere, all of them injured. A truly grim scene. Siu had to ask, "These are the palace guards." Gu calmly corrected him. "No, the royal guard is always protecting the inner sanctum." She went on, "His Majesty ordered a reduction in forces, so we're always running a skeleton crew." An image of the Dragon King flashed in her mind. So what? I'm still the strongest. She scanned the bodies on the ground. The ones in yellow are rebels, blue are the palace guards. If they fought here, but before she could finish, a massive crash echoed through the halls. Someone had just punched a hole straight through the palace wall. He set her down, telling her not to move. "Wait by the right wall, I'll get you when this is over." And just like that, horns erupted from his head. Red marks of power flared to life across his skin. Siu then launched forward, leaving a small crater behind. Cut to the source of the noise, a massive crack in the wall, and a voice, dripping with pure contempt, rang out. "I really need to reconsider things. I always thought you were just some talentless pet of the Dragon King. A fake sword." Bio looked absolutely terrified. "But now I see you've been sharpened quite nicely, haven't you, General?" The speaker put her hands on her hips, a smug grin plastered on her face. If that blade wasn't so dull, it might have been a problem for my plans. You could have even been a proper loyal servant. This is Gin, a former general of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Her voice was just full of insults, calling him a disgrace. Bio, covered in wounds, just tried to keep his breathing steady as she talked. Without that burden, you could have gone out in a blaze of glory, he shot back. Ridiculous. Gin just cackled with glee. A king's servant can never die without regret when facing down a traitor. You know what? You're absolutely right. Then she lunged, getting right in his face with a nasty smile before she spoke. But that's only if the one you serve is actually worthy of being called a king. Gin's hands flew at him in a blur. Bio glanced over his shoulder at the person on the ground behind him. A green-haired girl, with those same red marks on her face. The attack slammed into him, and blood sprayed everywhere. Seeing this, Gin's scornful expression just got worse. A loyal but useless servant. How pathetic. How tragic. The blow had struck him right in the center of his chest. He grimaced in pain while she looked completely smug. He knew if he hadn't taken that hit himself, the princess would be dead. Gin just kept on talking, gloating about this pathetic, drawn-out end. What's the point of this pathetic loyalty? It just delays your death by a few seconds. Bikey spits out a mouthful of blood. Yeah, that's a fatal wound. A voice cuts through the tension between them. That's right. Siu appears from behind, absolutely fuming with rage. He slams a kick straight into her, unleashing a massive wave of power. Siu throws out a powerful kick backed by dark feather magic, but Galing is quick, catching his leg with both hands. Siu reacts instantly, his eyes glowing as he smashes his other foot down, aiming straight for her head with everything he's got. Siu just frowns at her cocky attitude. Well, I wonder who this is. Our guest of honor has finally arrived. Galing smirks, blood dripping from her mouth. She's seriously hurt. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Galing channels her energy, her eyes glowing like a wild animal's as she speaks. I have been so looking forward to this. But suddenly, someone grabs her from behind, and for a second, she looks terrified. It's Geo, furious and covered in wounds. That last attack seriously messed Galing up. Pain is spreading through her body like a web of cracks. Siu unleashes a non-stop barrage of kicks, his eyes filled with pure determination. Geo yells from the side, "Stop this useless resistance!" He looks at Siu with desperation in his eyes, thinking, "Throw it away, as far as you can." Siu roughly grabs Galing by the collar, his eyes burning with anger as he hurls her with all his might. The force alone cracks a hole in the wall. Galing is sent flying for dozens of miles, disappearing into a massive cloud of dust and smoke. Siu finally calms himself, breathing out in a fighting stance. His body is a wreck, and next to him, Bio can't stop coughing up blood. Siu looks over at him, worried, asking over and over, "Are you all right?" Bio's voice is shaky, but he tries to reassure Siu. "I'm fine. It's just a stab wound, nothing life-threatening, but you seem different. I think we've met before." Siu looks back at him, completely lost. "We have? When? I don't remember." And just like that, the scene shifts to a chaotic brawl between two men. He explains, "Yesterday, you were not in your right mind. That's probably why you dared to defy the king." Hearing that, it all clicks for Siu. "Oh right, now that I think about it, I guess we did meet." He finally asks, "So, you must be General Bio, right? Pale skin, fangs, red cape." And Bio doesn't hesitate to say more. "An old woman described you just like that. She told me if I found you, General, you would stay with me until the end." Siu looks around, confused. Speaking of her, the old woman was supposed to be waiting outside. I thought she was over there, but wait, that's Gong Run, isn't it? He looks at the girl on the ground. She looks terrible, like she's been poisoned. Bio quickly looks away, hesitates for a moment, and clenches his jaw. Yep, that's a guilty face right there. After composing himself, he finally tells the truth. "Honestly, I'm not really sure either. The last two demons in the finals, they cheated." He says it with some respect. "Unlike His Majesty, you were overwhelming. They couldn't do a thing. Our skills. They didn't seem to affect me, or anyone else for that matter." Bio instinctively glances up towards the princess. Then a disembodied voice echoes, and Garoon's body jerks upward as if controlled by a puppeteer. As the princess speaks, Bio looks worried. "I rushed to get the princess to safety, but we were trapped, so we had to come here." Now listen closely about the old woman and the princess. And just like that, they're both totally shocked by the unbelievable scene. A second monster bursts out of Bio's chest. The poor guy was already weak, and now he's in even more agony. It slithers out through the glowing wounds in his body. Siu can only watch in absolute terror as this happens right in front of him. It lunges forward and bites a hand clean off. Siu, completely stunned, barely has time to react. Bio collapses to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. The situation just got way more intense. Dodging is the only option. If I can't dodge this, it's all over. He looks at the general, asking, "Are you okay? Can you move?" Before he can finish, Siu freezes, staring ahead as their opponent speaks. I'm guessing he's not okay. The female leader of the dark faction walks in, casually rubbing her head. It takes a lot of demons to break a dead soul as tough as his. Bio's in bad shape. He's already a walking corpse. Even if he survives this. And just like that, he was never himself again. And she reappears, pet in tow, ready for a grand entrance. Now then, let's finish the introduction we started. I am Galing, one of the 3 generals of this palace, and I'm the one who's been making your life so difficult. She says all this with maximum arrogance, of course. I'm sure I sent a boy named Bond to serve you well. Oh, that guy? Yeah, I already killed him. Siu's face practically screams your move as he says it. Maybe you're just bad at picking minions, or maybe they just don't like you. His attitude and his skills were absolute trash. Galing just smirks back, totally smug, a shame. His family and his father's status made him the obvious choice. Guess nepotism doesn't guarantee talent. So thank you for taking care of that little problem for me. Galing's tone is actually weirdly complimentary. Compared to him, you're on a whole other level. So young, yet you have a spirit that feels like it's been forged for 100 years. Siu just grins. I don't know about any spirit, but if it takes you a century to get one, that sounds like your problem, and she just bursts out laughing at the comeback. You're not very good at provoking people, are you? Still, you seem pretty fired up. An opponent with your kind of sharp judgment shouldn't be so easy to get a rise out of. She offers him some condescending advice. If you want to get someone out of your way, your taunts need to be short and clear. For example, Siu is hanging on every word. Completely stunned the father of that half-breed brat is still alive. Siu can only stammer back, "What?" But before he can even process that bombshell, a blast of energy comes flying right at him. He reacts just in time to dodge, but the attack is way too fast. It still manages to slice right into his arm. The pet monster lunges for the dying Gongrun. But Siu's not having it, snatching its tail midair to stop the attack cold. Siu has to tap into his dark demon arts again just to get enough power to grab it from behind. But a sound makes him turn, his eyes widening in shock. Galing seizes the opening and attacks. One kick sends Siu flying into the sky, and his body completely obliterates the castle roof in a massive explosion. And after all that, he's got a nosebleed. His mind is racing. This woman knows exactly how to fight a demon. But there's no time to think the next attack is already on its way. Galing's monster grabs his other arm, wrapping it tight. Then it just stares at him. So Siu summons a dark sword and just chops off his own arm. He kicks the beast away and sends the sword flying straight for Galing's head. He glares at her as their powers collide, triggering a massive burst of pure energy. A pillar of smoke lights up the entire sky. Siu emerges from the blast, his gaze locked and determined. What the hell was that? The memories start connecting, and Siu pieces it together. That sneak attack from before, that was the great general. It had to be a curse technique, not just raw power. When his own punch landed, he could feel his opponent's insides getting absolutely shredded. He looks forward, just a bit worried. He put everything into swinging that demon dagger, knowing if he didn't win this fight, he was dead. He thinks back, recalling the impact through his fingertips. It felt like both an attack and a defense, but not an attack that actually did any damage. Strange. How is that possible? As if reading his mind, she answers for him. You want to know how I'm still moving, don't you? And as she says it, a new crater appears in the ground to punctuate her point. If I wanted to really fight you, I'd be mocking your stupidity while caving your head in. I don't see you as an enemy. The kid you met told you that, Galing says with a smug grin. So, if you ask one of the 2 questions on your mind right now, I'll give you an answer. First question. How were you actually able to hurt me? Siu's entire body is trembling just trying to maintain his demon form. And the second question you're avoiding. Is your father really still alive? She has him right where she wants him, twisting the knife. Such a shame, not knowing half of your own bloodline. A powerful demon like you. And you don't even know who your father is. Siu fights it, telling himself it's a lie. What could a demon from the Dragon Palace know about his father? But her words just keep digging into his mind. You grew up wrestling with humans, didn't you? Galing's voice cuts right through his thoughts. Even back when you lived as a human, you had your own reasons to be suspicious, didn't you? And just like that, Siu remembers his younger self. That demon blood flowing through his veins. He must have thought about it every time he felt it mixed with his human side, giving him all that power. Back then, a young Siu was full of questions, and all of them were about his father. Could his father, the one with even stronger demon blood than him, really have been just a normal human? Even if you never questioned his death, you knew something else was off. Was that really the only strange part of the story? Since ancient times, there have been rare cases of humans and demons mixing. Their second-generation children were often called half-demons. But by the third and fourth generations, they kept mixing with humans, getting weaker until they were basically just human. And so begins the classic Find a Master arc, with Siu accidentally stumbling into the role of Chosen One. When your master first found you and brought you to Yogir, you didn't even know spirit energy existed, let alone cursed magic. His master's grandpa appears, rocking some intense purple eyes. From any demon's point of view, you're just a human, and your chances of awakening your bloodline are practically zero. Then we see him fighting some freaky, no-eyed monster like a total coward, getting pushed to the brink of death in front of a whole audience of demons. If that awakening hadn't happened, the old man would have just straight up murdered a weak human being. And right after that line, we get a shot of our boy, completely naked and seriously injured. The laws of the land spirits should have completely destroyed his position. When Siu hears this, he just looks lost. What if he wasn't sure you'd awaken? What if you were only chosen for your bloodline? Would any of this have even happened? Gin says all this with the most wicked grin you've ever seen. She says he has his reasons, just like her, the last and greatest spirit. Your father's family line isn't exactly mortal. Siu's mind is just racing, questioning everything. Why is this special family bloodline only being discovered now? A spirit named Bayon, from 666 years ago. Face to face, she'd tell you old stories, but never these important truths. If you come from such a prestigious bloodline, what's the harm in actually knowing about it? Gin glides closer, whispering that it shouldn't be too hard to find out. She's dropping these truth bombs to get Siu on her side, or maybe to hint at some massive falling out between his dad and his master. Maybe your father is still alive and well, and he's just terrified that if you two meet, a certain lie will be exposed. She's hinting at someone else in the picture. Just like that lie, he already knows that Choy Siu is the only love left. Siu's expression darkens, but Gin just keeps taunting him. I'm not calling you stupid or anything. I'm just suggesting you go find some honesty from the people who've been lying to you. Then she holds out her hand like some kind of savior. If you want the answer to your second question, I swear on the matriarch of my clan that I will tell you everything, with no lies. I will support you as a member of my clan in the Dragon Palace, so you can be part of the Dragon Palace's great rebirth. She's totally convinced her little temptation plan worked. Gailing thinks she's already won this. But right at that moment, a massive surge of power appears, crackling like lightning. The one thing General Gailing failed to understand is that she's a spirit and could never truly get inside the head of a human boy named Choy Siu. Her big persuasion attempts shouldn't have been about doubting the land spirits, but about appealing to a kid who's curious about his father. If she had done that, she might have actually succeeded. But as a spirit, it was an impossible mission from the start, so our boy's hesitation turned into pure resolve, buying him just enough time to focus. She stands up straight and drops a final line, "This is all useless," and hearing that makes him absolutely furious. In the cursed magic of the spirits, nothing can harm this body unless someone has been trained in a very special cursed magic. He channels his energy, and the black sword in his hand erupts with sharp sparks, crackling as they scrape together. Siu gets in his stance, ready to attack her. Gin's beast senses his killing intent and lunges at him first. Siu's mood is on a knife's edge, his eyes glowing like a wild animal's. He swings the dark sword and cleaves her monster clean in two. Now Gin is in shock, never expecting him to kill her beast in a single blow. If I had to choose, I'd choose the first option, but I don't need to answer to you. Brimming with killing intent, Siu makes his declaration. I'd rather stand unshaken and do things my own way, even if it's the wrong answer. We cut to a different scene, a hotel by the sea. This is one day earlier, about 3 hours before entering the Dragon Palace. Siu is shocked by the hotel's breakfast. Whoa, so hotel breakfast is a buffet? I thought it was room service like in the movies. Yusin teases him. What a country bumpkin. Actually, me too. Yuxin adjusts her jacket and then speaks up. If there's a convenience store on the way, I'm buying some rice balls and a drink. Even if the Dragon Palace treats its guests, we have no idea what they'll serve. Siu agrees. Yeah, that's a good idea. He then continues, asking Yusin, don't you have any other clothes? I'm going as your servant, so wearing something this nice feels weird. But, well, it's a little. Yusin, with a perfectly calm face, just replies, just wear it. You're not going there to impress anyone. It was a little bland, but the quality of his suit wasn't actually that bad. When Yujin saw Siu in that outfit, she couldn't help but yell out, why do you look like a homeless person? Siu just admits it. See? You think so too. But if I have to wear it, I'll wear it. But another voice chimes in, admitting, yep, that's the outfit I prepared for you. She then explains her reasoning for the interesting clothes. There was no other way. My suits are made for women, and the young master and his friend are much taller. John is on the phone with Yusin, and she pipes up, so in a hurry, I just sewed a new set from scrap fabric. If you don't like the style, I'm sorry. Yusin, annoyed, rubs his temples while John keeps talking. I told the young master to do it since he's good with his hands. Yu Sin, completely defeated, just gives in. No, I was just asking. Thanks for trying, though. So why'd he make this choice? It all comes back to John's words, rattling around in his head. John totally argued against it, but of course, this guy never listens. No matter what, the young master does what he wants, just remember you were warned. That's when Siu zeroes in on Yusin's outfit and asks, hey, first things first, your clothes gotta be different from mine, right? But they've also gotta have a bit of a traditional hanbok feel, Yusin shoots back. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Hearing that, Siu claps his hands together, and just like that, bam, the brown clothes switch to green. He turns and asks, how's this? Yusin just stares at the scene, completely and utterly speechless. Siu explains, someone gave this to me. Called it a demon treasure, but I honestly don't see what's so great about it. When I wear it, I don't feel any different, he says, flashing back to all his hardcore battles. The first time I wore it, I thought it was totally ruined, but the outfit didn't have a single scratch on it. Even Siu was surprised. After wearing it again, it was good as new. He grins at the still silent Yusin. The fact that it just heals itself is impressive enough. Yusin hesitates for a second, then starts to say, do you know? But before he can even finish, Siu cuts him right off. It's fine. He gives a small smile, accepting it. Maybe it wasn't on purpose, but it's no surprise she doesn't like me. Even if you say that's the price of being here, you still have to do dangerous work because of me. You could just feel the sincerity in Siu's words, the kind that would even make a powerhouse like Seiwa think twice. You say you can handle it, but seriously, I'm sorry for putting you in such a dangerous spot. Yusin just scratches his head, sighs, and speaks up. It's nice that you're grateful and feel bad, but let's be real, it's complicated, not actually dangerous. At least, not for me. He then starts breaking it down for the guy. No matter how deep the ghost's grudge is, it's just a soul without a real body, right? Siu looks a little surprised and replies, but I heard, before Yusin stares him down and continues. That not having a body makes it more dangerous isn't exactly wrong, at least for demons. Hearing his friend's explanation, it finally clicks for Siu. Ghosts and demons are a bit different. When a being with a strong attachment dies, its soul lingers. That's what we usually call a ghost, and most of them were once human. Yusin is giving him the full-on supernatural studies lecture. If they're not cleansed or exercised in time and gain enough power, they get a physical form and become a demon. In other words, they get weaker. Siu is hanging on his every word, completely shocked. I mean, he's a half-demon, so you'd think he'd know he can use elemental arts. But at the end of the day, he's still a demon, a being with a physical body. He can be killed by elemental arts, martial arts, or even modern technology if it's strong enough. Yusin puts a hand on his hip and keeps going. But ghosts are different. Even as wandering souls, you can't kill them with just physical force. Unless you use exorcism, a technique that can actually damage the soul. In theory, not even a nuclear missile could touch a ghost. Siu gets it now. So that's why you need a special kind of attack. It's a job for a shaman, not a demon. Yusin glances to his left and says, that being said, most ghosts aren't a huge threat to demons or shamans. A simple exorcism isn't that complex, you could probably do it right now. And just like he says, power starts radiating off him. All it takes is releasing a little bit of his aura, and that's enough to chase off or completely erase wandering spirits. Exorcism is for higher-level ghosts. The stronger you are, the easier it is. Yusin continues his analysis, saying those ghosts he mentioned have physical forms. It's not like they choose it. It's a natural phenomenon, like a system of checks and balances. If you get too strong as a spirit, you become a wraith and gain a physical body's weaknesses. Then he reminds Siu, asking me to perform an exorcism to destroy a soul violates that rule. From his explanation, you can start to picture a real shaman facing off against a ghost with a powerful grudge or soul-level energy, one that's been artificially suppressed to keep it from getting a physical body. Only a true shaman could pull that off. And even if they know how, exorcism or purification is still incredibly difficult. Yusin says this while opening the fridge. The most effective way is to seal them. Isolate the soul by locking it inside an object or a location, kind of like radioactive waste. It's better to control it or bury it than to destroy it, right? Then he brings up a prime example, that demon named Seiwa. She knows what she's gotten herself into. She probably knows a lot about shaman magic because she tried to handle it herself. He continues his lecture to the fridge. However, for some reason, I've heard many demons use exorcism to wipe out ghosts, as if shaman magic is a secret weapon made to exploit that. Yusin tosses a can of coffee over to Siu. He glances at him and says, there aren't many shamans, or demons who survive a shaman's magic. Luckily, there's one demon here who knows what he's doing. Another disaster could have totally happened if they'd done this whole thing half-assed. He mentions Ganzang and the fact she knew they'd need a shaman and tools to seal a soul, proof she's not new to this game. Siu catches the coffee Yusin tossed him and asks, I don't really remember. From what I was told, she's the ghost you're talking about. Maybe that's why you know so much about it. Yusin cracks open another drink and answers the question. Looks like we're on good terms for now, so I'll just avoid that monster best I can. Even if you have to fight later, you won't get along. Siu pops his coffee can open, still confused. He asks why she's a vengeful spirit if she somehow managed to get a physical body. Isn't that basically the same thing as a regular monster? Yusin just sips his drink. He admits Siu is right about that monster. Everything he just said is true. Unless, of course, she has reached the spirit level. The ghost whale? Oh yeah, the ghost whale. It shows up as a skeleton found all over the East Sea, including Japan's Xi'an Islands. And guess what? No harpoon could ever kill it. Then, it wasn't just the people who saw the whale, entire neighborhoods and families died from plagues. The ghost whale isn't a species, it's a monster. A single soul of a whale murdered by humans. There's only one. Her name is Galing, a title given to this one unique, terrifying entity. She's about 1,000 years old, and that's just after she became a monster. As an original spirit, her age could probably be traced back to ancient times, and Siu is starting to look a little worried. He glances over, his mind racing. Just for a second, her tone changed. Maybe she didn't expect him to break her technique. And there it is, a skeleton shaking nonstop. Just as he suspected, he stares her down, judging. That's a vengeful spirit, all right, but this is a special case. Just like Yusin said, Siu pours his own power right into that sword. He's trusting it completely. If this sword can do its job, he can actually win this. Galing, with a fresh wound on her face, growls, that goblin mace. I know it's more flexible than any elemental art. Blood trickles from her eyes. Galing looks up at him. I didn't think it could even manifest the properties of a severed soul. Siu isn't listening. He just bolts toward her. His speed is just absolutely overwhelming. Galing doesn't even move an inch in response to him. Drawing on his power, he appears right in front of her. Siu's hand swings for her face. Galing barely dodges, and her blood splatters onto him. He can't help but think to himself, whoa, she actually dodged that. Siu remembers what Yusin told him. When a vengeful spirit hits spirit level, it partly transcends the limits of a soul form. He crushes the can in his hand while explaining, they're still tied to a soul state but are almost totally immune to damage from it, so Yusin broke down how to fight it. Besides damaging the soul form itself, if you don't land a hit on the actual soul during the exorcism, it's useless. He tells Siu everything he knows. From a shaman's point of view, this is where things get a little tricky. Because on top of the exorcism, you also have to win a real fight with a spirit-level monster. They can't fight, so tools and sealing are required. For spirit-level vengeful spirits, you can beat them with exorcism arts that aren't even that high level. But for a monster with an exorcism medium, it just turns into a simple power contest, which makes the vengeful spirit way easier to fight. Siu is floored by all this new info. Whatever, if I don't know exorcism, I don't know the answer. So Yusin makes an offer. You'll probably see more of them in the Dragon Palace. If that happens, you can just step back and let me handle it. And Siu agrees. Yeah, it's pretty annoying when you can't win no matter what you do. Then Yusin asks a favor. Come to think of it, maybe you could teach me some Taoist arts. I won't master them right away, but it's worth learning for later. He gets flustered when Siu replies, yeah, I'll have to ask Seol Hua to teach you after she's better. If it's an elemental art specifically for dealing with vengeful spirits, Seol Hua would definitely know. He looks at his coffee, thinking to himself that Siu probably has zero exorcism skills right now. But there's only one way he could pull off something that looks like it. The original form of the Goblin mace, a white weapon covered in red marks. After awakening his monster bloodline, he's only ever used it twice. And unlike his other techniques, which came naturally after learning them once, this is still something Siu can't control at will. Along with its combat equivalent, Siu has been wary of using this elemental art, following Xiaohuai's advice. But each of these powers is understood instinctively. For combat, it's an overwhelming, explosive force. For the mace's original form, it's the raw emotion and drive to annihilate the enemy. The moment Siu lunged forward, Galing jumped back, trying to put distance between them, exhaustion clear on her face. It's a blade forged from a single purpose. The kid believes in the power that made even two ridiculously tough guys who he could never touch bleed. And somehow, that actually worked. Siu whips out his sword, and suddenly Gin is bleeding all over the place. He crouches down, already cooking up some half-baked plan. The next attack is definitely going to be the one. Those words she spoke were like a curse, and every step she took was on the blood of those left behind. He's totally shocked by what she's saying, the weight of it all pressing down on him. Then Bon appears right behind him with the creepiest look ever. Her voice still echoes, a karma carved deep into his soul. With her face all bruised up, she sticks out a long tongue and says, "Gotcha." Siu immediately elbows her away, sending Bon flying back from the force of his attack. She's trembling in pain, but he's the one freaking out. Gritting his teeth, he watches as Bond suddenly spits up a ton of green gunk. Siu quickly dodges that disgusting sludge, then dashes in and slices her clean in half. Bond slowly vanishes from the sword strike. Siu turns to watch her disappear, his mind racing with thoughts. It didn't feel like an illusion he could feel something, even if it was barely there compared to reality. Plus, he remembers that disgusting attack. That blast that just missed him was definitely real, packed with actual energy. Galing, who's been watching this whole time, finally speaks up. That's the child's resentment, still clinging to her. She taunts him. She's not as strong as I thought. You probably aren't the one who killed her. If it were a real grudge, she wouldn't fall from just one slash. No matter how sharp it is, huh? Maybe this is actually a good thing. A circle made of blood appears. Gin's bloody tears roll down, forming the ring. Seems she's got countless grudges, not just her own. Her purpose? To be a shaman who soothes the souls wandering the sea, that's the role of this body. Galing starts chanting a spell, cursing the spirits and calling out to the ocean. Siu stands there, completely stunned as she says she's summoning a white whale. And what do you know, a giant, scarred whale appears. It opens its massive mouth and charges right at him. Siu glances nervously behind him, where Bigyo is injured and the princess is unconscious. Without a second thought, he grits his teeth and prepares to fight it head-on. The white whale smashes right where he was standing. But what happens next leaves Gin completely shocked. Siu is now inside the whale's body, his power surging through it. That power spreads from the whale's head all the way to its tail. Seeing this, Galing raises the ring and begins her chant. Siu creates a power circle around the white whale. Galing tries to summon a bunch of other fish with her spell, but he suddenly rushes her. Siu's technique creates a massive explosion, blasting everything in sight to bits and pieces. All of a sudden, Gin finds herself wrapped up by his power. Siu speaks slowly. You can't do any harm with that thing. He's holding binding ropes, dashing towards her with a challenge. But when it comes to binding, well, that's another story. Siu then creates a complex matrix of binding ropes, yanking Galing into the air. With one slash from Choy, he quickly cuts her body apart. For a brief moment, their actions seem to slow down. They both land on the ground, and his whole body is shaking uncontrollably. Choy Siu nervously glares at Gin as blood drips endlessly from where she was cut. A stream of energy begins radiating from Galing's body. The sight forces him to spin around and stay on guard. I still have enough spiritual and physical strength. Even though I'm far from perfect, I can go all out one more time. Choy Siu's brow furrows, but he can't help but look at his green mace and wonder. Why can't I recover? Just then, the woman now only an upper torso seems to read his mind and answers. It's because you are lacking. The nature of obsession is to madly pursue something, an idea without emotion, she says. No matter how fierce, it's just a fleeting flame in the void. Hearing Galing's words, Choy Siu actually freezes in his tracks. If you poured your emotions into that sword, it wouldn't even have a single scratch after 100 slashes. She doesn't hesitate to point out his flaws. But you completely cast aside your emotions, and as a result, you've hit a dead end. You're afraid, aren't you? Galing continues. You're not ready for that realm yet. You can push everything to its absolute limit, but once you do, you won't be able to stop. Choy Siu remains silent, his face etched with caution. He doesn't answer Galing knowing it's true, but still holding back must not be easy. Impressive, sure, but our boy doesn't think she's as chill as she looks. He's got a hunch, and it's all about the blood. His brain is firing on all cylinders. See, some people use nails or hair for power-ups, so maybe her special ingredient is her own blood. Choy Siu hunkers down, totally focused. He figures he's got one, maybe two, good slashes left in him. Time to make them count. His eyes lock onto the one spot on her body that's still bleeding out. Even after he sliced her deep in the gut, it's like it had zero effect. She doesn't even bother to guard the wound. The more he thought about Siu, the more his brow furrowed. This could mean her core energy wasn't in her abdomen, or maybe it didn't even exist. If that's the case, the most vital target would be, suddenly, his attention snapped to the floor, where blood was spreading relentlessly. Choy Siu froze, realizing Galing's blood was pooling, growing, and now crawling straight toward him. In a flash, her blood reached out and touched his foot. Galing said nothing, and that chilling silence made him leap back in alarm. But her blood just kept chasing after Choy Siu's feet. Galing suddenly increased the blood around her and puffed up her cheeks. He'd just landed on a nearby roof, completely baffled by this move. Then a cocoon appeared, enveloping Galing's entire body. Seeing this, Choy Siu's mind raced with suspicion. A cocoon. These changes on the ground weren't an attack. This could be a trap, but he knew he couldn't afford to wait any longer. He was facing a total unknown, a situation with no right answer. He stared at that cocoon, unable to hesitate for another second, and launched himself forward with a powerful leap. As always, this guy's first instinct is to face the problem head-on. The distance between him and the cocoon closed rapidly. Choy Siu gritted his teeth, slashing the cocoon to pieces. Only then did he stop, realizing two things from that single strike. He stood silently, looking at the pools of blood. His own red blood covering the ground wasn't meant to attack him at all. The cocoon was tearing apart. The enemy's transformation had already begun and finished, and there she was, appearing on his left, ready to strike. Choy Siu spotted it instantly and managed to dodge just in time. But when he tried to counter, Galen grabbed his arm in a vice grip. Then, her mouth opened and the lecture began. The overwhelming power of monsters comes from the very ground they stand on. So I sealed it, by staining it with my own blood. Choy Siu clenched his jaw, trying to pull away, but he couldn't budge. But that can't be all of your strength, he shot back. Then Galen raised her leg and kicked him square in the head. The blow was so powerful it sent him reeling backward. Blood started pouring from Choy Siu's nose. Even if you are a goblin, I am still a grand general protecting this palace. Galen was practically glowing with arrogance. If I can't subdue someone like you with sheer power, wouldn't that just be ridiculous? He ignored her rambling, clenching his free fist to attack, but before he could move, Galen slammed another blow right into his chest. In the ringing silence, she spoke again. That's right. Her hand tightened on Choy Siu's arm. Excluding the East General, any other official in this palace would have been defeated long ago. Even after I stopped you from touching the ground, you can still endure this much. The title War Demon isn't just for show. She looked down at his pathetic state, unable to even stand, and gave him a look of pity. But this is you now, a withered soul, relying on tricks, unable to defeat a vengeful spirit that has existed for a single day. Choy Siu's body trembled, bleeding non-stop. And yet you have the ambition to become the Demon King? To bear the resentment of all monsters? What an absurd and arrogant dream. At least for you. Galen sneered down at him. Being strong and ruling over others to impose your will are two completely different things. You know better than anyone that you lack the qualities for that. She kept trying to chip away at his will. You must be exhausted. Chasing an ideal, deep down, doesn't exist, lying to yourself every step of the way. The vessel you possess is so much smaller than you think. With every word, it was clear Galen couldn't care less about his goals. In fact, she seemed to find them contemptible. I don't know why you joined this palace's martial arts tournament, but I can guess it wasn't for some grand purpose. Galen started hinting at no Hoa. Perhaps it was for the human who travels with you, or someone you wish to help or save. You are a good, normal person. You're better suited to caring for those close to you than for strangers you've never even met. She let the tempting words hang in the air. But what's so wrong with that? Not many can truly chase ideals separate from personal feelings. That's why you serve someone who can do those things for you. You offer loyalty for what you desire. So, what is it you need? Galen held out her other hand. Power, influence, or treasure? Whatever you seek from this dragon palace, as the right hand of the new Dragon King, I can grant it to you. She spared no expense sweet-talking him. In return, serve him, alongside me. He is a ruler born with the ability to command both land and sea, unbound by petty emotions or attachments. Pledge your loyalty to him and enjoy what you truly desire. Then, one of Gin's fingers slowly lifts Choy Siu's chin. She tells him he could become a governor, ruling over a huge territory, not just some backwater peninsula. Gin looks pretty smug, thinking she's won him over. A much faster route to power than becoming some demon king, right? But whoops, that just makes him angrier. He glares at Gin with pure, undiluted killing intent. But in that split second, what freezes her in place isn't his murderous vibe. It's like Choy Siu just became a praying mantis about to eat a butterfly. No emotion, no hostility, just a single, terrifying purpose. He's a predator, coldly calculating how to devour his prey, totally focused on getting the job done. Now, Galen used to be a mammal, with all those pesky feelings. So seeing this pure instinct gives her a major case of the creeps. Galen finally senses the danger and yanks her hand back in fear, but a predator never misses an opening. Choy Siu is up, one foot planted, the other kicking her right in the stomach, closing the tiny gap between them. A powerful kick sends Choy Siu flying backward, finally breaking free from her grasp. Galen quickly regains her footing, completely confused by his move. It makes absolutely no sense. In her hand is his own severed arm. She expected him to fight back, not throw away his only chance to win. She looks at his bleeding stump and offers some advice. If he's thinking of running, his chances are pretty much zero. Choy Siu glances down for a moment, then looks right back up at Galen. He's about to use the body-shattering strike. A lovely technique where you jam an ogre mace into yourself for a power boost. The drawback? Total organ destruction. But unlike demon magic, which is all instinct, Siu has calibrated this technique through lots of painful experience. The absolute most he can use this without his body literally disintegrating is about 10 times. If he lands a direct hit, It's guaranteed to leave a serious mark, even on a spirit-level demon. However, it also leaves his body paralyzed for a few unavoidable seconds. He actually beat her with this once, hitting her 5 to 7 times. The move guarantees the first hit against a top-tier demon, but it lacks knockout power unless he can chain the attacks together. And while a few seconds of paralysis doesn't sound long, in a high-stakes fight, it's an eternity. Normally, Siu can handle a double or triple output to keep the attacks coming non-stop. But now that he's missing a freaking arm, that's the max power he can use just to stay in motion. Without another word, he vanishes from Gaeling's sight. Suddenly, Choy Siu appears right in her face and lands a blow. He unleashes a relentless body-shattering strike at ×4. Gaeling is thrown on the defensive, barely blocking with her hands. Even she has to admit, for a guy in his state, that's impressive. But still, the power and speed aren't really a threat, and his attacks have no demon-slaying magic. She's thinking he has to know this is totally pointless against her. She just can't figure it out. He can't keep this up for long, so what in the world is he trying to accomplish? The scene shifts, flashing back inside Choy Siu's mind. He's in a room, standing in a pool of water, sighing as he holds out a hand. All right, I'll give it a shot. Xiao Huai sits before him holding a candle as he grasps his wrist, casting magic with a single hair. The magic is called Sky Wind Strike. A small gust of wind kicks up and blows out the candle in her hand. Xiao Huai looks on, impressed. Not bad. To control it that well after just half a day, you've got real potential. But as she says it, Choy Siu's hand grotesquely deforms, shocking him silent. You'll still need at least 10 more years to use it effectively, though. Choy Siu's face goes pale as he stammers in fear, so Xiao Huai calms him down. Did I do something wrong? Nope, you did nothing wrong, she explains, resting her chin on her hand. You performed Sky Wind Strike exactly how I taught you, and your mangled arm? That's just the result. Acquired magic is different from natural talent. It all depends on learning, not your bloodline. But to actually use it, well, a part of the caster's body had to be offered as a sacrifice, at least. That's what the masters of magic learned. They could cast spells with a sacrifice so small it barely even mattered. But for a demon lacking that talent, they had to brace for serious losses with every single spell cast. Back in the fight, he grits his teeth, clenching his fists for another volley. A 4 times output is a massive fire blast, making his opponent seriously misjudge his maximum power. A 10 times body-shattering blow comes crashing down. Gaeling couldn't react in time and took the full force of the heavenly wind strike. The sacrifice this time was his entire body, used as the attack itself. Choy Siu goes absolutely berserk. He leaps into the air, delivering a powerful kick. Even as his limbs were vanishing, Choy Siu couldn't care less, focusing everything he had on crushing Gaeling. I mean, if it's a limb you can't use anymore, there's really no reason to hesitate in using it for the deciding blow, right? The heavenly wind strike he just unleashed was barely strong enough to even be called an attack. But it was enough. It made her lose her grip on his mace, something Siu only wanted for a brief, yet critical opportunity with a tiny bit of exorcism power. And just like that, Choy Siu reached out and snatched his weapon back. He swings it hard right at Gaeling's head. The place was now soaked in his blood. And suddenly, Choy Siu's desperate move made the entire area begin to tremble. Blood dripped from his mace. Gaeling just froze solid, muttering something under her breath. The light in her eyes flickered for a moment, then went out. Choy Siu, his body missing all its limbs except for his right arm, lay on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Exhausted, he struggled to lift his head to check the situation. Gaeling was flat on the ground in a massive pool of her own blood. Only then could Choy Siu finally rest his head on the dirt. He won. He always pushed himself way too hard, but this time, it seems he really went past the limit. He lay there motionless, a strange sensation washing over him. Honestly, he didn't even have the strength left to move. It felt like all of his senses were completely numb. Then again, after forcibly releasing his power 10 times in a row, what did he expect? All of a sudden, a massive shadow covered his face, making Choy Siu flinch. Oh great. The enemy he just took down was now standing up again, and her body was a completely different size than before. His entire body trembled as he glanced at Gaeling, who was chanting something strange. She stared at Choy Siu, then started talking to herself. He was shaking, overwhelmed with fear, but still couldn't move his body at all, and then Gaeling unleashed a devastating blow right at him. She looked at the spot, now just smoke and dust. But he wasn't there, only a pile of shattered floor tiles. Kira Yoshihiro stood before Gaeling, letting out a deep sigh. Man, that was way too close. Seeing him appear, Choy Siu was so shocked he couldn't even close his mouth. The guy who calls himself cautious pulls a stunt like that? I was about to be frozen solid, forced to watch a scene that would have haunted me for the rest of my life. Kira Yoshihiro held him, looked down and remarked, "But seriously, That's one vengeful spirit with a deep-seated grudge. After losing her physical form, you'd think she would pass on peacefully. But no, she's still clinging on this desperately. Galing was radiating a terrifying amount of energy. Even if it meant being completely annihilated, she was still trying to resist. She lived long enough and probably held a high position, but her actions right now have absolutely zero dignity. Her body was so massive, her shadow completely covered them. He frowned and let out a small "oh." At that moment, she finally stopped using that weird language. So annoying. To the complete astonishment of them both, Galing just kept on ranting. Cursed, terrifying, filthy creatures, completely unaware of your own limits. Defiling the sea and sky with your blood is the cry of Mother Ocean. Her echoing voice continued to curse them. Ah, so that's what this is about. I never would have guessed a Bakujira held such a powerful position in the Dragon Palace. She opened her mouth in fury. I will not stop wailing until every last one of you is destroyed. At this, Choy Siu suddenly froze. He was worried about the blisters forming on Kira Yoshihiro's body, but the guy didn't seem to care much about them. Hey, your face is fine. It might look like you're cursed, but it's not a particularly strong one. And out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning struck. The bolt seemed to be aimed directly at Galing, piercing straight through her head in one clean shot. Kira Yoshihiro confidently reassured Choy Siu. When it comes to exorcising a remnant evil spirit, that's kind of our specialty. On a nearby city wall, Kira Yuzuru stood with her weapon in hand, letting out a sigh. Judging by the angle of the wound, the attack came from her position. Kira Yuzuru frowned. In response, Galing slowly turned to face her new opponent. Without hesitation, Kira Yuzuru gripped her weapon and prepared a spell, Thunder Purification. Knowing it was dangerous to stick around, he leaped up, carrying him away. A magic circle of lightning appeared directly above her head. From that circle, more lightning began to spark. She had begun to cast her spell. 7th layer lightning. A massive downpour of bolts zaps Galing. This whole scene just leaves Siu totally speechless. So cool, Jerusalem. Gotta admit, this feels way different than last time, doesn't it? My sister, being a mage and all, is super influenced by her surroundings, at least that's what she used to say. The blisters on Kira Yoshihiro's face are even starting to vanish. But the real reason is probably the opponent just a leftover piece of a vengeful spirit his sister already defeated. A soul that should have been long gone, but is desperately forcing itself to exist. She's been screaming in endless pain, stuck in some nice little spot for about 10 years. For a veteran exorcist, the story would have been different. This thing is just an annoying, wandering spirit. He looks over at Kira Yuzuru, who's completely focused on her attack. And honestly, just then, Kira Yoshihiro cracks a smirk that makes the kid's eyes pop. She definitely didn't need a technique that big. She was just trying to look extra cool. The magic circle slowly vanishes, leaving only a smoking crater on the ground. Siu can finally relax a bit, looking at Kira Yoshihiro. Anyway, I'm glad you saved me, but you and Yuzuru-san are seriously lucky to both be safe. Did the rebels try to persuade you? The moment he asks, the smile disappears. Persuade? I guess you could call it that. Kira Yoshihiro thinks back to his little chat with those guys. At first I thought, did the first round end this quickly? But that obviously wasn't it. They suddenly swarmed in, catching both siblings completely by surprise. They poured in like ants and started talking non-stop. The leader steps forward, all arrogant. If you surrender obediently, I'll spare your lives. We'll chop off this young man's arms and legs and use him as a message to announce the Dragon King's ascension across the islands. Our boy, his body still recovering, is just listening to this story in complete shock. Back then, I didn't really get what was happening, so I thought I'd play along and listen to the situation. But he remembers the demand they made without hesitation, a demand that made Kira Yoshihiro freeze solid. The woman will become the first offering to the new Dragon King. She will serve him. He's sweating buckets, glancing over at her with a look of pity. For a lowly human, this is too great an honor. Kira Yuzuru got so mad her breath turned into a cold, murderous fog. Kira Yoshihiro just scratches his head in embarrassment while telling the story. Whether they're demons or humans, communication between sentient beings rarely gets solved with just words. Thanks to those words, the guy got fried to a crisp by her lightning. Anyway, there was no time to ask questions. And that's how it all ended. From behind, Kira Yuzuru steps forward to join the conversation. You say that like there was a chance to talk, but I just got angry and annihilated them in a rage. That is pretty much what happened, isn't it? Did you want me to play around with a spirit-level monster and risk a catastrophe? She still looks annoyed, approaching with Jin's mask in her hand. In any case, I'm glad you're safe. I can't fully repay the favor from last time, but I hope this makes up for it a little. The guy is speechless. Choy Siu, on the other hand, just keeps looking back and forth between them. Look at the way she walks, just like a model. No way. I only survived because of you. By the way, did you two see my friend on the way here? Hearing his question, Kira Yoshihiro seems puzzled. You mean Yin? So he's not here. And you don't know where he went? No, I don't think anything bad happened to Yusin, but before he could finish, Kira Yuzuru cut in. It's natural to worry about a friend, but I think we need to prioritize the mission. Her words make them both go quiet for a moment. Like I said, while we're in this dragon palace, we're all basically prisoners. The smartest thing to do is team up and cooperate. With that, Kira Yuzuru gets back to the main topic. First, I need information on the scale of the rebellion. Have they succeeded yet? And what are their objectives? Right now, I don't know anything for sure. She brushes her hair back. We should figure out the general situation first, then find a way out of here. The search for your friend will have to be the priority after that. Hearing that, Choy Siu can only agree. I understand. So, do you have any special information? Probably nothing that special compared to what I already know. The second he finished his sentence, he dropped a massive info bomb. Two of the outer royal guards teamed up with an outside force and overpowered the Dragon King. One of the generals we just defeated was a member of the rebellion, and the Prince of the Dragon Palace is trying to steal the throne by capturing the princess. One of the generals took the princess to the mountain range, and one of our spies apparently knows the way out. Oh, and the outside force joining the rebellion seems to be the Shadow Demons. This makes Kira Yuzuru's jaw drop, while her brother just gives a thumbs up in praise. I get it now. Speaking of which, the Grand General, is he going to be okay? Meanwhile, in another location, the floor is getting a brand new paint job, in blood. And here's Cheon, enjoying a snack, when some footsteps totally ruin her mealtime. The nerve. Ilin saunters over, pointing out that Cheon is usually way happier when she's eating. So, is there actually a food she won't touch? She looks over and replies, nope, quite the opposite. I can barely contain myself because it's finally feeding time. But hey, Ilin, fun fact, did you know Bai Hyung slapped some kind of weird curse on both of us? Ilin, cool as ever, responds, I had a hunch. But it's not like it nerfs our powers after the mission is over. She thinks back to that specific moment. In other words, until they gave the Xiao and Wan Lang to the Dragon Palace Prince, neither of them could actually harm the rebels. That was Bi Hyung's clever little restraint. Ilin just glances away. So typical of Bi Hyung, and honestly, a pretty smart move. She then remembers how absolutely thrilled she was at that moment. Watching the Crown Prince reach out for the treasure if it weren't for that magical leash, she totally would have blown it up on impulse. His aura, his raw physical power, even the mental state he kept hidden, everything about him was frighteningly perfect. From the moment he took it until he pulled his hand back, she couldn't count how many times she almost refused to let go. Of course, with that restriction in place, it would have been a suicide mission. But a bit of drool escapes her lips, he was that tempting. So tempting she forgot the rules, feeling like an artist before a perfect, blank canvas. Island was practically radiating energy back then, but the Crown Prince? He didn't even seem to notice. A part of her was just desperately hoping he would turn around and acknowledge her. She was leaking a hungry, killer intent, but he didn't even flinch, as if nothing she could do would ever affect him. She watches his back fade into the distance. If it wasn't for his bodyguards making the odds impossible, would she have risked it all? Oh, she definitely would have. A 1 in a billion chance? She'd still go for it. Ilin hugs herself, thrilled by the thought. I totally get it now. I was about to do the same thing. Cheon, meanwhile, is still sitting there with a bloody mouth, completely confused. She thinks back to her prey from earlier. She was so close, yet slipped away. No matter how she thinks about it, it just doesn't make sense. The rage in her eyes is undeniable as she glares at the corpse. It was all for his sake, to keep him from getting involved. The built-in restraint must have kicked in. Seeing her frustration, Aileen reaches for something. So, the one who escaped was that Xiao Huai girl? No wonder you're in a bad mood. The best part of the meal ran away. Aileen's gaze drops to her own hand. All right, whatever. Our job here is done. And we've already been paid for the mission. And if I remember correctly, Bai Hyung never said anything about what we couldn't do on the way back home. She holds up 2 chess pieces. So, before we head back, I think we can earn a little extra. What do you think? She asks, then answers herself. Actually, I probably don't even need to ask. I'm glad we're on the same page. The scene then shifts to a long, empty road. Xiao Huai is panting, looking around in total confusion. This is definitely weird. She's carrying Sodan, surrounded by rocky mountains, yet there's this weirdly well-maintained road here. Could this be the Dragon Palace's sacred ground? Xiao Huai puts her down, not sure at all. But Sodan is on high alert, nervously looking around. They say there are prisons scattered across Harrian for the most dangerous criminals. This might be the entrance to one. Suddenly, she clutches her chest, gasping for air, which makes Xiao Huai panic. A prison? I get it. Are you okay? Though clearly exhausted, Xiao Huai tries to reassure her. I'm really sorry. If you hadn't protected me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. This wound is nothing. I'm just a little exhausted, that's all. She hesitates for a moment. Sorry, but you'll have to walk from here on out. Can you move? Of course. Xiao Huai frowns, adding, stay alert. And right on cue, the Crown Prince's troops arrive. We can't let either of them escape. Tan Du immediately starts apologizing. My apologies, Your Highness. I ordered the guards to handle the participants, but it seems they escaped the nearby arena. One of them isn't a land-dwelling creature, and just as you said, the woman on the right is General Bio's daughter. So Dan turns and runs while the other stays to fight, and the one on the left appears to be Sun H, descendant of the traitor Monkey King. Tandu looks to his men. If you'll allow it, I can call 2 of the 8 generals to bring her to her knees. What you do with her after is up to you. The prince just scoffs, looking completely unimpressed. But I doubt 2 generals will be enough to subdue both of them. Suddenly, a figure appears beside Xiao Huai. You know, we could just retreat. You're acting like a show-off when you've already done enough. She just stares blankly at Elin, who lets out a long sigh right next to her. Yuan figures he's just butting in at this point, all thanks to Siu. He barely gets a word out before getting completely interrupted. Kimdu, look, I'm just a wandering scholar. Let's call it even here. Don't worry about repaying me. He gives Xiao Huai a side-eye, thinking, just try to survive so my efforts weren't for nothing, you arrogant. Asterisk noble times, high-class demon. The scene jumps forward, and now our boy is sprinting for his life, racing straight ahead. He glances around with an internal groan. Man, this road is ridiculously, horribly long. But in this current mess, that's actually an advantage. Yusin's brain starts whirring, piecing it all together. The Crown Prince's little plan? A good old-fashioned coup. However, this wasn't going to be some simple brute force takeover. Oh no. He just has to think about his own family drama when things go sideways. There are always legal protections for the rightful heir. And you can bet the Dragon Palace has them too. He might not know the exact details, but the general idea is the same. To get around those protections, you'd need something with some serious weight, not just royal treasure or a secret spot, but a true symbol of succession. And just like that, the worry starts to sink in. This means the throne is safe until the prince finishes his little treasure hunt. So if he were to, and there's the cursing, damn it. He slams on the brakes, stopping dead and whipping his head back with a scowl. He spots her behind him, panting for air, and he's just totally baffled. How far are you going to follow me? To where? I was about to ask you that, she snaps back, already annoyed. You only gave me 1 escape card, didn't you? So obviously he needs to find some teammates so they can get out together. Her nonstop logic leaves him completely stunned. You could run off, or I guess you could search the whole palace. A little embarrassing, but hey, I gave you the card. What are you even talking about? Anyway, I've got nothing to worry about here. What can I even do? She says, coldly dismissing everything, the card, the info, all of it. I took it, sure, but that doesn't mean I promised you anything. He tightens his grip on his sword. I have absolutely no reason to care about your situation. If you're really that upset about it, he says, a line that actually silences her for a second, then feel free to challenge me anytime. She doesn't even hesitate to fire back, making him even angrier. Are you nuts? I knew from the start I couldn't beat you. Is that why you're posturing? Because you know I'm not a threat? Honestly, that's just disappointing. Ugh, this feeling. So familiar and so annoying. Yusin? She points a finger right at his face. You haven't been able to do a single thing from the very beginning. I can guess what you're thinking, she says, leaving him stunned. You're going to find the Dragon King, right? To solve whatever is happening to him? And yep, she nailed it. Even without Siu's powers, Yusin knows exactly who the Dragon King is. In the Dragon Palace, the king is pretty much an untouchable god. So for him to be taken down in under an hour, yeah, this was no ordinary fight. Could be a ghost monster or a curse, or maybe some special spell binding his power. She just lays out all her theories. If we can just break that spell, we can help the Dragon King get his strength back. Then this whole mess is over. That's your plan, isn't it? Faced with that, Yusin just stays completely silent. It sounds like a decent plan, but one tiny mistake and you know your life is on the line. Not to mention, can the spell even be broken? Still not convinced. He just turns to leave. It's not guaranteed. Anyway, you got what you wanted. I won't interfere. Just stay out of my way. And if you're just here to meddle, I suggest you head home early, Yusin tries to retort. If we get discovered here, just chilling and perfectly fine, that's the absolute worst-case scenario. Failing to escape is one thing. Abandoning an escapee to hang out is something else entirely, she advises. Sounding completely done. You are really not what you seem at first glance, are you? You're going to get taken advantage of a lot. It's like you have this huge backstory, and I bet you'd spill it all if someone asked. What are you even on about? Suddenly, they both sense someone approaching. They quickly move and vanish from the spot. A strange voice rings out. The scene is the same as before, a wasteland of rock where Xiao Huai carried Sudan. But this path is so neatly laid out. Is the Dragon Palace's sacred ground somewhere around here? And off to the side, another girl watches the two of them, one hand propping up her chin, looking bored out of her mind. So it's finally come to this. After so long, I thought I'd finally found a worthy target. So why do people like him insist on sealing their own coffins? She wonders, her gaze fixed on Yusin. If I can somehow survive this situation in a spectacular fashion, it'll be nothing short of a miracle. But as she says it, she frowns. No matter how she looks at it, this whole thing is probably impossible. He's not even thinking about the crown prince right now. The general alone is a monster you don't mess with. He lets out a frustrated sigh, wondering when he'll ever find him. Just then, Xiao Huai appears, absolutely stunned by his presence. "What are you doing here?" she demands. His ice-cold reply, "This has nothing to do with you." Yeah, it's a long story and he's not explaining it. What he actually means is that it's seriously not her business and it's too complicated to explain all at once. But of course, her brain decides to translate that very differently. A whole other movie starts playing in Xiao Huai's head. She thinks, okay, I have some pride and I'm pretty strong, so I won't ask to see you directly. But maybe, after the martial arts tournament is over, I might want to see you, just one time. With that settled in her mind, she purses her lips, turns away, and mutters about how stupid she is. Yusin totally hears it, but could not care less. He's like, coming from you, that's a bit much, but you're not wrong, so I can't argue. Go on, laugh if you want. And just like that, her face turns beet red. No, that's not what I meant at all. He steps forward and lays down the plan. All right, I'm going first. You just stay hidden in the back. You don't need to be out here. Yusin scans the crowd, breaking down the situation. Those morons. Not sure if they're posturing or what, but they probably won't all attack at once. Against just those two, I think I can handle it. This is definitely within my capabilities. He starts analyzing from their side first. The one in the center, the main monster, he'll just ignore for now. Next up is Tandu, but the guy positioned in the back, holding a key spot. He gets the feeling these two have terrible teamwork. Hearing this analysis, Xiao Huai is completely floored. Forget stamina. Does this mean you still haven't used your full power yet? Before the fight even starts, Yusin makes sure to flash her a cheerful smile. We only crossed blades once, but I think I got a pretty good idea of the kind of handicap you're dealing with. His opponents are two twins in matching combat gear. One of them pulls what looks like scales right out of his hand. He's baffled for a second, but Yusin quickly draws his own blade to defend the Haidong Qingling sword. Greeb strike! He lets loose a slash to stop their assault, but the two of them dodge the attack like it's nothing. The twin and his partner just watch from behind as one of their hats gets knocked off. A wave of confidence washes over Yusin. I knew something felt off, so that's what it is. If I hadn't seen a similar case recently, I probably wouldn't have even considered it. His deduction stopped the two guys dead in their tracks. You're half demons. You look more demon than human, sure, but it's still pretty special. He remembers her. In just 2 days, you all grasped the atmosphere here. Just because you've got a little human blood in you, you're treated like equals among demons, with no discrimination. He looks at them with pure defiance. And furthermore, for what you've done. Before he can finish, one of them lunges at him. The demon's face twists with rage. You and your damn mouth! The sudden attack catches Yusin off guard. His sword is locked in place, totally immobilized. From behind, the other twin powers up, preparing to strike. A loud crash echoes as Yusin dodges. His attacker scoffs at the retreat. How utterly pathetic. A so-called sorcerer who scorns his own ancestors. That precious item you treat like your life, how could you toss it aside so easily? Have the shamans of this age forgotten the meaning of shame? Yusin, completely unfazed by the trash talk, simply replies, "Oh, I still consider it as important as my life. It's just not more important than my actual life." Backing away, he finally connects the dots about who they are. This is just priceless. And to hear such meaningless words about a shaman's pride and honor coming from your mouths, you're times them asterisk, aren't you? His question makes both of them freeze. The twin descendants of Hyun Wol-yu from Jiryong Mountain, the ones branded as arch-traitors for murdering their own father and grandfather. According to the stories, Jiryong is a mountain located in Gongju City, South Chungcheong Province, in South Korea. This place is known as one of the most sacred lands on the entire Korean peninsula, absolutely overflowing with rich spiritual energy. For that exact reason, since before the Three Kingdoms period, countless martial arts sects chose this region as their base to live and grow. Among the countless martial arts sects, one name echoes through history, the Hyunwol clan. And these aren't just your average martial artists. They're sword masters obsessed with reaching the absolute pinnacle of their craft. The legends say their sword techniques, honed over generations, could literally shred the clouds and split mountains in two. Our guy smirks, getting ready to drop some serious lore. It's a famous old tale, going back about 300 years to the 28th year of King Anjo's reign. The son of the Hyunwal clan leader at the time got involved with a demon, and together they had two half-demon kids. So, the Moon Lord tried his best to tame their wild side, teaching them human etiquette so they could live like normal people. But in the end, this entire family faced a pretty tragic annihilation. No one really knows what happened, but knowing the full story wouldn't change the outcome anyway. Those twins, regardless of their bloodline, slaughtered their entire family, including their dad and grandpa, then poof, vanished without a trace. Talk about a twisted and utterly disgusting betrayal. The guy was so mad he was grinding his teeth, about to attack, when he was stopped. You piece of gutter trash. How dare you run your mouth? Ah, forget it. He couldn't care less, casually looking down on Yusin. You just fought him. You saw for yourself. He's not even worth getting angry over. His confidence was so extreme it was almost concerning. He's just a weakling, struggling for an opening. No need to waste our energy. Without hesitation, he tossed Yusin's sword away. Now that we know he's just a low-tier scrub, let's just hunt him down like I said. With that, he quietly observed him. In the next round, we can definitely snuff out that human's life. The problem is, what happens after that? He glanced over at Xiao Huai, who was just standing there completely frozen, looking confused. Why would he just let his ally get pushed into a corner when we gave him a perfect opening to counterattack? After thinking, he advised, don't worry about defending the right side, just take it slow and finish him for sure. She tensed, getting into her fighting stance. Suddenly, Xiao Huai froze up. Yusin shot her a glance and watched her carefully. These two didn't waste words and just charged in. The two hunters slowly tightened the circle around their prey, and our boy stepped up for a 1 versus 2. The guy saw this and his jaw just dropped. The other one looked pretty worried. He read our movements and made the first move. The two of them quickly split up to surround Yusin. He stopped and got into position, but even so, it was basically just a suicide play. His speed and movements had been completely analyzed. He's better than a normal human, but that's about his limit. He clenched his fist and charged forward. The people watching from the outside couldn't help but feel nervous. For anyone with the ability and insight to grasp the situation, his next move was already a done deal. He was now being compared to this guy, even if he was equally skilled or maybe a level or two above them. The body of a pure human can never hope to stand against a demon in the field of martial arts. Once he lost his main weapon, the sword, his only real options were using secondary weapons or long-range magic. Seeing his chance, the enemy swung to attack Yusin, but charging in like that is nothing short of suicide. In a split second, he managed to dodge the attack by leaping straight up. The attacker hadn't even recovered from the shock. What was he thinking, pulling a stunt like that? Yusin didn't waste a moment and gifted him a fist to the face. Flying up, he landed a punch that nearly sent number 1 backward, his head snapping sideways as blood sprayed out. The guy gritted his teeth, his eyes changing. Xiao Huai seemed thrilled watching Yusin pop off, while number 2 couldn't believe his strength he'd gained the advantage with a single punch. Tandu stood silently behind the crown prince. What on earth is even happening right now? When number 1 swung his weapon, Yusin lunged forward, but then jumped high into the air to avoid it. That was the exact moment he should have been sliced to pieces. Even if he was hiding his true power, accelerating and changing his posture like that should have been completely impossible. Yusin raised his hand, summoning 2 small daggers between his fingers. He immediately jammed them into each of the guy's arms. Then Yusin spun around and kicked him square in the stomach. Number 1 stumbled back, trying desperately to keep his balance. His face was scratched and bloody as he bit back his rage, but the power and speed of his opponent's moves felt just like a normal human's. A hit like this? Pfft, I could take hundreds, thousands of these things. Number 1 took a stance with a sword in each hand and gave a command. Ju Tian Ying Yuan. Lei Xing Bao Huo Tian Zun. Waves of spiritual energy swirled around number 1 as he used a divine skill, a finishing attack. At that moment, Yusin used a lightning-fast surprise attack, giving number 1 no time to dodge. He took the hit, trembling and letting out a blood-curdling scream. Yusin glanced over, ready to defend. Number 1 thrust his blade straight at Yusin. Luckily, he managed to dodge. Yusin leaped backward, creating a huge gap between them. His partner panicked. "Brother!" The guy collapsed to the ground, shaking uncontrollably, covering his sensitive parts and screaming with pure hatred, all dignity gone. Number 1 grimaced, suspicious. To use such a bizarre kind of curse. And here I thought you were just a martial artist. Is this the real reason you abandoned your sword so easily? The guy on the sidelines just scoffs at this display. Listen to you. Anyone would think I used some dirty, underhanded scheme to trick you, huh? You got cocky, thinking you saw through all my tricks. Then you got careless and walked right into it. So isn't this really all your fault? Yusin stands and strolls forward, faking generosity, And now it's one-on-one. Think you can handle me all alone? The other guy admits, yeah, well, it's not going to be easy, but there's still time to get on your knees and beg your master for help. Tell him you're in over your head. He scoffs, holding his weapon like it's all a big joke. Number 2 closes his eyes, replaying the fight in his head. And that's when our hero finally starts to figure out the trick. It always looked like Yusin was just incredibly fast, dodging every attack. But recalling both his brother's attack and his own, it wasn't a dodge at all. In reality, the sword had completely missed him from the very start. The truth is, Yusin can change his position in an instant. His little trick has to be spatial teleportation. He perfectly times his movements, jumping short but incredibly precise distances to launch his attacks. He made them all think he was just moving at some superhuman speed. That's exactly why his brother couldn't even keep up. And thinking back, none of Yusin's earlier kicks or strikes actually caused any real damage until that very last hit. That was all the proof he needed. He grips his sword tight, channeling his spiritual power. He watches his opponent's every move as number 2 unleashes slash after slash of pure energy. Yusin bolts, staying just ahead of the attacks. But this guy isn't letting him off easy. He watches Yusin's path, and the energy slashes follow him wherever he goes. Suddenly, number 2's face darkens with a dangerous look. Yusin's eyes dart around, totally on guard as he sees the sudden shift. Number 2 pours all his power into one final move, creating a massive wave of energy to completely obliterate him. It erupts into a deafening explosion. The attacker's face goes grim seeing Yusin escape. Luckily, he jumped clear of the blast just in time. Number 2 glares in his enemy's direction, gathering even more power. With a swing of his arms, he sets off 2 huge parallel explosions. The shockwave is so massive that the rocky cliffs around them crack and crumble to the ground. Number 2 takes a sharp breath, realizing something is terribly wrong. His face trembles, sweating in disappointment. Turns out, this whole time, he was just being toyed with. Yusin is standing right behind him, a hand casually resting on his shoulder. If he could teleport like that, why did he ever bother dropping his sword? He starts to explain, "You seem to be misunderstanding something here. But you know what? Never mind. It's way funnier when characters don't explain the whole plot. That's how you really mess with someone." Utterly defeated, the guy just says, "Kill me." Yusin finds this hilarious. Huh? You lost this bad and you're still making demands? Trying to act all serious, telling me what to do. You really think I'm just going to obey you? With no way out, number 2 just begs. Then I'm asking you, please kill me. Yusin thinks for a second. Yeah, he gets the picture. You two have been pretty outstanding up until this point, he says. And now you lose just once, to someone who could actually beat you. He thinks of their master, Tandu. The way you glare at him is with so much more hatred than you look at me. Is it because you have a humble background? One single failure and you don't get a second chance, is that it? How terrifying. He hit a nerve, and the guy just stays silent. A memory surfaces. That dirty blood of yours can never be changed. A man's voice echoes from the past, whip in hand. From this moment forward, there will be no second chances. Carve that into your very bones. The two brothers kneel, their bodies covered in whip marks, as their sister trembles and cries, forced to listen. The only reason I bothered to take in monsters like you, and raised you, is because the blood flowing in your veins belongs to my clan. And yet, during sword training, you dared to emit a demonic aura. With one hand behind his back, he points the whip at them as a final warning. If this ever happens again, I will erase your names from the family registry. You're just pathetic things that can't even become proper monsters. I don't want to dirty my hands with your blood, so you can live for now. The boy, face bruised and swollen, listens to his grandfather's lecture. If you want to live as a human, then be careful. Never let that pathetic nature of yours show itself. The boy obediently replies, Yes, grandfather. Before leaving, the old man turns back for one last cold glare. But let's be real, that's almost impossible. The world has always looked down on their kind, the half-demons. They were creatures who were neither human nor monster, just outcasts. Even so, these two once had a chance to choose between two paths. Imagine two orbs of light, one blue and one pink, representing demonic and righteous energy, twisting together in chaos. Unlike most half-demons who can't use the full power of either side, these two belong to the rare few who can actually use both sources of power. But that doesn't mean just anyone can control it. But using both sides of your power versus completely crushing one? Totally different ball games. His little sister had to beg him, I can't do it, brother. Her voice shook, tears spilling down her cheeks. No matter how hard I try to stop it, it just keeps coming back. I don't want to be here anymore, she sobbed. Mom, I miss Mom. He stood there helpless, silent in the nearly empty room, but that was impossible. Mom's not here anymore. He pulled her into a hug, whispering, Just hold on a little bit longer. Grandfather is only being strict because he wants what's best for us. If we just give it our all, he'll have to acknowledge us as the heirs. He asked her, a little unsure. So, should we just stop? Being the heir doesn't even matter, right? We just need a family, people who will accept us as one of their own. So, he used discipline like chains to forge himself. They pushed themselves to the absolute limit, training desperately and without end. They hoped that one day, the future would be bright enough that no one, absolutely no one, could deny they were human too. Through all the pain, as years went by, he finally learned how to fight and protect himself. They were always grateful, knowing that no one else in the entire clan could ever hope to match them. He even started to seem happier. And yeah, some relatives still gave them dirty looks, but there was nothing they could do about it. This was the world he wanted. This was the place where they belonged. There was no longer any doubt about it. That night, voices could be heard from a candlelit room. Sang and June have gotten pretty good, but even those kids are no match for them now. Their father tried to reason with the old man. Well, it's not exactly like that. I'm sure they're skilled. But if my son weren't so complacent, their grandfather cut him off. No more excuses. The father just bowed his head, totally shut down. Even with their half-demon bodies, you're not telling me mere physical strength is enough to defeat them, are you? The father hesitated. So, if that's the case, will my son truly be the one to inherit this family? The old man was blunt. What, are you scared your son won't become the family head? You know he's no match for Run or Sang. Their father sputtered in disbelief. What? But father, I know my own children. Just outside the door, his sister heard their grandfather's chilling words. Don't worry, there's zero chance I'm letting half-breeds continue this bloodline. I wanted to kill them at first, but figured I'd try raising them. The line repeated in her mind. She stood frozen in silence. So we'll just use that to our advantage. Who knows how long they'll live, but if the family needs guard dogs, we'll just give them the job. Their father was appalled. Father, how can you even think something like that? But will they accept that role? They're both so stubborn. The old man gave a knowing smirk. Of course not. What kind of beast willingly wears a bridle without a fight? Soon, I will announce that I'm entrusting the family to them. The old man's twisted plan was simple. During the succession ceremony, he would place a bridle on them. A curse. She slapped a hand over her mouth in horror as he continued, and they are not allowed to have children. We need a contingency for that, too. Her brother was reading in his room when a knock rattled his door. It was his sister, her face streaked with tears. Run? Did you know? The room fell into a heavy silence. The crushing truth settled in. Everything they thought they had earned was just an illusion, forever out of reach. That very night, a fire of unknown origin consumed the house, burning it to the ground. Only the two siblings, covered in soot, walked out of the inferno, holding hands as they left. They once thought that place was home, but now they had erased that human part of themselves. These days, Yusin doesn't care about anyone. Think whatever you want about us, he'd say. It makes no difference. The two of them clawed their way through every hardship together, living by one brutal rule. If we fail even once, there's no place left for us in this world. So if you fail, you just have to accept it. Yusin didn't waste any more words. Fine. He decided to grant number two's last request. Let's just do it your way, then. With one clean slice, Yusin sent the man's head flying, catching it effortlessly in his other hand. Oh dear, he turned back, holding the head up, and thanks to you idiots who were too scared to rush in and lose face, I finished those two off easily. Now, who wants to be next? The severed head, held by the hair, saw its own body across the way. Surely no one is stupid enough to rush in and ruin our plan now, right? Not that it mattered to him. Number two, or what was left of him, shook violently, unable to make a sound. He remembered the final blow. A human's attack shouldn't have even touched his body. It was nerve paralysis by infusing his chi. So that was the magic that took down his brother. But number two was still confused. If that's true, then what is this head that I'm looking up at? And then it clicked. His magic. It wasn't teleportation at all. His mouth hung open, caught in a silent scream of pure terror. Yusin offered some friendly advice. The nerves will reconnect soon enough. If you want to finish the job yourself, hey, I won't stop you. But if you've still got regrets about this whole living thing, then listen up. On a certain mountain, there's a temple where Yusin used to hang out. In Hanyang's Guanak Mountain, there's a temple called Yasa. If you just say Kim Yusin sent you, the head monk won't ask any questions and will give you a place to crash. Number two over here forces one eye open to listen. If you want to start over there, as a demon or a human, I honestly don't care. And if you need a job, just ask the monk where I live. He turns his back, adding, my career's just starting and I need people. The Crown Prince and Tandu, who were walking away, suddenly stop in their tracks. Yusin then lays down his conditions. If you get tangled in some more trouble from now on and manage to survive as a spirit-level demon, well, I guess that's fine too. The guy whips his head around to look, a smirk playing on his lips. You think I'd agree to any of this, you idiot? The only reason Yusin dropped his sword is because I dropped mine first. The reason I dragged this fight out was to play a little cat and mouse game, just like earlier. Kind of like when Sodan tried to make a run for it. When something gets in your way, you can't use your full power. It's like an egg trying to hold up a mountain, or when she unleashed that high kick. And just like that, Sodan's entire aura changes, unleashing her maximum power. The mountain range was quiet, totally still, and then bam! An explosion just shatters the peace. The booming just keeps going, on and on. Yusin watches this whole scene, looking pretty satisfied. Even Tandu feels the tremors and starts to panic. The prince's guards are so shaken they can barely stand, having to lean on each other. Every single blast shatters another rocky peak. Our guy stands in the epicenter, dodging like a pro, while his opponent lies motionless on the ground. Yusin clenches his fist, channeling his spiritual energy. So, for a guy who's supposedly a spirit-level demon, he should be able to survive getting buried alive, right? If not, oh well. He turns his head to say goodbye. If fate allows it, let's meet again. With that, Yusin bolts, getting out of there fast, a wave of relief washing over him. Looking at this mess, you can't even call it an earthquake. It looks more like a meteor strike. Is the power gap between demons of the same level really this huge? Looking back, it's a miracle he even survived. After facing down a monster like that, he weaves through the crumbling mountains. Anyway, in this chaos where sight and energy sensing are all messed up, he can completely hide himself. Yusin has a special skill for this, a secret technique called the sky-deceiving secret art, void vanishing. It's a type of concealment technique, but the one he knows is different. Yusin learned it from Jen, and it's not your average invisibility spell. Think of a green frog hiding on a leaf. It's not about hiding your physical form, whether you're human or some other creature. You apply it to a body that has spirit energy, and you basically hide the energy itself. It traps the flow of ki that every living thing gives off, locking it inside the body so that energy sensors can't detect a thing. For normal people, though, it doesn't make a difference. And honestly, for guys like us, it's usually not even necessary. Uchi once taught him that for people who rely on sensing ki as part of their daily lives, it doesn't matter how smart they are, they'll fall for this trick every single time. It's not just hiding your presence, you could literally stomp your feet and they wouldn't register it. Yusin is blindfolded, and while he gets the basic idea, making your footsteps completely undetectable? Isn't that taking it a little too far? The footsteps are perfectly clear, so how could their minds just not react to it? Still, he's a little excited. The situations where you'd need this kind of technique must be insanely intense. Yusin had no idea when he'd gotten behind him, so neither his footsteps nor any other sound could grab his attention. Uchi just laughs. Is that so? Startled, Yusin rips off the blindfold. What? How did you? His mentor explains. How else? It's not like I just teleported, I just walked around behind you. I didn't even try to be quiet, Uchi observes. Exactly. With your eyes closed, you were probably relying on your sharp hearing. Did you hear my footsteps? Yusin is completely floored. His hearing detected absolutely nothing. He replies, No, I swear I didn't hear a single sound. But his master doesn't buy it. Impossible. Your ears definitely heard my footsteps. It's just that your conscious and subconscious mind didn't connect that sound to my presence. Yusin is amazed. Sensing ki truly is a miraculous sense. Once he masters it, he's going to love this. The training was insanely hard at first, but once you get the hang of it, it's unbelievably convenient. You've probably experienced that moment, haven't you? That feeling like the world suddenly opened up to infinity. Uchi explains, but that very convenience makes people dependent on sensing ki. Most people agree that sight is the sense humans rely on most. A normal person's mind is easily distracted by other sounds. Just imagine someone walking down the street. Suddenly, you hear footsteps or breathing, coming from thin air, right in front of your face. You see, a normal person trusts what their eyes tell them, and their eyes are screaming that nothing is there. So if they hear a sound in an empty space, they'd never in a million years think an enemy is standing right there. He breaks it down for guys who can sense energy, who rely on that more than their own sight. You can't just will your way past this. Can you really open your eyes and choose times, not times to see what's in front of you? Yusin grips his blindfold, listening. That's exactly why you couldn't react, even though you heard my footsteps. The energy sense you've relied on for all these years told you that absolutely nothing was here. The prince smirks. The older and stronger they get, the more this trick works. This is the first secret of the Azure Sky concealment art. He braces himself against the cliff, bending his knees and getting ready to launch. And then he's gone, leaping far away to another spot full of streams and jagged rocks. He lands hard, spins around, catching his breath. Yusin looks at the scenery. This view gives me goosebumps. It's seriously magnificent. He turns his head and asks, Don't you think so? The crown prince just stands there stiffly and replies, From the perspective of someone just trying to survive, things look a little different. Can I ask why? You could have completely hidden your presence and just walked away from here. Yusin just didn't see the point. Why would he reveal himself midway through an escape? He didn't think there was any special reason. He thinks of the Dragon King. Plans change. My original goal was just to sneak your father out of here quietly. But think about it. A smirk plays on his lips. Ever since I got spotted, sneaking him out would just become an endless game of cat and mouse. The Crown Prince is silent. Yusin continues. So instead of all that, wouldn't it be easier to just beat you guys now? There was one thing he wasn't saying out loud. The most annoying person in this whole mess is that blue-haired guy. If Xinyu were to fight Sohui, in terms of sheer power, it was anyone's guess. Their energies are both off the charts, but based on matchups alone, he felt taking on the prince wouldn't be too hard, though that might just be talk. By now, the others had probably already clashed. This whole situation, splitting up the fights, it was a gambit Yusin intentionally set up. Just as Yusin himself said, there was no way to escape with the Dragon King without a fight. The battle plan was Yusin and Sohui versus the prince and Xinyu, all to escape the chase and break the curse on the Dragon King. A fight was absolutely inevitable. In Yusin's mind, this current matchup was one of the most likely outcomes. First, it's him versus the Crown Prince, as long as that monster exists. Their victory is basically impossible. That's a result that won't change, no matter how hard they try. Next up, it's her versus him. But in that fight, the odds of winning would definitely be in Sohui's favor. The other side has Kira Yuzuru and Kira Yoshihiro providing support. In the palace, it's just him and those two carrying the weight. If Sohui can just get the Dragon King to those two, that alone would pretty much count as a win for their side. The only thing Yusin was worried about was whether his allies would actually understand his intentions. But honestly, they're probably smart enough to figure it out and help. He then reconsiders. It seems my previous question wasn't quite accurate. The prince speaks up. I understand your intent. To achieve your goal, you've even mentally prepared to die here at my hands. The prince has questions. What I want to know is why you accept that price. How valuable is this to you that you're willing to bet your own life on it? Yusin immediately gets into a fighting stance. What the hell is this guy on about? Of course my life is the most precious thing there is. This dude's insane. But what you guys are planning is beyond imagination. Are you really going to sink 2 whole cities during the coronation ceremony? He continues. Even if I'm the most selfish guy alive, what kind of person hears about that and just sits back and does nothing? Is it because I'm a demon? Yusin freezes, completely baffled. The prince clarifies. I'm asking if the reason you can't just stand by is because I am a demon, or part of this race that lives under the sea? Yusin practically explodes. What? How can you even say that? The lives of millions are on the line, and you're talking about demons and this nonsense. The Crown Prince is like, well, guess I was wrong. My eyes must have been playing tricks on me. You just don't seem like the type of person who would slaughter their own kind. Yusin just stands there, stunned. Hold on. If millions of lives are your only motivation, shouldn't you have already killed a ton of your own people? Our boy's brain just blue screens. Okay, what is this guy even rambling about? Then the prince launches into story time about a royal command from his dad. The Dragon King, back when he was ruling, said that just like his old man before him, he had to ditch the Dragon Palace and go see the world, experience everything firsthand, said it would be some priceless treasure for when he eventually took the throne. The Turtle Prince accepted the command, admitting he had absolutely no idea what his father really meant back then. He just blindly followed orders and started his journey. And what do you know? Turns out his dad was right. He experienced a ton of unexpected things. Yusin just scoffs at this. Oh, what? You mean like how humans are all disgusting, worthless creatures or something? The prince just lowers his gaze and coolly denies it. No, it's the complete opposite. Humans, monsters, land dwellers, sea folk. There's no real difference. So he hit the surface, disguised as a regular dude on a world tour. Everything I saw and heard during my time on land, it was exactly the same as life under the sea. The prince saw it all, how happy a normal family could be, the bonds people would form with each other. He watched them share their feelings, even make these noble sacrifices for others. They showed so much warmth by putting others before themselves. But he also witnessed misery. And behind it, the cold steel of betrayal, ready to stab anyone who crossed their lines, even the people they once called friends. And after watching all this, day after day, he realized something. The differences between humans and monsters? They aren't fundamental at all. The prince saw the class divide was just a result of things like environment and culture, lifespan, innate strength. All these factors were what created the real differences between races, tribes, and even individuals. His grand conclusion? Almost nobody actually understands the real truth of the matter. It wasn't just humans versus monsters. Even among the monsters, they drew lines between land and sea, convinced they were fundamentally different from each other. He even calls out his own boys, Tanju Du and Galing, saying their loyalty is just arrogance and a misguided hatred for land-dwelling races. And he figures it's his duty, as the future king, to clear up all these little misunderstandings and prejudices. But wait, he wasn't done. Even better, he muses, if every race in the world could just realize there's no real difference between them, That's when Yuzin cuts in, like, hold up. But the prince just steamrolls him, saying you don't achieve that with understanding. You achieve it through the rule of absolute, unshakable power. Sure, there will be casualties, he says. The sacrifice of millions is just the price we have to pay. The prince's big idea is to make everyone experience such unparalleled horror and loss. He plans to subjugate 1.7 billion humans and monsters across 2 nations, to prevent an even bigger massacre later on. Flawless logic. He points out that through all of history, starting with the very basics of where people live, just look at the peninsula where you were born, generations of people building nations for their ideals, and that process was filled with countless losses and sacrifices. The rich and powerful always call the shots, even in times of peace. The decisions made by a handful of people with power and money always end up affecting the masses below them. Economic crises affect millions. The only difference is the people in charge don't have to get their own hands bloody to cause the slaughter. When people are pushed into a corner, they do desperate, ugly things. All it takes is 1 or 2 bad decisions, and millions of people can be doomed beyond saving. Then he hits him with the question, but you and people like you never blame those guys, do you? You just write it off as the natural order of things. Yuzin just scowls, listening to this twisted logic, and I, the prince declares, am just following that natural order to rule over all of you. And I can guarantee you this. He's completely confident he can do a better job than any other leader in the history of mankind. I promise my rule will be more efficient and more just than anything you've ever seen. As long as I am the one in charge, not a single life will be wasted. And that's when Yuzin starts charging him. The prince's aura absolutely explodes with power. Meanwhile, Yuzin is just trying to run as fast as he possibly can. Kim Yushin can't even process what kind of twisted logic he's hearing. This is the same prince whose own father once had him tied up and imprisoned. But now it was starting to make sense. The Dragon King didn't lock up his own son because of some outside threat. He was beaten so brutally, he was pushed beyond the limits of his own species. This thing, this monster, can absolutely not get its hands on the Dragon King's power. And our crown prince? He's not budging. This freak show has to be stopped, no matter the cost. He thrusts his hand forward, aiming squarely at Yin, and unleashes a massive wave of power. And it slams right into a distant cliff. He sighs. What a waste. Meanwhile, a baited hook drops into the sea. The crown prince glances over at the approaching figure. I actually thought you could be the first human worthy of serving me. Just as a fish opens its mouth to bite the hook, Yuzin leaps in, slamming the prince with an energy blast. And the fish takes the bait. But wait, Yusin's body turns completely black. The prince's attack just phases right through a shadow. He stares at the scene, completely baffled by the spiraling energy left behind. A subordinate who can laugh? Now that's interesting. Suddenly, Yusin lands on the ground. I decided the day I left that house I will never kneel before anyone ever again. Yusin makes a move, and the sound snaps the prince's head around. The former captain of the Holy Beast Squad. He grips his sword, Kim Yusin, leader of the New Blue Spirit Brigade, then draws his blade and charges, and I'm the one sending you to hell. You absolute psycho. The prince actually has to backpedal as that insane power surges toward him. In a flash, Yusin unleashes a cataclysmic slash, its power just unbelievable. The sword, now stained crimson, sends a few drops of blood onto his cold face. The prince's face darkens. The slash went straight through his chest. Yusin stares at the sight, unable to believe it, his mind racing with a million questions. The body is sliced apart. A success. But how? If he didn't pull this off, there'd be no second chance. The prince, completely emotionless, just stares back. He slowly raises an arm, crackling with demonic energy that makes Yusin's blood run cold. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupts right next to the prince, making him flinch. Tandu and Xiaohuai are glaring at each other, 2 top-tier demons going at it. A massive boom echoes as their powers collide, creating a huge shockwave. The prince casually glances over, and in that single moment, an opening appears. Yusin instantly pours his remaining strength into a final charge. This is his only chance. But the prince is just way too fast. He creates another colossal energy blast and fires it right at him. Yusin barely manages to dodge aside. That attack just obliterated an entire mountain. Looks like he narrowly escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe. Yusin gasps for air, terrified, thinking to himself that he took the opening and used his ultimate finishing blow. Yui's words echo in his head. There's no guarantee this move will work on just anyone. But if it's you might be able to feel something. He'd said it so casually, leaving Yusin standing there completely dumbfounded. But it's probably true. If I don't figure this out, I'll just keep spamming the Ga-Lam finisher and get nothing done. Ui stares at Yusin with a hint of doubt. The truth is, most people can't ever copy divine skills like these. And considering this kid's age, it's not exactly strange that he thinks the ultimate death move he learned is invincible. At this point, Yusin is still in shock, as Yui continues his train of thought, but thinking about his bleak future is seriously unsettling. If only he'd been born 100 years earlier, then I would have just told him. Now, try to think. Against what kind of enemy would the Ga-Lam finisher be ineffective? He asks slowly, waiting for a fish to bite. Against a demon, a quick kill move might not have the intended effect, but you'd think it would still be somewhat effective, though not really necessary. Ui's words continue, surprising Yusin. Don't make it so complicated, just think simply. This is a problem so obvious you haven't even noticed it until now. Yusin grips his fishing rod tightly, turning to his master. Don't tell me. It's a big one? Yui replies gently. That's right, a big one. Among demons, there are those kinds, monsters with a hidden true form that's unbelievably, ridiculously huge. An image appears of a giant monster, a human barely the size of its toenail. It's like needing more poison to take down a much larger creature. The difficulty of the quick kill technique increases proportionally with the target size. First of all, just getting your energy to penetrate that much flesh and bone is already a huge problem. The scene shifts to giant tentacles fighting off waves of slimy poison. If it were just a big body, it might be a bit easier to handle. Like a giant, for example, you just aim for a weak spot. But for creatures with a nervous system completely different from normal beings, all you can do is hope the attack has some effect. Ui gently takes the fish he just caught, pulls the hook from its mouth, and calmly continues his lecture. Even so, they also have their own distinct weaknesses. That's why you must learn many different kinds of techniques to counter them. Being flexible enough to choose and use the right one at the right time is crucial in this line of work. Those words stabbed right into Yusin's weak spot. Why are monsters most comfortable when they only rely on one signature technique? You've fallen into the exact same trap, no matter how powerful your divine skill is. It's not useless, the power covers your whole hand. Of course, by grinding that one skill, you can totally boost its effectiveness to overcome any weakness or disadvantage. This doesn't just demand talent, but also a ton of time and effort. He hesitated a little, calling this a matchup disadvantage felt a bit off. Every now and then, you find some really special ones in the monster world. An empty basket isn't about race or ability, but what they're made of inside. Every single word from Uchi was like watching a jacked-up bodybuilder struggle to lift a heavy weight. Training is usually more of a human thing than a monster thing. Unlike us, monsters get stronger just by breathing. Yusin worried, thinking of Siu's cute face and their unique magic. To them, the idea of trying to surpass your natural-born talent just looks like the pathetic struggle of the weak. Uchi casually tossed a fish into his basket and calmly continued, but for humans, that's a blessing. If all naturally talented monsters started creating their own martial arts, or if they even slightly developed that so-called inefficient acquired magic, then the very concept of hard work in this world would be pointless. He lowered his voice, speaking seriously now. But like I said, sometimes you run into someone who's truly special. A memory surfaced for Uchi, a simple meal already laid out on the table. He happily raised a cup of wine. Despite not having a drop of human blood, this man was devoted to learning and training. The white-haired man accepted Uchi's drink. He went on, explaining they might have a powerful purpose or belief. The reasons are endless, really. When someone like that is also blessed with talent and a superior bloodline, no matter what they do, the result is bound to be legendary. Yusin politely cut in. Sir, have you ever had to exterminate many monsters like that? Uchi paused for a second at the question, but then answered coolly, Exterminate? Yeah, a few. Others were mixed up in different business. Either way, you gotta be careful with them. Uchi stared off into the distance. Even if your finishing blow or quick draw is effective, the moment they see you miss once, it's game over. Pushing past your limits through training that isn't just a human privilege. Just like a skilled hunter can figure out a monster's signature move, they can also figure out your quick draw. Back at the battle, the reek of blood hung heavy on the prince. Without a flicker of emotion, he explained there's no need to cut the body. Just send a current of energy inside to temporarily mess up their nervous system. For a human who wasn't even an adult yet to learn this technique, you couldn't help but be impressed. The prince remembered Yusin's finishing move from a moment ago, if he hadn't seen it beforehand and figured out the principle behind it. And once again, demonic energy wrapped around his body, his eyes glowing like they could devour the world. The prince continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If I didn't have the aptitude inherited from my royal blood, I'd probably be kneeling before you right now. So go on, be proud. In that last exchange, you truly surpassed me. Yusin gave a bitter laugh, collapsing to his knees. I don't need your pity. If you really want to reward me, then just end your own life. He tried to sound tough, but deep down, he was terrified. The demonic energy was incredibly dense, like some kind of innate dragon magic. It was like a solid brick wall had been thrown up, wrapping around his entire body to seal every single tiny opening. Yusin remembered the slash he'd landed on the prince's body. Because of that armor, my sword and my energy couldn't get through. They just slid off the surface like a pathetic, normal cut. His hand was still clenched on his sword, trembling with fear. He let out a small, self-mocking laugh. Seriously. From one guy to the next, Every single one of them plays dirty. Yusin told himself that even if he figured out the reason, as he was now, there was no way to break through. The prince was an impenetrable fortress, and Yusin was just a small, weak guy with a tiny little cannon. He muttered to himself. What he was missing wasn't information, but something that could close this overwhelming power gap. But that tiny cannon couldn't even scratch the fortress wall. The secret technique you relied on has been seen through and neutralized. Now your only choices are to run or... The prince's arrogant voice echoed again. I'll say it again. I want to offer you the position of Grand General of the new Cheonghae Unified Nation. If you have any desires left in this life, you'll accept my offer. Yusin took a short breath, then a slow smirk spread across his face. The sword in his hand is steady now, not a trace of fear left. In the blink of an eye, Yusin is gone. The crown prince just gives a bored glance, a little annoyed. Too bad. The kid flashes right past him. The prince, unhurried, raises a hand toward Yusin. The kid is running, but he keeps a wary eye on the prince who blasts demonic energy straight at him. Not one, but 6 powerful streams of energy shoot out all at once. The crown prince is actually surprised as Yusin zips from one side to the other. Then he splits into 5 clones, all charging forward. The prince easily dodges the first hit, then looks up and punches the second clone right in the face. He leans back, effortlessly dodging the third attack. Not a flicker of emotion on his face, he's already pieced it all together. Turns out, it's just a clone made of energy. He's seen this kind of cheap trick countless times before, and right on cue, another clone jumps in for a sneak attack. He's still lost in thought, figuring clones are just simple copies made of energy. They always look a little unnatural, a little fake. If you just focus on their breathing, movements, and eyes, spotting the lies in this whole charade is almost too easy. Our crown prince recalls the last 2 encounters, so even before striking back, he already suspected this wasn't real, that he'd been pulled into an illusion messing with his head. He effortlessly blocks a clone with a blast of demonic energy, just as 3 more rush him at once. The crown prince just stares them down, still thinking. Creating clones is just a side effect of this spell. Could the real magic be painting an extremely elaborate illusion? He imagines Yusin literally drawing him into existence, not just recreating a clone by sketching his own form, but also concealing his real body by painting over the empty space. Still, there have to be limits on the precision, number, and range of the drawings. The clone zips away, dodging the prince's attack. He gently parries its energy blade, then blasts right through another clone with demonic energy. Another clone rushes in like a flash, its face twisted and dark, its eyes filled with raw hatred. The crown prince falls silent for a moment. Oh, he's figured it out. The real Yusin finally makes his move, a sneak attack from behind. The prince calmly notes, now that's a killing blow. Yusin's attack hits its mark, but the prince just bursts into flames. An illusion. Yusin's face absolutely plummets. Drops of blood trickle down, but the crown prince's face remains as cold as ever. The clone behind him disappears, the cut only ripping his outer coat. A massive hole pierced through nothing. Yusin just laughs helplessly. What is this? He can't believe the prince knew. He was seen through from the very beginning. How utterly ridiculous he must look right now. But the crown prince actually argues back, giving Yusin some credit. No, you did very well. Even I wasn't certain until the final moment. He thinks back to the attack formation. It's just that a thought suddenly hit me, for someone who always acts with such finesse. Why would you send 5 clones straight ahead? It's like you were begging me to see them, something that obvious could never be your real plan. Yusin is clearly struggling to accept this. The prince explains. Among those 5 clones, one was completely careless. It had no defenses up, making it not even worth my time to destroy. Yusin can only laugh in defeat as the prince continues. I figured you'd pick that one for your final move. So it seems I read you correctly, the prince says. He's about to add more, but Yusin cuts him off. Don't, just. How many times is this now? Blood just keeps spilling from his mouth. Yusin speaks with contempt. Even if you're a complete lunatic, with all those titles you give yourself, calling yourself a king, you could at least give me this. Just finish this cleanly. Everything around them is stained blood red. He raises a hand, his face devoid of all emotion. I see now, please, forgive my discourtesy. The crown prince's arrogance vanishes, his voice growing quiet. From this day forward, countless humans will kneel before me. But in this moment, in this very place, I declare this with absolute certainty. And with that, poor Kim Yusin is gone, his blood still pooling on the ground. The crown prince speaks, you were a hero that no one in this world could ever match, and there will never be another like you. As Yusin falls, his mind is flooded with thoughts. The heroes in the novels I read as a kid were always the same. He pictures a figure in common clothes, gripping the hilt of his sword. A faint smile plays on their lips. They always kept their cool in their smile, even when facing down countless enemies. No matter how harsh the trials or how many enemies stood in their way, they could always taunt their confident adversaries with a single witty remark. Yuzin remembers opening those books to read. Of course, that could only happen because they were the main characters in a story. He reaches out his hand, and because of that, their bravery and determination were always justly rewarded. That's right, the real world is never like that. He sees a mob of people rushing to attack the lone hero. In the real world, the so-called main character is just some naive and insignificant fool. That's all there is to it. Yusin recalls a memory of himself happily reading under a tree. Even though I knew that, the reason I got so invested was probably because I'm just like anyone else. He then remembers the painful images of that hero's suffering. He was punished by having his legs whipped raw. But in reality, it was different. The hero was just bullied, looking pathetic. The villains, and their sheer absurdity. Those things existed long before any main character showed up to defeat them. And yet, a young Yuzin still smiled happily. That's why I admired the heroes in those stories. But as he grew up and understood more, that admiration slowly turned into pity. He imagines a sword brimming with unbelievably powerful energy. Even though I had my own cause and my own power, just like those main characters. Model. Our guy here is having a full-on existential crisis, hating that he can play the villain so well. Then he turns, and boom, surprise. And that's when he met him. Yusin's brain just kinda short-circuited when he saw this chubby kid, Choy Siu, totally lost in his own world. From that moment, he knew this kid wasn't normal. He's thinking, yeah, we're different, but maybe we're the same kind of weird. Meanwhile, one of the bullies hits the deck, looking absolutely terrified and shaking like a leaf. He's all about using his power and kindness the right way, but only for what he can actually handle. And check this out, Choy Siu blocks the other punk's punch with just one hand. Playing the hero actually feels pretty satisfying. And just like that, Choy Siu made a friend. They started going to school together, but it didn't take long for him to realize something. Yusin was just happy about everything. As Siu was gasping for air, he realized power or not, this guy's view of the world would never ever change. So he's about to say something. When Siu suddenly demands Yusin cuss again, catching him completely speechless just like before. And honestly, at that point, he wasn't even that surprised. Siu just gives this little smile and calmly declares, I'm going to become the Demon King. And Yusin's just like, yeah, that's fair. Yusin hesitates, clutching a mask. His mind is racing. Are we friends? Am I your subordinate? I'm worried about you. But the reason he couldn't stop him back then was, his eyes are just full of conflict as he grips the mask tighter. He remembers thinking, sorry for butting in. You monsters. Back then he was insanely jealous, but he also admired them like crazy. Back to the deep sea. But right up until the very last moment, Yusin's eyes fly open, staring at the sky, wondering, could I be like you? And right now, the Crown Prince is holding that exact same pose. He moves closer, staring down at Yin's lifeless body. A strange expression. The prince hesitates, asking, but why? Why do you have such a furious look on your face? Tandy kneels, speaking respectfully. Your Highness, I'm not sure how to put this. I never imagined that lowly beast's bloodline would betray us in the middle of a battle, Your Highness. The prince turns, his face a complete blank. Tandu keeps reporting, gesturing where the traitor fled. He's definitely heading for the prison holding the deposed king. He's clearly a bit nervous, asking timidly, if Your Highness allows. I can go immediately. But the prince cuts him off. It's over. Still, Tandu decides to risk it and speak his mind for once. Just one thing, Your Highness. If the deposed emperor falls into enemy hands, he could be bound by the Manfong Thuktik again. That's a technique only the most gifted people can pull off, especially those used to extreme hardship. The prince calmly fires back. Didn't I just end that person's life myself? A flash of sadness crosses his eyes. He must have accepted death as a way to prepare for this exact situation. He considers the plan that finished Yin, with Xiao, he protecting the king's core. At least, now that he's dead, both the spirit-level demons and my father's divine soldiers, bound by that technique, are no longer a threat that can hunt me. That guy must have been preparing for this exact outcome from the very start. Meanwhile, a badly injured Xiao. He is running for her life, blood trickling down her chin. She risks a glance back. Nothing but dead silence. A voice suddenly echoes in Xiao He's memory. I'm only telling you this because I'm worried. It's Yusin's voice. If you follow the path they took, I'm sure you'll find someone important there. Hearing those words again startles her. If anything happens to me, you might need to take care of that person for me. Yusin just chuckled, so confident. Ah, they'll be fine. Besides, the chances of me actually getting in trouble are practically zero. Remembering that conversation, Xiao He's resolve to live hardens tenfold. No matter what happens, I will survive. I believe his words were sincere, but despite hearing that, Tandu still can't hide his anxiety. But Your Highness, even if he's lost his power, we can't let the deposed emperor's divine soldiers fall into the hands of outside demons. And what's more, the one responsible is from the Hua San bloodline. He just keeps on ranting. a descendant of the one who brought this palace unforgettable shame. To just let them escape alive is totally unacceptable. But the prince cuts him off, his voice ice cold. Whose shame, Tandu? Every single word makes the guy sweat bullets. You're talking about something that happened over 1,000 years ago. That palace is gone, and there are no Hua Hua San henchmen here. Are you using that as an excuse to chase an escapee, just to cover up your own incompetence? It sounds like nothing more than a personal grudge. Tandu knows he screwed up, and kneels even lower. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The prince calmly walks past him. However, that history you mentioned is indeed a debt that needs to be paid. But that can only happen when we begin our invasion of the mainland in earnest. First the peninsula, then the islands. Next stop on the Emo Prince's conquest tour, the mainland, starting at Huahua Mountain. His grand plan, to make the Heavenly Emperor kneel. He claims it's the only way to erase the past. But nah, the Crown Prince's face gets all dark, his voice dripping with rage. Total drama king. And yet, you're focusing all your attention on a single descendant. Acting like this is your one and only shot at revenge. Tandu starts sweating bullets, immediately trying to backtrack. Nope, that's not it at all. How could I possibly doubt your majesty's plan to conquer the mainland? The prince is like, yeah, I figured you'd do that. Then with a deadpan look, he turns away. You guys put me on the throne for a reason, and that reason was simply to vent your long-held grudges against the mainland. This isn't some grand-scale conquest, and of course, these casual words just terrified Tandu to his core. But the prince isn't done with his monologue. My job is to take that petty fire of yours and turn it into something greater. He walks off like a runway model, dropping one last line. Dan Chu, you might not want this, but a piece of the empire. A piece the entire world will have to acknowledge. That's going to be your responsibility someday. Tandu just slams his fist on the ground, a single tear of frustration rolling down his cheek. That grudge against the mainland? Yeah, that pretty much sums up every rebel sob story, including his. We see a beach covered in trash. So, this grudge has been stewing for a while, but it only recently became the spark for a full-blown rebellion. It's only in the last few decades that it's cast a shadow over half the Sea Palace. It's just punishment, he thinks, or maybe he just wanted to drill that point home. Then, we see a clean blue beach. The sea belongs to no one. The creatures of the water must respect the sea, and its people are its direct children. Then the scene shifts to mainlanders worshipping their gods. His goal is simple. Make things go back to the good old days where everyone feared, worshipped, and paid tribute to his people. Standard villain stuff. Tandu's eyes squeeze shut in pure, unadulterated angst. But in this moment, General Dan Chu gets a bad feeling. Staring at the prince's retreating back, he wonders if maybe, just maybe, their methods are a bit extreme for their goals. The beach scene fades back in. It's dead quiet, like the world wants Yusin to just sleep forever. Blood still pouring from his mouth. Suddenly, a figure appears before him, and she immediately starts nagging. I warned you, didn't I? If you meet the Crown Prince, this is what happens. In the end, you took all the hits and wound up like this, she says, still scolding him while he's literally dying. Well, it's not like you can regret it now. You totally had it coming. Her internal monologue is a trip. One part asks, really? And the other chirps back, totally. This guy is as stubborn as a whale's tendon. What is even happening right now? Yeah, she's a little confused. To be fair, she flashes back to Yusin, taking the full force of the prince's attack, his mouth full of blood as his body flew backwards. She touches Yusin's body, a little too cheerfully. The moment you fell. Honestly, it was pretty awesome to see. But then the regret kicks in, which is why I'm so disappointed. The one who should have knocked you down was me. She lets out a tired sigh, totally drained. But hey, what can you do? A fallen flower can't exactly rebloom. She hugs herself sadly, then gets a sudden light bulb moment. I've got a great idea, Naji. Though, I can't say it's not dangerous. She looks at Yusin lying there, but it'll be worth it. A bit shyly, she lifts his chin and makes a promise. Just wait a little while. I'm going to bring you back to life. Scene change. We're in a trashed house under the sea with a giant hole in the wall. Yoshi calmly speaks up. Okay. Yoshihiro is starting to channel his energy. He tries to comfort the injured bio. This is probably going to hurt a bit more, okay? After all, I'm about to pump my own life force into your body. The demon bio just grits his teeth, ready for the pain. It's fine. Fight fire with fire, right? That logic works for exorcism and medicine. Yoshihiro seems a little distracted. That's actually a pretty solid argument. Anyway, I think leaving you like this would be even worse. Here we go. He pushes all of his energy forward. The sheer power of it even surprises Siu for a second. Yuzuru sits calmly on the bed where Mira is lying. Yoshihiro's eyes are glowing. He shoves all that energy into Bio's scarred-up back. Bio's eyes snap shut as he coughs up a massive mouthful of blood. The floor is now covered in fresh blood, but it's got this weirdly sparkly red glow. Yoshihiro pats his shoulder. Came out easier than I thought. Anyway, You did good. Just get some rest and your basic healing should kick back in. Probably. Yoshi turns to the bed and asks casually, so what about her? I just checked, and I can't seem to feel any evil energy. Yuzuru agrees. Just as you said, this isn't a curse. It feels more like some kind of seal. Okay, so nobody knows the exact magical blueprint here, but this thing is obviously a dragon-only you shall not pass kind of seal. Beggio, trying to look cool while bleeding, finally calms down. Holding his wound, he says this is all pretty complicated. He's in full-on begging mode now. Please, take our treasure, take our gold. Just get this stupid seal off the princess. Yuzuru turns back, all serious, and whips out some kind of freaky magic tool filled with shimmering blood. If my theory is right, he says, the power source for this seal is the dragon itself. Basically, the seal is a parasite, feeding on the dragon's own power to keep itself running. Yuzuru breaks it down for the slow people in the back. So, once the dragon runs out of juice and is totally powerless, poof, the spell should just vanish on its own. He looks over at the dying Princess Mira, but here's the catch. Her power is already completely drained. And yet, the spell is still going strong. Yoshihito scoffs. So what gives? Were you just totally wrong and useless? You're gonna die, she snaps back. But Yuzuru pauses. There's something else going on inside the princess's body. Yoshi jumps, probably thinking, oh right, Siu is standing right here. Awkward. She keeps explaining it's using dragon power. Sure, but it's not the princess's. Something else is still fighting the spell. And until they know what that something is, touching this spell is a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad idea. Then a voice booms out, ruining the sad vibe. It must be the jewel. The king himself put it inside the princess ages ago. Barryanun strolls in carrying a massive box, muttering about how he can't believe it's actually hurting the princess like this. Bio totally freaks out. Wait a second. What is this? No way. Why would the king even do that? His eyes are bugging out. I mean, the princess is the heir to the throne, so why would you shove a magic jewel inside her? Barryanun cuts him off. Turns out, the Dragon King also adopted a mortal as a son-in-law and gave the guy a piece of his power. And just like that, you've got a power couple destined to rule the Undersea Kingdom together. A regular fairy tale. The princess's jewel and the son-in-law's power are supposed to sync up. This news hits Siu so hard his jaw just drops. This was all one big scheme to set them up as co-rulers. Even today's whole tournament was just a part of it. The king basically greenlit giving his power to someone worthy, which is a fancy way of saying he's picking a son-in-law to inherit the throne. Someone from the crowd stammers, Your Majesty, what is all this about? What is happening? The Dragon King just casually replies, Wow, you look shocked, so your hearing still works. But seriously, is this really that big a deal? I mean, who else did you think I was going to give the throne to? He keeps going, explaining that for an heir who's a little inexperienced, bringing in a capable partner to help out is just common sense. But Lady Gu steps in. Your Majesty, handing over that much power to some guy from the surface? Everyone is going to protest. First, you'll have those two clowns who are always screaming about loyalty. They'll be foaming at the mouth, ready to fight. She adds that the so-called pillars of the Dragon Palace won't be happy about some new guy from the surface either. All those guys were obviously banking on Mira marrying one of their own spoiled kids. The Dragon King's epic response to all this political drama? Yeah, and so what? I'm the supreme ruler here. Who's gonna defy me? But she fires back, you still have to consider the will of the people. He just sighs. Exactly. It's because of the people that I'm even doing this in the first place. He clarifies, Look, I always planned for Mira's husband to be from the surface, but we were supposed to deal with this after she grew up. He figures if she had another 100 years to mature, nobody would have been able to do a single thing about it. But now it's too late. People are already whispering about why they should pay tribute to humans, saying land dweller laws don't apply to them. And this kind of talk is spreading fast, even among the clueless young ones who don't get what it really means. He's thinking about the East Sea. In just a few years, no, a few months that kind of talk will have infected everyone, and that's the will of the people he can't ignore. Not the whining of some nobles, but the roar of the entire population. Trust me, this king has already played out the absolute worst-case scenario in his head. If things get that out of hand, it won't matter how many Miras there are. Even he won't be able to fix it. He'd have to become a full-blown tyrant to keep everyone in line, and in that game, absolutely nobody wins. He reaches for an orb. What king expects loyalty from people he's crushing? That's why I have to act now. Then he turns to her, asking, Mira's birthday is coming up soon, right? He's planning to start the official search for her husband then. And hey, it'd be great if the winner isn't a total monster. But of course, things were never going to be that simple. He lays out the plan. It's not just about tournament performance. They have to find the most suitable consort for Mira. So he gives the order. From today, spread the word that we're holding a tournament to find her a match. And her reaction is an immediate and predictable, what? He explains that this isn't just some royal matchmaking ceremony. Like he said, This is basically pest control, a way to uproot all the weeds threatening his people. He continues, saying that if anyone hears the rumors and asks him, he won't deny a thing. However, the most critical part is to only talk about choosing a consort. He strokes his chin, thinking the detail about the consort sharing Mira's rule must remain a top secret, even from the white sect. The king tries to really hammer home the objective. Just by doing that, all the dissatisfaction towards him will slowly start to build. He's already imagining it when those complaints turn into ambition and boil over. At that exact moment, he'll declare that Mira and her new consort will rule the Dragon Palace together. She asks with a trembling voice, Your Majesty, are you for real? He just calmly replies that traitors are gonna trade, it was always just a matter of time. He just keeps going, I'm merely speeding up the inevitable outcome. If they were truly innocent, they'd find another way to persuade me, not plot a betrayal. The entire mood in the room just got super dark. But if they rebel as I predict, I am more than ready to get my hands bloody to give Mira and her consort a clean throne. Elsewhere in the underwater dragon palace, a trembling voice speaks up. This whole situation, it's Bio speaking, and he is in total disbelief. Sure, everyone knows His Majesty is nice to humans, but splitting the Dragon King's power is a completely different ballgame. Why would he go that far? Another person, equally skeptical, chimes in. Yeah, why do we need to take it that far? I mean, as a mortal, having a Dragon King who's actually friendly with humans is something to be incredibly grateful for. But this guy's thinking that splitting the throne in half for someone else isn't just excessive, it's packed with a ton of potential danger. I may be human, he says, but not all humans are trustworthy. In fact, from my experience, most of them are the opposite. This guy, Yoshihiro, keeps pushing, so the risk here is way too high, isn't it? Lady Gu realizes that's what everyone must be thinking, that the human-loving Dragon King has finally lost his mind and is about to trigger a massive disaster. The king continues his rant. I bet you're thinking it too, right? That this old man has finally gone senile? Lady Gu quickly tries to backtrack. Your Majesty! How could I possibly dare to think that? But she adds, still, if I may be so bold, giving half the throne to a land dweller. My limited perspective is having a hard time understanding it. If you want to protect humans, you don't really need to do all this. He just sighs. Protect them? But then he asks, even you think that way after all your dealings with humanity. She gets a bit nervous, I mean. Isn't your goal to protect the humans? He admits. Well, yeah, that's part of it, I guess. I've always been fond of humans, he explains, but at the end of the day, I'm still the king of this dragon palace. Liking humans doesn't mean I put them above the citizens I have a duty to rule. This sends her into a deep state of thought. Seeing her expression, he asks, why the look of complete and utter disbelief on your face? She immediately tries to speak. It's just that. He cuts her off before she can finish. I suppose that's fair. I've never really told anyone how I feel, so it's easy to see why there'd be a misunderstanding. But sometimes, the rumors I hear are so wild you can't help but laugh. And then he slowly starts listing every single one. Things like him being so obsessed with humans he went mad on the surface, or that he has a secret child on land whose bloodline continues today. He even brings up all the other absurd tales out there, with people actually fighting over which of the ridiculous stories is the real one. He says even his so-called allies have their own official version of events that they absolutely swear by. He lets out another long sigh, but unfortunately for those beliefs, I only have one answer. I've never formed a deep bond with anyone on the surface. Of course, I experienced many strange and precious things while I was there. He recalls the scenery he left behind, a deep blue sky that rivaled the ocean itself, and the vast land stretching out below. It's so nostalgic, he admits, that even now, I sometimes dream about it. But then he emphasizes the final point. Of course, I felt a connection with some humans, but it was only for a moment. It never went further. Because humans are a dangerous species. After hearing all that, she's still completely lost. Huh? So he brings up the time, 666 years ago, when he teamed up with the Demon King for reasons beyond just helping humans. If he really wanted to stop the conflict between humans and monsters from reaching a breaking point, that would have been the perfect time. She quickly speaks up. Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean. I'm truly being foolish. He's all like, thanks to the Demon King's law from 666 years ago, humans got to build their shiny civilization. What a completely ridiculous rumor. Yet somehow it spread like an absolute wildfire. Even the humans believe it. He continues, but then he's like, if you really think about it, doesn't something seem a little off? Since way back in the day, humans have been leveling up and thriving, even with monsters treating them like an all-you-can-eat buffet. So he asks himself, if the Demon King is the only reason humans got strong in the last 600 years, then what about the hundreds of thousands of years of history before that? Were monsters just hunting humans on a diet back then? Like, nah, let's leave a few. It'll be better for the ecosystem? He answers his own question. Definitely not. Even though humans were on the menu, the balance never really broke. In fact, things started tipping in humanity's favor. And he just keeps going. You've seen it yourself this past year, haven't you? You've seen how much stronger humans have gotten, and they're not even going all out. Thinking about the human world, it wasn't peace or safety that made them strong, but the opposite. The king just keeps rambling. If the current Demon King hadn't set up his little rulebook, if monsters were still running wild, if humans still had natural predators, then their civilization would have gotten way more twisted and extreme over the last few hundred years. Humans seem weak, but they're the type to fight back against oppression. It's just their thing. He knows from experience. Give them just 6 months, you really think humans would just sit back and let themselves be hunted? They'd be confused at first, sure, but they'd figure out who the enemy was and then go completely berserk to take them down. And his final conclusion is, well, he's not actually sure how that would end. But no matter who comes out on top, the happy ending the monsters are expecting is never going to happen. Humans today are worlds apart from where they were 600 years ago, in both power and willpower. It would be a total war with no winner, just mutual destruction. And of course, a mess that big wouldn't just stay on land. Listening to the Dragon King, Lady Gu stays silent. She knows that even the mighty ocean can't completely dodge a fallout like that. He adds that this is what he's figured out from his youth and from watching the human world from his fancy throne. Humans are actually a pretty amazing race. Deep down, they lean more towards good than evil. But he warns, they're not some harmless little pet for monsters to protect or hunt whenever they feel like it. Mess with them carelessly, and they become deadly thorns. A fact that every monster, on land or in the sea, seems to conveniently forget. He even tells them, I once sent my eldest son to the human world for that very reason. You're the future leader, he said. You have to understand what humans are and feel it for yourself. He keeps going. As a father, I can't read his mind, but I never doubted for a second that my boy was smart. I really thought he would get what I was trying to do. But his voice drips with disappointment. The kid came back with some wild fantasy. He said he wanted to rule without separating monsters and humans, land and sea. A dreamer so naive you don't know whether to laugh or cry. The crown prince of the Dragon Palace has fantasies that are worse than a cheap paperback novel. His own analysis is simple. Monsters and humans, land and sea, they're two totally different things. Forcing them to mix is just impossible. To pull that off, you'd have to be a god, not some king. He adds that the key is respect and keeping a healthy distance from each other. But even then, misunderstandings and conflicts are bound to happen. There will always be complaints and drama. So finally, he made his decision. To fix everything, he wants to marry Mira to a human, and it's not just for her sake. He wants a partner who can help the sea understand the land, and the land understand the sea. That's what Lady Gu says, His Majesty told them. Honestly, the king already knew there were traitors making moves today. She kneels there, her face all bruised. The only thing he didn't predict was them bringing land monsters and using magic that even overpowered him. Who would have seen that coming? Our guy, Yoshihiro, is just thinking the East Sea's Dragon King is famous for being wise and superhuman friendly. But it turns out, he's a stone-cold realist on a whole nother level. His face is a mask of deep thought. The king honestly sees the future more clearly than most humans. He realizes now that even without this disaster, his clan's ambition was never going to happen. Then Yuzuru speaks up. Wait a sec, so if the princess has the dragon pearl, does that mean taking the throne is impossible without her? Bio answers correctly, and what do you know? He gets lucky. It seems like the other side still doesn't quite have all the facts. The old man continues. If they truly knew the princess held the dragon orb, he wouldn't dare chase us alone. He clutches his chest gratefully. I owe all of you a debt I can't put into words. Our honored guests got dragged into this mess, and even ended up helping me. Honestly, as a general of the Dragon Palace, this is a humiliation I can barely describe. He looks at the brother and sister and keeps going. But now there's no other choice. I have to shamelessly ask for your help. Please, get the princess and the former master out of this palace. He explains that right now, all exits from the Dragon Palace have been completely sealed by the rebels. After a few seconds, he adds, however, officers are given a special pass for emergencies, to chase enemies or deserters. It's not too far. There should be a pass just like that in my study. Yoshihiro stands up and speaks. Just guiding us out of here is thanks enough. Besides, stopping the succession to the throne is something we have a stake in too. But inside, he's thinking, you're asking for our help like this. You plan to stay behind alone and draw their attention, don't you? He continues his thought. Honestly, I think it's impossible, but how can you stop a warrior who's already prepared to die? I still think this is a bad idea, a shadowy figure says. You mean to buy time for us to get out, right? I understand your feelings, General, says Siu's voice, but with your body in its current state, forget an opponent like the last one, you'd even struggle against someone much weaker. Even if you bought us time, it wouldn't give us any real advantage. Well, that did it. The old man is furious. You look down on me too much. No matter how pathetic I might look, I am still the great general of this Dragon Palace. He's still yelling, "Even if this body turns to dust, I will absolutely not retreat." Siu sets his things on a table, disappears right in front of them, and reappears beside the right general of the East Sea Dragon Palace, striking without hesitation. Yuzuru is stunned. So fast. Twice as fast as the last time I saw him. The general's body wobbles a bit. Siu explains, "I was trying to knock him out completely, but even badly injured, he really is a tough old guy. Maybe I should have hit him a little harder," he adds. Yosi just looks at him. "Siu, you're a bit more wild than I thought. But normally, wouldn't you just tap him lightly to check his condition?" Siu explains softly, "I could have done that. But he knows his own dangerous condition better than anyone. This is a matter of pride and honor. Instead of wasting time on pointless arguments, doing it this way is probably much more effective." Then he turns back to Yosi. "Anyway, just get Yuzuru and the others out safely, and that'll be enough." The guy starts to open his mouth. "Huh? Wait a second." Siu cuts him off before he can finish. "That's right. It's too much for just the general. To get the injured people out safely, someone absolutely has to stay behind to buy time. Besides, I have my own reason to stay. He doesn't hide it. I need to find my other friends in this dragon palace, then tell them how to get out. If we search carefully, we can probably find more escape passes. Once we're all together, it won't be so dangerous. Oh, and by the way," he adds, "I have a little favor to ask of you two. Let's call it an exchange. Can you two hunt down some dangerous spirits?" he asks, then explains. "Actually, the reason Yusin and I came here was for something like that. Luckily, we seem to have gotten the item we need for the exorcism, but we only have until the end of today." He continues, "If Yusin and I don't make it back before today is over, Siu Owa will be the only one capable of handling everything in time." Yoshihiro strokes his chin, thinking, "Sounds like something we can handle. I'd love to help." He turns towards Yuzuru. "But the problem is my sister. Even if she has her own interest in Siu, this is a completely different matter." Then he glances at the princess. "Even so, if everything goes well, my family not only repays its debt to the Dragon Palace, but we also get to welcome the princess home. This is a golden opportunity for our family to solidify its position." He's thinking, "My sister, who's trying so hard to please father, will probably agree to this." So Yuzuru chimes in. "Yeah, if that's the case, it's really not a big deal. Kicking out a few demons is my specialty, so coming back a little early is no problem." The other guy replied, "For real? Thanks, you two. That takes a huge weight off my shoulders." And just as he's breathing a sigh of relief, some shadowy figure comes lunging in. He'd been stressing big time about what would happen if this plan went south. The Kira sisters were completely stunned. Outside, the world turned blood red, but inside, our boy blocked the sneak attack, a perfect stalemate. While the other guy is grinding his teeth, our hero's still in the mood for a chat, all thanks to his backup. He was feeling pretty good about himself. Now I can finally fight without holding back. He slams a heavy punch into the dude, thinking, "Let's crank up the power." His eyes lit up, teeth clenched hard. The enemy's face went pale, desperately trying to dodge a storm of light beams forming a circle right in front of him. A moment later, Siu standing on one leg, trembling a bit, hands in a ready stance with his brow still furrowed. His eyes flickered, breaking a cold sweat. That near-death pain was still fresh, but the recovery was faster. Was his body actually getting used to this regeneration thing? Staring out the new hole in the wall, he suddenly mumbled something that made the Kira sisters look seriously worried. Then, without even turning around, Siu just added one more word. "Please." Parun, his face a mess of cuts and bruises, just stood on the other side in complete silence. At the same time, a few whirlpools appeared out of nowhere, caused by Siu's jump of all things. He landed softly, facing his pale blue opponent. Siu squared up, fists clenched, noticing no significant damage on the guy. Even after taking that regeneration hit 10 times over, that was enough. The blow had landed. He thought back to Gin in the white wolf mask. That guy was just seriously tough, not like the one before him. The one whose attacks were completely useless. At the thought, his hand clenched, and bolts of lightning started to crackle. I can fight him. Fight until he shatters. Meanwhile, Tandu just calmly raised a hand to his snarling mouth. Turns out, in a weird twist of fate, both of them were in pretty much the same situation. The last victory was messy and unresolved. That was the fight between Tio Huai and Goblin. Suddenly, someone's black-booted feet slammed into the ground, causing a massive tremor. They were both monsters who ran on pure power, and both had every reason in the world not to lose. The white wolf mask lay on the ground as a somber voice spoke. So that's how it is. Even you fell to them? But Tandu was absolutely furious, veins popping on his face, teeth bared. What a pathetic bunch, from the generals down to the grunts. Not a single one of them was any good. He spotted a tiny flaw, a weakness in the guy's defensive stance. Siu's eyes stayed sharp, glancing slightly to the side as his bare foot tapped the floor. He looked at the dark figure backed by a massive purple flame and knew this was more than just an intimidating aura. The scene cuts to Yuzuru in a kimono, holding someone who's unconscious, while Yoshihiro is sweating and stammering in shock. Dude, this pressure. Even the two fighters who had complete faith in Siu were feeling their hair stand on end. Their jaws were clenched, faces pale with terror. In the spirit ranks, this enemy was a monster, but this was a whole other level. Meanwhile, Mira was unconscious, black veins crawling across almost her entire face. Suddenly, her limp left hand twitched, just as some prince walked out, a half-open cloak showing off his chiseled body. He looked at the destroyed castle and the rubble everywhere, and couldn't help but let out a little sigh. His eyes landed on Siu, who was still trembling. So that's it. You're a friend of Kim Yu-shin, aren't you? He paused, then continued in a low voice. Never mind your physical strength for a second. Your spirit just doesn't seem to measure up when you're facing someone so completely out of your league. And hearing that last part, Siu looked totally stunned, turning his head for just a second, completely losing focus. And he immediately had to face a gigantic fist hurtling toward him. Two blinding lights clashed, and as the smoke cleared, a muscular figure stood there. It was Siu, blocking with both arms, a determined smirk on his sweat-drenched face. But the green arm was still pushing forward, radiating pure killing intent. It smashed through his guard, sending him flying backward. Siu looked up, nose bleeding, eyes wide with panic. Opposite him, Tandu opened his mouth, revealing a set of massive teeth, and then he leaped into the air. Preparing to slam his fist down on Siu, Tan attacked with a series of lightning-fast kicks, gritting his teeth, growling, "I'm going to crush you." All this did was make Siu's eyes go wide with absolute terror, his gaze locked on the threat. He stared into a brilliant flash of reddish-pink light, when suddenly, that blinding glare took a sharp turn. A pair of powerful legs landed squarely on the floor. This sight made his relaxed jaw snap shut, the tension returning to his face. From the lingering smoke, a soot-faced Siu flew out with ferocious energy, his left hand reaching for something. But Tan remained bizarrely calm, standing perfectly still, silently activating his ultimate technique, the transforming bite. This was a secret skill of the great General Ta, activated simply by opening and closing his mouth. With just that motion, he could manipulate the size ratio between himself and whatever he swallowed. This distortion lasts only for a moment. It only affects targets within his ability's range, leaving the surroundings untouched, but its power is absolute. It's useless against normal attacks. At the same time, he could also shrink them down in the opposite direction. Despite the size difference, Tanji clenched his massive jaws shut. Siu's eyes flared with an intense, determined light. This matchup was like an egg challenging a rock, a totally unbalanced fight. Of course, even with the mass difference, the shock each one received was the same. However, focusing all that force on one point is a disaster for a monster, with healing abilities a massive advantage. Against certain opponents, this could very well be an ability that completely shuts down any chance of them fighting back. One hand continuously gathered the countless streams of black energy here, not letting up on the auras elsewhere. But Siu's eyes flashed, and his expression darkened ominously. Tan gritted his teeth, veins popping all over his forehead and cheeks, as Siu violently whipped the dark energy forward. The enemy before him was also a monster that specialized in raw power and massive scale. It slammed down with enough force to obliterate everything, causing a huge explosion right on Tan's head that he struggled to block. Then, something else caught Tan's attention. Another storm of countless black energy streams appeared, forcing him to quickly lean back and dodge as it flew just over his head. While moving at such a high speed, he was stunned by a strange transformation. Looking up, he saw the massive band of black energy had vanished, and he bit down, in utter disbelief that the attack was gone. He glared at Siu with incredibly fierce eyes, wondering, was that just a feint from the very beginning? Meanwhile, Siu rushed forward like a speeding arrow, not slowing down one bit. The enemy's 3 previous bites, plus the bizarre phenomenon that happened right after. That was more than enough information to grasp his ability and bet everything on one decisive blow. Siu raised his signature spear and charged the demon club. His target was the lower dantian, where most demons keep a second heart, the very source of their power. In that instant, blood erupted like a river from the middle of Tan's muscular body, splattering everywhere. Siu held his pose, his whole body trembling in waves. The hand gripping the spear was shaking too. The only unexpected variable was a tiny miscalculation caused by Tan's last-second spin. Streams of fresh red painted the weapon's tip. Tan, though impaled, trembled uncontrollably, and that tiny shift was the lifeline that saved him from Siu's fatal strike. Suddenly, Tan grabbed the spear's shaft with both hands, blood still trickling from his mouth. Seeing this, the masked Siu frowned slightly, beads of sweat on his face. And just then, the prince slowly walked in from somewhere. At the same time, Tan was engulfed in furious red flames as he roared. "You pathetic land-crawling insect! How dare you get distracted in front of me, the great Tan Chu!" This startled Siu, making him let go of his spear. Tan, on the other hand, flashed a vicious, toothy grin. the air filled with countless tiny ice crystals. Tan's body shivered slightly as a figure appeared from the cold mist behind him. He unconsciously opened his mouth as the figure with a hand still covered in thick ice gently reached out. Instantly, his back was frozen completely solid. Guyu wore an incredibly cold and detached expression. His eyes narrowed, a silent message. Let me handle this. The ice on his own feet melted away just before the monster's cold aura could trap Tan Chu. The moment Guyu appeared, Siu's attention completely shifted away from his target. His eyes widened in shock as some unknown force hit him, and he vanished into thin air right before Tan's eyes. But Gu maintained his calm demeanor. Now so unfazed by these events, he didn't even feel surprised anymore. Hearing this, Tan pulled the blood-soaked spear from his body with a sarcastic tone. All right, fine, I'll admit it. He laughed with contempt as hot flames erupted, shattering the ice into tiny pieces. You land-crawling insects are stronger than I thought. But from now on, this isn't for some grand cause. This is for my pride. I will kill every last one of you. He shamelessly and arrogantly continued his speech. Even though I know I'm the despicable one here, and even though calling you land-crawling insects makes absolutely no logical sense. Model. Guyu tilts his head, dead serious. If we're talking about roots, you're the ones who are rootless, because our clan was born from the water itself. Moments later, Siu appears, flying in with eyes full of absolute resolve. The crown prince glances to his left, watching a small, bird-like shadow rocket toward him like an arrow. In less than a second, Siu is right in his face, fist raised, ready to throw down. But the prince just looks completely calm, analyzing the punch. 5 times the normal speed, but the form is sloppy. After his critique, he simply raises a hand and stops Siu's attack dead in its tracks. This first exchange wasn't even their full power, but for one of them, it was a harsh lesson in overwhelming disparity and despair. A toned arm hangs in midair. The prince calmly whispers, a reasonable assessment. Meanwhile, Siu just keeps attacking, gritting his teeth, his expression getting uglier by the second. The prince, however, just seems bored. He pulls out a purple orb and sighs, truly disappointing. Siu's brow furrows as he watches a nearby house crumble into pieces. The prince continues to twirl the purple orb in his hand, which sends Siu stumbling back, unable to stay still. It's a constant, invisible force, the Tunkach technique. Then, the prince gets serious, pouring his power into the orb and increasing its damage 15 times over. It unleashes a massive vortex of purple energy, aimed right at a pavilion roof, tearing through it like a hurricane. At this point, Siu looks exhausted, panting hard, steam rising from his breath, his face drenched in sweat. He stares at the half-demolished house and the lingering water bubbles, but his fighting stance remains firm. Legs braced, hands loose. That's when the figure across from him speaks again. Slowly. Double that. No. Perhaps more. You are indeed strong. Compared even to Abba Ma, you'd make the top 5 strongest I've ever faced. He glances at a circular wound on his hand, but your fighting spirit? It leaves much to be desired. You sense the power gap and chose to stall for time. Not a bad idea. But I don't feel any will from you to actually overcome that gap. Hearing that, Siu immediately breaks out in a cold sweat. Perhaps because Kim Yin was so exceptional, I subconsciously expected a little more from you. The prince's brow furrows, his eyes narrowing as he falls into a thoughtful silence. But then again, whether human or demon, there aren't many who can maintain their dignity when facing death. Hearing this, Siu's face darkens in pure disbelief. What did you say? He demands. We cut to a scene deep beneath the sea. A giant door creaks open into a dark room, where a slender figure is silhouetted against a wall by firelight. Their face is covered in cold sweat. They're breathing out hot air, gripping iron bars tightly. A broken chain lies on the stone floor below. Suddenly, one of the iron bars crashes to the ground. Xiao Huai looks over, startled by the noise. The figure in the cell, veins popping on his face, speaks with a haughty tone. What are you doing here? Xiao Huai looks incredibly worried and replies, there are already so many people who despise you. With your power, you should have left a long time ago. But all she gets is a completely hopeless response from the Dragon King, who sits cross-legged across from her. Don't tell me you came all this way to rescue me, because right now, I'm just a useless old man, not worth saving. He continues, looking right at her, about what happened. I'm sorry. I should have anticipated it and taken it more seriously. But I failed. I thought after 1,000 years as king, I'd have grown. But it seems the only thing that's changed is this withered old body. His expression turns weary, his eyes narrowing. The reason you're here. It must be for that thing, right? But before he can finish, Xiao Huai cuts in. Regarding the incident at the palace, I offer my condolences, she says, closing her eyes and bowing her head slightly. But if I may be so bold, you are not just a victim, but a father with a duty to care for and protect all your people. Hearing her words of comfort, she presses on. So instead of blaming yourself and complaining, please, Your Majesty, try to regain your strength. The most urgent matter is to stabilize the situation, and at this, the Dragon King looks genuinely appreciative. This feeling is so nostalgic, he says, watching her. It's like seeing Sun in the old days, speaking so respectfully. The last time I saw him, he was complaining that his children wouldn't listen to him. I'm not much better in that regard, but it seems our children are doing a fine job raising their own. The Dragon King remains seated on the mat. But what can I do? Even if Sun himself came here to scold me, I no longer have the strength to change anything. All we can do now is trust and wait. His eyes suddenly went blank, but his clenched fist couldn't stop shaking. Xiao Huai slowly spoke up with a little reminder. As a king, you should stop saying such shameful things. Her entire left arm was trembling as she stammered, "To get us here, a completely innocent person had to sacrifice their life." After hearing Xiao Huai's words, the Dragon King could only agree. Even if he couldn't do anything, he shouldn't look so pathetic. He then placed his palm flat on the surface below and slowly continued, "From your perspective, these accusations are completely justified." His words only made the other person angrier. "But it seems the one you're really mad at isn't me, but yourself. Looking at your current state, I can pretty much guess who you met and what happened." At this, the Dragon King shifted slightly and asked quietly, "So the one who was sacrificed for me, was it him?" This made Xiao Huai gasp in shock, her eyes wide as she looked up. She whipped her head to the right, staring at the two figures in the opposite cell as a dark-skinned woman began to speak. "It's not strange you knew I had guests, but she was cut off by the Dragon King. You never expected that I could still be standing here unharmed, did you?" The woman holding an unconscious person looked a little sheepish. "Not at all. It's been a long time. Your Majesty, this is probably our first meeting since I took this post." Hearing this, the Dragon King slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with weariness. Xiao Huai could only follow his gaze in silence, looking at Yu Xin lying unconscious in the other's arms. The girl with white hair and dark skin stammered for a moment before the Dragon King sighed impatiently. "Let me just say it." After hearing his incredibly persuasive answer, Xiao Huai's whole body trembled, her eyes wide with shock. That person is dead but can still be saved. The blood in his body hasn't even cooled yet. But the Dragon King, completely unaware, asked the strange girl, "Isn't that what you were going to say?" She just gave a forced laugh. "As expected, Your Majesty is as sharp as ever. If I had known this, I wouldn't have started a rebellion in the first place." She looked over at Yu Xin, who was still drooling strawberry syrup, and added, "I only got involved because it seemed interesting. Who knew it would be so full of regrets?" She bowed low, her voice quiet. "Even someone like me, when Your Majesty was vulnerable, could have probably done something." Then she turned to Xiao Huai, making her jump. "Hey, you over there, do you still not get the situation? Let me make it clear so you don't pick the wrong side. Dragons have a reverse scale. That part is near the ear, behind the fur on their head, and it not only holds immense power but is also a precious elixir to others. Of course, there's a difference between a normal dragon and the Dragon King. A regular dragon has only one in its entire life, but the Dragon King can have up to two." She thought about the always shirtless Crown Prince and continued, "The Crown Prince probably already took one of them." She mentioned the old man sitting with his arms crossed, but if the Dragon King is still alive, it means there's at least one reverse scale left. Hearing this, the Dragon King thought sarcastically, "So she's not even calling me Your Majesty anymore?" The white-haired, dark-skinned girl asked again. "At this point, you understand what I'm saying, right? If we get that reverse scale, we can be like Mira, just as you wanted." She remembered the river that carries souls, and how Mira's spirit hadn't yet crossed the Sanzu River. "Just let the body absorb the reverse scale, and we can breathe life back into it. The soul will return, and it will live again." She released Yusin from her arms, letting him fall to the ground, while she stood up, her voice still echoing. "And hey, I saw everything. Originally, Mira could have survived and made it here, but he sacrificed his own life to save you." She moved closer to Xiao Huai's face, her expression forced. "Miss, blood ties really are a terrifying thing, aren't they?" Meanwhile, the Dragon King suddenly spoke up with biting sarcasm, intelligent, clever, calculating every single step, and yet you couldn't predict the hearts of those you used. In that way, you're exactly like your father. He looked at the girl with dangling earrings as he continued. "If you still want to use righteous people in the future, remember one thing." He ignored Xin lying dying on the ground with a wound on his chest. "You can deceive them, you can manipulate them, but never give them a choice. Because even when they know that choice leads to death, those people will never betray the values they believe in." Then, the Dragon King glanced to the side and commanded, "Look." His heart-wrenching words made Xiao Huai listen in silence. "Because of the choices you laid out for her, she has completely fallen apart." Someone's footsteps echo, slow and deliberate, while a dark-skinned girl with white hair suddenly lets out a few choked gasps, her shoulders trembling. Cold sweat pours down her face as she stares in total terror at an empty corner of the room, not a soul in sight. But when she hears a voice from behind, she spins around in a panic. And yup, it looks like this whole mess is finally over. The Dragon King sits down next to Yin, placing a hand over his eyes as he speaks. The fatal wound was a blow to the chest, but the actual finisher was a strike right between the eyes. Guess that's the price you pay for showing your opponent some respect. With a weirdly calm face, he finally gets around to asking, "What's your name?" She snaps back, "I'm Sizu, not you." His next words, however, send a legit shiver down the kid's spine. That's right, Sihui. No need to keep being such a total mess. So, is there some kind of wild card in play here? Sure, he has 3 spirit orbs, but holding that purple one? Yeah, he looks a little worried. Apparently, pulling out 2 spirit orbs in just 2 days is completely unheard of. Elsewhere, a different voice cuts in. All right, we're now connecting live to the scene. Reporter Oh Sang-min is on the line. Yes, we are currently on location near the mountains in Gangwon province, where the fire broke out. According to people nearby, the wildfire started around 4 a.m. yesterday, spreading so fast it swallowed the entire mountain in a flash. Oh Sang-min continues. However, before fire crews could even deploy to fight it, the blaze just put itself out. The locals, of course, are saying they have no idea what caused the fire. The explosion was massive, and with the dry weather, a lot of people suspect this wasn't just some random act of nature, he adds. So, fire crews are currently checking for any lingering embers while also launching an investigation into the cause. Meanwhile, every expert on television is talking about it. Every single channel is covering the explosion. But right there, at the scene of the mountain fire, a faint smirk appears on someone's lips. He lifts the remote, clicks the TV off, and mutters, "How very kind of them." Tao Bi-hyung just scoffs. Well, if you'd left it, that fire probably would have torched the entire area, but you didn't have to put it out. Tao just reasons that if he didn't, the whole forest would be ash. All the birds, all the little animals. Such a pity, right? He glances over at him. The more he looks, the more surprising this guy gets. The Odo clan normally couldn't care less about anything but their obsessions, but on this point, he's no different than a regular monster. Sometimes it even feels like he's one of us, Bi-hyung continues. You think maybe that's why the fight ended so early? Worried the aftershocks would spread. So you went a little overboard? Dao immediately denies it. Nope, he just looks at the TV. The truth is simple, his opponent was just seriously underwhelming compared to what he expected. Honestly, if the fight had been more interesting, I wouldn't have cared if the sun came up or if the flames consumed everything. Bi-hyung turns to his side. Hey, but are you really that nonchalant? Your opponent was this generation's vermilion bird. Even if he just inherited the title, a divine beast should still be incredibly strong. Tao answers softly. Strong? Yeah, he was strong. He tosses a towel onto the nearby table. But that's all there was to it. Dao leans on the table, hoisting himself up to sit as he looks toward the ceiling. Thinking back, it was strange. Those flames almost incinerated me, and yet, not for one fleeting moment did the thought that he might actually die cross his mind. His eyes widen at the memory. The only person who ever made him think he could die was him. Dao recalls their last battle. It was like that from the very first hit, wasn't it? His power and speed were decent enough, but more than his power, that cold feeling stabbing into my back was terrifying. He continues, every attack after that was the same. I had the upper hand but felt like I was being hunted. Dao's voice gets low. He then places a hand over his ridiculously muscular chest. That final moment was truly impressive. He can see it now, the slash across his chest. The blade felt like it cut away, something suffocating that had always been stuck deep inside him. His voice turns cold. Right, that strange yet familiar feeling came from there. The wound he got then has been aching since this morning. His eyes fly open, staring like some bloodthirsty demon. Bi-hyung, will I get another chance to fight him again? Hearing that, Bi-hyung just chuckles. A chance? Probably. But a fight like that one again? I doubt it. Which is exactly the challenge Dao wanted. First of all, the power gap between the two of them must have grown significantly by now. His whole body flares with energy hearing that muttered assessment. From that day till now, I've changed so much it even surprises me. I want to feel that excitement again. Maybe the gap between them has grown too wide for that to ever happen. Bi-hyung considers it, but you never know. When it comes to physical growth, Siu definitely can't keep up with me. But in some respects, Siu can still shatter his own limits in an instant. Tao's ears perk up. Shatter his limits in an instant? So those Dakebi monsters have a mechanism similar to ours? Bi-hyung stands and walks past him, answering flatly. Not exactly, he says, his hand grabbing the refrigerator door. When I say limits, I don't mean the limits of his race. It's more like Siu's personal limit. Bi-hyung's expression is bizarrely casual. To be precise, it's his killing intent when facing an enemy, he adds. The last time he fought you, and me, Siu's killer instinct was seriously lacking. Hearing that sent a genuine shiver down his spine. Huh? Bi-hyung cracked a half smile, but our guy could tell there was zero warmth behind it. Honestly, anyone else would have thought the exact same thing. Turns out Siu was really giving it his all that day. His killing intent wasn't exactly fake, but it wasn't the real deal bottom of the heart stuff either. You could say it was more like some next-level method acting. This whole concept is probably lost on our dude, huh? You still haven't seen a movie, have you? Humans, Bi-hyung scoffed, are so twisted they can even lie to themselves. Even if the emotion is a total fabrication, if they focus hard enough, they can get so deep into the role they actually believe it's real. He listened, a little doubtful. Should he even argue? Still, something felt off. Why would he need to fake wanting to kill him? It was clearly a life-or-death situation. In that kind of scenario, he should have, but Bi-hyung cut him off. I told you, this only applies to Siu. His voice dropped, his head bowed. Violence is evil. There's no good reason to hurt another person. That's the biggest, most hypocritical lie humans ever invented. And tragically, Siu is just another one of its victims. Bi-hyung slowly poured some orange juice into a glass as he talked. Even if he had the justification of protecting his people, even if he would die by not fighting despite all that, he can't truly bare his fangs unless he forces himself. And yet, he pointed out, Siu was still able to knock him down and even summon his true form to swing his sword. That just proves how insanely talented he is. But in the end, that sharpness has a limit. A slight smile touched Bi-hyung's lips. If he could draw out his true form with genuine killing intent, whether from joy or pure rage, then even I would have a hard time blocking that sword strike. I'm home! At that moment, a girl walked in, her face bright and cheerful. Mom, why weren't you answering your phone? But after she spotted Bi-hyung in the kitchen, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Who is that? Mio's whole body trembled, her expression going dark. Who are you and why are you here? Then she lowered her head. Even so, he just reached out a hand and chuckled softly. That limit isn't so unbreakable. No matter how thick it is, in the end, it's nothing more than a shell. Bi-hyung said it casually. Killing intent is the most primal instinct. Once it awakens, it will erupt uncontrollably. He added, especially for Siu, who chose the path of a warrior. He will definitely face countless situations that will awaken that sleeping monster. Just then, we see Mi's body on the floor. A pool of blood spreading from under her head, her wide-open eyes locked on Bi-hyung with pure hatred. Bi-hyung stood up straight. I don't know when that will happen, but the next time we meet, I want you to keep that exact same state. His eyes burned with bloodlust, his smile turning sinister. I truly hope for it. In another scene, a startled voice cried out in disbelief. What? Siu demanded. How do you know Yusun's name? No, wait, he died but kept his dignity? What the hell does that mean? A low voice answered. It means exactly what I said, Oriung replied softly. Before I came here, I clashed with Kim Yusun, truly an incredible will to fight. And because of that, my belief in the miracle of humanity has only grown stronger. He figured, yes, for his teammate or soulmate, the death of a man like that would be a huge emotional blow. Oriang continued, the reason I'm facing you myself, right before the great undertaking, is for that very reason. It's how I show my respect to him, as a friend. If you want to avenge his death, I am more than willing to oblige. He listened in silence as the guy talked, hoping this wasn't just another weak and pointless attack. And right then, deep red veins began to pulse on Siu's hand, like lightning. He crouched low and raised his sword high, declaring, You don't need to worry about that. I promise I won't disappoint you, Siu vowed. Oriang's eyes tensed as a sword slashed right across his body in that instant. In a flash, Oriang snapped back to reality and leaped backward, dodging the incredibly powerful slash from Siu. His whole body jumped back several feet, and then blood began to drip, drop by drop, onto the floor. His hand now looked like it had been sliced by 100 knives, with blood flowing freely from it. Perfect. The aura now blazing around Siu's body finally seemed to meet the standard. For the Crown Prince, and for Oriang, this was a profoundly strange moment. There was no special aura, no sense of impending doom, not even a little bit of pressure. Just a simple, flimsy-looking white blade, swinging slow enough for him to easily react. But why? The moment it came at him, his body instinctively pulled off an absurdly over-the-top dodge, a sensation he'd never felt before. No, that was the one and only fear he'd ever known in his life. When his journey on the mainland ended and he returned to the Imperial Palace, the things he'd seen. With his newfound understanding, he confidently presented his ideas to his father, the king. But instead of the praise he expected, all he got was a level of fury and punishment he had never seen before. He bowed his head, not out of true repentance, but because he was paralyzed by pure, unadulterated fear, a memory he tried to bury, but one that could never truly be forgotten. Just as that memory made Oriang hesitate, Siu, his eyes blazing a blood red, lunged forward with killing intent. Oriang just stared, frozen, as this overwhelming force rushed straight at him. The attack was coming in hot and fast. But, at the last possible second, Oryang snapped out of it and dodged to the side. Siu's feet stumbled, and his landing sent a massive shockwave through the ground. Tendrils of blood-red energy swirled around Siu as he spun his spear, launching another powerful assault toward Oryang. This took him by surprise. Every single strike changed speed completely at random. He could only guess this was a tactic to keep him from predicting the next attack. Smart, but annoying. Oryang watched Siu, thinking hard. It wasn't about the power behind the blade. Any clean hit would guarantee an injury. So that was his strategy, huh? He finally spoke. Fine then. I'll take it. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The tip of the blade was now stained red, with blood dripping down, drop by drop, because that sword had just pierced straight through Oryang's arm. Still, his other hand was already charging up a counterattack. You can't say he was careless, he just seriously underestimated his opponent's resolve. He never considered his foe would be willing to throw his own body on the line. A bright light illuminated Oryang's ice-cold expression, and just like that, his face went from cold to completely stunned. Because Siu had transformed, his voice now deep and demonic. I told you so. His hand grabbed the blood-soaked blade and ripped it straight out of Oryang's arm. Siu swung the sword with a smirk. You don't need to worry about a thing. Then, a flash of light from the blade streaked across his body. Meanwhile, another battle was raging. Tandu's hand tightened around his staff, crushing it into splinters. Gyu just stared him down, unimpressed. Tandu opened his mouth, foul-smelling drool dripping from his fangs. Yeah, it's as gross as it sounds. He snapped his jaw shut, teeth grinding, and charged straight for Gyu, who braced for impact, his face tense. Tandu threw a punch packed with raw power, aiming for a knockout blow. The impact shook the very air. Veins bulged on Tan's face from the effort. Gyu, on the other hand, just looked back with a chilling, indifferent gaze. Tandu's fist began to crack and splinter, looking like a rock hit with a sledgehammer. He grit his teeth, groaning in agony as his arm was instantly encased in ice. But Gyu's eyes widened. The guy wasn't giving up and swung his other fist. The impact sent out another massive shockwave, rocking the entire area. A violent explosion erupted, sending debris flying everywhere and blasting Gyu backward. He suddenly stopped mid-air as a massive shadow fell over him, completely blocking his view. A gigantic foot was stomping down at incredible speed. Gyu was trapped, unable to escape the crushing weight. From above, Tandu looked down with pure rage, veins popping as he slammed his foot down with everything he had. Gyu quickly countered with an Arctic strike, punching right into Tandu's calf. With an ice moon pierce, he pulled back to see what happened. Tandu's leg was completely severed, his face twisting into a mask of pure agony. Gyu saw his chance and immediately rushed forward while Tandu lost his balance and staggered. He kicked off a block of ice for momentum, just as his opponent's severed foot tumbled to the ground. And with that, Gyu launched himself high into the air. Missing a leg, Tandu lost all balance and collapsed. In that moment, Tandu fully understood the sheer power his enemy possessed. The gap between them was huge in monster rank, unique magic, and his perfect control over ice. It was an ultimate tier technique, a defense so absolute that it even damaged the attacker. But in his mind, he knew that whatever the reason, his opponent's use of magic had to have a limit. Gyu remembered the explosion. His enemy chose to dodge rather than create a layered defense. He could attack from a distance, yet he charged straight in. Was he wasting demonic energy? Or was there another reason? Something had to be limiting his magic. Gyu watched him closely. This next move had to be his final, desperate trump card. And just like that, Tan's arm starts shaking, the ice cracking away. Turns out his signature move has a pretty serious catch. The bigger the spectacle, the more energy it drains, and the longer he has to wait to use it again. And once he pushes it past a certain point, the cost skyrockets for almost zero extra bang for his buck. Definitely not the smartest play. But the only reason Tandu is still fighting? Pure, uncut pride. Yeah, this is absolutely not going according to his grand plan. He thought he had it all figured out, from the new master's bizarre style to the power these land dwellers were packing. The people from the sea have no reason to be afraid. This is all on the Dragon King and his cluelessness. That guy is just blindly following the rules of the continent's Demon King. Tandu was convinced that taking the Korean peninsula and Japan would be a cakewalk, but that was a fatal mistake. Out of the 8-star generals he personally picked, 2 got wrecked by a single human in the blink of an eye. The others are strong, sure, but they're still just monsters. Yet they're fighting him, the great general of the Dragon Palace, to a standstill. Was the vast ocean he was so proud of actually just a tiny little pond? That fear, he just couldn't accept it. And it's that hardcore denial that's making him want to pulverize the guy in front of him with overwhelming power. His illusion spell fills the sky, and Go Yu Yu just smirks. Yep, knew it all along. The taunting laugh makes Tandu look over. Pride and stubbornness. What's the difference, really? He reaches out with a look of pure victory. A guy who just makes himself a bigger target couldn't ask for a better setup. Xiao Fei, the enemy trying to save his strength. Just like the monster she's fighting now. He furiously throws a punch and lunges forward to attack. Yu Yu just scoffs, totally unfazed and brimming with confidence. A target this big? How could he possibly miss the bullseye? An arrow shoots out, speeding right for Tan. His hand opens wide, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. A blinding flash of light erupts right in front of Tan, and then a massive explosion rips through the air, light flooding everything. Cut to another battle. Shards of mana hang in the air, looking like strange, glimmering, and fantastic crystals. Behind that mask, Siu's eyes are still burning bright. His blade slices through the air, directly striking Oryang's arm. He's already marked my body once today. The ultimate technique Kim Yusin infused into the blade should have sliced cleanly through Oryang's body, but his dragon aura blocked it, leaving only a gash in his skin. This time, though, it's different. It's not magic. Not some Taoist trick or demonic art, and there's nothing elegant about it. This is just pure, undiluted killing intent. Untouched by any other emotion, a primal instinct backed by the absolute power to make it happen. He takes hit after hit, his energy draining away as blood spills from his mouth. Oryang powers up his other hand, aura surging. This is the Azure Dragon Claw, and it's not magic, it's martial arts. A fighting style passed down through the East Sea Dragon Palace's clan, using dragon pressure as its weapon. The sheer power of it catches Siu off guard. It whips into a vortex, blasting him backwards. A breaking wave. In principle, it's a lot like an ultimate technique, but in reality, it's just a cheaper, simpler, and less effective knockoff. The bell strike uses energy to mimic the physical shockwave you'd get from striking a massive bell. The impact spreads, resonates, and amplifies, focusing all that vibration deep inside the enemy's body until their organs are literally crushed from within. The force of the blow is so strong, Siu spits out a mouthful of blood. From Oryang's severed arm, another blast of energy erupts, slamming into Siu and sending him flying back. His eyes glow with pure murderous intent as Oryang watches. How is he still in one piece after two breaking waves? It has to be that outer shell, he thinks. But on the inside, he's got to be paced by now, completely useless. Suddenly, Oryang's eyes fly open in total disbelief. His hand is clutching the mask from Siu's face. Freaky sounds start echoing from all around. The mask tumbles away, falling into nothingness. Oryang's hand is still clamped on that strange face. Then, a low voice rumbles. What's wrong? Keep going. I know this isn't over. The words freeze him in place. Oryang's eyes go wide. Who? Who are you? Siu just scoffs, and now he's the one grabbing Oryang's wrist. Finally, that disgusting look on your face has changed a little. Looks much better, I'll admit. Though I still plan on killing you. Anyway, my turn. Oryang was so sure he'd already won, and not because he was being careless or made a bad call. Because through his hands, he could clearly feel that his opponent was completely out of juice for this fight. As long as the demonic jewel is intact and its energy isn't depleted, these monsters can just regenerate. But even so, losing your vital organs is going to leave a mark until you're fully rebuilt. The only exception would be a creature that's just an empty shell, a species that plays by different rules than normal animals. And yet, the guy standing before Oryang is half human and very clearly an animal. How is this possible? How can he talk and move with a caved-in skull and scrambled brains? Once again, Oryang gathers a swirling energy in his hand. A massive blazing sphere appears on his arm, completely blocking Siu's entire side of the field. However, what Oryang never expected was for the kid to just punch straight through that powerful energy wave. Oryang is completely frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief, but he quickly realizes something is very wrong, because in that instant, Siu's hand had already grabbed his sword, snatching it back into his grip. His voice was dripping with sarcasm. I know. And with that, he plunged the blade straight into Oryang's shoulder. Siu said softly, Thanks to your sister, I learned a valuable lesson. Your magic always needs to be compressed first. Am I right? All the strength seemed to vanish from his body, his face a perfect picture of shock. Siu continued, You squeeze demonic energy with high density into a tiny point. Then you release it, unleashing a repulsive force like a spring. No matter the technique, it always has to go through those two steps, compression and release, Siu declared. So if I just interrupt that pathetic little trick, doesn't that mean I have you completely locked down? By now, Oryang's arm was shaking violently, a total contrast to Siu's smug look. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. Nothing happened while I was monologuing. He brings his trembling hand up, grabbing the sword that was sticking out of his own chest. Anyway, you were strong enough to beat Yusin with just your basic strength, so you're pretty tough. But I'm not so bad myself. Tendrils of energy from Siu wrapped around Oryang's hand. He's good at crushing the strong. Then he just let go of the sword. Oryang was completely stunned, his eyes blown wide with pure astonishment. Siu's foot suddenly pivots in another direction. Without another word, he grabs the guy's arm and hurls him high into the air. Goblin wrestling. Siu's eyes blazed with killing intent before Oryang was slammed so hard into the ground that rock and debris went flying everywhere. Deep in the quiet ocean, among schools of fish, Gu let out a long sigh. He leaned forward on his hands and whined. What a total pain. The moment I heard about some dragon palace, I knew it would be trouble. Goyu's eyes were barely open. Looks like we're both having a pretty rough time of it. You too, huh? He said, glancing at the frozen Tandu. You backed the wrong horse. What are you even doing? The frozen man mumbled. You could unleash this much power all along, but you hid it just to humiliate me? Guyu gave a little laugh. Who knows, I didn't intend to. Twisting an opponent's motives like that proves you either lack confidence or you have a massive ego. He added, I wasn't holding back. I was just a bit limited on output. Go raised his hand to look at it. At first, I thought it was because of some annoying injury, but then I realized the reason was something else. This place, this so-called Dragon Palace, is a disadvantageous space for me, he asked. You know the principle of the 5 elements, right? Creation and destruction, fire melts metal, water puts out fire. It's basically that, but there's one thing few people notice, the conflict between attributes of the same type. Go added that whether it's water, fire, wind, or earth, they're all just separated elements, but nature itself is a completely neutral entity. Even when people like me use demonic arts to manipulate nature, it's just like giving a temporary command. Complete and absolute control? That's fundamentally impossible. Go's voice dropped. But think about it. The signal I mentioned. His eyes snapped open. Even if the Dragon King isn't here, I don't think anything will happen. Siu's eyes were still blazing with killing intent as a massive explosion ripped through the depths of the ocean. Tandu heard that and was just completely stunned. A little smirk played on Goyu's lips just before an explosion rocked the entire area. He's impressed, calling it truly astonishing. Yeah, trying to shake hands right now would probably get you vaporized. Gyu takes a step, deciding to get back to the point. He starts taunting. Yesterday, during the preliminary rounds, I ran into some really strange situations. It constantly felt like someone with my exact same attribute was right next to me, interfering with my magic. Go flashes back to what happened before. I missed a golden opportunity, you know? The kind that's probably going to haunt me for the rest of my life. I was so mad I couldn't even sleep last night. He gazes up, pondering why, and the answer he lands on is a real bombshell. Go closes in on Tanu, his voice low. You got some outside help preparing for this little stunt, didn't you? Well, congratulations. You just got spectacularly stabbed in the back. The guy stammers, suddenly defensive. What are you talking about? A curse. And not just any curse, this was a sophisticated, masterfully prepared piece of work. Go glances at his own hand, stating calmly, the range probably covers this entire dragon palace, and it's not targeting anyone specific. It's more like a magic seal covering the whole area, and I'm just the unlucky guy who got caught in the blast zone. Yep, just like a barrier. They must have planted pillars all over the palace to pull this off, which means you've got a mole right here in the dragon palace, doesn't it? A spark of light flashes on Go's fingertip. The curse's mechanism was just as he'd figured. It uses signal interference to cripple any water-based magic output. Tanu starts shaking, his voice cracking with panic. What are you trying to say? What about the curse? Go replies coolly. You get it. Stop running from reality. Go's voice drops. I don't need to spell it out. You know damn well the real target isn't you. Just because someone lives on land doesn't mean they use earth magic, and even you had no clue this curse existed. He dismisses the idea of it being the Dragon King. From the start, the king was way beyond the reach of such a low-level spell, and that's exactly why this curse was able to stay hidden for so long without being detected. Go continues. So, the princess then? No, can't be. The blue dragon is naturally wood-aligned. She only converted to water after inheriting the throne. So the target is someone who either has the water attribute or is about to get it, but still isn't on the same level as the Dragon King. Just then, a huge explosion erupts behind Tanu. Go just keeps talking like a machine. The moment the crown prince you're backing officially takes the throne, this curse will activate at full power, and trust me, it's going to be something absolutely terrifying. He doesn't even pause. I don't know the mastermind's true goal, but they obviously have no intention of letting the prince have an easy succession. Which, if you think about it, makes perfect sense. Go figures. Why would land dwellers ever truly support a Dragon Palace government that takes a hard stance against them? They probably fed you a bunch of convincing reasons, just enough to lead you right into their trap. He stares straight into Tanu's utterly bewildered face. But now it's time to face the truth. This little coup d'etat you're staging, you're actually just tearing the entire Dragon Palace down with your own hands. Go's eyes turn ice cold as he makes his demand. I'm not telling you to stop and wallow in regret. Who helped you orchestrate this rebellion? For the future of this Dragon Palace, spit it out. But suddenly, he freezes. A flicker of shock on his face as a plume of smoke drifts up from behind. Go whips his head around to look, and there, standing behind him, is a figure shrouded in a strange aura. A soft laugh echoes. Well, long time no see, huh? Wait, where did Ya-In come from? Though calling it long might be an exaggeration since it was just yesterday, but time is relative, isn't it? A reunion with someone captivating always feels like an eternity, doesn't it? Go replies, oh, it's you, the one who stood back with her arms crossed yesterday, behind that loudmouth. Speaking of, where is he? I was hoping to see him more than you. She brings her pipe to her lips, a smirk playing on her face. Oh my, what's this? You seem different. Yesterday you were such a calm and refined gentleman. Yeah. In exhales a cloud of pink smoke. Well, whatever. This new style has its own charms, I suppose. She begins to slowly walk forward. To be honest, my mouth is already watering. I'm not as hungry as a starving wolf, but I'm close. This should be delicious. Go looks completely bored. What a shame. It's hard to pass on peacefully when you die on an empty stomach. Not good, he thinks to himself. This is a seriously tough situation. Go reflects that while he has enough demonic energy, the problem is his power output. He remembers what happened just a moment ago. When I used that Frozen Heaven Palace arrow, I pushed my own energy channels into overload. From here on out, the amount of power I can actually use is going to be way, way lower. Still, it wasn't some world-ending disaster. Even if his opponent was an unknown monster, even if he couldn't go all out, Go was always confident he'd find a way to win. There was just one thing stuck in his mind like a thorn, a far more dangerous monster that hadn't shown itself yet. Go could only hope that it was just him being paranoid. After the explosion, the entire castle was nothing but a pile of smoldering ruins. Siu's hand is still clamped around Oryang's wrist. He takes a decisive step forward, but the thing he's dragging is a completely severed arm. He turns his head to look back. Oryang is still kneeling there, a fountain of blood gushing from his shoulder stump without a care in the world. Oryang's face went completely dark, like his soul just got hit with a mud pie. His eyes were wide open, staring holes into the ground. Siu just tossed the severed arm aside and walked away without a single care. Any other time, any other place, Oryang would have been thrilled to take this on, a challenge he's never seen before. Because a monster that totally outclasses you isn't just a test, it's a golden ticket for a major level up. But of all the moments he's been waiting for, why today? Right before the single most important event of his entire life? A hesitant voice finally broke the silence, as Oryang had to ask, after Kim Yusin, it's your turn now? Maybe this wasn't some random coincidence, but a trial specifically set for him on this very day. Only by surpassing the two of you will I finally prove I'm worthy of the throne. His eyes fluttered open as that severed arm regenerated in an instant. Fine then, if that's how it is, I will fight like it's my last moment. Oryang was resolved, he would prove his will to the heavens. And just like that, Siu stopped in his tracks. His determination was absolute. But while Oryang was busy having his dramatic anime monologue, a giant mouthful of sharp teeth was opening right behind him. And that's when he finally noticed it, whipping his head around to look. Meanwhile, Go and Ila-In were still locked in a war of words. Pretty standard for a fight between sorcerers. Especially for those who don't throw punches, their battles are more like a twisted game of chess. The only rule here seemed to be Go's incredibly intense, unblinking death stare. Power, position, even the number of pawns you can't know any of it until the clash begins. Ila-In's immense power began to surge. Sorcere. Go, on the other hand, looked unbelievably indifferent. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a spherical barrier, completely blocking Ila-In's incoming energy wave. Her powerful attack slammed into the barrier like a flurry of knives as he watched her every move with sharp focus. He remembered the shadow creature he fought before. Its destructive power was huge, but it needed close contact to really do damage. If he had to guess what technique took down the Dragon King, this had to be it. Go analyzed the strange mist, probably some kind of poison or mind-altering ability. The smoke, its delivery system, spread slowly and was easy to see. But once you breathed it in or touched it, the effect was no doubt devastating. Suddenly, a pink liquid started dripping onto the floor from behind him, and the sound immediately caught Go's attention. Tanj Duat's whole body was shaking. That strange gas was causing him to literally melt, his face twisting into a pitiful mess. Ila-In's voice rang out, totally unimpressed. I have to say, compared to what I expected, this is pretty boring, even if your numbers are above average. For a so-called General of the Dragon Palace, this is a skill level any normal human could probably achieve. Hearing that, Go shot right back. And yet you needed sorcery to capture those same normal humans, didn't you? She actually blushed and stammered. Well, I just wanted to be clear, to avoid any misunderstanding. It's not that I enjoy seeing others suffer or anything. It's just the way I eat, she said, casually tapping her cigar. My magic might look like this, but I assure you, it's completely harmless. I only bring joy and happiness. Go just stared. She returned the look. I just take away their times, other times joys and happiness. That's all, she said, exhaling a puff of smoke. It's quite amusing, really. Whether they're human or demon, everyone carries their own unique source of joy inside them, and each of those sources has a different flavor: love, friendship, faith, fanaticism, even obsession, and raw hatred. Even when it's the same kind of joy, their tastes all have these subtle, delicious differences. A smirk crept onto her lips. And after I've eaten all of that joy, they're only able to feel happiness from one single thing. Right on cue, Tan started moaning in agony behind them, trembling as he begged, "Please, just a little more like before." Ela In gave a smug smile, watching Tan Du beg like a pathetic addict. "Please, I'm begging you." She lowered her gaze. "That's not so hard. But is this really okay?" she taunted. "A noble general of the Dragon Palace, begging a lowly demon like me?" Tan Du suddenly screamed, startling Go Yu. "To hell with dignity! I will do anything you want," he roared fiercely. "Whatever you desire, just tell me, and I will give it to you. Betray the Dragon Palace and the Crown Prince? I'll do it. Just give me that stuff." His voice dropped to a desperate plea. "Please." Isla In looked victorious. "See? This is what they all become." She thought about the dripping substance. The greater the void left by all that missing joy, the more intense the desire to fill it becomes. Ela. In this particular case, it seems she hasn't completely devoured every last bit of his happiness. She thought he was an empty shell, but now she wasn't so sure. Had she sized him up all wrong? A wicked glint appeared in her eyes either way. He'd already given his consent. Even if it's just a small taste, she was going to savor every last delicious drop of this meal. And with that, tendrils of pink smoke began to billow out, swirling aggressively toward Tan's Du. The mist completely engulfed the space around Go. A thick, pink liquid started to pool from the mist, spilling out across the ground. The gas seeped into his limbs, forcing his body into a series of uncontrollable tremors. Go Yu tried to bolt, but the tendrils of mist twisted and chased right after him. He shattered his own defensive barrier, launching himself forward at top speed. Close combat wasn't the monster's specialty, but with his magic restricted, simple physical contact could become a fatal blow. So to defend and attack effectively, he had to give up his long-range advantage. A sinister smile crept across Ela In's lips. As Go ran, he channeled the power of the Arctic Emperor's might. But then, she exhaled a plume of white mist from her mouth. That mist shot directly at Go, shattering his ice shield like it was cheap glass. Go, however, seemed completely unfazed. His brows just furrowed in annoyance. "Oh, for crying out loud, another one of these cheap tricks?" The scene cuts to the city, where a dark, gloomy sky loomed overhead as a sudden downpour began to crash down. Is it raining? People scrambled for cover as the murmurs began. A sudden shower! The forecast didn't say anything about rain. Yeah, well, you can't trust those things. At least we know now. Let's get the stuff out. A black umbrella snapped open, and Bi-hyung's gaze flickered to the side. He asked, "So what did you get out of it?" Wheein replied, "We're just helping out to repay a debt, but hey, it seems interesting, right? And I'm sure you have your own reasons for getting involved, don't you?" She smirked. "Looks like you came prepared, but this is a pretty big risk, even for you." He casually lifted his glass of wine and said, saying I got nothing would be weird. "I got a little something, sure, but that was just to avoid suspicion." Hearing that, Il-wi-la-in flinched. "What? Are you originally from the sea or something?" Bi-hyung let out a small laugh. "Not exactly. He was just making excuses. The truth is, he can't stand the Dragon King's rule, but a rebellion wouldn't be much better." He thought about the other two. They just want to build a new order centered around the throne. They just want their own people or themselves sitting on it. In the end, it's the same trash, just a different color. A corner of his mouth lifted into a sneer. How boring. And just like that, he had a chance to meddle with the Dragon Palace. Bai-hyung continued, saying that making a few small changes isn't any fun. Total destruction now, that's impressive. YN was getting confused. "Okay, I really don't get why you're involved in this." Her words seemed to startle Bai-hyung for a moment. "But I totally agree that destruction is way more interesting." Ela-in leaned against the bar and turned to him. "I've realized something lately. It's not just devouring joy that's fun. Watching the changes after their joy is gone is just as entertaining." She spoke softly. "It's strange, isn't it? Even powerless humans. If the source of their joy is strong enough, they can partially resist my magic. Back when I was weaker, I even met people whose joy I couldn't consume at all." Wai La Wai's voice wavered as she recalled a blood-stained bouquet of flowers. "On the other hand, once I finally devour people like that, they reveal the most fascinating sides of themselves." A bloody image flashed in her mind. All it took was a single moment of pleasure that she granted them. They started treating her like a god, obeying her every command. They'd even throw away and spit on the values they once cherished. A woman's eyes burned with hatred, veins bulging. Even as an empty shell with nothing left to eat, just having once possessed that joy made them different. Don't humans have people who like to collect things like product packaging or whatever? I totally get that feeling now. Bai Hyung smirked. So you're a collector now too? Ayla In answered flatly. Yep. Her eyes lit up with a wicked gleam. Well, it's less like collecting and more like letting them run free. As the numbers grow, it's a bit of a hassle, but it's totally worth it. YN looked up. Actually, that's part of the reason I joined this little venture. Since this was your request, this war probably won't be enough to satisfy my hunger. But man, I'm still getting excited. She continued to ramble on. After all, it's the proud kingdom at the bottom of the sea. I wonder what kind of delicious and wonderful things they have there, and how different it is from the land. Bai Hyung nodded. And for you, Ela In, I've prepared a little gift. Seeing her surprise, he quickly clarified. Well, it's not exactly a gift, but you're the most suitable person to receive it. Ela In was puzzled. What is it? Is this another one of your schemes to capture the Dragon King? Bi Hyung chuckled. Not at all. I told you, I got my own reward from this deal too. This little trinket? Straight from the Dragon Palace treasury, snuck out special delivery. And what does he present? A cigar pipe. The great sage's heaven-shaking smoke pipe. Betcha never heard of it. But way back when, this was the personal magic wand of a god-tier monster. Bai Hyung explains that depending on the user's demonic power and willpower, it can puff out clouds with all sorts of different functions. Its previous owner could even ride the smoke, flying 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Ela In breathes a small sigh of relief. A god-level monster, you say? He plays it down, saying it was just some famous land-dwelling monster who, for whatever reason, left his favorite toy behind. Seeing the smoke she exhales, Bai Hung's eyes pop open. He thought it would suit her magic, but that thick, billowing cloud makes him jump back in his seat. Ela In, meanwhile, is just vibing. So this is what it feels like? Not bad at all. She's seriously impressed. It's like it's automatically siphoning her power to use. This sight just short-circuits his brain, leaving him with his jaw on the floor. Ela In brings the pipe to her lips again. Don't look at me like that, she says, blowing out another puff of smoke. After all, tonight I plan on swallowing this entire hotel whole. And just like that, pink smoke spreads through the air, creeping into every corner of the bar. A wine glass hits the floor and shatters. The bartender is now shaking like a leaf. A bizarre pink liquid starts oozing from his limbs. All over the hotel, customers just slump onto their tables. Completely unconscious, Ayla admires her handiwork with a smirk. Not bad, kinda stylish even. Still, gotta test if it works on a strong opponent. Bi Hyung just stammers, but no matter what, he glances around and declares, You can't smoke indoors, Ela In. Little habits like that build up and become mindless behavior, you know? He looks to the side, where outside the rain is still pouring down relentlessly. Bai Hyung holds a hand out to the raindrops, suspicious. The dragon's resentment becomes rain, a curse that dyes the clouds. Is this it? Nah, he tells himself. It's probably just a superstition. This rain is a coincidence. But still, it doesn't feel like a bad omen. He just wonders if Chien and I are trying their best over there. The simplest way to motivate someone pops into Bai Hung's head. Even if the mission is done, they should avoid the Dragon Palace as much as humanly possible. For him, once the job's over, nothing else really matters. But for Chin and Yin, he's afraid they can't handle the consequences. Just add a simple "don't do it," and that should be enough. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean, a crimson cloud of blood explodes in the blue water. A massive mouth has clamped down on something, and blood is just pouring from between its teeth. Siu just stands there, watching the scene unfold. Nearly half of Oryang's body has been bitten off by that giant maw. But his hand powers up again, making the giant mouth flinch in surprise. Oryang doesn't waste words, launching a direct attack right at it. And when the smoke clears, a headless body appears. The sight leaves him absolutely stunned. Suddenly, a sword slashes out with incredible force. It's the kid, attacking Oryang while he was distracted. The sphere of power gets sliced in two. Siu's voice rings out. Congratulations. He bows slightly, turning his head. At least you'll have an excuse when you get to the underworld. That power sphere is then hacked to pieces, shattering like a spiderweb. And just like that, Oryang's entire body explodes in a shower of blood and gore. Siu's eyes are glowing. Oryang's corpse is now lying face down in the wreckage. His mangled hand trembles violently. The sword stuck in his back is suddenly pulled out, and even more blood gushes from the wound. The blood-soaked sword is now in the kid's hand. As Siu turns to leave, he hears a faint whisper. Oryang trembles, sputtering out the words, "That thing." Before he can finish, Siu stomps on him, then plunges the sword back into his spine, yelling, "Shut up and die!" Blood splatters everywhere, accompanied by Siu's bitter words, "Die." The sickening sound of stabbing echoes again and again. Die. Just die. The image of the kid drenched in blood is absolutely terrifying, his fury twisting into a constant stream of curses. Die already! Over on the other side. The headless body is still there, but suddenly it starts to melt, dissolving into a black, slimy puddle on the floor. Siu's whole body tenses, clenching with all his might. The sword in his hand shatters from the pressure, crumbling like a brittle cracker, completely destroyed. Even if he could absorb the shock through his feet on the ground, it would only reduce a fraction of the damage. Oryang's magic hit Siu's body directly with the first two waves, dealing critical, irreversible damage. And when Oryang's third attack landed squarely on his head, just as predicted, his brain instantly shut down, a fatal blow. And that hasn't changed. Only the demon staff, the vessel containing its master's will and desires, remained. The one and only goal was to kill Oryang, and the body moved to do it. And now that the enemy was dead, the puppet's strings were cut, and its purpose was gone. Siu gasped for breath, having used every last bit of strength to unleash his fury. But then, he felt that something wasn't right as that black liquid spread all over the floor. From that gunk, eyes suddenly materialized, all staring at Oryang's motionless body in the most creepy way possible. The whole mass lurched forward, charging straight at the two of them. Then, a giant mouth filled with huge, sharp teeth appeared from the sludge. It lunged right down towards Siu. A loud crunch echoed as the mouth slammed shut. However, a hand had already snatched Siu out of the way. A soft sigh of relief. Turns out, in the nick of time, Sun had managed to grab Siu and pull him up. Even she was shaken, stammering out the words. Siu, are you okay? She'd pulled him out of that disgusting black ooze. Her face was a mask of pure anxiety. It's the same here, she couldn't feel any power from her body. Sunny looked down at Siu, who was gasping for every breath, and couldn't help but feel a little pity. Luckily, no signs of demonic power going haywire, just beads of sweat dotting her face. A demon's regeneration should handle this, no problem, so why this creeping sense of dread? Suddenly, Sun's eyes shot wide open in absolute horror. Below them, the eyes in the liquid were making sickening chewing and swallowing sounds. They were piling on top of each other, viciously tearing something apart. Her face turned pale. That thing. An image flashed in her mind of Goyu fighting at the monster that had ripped off her brother's arm. Sanmi whipped around, looking back at the crumbling fortress. With a beat of her wings, she was gone, flying straight towards it. The black liquid twitched and pulsed. A sea of eyes followed Sun as she flew away. Elsewhere, white mist mingled with floating icebergs in the water. It swirled into a powerful vortex, like a fierce tornado. Go demanded to know, where did you steal that from? I've never seen it, but that treasure definitely isn't yours. A slight smile touched Ayla In's lips. Steal it? Please. It was a gift. She glanced at the cigar. I just didn't expect it to be such a magnificent gift, that's all. Hearing this, Go's brows furrowed tightly. That purple smoke. It must have been a combination of the artifact's ability and her demonic arts. He pondered the memory. Even though it reflected his own spell back at him, and even with its output limited, it still perfectly blocked his Black Moon Ice Seal technique. Go's eyes shifted to the white smoke, thinking it must have other uses too. He thought about that cigar, its versatility, and its immense power. He had no idea where an artifact like that came from, trying to picture its full strength. But what made less sense was that even after using such a powerful item repeatedly, her demonic energy hadn't weakened at all. Go asked, Hey, how old are you? Yin was startled. Why such a sudden question? He replied coolly, saying he wasn't expecting an answer, he was just curious. In blushed, her face turning bright red. The question felt strangely important, so she figured it was best to just answer honestly. And then she replied, leaving Goyu completely floored. I was born last year, around the time the first snow began to fall. Ayla In smirked. Among us, I'm probably one of the earliest ones. She looked up thoughtfully. When he first discovered me, I think there were only one or two others. I didn't really care. Goyu thought to himself. In less than a year, she reached the upper middle class of a spirit body with demonic power alone? Ilin asked playfully, or maybe you just don't like younger people. Go let out a deep sigh. Yeah, you could say that's true. He covered his ears. I absolutely hate feeling pressured, even if it's something I'm forced to do. Being able to do something if you want and having to do it or face huge trouble are two completely different things, aren't they? Go continued. I really hate that second one. Responsibility is the heaviest and most annoying thing in the world. Yilawai said softly, I don't really get it. If it's such a pain, why don't you just throw it away? Spoken like a 1-year-old, still so naive, Go's brow tightened. It's called responsibility precisely because you can't just throw it away. Hearing that, Il-yi stared with wide eyes, then she suddenly got all flustered and excited. Nah, that little heart flutter was nothing new. To be honest, at first it didn't matter how hot he was, there was zero appeal, but just now? Okay, he definitely got her attention. Then came that slow lick of the lips, the way that thing just sat there, and how it collapsed the second it was pulled out. She desperately wanted to see it. Go just pointed a finger, totally teasing. He's heard that line 1,000 times before. In the end, though, everyone's just dreaming their own little fantasy. In a few seconds of pure tension, their little chat might seem meaningless, but something definitely shifted. A sheet of ice suddenly forms around Gyu's feet, a perfect little shield, and then it just vanishes into thin air. One side just ditched defense completely. Forget protection. It's all-out attack mode from here on out. The swirling aura around Go-In suddenly starts spitting out trails of pure white smoke. Then, out of nowhere, something incredibly creepy and horrifying appears behind Go. He whips around to look, but Tan-Du is a step faster, locking him in a desperate, trembling hug, teeth clenched tight. But wait, there's almost no demonic energy here at all. He must have shattered that ice with pure physical strength. Il-In walks closer with a sly little smirk. Not bad, huh? This guy looks like a total psycho, bloodshot eyes, shaking all over, and not because of some power-up or mind control trick. She just raises an eyebrow. If you want to keep feeling good, then just behave. And you know what? People actually work themselves to death trying. The problem is, they usually end up actually dead, she whispers. Anyway, sorry. If I were someone else, I probably would have accepted it with a racing heart. Il-In just lowers his head, bringing a cigar right to his lips. Too bad I'm not interested in having fun if there isn't a winner. All while Go just stares, listening to her ramble on. And now? Il-In breathes out a cloud of pink smoke. It spreads out, completely surrounding Go. This is going to be delicious. In a real fight, victory isn't about what you gain, it's about what you're willing to give up. And more importantly, you have to be smart about what you abandon, even if it's the only trick you have to draw your opponent out into the open. Because if you lose the bare minimum required to win, then the whole thing becomes pointless. In this case, what our monster lost was nothing less than himself. Suddenly, Il freezes mid-step. Because Go is now a colossal demon, standing right in her way. And what he gained was the awakening needed for victory. Meanwhile, back in the city, the rain is still pouring down relentlessly. A sign with the word closed hangs on a door, complete with an adorable little animal drawing. The room is filled with the sound of soothing, melodic music, floating into every single corner. On the table, a slice of cake sits next to a drink looking ridiculously good. The phone screen nearby displays a gleaming treasure chest. There's Go, just chilling with his legs crossed, deep into a game. And then, the door creaks open. He turns his head on instinct and says, "Sorry, we're closing early today." Then Go freezes, his eyes locked on the doorway. Il strolls inside, hands casually tucked into her pockets. Yeah, well, I guess some people find their fun in stuff like this. She walks over to the window, then looks back, skeptical. But you really think this is peak happiness? At best, this is like 4th or 5th place. It's like you had no other choice, so you just settled for this, Il-In mutters to herself. Is this really all there is? No grand wish you want to fulfill, no belief you need to protect, no rival you're dying to defeat, and no one you'd fight to the death to have. Her brow furrows. No, none of that. Just sitting in this tiny cafe, sipping a coffee. Go turns his head back. He almost forgot something important. It's raining, he points out. That's more important than anything else. Hearing that, Il-In just gets a giant, invisible question mark above her head. She lets out a heavy sigh. Yeah, well, I guess fate is something you can never be sure of until you reach the very end. Go closes his eyes, but like I said before, everyone just gets lost in their own fantasies and decides how things end for themselves. Il-In glances outside. And here I was, thinking that meant I was someone special. Whatever, forget it. It's my own fault for being tricked. A smirk plays on her lips. Honestly, if you were any other human or demon, I would have been too bored to even swallow. But even if he's lacking in charm, he's at least got some real power. Suddenly, the entire cafe begins to shake violently, and the glass on the windows starts to spiderweb from the force. The computer screen dissolves into static. Il-In shifts into her true form, her voice a low growl. So I devoured everything, leaving not a single scrap behind. As for what's left, I'll enjoy taming it. Gyu doesn't say a word, just calmly takes a sip from his glass. The meal is over. The magic smoke dissipates, flowing and merging into the monster's body. She had followed that flow, sneaking deep into his subconscious to rip out the very roots of his joy. Because she's Il-In, a predator, and she knows her stuff. But if that's true, then why? Why isn't this monster showing the trademark ugliness of someone who's been drained of all happiness? Right now, Tan-Du is choking out pained groans as if he's being strangled, but instead, some unknown pressure is bearing down hard on times her asterisk. Il-In lets out a single laugh, and then just shatters. His entire body lights up with veins of blood. Tan-Du keeps his death grip on Go-Yu, squeezing with all his might. Then, a massive crack echoes through the absolute silence. The ice shards look like a school of fish swimming through a raging current. Kinda makes you want to cheer, right? Wrong. That's actually Tan-Du's arm, completely pulverized. and Go Yu's expression goes dark, real dark. Divine beasts. The name is pretty literal beasts wielding the power of actual gods, a title saved for only the most elite magic beasts in the East. Usually, the name refers to 4 specific races known as the 4 divine beasts. And what do these 4 have in common? You guessed it, their godly power. But it's not something you can just inherit. Just like how the Dragon King only truly becomes the Azure Dragon after getting the throne and a magic jewel, the other 3 clans have their own special hoops to jump through. For the Hyunmu clan, that big condition is the snake subduing ritual, mostly because they start out as just regular old turtle demons. While training their dark-type demonic energy, a whole other personality just gets born. Only when the turtle personality completely crushes the snake, one can a Hyunmu truly be reborn as a divine beast. Let's roll the clock back a bit, to when Go Yu was just a kid, sitting cross-legged on a rock reading a book. From behind him, a deep voice rings out, commenting on what a rare sight this is. Mente approaches this young demon, who's just casually reading in a place everyone else fears, the Valley of Lost Souls. He stands up, closing his book. The prodigy of the Hyunmu clan greets the arbiter of the peninsula. Mr. Mente. Go Yu stammers out, but he gets cut right off. I was just visiting your grandfather, Mente says. He appointed you as the clan's representative for the great ritual this time. He strokes his beard. You look completely blindsided by that news, don't you? Or maybe you're just not happy being picked as a candidate. At that, the kid hangs his head low. It's just. I'm surprised to be given expectations that are so far beyond my own abilities. Beyond your abilities? Mente scoffs. You're not even 20 and you've already hit the great yin stage, a genius who's awakened his snake. You call that an excessive expectation? Just choosing the Valley of Lost Souls as your personal library already proves your strength loud and clear. The book in Go Yu's hand gets a little crushed, as Mente's voice seems to falter for a second. It's just, I've heard rumors that despite your talent, you're a bit too gentle, or to be blunt, you're weak. He adds that for the last 100 years, he hasn't just failed to control the snake, he's been swayed by it. Go Yu just looks down as Mente keeps talking. With your talent, you should have reached your parents' level long ago. Compared to the hype, your results are honestly a huge disappointment. That's a direct quote from your grandfather before I came here. Go Yu finally speaks up. To be honest, I'm ashamed of myself too, he says quietly. I was just lucky enough to have a better starting point than others. Right now, or even in the future, the others in the clan will definitely surpass me. The old man just grunts. Yeah, besides your grandpa, that seems to be what the whole clan thinks. Mente reaches out his hand, and his entire aura flares up around him. In an instant, this makes Go Yu snap to attention. The entire space has shifted, an innate demon art. Irreversible. He knows something's wrong and whips around. Go Yu's fist clenches. He crouches down, powers up, and throws a punch, sending a massive wave of energy flying forward. Mente speaks the name of his technique, Lunar Ice Seal. No matter how many times you see it, that's one gorgeous technique. In another 100 years. No, maybe he could catch up to his grandfather even sooner. He watches Go Yu, recognizing him. You're the snake from the rumors. Suddenly, the kid's voice turns dead serious. You senile old man. An arbiter is supposed to judge right and wrong between demons, to maintain order. Go Yu practically yells, so what gives you the right to try and kill a demon younger than you for no reason? Mente strokes his beard, one eye squinted. A killing move? True, for some people this would be a real threat. But for you it means absolutely nothing, right? Still, this is weird. He can tell the turtle is still in control of the body. You're much stronger when the turtle is in control, Mente says, which clearly startles Go Yu. So why, when you reacted to my attack, did you let the snake come out? He asks, hesitating. Or could it be that the one facing me right now is the real you? Perhaps the snake is your true self. Go Yu bites his lip as Mente closes his eyes. Why? Because when I saw your technique, he explains, I realized you weren't just some flash-in-the-pan kid genius. You're the real deal. Mente laid it all out. If the snake was that gentle personality you show every day, with your power, there is absolutely no way you couldn't control it. And to think, this guy basically grounded himself for decades, all to end up with such a pathetic level of power and growth. Then he just cuts in. I can't do it. This left a very confused Mente to open his eyes and stare. Go laid it all out. It's not that I can't, it's that I don't want to. They call us turtle and snake, but really, we're just two personalities split down the middle. And that snake-taming ritual he knows, he continued. It's nothing more than using brute force to make the weaker side submit. Go knew that whoever became the snake would lose control of the body forever, all while still feeling every single thing. But for a lifetime, he could only exist as an echo in his own mind, a prisoner forever. His eyes burned with pure killer instinct. So how could I possibly force that onto my oldest friend, my only brother? Mente just grunted. So you pretended to be a snake to hide what you really are, because if I was exposed, they would all know I'm no snake. Go Yu admits. Yeah, I have tried to hide it until now. even though it looks like some crazy old dude is about to blow his whole cover. He let out a small laugh. But do not forget, he is the one who attacked first. Judge or not, a death blow is a declaration of war. His eyebrows narrowed. Now, you want to kill me to keep me quiet? Go does not even deny it, just asks, do I have another choice? The old man just teases back. I could promise to keep your secret. I even have a proposal that might just help you out. Try living in the human world for a bit. Work for me, and handle a few things. Mente promises that, at least until the great festival ends, his safety is guaranteed. And Go? He is completely floored by the offer, totally confused. What? Night falls, blanketing the city. The Cam Min sun sign flickers to life. Moonlight floods the room as Go pushes the door open and slips inside. He drifts over to a nearby table and calmly sits down. But then, a voice from behind pipes up, if you cannot sleep, why not read a book? Go Yu freezes, whipping his head around to look. And there, in the glass, a smirk appears. What is with the early morning stroll? Oh great, it is the other Go in the reflection. Starting tomorrow, you will be out here plenty anyway. Our guy on the outside just sighs softly. I just cannot believe this day is finally here. The purple-eyed Go just chuckles. What is not to believe? Opening a coffee shop was your idea from the start. He points out, just look at this past year alone. This is the most active I have ever seen you in 100 years, dude. Purple Eyes keeps going, and it is not some miracle. This is the result of your own hard work. The outside, Go stammers. But all of this is built on the life I owe you. The reflection looks genuinely stunned for a second. He pushes on. If it were you, things would have been so much easier for me, but you still gave me the chance instead. Just having this time to work towards something was enough. And then whack! A loud slap echoes through the room. The Go on the outside gets rocked by some invisible force, his face knocked sideways with a nasty bruise. And the Go inside the mirror gets it too, stunned by the same painful blow. Yep, here is the catch. Everything is great, except for the shared violence. Our guy starts walking it off. For 100 years, every time I forget, you are there to remind me. The one inside just grumbles in his chair. At this point, it is not about my pride anymore. It is my memory that is shot. You must have the brain of a goldfish. But the outside Go's face softens with worry. But without you, Go's voice trails off. I would not have dared to dream of this. And that whole I would do better than you line, what is that even based on? The reflection admits, the only way I am better is that I get to take turns controlling things. And okay, maybe my magic is a little better, but even if I made it to the human world, with my personality, I would never fit in. The real Go Yu looks up. Just hold your head high and be confident. Who cares what anyone else says? You are way better than me. Everything here today, you built it all. So stop with the whole I am useless act. I cannot do anything else. He flashes a wicked grin. Besides, and this is important, if you burn out now, I am totally screwed. Starting tomorrow, you have to brew coffee nonstop so I can live the good life. I have got a long list of things I want to do, you know. Go Yu's face goes blank, a flicker of anxiety showing through. The guy in the mirror's voice wavers a bit. Do not overthink it. Let us just keep going like we have been. We only need to live how we want until the great festival begins. He takes a step forward. With things as they are now, we do not have to bow to anyone anymore. And just like that, the conversation continued. Who knew, right? Maybe some total idiot will pop up, claiming he is going to inherit the Demon King's will or something. Who cares? From now on, we just keep moving forward. Their fists pressed together on the glass, a perfect image of two comrades making a pact. The Go inside smirks. Let us give it our all, brother. Just like we have been doing this whole time. The one outside just gives a quiet, yeah. And we are back to Tandu getting blasted backwards, away from Go Yu. Wai finds this absolutely hilarious, while the other guy is just bawling his eyes out in misery. Tandu's massive, ugly jaw opens wide, then snaps shut with a powerful chomp, sending a piercing shriek through the air. His whole body balloons to the size of a titan, pure, unfiltered rage etched all over his face. He glared down at his other half below, as Wai's white smoke swirled like a raging vortex. She let out a tiny smirk, just as Tandu's colossal arm swung down. But right then, Go erupted with an insane amount of power, a purple aura flaring up around him like a raging inferno. Yai's eyes widened in realization. Oh, so that's how it is. 2 souls, 1 body. A memory flashed, and she had to ask, so the one who fought earlier, with that power, was that the real you? He bluntly replied, no. And just like that, a stream of tears flowed down his face. He insisted he wasn't the fake one, that the true counterfeit was him. Gu remembered telling himself to stop being so timid and to stand tall with the confidence he deserved. No matter what anyone says, you are me. Together, we are the Black Tortoise. Blue tears just kept streaming down his cheeks, making this supposedly mighty warrior look almost fragile. Y was completely floored by this sudden drama, her jaw hanging wide open, but Go quickly composed himself, wiping his tears away for a grand declaration. Let me correct you on something. My name is Gu. He threw his hand down, the proud heir of the Spirit Turtle clan on the Korean peninsula, and this generation's black tortoise. Y, in just scoffed. I have no idea what's going on, but this is way more exciting. So much so, I'm almost hesitant to take a bite. She exhaled a cloud of white smoke. If it wasn't for this kid, I probably would have just run away in regret. That white smoke swirled like a gathering storm. Gu just glanced up, completely unbothered, as the smoke began to take a human form. Out of the smoke, little Yom appeared. Isla, taunted. Pretty cool, right? This form is just a lingering memory from the kid's previous master. But the power moving it? That's all me, she continued. But according to Bi Hung, this was some legendary demon. I wouldn't really know for sure. Gu's cold eyes stared straight through Yin. The great sage, equal to heaven. Yeah, a great demon someone like me could never hope to match. He threw his arm out. But even if the great sage himself were here right now, I have no intention of bowing my head to anyone. A perfect, demonic curve formed on Yila In's lips. Instantly, the smoke monster lunged. It raised a hand, took a deep breath, and unleashed a ferocious tornado, the god-striking wind. That power slammed directly into Gu. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and earth with a deafening, brutal roar. The entire fortress was obliterated, with rubble and debris getting sucked into the wind's vortex. The walls didn't stand a chance against that kind of power. That wind forced its way into every last crack and crevice, leaving absolutely nowhere to hide. Blood splattered from somewhere, pooling all over the ground. Yeah, things were about to get tragic. That blow landed squarely on Siu's body. Even considering the help from the tree roots, a hit like that should have pulverized her 10 times over. Only sheer willpower and the power hidden in the demon scepter were keeping her form together and allowing her to move. But now that the demon scepter's power had been neutralized, that framework was collapsing. All that was left before Sunny was a mangled wreck that was barely even alive. Her eyes widened in terror as tears started to form. What was she supposed to do? Suddenly, a blue light appeared, an aura flaring like a massive fire right in front of her. Elsewhere, a pair of eyes blinked open, dazed and confused. Siu looked around, turning her head. What? Where am I? Then a voice cut through her confusion. Huh? Is that what you look like? The Dragon King strolled into view, stroking his chin as he observed her. Not bad, I guess. Mira might even like this look better. She started to stammer, but he cut her off. Yes, it's the Dragon King. I look younger than you've seen before, don't I? The Dragon King smirked. All right, let's get straight to the point. I planted a reverse scale inside of you. They both fell silent, just staring at each other. Siu's brow furrowed. So, that means this place. It isn't the real world, is it? The Dragon King just let out a little. Oh, you adapted quicker than I thought. Is this not your first time in the spirit world? Siu scratched her cheek. Yeah, I've been in here before for a bit. With the flashback still fresh, he murmured that the other place felt way more real than this one. It felt like it had more substance, you know? The old man just sighed, figuring some seriously skilled mage was behind it. All right, he gets it. These fancy spells aren't his specialty, and anyway, he's just a leftover idea at this point. The Dragon King glances aside. Even so, having a chat in this empty wasteland is still pretty weird, right? He lifts a hand, snaps his fingers, and bam, a table and chairs materialize. Siu's face absolutely lights up at the sight of a drink. The Dragon King slowly takes a seat. Whoa, this is better than he thought. If only his actual throne was half this comfortable. A sinister grin spreads across his face. You gotta admit, humans are skilled. When it comes to convenience, they're clearly a few steps ahead of us demons. Seeing the kid just standing there stunned, the Dragon King asks, What's wrong? Not gonna sit? He says he even dug through Siu's memories to find his most comfortable chair and his favorite drink. Is there a problem? Siu stammers out a weak, no sir. The chair wheel is pulled out and they both sit down at the table. The Dragon King takes a sip and immediately frowns. Man, this stuff is just bitter water. Our boy just stares at the floor, totally mortified. Siu hesitates. About that. Is it okay that I, killed your son? If it was just a one-sided attack, sure, but it was a proper battle between two demons. Besides, he killed your friend. If it were me, I would have wanted to kill him too. The Dragon King puts his coffee down. On top of that, as king, you did me a favor by taking out a major rebel. I should be thanking you. He raises an eyebrow, though as a father, I guess I failed. Hearing that just leaves Siu stunned all over again. The Dragon King closes his eyes. Anyway, that's how I see it. So if you ever meet my real self, don't you dare bow your head. Siu is completely lost. Sir, what do you mean? The king asks. You remember last night, right? When you fought Mira, you completely lost your mind. Then you charged straight at me. A flashback hits as the king keeps talking. Your condition back then was honestly pretty serious. If I'd just left you alone, you probably would have recovered eventually. You're a demon, after all. Then he pulls out something that's glowing. Look, my daughter and I are both responsible for this mess, so I ripped off a reverse scale and made you swallow it. The thing you're seeing right now? It's a clone made from that scale. And at this, Siu's jaw just about hits the floor. A reverse scale? What even is that? The Dragon King laughs. Oh, just one of the handful of backward scales I'll ever grow. It's not that important. Call it sharing a piece of my life force with you. He shifts his legs. This is usually only for my successor or someone I owe a massive debt to. Something I give away after a lot of thought. But for you, let's just call it a random act of kindness. So you can wipe that serious look off your face. Yeah, except right now Siu is having a full-blown existential crisis. The king sighs. Your body will heal. That thing is basically a legendary elixir. He pauses. This is awkward, but even though I gave it to you, his brow furrows slightly. I need you to give something back to the scale. Siu snaps his head up. Oh, of course. You saved my life. Whatever I can do, I'll do it with everything I've got. It's nothing too big. Suddenly, the Dragon King clasps his hands, his voice dead serious. Help me kill my son. Siu is once again completely floored. Huh? This makes zero sense. Wait a minute, you mean you have another son? The Dragon King leans back in his chair. What are you thinking? Before Siu can even answer, the king starts explaining. Yeah, I can see how that's confusing, since that kid already died once. If you had finished him, there'd be no problem. Just then, a black hole appears in the castle wall that was just destroyed. The Dragon King's voice drops. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. A mysterious, shadowy figure emerges from the darkness. Back in the room, a strange blue aura seeps in through the doorway. It flares up like a bright flame right in front of Sun. Her face shows pure surprise, her eyes wide open, staring without blinking. Sun slowly reaches out a hand, but she doesn't dare go too deep. She just hovers her hand at the edge, watching. It looks like fire, but there's no heat. Just this incredibly dense energy. This isn't demonic power. Sun is confused. Siu's demonic energy is recovering, which is great. But whose energy is this? Taking a deep breath, she pushes her hand a little closer, and then immediately recoils. On pure instinct, Sun leaps back several feet. That blue aura just keeps pulsing, getting stronger and stronger. For a second, a wave of heat erupts, hitting her right in her primal instincts. She doesn't get it, but one thing is painfully clear. Siu is healing, but at the same time, he's completely paralyzed. But Sun isn't one to give up. She whips her head around, looking at the hole behind her. She knows it's a demon, but her own power isn't at the spirit level yet. And you can't blame her. Even reaching the first threshold, the chi level, is a realm most normal demons can never touch. It takes a special bloodline, natural talent, the ability to master demonic arts with incredible skill, and above all, a burning desire to walk right up to the edge of death. All of those things have to come together for a miracle to happen for a young demon to reach the spirit level in under 100 years. She's no miracle worker. That thing lurking out there, she can't fight it, and she knows it. But still, it's not courage that makes her spread her wings, it's pain. With that one thought, Sun dives straight through the hole. A flashback hits her like a truck. Man, if only she could have done something to help. Sun gets lost in her memories, hating how she just made excuses back then. But not anymore. Tears stream down her face. She hates this feeling, and just like that, Sunmi is on the move. Not her brother, not Siu. She won't stand by and watch them get hurt again, even if it kills her. And right then, a lone figure appears in the giant courtyard. And who else could it be? It's Trien. Sunmi spots her instantly. Their eyes lock, and suddenly Trien flashes this seriously creepy smile full of razor-sharp teeth. Sun's eyes blaze with power as she unleashes an ancient demonic spell. A storm of attacks rains down on her opponent. A massive explosion rocks the area, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Sunmi hovers above, watching the chaos unfold. Suddenly, something rockets up from below, blowing all the dust away. Identity is a funny thing. For some people, it's a source of glory, a sacred privilege. For others, it's a chain they'd do anything to break. Trien now looks totally demonic, drool dripping from her massive mouth. But Sunmi, she's gone full beast mode, eyes glowing with pure killing intent. The three-legged crow. For Sun, that bloodline is nothing but a curse. Meanwhile, far from all the noise and fighting, we cut to a much calmer scene. Well, calm if you count snack bags and makeup everywhere. Xianhua's lips are turned down in a pout, clearly not having a great time. She picks up her phone for a look. So this is what humans call a love charm? Xianhua mutters to herself, looking pretty surprised by the whole thing. It looks so slick and polished on the outside, but did they really have to make it this complicated? Their eyesight is trash, so why trap spells in this tiny piece of glass? Sunmi gently explains. So it's easy to carry, of course. Xianhua looks baffled. Huh? That's ridiculous. It sends your voice across the world, stores pictures and sounds, and even does complex calculations. How can they cram all that complicated junk into this tiny box, but it can't hold a few simple physical objects? Sunmi just awkwardly scratches her cheek. That's because human tech and demonic arts kinda evolved down different paths. Either way, you'd better get used to it. Xianhua realizes that without a phone, surviving the human world is basically impossible, and that's when she snaps the thing clean in two. What was that? Sunmi's voice gets dead serious. You can't even handle that little bit of force? With pure murder in her eyes, she growls, the iPhone 25X Pro, the first time I ever splurged on the newest model. Xianho just stares back blankly. What? Sunmi lets out a deep sigh. Okay, it's fine. She holds up the two halves of the phone, her voice choked with tears. Remember, Xianhua, stuff from the human world is super fragile, especially for a powerful demon like you. Sunmi warns her. If you're serious about living in the human world, you have to be careful with this stuff. Xianhua agrees. I know. Her voice drops. It's just. After hearing the old man, I'm probably grounded for a while. Sun finally gets it. Ah, so you failed the human coexistence exam again, huh? Sionhua just crosses her arms, looking totally annoyed. You make it sound like I'm some idiot who failed. They didn't even let me take the stupid test in the first place. She keeps ranting. Just 'cause I'm not old enough, I can't go to the human world? So dumb. Sunmi just sits there, helpless, while Xianhua goes on and on. But you're different, huh? Just running errands for the old man. Not to mention you're the first son of the He clan. But what about Hyunmu? She asks suspiciously. He's not that much older than me, and he causes way more trouble than I do. Yet he gets to live it up in the human world for years. Sunmi just stammers, looking down, totally lost. Besides, she says, clasping her hands with a sheepish grin, Guy has never broken your phone before, has he? I'm sorry, I swear, next time I get out, I'll buy you a new one. Then her eyes sharpen. I'm being serious now. Xianhua asks with a straight face, have those guys been following you around lately? Are they still messing with you? Sunmi flinches and quickly denies it. No, it's fine, but Xianhua sees right through it. You said that last time, and it was not fine at all, she declares. If it happens again, you tell me. I'll personally go and handle every single one of them. I'm dead serious, Sionhua continues. Everyone knows you're the judge's official messenger now. Anyone who messes with you is basically challenging his authority directly. That's the whole reason the judge gave you that title. And it makes sense Sionhua would react like this. After all, her dad is a demon powerful enough to actually back up that threat, the three-legged crow. As for their exact origins, well, nobody's really sure. All we know is they're one of the most ancient demon clans on the peninsula. We're talking divine beast level. Even legends like the White Tiger or Black Tortoise can't touch their history. But here's the catch. In any given era, only two can inherit the direct bloodline of the three-legged crow, a parent and a child, one current ruler and one heir. That's it. The heir to that bloodline is called the Golden Crow King, the sovereign who rules the sky of this peninsula's demon world. And yep, her father is the current Golden Crow King. But let's be real. Father is just a title. There's absolutely zero family connection between them. To be honest, she's never even seen his face. Her mom was just a lowly palace maid, not some official wife or concubine. One night, the king took notice of her, and our girl was born from that brief encounter. And for that sin, her mother was banished from the palace. A worthless magpie demon, daring to carry the blood of the Golden Crow King? I mean, if that's not a cardinal sin, what is? Before she died, her mom always said her dad would be overjoyed to see her. But she never believed that for a second. He doesn't know she exists simply because he couldn't be bothered to care. If he had any sense of honor, he wouldn't have just let her mom get kicked out after one night together. She never dreamed of being recognized or becoming part of the royal family. At least, not until she found out she inherited the power of the three-legged crow. A brilliant golden light suddenly shimmered in Sun's hair. Meanwhile, the beast is still rushing in for the attack, while she just stands there with a look of pure disgust. As it gets closer to Sun, a flash of light shines as bright as a star. The light hits the creature's vision head-on. Sunmi's personal technique. It's called Wind Wing, an inherited spell from her magpie mother. She stores wind in her feathers while flying, catching air currents and releasing them all at once. It uses very little energy, but the effect is incredibly powerful. However, that great strength is also its greatest limitation. Storing wind in her feathers means once the stored wind is gone, so is her power. It's that simple. For a normal magpie demon, which she is on her mother's side, a limit like that is hardly surprising. Sunmi doesn't realize it, but she's subconsciously holding back her father's power. Her feathers can store more than just wind. Sunmi unleashes her own signature move, the Radiant Golden Crow. If the four gods represent the cardinal directions, the three-legged crow is the symbol of the sun itself, a demon that manipulates solar energy. Sunmi's feathers absorb power from the sun, an energy source far beyond anything on Earth, drawing it in and storing it. The power from that attack is unmatched by any other spell. The mighty blow completely takes off half the monster's head. Sunmi, having used all her strength, is left gasping for breath, but then her eyes fly open as she looks down, because the creature's body is getting up again, but its reappearance is anything but normal. It's moving like some boneless, flimsy zombie. Its eyes are gone, but that grotesque mouth is still hanging open. The sheer rage on Sunmi's face is unmistakable now. The creature turns, takes a step, and lets out a demonic laugh. Once again, Sunmi launches her next attack. The creature has now recovered and is even stronger than before. It raises a hand, matching her power, and they both unleash incredibly powerful attacks at the same time. The two forces collide, creating a massive sound that shakes the entire area. Sunmi raises her wings to block the blast, while below, the monster keeps its creepy smile and prepares its next move. This is starting to make Sunmi panic. The Golden Crow Light is a divine-level spell. Only those of the three-legged crow lineage can use it, but Sun's skill level is still far too low. The price for using it is the pain now building inside her. She quickly channels her own power, a brilliant light forming in her hands. Again, the two attacks slam into each other, lighting up the entire space with a sound like a massive firework display. The creature attacks like a maniac, unleashing a relentless barrage. Sunmi is just trying to hang on for dear life. Come on, just a little more. She can feel her body losing all its strength. Just a little bit longer. Then, Sunmi's entire body goes limp. She can't hold on. She falls helplessly, drifting down below. Sunmi's eyes are open, but she has completely lost control of her body. The creature down below has now closed its mouth, waiting for its prey to fall right into its hands. Suddenly, a voice calls out from afar. You can rest now. You did a great job. Is that Sunmi? Talk about lucky. In the nick of time, Siu appears and catches her. He holds Sunmi in his arms, his eyes fixed on the creature as he makes a declaration. Leave this thing to me. No matter what happens, I will end this all. The ice in the coffee has now melted, water droplets trickling down the glass. The Dragon King rests his chin on his hand, thinking, this is far beyond what he imagined. He doesn't get it. How did it even end up like this? It's bizarre. No. Monstrous is the right word for it. The Dragon King stares at the mint chocolate chip ice cream on the plate in utter disbelief. How can this thing even exist? He takes the spoon, scoops a little up, and brings it to his mouth for a taste. The Dragon King's face twisted in disgust at this sweet, refreshing symphony of flavor. It was all so wrong, and half of humanity actually likes this stuff? Maybe he had completely misjudged this entire species. Siu bowed his head, stammering, Your Majesty, what were you saying before? The king, totally flustered, just blurted out, Right. The Dragon King glared at the spoon. I will continue. Of all the foods on this mortal plane, this is what I'm most curious about. He could imagine the taste of other dishes without even trying them, but this cold, sugary goop was a complete mystery. And besides, as he admitted to himself, he was super bored and had nothing better to do. He'd love to wrap this whole explanation up quickly, but Siu's body was in such pathetic shape. Oh well, time moves slower in here anyway. A small smirk played on the Dragon King's lips. Right, we were talking about my son, weren't we? His voice dropped. The thing that devoured my son was a shadow you probably pieced that much together, right? The problem was, this thing was a gen, a creature that eats everything. He continued, explaining that it can digest everything it consumes, making those things a part of its own body. Siu stared blankly when the Dragon King added, thinking back, you could even call it luck. I once hunted it, back in my youth. He casually took another bite of ice cream. Back then, the gen was a scale of monster that Siu couldn't even begin to imagine. The Dragon King softly explained how it devoured over 10,000 demons and gods, becoming so strong that not even an entire allied nation of monsters could destroy it. He was certain that if it hadn't been for a bit of luck, he would have been totally wiped out. Siu finally spoke up. By luck. Do you mean you found a weakness or something? The king denied it. No. The details are complicated, but it wasn't random, it was inevitable. He pushed himself to his feet, delivering the final verdict. It destroyed itself. The Dragon King elaborated that the benefit for a demon eating another being is a boost in demonic power and physical strength. Sounds simple enough, but it's not like you can just eat one high-level demon and absorb all its power. He gave an example. It's like, if you eat an entire cow, you don't suddenly gain all of its abilities, do you? Siu mumbled, when you put it that way, I get it. But the king cut him off. The gen is different. His voice grew serious. It absorbs everything it consumes with zero loss. Not just its appetite, its entire digestive system breaks the laws of nature. That's exactly what makes the gen a true monster. But our hero was confused. That sounds like an awesome superpower, so how does it lead to self-destruction? Just as realization dawned on Siu's face, the Dragon King uttered a single word, exactly. His eyes narrowed. It doesn't just devour demonic power and bodies, it also consumes their memories. And I don't mean just raw data. The Dragon King added that it absorbs the actual life experiences etched into their very soul. It means the creature's entire self, their ego, is absorbed whole. He went on, saying historical records show past gens shared this same strength and weakness. The more powerful beings it ate, the more power and strength it absorbed. The same went for memories, making it seem invincible. But eventually, its own mind would shatter, spinning out of control until its body literally self-destructed. This particular shadow was already off the charts powerful from the moment it was born, so its underdeveloped ego was a huge factor. Siu thought it over. I see. But that weakness probably hasn't kicked in for this one, has it? He figured that for its mind to break, it would have to eat an insane number of people or demons first. That's right, the Dragon King replied, his gaze growing pensive. Compared to the last one, this gen is still just a child. It's a long way from collapsing, no matter how many souls it's eaten. The king's voice deepened. Just look at it, the fact it maintains a perfect human form proves it hasn't absorbed a truly powerful ego yet. He fell silent. And into a zen like that. My son. It consumed an ego so intense, it was more than it could currently handle. Seeing the completely baffled look on Siu's face, the Dragon King had to ask him again, you get it now? The enemy you're about to face isn't just the gen. Back in the present, Siu held Son Mi, his gaze hardening with resolve. The Dragon King's voice declared, you're also facing the remnants of my son, who has become a part of it. The gen simply stared at Siu, never breaking eye contact. All our hero could think was, whether the king's story was true or not, this enemy was unbelievably horrifying. Siu felt a shiver run down his spine just looking at her swirling aura, a terrifying level of demonic power unlike anything he'd ever seen. To be perfectly honest, he just wanted to tuck tail and run. But then Siu looked down at the girl in his arms. Sun's ragged, painful breaths gave him just enough motivation. At the very least, he had to get her to safety. A wicked smile spread across the gen's face. Don't worry, you can just put the little girl down behind you. She spoke, her voice a taunt. If you're worried, take her far away, to someplace safe. I'll wait. Qian, in Oriang's body, gives a reminder. In the coming battle, I don't want your power dropping because you're worried about your teammates. I don't want that at all. The whole situation makes Siu hesitate, a flicker of worry crossing his face. The area around the castle is strangely silent, and inside, Sun Mi has already been laid down. She struggles to draw each and every breath. Outside, he stares toward the castle as Qian's voice rings out. Is that far enough? Siu hears her voice and turns, putting on a generous act. If you think the distance still isn't safe, I can give you more time, but he cuts her off. No need. Siu gets into his battle stance. This is enough. It doesn't matter how far you take, son, if I can't beat you. It's all meaningless. Hearing that, Qian taunts him. That's right, because I plan on devouring everyone here, including you. I just hope this meal is an enjoyable process. He questions her. Devour? Isn't this the place you started a rebellion to rule? Qian freezes for a second. What is this? You seem to know what happened to us. Which makes sense. It's not strange that knowledge of Qian's past life still lingers among the demons on the surface. She crosses her arms, raising her voice. Yes. To me, this is a place that needs to be led and protected. Even sharing a body with someone else, that belief hasn't changed. Siu just stands there silently, watching Qian ramble on. But thinking back on it now, the way I pursued that goal was too selfish. A wicked smile plays on Qian's lips. No matter how righteous my will was, ordering others to just follow my lead can hardly be called justice. A true king must guide everyone who acts on their own will, so they can genuinely empathize and work toward the same goal. And Qian's words hit Siu like a bolt of lightning right through his head. Now for me, no. For us, that is entirely possible. Her voice drops to a growl as drool streams from her widening mouth, looking absolutely monstrous. I will devour everything, and within this body, we will all share a single will, one heart. First, every creature in the Dragon Palace, and then the humans and demons on the surface. Qian's smile loses all humanity, and then this entire world will truly become one inside me. While she's muttering, Siu has already clenched his hand into a fist and swung. A beast that only knows how to devour, not how to communicate with words. Qian seems to be enjoying this sensation, letting out a cunning laugh. Over on his side, a massive aura is swirling around Siu's hand. The energy spirals into a torrent, blasting toward Qian. Siu throws a powerful punch straight forward, creating a sound that shakes space itself. The Pasan armor, a demonic treasure Siu and his group got from the demon judge, allows the user to project their demonic energy, making long-range attacks possible. The Dragon King adds, not exactly an ideal combination. You're a demon who specializes in close combat. Fighting Cheon up close is basically suicide. He figures one touch from her mouth is all it takes. Her devouring ability isn't a physical attack, it's an absolute phenomenon that's impossible to resist. The Dragon King explains that her mouth can change size and shape, appearing anywhere on her body whenever she wants. A true monster. He warns him. This advice might sound a little irresponsible, but here's rule number 1. Attack from as far away as you can. Right now, Siu's attack power is absolutely immense. It looks like a furious cyclone, or maybe more like a drill bit aimed directly at Cheon, the immovable wall. But something unexpected happens. As the blast reaches her, the stream of power just bends and veers off in another direction. Cheon taunts, a bit disappointing. The strategy is right, but the power is just too weak. Her eyes flick to the side. If that's the case, then this will only take a single motion. Over here, Siu is crouching down, getting into a stance to attack. Just a single motion. He couldn't even feel a hint of demonic aura, and her prep stance was so ridiculous it was almost funny. But before he could wonder why, that monster's calm expression vanished. The function of the Pasan armor is simply to allow for long-range attacks, but its efficiency for the amount of demonic energy it uses is far worse than any other technique Siu has ever used. But now, Siu's body holds a fragment of a dragon scale, considered one of the greatest elixirs. A storm-like vortex of power surges forward as, in this moment, he finally digests it. The demonic power this kid possesses has now surpassed the realm of demons. He's a dragon, from the clan permitted to rule the seas in both the amount and output of his power. He only needed to feel it once to get a handle on it. All that was left was to pour everything into one final blow. Light exploded across Qian's face, followed by a massive boom that echoed as raw power erupted. The force of it just obliterated everything in its path. Tendrils of energy snaked into every single crack, bathing the space in a weirdly beautiful purple glow. The deafening roar shattered the ocean's deep silence, and when the dust finally settled, all that remained was a scene of total devastation. Countless tons of rock had been blasted away by the impact, and a pair of legs slowly stepped out from the rubble. Siu casually wiped some dust from his face, leaning over with his hands on his thighs and looking up. A giant crater now gaped in the floor, a blast far beyond any firepower he'd ever managed to create before. By all rights, his demon power gem should have been running on empty, but right now, it was practically overflowing. His body, on the other hand, was the one taking all the damage. The strain was way worse than he'd expected. Siu stared at his own trembling hand. It felt like taking the blowback from 10 of his best attacks. But lost in thought, he suddenly noticed something. On the other side of that massive hole, emerging from the hazy dust, stood Qian, acting like absolutely nothing had happened. This, understandably, threw Siu for a loop. He stumbled back, instantly snapping into a fighting stance. The corner of her mouth curled into a sinister smile. She gestured with her hand, pointed a single finger, and Siu's entire aura erupted like a wildfire. This brings to mind something the Dragon King once said. Now, remember this, that kid probably managed to swipe another reverse scale from my true form. He figured his original self would never let it go easily, so the boy definitely couldn't have fully digested its power yet. Siu sat there quietly, taking in the lesson. If he had fully absorbed that scale, there would be no way for you to win. The real problem is that right now, that thing is inside Tam's stomach along with the kid. He then added that Tam's special ability was digesting things to make their power his own. By now, he's probably absorbed the scale completely. Chances are, whatever the kid could have done with the scale's power, Tam can now do just as well. The Dragon King crossed his arms, looking baffled. Thinking about it now, this whole situation seemed pretty hopeless. He was sealed from fighting up close, and now he had to face a monster of that caliber. He held out a hand. If you think it's impossible, you can just run away. A small smile touched the Dragon King's lips. I may have asked for help, but I don't expect you to die for it, only if it's possible. And that made Siu pause and think. Siu stammered. But even so, before the Dragon King cut him off, I know, even if I hadn't asked, you would have fought Tam. I can see it in your eyes. That thing can absolutely not be allowed to enter the outside world. His voice softened a bit. However, even without you, there is still one last line of defense, so don't feel like you have to throw your life away. This just confused him. A last line of defense? Suddenly, the king let out an ear-splitting scream. Siu's eyes shot wide open in shock as he jumped to his feet, but the Dragon King remained strangely indifferent. Siu gritted his teeth. No matter what happens, I have to destroy him right here and now. Back in the present, a thought struck him he needed to be the one to attack. That last blast wasn't enough. It was too much power, too much strain on his body, and just plain inefficient. And most importantly, his opponent was strong enough to just take the hit. Siu realized, if he kept trying to force a head-on power struggle like this, his own body would break down long before he did any real damage. Even with all that demon energy, His body and techniques just weren't ready to unleash it all. And to get past that limit, the kid came up with the idea of using his opponent's own damn technique. He unleashed the attack, the mountain-shattering, armor-piercing demon. A powerful beam of energy shot forward the ghost-penetrating flash of the Jade Dragon. See, when the Dragon Clan wants to pull off a super high-powered attack, they compress their energy into a single point. It's a trick made possible by the unique nature of their power. And even though having the same power as the Dragon Clan is impossible, it is totally possible to create a mace that has the exact same properties as a dragon's energy. After his god-cleansing strike, this was the second ultimate move Siu had ever created. The two attacks collided, creating a massive, reality-shaking explosion. Qian just smiled. And that, right there, was the answer she was looking for. She started to turn away, thinking there's no way he could block this. But suddenly, her eyes widened in shock and she completely froze. When the white smoke cleared, there was no one there. And then she realized something was rocketing down from above. Because, just as she suspected, that last attack seemed to have seriously ticked Siu off, unlocking some insane power. His eyes burned with killing intent as he dove straight for Qian. Before she could even process it, he launched an attack as fast as lightning. But hey, Qian wasn't some pushover. She leaped back a few yards, barely dodging Siu's opening move. But her relief was short-lived. A new danger appeared, a massive surge of demonic energy. Piercing demon flash. Okay, Siu was officially mad now. His eyes burned with a determination you just couldn't extinguish. That ferocious energy shot straight toward Qin, swirling so violently it tore a chunk clean out of her waist. Without a word, Siu dropped down into the crater, clenching his fist to power up the next devastating blow. She was finally taking Siu's power seriously now, using her demon mace to copy the principles of the Jade Dragon. But come on, that's just a cheap imitation of what your opponent can do. See, our boy's goal wasn't just to mimic his rival, it was to surpass them, to do something even the Dragon Clan couldn't achieve. And because of that, his technique had a little something extra. With a goofy little smirk, she unleashed a barrage of her own attacks. Piercing demon flash, frenzy bullets. The basic idea was the same: compress and fire demonic power like a jade dragon. But here's the twist. Inside, each of her bullets were secondary and even tertiary compressed masses. By detonating them at different times, she could create complex, unpredictable movements and expand the attack's range. Glancing up, she had a little thought. She was sure all those fancy moves were just a bluff. There was no way he could aim that precisely without a direct line of sight. Qin figured his real goal was a massive explosion, at least twice as big as the last one. She powered up, thinking this was getting kind of dull. How strong could it be? Actually, this could be fun. But while Qin was busy admiring her own genius, Siu popped up right behind her, growling. Not fun at all. She whipped her head around in shock, but it was way too late. He had already put all his power into his hand. He slammed his attack directly into Qin. A massive sound echoed everywhere as a blast of light created by Siu sealed off the entire area. His eyes glowed like a pair of bullets flickering in the dark. The unleashed power created insane pressure. Bit by bit, Qin's upper body disintegrated and scattered into the wind. And then, everything around them fell completely silent. Then came the sickening sounds, the smell of blood. Her brain, heart, and lower abdomen, where the power core usually is 3 fatal spots that even a demon can't quickly recover from, were all destroyed at the same time. Siu watched, frowning. For some reason, the demonic energy he could sense hadn't dropped one bit. Suddenly, a rustling sound made him freeze in his tracks. Qin's lower half started to twitch, moving little by little. Seeing this, Siu quickly launched another attack. Strange, monstrous shapes began to crystallize on her body, but his attack continued hurtling toward her. The collision was so intense it warped the scenery. The light was just too blinding for Siu to see a thing. When his vision cleared, her upper body had morphed into a grotesque monster. He knew instantly she didn't block it. The attack vanished, like it was sucked right in. Qin's voice echoed, gross. Turns out not everything is delicious. Anyway, lucky for me I didn't take a direct hit. Just as she finished talking, her original form was completely restored. Qin's eyes turned pitch black in that moment. She spoke up, but thanks to that, I found out I can do things like this. A wicked smile spread across her face. I'll admit, you're pretty tasty, but if I eat you all at once, I might regret it. Siu wasn't waiting for her to finish her monologue. He attacked again. Seeing him rush in, she prepared her defense. Her monstrous hand began to warp, and she faced Siu's attack without a trace of fear. Rows of sharp fangs chomped down on a massive amount of his mystical power. But she was still a step behind him. Whoops! Qin suddenly paused, her eyes locked on Siu. He was already seizing the opportunity to attack again. With his usual determination, Siu created a miraculous burst of power, leaving Qin frozen as she watched his swift movements. The sound of Siu's feet scraping the ground seemed to get louder and louder. This time, he poured every last bit of his strength into his fist. She couldn't get a defense up in time and was blasted by the pressure. Siu silently put the pieces together. That monster mouth, she definitely couldn't just spam it whenever she wanted. He replayed the last few moments in his head. Even though its size and shape were flexible, she could only ever open one mouth at a time. He knew it. That's why she couldn't perfectly counter his last attack. And just like that, she's brimming with power, launching herself forward. Right on cue, a purple glowing orb appears beneath her heel, and the space around them immediately blurs into a thick, mysterious haze. Siu's left arm still feels perfectly fine, not a single sign of weakening. Without hesitation, he takes a step right towards Qian. His eyes grow sharper with every passing moment. The two opposing energies collide, creating a seriously magical, almost surreal scene. Its razor-sharp fangs flash, ready to tear him apart. Both sides clash without giving an inch, with Qian launching forward like a crazed beast. Meanwhile, our boy here is already plotting the perfect way to handle this mess. The two forces smash together again, painting the entire space in a violent purple glow. Everything just dissolves into a chaotic, blinding light. Power levels just kept stacking on top of each other. Siu, bless his heart, basically short-circuited. Hold on, he thought. I'm sure I nailed his torso. He paused, and then, oh, that's not right. Surprise, the lower half dissolved into this nasty black goop and lunged right for Siu. Time for some fancy footwork. Qian stuck to him like glue, morphing into all sorts of lovely nightmares just to mess with him. Then she went full-on giant, blotting out the sky. Just your casual intimidation tactic before the real beatdown begins. Siu dodged and watched. The ground, perfectly fine a second ago, suddenly turned frosty blue. And yep, that cold was creeping right up his boots. Ah, Siu remembered this little party trick, definitely stolen from that ice monster. Zap! Purple beams shot out like lightning, turning our boy Siu into a human pincushion before he could even blink. He gritted his teeth, turned his head, and saw, oh look, it's his own arm, taking an early retirement. Qian finally decided to talk. Not bad, she said. I've learned a ton from watching you squirm. Even with an arm missing, Siu was still squared up, ready for more. I can't aim like you, she admitted, powering up. But by squishing the range, I figured out how to spam attacks like a caffeinated god. That little speech sent a cold sweat down his spine. Siu immediately started stomping, trying to break the ice trap below. Meanwhile, she just casually shot off a few more massive energy blasts. Because why not? He dodged on pure instinct, but was just a hair too slow. And oh boy, did that sting. He's thinking, without my armor, I am toast. Gotta get it back. Of course, she already knew exactly what he was planning. Siu saw this and just whipped his head around, giving her the ultimate death stare. Oh, and by the way, she said with a grin, I have no idea where these things are going. Siu scrambled away from the frosty ground. She loved seeing him struggle, smirking as she launched a classic sneak attack from behind. Real original. She dove in for a devastating strike, his body practically melting away as she sprouted massive fangs and took a huge bite out of the ground. Siu saw this and pretty much forgot how to use his legs, total panic mode. Seeing a chance, he decided to make a run for it. He barely got a few steps before a mysterious voice echoed out. Pathetic, you loser. Your friend is dead. Aren't you going to get angry and fight a real battle for once? And you're letting that thing push you around? The voice went on. Soul scattered to the winds, come back. This body returns, an unstoppable force. A heaven-defying power that can wipe out any evil with nowhere left to run. Ewan smirked. Long story short, he said, the main character has finally entered the chat. As for that sorry excuse for a villain, it's time you made your exit. Meanwhile, Qian got a power-up and kept right on attacking. Siu was still processing that epic speech when his eyes shot open, snapping back to reality. Qian was morphing into some new horror to attack again. She grinned, absolutely loving this, while Siu just stood there like a lawn ornament. Yeah. His brain just completely shattered into a million tiny pieces. Understandable, really. Then, bam, a massive surge of spiritual energy engulfed Siu. The whole area exploded in a cloud of dust and cracked earth. His mouth finally started working again. You, he choked out, his eyes welling up. You Shin? He saw his buddy's reaction and chuckled. Hey, don't give me that look. He added, people would think a dead guy just walked back in, which to be fair isn't totally wrong. He then looked forward. Anyway, he lowered his voice. I sensed something was wrong from way over there. And yup, looks like our favorite idiot got himself eaten. Yusin smirked. Serves him right, always acting so tough like he's got it all figured out. And look where that got him. Just a few hours after the prison got swallowed by darkness, he laughed coldly. Snap out of it. I have to clean this mess up. Man, this sucks, but it looks like they're totally out of options. Yusin started, the Dragon King told me himself, if we don't stop that guy. Siu cut him off. I know. I heard it too, Siu said. It's about the princess, isn't it? Yusin froze for a second before quickly answering. Yeah, Yushin said slowly. But honestly, With or without that thing, the second it breaks free from the ground, we're all screwed. Qian spoke up. Honestly, it's pretty impressive. Forget the power for a second. A normal human body should never have survived that wound. And just like that, her mood completely soured. So that's it, her thoughts grew cloudy. She mumbled. He actually had enough strength left to rip the third reverse scale from his own father. She scoffed, but that also means his dad had to sacrifice what little was left of his own life to do it. You just can't fight the feeling. She completely lost it, muttering, "This is absolutely amazing." Her voice just boomed. 3 Dragon King scales in one day, plus a tasty little side dish? Life doesn't get any better than this. Seeing her completely lose her marbles, Siu and Yusin immediately went on guard. He noted she could freely morph her body to create mouths, and apparently, she could use the powers of the Dragon Prince and the Black Tortoise. He kept breaking it down. Trin's devouring ability was already infamous among the shadows, after all. So, a minimum of 5 different powers? Nah, it's gotta be at least 10 types of demonic arts. She didn't care about their little huddle and just charged. Seeing this, Siu instantly braced for impact as Qian came in at light speed. Yusin's eyes narrowed. In a situation like this, forget about talking strategy. They knew that even checking on each other would be tough. But hey, who cares? The 2 boys instantly sprang into action. Qian saw them split up and immediately slammed on the brakes. Suddenly, the battlefield got real confusing for her. She had no idea where to look. On one side, Siu was going all out, ready to strike. She flicked her gaze to the other side for a split second. Over there, Yusin was completely focused on his own attack. He saw his opening and unleashed it, 9 Heavens Ying Yuan. His hands moved fluidly into the Thunder God's universal transformation technique. And just like that, a lightning arrow shot straight for Qian. A massive wave of oppressive spiritual energy hurtled right at her. She just scoffed. Yeah, terrifying pressure, probably from eating her dad's reverse scale. This raw power alone could crush most normal demonic arts. But instead of backing down, Qian fought back. Her hand morphed into a giant, fanged mouth to counter the lightning arrow. Qian thought to herself, way too predictable. While Yusin has my attention, the other one must be going for the bracelet. But as she thought that, something felt off. Her eyes went wide. She'd already moved to block the bracelet's path, so where was he? Her instincts kicked in and she looked up. There was Siu, suspended in midair. He was putting every last bit of his strength into this attack. Seeing the plan fall into place, Yusin got clear of the blast zone. At the same exact moment, Siu unleashed a colossal wave of power from above. As the dust settled, Qian let out a little smirk, but Siu used that exact moment to charge straight at her. Qian frowned, thinking, he knows fighting me up close is suicide. So why is he still charging in? Does he have another trick up his sleeve? Siu's move was lightning fast. While she was still processing, he launched his assault. Siu launched attacks from the front and back at the same time. Then he charged, a clone suddenly appearing right beside him. But this monster didn't even flinch. She'd seen this trick before. Because inside that monster is the consciousness of the Dragon Prince, Oryang, who remembers his last fight with Kim Yusin all too well. Plus, since Yusin and Siu had no time to plan, it was painfully obvious which one was the real body. The real one would be the one further back, attacking from a safe distance where the move originated. Even for a mind game, no sane person would charge headfirst into an opponent you can't even touch. Going with that logic, Qian made her move, letting out a little laugh at the scene in front of her. And just as she predicted, her fangs clamped down on the clone, which erupted in a burst of blue fire. Meanwhile, the muscular Siu continued his frontal assault on Qian. Qian's decision was, in fact, completely correct. The second he committed to that frontal attack, Siu's survival odds dropped below 50%, and that's assuming Qian could sense the clone coming from behind. It was an unbelievably stupid and reckless gamble. He was betting his own life on this. Memories and moments all blurred into one. Siu had already done the math, he just had to execute, pushing forward with his attack. It all happened in that split second, while he was suspended in midair, preparing to strike. He saw the clone Yusin had created, completely unprompted and without any discussion. And the payoff for Siu's successful gamble? He got the green light to absolutely pummel an enemy he normally couldn't even touch up close. Siu's eyes were those of a cornered, savage beast. He unleashed Tawaitan Kitch, amplifying its power 15 times over. A flurry of his punches slammed right into Qian, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Far in the distance, that other mouth of hers began to twitch. His eyes darkened. He had until that mouth vanished to inflict as much damage as possible with his barrier strikes. But then, something suddenly made Siu stop cold. His raised fist had been completely frozen, solid by a wall of ice. The last attack sent him flying, and Siu could only stare, dumbfounded, at his own frozen arms. From above, her mouth warped, splitting open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth and a long, grotesque tongue that shot out and coiled tightly around Siu's neck. Even with blood streaming down her face, she just let out a cold, mocking laugh. The ice began to creep up his neck where the tongue held him, but just as she was gloating, a figure shot forward from behind her. A chill ran down her spine. She immediately whipped her head around to see who it was. The tall young man unleashed his signature move, a razor-sharp barrier technique that sliced right through the tongue, strangling Siu. Siu used that opening to land a solid kick straight to the monster's face, while In readied himself to jump in and help. But then another mouth, full of fangs, burst open from her back, lunging forward and biting deep into him. From a safe distance, Yusin landed, a worried look on his face. So it was true, he thought. His attacks were completely useless. Yusin replayed the sword strike in his mind. He was sure he'd hit her lower dantian, right where the brain is. He'd struck her heart, her spirit jade, and a dozen other weak points, but none of it had any real effect. Skidding to a halt on the ground, Yusin gritted his teeth in pure frustration. Unless the spirit jade is in a spot I missed, or even worse, he'd already considered the most nightmarish possibility from the start. What if that monster doesn't even have a spirit jade? The thought of fighting that thing alongside Siu gave Yusin pause. If that's the case, this becomes a battle of attrition. They have to fight until every last drop of her demonic energy is gone. No sooner said than done. He yelled out to Siu, and his words made the other guy freeze up. I'll handle support, you just stay back and help from there. Even the monster found this amusing and decided to chime in. What's this? How hurtful. You two are whispering secrets, and I'm the only one left out. Come on, tell me what you're planning. Yusin just smirked mockingly at her. How lame. Feel free to jump in if you can find an opening. His words made her glare right at him. From afar, Yusin manipulated his demonic energy, splitting into multiple copies of himself. Every single one of them took a firm stance, sword in hand. Yusin smiled. You'd better get ready. With a flick of his slender fingers, a sharp snap echoed, followed by the thunder of rushing footsteps. The monster watched them charge, her mind racing. This isn't just a simple numbers game, is it? Well, obviously it isn't. She quickly calculated the power difference between Yusin and Siu. The real danger wasn't the demon, but Yusin. Still, she couldn't help but glance back cautiously. It was a tough call. She looked over at Siu, trying to break the ice with his bare hands, then back at the flood of clones, deep in thought. This isn't an easy choice at all. But she made her decision, raising a hand to summon a jade dragon. Okay then, let's deal with what's right in front of me first. The jade dragon's blast tore right through Yusin's clones. In that moment, she knew it was the right call, based on what she knew about those two blue dragon scales. Ever since they received the dragon's reverse scale, an endless source of power, Siu and Yusin's abilities had grown exponentially. That was obvious. Still, she knew the difference between them was about training and instinct. Deep in the mountains lived a human who sought to break his limits through endless, brutal training. And his opposite, a demon, born with instinct and overwhelming power from the very start. But he knows how to control it and lead it. One of them chuckled with absolute certainty. I told you so. She finally realized the true advantage that came with having such overwhelming, abundant power. All the clones transformed into yin, rushing forward with swords drawn. Oh yeah, this time was completely different. Watching him charge, she became even more certain he was the one who could use that power in a much richer, more diverse way. Between the two of them, it wasn't even a contest. The other clones all rushed the monster at once. Yin's lightning strikes rained down on her shocked face. Barrier disintegration, a lightning-fast kill. Every single clone wore a smug grin as they attacked. She stood there and took the full force of the attack, a storm of deadly lightning from every single angle. Her mind flashed back. Even after taking direct hits, the clones just kept on fighting. She was still reeling from the shock that every clone could use barrier disintegration just as perfectly as the original, and that wooden sword Yusin had used earlier. That detail put her even more on guard. On top of that, for each barrier disintegration the clones used, Yusin would normally need his consumable weapons to cast his ultimate lightning attack, Lei Qing Pu Hua Tianzun. In the past, under normal circumstances, no, scratch that. Any fighter could never pull off a move like this. All that demonic power should have completely exhausted her. But seeing him charge forward like that made her realize something awful. This version of Yusin could actually afford to be that wasteful with his power. After the attack, she's face down, smelling of burnt ozone, then she suddenly looks up and grins like a maniac. Well, this changes things. Guess there's no choice but to answer his challenge. And judging by the drool, she is more than eager. That little act puts Yusin on high alert. From her mouth, she spits out a razor-sharp sword, gripping it tightly with her slimy hand. Then, with a ridiculously smug smile, she lunges forward to cross blades with Yusin. The sudden move catches him completely off guard, making him grit his teeth as she speaks with pure greed. Come to think of it, this is the first time these two have actually clashed with swords, or anything else for that matter. Their ice-cold blades meet with a blinding flash of light, while a gash mysteriously appears on her other hand. Yusin shoves her back to escape the pressure, then lunges forward, but she easily sidesteps his attack. She even parries his next blow, forcing him to overswing as she leaps back. He realizes this isn't just random swinging. This is the work of a seasoned, high-level master swordsman. Could it be that among the souls she devoured, there was a Gokmu who used a sword? Across from him, she just laughs. In her memory, the technique wasn't all that special. But using it with this body? Now that's a different story. The moment she speaks, a cold chill of pure danger shoots right down Yusin's spine. In the distance, she raises her sword high, demonic energy flaring in her eyes. Let's see if this is possible, shall we? Seeing that, Yusin is hit with an instant, crystal-clear premonition of his own death so vivid it felt absolutely insane. His entire body freezes, his eyes wide with shock. The power coming from this monster was just on a whole other level. And then, the last thing he sees is her grotesque face as she brings the blade down with chilling finality. In that split second, his mind reflexively pulls up a memory. It wasn't some slow-motion life montage from a movie, but a very short, specific memory. A quiet voice echoed from the darkness. "What is this?" A red-haired man answers. "It's a graduation present." He explains that a Gokmu's prestige is judged by their artifacts. That sword you use is fine, but it's not exactly top tier. But for a direct disciple of Jionguchi to rely on a single sword and a few wooden darts, that's really not going to work. Yusin looks up, his eyes wide with complete and utter surprise. "I'm very grateful, but isn't this a treasure?" He glances down, totally bewildered by the object in front of him. "Are you sure it's okay to give this to me?" Jionguchi calmly replies, "Yeah, it's a bit of a reckless decision. The difference between a treasure and a normal artifact is as vast as the one between a god and a Gokmu. If you use this at your current level, it'll devour you before you even get a chance to control it. But," he adds the word, and Yusin swallows hard, feeling the tension rise in sharp contrast to his master's calm. Rionguchi hands the item over with absolute trust. You need that kind of pressure. That's what makes it a true trump card. Give it a try. Use it well. A folded iron fan is in his hand, and his master's voice follows, slow and steady. This one isn't a particularly difficult treasure to tame. Back in the present, facing certain doom, Yusin grips that very weapon. The treasure, the white spirit fan. The scene then cuts to a bright, clear day outside. The Dragon Palace Martial Arts Tournament finals are set to begin in about 10 minutes. Inside a room, Siu is testing his skills. Feeling the power in his body, he figures it's not 100% ready for a real fight, but the feeling itself isn't bad. Tae Tun Kich, a name given by Yusin. It was a skill he could finally use for real. Siu clenches his fist, comforting himself through a pang of regret. If only he could have mastered that other one, things would be perfect. He shakes it off. No use dwelling on it. Some things just can't be rushed. Just then, he hears a sound and turns to look. He glances at his friends. Is everyone ready? Yusin, looking a little worried, speaks up. The host said we could relax, but it's probably better to go early and check things out, right? It feels a little weird to make people stand around waiting for us at the door. Behind him, Yusin grabs the fan and replies, I know. Seeing the item, Siu asks curiously, is that the old fan? I've never seen that before. Have you had it this whole time? Yusin denies it, calmly explaining. No, it was a gift. A master who taught me for the past year gave me this treasure. You know, just to be extra clear for Siu. He tries to simplify it. Just think of it as a super-duper high-end magical item, all right? And Siu's brain immediately goes to the cheap stuff. Oh, like that wooden knife you throw around? Or that gourd you gave me? Nope. Yusin shuts that down instantly. Absolutely not. This is in a completely different league. He looks down at the fan, dead serious, and says, this thing is a treasure with a capital T. He explains this is the kind of divine instrument used by gods, a prize so valuable even other deities would kill for it. And with that, Professor Yushin begins his lecture. Just like other magical items, these treasures come in countless shapes and forms, with wildly different abilities. But, and this is a big but if it's used correctly, they say any treasure holds enough power to completely seal away an entire nation. He says this with a completely straight face. If I can control this, winning the tournament is a given. Even that swarm of dark demons won't be a problem. Siu is, of course, completely floored. Seriously? It's that powerful? It just looks like a cheap fan you'd buy at the market. So, I can trust you on that? But wait. Is using something that broken even allowed in this tournament? Yushin calmly replies, as long as you know how to use it. Then he gets serious. The answer to your question is yes, it's allowed. If this was a tournament strictly between Yokai, then I wouldn't be so sure. But in these mixed brawls with humans and Yokai, or in mixed species fights, using artifacts and treasures is not considered cheating at all. Then Yushin hits him with a pop quiz. And you know why that is? This sends Siu into deep thought, eyes squeezed shut. Siu mulls it over for a second before hesitantly answering. Is it that whole thing where having good gear is part of your actual power level? I mean, it's not like Jen who just finds his own awesome loot. It can't be that simple, right? To everyone's surprise, Yu Xin just deadpans. You're actually correct. Siu's face immediately contorts in disbelief. Wait, really? Then he shuts up as Yu Xin begins explaining the unwritten rules of the world. Since ancient times, the number of magical artifacts and treasures a warrior possesses has always been a way to measure their class and power. He calmly continues the lesson. You'll understand soon enough. Magical weapons don't just create power that doesn't exist. It's not that easy. The whole point is that you don't have to learn magic. You just channel your own energy into it and get an effect equal to a full-blown spell. Then, Yu Xin's voice gets kinda gloomy as he adds another point. In fact, if you look at the sheer amount of energy they consume, their efficiency is absolutely terrible compared to just casting the spell yourself. As Siu tries to wrap his head around all that, Yu Xin gives him a very solemn warning. In other words, a divine weapon doesn't just grant you immense power for free. It's more like paying a cost to unlock power that's suited to your own ability. Yu Xin's voice is dead serious as he adds, and that's why the items that break that rule are called treasures. They're literal cheat items. But then, he carefully stresses a very important point. But to use those items, you need to be worthy. Think of it like a game's balance patch. If an unworthy person touches a treasure, just possessing it is enough to get them punished. He can tell Siu still looks a little lost, so Yu Xin carefully explains, actually, it isn't just for treasures. Every single divine weapon follows that exact same rule. Being able to own one is a power in itself, and using your own abilities isn't cheating. After all that, Siu still seems a bit confused and asks again, well, at the very least, you held it without being punished. Doesn't that mean you're at least partially qualified? Instantly, Yu Xin replies with a wry smile. Not exactly. It's most likely because my master, the fan's real owner, personally entrusted it to me. Looking at the fan, Yu Xin explains with a completely calm tone, it's like getting a pass because someone vouched for you. After my master gave me the fan, I spent 3 entire weeks just trying to use it. And cue the flashback. In a quiet forest, a massive explosion rips through the silence. At the scene of the incident, dust and smoke are everywhere. Recalling his own struggling figure from that day, Yu Xin sighs with annoyance. The results, let's just say, were not very good, with the fan just hovering in front of him. He reluctantly recounts the outcome. Forget about controlling it, I couldn't even manage to open the fan once. Then Yu Xin grumbles with frustration, and what's worse, on the 3rd attempt, the price was a near-death experience that left me bedridden for 10 days. After that ordeal, he figured he finally understood his master's intentions. From the very beginning, him giving it to me was meant as a form of motivation, a long-term goal. A message to never stop working until the day I could actually use this white spirit fan. Then Siu blurts out a totally random question. Your master lived with you for a whole year, didn't he? Hearing that, Yu Xin answers, clearly surprised. Time moves way faster in that other world than it does here. Instantly, a thoughtful expression takes over Siu's face. He hesitates, then speaks up. I was just thinking. If he really spent a year by your side and got to know you, I doubt he gave you that fan just to be some distant, impossible dream. Completely caught off guard by Siu's words, a confused Yu Xin just asks back, you think so? Right to his face, Siu just starts pointing out his flaws. Look, you're my best friend, but I gotta be honest. Your personality is kinda messed up. He's got this weird rebellious streak, you know? The second someone says don't do that, it's dangerous, you can bet he's gonna do it. It's just like in the games. Finally, Siu calmly lays out his theory. A guy like that, you really think he'd give you an item so dangerous it could kill you, then just let you decide when to use it? He knows you'd just mess with it constantly. And just in case Yu Xin didn't believe him, Siu points to the facts Yu Xin just admitted it himself. The 3rd time left him bedridden for 10 days. Then Siu just casually drops his final judgment. The first 2 times nearly killed you, and you'll definitely try for a 4th and 5th. With a serious look, Siu states. Anyway, that's just my take on it. I've never even met your teacher, but if he chose you as his disciple, he must have seen some serious talent in you, despite your interesting personality. Looking at his best friend, Siu gives his final, heartfelt conclusion. Even if it's not right now, he definitely believes you'll master that thing in the near future. That fan wasn't a gift, it was a calculated risk. Hearing this, Yin looks down, letting out a small, almost funny laugh. You're hyping me up way too much. What talent. No matter how good I get, I'll never compare to the immortals. But before he can even finish, Siu cuts him right off, which is so not like him. With total conviction, he declares, we're not talking about just anyone. We're talking about Kim Yusin. The best is supposed to stand out, right? For a second, Yusin is just stunned, speechless. Then, a huge, happy laugh just bursts out of him. A moment later, Siu remembers something. By the way, what does that fan even do? Yusin just lets out a little yelp, and we're yanked back to reality. His fight is still going on, and it's not because of Siu's little pep talk. I drew the white spirit fan almost on instinct, a total reflex. Right on cue, Qian launches an attack from above, her strike sweeping down towards Yin with incredible speed. His eyes are razor-sharp, white iron fan grip tight. Across from him, Qian swings her blade in another massive horizontal slash. But suddenly, she stops, completely bewildered. Her opponent just vanished right before her eyes. The next second, Yusin appears high above her, sword raised high. But before he can attack, Qian's own move is already upon him. In that same instant, Yusin reappears behind her, only for a monstrous, sharp-toothed mouth to lunge out and swallow him whole. In a flash, both figures completely disappear from sight. Watching this unfold, Qian's mind is racing. The scenes replay in her head. That was definitely not a clone. It was the real one. She remembers the feel of that fight, absolutely positive. No clone, no matter how perfect, could have possibly matched me like that. But as she mutters this, the whole situation makes even less sense. Then, Yusin lunges from the side. Thinking back on his moves, she analyzes it that position and timing, it was impossible to dodge. The more she thinks, the more she doubts. Even if he dodged, how did he have enough time to create a clone and counterattack that fast? Finally, she's done guessing and just decides to attack everything, everywhere, all at once. Honestly, the more she thinks, the less she gets it. And it's not like anyone's gonna give her the answers. Just then, Yusin appears again for another strike, but his sword freezes in midair right as it nears Qian. Her voice rings out, cold and clear. Is this a clone too? I'll admit, it's on a whole nother level now. She turns, her face dark. Even wrapped in my dense aura, it's holding its shape. It might even be tougher than the original. At this point, even Death himself couldn't find the real body. She lets out a cruel laugh, fine whatever, I'll just wipe them all out. Instantly, a blindingly bright light erupts right in front of Yusin. A moment later, a massive orb of energy is born, destroying everything in a huge radius and unleashing a super compressed blast of demonic power. When the dust settles, she's the only one left standing, a monster that defies all logic. A move that takes all her strength to pull off, but the results are undeniable. A smug, satisfied smile spreads across her face. Even a godlike stealth technique couldn't escape that all-out assault. She gazes out at the absolute ruin before her. This just confirms it. In fact, Yusin's technique, needing him to hide his aura, made him even more vulnerable to an attack like this. Just then, Yusin's perfect form appears, closing in on Qian. Her eyes fly open in pure terror as she sees his own eyes flare with immense demonic power. Right then, Yusin heard his buddy Siu's voice in his head. Isn't that basically a cheat code? Honestly, a skill like that would get a game developer absolutely roasted by the players. Back then, he'd just laughed it off. So what if it's a cheat? It's not like I can use it anyway. Hearing that, his friend mused, yeah, I guess it doesn't have to work just like a game. I mean, you know the deal. Having an S-tier character means nothing if you've got F-tier skills. Yusin, immediately triggered, threatened him in a low voice. You really want to meet your ancestors, huh? That fan of his packed one heck of a powerful skill. Activation condition. Open the fan, point it at yourself, and boom, your physical body gets instantly phased out of the material world. Fold it back up, and you snap right back to reality, rejoining the battle with the Baekchil Pion fan wide open. Yusin's face was stone cold as he closed in, and in this exact moment, his genius intuition perfectly applied the artifact's combined barrier and spirit fan abilities for the first time. All you could see was him swinging the fan, a clean sweep right across the spirit warrior, clear blue skies, fluffy white clouds, and a bright shining sun and a big white jar, shaking with every single beat. Turns out Yusin was struggling to hold a stance with the thing on his head. He couldn't take it anymore and had to ask, hey, is the stuff in this jar really just water? The guy across from him just took a calm drag from his smoke. Leon Gucci explained without looking up from his book. Even if you filled a jar that size with water, it would only weigh about 60 kilograms at most. A punk like you could ride a horse for a week straight without getting tired from that, he continued, showing absolutely zero sympathy. I just used a simple magic spell to increase its weight, multiplied it by 10 times. That's the bare minimum for a punishment, right? Gucci didn't even glance his way, just reminded him, straighten your back before you throw it out. Yusin, feeling totally wronged, immediately shot back. Why am I even being punished in the first place? He scowled at Gucci, arguing that he only messed up a few questions that weren't even important. If this is really training, then just come out and say it. His master immediately looked at Yusin like he was an idiot and clapped back. Not important? What did this moron just say? A dangerous glint flashed in Gucci's eyes as he stared the kid down. Look, I wasn't expecting you to treat me like a real master or anything, but you came here with this face, looking ready to rip your own heart out. Now it's not even a month later and you're already whining. Figures, you black-haired animals only learn your lesson after a good thrashing, don't you? Knowing he was outmatched, Yusin's voice got a lot quieter. I didn't mean to argue back, which only made the guy more furious, causing him to yell, damn it, just listening to you makes my blood boil. He didn't dare face Gucci, just mumbling sheepishly. Well, in my opinion, I really don't think that stuff is all that important. Yusin kept on trying to explain his point of view. What does that kind of theory have to do with a real fight? This time, Gucci wasn't angry. Instead, he answered, "It's because you have way too much talent." Confused, the kid turned to look back at Gucci. Huh? With a serious expression, his master replied, "I agree that practical combat is more important than theory, but that's only when the theory is beyond your ability to actually practice it." Gucci was an experienced teacher, great at sizing up his students. Theories that someone can't apply only end up restricting their abilities. But you're different. He had been observing Yusin's capabilities very carefully. You have a mind that can process any theory after hearing it just once, not the type to get overwhelmed by too much knowledge. In fact, your body learns even faster than your mind does. On top of that, Gucci knew his background perfectly, the eldest son of the sacred water house. The excuse of not having a chance to study just wouldn't convince anyone. So why was his head so empty of theory? And in that single instant, he had figured out Yusin's weakness. It was obvious without even looking. He made huge progress without studying much, only learning the bare minimum to maintain his position before slacking off. Gucci had expectations far greater than what the kid was showing. The primary jade scripture, the tri-unity accord, the grand monad classic. For someone without talent, just mastering those 3 books would take a lifetime. But for you to stop there, that's a straight-up crime. That was precisely why he gave Yusin this punishment. This is the Azure Crane Secret Manual. It's a bit difficult, but we don't have time for baby steps. Just consider this your karma and accept it. Gucci shoved the book at him and gave his order. Memorize half of this today. You don't need to understand it, and memorizing the incantations should be a piece of cake for you. Seeing that Yusin hadn't moved, he yelled, "What are you just standing there for?" The kid turned his head to look at his master and asked, "Huh?" Gucci calmly stated his demand. "I never told you to take the water jar off. Wear it while you study. Think of it as physical training, too." After that, he lazily stretched his body and went inside. "I'm going to rest a bit now. You should be finished by the time you need to prepare dinner, right?" Gucci didn't forget to remind his student. "Of course, I'll be checking your progress. If you haven't memorized enough, you'll just keep studying until you have." Yusin couldn't believe his own ears. "You think I'm joking?" He even warned him against cheating. "If you dare sneak it off, that jar will get 10 times heavier. Remember that." The world that this kid perceived was completely different from other people's. The 3 realms overlap theory. A world formed by 2 overlapping spatial layers, and Yusin's constitution was a very special type. The first world is the physical realm, the one you can see, hear, touch, and perceive with the 5 senses. And the other is the spirit realm, where the souls of living things reside. The 2 worlds exist in parallel, having never once crossed paths. They both occupy the same space at the same time, but despite being so close, they remain 2 totally separate planes. The living can't feel the dead, and the dead can't touch the living. That said, it's not like there aren't ways to sneak into both worlds. The boundary between these realms, however, isn't exactly solid. The dead can become vengeful spirits to harm the living, and the living can learn magic to exorcise evil and banish ghosts. There's always a way to bend the rules. By channeling their ki, a person could cross that line and influence both worlds. Yusin read the book and just sighed. He thought this was some big secret. Everybody knows this stuff. The book, however, was not quite finished with him yet. But for those who reach a certain level, they don't just influence the physical and spirit worlds. The more he read, the wider his eyes grew in shock. The contents within spoke of a different matter, the Choy Siu realm, existing above both the physical and spirit worlds. The third law. This was something Yusin had never even heard of, a world with no matter, no soul, where nothing was confirmed to even exist. And yet, it was still there, a complete mystery. He shot upright, now reading with his full attention. Unlike the other 2, the gateway to the Choy Siu realm wasn't so easy to crash. And yeah, it's a huge mystery because Yusin had almost zero info on it. Throughout all of time, not even the most legendary immortals could fully uncover its secrets. But a few special treasures could give the user a hand. In the long course of history, only a very small number of spells or treasures could cross into that sacred void. Back to the fight, Yusin swings his fan, slashing right through Chen and sending a shockwave through her very soul. He was dead serious when he decided to attack. Chen couldn't hide her absolute astonishment. This was not part of the plan. 2 things terrified Chen in that moment, because she had prepared meticulously for this. 1, her body was coated in a demonic aura thicker than ever before. Previously, when Yusin unleashed his finishing blow on Oryang, that sword was stopped cold by Oryang's thick demonic aura, rendering it useless. So, naturally, Chen opted for the exact same defensive playbook. It was even scarier when Chen felt how unnatural the slash was. But Yusin's blade passed clean through her, her protective aura wasn't even scratched. Even though Yusin had clearly attacked, Her body was perfectly fine, and those two swords didn't leave a single wound on her. On pure instinct, Chen threw up a hand to block and tried to back away. Suddenly, she felt a deep sense of dread. Every single cell in Chen's body just froze solid. Another slash passed right through her. Chen's legs wobbled, she lost her balance and collapsed. Right in front of her were two more slashes from Yusin. He didn't hesitate for a moment, attacking relentlessly, but even so, Chen still didn't have a single scratch. Not a single wound. No matter how many times Yusin slashed, her body took zero physical damage. And the more this happened, the stranger it all felt. So why? Why was this agonizing pain shooting through her entire brain? Why did she feel an indescribable agony, as if her very soul was screaming? Mid-combo, Yusin suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Chen was changing shape, morphing into a different form. Her unique demonic art, Arctic Iron Diagram. After taking hit after hit, she was ready to counter. This was a battle tactic. Chen never used a total cheat code in a fight. A killing blow with an extreme cold that no mortal body could possibly withstand. But Yusin was still completely confident, totally unfazed. You think so? Divine Tool. Separation Barrier. He swung his blade again, slicing down Chen's body. Soul Echo. Every one of Yusin's techniques holds its own special secret. To say it protects the user from outside threats is a ridiculously simple description of the White Spirit Fan's power. In his hand was a treasure that just looked like a fan. In reality, the White Spirit Fan was an artifact that could cross the three realms. Using it wasn't even that hard, and the support was incredible. With one flick of the fan, the user's body shifts to the spirit realm. All Yusin had to do was move the fan, and it would all be taken care of. Another flick sends him to the Tai Shu realm. The fan's purpose is to let the user change their soul's state. Snap it shut, and you're back in the physical world. And that's exactly how he was able to face Chen. Yusin dodged her blade by shifting himself into the Tai Shu realm. And that's exactly why Qian couldn't fight back. He's in a spot where Qi and magic just fizzle out. Yusin, the absolute genius, played his treasure card perfectly. But the counterattack wasn't from the void, it was coming from the spiritual plane itself. With a little help from his fan, he was able to damage Qian by literally dragging himself into the realm of souls. Forget the body, Yusin can slash directly at Qian's soul now. After that, Yusin's technique got an official name. The legendary slash would forever be known as Soul Shock. Tren starts coughing up blood, shaking like a leaf. She just tore apart the soul of a monster, not even a year old. The spirit realm? It plays by different rules. Yin is gasping for air, covered in glowing blue spirit veins as some freaky monster gaze locks right onto him. Turns out, both Yusin and she got hit by that treasure's power at the same time. It was still within the artifact's range. It's not as solid as the physical world, but magic and demonic power still totally work here. He's completely spent, even dropping his fan. Seeing Yusin helpless, Tren starts mocking him. So that's how it is. No idea what that treasure is. But it's definitely got to be a high-grade artifact. Tren wipes blood from her mouth, a grin stretching ear to ear. A power that crosses three realms, good luck finding another. But Yusin isn't having it and confidently fires back. You idiot. You always act so relaxed and then you walk right into a trap. Tren's eyes fly open in total shock at his words. From the very beginning, Yusin was just stalling for time. No matter what tricks he pulled, he knew he couldn't beat Tren alone. She immediately snaps to attention, head whipping around. Then there's only one option left, and a memory of a past battle flashes in her mind. Yusin had been the bait, drawing her attack. It was all a setup for Xiaohuai to deliver the final killing blow. Buying time, stalling until the tables could be turned. And it's happening again. The real opponent is right behind her. Siu casually strolls forward, not even trying to hide his killing intent. Tren spins around, facing this formidable new foe. Yusin, on the other hand, is massively relieved to see Siu. He's back with a new look and way more power, and he just has to comment. Well. Yusin looks him up and down with a smirk. Couldn't resist hogging all the cool moments for yourself, could you? Tren stands perfectly still, but she gives them credit for their strategy. Okay, I'll admit, that was pretty impressive. The moment Kim Yusin made that reckless charge, I knew something was up. Even so, she's not worried about his actual strength. All right, you really think you can catch me in that form? Then she snaps her head back toward Yin, who instantly feels the overwhelming danger coming from her. Her shadow morphs into a monster and lunges for Yin's head, but its teeth just clamp down on spirit energy. Of course, she immediately starts mocking him. You're much better at running away than using a sword, I'll give you that. With a smirk, she starts to retract her shadow monster. Besides, in your state, you can barely even stand. Then she focuses all her attention on Siu. Well, I hope this next meal is a good one. She crouches low, staring at Siu like he's a 5-course dinner. It's a little embarrassing to say, but I'm done playing with my food. That little stunt made me super hungry. Siu immediately gets into a defensive stance. Tren is literally drooling in anticipation. A light flashes between them as she explodes forward, lunging right at Siu. Like a rabid demon, Tren swings her blade with savage force, the impact kicking up a massive cloud of dust. She's still frozen in her attack pose, but her sword, it's shattered in half. Siu is completely unharmed, his own weapon having blocked the blow like it was nothing. She doesn't hesitate, immediately launching another attack at point-blank range. But he won't let her run the show, countering with his own blade. And once again, her freaky monster power appears. Except this time, its sharp teeth can't devour Siu's sword. What? Tren's power is no joke. Her gluttonous ability is supposed to be absolute, an ability that lets her eat and devour literally anything. It's a power that breaks all the rules of this world. She can swallow things way stronger than her, even targets that are normally indestructible. It just eats them whole, no questions asked. But for the very first time, it's not working. That absolute, undeniable rule has just been shattered. Rewind the clock a few dozen seconds. Siu was getting absolutely demolished by Tren, even with Yusin's help. The kid was desperately trying to hold himself back because her power was just that overwhelming for the both of them. Even though Yusin could defend, it was still insanely dangerous, and Siu was just watching this whole mess from the sidelines. He watched his friend get backed into a corner, looking like he could get wiped out at any second. So many times Siu wanted to jump in. Her back looked wide open, a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack he just couldn't take. But he held back, because he understood why Yusin was risking his neck to take her on like this. Plus, Siu's own ambition was starting to bubble up. He just felt like his current power wasn't nearly enough. Sure, they both got a huge power-up from the Dragon King, who gifted them one of his own reverse scales. They had power far beyond normal people. Problem was, they hadn't mastered it. They had the engine, but no idea how to actually drive. In previous battles, Siu had a hard time using all his abilities effectively, but he finally figured out how to combine his powers, unleashing a totally new attack with insane damage output. He had pushed his senses to the absolute limit to find this method, pouring every last drop of his magic into a single punch. But it still wasn't at max level. Even the mighty Tu Kui Thien Quang couldn't land a fatal blow on this monster, and that's when Siu realized how this would end. Even if he and Yusin went all out, they'd just end up completely drained. That single thought was weighing Siu down. He knew this wasn't going to be an easy fix. Even a guy like Yusin didn't have a special trick up his sleeve for this one. Siu remembered what Yusin told him before the fight in terms of pure destructive power. This monster was even stronger than Kung Vor. A stupid one-on-one fight? You better handle it. Siu finally understood Yusin's real intention. That's why he was stalling for time with a formal duel that totally wasn't his style. It's time to get to work. Siu clenched his fists, his fighting spirit roaring to life. Look, this kid knows nothing about spells or magic. All he has are memories and experience. He gasped for air, forcing his body up, running on pure instinct. Memories of Long Vung flooded Siu's mind. You can see the shockwaves gathering in his hands. It's go time. Siu began to transform, his killing intent surging. The old him was gone, replaced by an aura so vicious it could tame a monster. Every emotion imaginable just slammed into his mind. Disgust, rage, hatred, pure malice, the whole world. This wasn't some reluctant act for the greater good. Siu tossed aside all reason and chose raw power. The goal was the method itself, pure, unadulterated violence. The kind of earth-shattering blows he loved more than anything. He's got the body of a man, but the presence of a demon. And yeah, the kid kept repeating that to himself. Siu gripped his sword, ready to fight, perfectly fooling himself. Without a second thought, he leaped forward to counter Qian. Siu's eyes flashed with a dangerous purple light. Tuai Tun Keech times 10 as he slammed a kick right into Qian. She couldn't block it and got blown backwards. That impact sent her absolutely flying across the battlefield. She was powerless to stop the momentum of the attack. Siu's leg glowed green as he swiftly grabbed his sword. On the other side, Qian finally managed to stop herself and regain her balance. At the same time, Siu was already getting into a new stance. All of his power focused into his right leg, the pivot for another Tuai Tun Keech. Then he shot forward at 15 times speed. He closed the distance to Qian in an instant. She threw her hands forward, trying literally anything to defend herself. The monster pulled out magic that wasn't even hers. It was the leftover traces of the poor souls she'd eaten. A spiritual barrier surrounded Qian, but the strongest among them was the legendary spirit demon armor. Yeah, that barrier shattered almost instantly. Siu's sword simply sliced through all of it. She quickly pulled her hand back to counter as he broke her shield. In a flash, their attacks collided. In this clash, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Could Tu Kui's inhumanly sharp blade even compete with Qian's ability? Qian held her ground, refusing to give an inch. But every fight has to have a winner. He pulled his hand back. If it weren't for Qian's power, nothing could block that blade. Siu was gathering all the surrounding mana into his fist. Another Tuai Tun Keech was on the way. Qian's eyes widened, but Siu's hand didn't stop. He had no fear as he faced her head-on. She couldn't dodge, forced to take the full damage. Times 20. But he wasn't done. Siu grabbed his weapon, sliced off part of her face, and kept on attacking. She started backing away, trying to make some space, but it was already far too late. Siu had already prepared his times 30 move. A storm of sword strikes diced her body into countless pieces. Siu stood frozen. Black lightning crackled around him, his blade dripping with red blood that stained the floor. Qian's body lay in pieces, but he felt something was wrong. He looked down to see a crack of darkness spreading at insane speed. In a heartbeat, the shadow had swallowed up a huge chunk of the arena around him. And from within that darkness, massive, sharp fangs shot straight up. Siu reacted instantly, leaping off the ground. He dodged the bite of a gigantic, pitch-black monster. Its jagged teeth were a terrifying sight in the darkness. Siu glanced at the creature, who knows what he was thinking. He landed on a spot the shadows hadn't touched. Our half-demon hero cautiously stares down his opponent. And yep, that creepy darkness at his feet is still spreading everywhere. She leans forward, a look of pure excitement on her face. Her top eye suddenly shifts as she figures out what's making this monster so flustered. Just one look at his hand, covered in red and black streaks, tells the story. It wasn't a trick of the eyes, but a feeling in his body. Ever since he was born, his regeneration ability had always worked perfectly, without a single hitch. But for the first time ever, it's failing him. Realizing this, she can't help but crack a smug little smile, while Siu braces himself for a fight. And the second he realized times that happened, the monster went absolutely ballistic. For the first time, this thing felt fear as black lightning started crackling around Siu. Its leg twitched. No creature stays calm when it feels true terror for the first time, especially the "I'm about to die" kind of fear. On top of that, the Oryang half of this freak show had never even been close to death's door. So now it's not just scared, it's humiliated. And its rage explodes completely out of control as darkness just erupts at blinding speed. This time, the entire monster bursts right out of the ground. Siu charges without a moment's hesitation while Qian opens its massive jaw, ready to swallow him whole, but he spots an opening, tightening his grip on the blade. The instant she lunges, he aims right for that weak spot under the neck. With one decisive slash, he splits her clean in two. The massive black mouth severed from the body, hanging open like a silent scream. Siu grips his sword tighter, his eyes full of caution, locked on the dark pool still lying on the floor. And the thing to watch is the second mouth about to emerge from the ground. Siu launches himself into position, ready to dive at the new target. He slams his sword straight down. The second he lands, his eyes are fixed on the target, totally tense. Just as he expected, the shadow is gone, leaving only a crack in the ground. Wait, when did Qian get behind him? She already has an energy ball ready to go. Siu barely looks up in time to see it blast right past him. He tenses his arm, bracing for impact, and in a flash, his entire right arm is just gone. Siu reels from the sudden damage, stumbling back on reflex, but Qian is already launching her next attack. She completely pulverizes the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of smoke and dust, obscuring his vision entirely. Siu stands frozen for a moment until a blurry figure appears in the mist. He reacts just as that black maw comes screaming towards him. This time, the mouth comes with a twisted, red and black body, several times taller than a normal person. He dodges sideways, narrowly avoiding Qian's bite. For a split second, the dark monster just freezes in midair. Siu seizes the moment, landing a solid punch right on her. The mouth doesn't even flinch. Instead, it sticks out a slimy tongue just to mock him. He looks down at the arm he just used to attack, only to find it completely covered in a layer of ice. Before Siu can react, the monster lunges and chops off his other arm. He stumbles back, now totally armless, with blue ice where his limbs should be. Qian just lets out a terrifying, completely unhinged roar. But Siu doesn't panic. He immediately leaps back into the fight, jumping up and blocking her punch with his leg. And no surprise here, his leg is instantly frozen solid. The monster sticks its tongue out again, clearly not done with him yet. It clamps down on his leg, slowly encasing the entire thing in ice. He struggles, but the leg won't budge. It shatters Siu's frozen leg and attacks with its wide-open mouth. Siu uses his one good leg to kick Qian square in the face. He uses the force of the kick to launch himself into the air, quickly regenerating his body while the monster is stunned. The kick sends Qian sprawling. Siu lands, grabs his sword, and raises it high, his eyes filled with absolute killing intent. He aims right for the back of its neck, bringing the blade down without hesitation, going for the final blow. The force of this attack is so massive that the shockwave ripples outwards multiple times before it finally stops. The monster's body shatters into pieces and the smoke clears, but then Siu's body has a bizarre reaction. This was an ending that was already set in stone. He had been spamming his Toy Tan Kitch attack with power that was way beyond its normal maximum limit. Thanks to a nearly infinite supply of demonic power, regeneration itself wasn't the problem. But in such a short time, his body went through countless cycles of destruction and rebirth, and now it just can't function normally anymore. Siu can't hold on. He collapses to the ground, his body a complete and utter wreck. His blood stains the ground red, but that twisted red and black monster arm still hasn't disappeared. Qian has regenerated, grabbing his paralyzed body as black goo oozes from a crack in its head. Siu just glares, unable to say a word. The black mouth appears on Qian's face, its voice faltering. Finally, Qian stares into his terrified eyes and repeats itself. And then the mouth opens impossibly wide, large enough to swallow Siu in one single gulp. Suddenly, it freezes. Just below Qian's hip, Siu's black sword is stabbed right through its side. Someone speaks, their voice perfectly calm. Qian stiffly glances back, and when the hell did Yusin get here? He's gripping the sword tight, a cocky smirk on his face. Yusin looks at it, sweat pouring, and says with a challenging tone, "Enjoy your meal." Then he uses a single move to finish the monster. Yusin strikes down, splitting Qian's body completely in two. He grips the blade, hoisting it high. His eyes shift, and suddenly, blue light flares to life. Yusin just keeps swinging, and swinging, until there's pretty much nothing left of Qi to hit. Yep, Qian is officially down for the count. Yusin plants his sword in the ground, gasping for air and collapsing right in the middle of the mess. With his last ounce of strength, Yusin calls out, "I'm beat. Seriously, Siu? You all right over there?" But Siu isn't moving, just lying there in the wreckage. Yusin's internal monologue kicks in. Knocked out, but he's probably fine. His energy feels stronger than mine anyway. He takes one step forward and then freezes. Senses something. His eyes snap down to the ground. Yusin drops the sword instantly, clutching his hand. And yep, there it is, a massive crack spreading right across his palm. He's stunned. He only held the thing for like 10 seconds, and the kickback is worse than any high-level curse he's ever seen. Yusin scowls. Of course, there's always a price. This weapon one-shotted a monster that he couldn't even touch. But believe it or not, the gash on his hand isn't what's bothering him. It's the sword, just sitting there. Of all the artifacts he's ever encountered, nothing comes close to this thing's evil vibe. And the one who actually used it, no way they got away unscathed. While Yusin's busy thinking, Siu is suddenly right in his face. The dude's eyes go wide with pure shock. Siu's crouched low, staring him down with killer intent. Yusin grits his teeth and sends a swift kick right to his head. For a split second, Siu just hangs there, completely unfazed by the hit. Yusin doesn't waste a second. He raises his hand for a decisive killing blow, slashing down hard at Siu, who has now picked up that cursed sword. Siu's hand contorts into a claw as crackling black lightning starts to surge around him. He lunges forward, punching Yusin's head clean off. It shatters, leaving only trails of blue light, because surprised, the real Yusin just dodged out of the way. But in less than a second, Siu instantly pinpoints his new location. Yusin just grinds his teeth. Of course he can. Things were going a little too smoothly, you know? He thinks back Siu recovered from that killing blow in under a second. Even with Siu's insane regeneration, a human body shouldn't bounce back that fast from a direct hit like that, he mutters to himself. It must be that shatter strike technique. He's not using his nerves, he's controlling his body with the demon bone implanted inside him. Realizing this, Yushin cracks a bitter smile. Oh, so it's that kind of plotline, is it? I used a forbidden power to save everyone, and now I've lost control. Going berserk, is that the deal? He mocks the whole situation. If this follows the standard script, he's about to get beaten to a pulp. Then he snaps out of it just in time to save me. Yusin draws his own sword, ready for a fight. And out loud he declares, "Yeah, no, I'm not playing along with that cheap storyline." He mutters that they've known each other for 4 years. It's about time they had a real, knockdown, drag-out fight anyway. They say a bone heals stronger after it's been broken, right? Yusin takes his stance, yelling, "So let's make this a good one! For the future of our solid friendship, I'm gonna use this chance to let out all my pent-up frustration." Who knows if the berserk Siu understood any of that, but he readies himself instantly. Yusin summons a few clones, preparing to go all out. Siu bends his knees, building power as more black lightning engulfs him. Then he launches forward like a cannonball. Standing in his way are 3 Yusin clones, each one armed with a sword and a fan, ready to strike. Siu slices through all 3 clones in a blur of motion. They fade away, hiding the real Yusin's location. Siu turns his head, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the real Yusin is hidden completely out of sight, masking his presence. Secret art. Void Chi Latent Annihilation. He runs the numbers in his head. His white spirit immortal form is basically off the table. He could only use it once or twice, and that just shifts him to the spirit consciousness realm, not the great void. He frowns, calling out to Siu, but gets no reaction. It'd be one thing if he couldn't hear, but if he's just ignoring him, that's way worse. Yusin thinks it over, going with his gut. The berserk rage is probably coming from that sword's terrifying aura. It's pure malice, something way beyond simple resentment, and that weird mask is definitely part of it. Thinking about it just ticks him off. I have to destroy that mask before it's too late. That's the only way to snap Siu back to normal. The problem is, how? Honestly, I don't see a single opening. He watches Siu from a distance. Getting close is one thing, but what happens next? He'll get hit by that shatter strike before he can even touch the mask. Suddenly, Siu's eyes lock right onto him. Yusin is stunned. What the? An insane pressure washes over him as Siu's killing intent completely floods the area. Yusin is stunned. He was sure his void concealment technique completely hid his presence. Did the guy track him by sound, or maybe even by smell? This is absolutely nuts. Yusin mutters, I don't know, screw it. If you want a piece of me, come and get it. You stinking white pig. Yusin lets all his frustration out. How much longer am I going to have to clean up your messes, huh? Everything you wanted, everything you needed, even the absolute sickest, most twisted stuff, I did it all for you. Siu charges head on. This won't be a drawn-out battle. A few clashes and this fight ends in certain defeat. Yusin hesitates. If he tries to play defensively and drag this out, he'll get taken out before he can even make a move. He grips his sword tight. There's only one shot at this. He has to end it all in a single, decisive strike. Siu tears through the air, closing the distance between them in an instant. Both of them decide to go for a direct attack, to end this in one blow. Even Yusin is shocked by his friend's ferocity. Siu can't even tell friend from foe anymore. Without hesitation, he slices Yusin's body in two, only to realize it's not the real one. The real Yusin appears right behind the illusion. He takes advantage of Siu's momentary confusion, aiming for his blind spot. Yusin cracks a smug little smile, thinking his perfect feint worked. But then, black lightning flashes into existence, a very bad omen. Siu's shattering starstrike technique still creates a power gap that's just too big for either of them to cross. He takes notice of the fan still in Yusin's hand. Just then, Yusin speaks softly. You really trusted me, huh? White Spirit Immortal Realm. In this state, physical attacks can't hit me, and I can't land any either. He scoffs. It's a huge gamble, though. If Siu's sword actually lands, his very soul will be ripped apart. Siu! You useless oaf! Yusin yells, spinning around. A single slash shatters Siu's stone mask as Yusin speeds right past him. He bites his lip with a worried expression and just keeps running. After that surprise attack, Siu stumbles backward, his mask smashed to bits. The ground cracks and shatters from the impact. Exhausted, he slowly turns his head to look back. On the ground lie the scattered pieces of his broken stone mask. Siu's face darkens as he gasps for air. His eyes are wide with utter shock as he collapses to his knees, trembling. At that moment, Yusin slowly approaches from behind. Can you hear what I'm saying now? If you can, then answer me. If you're still not thinking straight, I'll just have to hit you again. Siu's face goes pale as he glances back, asking, why would you do something so dangerous? You were just a split second away from actually dying. Yusin glances down, then coolly looks up and says, you were messing around a little too much, weren't you? And I'm not really the type to care about others, but leaving you like that? Anyone could have guessed what would happen next. Yusin recalls Siu's berserk charge. Your eyes just got more and more lifeless. By the end, you couldn't even remember anything, right? Normally, that kind of bizarre rampage is supposed to stop when your energy finally runs out. The two of them were clashing with zero restraint. A glowing blue stone materializes. But because of the scales we have inside our bodies, we can't ever actually reach a state of exhaustion. A large, dismembered puppet lies on the ground. I'm not certain, but either the dragon scales in your body have to be completely depleted, or your body has to be pushed to the point where it can no longer be destroyed and regenerate. Only then will it stop. Yusin gives a slight smile, quickly sheathing his sword. But above all, the biggest reason is because I could do it. I'm not sure what you remember, but your big bro here managed to smack you on the head without getting a single scratch on him. Yusin winks triumphantly. Siu can only stare back, silent and helpless. Get it now? You can't beat me. After a moment, Siu, looking absolutely terrified, squints his eyes and speaks up. Compared to all that talk, at the very end, you look like you were scared to death. I saw everything. Yusin quickly looks away, avoiding his gaze and gripping his sword hilt as he rushes to explain. Looks like the situation really was that serious. I even have memories of the hallucinations, Siu says softly. But I'm sure that. Before Siu can finish, Yusin cuts him off. Shut your mouth. After a long moment, he reaches out, grabs Siu's hand, and pulls him up. Siu wearily gets to his feet, a faint smile on his face. That was crazy. If I had stayed in that state like you said, we would have had a huge problem. Yusin looks at him silently, then suddenly says there might not be a next time. Siu looks up, bewildered, and blurts out, huh? Yusin knits his brows, looking at Siu, and quickly starts to explain. Assuming you fall into that state again, not me, or anyone else, might be able to pull you back to your senses. It's way too late to be saying this now. Yusin stands opposite Siu, patiently and endlessly trying to talk some sense into him. From now on, give up on being a monster. No matter what it takes, I'm gonna make you a warrior who's even stronger than this. Don't let yourself drift any further away from being human. Siu's face fills with worry as he stammers, "Hey, what are you talking about?" He cuts him off. This isn't just some random thought. Yusin turns away, running a hand through his hair as he admits it. "Yeah, it's true. Before I went to the Dragon Palace, until yesterday even, that was just my own selfish wish. As your friend, I wanted you to live as a human, not as some kind of monster." He quickly lowers his hand, his gaze locking onto Siu with new determination. "But now, I don't care about my personal feelings anymore. I genuinely believe that I absolutely have to stop you," Yusin says, holding his hand out in front of him. Siu's face goes pale instantly. He tells him to look, his palm is wounded, with dark black cracks spreading across it. He looks up, then down again, staring at the wound a few times before gasping. "This couldn't be?" Yusin calmly replies, "Yeah, it's because you grabbed the sword." His expression darkens a little as he tiredly explains, "If you ask if I'm okay, I'll say I'm fine. But if you ask if it hurts, honestly, it hurts like hell." Yusin keeps his hand out, showing off the terrifying wound. But the real problem is that this isn't some kind of simple spell. Suddenly, a mysterious red text appears as he continues his explanation. For a curse, the amount of resentment is just as important as the energy used. Even if a curse is packed with an enormous amount of energy, without clear and sharp malice aimed at the target, its effect is totally uncertain. A straw doll filled with nails is quickly consumed by flames. That's why a powerful curse grows even stronger the more personal hatred it contains. In other words, a curse created on the spot shouldn't be that powerful. Both of them stare at the item on the ground, which is now emitting black smoke. Yusin continues, "If you think about it like that, what you created is something that completely defies common sense. That sword slowly dissolves right in front of them, because the sword itself was basically an incredibly powerful, instantly made curse." He just keeps explaining the origin of that sword in great detail. The principle is probably similar. If that monster core can create an image from his imagination, then pushing emotions into it to double its power shouldn't be impossible. An image of the core flashes briefly through Yusin's mind. He frowns, speaking seriously. "But the issue is, how can you draw up those kinds of emotions in an instant? You get what I'm saying, right?" Siu can only stay silent, looking a little worried, not quite sure how to react to what Yusin's telling him. The kind of malice that people say you'd burn your whole life for, just to face your mortal enemy. This is way more than just controlling your emotions, as the image of a horrifying figure in a murderous mask appears during his speech. When he put on that mask, he became something far beyond a normal living creature. He had a completely different level of emotional projection, almost like something mystical. Yusin's voice gets a bit more urgent, his eyes full of fear and sincerity. "Even though I've always thought the final choice was up to you, that's not the case anymore. I'm begging you as a friend, please stop right here." Siu just presses his lips together, not saying a word in response to Yusin's plea. "I completely understand why you need this power, but there's a chance. There are things out there that are far more terrifying than being powerless." After a moment, Siu hesitates before slowly saying, "I haven't let you finish, but something behind them suddenly grabs their attention." The broken pieces of the mask begin to rise into the air. A strange purple smoke billows from them as they pull back together, forming an object with a glowing red inscription. Yusin is stunned, quickly grabbing his sword and getting on the defensive. Siu freezes for a second, clenching his fists. "What the hell is that?" From the shards, that purple smoke billows out, forming a seriously creepy-looking skull. Electricity starts to arc from his hand. Siu says quietly, "After all that, it's still not enough?" But Yusin's voice cuts in. "Don't." He keeps a tight grip on his sword, watching Siu with extreme caution. "Don't touch a single thing. If my guess is right, that thing isn't going to harm us." Siu relaxes a bit, confused. "Not gonna harm us? Then who's it for?" Yusin quickly replies, "I don't know either." He watches patiently, his hand slowly relaxing its grip on his sword. He's sure of one thing. This wasn't the Black Demon's magic. And let's be real, his sword is already a terrifying piece of work. While not totally dead, it had lost its ability to regenerate. Imagine a living octopus getting diced up. This had to be some kind of spell, engraved from the start. And then, a new image appears. Right in the center of her chest, a deep black vortex is swirling. The moment the Black Demon can no longer fight, that thing activates automatically. It uses all the remaining energy from within, basically a self-destruct mechanism. Hearing that, Siu breaks into a cold sweat and slowly chokes out. "So, shouldn't we try to stop it?" Yu Xin gives him the most tired look imaginable. "Like I just said, we can't. It's a curse designed with a specific target from the start. The sky is pitch black, and the rain just will not stop. What the curse caster was aiming for, who knows? But just the sheer amount of pure, unadulterated malice packed into this thing is absolutely insane." Meanwhile, down on the street, Bai Hyung strolls along under an umbrella, completely unbothered by the downpour. He glances over, raises an eyebrow, and says in a weirdly detached voice, "I don't know. I guess our business here is done. Things will probably be fine." And up in the sky, the spooky purple skull cloud starts to fade away into nothing. Cut to a ridiculously fancy room with some serious old-school decor. A beat-up man Choy speaks quietly. Sorry I'm late. Ran into some unexpected trouble. He looks straight at Sun-gu, who's sitting perfectly straight in front of him. So, this is our first time meeting, isn't it? You know who I am, right? The second president of the Republic of Korea, Jiang Sun-gyu. The guy pauses for a beat, then scrambles to answer, yes, Mr. Former President. But Sun-gyu's eyes drift to Man Choi, who's lounging in his chair like he owns the place. Your eyes. He couldn't care less, touching the wound on his eye. It's nothing serious, just a trivial little problem, not even worth mentioning. The two of them sit face to face, but Man Choi's presence is just completely overwhelming the other guy. He gets right to it. I can't take up too much of your time. I'll make this quick. You're all in a bit of a tricky situation, aren't you? Manhwa dives straight into the issue Sun-gu was dreading. This little statement makes the former president jump out of his skin. Hell is apparently opening up on Earth in 6 months. How do you possibly prepare for that? Especially without causing a nationwide panic, a task that, unfortunately, has already been spectacularly botched. Thinking about how Siu single-handedly wrecked everything, his voice drops to a grave tone. Who could have imagined that the Holy Water Agency, the institution that protected this land for 600 years, could be totally annihilated in a single day? A literal disaster. Manchoi shakes his head, finding it all hard to believe. Something even the fortune tellers couldn't possibly have predicted. Sunu forces a smile, trying to probe for information. So, have you gentlemen come up with any countermeasures for that? We're trying to do everything within our power. A map of key locations materializes in his mind as he speaks. Though I don't fully understand the affairs of your world, I've heard there are still traditional mages scattered about. We plan to grant them official status to protect the nation in the agency's place. Man Choi just props his chin on his hand, looking at him with pure, challenging contempt. How incredibly stupid. Leaving aside whether you could even herd them into one organization. Do you really think those pathetic weaklings have what it takes to handle national security? The president leans forward, clearly worried. Are you saying they don't? Man Choi cuts him off before he can even finish the thought. They were deemed unfit to handle national duties hundreds of years ago for a reason. They're just has-beens, barely hanging on. Far in the distance, behind a tall mountain, a blinding light begins to creep over the horizon. Even if you track down every last one of these hermits, they're just watered-down bloodlines. Giving power to useless people is a complete waste. Manchoi lowers his gaze, his voice a threatening growl, and the outcome of that little plan will be catastrophic. Hearing this, the guy standing behind Sun Guiyu looks genuinely terrified. The people will cry out in despair, and fresh blood will stain this entire peninsula red. The president's face turns an ugly shade of pale as he desperately asks for another way. So you're saying there's another option? I've heard things about you. That you're not allowed to interfere in the human world. Manchoi cracks a sly, cunning smile and tilts his head. That's right, but that rule only applies to us Celestials. Both of the mortals are stunned, completely blindsided by this unexpected offer of help. I will send down children who are superior to any warrior in your mortal realm. Manchoi agrees to send down kids with frankly terrifying power levels. They were born among Celestials and live in a heavenly realm. Their abilities and their character are more than worthy of leading the future of the human world. At this, the guy named Rich just stares, wide-eyed and totally speechless. He can't believe what he's hearing. They won't just fill the void left by your agency. They can lead this land to prosperity in just 6 months. The president clasps his hands, asking cautiously, that is a truly generous offer, but what do we have to give in return? Hearing that, Man Choi breaks into a huge grin. He throws his head back and says cheerfully, spoken like a true leader. It's not much. I only need 2 things from you. The 2 people who came with Man Choi are still standing in the back, completely motionless, not even flinching. First, he demands, you will grant the children who are sent down a status and power worthy of them. I expect you to treat them with even more respect than the Sacred Water audience ever received. Over on Sun Gyu's side, the mood gets heavy. His eyes are dead serious as he listens to the conditions being laid out. Of course, as I said, I guarantee the abilities of these children, but Manchoi wasn't even close to being done. He presses on with his next demand. And for my second condition, prepare Jianshang stone pillars all over this peninsula. The official looks up slowly, completely bewildered, and asks Man Choi, Jianzhang, you say? Why in the world would you want that? Without letting Sungu wonder for long, he immediately replies, it's to seal the gate shut, and besides, just sending those kids down isn't enough to protect this entire land. Manchoi leans in confidently, propping his head on his hand, clearly enjoying this. The great general of the heavens and the female general of the underworld will restore the ancient barriers that humanity on this land has forgotten. Back at the desolate scene from before, the sky begins to emit a deep blue light. Everything sinks into silent darkness as thick smoke slowly spreads out. The scene is completely empty. Not a soul in sight, just the shimmering reflection on the water's surface. Suddenly, Wai In lets out a soft, weary laugh as the smoke begins to envelop her. Now missing an arm, Wai In sits on the ground in agony, muttering to herself, I have absolutely no face left to show. I really thought Chiyun would be the one to expose a weakness. I was convinced that sooner or later, he'd misjudge his opponent and bite off more than he could chew. From out of the misty smoke, the figure of Gyu emerges, weapon in hand. I can't believe I ended up like this before Chiyun did. In agony, she forces her head up, looking on in utter despair. In front of Bihyung, there's nothing she can even say. Go's hand, holding his pipe, suddenly clenches tight. A hazy blue smoke begins to swirl around him. He seems to hesitate, not yet making a move against Island. He's subdued his enemy and even snatched her most dangerous weapon, yet Go still won't deliver the final blow. There are two reasons, and a mysterious half-black, half-white Bagua symbol appears as he contemplates his next move. First, the cursed snake of the black tortoise has finally merged. Thanks to this, for the first time in his life, the power of the black tortoise is truly complete. But the price for that power is an energy drain far beyond what he imagined. Goyu's eyes stare straight ahead, drained of energy, but without a single hint of wavering. The second reason is intuition, a pure, primal survival instinct that has nothing to do with experience or accumulated power. The shadow of a majestic beast appears in his mind's eye, completely devoid of any fear. Even though she's near death, his instincts are screaming that this monster before him holds a poison he can't afford to get near. Go Yu's face remains blank as he stares at his opponent. Ilan doesn't flinch, simply smiling and staring right back at him. She gently raises one hand, and suddenly, the blue smoke rapidly converges. It's like a jolt of electricity runs through Go, leaving him stunned. But Island seems just as shocked as he is, her eyes widening as she looks up. Even Siu and Yusin in the distance are drawn to whatever is happening, turning their heads. From the ground, purple smoke billows out of a pitch-black object, which then immediately breaks apart into smaller pieces. The purple smoke drifts higher and higher, converging in one spot to form a massive, terrifying skull in the sky. A look of pure exhaustion crosses Goyu's face. He glances behind him, lips pressed into a tight line. Even Goyu, who knows absolutely nothing about curses, can clearly sense the terrifying level of danger radiating from it. Then suddenly, Wai speaks up from the ground with excitement, making Goyu snap his head around. Talk about a big mouth. You finally died first, after all. She doesn't sound entirely regretful, but her eyes are filled with a deep, painful sorrow. She looks at the wooden charm in her hand and says sadly, I still regret it though. I wanted to have fun, at least once, just the two of us. Sensing something is off, Goyu reacts with stunned amazement. The wooden charm in Yin's hand is emitting a strange, intense aura. He reaches out, trying to stop her, but it's too late. In an instant, Yin vanishes right before his eyes. Model, Goyu's brain just short-circuited. He's knitting his brows, thinking, an instant activation type treasure? Seriously? Who knew someone was hiding an item like that? The white smoke begins to clear, revealing Gyu standing frozen, just staring up at the sky. The whole place is absolutely demolished. A giant chunk of the stone wall is just gone, leaving one heck of a crater. Yeah, it's probably a good time to get out of here. Elsewhere, a completely wiped out Yoshihiro is practically dragging his friends through a dimensional gate. They finally made it out, but he's still on high alert, giving everyone a cautious warning. Yuzuru, walking beside him, suddenly realizes something is off. Her advice? Stay the heck away from the water. She narrows her eyes, staring warily at something up ahead as she quietly tips off Yoshihiro. Hold on a second, that energy spike. Right then, from behind a distant tree, voices cut through the air along with two shadowy figures. What now? Could it actually be the Dragon King? But as the two figures step out from their hiding spot, nope, definitely not the Dragon King. The Tanhua Langdao stands before them, and one of them speaks up. So, what's the plan? Should we take that person to our master first? After all, a candidate for the Dragon King who swallowed a dragon orb? Yeah, he seems pretty useful. Both Yoshihiro and Yuzuru tense up, silently watching the unfolding situation. He shoots her a quick glance, whispering, You go ahead and wake up, Sionhoa. I'll take care of things here. Yuzuru moves to follow his orders, but she can't help asking, worriedly, Han, will you be okay alone? Just then, Ryu appears to carry off the others who are still unconscious. He places them onto Ryu's back. I'll be fine, but if you're that worried, Yoshihiro says with a confident grin, then wake Sionhoa up and get back here fast. She hesitates for a moment before replying, Got it. In a flash, Ryu flies off with everyone, right in front of the Tanhua Lang Dao. They exchange a look, and one gives an order, You, go after them. But before the Tanhua Lang Dao could even react, an attack comes blazing in. Yoshihiro charges forward without fear, slamming one of them and sending him flying. With a smug look on his face, he shouts out a challenge, Where do you think you're going? Meanwhile, Ryu is flying away with everyone at top speed. It zips through the forest before leaping from one skyscraper rooftop to the next. A towering, majestic skyscraper appears ahead that must be their destination. Ryu lands gracefully in front of Yuzan. The man pushes up his glasses and says, "I've been waiting for you." The moment she sees Yuzan, Yuzuru gasps in surprise. "You're the person I saw before." He slowly walks towards her. He reaches into his pocket, about to pull something out. "I have a lot of questions about your group's business at the Dragon Palace, but unfortunately, we don't have time." Yuzan pulls out a small paper and hands it to Yuzuru with a serious warning. Seonhoa's summoning ritual is too dangerous for a residential area, so I moved it to a place called Duanghoi Duang. I'll give you the address to get there. She quickly takes the paper. Understood. A moment later, Ryu flies off into the distance. Yuzan just stands there, watching them go. After a moment, Yuzan turns to leave, but a sense of unease washes over him. He wants to follow, but he has a very bad feeling. He slowly turns back, stepping into the building, unable to shake the nagging thought that he shouldn't leave this place. A simple house with a gloomy, old iron gate comes into view. Yuzuru holds the address, looking up at the building with doubt. Duang Hoi Duang. This has to be it, right? Suddenly, the iron gate creaks open, and her eyes widen in shock. Was that an invitation? With a serious look, Yuzuru and Ryu step inside the property. She moves cautiously with every step. The air is dark and creepy, and an ancient-looking house stands before her. She stares at the house, saying hesitantly, "It must be in there." Inside one of the rooms, a sinister green aura pulses constantly. Yuzuru looks on, quietly observing the scene. "I heard a spirit-level demon was devoured by the Yem Mai." She immediately asks for Parion's opinion. "Former master, I know you're in pain, but the situation here is urgent, so forgive my forwardness." The woman is startled but quickly responds, "Yes." After getting her answer, Yuzuru moves forward, clutching a wooden box. She quickly steps into the room, standing before Seonhwa's still body. The wooden box Yuzuru carries opens, emitting a blinding light, and from within she pulls out a long sword. Yuzuru stares at it intently and warns, "Stay close, Ryu." Without hesitation, she grips the sword and pulls it free. An overwhelming killing intent explodes from Yuzuru. She aims the sword forward, her voice grim. That thing looks incredibly dangerous. Lightning begins to crackle and arc from Yuzuru's sword, unleashing the thunder diagram. Her brow furrows as she observes, her eyes sparking. The Kimje Daidao, a treasured sword once wielded by the Dragon King himself. Yeah, this is definitely no ordinary weapon. The sword seems to have two poles, constantly radiating a deadly killing intent. The moment she channels her energy into it, she understands. This is a sword that separates the physical and spiritual realms. For Yuzuru's plan to work, she absolutely has to draw out that dangerous black smoke. To expel the Yem Mai that has possessed the fox demon, she must first separate the physical body from the spiritual soul. As she's trying to figure out how, something happens that makes Yuzuru's eyes widen in absolute terror. The dark, sinister smoke suddenly forms a massive, grotesque face right above her. A horrifying figure with a cracked open body appears, making things much more difficult for Yuzuru. With an evil spirit this powerful rooted so deep inside a body, a normal exorcism just isn't gonna cut it. She thinks for a second, lets out a small puff of smoke, and makes her call. So, time for plan B. Yuzuru grips her sword tight, raising it high and getting into position time to completely sever the body from the soul. Then, she swings down with everything she's got, unleashing a massive slash-the-soul-severing strike. The attack rockets toward the dark aura surrounding Seon-mi, whose body is now radiating two completely different freaky energies. But here's the catch, doing this rips the host's soul from their body too. Seon-mi lies there, completely helpless, as the two forces swirl around her before slamming right into each other. In that moment, both souls race for the empty vessel as a massive current of energy erupts around Yuzuru. She grits her teeth, fighting to stay upright with her sword raised. Now she has to pick the evil spirit's soul to seal. Yuzuru stabs straight down into that chaotic energy, shattering it, then quickly whips out a small, glowing talisman. She slaps that golden charm right onto her sword's hilt. A blast of blue lightning erupts, threatening to vaporize everything nearby. Sealing barrier flash! The light vanishes almost instantly. In its place, white smoke begins to drift lazily through the room. Her hand is still clenched around her sword. "All right," Yuzuru cheers, totally pumped, and then something zips right past her face. "Okay, success." Famous last words. The surprise attack sends her stumbling backward in total shock. And just like that, there's a fresh new cut right on her cheek. Yuzuru can't believe it. That sword, still stuck in the floor, starts oozing a dark, terrifying aura, making everyone back away in fear. A true monster has just been born. Cut to a busy street, where everyone's just minding their own business. Suddenly, Bi-hyung shows up, all smiles, asking, "So, you died at the Dragon Palace?" Yin says nothing, just gives a little shrug as if to say, yep. Seeing this, the other guy just glances away. He thinks Siu leveled up faster than I thought. Chidu's gonna be so mad his best fighter is gone. Bai Hyung stares him down and decides, this is bad. I have to stop those moron immortals from setting up that barrier. He then gives a little nod. A second later, Yin cracks a wicked grin. He gets into a battle stance, all excited. Sorry, Siu, but I'm moving the plan up. Meanwhile, deep inside a forest, Yuzuru is racing through the trees on the back of Ruyu. She's super anxious the curse was way stronger than she expected, and now her own spiritual energy is almost gone. What happens if Yoshihiro was fighting all alone and already collapsed? The fox demon is out of commission until its new soul settles in. In a flash, Yuzuru arrives at her destination. She pulls up short and yells out for Yoshihiro. She sees him unconscious on the ground, all beaten up. In a panic, she just screams his name. Just then, Yusen's voice cuts in, Yuzuru. That snaps her back to reality and she turns around. She's stunned to see his team has already beaten the enemy. Quick flashback. Below the Dragon Palace, Siu calls out to Gu. He asks with concern, is Seon-mi okay? Gu calmly explains she's not seriously hurt, just exhausted from using too much power. What's that insignia? Goyu asks, confused. Siu answers honestly, the Dragon King asked me to bring this order to the head of the Yang Hoi Tang. It's to get a treasure that can awaken Mira. Yusen rushes them. We gotta get to the mainland now. I heard the Dragon Palace is about to close. The second they step through the gate, the whole vibe shifts. In front of them, Yoshihiro is just getting mercilessly punched. Next came a series of brutal shots to the gut. The attacker, a new Hwarang, just sneers at him. This guy can really take a hit. Damn it, I don't have time to mess around with this half-dead dude. Yoshihiro is battered but still trying to fight. Siu panics and screams, but Yoshi quickly shuts him down. Wait, you can't use your demonic powers now. Stay out of it, he thinks, trying to assess the situation. Who are these new warriors? Why are they attacking a Japanese exorcist? And with that, Yusin leaps forward, charging them without hesitation. The new Hwarang is completely stunned, frozen in place. Before he can even process it, Yusin channels power into his hand. Divine Art, Final Seal, a lightning-fast slash. It's an instant kill strike. They freeze, then collapse in unison. With them down, Yusin arrogantly steps on their backs. I don't know where you clowns crawled out from, but did you really think you could beat me, the guy who's never lost? The #1 warrior today, huh? Go watches, completely unimpressed. Is this some kind of turf war? But then he gets suspicious. But why attack Yuzuru's group on sight? Even if she's with a demon, they should have recognized she was an exorcist, right? She hesitates, then explains, I'm not so sure. But I think they were targeting Mira. They were planning to take her to their master, claiming she had some kind of use. Hearing this, Siu, completely clueless, just pipes up, Master, you were so kind to Yoshihiro, let me help. But it's Yuzuru who suddenly answers, thanks. And just like that, her face turns completely red. Yuzuru clears her throat, desperate to change the subject. First off, that charm you asked for is sealed. Both the Fox Demon and the Dragon King's heir are at Yanghoi Hall. Siu just beams at her. Yuzuru, thank you so much for your help. Just then, Yusen happily cuts in. Yanghoi Hall? Perfect timing. We have to go there for the Dragon King anyway. The words barely leave his mouth when a rustling sound cuts through the trees. He and our guy snap to high alert. Manhoi slowly approaches, wondering why his divine staff barrier still isn't up. The old man frowns, demanding, what is all this? Yusen just gives him the silent treatment, staring him down. Manhoi's gaze then shifts to the new Hwarang acolytes, and he lets out an annoyed little click of his tongue. Then, Manhoi gives a hand signal to his 2 new lackeys. The moment they get the signal, they launch their attack. Our guy counters with a serious-looking flying dagger technique, but Yusen just solidly blocks the attack like it's nothing. The new Hwarang scoffs at this, thinking, you blocked my sword with that toy? He straight up insults him. You idiot, it's way too early to be surprised. But right then, rose petals appear out of nowhere. Yusen freezes, glancing back for a second as the Hwarang brings a flute to his lips. A swirling floral light rides the wind as he stares daggers right at his opponent. Instantly, all that energy rushes straight for Yin. Trapped, he yells out a curse. Damn it! And with that, a massive explosion erupts. Siu panics and screams, Yusen! But he just backs up and reassures everyone. I'm still okay, you know. After the pink smoke clears, the new Hwarang has successfully rescued his buddy. Then, Yusen starts asking questions. Are you guys immortals? Manchoi just scoffs at them with total arrogance. Of course we are. Did you think we were just some random wandering bums like you? He then goes into a whole dramatic introduction. These children you so rudely attacked are the new Hwarang, who will rule the human world for the Holy Water Shrine. Unlike you lot from the lower world, who are barely hanging on to your reputation with teachings that have been decaying for centuries, these reborn New Huaring children were raised under the direct guidance of my immortal clan. So when you meet a high immortal, you better show some respect. After hearing all that, our guy just smirks. How absolutely ridiculous. Yusin gets cocky, his challenge sounding like a small cafe owner watching a huge franchise open up right next door. In that case, you should probably be protecting all the little guys in this business too. Choi calmly radiates a terrifying aura. Don't be delusional. If you flaunt power you can't control with just a little bit of talent, you're going to get yourself killed. Suddenly, Siu cautiously cuts in. Excuse me. He hesitates, then asks the question. But if you're really immortals, shouldn't you be on the side of humans? We also want to protect people, so there's no need to be enemies. So why did you attack Yoshihiro? The old man turns his head, thinking, and looks over at his new Huaring. But Siu keeps going with his story. While he had the wish-granting jewel, he was taking the unconscious Dragon King's heir somewhere. Don't come here, Manchoi repeats, completely stunned. The wish-granting jewel? Yusin instantly gets it. So you're after the jewel? I thought immortals weren't allowed to interfere in the human world? The old man just shrugs it off. So what? The wish-granting jewel is a dangerous treasure that could sink the entire East Sea Dragon Palace in a heartbeat. Manchoi arrogantly argues back. You can't just hand a freshly forged sharp sword over to a child. Go, clearly not happy, raises his hand to attack. This is getting more and more ridiculous. He growls out a warning. I don't care about power struggles in the Dragon Palace. But if an outsider dares to covet the Azure Dragon's authority, then in the name of the Black Tortoise, I will show absolutely no mercy. The old man scoffs at him with a sarcastic look. For someone who hasn't even inherited the title, you're already way too reckless. You mortals in the lower world can't even manage your own affairs. You just let yourselves be controlled by demons. What a joke. Manchoi sighs, then signals, just look. He then flicks his fan forward. Instantly, a projection of a map appears, hovering in mid-air. Manchoi honestly reveals the situation. You kids interfered with setting up the divine staff barrier. Do you have any idea what you've just caused? Souls on the peninsula are once again leaving in abnormally large numbers. Staring at the red-stained area on the map, Yuzuru's face goes pale. Is that? The old man softly confirms it. Yes. Now do you see the truth? As you know, that place is... Manchoi says in a low voice. The area managed by the Haichi clan. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, Yusin panics. Wait, Siu. But before he could even finish his sentence, Siu's power completely explodes. As golden sunlight streams through the leaves, a second later, an aura erupts, shaking every leaf on the trees. Siu just starts running recklessly, his mind racing to his home. No. Just then, Yusin gets attacked and slammed into a table. A family photo falls to the ground. Seeing his mother's gentle smile in the photo, the moment the frame shatters, he screams in agony and launches himself forward. Not caring about anything else, Siu's mom takes off at lightning speed. Yusin and the team run anxiously right behind her. Yusin had a seriously bad feeling, wondering if something had gone wrong. He thought about that pitch-black evil energy. The more Siu used his goblin powers, the more something else took over. He trembled, realizing that if Siu went berserk one more time, could he even stop him? At that very moment, over at Siu's apartment, Siu himself was making a dramatic leap through a window, landing beside an unconscious Yu Johon. Siu's face darkened as he lifted his head, his gaze fixed straight ahead. In front of him, some maniac was busy choking the life out of someone. I've been waiting for you, the psycho taunted. Not another word was needed. Siu shot forward like a bullet. Seeing that reckless charge, the villain just grinned wider. He tightened his grip on Sion's neck with his internal energy, a signature goblin technique, the iron body. Quick on his feet, Siu switched his target to the villain's arm, and a second later, a few drops of blood splattered on the ground, staining a family photo. The villain just stood there, wearing a stupid grin. Then, the guy glanced down in confusion, noticing his arm was just gone, as Siu's low voice echoed, "Why?" But the psycho, feeling no pain, just flashed a disgusting smile. He explained with twisted excitement that by killing this woman, you will become so much stronger. Total classic villain logic. Outside, the apartment building was quiet. Suddenly, boom! A massive shockwave erupted, sending a terrifying gust of wind down onto the panicked citizens below. In that same moment, the blast of wind ripped a massive sign right off the wall. And wouldn't you know it, Yuzuru was walking right through that exact spot. She saw the sign plummeting toward her and froze in terror. Luckily, Go was there to smack it aside in the nick of time. He acted cool, but yeah, the guy was sweating buckets. While those two were recovering from the shock, Yusin was already on the move. Reaching the crater where the apartment once stood, he didn't hesitate for a second and jumped right in. He frantically called out, "Siu! Siu!" But suddenly a strange voice spoke, and Yushin whipped around in pure horror. "Choy Siu!" Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Sin stopped dead. In front of him were swirling streams of black energy. Siu had completely transformed. "Mom?" he called out blankly. Yu Shin, terrified, slowly moved closer, his mind racing. He knew the reverse scale from the Dragon King granted him immense magical power, but Siu's body was like fragile glass from the constant cycle of being destroyed and reborn. But this was on a whole other level. Siu's body melting away like liquid wasn't a physical issue, it was born from stress, a shock even worse than when he heard his mother had died. Because this time, Siu had personally witnessed his mother's body being broken. And with that, the last shred of sanity he possessed completely shattered. The Goblin mace, a magical tool that turns the user's will into reality, created a massive explosion the instant Siu's mind broke, just as it had always used its power to maintain his body whenever it collapsed. Only this time, he didn't just use the mace, he became the Goblin mace itself. To preserve another's body, he cast a forbidden high-level spell, corpse seizure. Just then, Bi-hyung strolled into the ruined room. He surveyed the area and let out a mocking laugh. "The building's been pulverized. This'll probably make the news, huh?" Without another word, he pointed his finger and activated a skill. Ancient Goblin Art. All form manifestation. Instantly, a murky black gas appeared. It dove down into the pile of rubble. In a flash, the black mist seeped inside. Then, it lifted the first villain high into the air. Bi-hyung looked him over and asked a question. "Is he dead? If he is, I'll just eat him. Smells like Levibi." Before he could finish, Yu Shin's ice-cold voice cut in. "Hey," he growled, "you're laughing?" Bi-hyung just pointed excitedly. "What the hell is that? That's disgusting." In the center of it all, Siu was absorbing the black mist. Realizing the plan, Bi-hyung sneered. "He's probably just trying to instinctively create a corpse golem." Hearing that, Yu Shin completely lost it, instantly creating clones of himself. At that moment, Bi-hyung noticed movement behind him. He barked an order, "Levibi, forward." But before it could act, the first villain suddenly lunged ahead. Yu Shin focused his power, unleashing a divine skill, decisive fission. He held nothing back, launching a fatal strike right at his opponent. The villain quickly pushed power into the soles of his feet. In the next instant, he leaped right over the army of clones. He successfully blew past Yu Shin. Sensing an ancient power, the villain's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's it. Ancient Goblin Art. Iron Knight King." The murderous aura was even stronger than before. Hearing this, Siu was on high alert. He moved his mother inside himself and formed a protective circle. Siu's body began to transform. He assembled the pieces of a demon mask, making it whole. Without hesitation, Siu shot out countless hands toward the front. He grabbed onto the villain's body, holding him tight. After pinning his opponent down, Siu extended a gigantic arm. Seeing it was about to reach him, the villain suddenly started cackling. Siu successfully grabbed him. He slowly reeled the villain in. And then, Siu swallowed him whole. Realizing this was not good, Yu Sin screamed Siu's name in shock. Witnessing this whole scene, Bi-hyung was furious. "What the hell? That thing smelled like Levibi, and he just ate it," Levibi suggested. "Then let's just eat that guy." Bi-hyung raised a hand to stop it. "You're kidding me." Watching the kid's form start to shift, the man couldn't help but be impressed. A masterless goblin club, latching onto a new host, huh? Faced with this totally unexpected plot twist, Bi-hyung broke into a grin. Oh yeah, this was way better than he'd hoped. No more talk. He just raised a hand, and Bi-hyung's light flooded the entire space. Meanwhile, outside, a crew just teleported right into the forest. Man Choy and the Hwarang landed softly on the treetops. "Mission complete," they reported respectfully. "The barrier is up, sir." The old man just glared at them. The nerve. But Man Choy? He just coldly asserted his authority. Ice cold. "Did you honestly think I would ever let a goblin's kid take the throne?" Let's flashback. Siu's mother is speaking gently, a warm smile on her face. "Siu, honey, I want you to be a kind and happy kid." She lovingly pats his head. "Be good to your friends and find lots of things you love." He totally understood and nodded right away. Then, suddenly, her grip tightened on his hand. "Can you promise me?" Siu stuttered, terrified, Mom, as her face began to twist and warp. Her voice changed, dark and urgent. "Even if, later in life, you come to hate someone with all your heart." Her transformation complete. She delivered the final words. "Even if the world pushes you so far that you want to hurt another person." And just like that, his eyes flew open. Siu bolted upright, gasping for air. Panicked, breathing raggedly, he let out a few pale coughs. Right then, the door creaked open, and the sight in front of him made him freeze. His mom, smiling brightly, "Siu, you're awake? Time for school," faced with. Well, this, he was completely stunned. After she finished getting ready, Siu nervously asked, "Aren't you going to work today?" She just answered cheerfully, "Hurry up and eat breakfast." Seeing his mom so happy, he decided to just shut up and not say anything else. Then, just like any other day, Sion waved goodbye. Have a good day at school, son. Siu forced a smile. I'm leaving. But the second that door clicked shut, he stopped in his tracks. Siu stood there for a long moment, lost in thought, glancing back at the door. The apartment was eerily quiet. He didn't call her out, just left in silence. Not a single weird sound came from inside the apartment, and scene changed to a beautiful morning at school. Daeon tilted her head, all cheerful. Siu, did you lose weight? He noticed her attention and calmly replied. It just happened, and of course, the peanut gallery had to chime in. Since when are you so diligent? Hey, he actually looks pretty handsome. What's your secret? He just watched everyone's reactions, then cautiously glanced over at his best friend. At that moment, Yushin was giving him a seriously suspicious look. School ended, and the sun was already a fiery orange. On the way home, his friend was hyped. Dude, let's hit the PC cafe. The new patch just dropped. Siu nervously glanced around before giving a non-committal answer. Spotting the weird vibe, Yushin stopped. Siu, what's up with you today? Like he'd been caught, Siu plastered on a fake smile. His friend pinched his cheek, pressing, Did you lose too much weight? Are you exhausted or something? Seriously, you look like you dropped a ton of weight overnight. Suddenly, Siu smacked Yushin's hand away, leaving his friend stunned and confused. Then, Siu hesitantly explained, Look, I can't go to the PC cafe. Yushin just shrugged, suggesting, Okay? So what about Tomor? Before he could finish, Siu cut him off, dead serious. Not tomorrow either, Siu muttered darkly. Not the day after, or the day after that, or ever again. His friend was completely bewildered by this sudden change. Yushin asked gently, Why? What's going on? Siu's voice was ice. I have to find him. Then he transformed, roaring out his vow, I have to find the bastard who killed my mom. As soon as he said it, the whole world went dark. Next thing you know, a single flame ignites. In a flash, dozens of them surround Siu. Then, they all merge into one ball of fire and start laughing. A figure emerged from the flames, sneering. What are you looking for? It mocked, its eyes wide and crazy. In this inner world, it's just you and me, kid. What else is there to find? Provoked, Siu didn't hesitate and charged right at him. Siu threw a punch, but the creature dodged. Let's fight, it screamed, absolutely thrilled. As it taunted him, the surrounding flames began to shift. Hit me again! The fire flared up, taking a human shape. The creature fought back with pure arrogance. Under the gaze of the noble lion, let's play a game. A procession, he called it. At that exact moment in the real world, a wooden statue just exploded. Bai-hyung jumped back, both fascinated and chilled to the bone. What an intense aura. Svi, who was holding Chu, noticed it stirring. Before she could even react, Chu leaped out of her arms, stunning her. The cat! Seeing it cuddle up to him, Bi-hyung remarked, Ah, youth really is the best. Chu took a deep whiff. Such a pleasant smell. The man gently stroked it, right? Elaine sighed, commenting to Chizu, Is the smell of a sango just like catnip or something? While she was making her commentary, Siu appeared. Foxes are also part of the cat family. So what? Bai-hyung piped up, ready to mock him. Now that Chu has a tail, he's not so lonely anymore, is he? It nodded approvingly. Bai-hyung, you really are full of surprises. You might as well call this a steel trap. But Siu? He'd lost all reason, just walking and muttering like a man possessed. Have to find him, I have to find him. And cut to a funeral home where everyone is an absolute wreck. Oh my god, a mother and her child dead in the same car crash. Sunmi is sobbing her heart out before the altar when Yu-jan walks in to play the hero. Sunmi, don't worry, just stay here. She tearfully calls his name. Go leans in to comfort her, but the look on his face is pure, burning determination. This is something he has to do. They head to the funeral home's break room. Inside, Yuan is insisting with a dark expression, Siu is not dead. Seonhua bluntly shuts him down. He is dead. Yuan doesn't believe it, gritting his teeth. I said he's not dead. She frowns, about to give in when a noise from the door gets their attention. It's Go helping Sun Mi, and he confirms it gravely. Yes, he announces in a low voice that Siu survived, but was turned into some kind of evil monster. Hearing this, Yuan absolutely snaps and attacks. Yuan is furious, demanding to know whose fault it is. He snarls, placing all the blame. If it wasn't for you, monsters, you dragged Siu into this. He was just trying to live a normal life. And cue the flashback to the sweet-faced boy he used to be. Just a few days ago, Siu would rather get beat up than ever hurt someone else. He was always the first one to help the weak, like a classic hero from a comic book. Yuan's heart absolutely shatters. He was the friend I treasured most. He points his sword right at Go, his voice dripping with venom. I warned you, if anything happened to Siu, I would kill all of you. A fierce aura explodes from his body. Before I deal with that Bi-hyung monster, I'm gonna give you guys a little taste first. In the middle of all the tension, Gucci claps his shoulder. Hey kid, wait. Yuan whips around, startled. Master. A receptionist peeks her head in. Sorry to interrupt the funeral, she says respectfully, but the great sage wants to see everyone. His master then jerks his chin at him, adding the order, "You're coming with us, too." Yuan loudly protests, "Why should I get friendly with these monsters? Or some great sage whatever?" The room explodes into chaos as Gucci literally wrestles him. After tying the kid up, he gently advises him, "Hey, calm down a little." Yuan just snarls back, "Master!" Gucci calmly plays his trump card, "Don't you want to bring your runaway friend back home?" As they follow the receptionist, a struggling Yuan is at the front of the world's most depressing parade, followed by a sobbing Sun Mi. His harsh words echo in her mind about dragging an innocent Siu into this mess. She covers her face, blaming herself and crying out loud. Beside her, Xianhua is gritting her teeth in pure rage. At that moment, a door opens. Mira steps out and says, "Hurry, get in." Seeing that she's stable, Go asks, "Are you all recovered?" She replies bluntly, "No, not exactly. I'm not fully healed, but thanks to you all, I'm safely absorbing the dragon pearl." Mira then bows her head, expressing her deepest gratitude. "I will absolutely repay this debt." And there's something else. Her tone shifts to something far more serious. It's about Siu being a monster. Mira nervously gestures them inside. "First, just come in." The second they step inside, the entire group freezes. Gucci doesn't waste any time, just tossing the still-bound Yuan onto the floor. Xianhua looks on warily at the person before them. Before them sits a ridiculously elegant man, reigning from the center of the room. This majestic figure is none other than the great sage himself. Once they're all settled, he finally begins to speak, ready to update them on the whole situation. Recently, 3 of the 4 guardian god clans, the Vermilion Bird, the Azure Dragon, and the White Tiger, have all suffered because of that insolent monster. The entire group flinches at the news, faces pale and eyes wide with pure shock. The great sage continues his report. "That villain also stole the treasure I left in the Dragon Palace. The Black Tortoise will definitely be the next target." At this, a confused Go Yu asks the obvious question, "Why is Bi Hyung targeting the 4 guardian gods?" The sage thinks for a moment. "I've never met this monster myself, so this is nothing more than my own speculation." Then, the great sage begins to tell a story from long ago, 666 years ago, right before the great festival to choose the Demon King was held. The 4 guardian gods once used the 28 constellations to prophesize about a certain type of monster. That is likely the reason. Everyone is stunned by the revelation. Just then, Yuan's gag is removed, and he gasps out, panicked, about a prophecy concerning the monster. The great sage corrects him with a grim tone. "No." He adds, "Like a bucket of ice water, it was a prophecy about all of us." The scene rewinds to 666 years ago, on the day when representatives from every race gathered to select the new Demon King. A sudden presence appeared among the crowd of legendary creatures, sending a shockwave through the entire demon world. And up there, a legendary Qilin. The crowd starts buzzing, "A Qilin, just like in the myths. But why would a divine beast show up here?" This place is for choosing the new king of the Yokai. According to the celestial realm's rules, any divine beast that interferes loses its status and falls. Talk about arrogant. They try to shoo it away, but wasn't the Qilin literally born to meddle in the mortal world? And with that, he awkwardly turns and leaves. The Qilin stops at a stone tablet carved with the names of the 4 guardian beasts, then starts pouring energy into the ancient stone. And what does this absolute Chad do next? He strolls right up and carves his name into the Myungi stone. Now, a Qilin is a divine beast that shows up to announce a new holy king. He's basically a walking, talking prophecy. So the guy who announces the king wanting to be the king? Yeah, that's a problem. The second his name is on it, the stone goes absolutely nuts. A shockwave of demonic power erupts stronger than the blue dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, or black tortoise. This guy's power level is completely off the charts. This little stunt right before the ceremony has all the other demon contenders seriously shook. They're just glaring daggers at the Qilin. You're not just gonna let this slide, are you? If he's the real mythical Qilin, he's gotta be over 1,000 years old. Just from the insane amount of energy swirling around him, everyone assumed he was some ancient being who'd been hoarding power for eons. But here's the kicker. Only demons who aren't ancient fossils are allowed to carve their name on the Myungi stone. That's because the Demon King needs to be strong enough to hold the throne until a proper successor shows up. But weirdly enough, the stone accepted the name Qilin, which means his demonic energy hasn't faded one bit. The heavenly dragon bai and even the celestials show up to vouch for this seriously bizarre divine beast. Unlike some evil gods who are just born OP, it's super rare. His origin is crystal clear. The Qilin is so special he was practically a god from the moment he was born. The great sage himself says so. The celestials and the ancient scrolls all agree. So, yeah, they're forced to believe it. He mentions other dark creatures, hinting that there are more beings born in such a special way. Go Yul gets the message and immediately blurts out the name, 4 calamities. The great sage explains that unlike other monsters who respawn from worldly desires, the 4 calamities in the Keelan only show up when the time is right, and they decide when that is. Unlike the lesser demons throwing tantrums, the real heavy hitters in the room are all thinking the exact same thing. If they could just get the Keelan on their side, maybe that prophecy would actually come true. The Keelan might have entered the main event, but not every powerful demon is actually required to participate. Plenty of strong demons just prefer to back another candidate who shares their vision. Too bad for all those self-proclaimed holy kings and their big ideas. But here's the thing, a king like that never existed among them. The Keelan just keeps repeating that he's only a placeholder, keeping the seat warm until the real holy king appears. Realizing the Keelan was not going to be convinced, the other demons start making their own plans. Schemes start brewing, and the only ones with a real clue are the 4 directional gods, who use an ancient divination system to read the future. And in that exact moment, the magic circle shatters. The result is a total bombshell. All 28 readings point to an earth-shattering disaster, and everyone is officially freaking out. This means heaven will collapse and the earth will split, the ultimate omen of destruction. But faced with total annihilation, the great sage promises this is actually a new beginning. He says it's not just a catastrophe, it's the old order falling apart to make way for a new one. Right after, they make a seriously bold move. Faced with a reading they've never seen before, the panicked 4 directional gods use the Dragon Pearl's power to get a more detailed prophecy. The blue dragon clarifies, the white tiger secures, the black tortoise seals, and the vermilion bird interprets. The true meaning of the prophecy, the world-ending part, is that if an elf becomes king, they will be the very last demon king. When that bombshell drops, every race practically holds its breath. The entire elf race would be wiped out. Now, that's what you call a cataclysm. 666 years before all this, the elf tribe took massive losses during a civil war. Their power was crippled, but even so, they were still the top dogs on the peninsula. The power gap was obvious. Back then, only the elves had a real shot at taking on the Keelan, but the power the Myeongi stone had confirmed in the Keelan was on a level the weakened elves couldn't hope to match. And so, as the sun set that evening, the final confrontation erupted. The Keelan and the elf began their brutal championship match. The elf stumbles backward, losing his balance, and finally, the Keelan defeats the last of his kind to become the new demon king. Yushin asks in pure shock, "So the current demon king is him?" Xiao Huai nods. "That's right, it's the Keelan." A flustered Go-Yul admits, "I knew the demon king was the Keelan, but this is the first I've ever heard of the 4 gods' prophecy." The great sage strokes his chin and explains that after he took power, the prophecy was reinterpreted to mean a split between the demon and human worlds. He gives them the cold, hard facts. From that point on, since the elf chieftain and the white tiger were gone, nobody saw the need to pass down the real story. But the great sage has his own suspicions. That's right. Even if some elf descendants are still out there, the idea that the elf prince from 1,000 years ago is still alive is a tough pill to swallow. He's certain that a grudge, stewing for 1,500 years, has grown into something monstrously deep. We cut to a forest, where Bi-hyung is deep in thought, staring up at the night sky. He's carrying a Hwarang knight while another dude is trying to sneak away. Meanwhile, a dazed Siu is just muttering, "Gotta find it, gotta find it." Bi-hyung watches this whole mess, totally confused, wondering why Siu can't even recognize his own enemies. He turns and asks, "Shouldn't everyone marked by the soul-forging hammer become an object of pure hatred?" SV breaks it down. Yep, so far, the kid's been mistaking things like wooden posts for his mortal enemies. Hearing this, Levibi jumps in, completely shocked. And yet, when faced with actual living people, he can't seem to muster up any real killing intent. Bi-hyung tosses the knight aside, not buying it. Not enough killing intent after watching his entire family get slaughtered? This makes no sense. He hazards a guess. Could it be that the kid still thinks he's human? Bi-hyung bitterly scratches his head. Is this just some weird half-human, half-yokai puberty thing? He steps through the barrier, giving a word of caution. Siu, once you have yokai blood, you can never go back to being human. Bi-hyung lays down the harsh truth. They will never accept anything different from themselves. Right then, a random frog suddenly hops into the scene. It just looks up, right in the middle of all the tension. And what does our guy do? He breaks into a huge smile and holds out a hand to welcome it. Let's head out, back to a more civilized time. We flash back to some ancient dynasty in the year 525, where the panicked villagers are asking questions. "Why have you all come to our remote little village? You're not here on a pilgrimage, are you?" They're worried, wondering if a yokai has appeared nearby. But then again, if one did, these guys would totally take care of it, so why worry? Suddenly, a rude guard starts yelling, "Hey, you're not planning on begging for money here, are you?" He shoves a poor boy aside. Seeing the tension skyrocket, Fong Niet Chu raises a hand to signal for a stop. Just then, a silver coin falls and rolls under a horse. The kids scramble for it, but Bi-hyung just stares blankly at the coin beneath the horse. A kid gets worried and pulls his arm, warning, "Hey, are you crazy? You'll get trampled to death if you go under there. Wait for the horse to move, then get it. Bai-hyung just looks up at him, completely unfazed. The other kid starts to panic. No matter how strong you are, getting kicked by a horse is no joke. Seeing Bi-hyung refuse to move, the kid just clicks his tongue and runs off. Fine, have it your way. Without hesitating, Fong Niet-chu tightens the reins, ordering his horse to rear up. Fong Niet-chu leaps right over Bi-hyung's head. The villagers are terrified, but after the horse lands, the kid is still standing there, unfazed. Fong Niet-chu silently turns back to look at Bi-hyung, who calmly bends down to pick up the silver coin. Then, the kid glares up at him before seizing the chance to make a run for it. Hon Van noticed the strange look and cautiously asked about the boy. Before he finished, his master ordered, "Bring him to me." Hon Van was completely stunned. "Yes, sir." Fong Niet-chu couldn't forget those eyes. He was seriously impressed the kid faced a beast 10 times his size without even flinching. Remembering how the kid was so focused on grabbing that coin, Fong Niet-chu felt a spark of admiration. Even when a horse was leaping over his head, he wasn't scared at all. In fact, he glared right back at me. He recognized the potential and made a decision. "I have never seen such fierce eyes in my life. I must train him." Hon Van hesitated, trying to object. "But my lord, that beggar is a commoner. Even the servants who attend the Hwarang must be children of nobles." But Fong Niet-chu immediately shut him down. "Enough. Among the Hwarang in training right now, is there anyone with a spirit as strong as his?" He scoffed and turned to leave. "If it bothers you so much, then show me your noble spirit. Maybe then I'll turn my attention to you." Hearing that, the guy had no choice but to shut up and accept Fong Niet-chu's command. Even so, you could feel the jealousy burning inside Hon Van. Later, Bi-hyung was selected to be a guard in the estate. During a lineup, Hon Van spotted him. Seeing his face, he stormed over in a rage, yelling, "Hey, why is a commoner standing in the ranks of the Red Tiger Corps?" The soldiers immediately snapped to attention, saluting the Black Ung Lang Lord. He was assigned by Fong Niet-chu to train with the Red Tiger Corps, they explained, recounting the brutal training he had already endured. So, after taking down an attacking demon beast, he got himself promoted to an official Hwarang. Hon Van hears this, veins popping on his forehead. Livid, he shoves his way into the Fong Niet Lord's room. The Lord is stunned to see him. "Huck Lang Lord," Hon Van says. Annoyed, "I hear you promoted that commoner kid to a Hwarang." Hon Van growls with suspicion. "He's so young. Are you seriously planning to send him into battle?" But he just laughs. "Age? What's that got to do with it? Some train for years and still can't beat a weak monster. But that kid?" The Fong Niet Lord turns to the window, praising him. He managed to kill a Bi-hyung all by himself. Hearing that name, Hon Van is stunned. Bai-hyung. The Fong Niet Lord explains it plainly. "He was an orphan with no name, so I gave him one." Hearing this blatant favoritism, Hon Van's blood started to boil. Hon Van sneers. "Don't tell me you plan on raising a commoner to be the next Fong Niet Lord." Then he drops some nasty gossip. "I asked around. The villagers say he killed his mother and fled. That kind of person isn't worthy of being a Hwarang." But the Lord shuts him down cold. "No, Huck Lang Lord. You listen to me, Hon Van." The Fong Niet Lord's face darkens, scolding these desk jockey officials who only talk, demanding virtue while ignoring actual fighting skill. Right on cue, Bai-hyung takes down another monster, basically proving his point. "In my Hwarang, I don't need saints." The Fong Niet Lord declares, "That ruthlessness is exactly what I'm looking for." Then he gives the boy a weapon with a gentle smile. Time passes. Bai-hyung stands silently by the water's edge, checking out the new sword he just received. Just then, a guy named Bon calls out, "Hey, Kim Seo Bang." He holds out a piece of paper asking, "Read this for me." Bai-hyung scoffs, flipping his hair back. "Use your own eyes and read it." Bon just smirks back. "Aren't your eyes covered because you're blind?" He snaps back, not amused. "If I'm blind, how can I see you to talk?" Then, the guy drops the big twist. "Actually, I'm not blind. I'm deaf." Bai-hyung freezes, then the sarcasm drips out. "Is that so?" He swings his weapon, clearly annoyed. "This is the first time I've had such a smooth chat with a deaf person." Right then, a mysterious light suddenly appears between them. Bai-hyung is shocked when his slash hits absolutely nothing. Bon transforms, letting out a sigh. "Oh my, what a scary face." Bai-hyung goes pale. The guy snatches the sword and throws Bai-hyung back, saying, "Such a hot-headed Kim Seo Bang." He grunts, hitting the dirt hard. Bai-hyung, confused, rubs his head and looks down to see a snake in his hand. He completely freaks out, looking everywhere. "My sword!" Seeing this disaster, Bon cackles with delight. "Fooled again, Kim Seo. Bang! You fell for it again." He then holds up the paper from before, and Bai-hyung finally screams, "What kind of monster are you?" Bon immediately lays out a condition. "If you read this poem I wrote out loud for all the Kim Seo Bangs, I'll tell you." The contents read, "Sitting on the highest flower branch, Reaching proudly high, the sword's edge gleams brightly, but inside it is hollow. A shadow flashes, a hand points to nothing. Bon adds with a smirk, make sure to read that last line extra loud. Bai Hung, completely out of patience, bites his lip. He rushes forward, screaming, "What kind of trick are you playing?" A second later, the ground sinks, forming a giant pit. Bon just stands there laughing his head off. Seeing the other guy speechless with rage, he tries to calm him down. All right, all right. Watching Bai Hung's aura explode, he remarks, "You're not a normal Kim Seo Bang, huh?" But then he sees the energy flicker, and he's surprised. This is chaotic spiritual energy. He wonders, is it only half? Just then, Bai Hung's heart suddenly clutches tight. Seeing him collapse to his knees, Bon mocks him. Just awakened, so your spiritual power's completely empty, huh? He clicks his tongue, sighing. Spiritual power doesn't build up in the human world, so it can't be helped. And then, Bon starts laughing. Oh, the great monster hunter is actually a monster himself. Maybe I should use that for a new poem. Realizing something is wrong, Bai Hung yells, "Shut up! What is this sudden hunger? Are you saying I'm a monster?" Bai Hung wearily looks up at him, which finally gets his attention, and then Bon breaks into a huge, delighted grin. Well, look at that, a giant wolf bearing its fangs. Did it smell a dying goblin and come find us? Hearing this, Bai Hung whips his head around in terror. Before he can react, it swipes its claws. Bai Hung dodges back, but the wolf still lands a hit. Stunned, Bai Hung spits blood from his mouth, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Next, Bon says casually, "Well, this saves me the trouble of finding one. I was just gonna mess with the Kims for fun before going back." He puts on a mask and announces coldly, "Fine, since I am the magistrate's liaison, I have to do my duty." No more words. Bon leaps, disappearing from the wolf's view. Then he fiercely shoves his hand straight through its gut. "I'm just following orders to capture a rampaging Dueling Shi, so don't hold it against me." Witnessing this insane scene, Bai Hung couldn't believe his eyes. So this dude grabs a mystic jewel and is like, "Hey, this could probably feed the poor, right?" He inches towards the other guy, gently offering the gem to Bai Hyung with this totally fake nice guy act. Hungry? Don't hesitate. The little goblin offers a gem, trying to soothe him. "Eat this, you'll feel better." But Bai Hung just stares at the glowing orb, lost in thought. After sizing it up, he grabs it and swallows it whole. In a flash, the deep wolf scratches all over his body, heal completely. The little creature pats his head in celebration. "Happy birthday, you little goblin." Bai Hung, still in a daze, groggily looks down. A goblin? He wonders, utterly baffled. Just as he wakes up, Fong Yu Yetchu gently asks, "Ah, so you're awake?" Bai Hyung looks up, totally lost, and calls out, "Fong Yu Yetchu?" The man calmly begins to explain what happened. "You threw your sword and collapsed on the road. The Tiger Division found you and brought you back." Then comes the lecture. "Are you still trying to train alone? Away from your peers? Stop being so reckless." But our boy is still in shock, just staring at his trembling hands. Bai Hyung shakes his head firmly. It's not like that. Instead, he suddenly drops to his knees on the ground. Bai Hyung begs respectfully, "Fong Nu Yet Chu, please allow me to continue training by myself. I won't make the same mistake again." Hearing this, the man's brow furrows in frustration. Don't always be so stubborn about acting alone. Soon, the state preceptor will bring the new Hua Rang recruits to the Immortals for an endurance trial. It's a huge deal. If the Immortals find someone with the right stuff, they'll be moved to the Hyunmei Lang Corps to train under the state preceptor and become an immortal. As for the rest, like the Tiger and Black Bear Corps, they'll be stuck fighting monsters like any other normal person. Fong Ngiet Chu claps his shoulder reassuringly. "I don't want to lose another talented person to the Immortals. You aren't training to become some lone immortal. You need to become strong as the leader of the Hua Rang. I won't catch the Immortal's eye." Just then, the sun begins to peek over the horizon. He emphasizes that the future is the state preceptor's business, not his. But the more you try to see fate, the more it solidifies. So at a crossroads, you have to light your own path. A month passes in a flash. Inside, Fong Niyet Chu is giving out his next set of orders. For the next expedition, the Tiger Division swordsmen take the front line, and the Black Bear archers will provide support from the rear. Right then, Bai Hung pops his head in. "I'm back." His leader immediately asks with concern, "You went alone again?" Bai Hung just bows his head and reports, "I wasn't injured at all." Fong Nuyet Chu sighs, rubbing his head, so stubborn. He asks meaningfully, "You haven't forgotten what I told you, right?" Bai Hyung nods. "Of course not." Meanwhile, he's hiding another one of those gems behind his back. Next, Bai Hyung slips away to the rear of the mansion. He slowly places the gem into his mouth. After swallowing it, a powerful energy immediately radiates from his body. Bai Hyung thinks back. Ever since meeting that goblin, he's figured it out. Eating a monster's gem heals his wounds and boosts his strength. He hesitates for a moment, staring down at his palm, but a sudden noise from nearby shatters the quiet. In the distance, terrified villagers are frozen before a giant snake who's eyeing its next juicy meal. Right on cue, Bi-hyung appears, and without a word, unleashes his power. Then, Bi-hyung launches himself high into the air, aiming straight for the beast's neck. In one clean motion, he decisively slices the snake's head right off. Seeing the bloody spectacle, the villagers absolutely lose it. Seeing him soaked in red, eyes completely blank, a man runs for his life. Once alone, Bi-hyung eats the gem, thinking, it's the same when you eat a person. Meanwhile, at a mysterious-looking house, a man named Hon Van stands at the door, impatiently trying to rush things along. State Preceptor, hurry up and do the reading. Does that commoner even have a chance of being chosen for the endurance trial? Hon Van keeps pushing. What about Feng Yet Chu's chances? Then a calm voice advises him. Black Wolf Lord, this frustration doesn't suit you. But Hon Van is too stubborn. Feng Yet Chu is worried about that commoner, so how can I not be on edge? He reminds him sternly. State Preceptor, since ancient times, the Hua Lang have always been nobles of the 4th rank or higher. Hon Van sneers, demanding, to uphold the dignity of the Hua Rang, you need to expel that commoner immediately. But the State Preceptor just calmly reassures him, Black Wolf Lord, don't worry. He holds a piece of bone to the candle flame, and a wicked, excited smile spreads across his face. He sinisterly predicts that commoner was born under a dark star. Even if I do nothing, his own greed will cause him to be devoured. We cut to a new scene. It's the day of the great endurance trial. Those with potential will cross the bridge and meet the immortals. Those without it, well, even if they cross, they'll just end up right back where they started. The State Preceptor calls out coldly, next. Bi-hyung calmly walks across the bridge, but the moment his foot touches the other side, he's instantly teleported back. Confused, Bi-hyung turns to leave, but a voice rings out. Wait, it's Man Cho. His deep voice silences the entire area. Is that a monster? Hearing this, Feng Yet Chu looks baffled. A monster? Mancho leans in close to the boy and reveals, the spiritual energy leaking from you is incredibly strong. Feeling the intense pressure, Bi-hyung quickly stumbles back. The old man roars with fury. How dare a goblin infiltrate my Hua Rang? All the surrounding guards are stunned into silence, not even daring to breathe. The boy trembles as he tries to explain. That's not it. Bi-hyung stammers, I'm not a goblin. I belong to Feng Yet Chu. But Man Choi just exposes him. Oh really? What are you then? Half human, half monster? So if this guy never awakened his powers, he would have gone his entire life completely clueless. He's probably eaten a ton of stuff, maybe even people. Just then, Feng Yet Chu started thinking back, recalling that eerie moment of silence just before. Bi-hyung cautiously calls out his name, but Feng Yet Chu just snaps, turning with pure rage. Were you just toying with me? No more talking. Feng Yet Chu gives the order. Kill him. And just like that, a battle erupts, but luckily the kid makes a clean getaway. Bi-hyung is just running for his life, crying and killing monsters. Cut to a warehouse, where BN is kneeling in front of an old man. Mang Tai's voice was dangerously low. The old judge shot Beck a look, basically asking, what's the holdup? You're not exactly fighting a final boss, so why the delay? He yanked on the guy's face, clearly annoyed. Are you slacking on the job? Mang Tai accused him angrily. You've just been messing around with monsters all day, haven't you? But Beck shot back indignantly, hey, a guy's gotta have his hobbies. At that, the old man just turned away and sighed. An envoy like this, no wonder the monsters are running wild. Just then, Mang Tai laid out the new intel. Reports say there's a monster in the human world eating other monsters without a proper duel. Bring it to me. Then he glared, adding a little threat. And if you get tangled up with humans again, I'm stuffing you in a bag. Beck just awkwardly agreed. Yes, sir. Mang Tai sighed to himself, wondering aloud, I send envoys everywhere to intervene, so why do these rogues keep popping up? As he ran off, Beck muttered to himself, it's not my fault, is it? Meanwhile, at the foot of a mountain, a dude was in a tight spot with a giant frog. He struggled, trying desperately to break free. In a moment of pure despair, the man just sobbed, begging for release. Just then, he caught sight of Bi-hyung's silhouette. Seeing the boy's pale face, the man choked out a plea for help to Lord Hwarang. But before the guy could get another word out, Bi-hyung's blade pierced right through the frog and straight into him. In a flash, both the frog and the man collapsed. And our boy here? He took the opportunity for a quick wardrobe change. With a completely blank expression, Bi-hyung approached the frog. He casually pulled a purple orb from inside it. Witnessing this, Beck absolutely lost his mind. Oh no, it's really him, that little monster. He hugged himself in regret. Thinking back, he was supposed to teach him about absorbing power through consensual duels, but he totally forgot. He was probably too much trouble, so I think I just ditched him in Kim Seo Bang village. Hearing that word, Bi-hyung grit his teeth in anger. Monster. And it all clicked for Beck. He immediately started spiraling. Is this really all my fault? It's my fault? He freaked out, pulling at his hair. What do I do? While Beck was busy having a meltdown, the kid just turned to leave. What am I going to do now? Finally calming down, he teleported and snatched Bi-hyung. Running will just make this worse, so let's try to be calm for a second. The kid thrashed around frantically. Let me go, you damn monster. This is your fault. Beck just kept teasing him. Hey, you half-breed from Kim Seobang. You can't act like this if you want to blend in with humans. Now listen to me very carefully. A second later, Bi-hyung just screamed in despair. Who wants to hide among humans anyway? It's over. Everything is over. He declared it loud and clear, I'm going to kill them all. Hearing this, Beck got all gloomy. I've raised a little agent of chaos. Beck threw a hood over Bi-hyung's head and worriedly dragged him off. Like this, he'll definitely get executed. Then, he leaped away. I'll hear the details later. Scene changed to a grand palace. Beck knocks gently on the door. The second he walks in, he's all smiles and cheerful greetings. Your Majesty, it's been a while. The Yusei King looked surprised. Beck simply raised an eyebrow and asked, What is that? No beating around the bush. Beck hauled the kid out of the bag. The Yusei King eyed the human cautiously. Not a half-human, half-monster? He asked. Beck just scratched his head and reported, Nope. Under orders from the judge, I brought him from the human world. If I left him, he'd turn into one of those rogue monsters. Beck then pleaded desperately, Your Majesty, please, take him under your protection. Hearing this, the Yusei King stepped down to confront him. You abandoned your succession just to wander the human world, so what's all this about? Beck scrambled, trying to find a way to deny it. At that, the king lifted Beck's chin. The Yusei King eyed him, his voice low. He demanded, What happened? After hearing the whole story, the Yusei King was floored. My goodness, that little bead of power I gave you has snowballed into this mess. Beck confirmed sadly, but without that power bead, he would have died from complete energy depletion anyway. The Yusei King then turned to the kid. So, what do you want to do next? Instantly, Bi-hyung roared, radiating pure killing intent. I want to kill him, he growled. I want to kill everyone to get stronger. Hearing that, the king just burst out laughing. All right then, the Yusei King praised him with amusement. This kid's got some real guts. Then he squinted, asking, Don't you think you're missing something? Beck saw his chance to bail. Glad His Majesty is pleased, so I'll just be taking my leave. But the Yusei King suddenly cut him off. The king asked curiously, You really like humans that much, don't you? Beck answered nonchalantly, Haven't I told you this a dozen times? I don't love them, and I don't hate them. Then Beck gave a playful wave. Of course, when it comes to teasing, humans are way more entertaining than monsters. We cut to an old temple, where a girl named Urk is completely plastered. Just then, he shoves a piece of paper in her face. Hey miss, could you read these words for me? Urk sleepily agreed. Okay, sure. Seeing her agree so easily, Beck was surprised. Wow, this is the first time a human hasn't complained and just read it. My hearing's not so good, so I can't hear quiet voices. You gotta read it really loud. Urk cleared her throat and leaned in. Okay. And then she started shouting. Sitting atop a beautifully blooming flower, but with a form that trembles the earth. Sparkling on the outside, but hollow as a ghost inside. Sparkly trinkets, what a classic poser. Just then, a fairy pops in and bonks him on the head. Hey, little bro, what are you yelling about? How dare you mess with a fairy? He totally panics trying to explain. No, it's not like that. This blind guy asked me to read. Where did he go? Watching the whole scene, B just giggled, totally amused. Then the Nguyen Lin fairy appears right behind him, making him jump, busted. He nervously backs away, completely exposed. She glares at him sternly. You will be punished for teasing our youngest. He just grins and flat out refuses. Don't wanna. Hearing that, Nguyen Lin fairy just scowls. A little brat not even 100 years old dares to fake it with the classics? Nguyen Lin fairy raises her voice, full of threats. The great sage I serve can turn a spirit into a human. And if you disrespect him, I'll have to make you one. B confidently fires back. I can do that too. Now that's what you call an empty threat. She makes it crystal clear this isn't just a spell, it's a complete change of species. He just pouts, completely unconvinced. I'm not some half-human, half-demon. How's that possible? So then, Nguyen Lin fairy makes him an offer. Let's just call it a bet. Don't you spirits love a good gamble? She points, laying down the terms. Of course, until the bet is over, you have to stay here. Promise? B. Onan reluctantly accepts. Fine, if it's just for a bit. Cut to the backyard, where he's already whining his head off. B sweeps the yard while grumbling. Old lady, this so-called bet is just an excuse to make me your servant, isn't it? Nguyen Lin fairy calmly retorts. Ever heard the saying about those who don't work don't eat? He snaps back. I'm sweeping. So what's the shrine maiden doing? She coolly replies. She's preparing everyone's meal. Realizing he's beat, B's face pales as he miserably gets back to sweeping. Come dinner time, B is shocked and starts complaining to the heavens. What is this? I cleaned and swept all day just to be served these grass roots? Gietlin Fairy covers her mouth, explaining, This is our staple food. Did you expect meat in a rabbit's den? Hearing this, he scowls and slams the table. Later that night, B sneaks outside. He catches a rabbit and greedily chucks it in the pot. After covering it, B just can't believe his good luck. Just as it's perfectly cooked, he lifts the lid and finds only vegetables, freezing on the spot. B roars in frustration. What is this? Seriously, old lady, are you going to keep this up? Nuyet Lin Fairy shoves the food in his mouth and orders, Eat this for the magic to work. Now cram it in, kid. B can't take it anymore and kicks the door clean off. Seeing him flee, she shouts, Where do you think you're going? So typical of a promise-breaking spirit. After running for a while, B collapses, gasping for air. Damn it, because of that crazy old hag, I had to come back before having any fun. Just then, a hand lands on his shoulder. B totally freaks out, quickly stammering, My lord. The guy just laughs at him. How did you manage to get tricked again? He yells back, furious, I can't believe that little brat. Then B looks left and right. Where's the Arbiter, Lord? Don't tell me he's around here. The guy just shrugs. No idea. He's been busy with the demon civil war lately. Hearing this, B is floored. What? The guy continues. Rumor is, the Demon King's new adopted son started a fight with the human faction demons, kicking off a whole civil war. At that very moment, all the surrounding demons suddenly collapse. Meanwhile, Bai Hyung is busy scarfing down a gem. After absorbing it all, his power suddenly surges to a whole new level. Cut to a quiet room, where Choy starts to ask a few questions. I've heard a rumor that he's in the demon realm. Hearing this, Ma Tai completely loses his cool. What? What's that guy doing and where? Where in the demon realm? He calmly reveals the truth. They say he won the Spirit King's favor and is now hiding under his protection. This accusation makes the other man extremely agitated. Now he even dares to hide Choy Siu. The Spirit King's arrogance and cruelty are getting completely out of control. Then, Choy reveals more info. I know handling Choy is the demon realm's duty, but this time our Orchid faction suffered heavy losses too. He angrily crushes a cup in his hand. Our finest hand-picked warriors all died during the riot in Guneng. We can't just sit back and watch. So I want you to hand him over. Right then, Matai asserts his position, clearly annoyed. While I am cooperating with you to keep peace, he crushes a cup himself. Do you really think I take orders from you? The moment the words left his mouth, Ma Tai wipes his hands, signaling, First, just wait. I also need to see how things play out. At the end of their chat, an unhappy Choy slams the door on his way out. He grinds his teeth and curses insolent spirits. Seeing this, the royal master quickly presses him. What are you going to do now? Choy lays out his plan. We stick to the plan. Go and provoke them. At the same time, the Demon King throws down a few bodies and gives a flat command. Eat. Bi Hyung looks on, completely confused. Didn't you say I could only absorb power gems through a one-on-one duel? The Goblin King was not impressed, basically telling him a one-on-one fight was fine. But here's the catch. You have to stay in the palace for at least 100 years, since humans will be totally different by then anyway. Hearing this, the guy nervously asks Han, can I even live that long? The king just let out a mocking laugh. What a ridiculously stupid question. The Goblin King laid it out for him. You're a demon. Even a half-breed like you has a lifespan that humans can't even touch. Bai Hu was so stunned he couldn't even speak. He looks down at the gems in his palm, and without a second's hesitation, Bai Hu shoves every single gem into his mouth, rewinding time to when the Goblin King was still sitting on his throne. This time, Bai Hu roars like a madman, I'm going to kill you. Hearing these words, the king just glances down. At that exact moment, the door swings open, and a whole squad of goblins marches right in. Seeing them arrive, the Goblin King wonders aloud, What's all this about? San anxiously steps forward. Your Majesty, are you really planning to abandon humanity? He even brings up the old days, how goblins and humans were once close, and how the former king cherished them. Before he could even finish, the Goblin King slams his fist down on the armrest. The king's face twists in pain as he snaps back. You mean the king who chose humans over me, even after they did this to my eye? The Goblin King's threat was crystal clear. If they didn't hand that guy over, then the relationship between goblins and humans was officially over. Then, he just coldly accepts it. Fine by me. I was hoping for that anyway. And then the Goblin King bluntly declares, but before that happens, I'll just kill all of you first. Meanwhile, down in the tiny village at the mountain's base, Bon is clutching his head in terror. A war? How on earth did it come to this? Outside, the two goblin factions are tearing each other apart, a chaotic mess of blades and blood where no one is spared. A moment later, he's sobbing with regret, thinking he never should have brought Bai Hu to the demon world. If only he'd turned him over. No, from the very beginning, he should have given him a serious warning. Suddenly, Bon hears a commotion outside. It's Bihu and his personal guard, going through the village slaughtering every single person they find. One brave man stands in their way to warn them, "Hey, this is supposed to be a neutral zone." The guy doesn't even care, running him through with a blade. "Shut up. There's no such thing as neutral in a massacre." With that, Bihu immediately gives the order. Don't let a single one of them survive. All that followed were cries of, "Somebody help me." Bacon is filled with rage, holding a child who didn't make it. He screams in a panic, "By Hugh." The goblins here weren't pro-human or anti-human. Faced with such pointless cruelty, Bon finally confronts him. "Do you really have to destroy everything that isn't on your side to be satisfied?" Hearing this, his face twists with murderous intent. "So you were hiding here all along?" He lets out a challenging smirk. "Did you come all this way just to kill me?" Bai Hu swallows another gem as he reveals the truth. "Because for years I've regretted not killing you the very first time we met." Bacon grinds his teeth, demanding, "Do you want to kill humans, or do you want to kill demons?" At that last word, Bihu suddenly freezes. "Do you even know who you really are?" A second later, something inside Bihu shatters, and power erupts from him as he starts coughing violently. Seeing his opening, B unleashes a punch overflowing with demonic power. Bihu doesn't even have time to register what's happening before the fist is right there. What follows is a massive explosion that sends Bihu stumbling backward. He clutches his mangled body where a chunk is now missing, spitting out a curse. "Damn it!" Bihu slumps against a cliff, closing his eyes to heal. "Who am I?" Next thing you know, Bihu is painfully coughing up blood, and right then, Chidu slowly walks up. Well, this is quite a mess. It touches him lightly. There's a colossal chaos swirling violently inside. Hearing the voice, Bihu unconsciously looks up. Chidu flashes a wide grin, like something from the dawn of time, before the heavens and the earth were even split apart. Such a familiar taste, it surrounds him completely and asks, "What do you want?" Bihu can only whisper back, "To live." He spills his heart out. "I just want to live, but no matter where I go, everyone wants to kill me." As soon as the words are out, Chidu envelops Bihu, making a tempting offer. "Then let's just change that fate. It'll be interesting, delicious, and so nostalgic." It gives him one command. "Release the chaos within you out into the world. The origin of chaos itself, an enemy of the heavens, a perverter of fate, and one of the four great calamities. It was everything that existed before the world was even born. The source of creation itself, reborn after being cast out of the sacred garden. Bihu had actually died once back then, only to be reincarnated in the arms of Chongqi, the instigator of chaos. His identity is finally revealed. He is the entity known simply as arrogance. This is all happening thanks to Bon, who after so long finally stopped hiding and stepped onto the battlefield. The outcome of the Goblin Civil War was always leaning heavily to one side. Meanwhile, over 150 years have passed, and this Demon King ritual took place 1,332 years before now. At that moment, mysterious flames surround Bacon, whispering a cautious warning. That half-demon, half-human mutt seems to be aiming for the Demon King's throne. He's become the god of dark poison now. The time when we could have killed him has long since passed. It's absorbed way too many demon power jewels, so its regeneration speed is absolutely insane. Hearing this, our guy just stays completely silent. After that, B heads outside. That's when the Moon Spirit Fairy looks into her mirror and starts giving directions. Apparently, some giant chaotic force is holding it all together. She proposes a plan. To successfully seal it away, someone has to enter the seal with it and basically hijack its mind, stopping the chaos from spreading any further. Once you're in the cave, it'll feel like just a moment, but time on the inside flows way differently than on the outside. The Moon Spirit Fairy turns and asks, "Even knowing that, you still want to do this?" Bacon doesn't hesitate for a second and just nods. We cut to the battle at the manor. B Hyung is dragging some poor soul along. He gives a casual glance to the side, and just then, our hero drops down right in front of him. No words are exchanged. B-On just raises his hand, and before he can even process it, B-On has him in a death grip. B-Onon immediately uses the Goblin Wrestling Mountain Flip technique, but just in time, B-Hyung snaps to his senses and manages to defend himself. He panics and screams BCON's name. Too late, B-Hyung is already caught in the spell. After his success, BCON arrogantly stomps the ground. Speaking of goblins, we have to talk about the bet, right? The moment he's done, B chimes in with a taunt. "Let's see whose foundation is more solid." He hears this and grits his teeth in pure rage. It's just as the Moon Spirit Fairy warned. Time inside the dangerous cave passes weirdly. Sometimes only a minute goes by, but it feels like 100 years have passed in a flash. At that moment, Baishon asks the big question, "Why are you aiming for the throne of the Demon King?" Bai Hyung proudly declares, "Because I'm the strongest now, I won't let him defeat me." Baishon just scoffs, "What about the king?" Bai Hyung reminds him coldly, "He's already old." Then he taunts, "Why the sudden concern? B is stunned as the other guy points out there are barely any goblins left anyway. Without another word, he slides his leg between B Hyung's, and B seizes the chance to wrestle him to the ground. Bai Hyung loses his balance and hits the dirt. Seeing this, the other guy scoffs. Bai Hyung just curses in frustration. Damn it, why are you still alive? He bites his lip, asking himself the same thing. I devoured so many monsters and humans, I even became a dark poison god, and I still can't beat BN. Suddenly, B marches forward and, without hesitation, punches B Hyung right in the gut. B On declares with intense killing intent, I want to kill you even more than you want to kill me. He coughs a few times in pain, then slowly lifts his head as B On pulls his hand away. Baikon states flatly, You are a monster. He remembers the past and adds bitterly, I regret missing so many opportunities to kill you. B On draws a spell formation on his body, exposing the weakness deep inside him. Even after all this, you still have absolutely no confidence in yourself. That's why your killer instinct could never reach me. He looks around and asks Han, Do you know where this place is? B recalls an ancient legend, saying this is the cave where the first bear became human. He then says with genuine contempt, B Hyung, you're a monster. You don't have a single demon jewel, yet you still won't die? Then B asks, I wonder if this cave can give you back your humanity. After he's finished, he just freezes for a couple of seconds. Then, B cracks a small smile and turns to leave, saying it's not even worth a bet. Before he exits the cave, he leaves behind a blood oath. The next time I return, I will kill you for sure. When I become the Demon King, I'll figure out how. Since Bai Hung and Bon entered the cave, 666 years had passed outside in the blink of an eye. Seeing how much everything changed, he's completely stunned. Baechon collapses to the ground in total despair. The heartbreaking truth is that in that time, the goblins were completely annihilated by a civil war. Outside, the dark purple sky is unnaturally gloomy. Standing among 7 strange structures, Bon can only remain silent. Because now, Bion is the last goblin left alive. Time passes, and a creature named Chidu slowly moves deep into the forest. It slowly enters the cave. Chidu tilts its head, looking around. Hearing a small noise, Bi-hyung opens his eyes and looks up. Chirp, chirp. He's amazed it got in so easily and asks, How did you get in here? And why is your body so small? Chidu explains. Bien is dead. I slipped in while the seal was weak. Then it points out the problem. My body is small because this cave is suppressing the chaos inside of you. Without another word, Chidu bares its fangs. I worked so hard to turn you into darkness, only for you to get swallowed by a seal. Model, you're pathetic, it snarled. Maybe I should just swallow you whole right now? But Bi-hyung, quick on his feet, just smirked back. You really think you can handle that? I mean, you're the kind of creature who gulps down justice and worships evil. You really think you can do that without getting a wicked stomachache? Hearing that, Chidu just froze. In a flash, it shrank back into a kitten and did a complete 180 on its attitude. Talk about mood swings. Or maybe I'm just not feeling it anymore. He collected himself and got all philosophical. While I was trapped here, I wondered why my killing intent felt so weak. As he said it, it clicked for Bi-hyung. It was probably because his whole life, he'd just been a puppet for other people's greed. He thought back to his years of war under the Wind Moon Lord, killing monsters just to satisfy that guy's endless ambition. Then, as the Goblin King's adopted son, he was off killing goblins for times his time's greed. A real predictable pattern here. Bi-hyung remembered that old question someone once threw at him. And yeah, it totally stumped him. Are you a monster, or are you a human? Back then, he was literally trembling from his own identity crisis, so from the start, it was him and everyone around him. Bi-hyung finally came to a conclusion they were all just a bunch of weaklings, trapped by their own conflicted desires. I need a killing intent so massive that no one can possibly stand against it. Then he made a declaration, I'm done being a mere shadow. Byung pleaded with a wild look in his eyes, turn me into one of the 4 perils, chirp chirp. The little guy seemed delighted by this. Even if the chaos inside you swallows you whole, making you someone else entirely? Yeah, that's exactly what I want. The moment he finished, a massive explosion rocked the cave, and from inside the smoke and dust, a figure slowly walked out. Chidu, all excited, started laying out the comeback tour for the 4 perils. First up, taking out their rivals, the 4 directional gods. Why? Apparently, their whole 28-star constellation system is just a huge pain. Hearing this, Bai Hung was totally on board and slapped on his mask. All right then, his killing aura exploded. Let's start with the tiger. Back in the present day, Mira stepped forward with a suggestion. I have a proposal. At that moment, Guy was just staring straight ahead. Mira slowly explained, I want to personally recast the 28 Mansions prophecy for our generation. See, the thing is, the prophecy of the 4 directional gods can only be performed once for each generation. She stated her credentials loud and clear. I am the Azure Dragon, inheritor of the wish-granting jewel. Then Mira started a little roll call. You, Guidu, descendant of the Black Tortoise. The only one left alive from the old squad is Wan Hui, the White Tiger. She hesitated. All that's left is the Vermilion Bird. The great sage himself chimed in, casually adding, the Vermilion Bird has probably been reborn by now, in the body of some other descendant. Yu Xin was totally lost. Reborn? What does that even mean? The sage explained that the Vermilion Bird is immortal. It just passes down its memories and knowledge to its kids. The weird part is, the host doesn't choose who gets the memories. One day, some random descendant just wakes up with them, and bam, they're the chosen one. The Vermilion Bird's recently damaged memories have likely already transferred to a new descendant, and that person has probably already awakened. The great sage equal to heaven gave them an urgent command. So, you guys need to take the White Tiger back to the demon world and go find the Vermilion Bird. Once their memories have awakened, they'll show you how to cast the 28 Mansions prophecy. Then, he added a word of caution. But the Black Tortoise also needs to watch out for a sneak attack from Bi Hung. Hearing this, everyone understood. The more you predict fate, the more set in stone it becomes. A moment later, Mira rallied the group. Let's unlock the true meaning of that 666-year-old prophecy together. Go just stood up and bailed. Well, I'm heading out first. After they left, only a few people remained in the room. Now, Yushin and Xian Hua were nervously trying to figure out what both the Demon King and the Goblin or the last could possibly mean. Sonmi, standing nearby, worried about the future. And what's going to happen to Choy Siu in all this? Just then, he spoke up, cutting through their thoughts. A prophecy can be interpreted in many different ways. Hearing that, she pointed out a solid point. That's true. History is full of good prophecies that brought disaster, and prophecies of doom that ended up being blessings. Seon Hua looked determined. No matter what this upcoming prophecy says, Yu Xin then passionately made a vow. I will absolutely not let Choy Siu fall into misfortune. Seeing this fiery attitude, the girl just watched him in silence. Seon Hua sighed, lost in a memory. This isn't a burden a human can handle. If I had known Choy Siu carried a destiny like that, then stuff like exams in the human world would have meant absolutely nothing. She remembered a moment from her childhood, a wolf blocking her path and speaking with pity. How sad. I hear you're still clinging to the judge? It grabbed Seon Hua, full of suspicion, trying to run to the human world to escape us. In that instant, she unleashed a counterattack. Huande Jabakma, the wolf wouldn't let go, and kept challenging her. Why don't you go tell the head of the family yourself? It exposed her deepest fear. The truth is, you don't have the confidence to be king. Back in the present, a mocking voice echoed. A kid who ran away from her family got chosen to be the representative? Seon Hua clenched her hand. She made a vow in her heart. I will not run away. Seon Hua was ready to face it, this time too. So, while Yuan's playing masseuse, he asks Han the big question. How exactly do we get Siu back? Because this totally sucks. And that's Xiao Huai's cue to start spilling the tea. Turns out, while she was hunting for Bi Hung to get her grandpa's festival back, she got a tip from an old acquaintance. This source claims a yokai, who's probably Siu, is on a rampage across the peninsula, destroying sacred pillars. Hearing that, the guy freaks. Sacred pillars? Don't you mean? And right on cue, Manchoy cuts in to confirm. Oh yeah. He throws the door open and casually explains their origin. They're basically divine barriers, hand-built by the children of gods for the great generals of heaven and earth. A stranger pops up, and Yusin is immediately on high alert. This guy, Man Choi, introduces himself with way too much confidence, claiming his group, the Hoa Lang, controls those pillars they're looking for. He quickly throws out a deal. Want the location? Then join my crew. Our hero looks completely baffled. Huh? Sion Hoa is not having it, snapping back. So we have to work for you to get information? That's ridiculous. Even Sunmi seems unsure. But Man Choi just scoffs, making it clear he has his standards. Of course, he has no intention of recruiting a demon and a Hoa Lang anyway. After hearing that, she's furious and threatens to just beat the answers out of him. Right on cue, the great sage leaps in to stop the fight. Hold on, if you fight here, you'll forget the whole point. He reveals that a guy named Bi Hyung has apparently kidnapped a disciple to trade for the location of the pillars. The great sage, ever the strategist, proposes a deal based on this new info. They need a leader to help the injured Hoa Lang, and in return they'll get what they want. Yusin scoffs like he has time to babysit. Man Choi coldly reminds him, if he weren't a Hoa Lang, he wouldn't even get this chance. Sion Hoa fires back, muttering that he's less of a god and more of a total con artist. Finally, with a sigh, our hero accepts the mission. Alright, fine. Yusin stands up to list out the objectives. So, I protect these weak Hoa Lang, and also save the kidnapped one, right? Man Choi just glares, clearly unimpressed with the attitude. So arrogant. Yusin tries to smooth it over, suggesting they treat it like an interview. Besides, he smirks. They have no idea what he can really do, right? Yusin crosses his arms and makes a declaration. This time, I'll do it for free. Consider it a free interview, but don't get it twisted. I have absolutely no intention of working under you. Choy couldn't care less, pointing out the last 3 pillars before turning to leave. Seeing that attitude, she gets angry, but before leaving, he gives the exact location. I don't know where that demon you're looking for went, but I know where Hoa Am was taken. My disciples are holding them off there now. Hearing this, the great sage issues an urgent command. Good. We're short on time. Let's move out. Suddenly, Yusin notices Xiao Huai holding out her hand, shyly asking him to take it. When he hesitates for a second, Xiao Huai just grabs his arm and explains. Humans can't use teleportation magic, so I'll take you. And by take him, she means carrying him like a princess, which sends Yusin into a panic. What is this? You psycho, let me go! Xiao Huai just ignores him, turning to say, Grandpa, I'm heading out. Before he can process it, she teleports them away. Wait a second. The great sage just awkwardly waves them off. In a flash, Yusin is unceremoniously dropped on a sacred mountain peak, while Xiao Huai lands on a different one, looking around. Meanwhile, Xian Hoa and Sun arrive at the final location, and he is absolutely furious. Damn it! Yusin angrily dusts off his clothes. Demons, gods. They all look down on me. As soon as the words leave his mouth, a blinding explosion erupts behind him. Yusin spins around on guard, only to see SV and Levi have already wiped out a whole group of people. Seeing him appear, she looks back, startled. SV just scoffs. Another one already? Yusin just lets out a tired sigh. Just as he expected, this was pointless. Without another thought, he accepts the challenge and prepares to draw his sword. Fine. Yusin points his sword at his opponent, openly declaring his grudge. Before Siu butts in again, I'm going to finish my revenge. Huh? At his words, she bursts out laughing. Revenge? If you think you can, then go ahead and try. And with that, SV channels her power into the fallen warriors from the last battle, and in a flash, they all rise to their feet. She proudly introduces her new little army. Levi's sharp hammer can carve a seal, turning enemies into allies, and allies into enemies. Seeing this, his face darkens. I figured as much. You people only fight with dirty tricks. SV just smirks, admitting it. What can I say? We were just born this way. She continues to taunt him with a grin. Now, if you don't immediately guess which one of us is the real Levi, it might get angry with jealousy. Be careful now. With that warning, the entire horde suddenly rushes forward. Yusin calmly flicks his fan out in front of him. The moment they throw their punches, he vanishes, leaving a clone in his place. Yusin reappears right behind them. No more words. He decisively swings his divine sword. But as the blade slices down, SV quickly creates a protective barrier to block the finishing blow. A second later, a dark aura explodes out from her. Yusin is shocked as it barrels straight towards him. He stumbles backward in total shock. SV turns her head and offers some praise. Not bad. But before he can recover, the army of Levis charges him. Thinking fast, Yusin creates his own clones, which move to block the incoming attacks from the horde. However, the hammers these things carry instantly melt Yusin's sword. He steps back, disgusted, only to bump right into the hard chest of the real Levi. Realizing his epic mistake, Yusin frantically looks up. Without hesitation, his opponent swings a hammer right into his chest. The heat from the hammer scorches Yusin's skin. He spits up blood in agony while SV watches, absolutely thrilled. Wounded, Yusin stumbles back. Seeing the tables turn, Swai starts clapping. Oh, Levibi, you're just too good. Next, he cracks his knuckles with a grin, promising to make that guy hate his own guts. SI just laughs. See? Levibi is getting ticked off that he can't figure it out. Meanwhile, the burn on his stomach starts spreading like crazy. Yusin is stunned, clutching his stomach and coughing up more blood. But while he's distracted, his enemy is right in his face. Desperate, Yusin prepares to summon his 9 Heavens Thunder skill. With a final word, he launches his sword straight at him. The blade flies straight for Levibi, but somehow, it reflects, forcing Yusin to cough up even more blood. He stares in horror at the sword now sticking out of his own stomach. Svi just sighs with utter contempt. You absolute moron, were you even listening to me? You think you're attacking an enemy, but you're just hitting yourself. Right after that, the guy reaches out with one massive hand. Levibi grabs Yusin's throat, who struggles completely in vain. Stubborn to the end, he launches the sword again, and once again the sword turns around and stabs right into him. Svi is laughing so hard he's crying. Have you turned into a total idiot? Just keeps hitting himself over and over. Seeing him tremble, SV calmly announces the obvious. And now, Svi declares, you can't run. He looks triumphantly at his prey, too weak to attack or even move. She starts to taunt him. So? What are you going to do now? At that exact moment, over on another mountain, under the full moon, Y is just chilling in a tree when she spots Xiao Huai, and a huge grin spreads across her face. Suddenly, Y jumps down and congratulates herself. Lucky me, she says with a cheeky grin. I won the Pretty Sister prize. Seeing her own treasure in Huai's mouth, Xiao Huai's face darkens as she grinds her teeth. You've got some nerve. Xiao Huai is practically steaming with rage as she yells, "How dare you mention our ancestors' sacred festival with that filthy mouth?" Huai just casually asks, "Oh, so you're the owner of this little treasure?" She grins, showing it off. "It's awesome. I'm getting great use out of it. Thanks a bunch." As she finishes, Xiao Huai takes a menacing step forward. The moment her foot lands, she furiously demands it back. "Shut your mouth," she pouts, pretending to be friendly. "Hey, don't be like that." Huai brings up old memories. "I was so bummed I didn't get to play with you at the Dragon Palace." Xiao Huai coldly shoots back. "I don't have time to let someone like you take my head." Huai flashes a wicked smile, winks, and blows a kiss. It's fine. I'll let you play for a bit before you go." Huai licks her lips, her voice low. "Come on," she eagerly invites her. "Let's see just how fun the Monkey King's granddaughter really is." On a peaceful moonlit night, a clear voice breaks the silence. Sionhua hears Sunmi call her and turns, saying, "You should stay with Yoi." Sunmi is totally confused. "Why would you say that?" Tears are already welling up in her eyes. "I'm the one who brought Siu to the human world, and his mother too." But Sionhua firmly replies, "No." She insists, "I'm the one who dragged Siu into this. I was the one who fed the kid a demon pearl and taught him how to live like a monster. Because of that, Sionhua has made up her mind, so I'll take responsibility and bring Siu back." And speak of the devil, he's here. Black feet with cracked, white-streaked skin step forward slowly. Siu appears with milky white eyes and a low, guttural growl. Sunmi gasps, covering her mouth in terror. Her eyes are wide with shock while Seonhua just looks tense. Her red pupils scan over Siu, lips pursed in thought. A moment later, Seonhua asks sharply, "Where is Bi Hyung?" Siu rasps out a few words. "Kill. Will kill." Hearing this, a strange, twisted smile spreads across her face. Seonhua rips out her own fingernail, blood spraying from the wound. "Kill what, exactly?" A burst of light explodes behind her as 9 foxtails appear. Seonhua shouts the incantation to summon the great demon emperor's vestments. Instantly, her body transforms from head to toe as the last 2 words are spoken. Sunmi is just reeling from one shock to another. She calls out in a panic, "Seonha!" Seonha just smiles faintly. "I'll try to control it as much as possible, but try to bear it." Siu, under the moonlight, her voice becomes deep and demonic. "The tale I saved for the Demon King's ceremony, I'll now use it on you." In another part of the forest, Xiao Huai and Wai La In are also gearing up for a major throwdown. Wai has a pipe in her mouth, puffing out clouds of dark purple smoke. Yeah, that's definitely not a good sign. The ever-sharp Xiao Huai figures it out immediately. "Did you mix some kind of weird poison into the clouds from the Sky Festival?" Wai, in squints and smiles, asking in a delighted tone. "What do you think? Interesting, right?" She then takes a huge drag, filling her lungs before blowing out all the poison smoke. "If you take just one puff." Xiao Huai raises her hand to block, but her opponent's power is absolutely overwhelming. Another cloud of poison smoke has just been released, ready and waiting to strike. Suddenly, Xiao Huai tenses up, her whole body on high alert. She grits her teeth, fighting off a curse as the foul stench of poison hits her. Yin leaps backward in a flash, but Xiao Huai's voice is low and steady. "Useless. Stop." And just like that, the purple smoke starts to vanish. See, the Mount Tai crushing an egg technique isn't just about weight, it's about density. A second later, the smoke is repelled from her body. Xiao Huai's voice rings out, which means it also boosts durability. She raises her weapon, activating the special Mount Tai technique. Yin stumbles back in shock, but Xiao Huai isn't finished yet. "This kind of smoke can't even touch me." She regains her composure in a heartbeat, even letting out a little scoff. Talk about cheating. But then, Yin flashes a killer smile. "And what about this?" A new technique is revealed, and Xiao Huai's face gets very, very serious. The opponent casually frames this fight as a little showdown between grandpa and granddaughter. Her fist tightens as Yin declares, "Of course, grandpa is stronger, right?" Yin's combat yokai snarls, glowing with a nasty special power-up. But Xiao Huai stands her ground, bracing against the opponent with her weapon. As the combat yokai's fist flies forward, she instantly counters with Mount Tai crushing an egg, but it looks like her raw strength is at a disadvantage here. Her feet skid across the dirt, but she refuses to give up. Xiao Huai grabs a lock of her own hair, getting ready for her next move. She rips it out and breathes spiritual energy into it. With the left Godwind spell, she unleashes a tornado straight at her foe. But in a flash, the intense purple attack is completely scattered by the combat yokai's blinding white light. The creature is totally unharmed. In fact, it's even more furious than before. Yin comments with a drawl. "Pretty useless, don't you think? This cloud has an infinite charge until my demonic power is gone." She looks like a demon wearing a human face, her expression pure evil. "And I have a lot of demonic power." Staring down these two monstrous demons, Xiaohuai is momentarily stunned, speechless. Then she remembers her meeting with the Dragon King when he offered Xiaohuai a weapon. You came looking for this, didn't you? She took it, bowing her head in silence. The great sage's staff was stolen by the shadows. What a disappointment. Xiaohuai stares down at the staff in her hands, her eyes filled with 1,000 unreadable emotions. The Dragon King continued, When I descended to the mortal world, I contacted the great sage through the monk Tripitaka. Snapping back to the present, Xiaohuai drops into a low stance, spinning the staff with lightning speed and striking hard at Yin's weak points. And with this new surge of spiritual power, her hair transforms. This staff, turns out, was the great sage's favorite weapon back when he was in his absolute prime. But she was confused why he sealed it away in the Dragon Palace. Even I don't know. The undersea treasury is a space where time has stopped. Was he trying to simply seal the weapons, or was he trying to preserve them? I can't possibly guess. But the Dragon King's warning had been deadly serious. Just know that his treasures are frozen in that exact era. Xiaohuai remembered, clenching her fists as she thought over his words. Frozen in that era. Purple smoke fills the space as Yin's excited voice rings out. Let's keep going. She cheers, eager to make her opponent hers. The twin combat yokai both exhale at once, releasing poison into the air. This is the dreaded Samadhi Divine Wind technique. But Xiaohuai stands firm, her lips whispering a mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. A halo of light appears behind her. Her eyes are closed, her fingertips pressed together. Xiaohuai then clasps her hands, devoutly reciting the sutra. Praying to the Bodhisattva Guanyin for great power, she asks for the true spirit mantra to anchor in her soul, and the method appears. But that's not all. Mystical arms and jewels suddenly materialize behind her back. With every word of the sutra, the poisonous smoke is held back. Do not forget or forsake me. Yin's pipe drops from her aghast mouth. What is that? If the great sage, who is frozen in time, manifests through the staff, then of course, she didn't need an explanation. Watching the scene unfold told her everything. He'll be affected by this. The moment Yin realizes this, Xiaohuai finishes her chant. Her eyes snap open, fixed on her enemy like a sinner, and she roars the golden headband incantation. Both combat yokai immediately clutch their heads, letting out agonizing moans of pain, and Yin gets a staff bonked right on her head. Her tobacco pipe falls straight to the ground with a pathetic little clatter. Xiaohuai casually strolls over, picks it up, then brings it to her lips with a sigh of relief. Finally, she got her baby back. The ever-stubborn island pops back up, her voice dripping with mockery. Well, this is a surprise. The great descendant of the sage using a golden fillet? What's the deal? Xiaohuai takes a long drag of smoke before answering, Grandpa, I'm the Monkey King. Then, through a mysterious cloud of white smoke, she leaps into the air, adding, and Grandma's a stay-at-home nun. Ilan just smirks, so that's how it is. Who would have thought? Even without her precious pipe, she can still blow smoke and crack a few jokes. How can you be so shameless, going for an indirect kiss like that? Xiaohuai immediately tries to act tough, telling her to knock it off. He swears her cheap tricks won't work on him. But the more he denies it, the more excited she gets, her eyes crinkling with a sly little grin. Oh, really? Then I'll just have to show you what a real trick looks like. And with that one devious smile, poor Xiaohuai starts sweating buckets. In half a second, she's right in front of him, closing the distance between them. She brings her mouth close to his, casually teasing him some more. Trying to claim a prize in front of the demon of greed, she whispers, while her fingers trace the corner of his mouth. Pro tip. If you think the treasure a demon gives you is real, you're about to have a very bad time. Meanwhile, in a totally different place, someone wonders aloud, So, are we really planning to attack the Vermilion Bird Gate? Wang Wei asks, clearly worried. Is that even allowed? Mira calmly reassures him. It's fine, this is an emergency. Suddenly, Wang Wei shoots a razor-sharp glare. He's staring daggers at Go, who seems to have changed somehow. Go just glares right back, looking seriously annoyed. Go spits out a blunt answer. I'm the same as always. And with that, they finally arrive at their destination. Go Yu reaches out, his fingers lightly brushing over the strange marks on the wooden door. Wan Wei immediately jumps back, shouting, What is it? Ganzhang places a hand on his shoulder, agreeing. This is way too weird. No guards, no locks. Go quickly shoves the two large doors open. The sight that greets them is a courtyard littered with bodies. Mira drops to her knees in horror, checking the situation. Was this Byung's attack? Gu gives a short, grim answer. No. He suddenly reaches out like he's checking for something. Jin Yam, whose cheek just got pinched into oblivion, lets out a loud yelp of pain. Go. Yu immediately starts yelling at him. Playing dead, huh? What are you even doing, breaking into someone's house with a face that red? The kid points a finger right back at him without a shred of fear. I mean, he's already in a super sensitive state here. This first meeting, filled with nothing but shouting, makes the atmosphere super awkward for a moment. One of the four strides right up to Jin Yomo, points a finger in his face, and calls him out instantly. This kid is the vermilion bird. Gon Jiang grins, poking the kid's cheek. Congratulations, my lord. Looks like you've got yourself a new little brother, eh? Jin Yomo explodes with rage, flailing his arms and legs around. Hey, who are you calling a kid, you brats who haven't even shed your baby fat yet? A polite hand is offered as a calm voice cuts in. Hello there, Mira says carefully. You're the newly awakened vermilion bird, aren't you? I'm Mira, the successor to the Azure Dragon. She introduces the others. And over here are the successors of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger. Jin Yomo just turns his head away with a huff, totally unimpressed. So what? Are you guys trying to gather the 4 symbols to hold the 28 mansion ceremony? Mira doesn't even try to hide it, just scratching her head and admitting it. Yeah, that's the plan. Jin Yomo's scream immediately rips through the air, so loud it feels like the whole palace is shaking. What? Are you insane? He yells right in their faces. Do you guys have any idea why I ended up in this state? Go and we look completely unbothered, while Mira just listens with a faint smile. It's not just me. You all have been attacked by those spirits too. But instead of being scared, Mira just gets more excited. Exactly. The fact that the spirits hate the ceremony so much is the perfect reason why we have to do it. Wan chimes in his support. She's so right. Jin Yomo suddenly calls out to go, Hey, Black Tortoise. He rudely points at his face and gives him a warning. If you guys haven't been attacked yet, you'd better seal your borders and lay low. He launches into a long, intense rant. We're going to shut our gates and go into seclusion to train until this body has fully matured. Jin Yomo, that's not going to work. Just as the words are spoken, Jin Yomo's head snaps to the side, his eyes filled with panic. He stares at the beautiful, supermodel-like woman who just entered, whispering her name, Hina. She gently walks over to Jin Yomo, then affectionately scoops him right up into her arms. This body really is far too small this time. Jin Yomo's eyes are wide as saucers, still shocked. But being held by someone he trusts, he can finally feel safe. That's when he finally lets his fear show, burying his face and sobbing. Hina, I was so scared. Some psycho showed up, and I had to run away alone to protect the clan's children. We fought until the whole mountain was on fire. Hina just gently pats his back, asking a few questions. That child is dead now. Jin Yomo gives a quick report on the situation. Unfortunately, my demon power jewel was stolen. Another member of the clan steps forward at that moment. Faking death is a secret technique of the Vermilion Bird clan, after all. Jin Yomo looks at him, sobbing. But without my demon power jewel, my life as a demon is basically over. He speaks with regret. It's because of me that I became small. But he's immediately comforted. That's not true. Lord Jin Yomo, you saved my life. How could you blame yourself? The other members of the clan stand up one by one, encouraging him. That's right, Jin Yomo, please don't cry anymore. Thanks to you, we're all safe. He clears his throat, finally getting a grip. All right. From now on, I won't do anything reckless again. Jin Yomo's powerful voice rings out again. Look at our children, they're so pitiful. He clenches his fists, vowing, I will not let them go through this horror again. The guy looks up at Jin Yom, his eyes practically begging, but Hina cuts him off with a laugh. See? This is why I said that's a terrible idea. Her completely bizarre attitude leaves Jin Yom totally speechless. Hina continues, Soon enough, our Black Tortoise clan will be attacked too. Her smile is chilling, hiding a much darker meaning. If we can foresee that event and just imitate the demons, we won't have to seal the gate. A blunt, straightforward proposal hits the table. So let me be the one to receive the omen for the Black Tortoise clan's attack. Wan Hui's face twists in anger as he screams, Who do you think you are, just showing up and deciding everything? Mira's memory clicks. That name, Gu. Isn't he the one? He mutters, swallowing hard. His brows furrowed, his expression a mess of conflict. Finally, 2 familiar words escape his throat. Mother! Jin Yu clutches Hina's dress, calling her name over and over. Hina! She just glares back, her eyes full of cold reprimand. Gu, you ran away all this time just to escape your duty as the Black Tortoise. Hina turns to face him squarely. So this time, your mother will carry that burden for you. Then she drops the bomb. I will be this generation's Black Tortoise. A mother and son reunion, with nothing but a cold, desolate distance between them. But back to the unfinished business between Yin and Xiao Huai, the purple haze of smoke still hangs heavy over the battlefield. Except now, it's Xiao Huai on the ground, shaking uncontrollably, while Aileen hums a little victory tune, looking smug as hell. She slowly walks over to her collapsed rival. Your complexion is looking great. Her slender hand grabs Xiao Huai's chin. So, tell me, what is it you want? Answering her own question, Aileen lays it all out with glee. First, to be acknowledged by your grandfather, and second, to have the man you love. The color drains from Xiao Huai's face. Seeing her advantage, Aileen presses harder. Both of those were pretty one-sided, huh? You must have suffered so much, she says with a fake laugh. Here, let me end that unrequited love for you. So, now we're mutual, right? The King Ma festival is held every 666 years, but sadly, there's an age limit. Because of this, any demon born after the festival ends up having a pretty vague status in their family. To even get a chance to participate, you have to wait for the next 666 years. And that's over half a demon's lifespan. Usually, the position just gets passed down to the next generation. The kids who grow up under parents who suffered this injustice fall into two types. There are the ones who live quietly so they aren't seen as rivals to their parents, and the ones who basically become their parents, trying to fulfill their wishes. As a child, I mastered the art of shrinking my body, becoming the only one my grandfather ever acknowledged. The look in her parents' eyes that day. From that moment on, the heavy duty of becoming king was placed squarely on her shoulders. Just like the legendary realm her grandfather reached, her mission was always to win, to soar as high as the blue sky. A duty she once found annoying as a kid, but the more she won, the more she forgot how heavy it was. On the long, endless trek carrying water from the foot of the mountain to the peak, Xiao Huai suddenly stopped and looked back. And now, she doesn't even know whose will is pushing her forward anymore. But in the moment of failure, a moment she thought would never come, it happened. Her fighting spirit flared up on pure instinct. Xiao Huai made a vow, if we ever meet again, I won't be a fool like I was today. I will absolutely crush you. Power surges from deep inside her. This is her true nature. This is how she was raised. Day after day, Xiao Huai trained relentlessly with the great sage. Their entire relationship could be summed up in just a few words. She absolutely hated him after hours of training, which always ended with a single, encouraging pat on the head. Xiao Huai always bowed her head to receive it. And in that one moment, she'd forget all the pain and flash a brilliant smile. She also loved him. The purple taint from Yin's spiritual energy fades from her skin. Xiao Huai's eyes begin to glow. It's a mix of love and hate. Ilin is stunned, staring dumbly. Huh? In the blink of an eye, she takes a fist straight to the jaw as Xiao Huai concludes her thoughts on the great sage. Hate. Ilin's frail body goes flying, completely unable to stop the momentum. She coughs up a spray of crimson blood, wondering, how is this possible? Xiao Huai was using the exact same move her opponent had used on her. She suddenly bursts forward toward her opponent, then unleashes a furious storm of attacks. Leaving no time for her enemy to even think, she pours all her strength into her arm, aiming for the weak spots and striking again and again. Ilin's big failure was not counting on the random freaks that pop up. Because he got cocky, Tio Huai absolutely wrecked him, leaving him in a heap. She struts right over, this seriously twisted smile plastered all over her face, total villain vibes. And right then, she goes, Tio Fi, you lost your grandpa, you lost Yusin, you lost all the love you had. You've become a slave craving yin, but the more you want it, the more your crazy side just explodes. Tossing aside all duty and responsibility, Wai La In saw right through Tio Huai's act and just found it pathetically fake. She clutched her stomach, tears streaming down her face. It's all a lie, isn't it? Too bad for you. In this game, the one who loves harder always wins. And where she had just fallen? Yeah, the ground there was now a crater. Xiao Huai effortlessly lifted the unconscious girl into her arms, holding her tight with a twisted, pitiful expression. She then took a long, greedy sniff of the girl who was clearly out of her mind. Xiao Huai then mercilessly tossed the girl's severed arm away, because no amount of fighting could ever replace her. She whispered to the lifeless body, just give me more of yourself. At this point, only the girl's upper body was even remotely intact. Xiao Huai had shattered it, but she refused to let go, clutching it tightly. Half a second later, she grabbed the remains and vanished into thin air, leaving only the full moon to illuminate the mountain peak. A rough hand was choking the life out of Yuzin as he gasped, what took you so long? Before him, Levibi had no intention of stopping, but someone else did. SV scowled, breathing hard. Yuzin's life had just been saved, but Levibi's handprint was still branded on his neck. He clutched his throat, coughing hard. Yuzin then looked at his two saviors and Mew and immediately started to complain. You're late. Their only explanation? Sorry, I'm still not used to using a phone. Peace didn't last a minute before Yuzin heard a loud noise behind him. He whipped his head around, carefully scanning the area before pulling out his phone to check something. Yuzin sent a text to Jacon. I'm on Kwannak Mountain. Are those two brothers still training up here or not? Tell the head abbot I'm here to pick up the item I left behind. After sending the text, he calmly walked off in another direction. XCH suddenly called out, this is what you asked me to bring. Yuzin snatched the sword. Yeah, thanks. He then kept looking over his shoulder. What is she doing here? A cheerful voice suddenly asked. Finally, her cheeks flushed bright red. You're finally looking at me. Yuzin, Yoshio, and Yuzuru just quietly took off their shoes and placed them on the rack. Their faces were completely numb as they slowly stepped inside. One by one, they placed white chrysanthemum petals before a portrait, then bowed their heads in a formal rite. Yuzuru rose slowly to her feet, her gaze locked on the photograph. The person who was once so full of life was now just a soulless picture. Her eyes grew dark and downcast. You said you'd become a memory god and disappear. Suddenly, she noticed a familiar person sitting in the corner. Without a single moment of hesitation, Yuzuru marched right over to them. She held out the wrapped sword in front of Yuzin, her voice hesitant as she began to explain. I originally intended to keep it myself, but it's a demon that's way too strong. I can't restrain it anymore. His lips moved, but he said nothing, his face utterly devastated. She knelt down to meet his gaze. They probably won't be able to control it for long either, so it's best to send it to a holy place. Sion, seeing Yin wasn't responding, decided to speak up. Give it to me. She felt she should ask him again if they should ask the Great Master for help. Yuzin still said nothing, only giving a single, lifeless nod. So, Sion went alone to the temple deep in the mountains. She pushed open a large red door, the head abbot. The moment he saw the sword, he understood completely. Is the young master entrusting this to me again? She nodded, confirming the dire situation. Yes. Since the sacred beast palace has fallen, there's nowhere else. Meanwhile, Thichi Luan was perched in a tree, chin in her hand, listening to everything. Looks like she had to bother the master again. The head abbot broke out in a sweat, staring down at the sword that was just radiating pure, murderous intent. I decided I would help the young master with anything, but this thing, it's truly terrifying. He even admitted that his own power was lacking. I'm sorry, but I can't keep it for too long. Sion quickly waved her hands in understanding. That's all right. She can't really make any promises right now either. As soon as things settle down, the young master will personally come to retrieve it, so please don't worry. But Thichi Luan came up with a much bolder plan. All right, if I follow that sword, I can finally meet young Master Yuzin. And that's pretty much what led to the current situation. Yuzin narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What is that? She just grinned and playfully wagged her finger. Why would there be any secrets between us? Her words made his eyes narrow. We're close, aren't we? Thichi Luan then casually started laying out her current situation. I was on the losing side of a rebellion, so I can't stay in the Dragon Palace now that the Dragon King is back. My position is uncertain, which led to a not-so-accidental encounter with Yuzin. I didn't know what to do, and then I heard that young Master Yuzin wanted to recruit my brother and me. Thichi Luan didn't hesitate to escape the Dragon Palace through a gate. That lord is such a fool, running into battle right after we met again. The moment she stepped out of the gate, she spotted a familiar passerby, and as smart as she is, she recognized him immediately. And so, she followed him without hesitation. Basically, I followed that guy to get a chance to see you again, young Master Yuzin. Yuzin's face paled at the memory. I heard you even saw through the heaven-defying bone skin that tricked the Dragon King's son? Right, that's when a soldier suddenly expressed his complete and utter shock. Amazing, isn't it? Even my direct magic doesn't work on you. And that's when Thichi Luan decided to drop her big secret. I'm a hybrid, half siren and half Lugaru. Her special ability let her pull off stuff no one else could. Born with an all-seeing eye that separates truth from lies. She happily admits it, too. That's why I'm the gatekeeper, even though I can't fight. Anyway, long story short, she makes a snap decision right then and there. In your new line of work, Master Yuzin, please take in this lonely, helpless soul. Me, Thichi Luan. Yuzin was just speechless at her nerve. She was basically begging, but man, she made it sound so dignified. Thichi Luan fires back without a second thought. It's not begging. It's a marriage proposal. Then she casually asks if his job accepts demons. His face just freezes, and he looks down, totally silent. Yuzin had to turn away to hide what was on his face. At first, probably not, but now. I'm not so sure. Losing his best friend had clearly changed his way of thinking. I don't want to be some stubborn old guy like I was before. And not long after, they run into a whole crowd. Thichi Luan nervously eyes the ant-like swarm of clones. Seriously, Master Yuzin? We just met and you're already in a huge fight. Yuzin just scoffs, glancing over at her. If you want to be part of my crew, you better get used to it. Welp, nothing to do but psych herself up. Okay then, let's just call today a trial run, I guess. She was confident where it counted. I can't remove curse marks, but I can make any hidden truth come to light, and I'm a really good singer. But that glowing red mark on Yin's chest? Yeah, Thichi Luan had nothing for that. But the mark on you isn't the kind that hides the truth, so I'm afraid I won't be much help. He kinda got the gist of her power, so your song suppresses all lies and restores things to how they were, right? She clenches her fist, all business. Exactly. A siren song is meant to awaken one's deepest desires, after all. Yuzin didn't need to hear more. That's enough. You two, get behind me and protect her. He gets ready for the main event, the exorcism. When I break the seal and the sword is halfway out, you sing. This sword, by the way, was the one Yuzuru gave him. Originally, this thing was a treasure meant to separate body and soul, but But after sealing a demon and getting used in combat by Yusin, it seems it picked up a nasty curse, a vengeful spirit living inside. His opponent sees the weird move and just freezes. What is he doing? Oh, this was 100% on purpose. He takes a deep breath and yanks the sword from its sheath. The feeling? Absolutely disgusting. Fueled by Yin's own rage, the spirit in the sword shoots out. It does a quick loop and slams right back into the curse mark on his chest. Thichi Luen covers her mouth, trying not to gasp. Even X and Mew were stunned by how insanely reckless he was being. And just like that, Yusin collapses like a puppet with its strings cut. The spirit dives in, taking complete control of his body. The corner of Yusin's mouth curls up in a super creepy way. Well, he tilts his head, giggling. Let's play. Yin's speed suddenly goes off the charts. Hide and seek, his opponent flinches, swinging wildly in defense. His reflexes are lightning fast, blocking her attack with his sword. How could he possibly be attacking his own allies? And then it clicks for Thichi Luen. She finally gets what Yin was really planning. Her powers were working. To get rid of the curse messing with his body and soul, he used an even stronger spirit to override it. She figures it out he's fighting fire with fire. His two followers hear this and freak out. This is no time to just sit there. They're panicking over Yin's condition. Sing! Hurry, before he's completely swallowed by it. The seal on his chest was already starting to close. All right, Thichi Luen forces a smile, clasping her hands together. The demon's power was immense, so she could only create a tiny opening. But to her, he was still in the savable zone. But for Master Yin, a tiny opening was all he needed. A sweet, gentle song begins to rise in the quiet night. The music weaves through the air, reaching Yin's ears. His own soul recovers, fighting back for control. The sword's vengeful flame sputters out, falling to ash. The dark influence is finally being forced out of Yin's body. Bit by bit, his own consciousness wrestles back control, but a final wisp of black flame clings to his sword arm, making one last, desperate move to stab him in the heart. It aimed right for his strongest point of Yin's soul. Luckily, he got his hand up just in time to block. He managed to wrestle the rogue spirit into submission before it could go wild. X and Mew threw up a shield to protect Thichi Luen behind them. She was perfectly safe to start singing and control the spirit. Meanwhile, Yusin strained to throw the sword to the ground. He quickly pulls a black cloth from his pocket and in a flash, wraps it tightly around his arm. In just a few short minutes, the remnant was sealed directly into Yusin's arm. Who knew the black flame dragon in his left arm was still having an emo phase? But now, he's not even scared of losing control. He just tells Thichi Luen to keep singing. And she just obeys, not a single protest. Yes, sir. Her voice melts into the air without a single hitch. All the clones are forced back into their real forms. Seeing this, SV knows the situation's gone south. Levip, fall back! They immediately turn tail and run, abandoning their doppelgangers. But Yusin isn't having any of that. He gives chase instantly. And where do you think you're going? However, one of them pulls out a small fan, and blue flames erupt, signaling an imminent attack. With no time to dodge, he hastily throws his arm up to block. Damn it, that idiot. And right on cue, a massive explosion kicks up a huge cloud of smoke. Zwei had already put some distance between them. Suddenly, something sharp slices through the air, blocking their escape route. It's none other than Yusin's sword. He calmly gives it a command. Divine weapon. The sword zips back to him, unleashing a series of soul-echoing slashes. The two escapees immediately collapse, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Hey now, when did Yusin get the fan back from their clone? You really think just anyone can use a treasure like this? Let's rewind the clock a few minutes. The moment that fan activated, Yusin moved to block it, but from his vantage point, he could see his entire team was struggling, completely surrounded. Seeing this, he clicks his tongue in annoyance. His mind raced. In a split second, he summoned countless clones of his own. The clones rained down, completely swamping the guy holding the fan. Just then, the fan activated, erupting in a blinding light. But the explosion was seriously weakened, thanks to the shield of Yusin's clones. And that gave him the perfect opening. In just a few leaps, he snatched the fan back, leaving Shich and Mew to carry out their part of the mission. Thichi Luen, safely protected at the rear, watched with a huge, radiant smile on her face. Back in the present, just as he takes down Shi, Yusin gets the fan back in his hand, but the fan is vibrating furiously, clearly showing its displeasure. Yusin actually has to calm it down. Okay, alright, I won't let you slip away again, I'm sorry. He barely finishes his sentence when the thing inside the black cloth starts protesting. This remnant spirit is not happy, not one bit. The second it realized it was separated from Thichi Luen, it went berserk. Yusin knows this is just a temporary solution. He's using his own energy to seal it, but that's not going to last long. His gaze shifts to his sword, stuck in the ground far away. Still, by leaving a fragment of his will on the person with the black mark, it seems to be slowly exercising them. An idea starts to brew in his mind. If I use this, But before he can finish, SV screams a warning. Levi's movements are strange. Sure enough, Levibi's body is too heavy to move. There's no black mark on her, so what's wrong? She clicks her tongue and raises a finger. Seriously, her power just surges, wrapping around them both. In seconds, it forms a pair of wings on his back. He crouches down, giving her a platform. Levibi leaps onto his back, carrying SV as they try to escape into the sky. In his current state, Yusin can't possibly chase them, but he recognizes this kind of power. Of course, that dark poison god from before must have unleashed its remaining energy as a curse when it died. Yusin takes a few steps forward and grabs his sword from the ground. He doesn't know who the curse is targeting, but he refuses to let them escape. 9 heavens responding. Thunder Purity Treasure Manifestation. It's a huge gamble, but one worth taking. The incantation forms a bow of energy with his sword as the arrow. His hand lightly grips the hilt, adjusting his aim. Once the final chant is spoken, Yusin lets go. Spirit world, release all grudges. The sword streaks through the air, faster than Levibi can fly. Svai roars in defiance. Don't interfere! Her curse shoots out, trying to stop the blade. In an instant, the shadow forms a hand and grabs the sword. Yusin just scowls at their little interruption. Seriously? With a simple flick of his wrist, he makes the sword shatter the shadowy grip. The blade hurtles forward, piercing straight through Levibi's chest. Lightning erupts, tearing through both of their bodies. This time, there's no escape as they plummet from the sky. Both of them are electrocuted, unable to move. A final aftershock ripples through Levibi's body. Seeing this, SV screams, reaching out a desperate hand. No, don't go! But she's powerless to stop him from disappearing. No! In a flash, his body turns to dust right before SV's eyes. A giant skull emerges from Levibi's ashes. Immediately, a black shadow envelops it, morphing into a human form that turns to look at Yusin. The remnant spirit squints its eyes, a terrifying grin on its face. It even gives him a cheerful, enthusiastic wave. Big brother, let's play again sometime. Yusin finally collapses backward in relief. At least he managed to solve this one himself. At the same time, he can't help but feel a little lucky. Good thing it wasn't one of those Tam types who just eat strong opponents to level up. This whole experience was a huge shock to Yusin. Honestly, he was worried. What if Agu hadn't been caught in the curse and was still here? Good thing he tagged along. Just then, the other 3 rush over, calling for Lord Yusin. Yusin snaps back to reality, looking at SV, while she's just staring blankly where her loved one vanished. Lev doesn't hesitate for a second, whipping out a green rope that instantly ties SV up tight. Talk about a first catching a dark poison god alive. But then, the dark remnant wrapped in that cloth starts squirming, desperate to escape. And this time, it's way more powerful. This black flame dragon. Oh look, Tichi Luan cheerfully pulls Yusin closer. Lord Yusin, just lean on my arm. A song finally breaks the tension, soothing the black flames. Yusin looks totally wrecked, pale and exhausted from using the ship's special platform. His energy is just tanking. The other 2 get the memo and start tightening the ropes on their prisoner. We'll take shifts. Seeing this, Yusin lets out a tiny sigh of relief. Good, with 2 of you, we can hold out longer. Perfect. The tense showdown finally ends with a little bit of laughter. Thanks, Tichi Luan. No biggie. He finally gets to stretch a bit while they haul her off for questioning. Meanwhile, in some hazy purple dimension, a pale Jin Yam is desperately pulling on someone's sleeve. It's Hina, and Hina is shooting another person an absolute death glare. Go. You're always running away because you can't handle the burden of the black tortoise. Her eyes are ice cold, not a single drop of sympathy. Fine, then I'll do it myself. Go. You stands there opposite her, lips sealed shut. And yeah, everyone around them is looking pretty skeptical. What's this? Isn't Go supposed to be the family's chosen one? But Hina is absolutely sure about the family head's real nature. Right, the old man has a soft spot for the half-blood grandchild who can't even handle snakes better than a little kid. But of course, there's always a loophole. If someone performs all 28 rituals for the black tortoise, the family head has to recognize them. She starts explaining this weird rule about who is truly essential for the family. After a long beat, Go finally speaks. Mother, I'm giving up the ritual. I don't want it, not Demon King, not family head. His siblings just stare, shocked. The 28 rituals are for gathering the power of all 4 gods. You can't just do it for the black tortoise. Hina just tilts her head. What's the problem? I literally prophesied the ambush to catch that demon, you know. He looks super uncomfortable, trying to explain himself. If we got the prophecy beforehand, there would be no attack. If the future is already set in stone because of some prophecy, she cuts him off, cold as ice. Still a coward, huh? Ouch. Go. Hina admits he has a point. True, in a fixed future, the black tortoise's power alone might not be enough. But then she drops a bombshell. But what if the current Demon King becomes the wild card? Jin-Yo totally freaks out, trying to stop her. Hina leans down, calmly reassuring him. Jin-Yom, don't worry. Even if he's on his way out, he's still the strongest of this generation. She knows exactly how powerful the Demon King really is. If he had actually stepped in, the Dark Poison God would have failed. Jin Yum hesitates. But Giran did nothing while 3 of the 4 gods were attacked. No, it's way worse than that, Giran. Then he drops the insane truth. The moment he became the Demon King, he vanished. That one sentence leaves everyone in the room stunned. Hearing this, someone starts connecting the dots. So no one even knows if Giran is still in the capital. For real, since he took the throne, there hasn't been a single update on his whereabouts. The others all start chiming in. Then let's just go check if he's there. Being this much of a ghost means he's probably rejected every single visitor. Hina agrees completely with that idea. That's right, Giran hasn't seen anyone since his coronation. And then, a dramatic pause. Until recently, Jin Yomo's eyes go wide with absolute shock. He actually accepted an audience? She pulls out a letter as proof. But there's a catch. They said they'll grant a meeting, but only if we bring the current generation's 4 directional gods. Goyu cautiously raises his hand. Hold on, this is sketchy. How do we know the king himself sent this? But Hina points out something special. The letter has a powdered seal made from Giran's horn, confirmed by the sages. The white-haired girl still doesn't buy it now. It sounds even more suspicious. Jin Yom starts complaining immediately. I was planning on just laying low. His younger brother sees this and nervously calls out his name. But he knows he can't skip this one. I have to go at least once. Sorry, Dua, but he knows his own status. I am one of the demons who founded the Demon King system. Jin Yom himself served a Demon King to clean up the world when the Dark Poison gods rebelled. They decided to make the strongest person king. Things are too chaotic for him to stay hidden now, especially if the Dark Poison God is strong enough to try and topple the whole system. And just like that, Jin Yam's voice turns dark and completely unpredictable. Guess it's time to call the old gang. Elsewhere, a sliding door creaks open, shattering the dead silence. A figure stands in the doorway, letting the moonlight flood the room, and offers some interesting praise to the person inside. You're so easy to understand. Bai Hung grins, holding up a small red object. Thanks for cooperating with the 4 cardinal gods summoning. Bai Hung's cocky voice echoes in the empty chamber. You know, I'm not really one for prophecies or visions, that kind of thing. He casually admits his own terrible luck. The heavens have always hated me, after all. That little red thing in his hand? Yeah, that's the horn of a demon king. But I'm curious, what does a prophet who foretold the saintly king think of me? Bai Hung just keeps rambling, not a shred of respect in his voice. I'm next in line to become the demon king. You know. So, could it be that I'm the saintly king you prophesied? He flashes a wicked grin. Not that I'm planning on being some goody two-shoes king, but if you were born just for me, well, I'd be more than happy to play along. Bai Hung slowly approaches, placing a hand on the demon king's throne. His voice practically drips with fake affection, especially if you killed Bion for me. And yet, through all this, the demon king hasn't said a single word. Not that he cares, he just keeps the one-man show going. When a demon becomes a demon king, they become the last one. If you hadn't shown up then, things could have gotten really messy. Bai Hung rubs the back of his neck, laughing it up. My life's been nothing but bad luck. I thought I'd lose this chance too, but you stopped him, which made me think, do you like me? And with that, the room plunges back into a super awkward silence. Bai Hung, flustered, quickly turns to leave. Right, well, I'll just hide for a bit, a little surprise gift until the 4 cardinal gods arrive. He barely takes a few steps before a voice cuts through the air. You seem to have misunderstood something. And just like that, Bai Hung freezes. The Demon King slowly begins to explain what really happened. It's true. I fought with Bekon, the last one standing on the path to becoming Demon King. Every word hangs in the deathly quiet space. I do not kill needlessly. In the dead of night, suspicious things begin to move. A foot lands silently on the ground as Sunmi carefully spreads her wings, ready for the worst. A shattered shadow suddenly lunges, attacking Sion Hoa and Sunmi. The 2 of them have no idea what just hit them. So fast, they instinctively jump back as the golem controlled by Sion Hoa throws a massive punch. The huge fist smashes into the ground, completely shattering it, but their opponent is way too quick, dodging with ease. The shadow, Siu, even uses the golem's arm as a springboard. In an instant, he's upside down in midair, facing Sunmi. Her face goes pale, but before she can react, he zips right past her. Siu wasn't attacking them, he was after the bug-eyed wooden statue behind them. In a flash, the statue is smashed to smithereens. Sunmi lands gracefully in front of Sion Hoa. It wasn't us he was after, but the Jansung Guardian statue. Siu's mind isn't even clear. Kill, must kill. He immediately darts away, not even recognizing them. Sion Hoa quickly cuts her fingertip. Damn it, so fast, so messy. She quickly casts a spell on him. The purple butterfly wax curse of Jiao Du. The curse works instantly, forcing Siu to a dead stop. But holding him down is costing Sion Hoa a ton of energy, since it's clashing with another spell already on him. Following her movements, the golem also grabs a hold of Siu. She takes a long look at his entire body. A shadow technique? This is not simple at all. Clasping her hands, she resorts to her final option. If this doesn't work, I'll have to enter his mind myself. And just like that, her consciousness slips into the darkness of Siu's psyche. Inside, bizarre images repeat over and over. The heads of guardian statues are replaced with the melting faces of Siu's enemies. The images constantly repeat and shatter like broken glass. His bloodshot eyes are rolled back, streaming with tears. Surrounding him are shadows, all staring with tear-filled eyes. A smiling head rolls around at Siu's feet. Hands emerge from a mask, as if trying to drag him down. Bizarre creatures start crawling all around his mind. Siu's own face appears, upside down, smiling through the agony as tears from his upturned eyes fall onto his forehead. Sunmi frantically shakes Seonhwa, seeing that she's in a bad state. Hey, Hwara, Seonhwa, wake up! She's feeling all of Siu's pain. Seonhwa gags and manages to say, Siu, we have to pull him out of there now. Sunmi, stunned, doesn't understand. What? Her voice trembles. He's about to die. No, he plans on dying in there with the darkness. It seems the pain in Siu's mind is immense. He's being forced to witness his mother's death over and over. Seonhwa. Tears stream uncontrollably down her face as the voices of children echo in her mind. Mother. Her mother's death slowly returns to her own mind, triggered by this event. Memories from long ago begin to resurface. A younger Seonhwa, always smiling whenever she saw her mother. Her mom was a frail woman, always confined to a sickbed. Despite the pain, she struggles to sit up just to see her daughter, Seonhwa, as the little girl toddles over to check on her. Does it hurt today too? Seonmi gently strokes her daughter's cheek. I told you not to come in here, but the little one just pouts. But then a harsh, condescending voice cuts through the moment. Looks like that broken leg from last time finally healed. Huh? That familiar voice makes Seonhwa freeze up. Seonjae's eyes burn into the kid. Guess I'll have to break it 12 more times to teach you your place. Seonhwa bites her lip, swallowing hard in pure terror. Not daring to look at the woman, she bolts right out of the room. Seonmi is obviously not happy with how Seonjae just acted, but of course the woman just blames it all on Seonhwa. If you hadn't given birth to times that thing asterisk, would your body even be in this state? Meanwhile, a gloomy Seonhwa bumps right into someone outside. Seonhwa tumbles to the ground, rubbing her now aching head. But when she gets a good look at who she hit, her face goes pale. Seonhwa immediately bows her head, scrambling to apologize. I'm so sorry. The person in front of her is none other than her half-sister. Her sister, Se-hun, doesn't even spare her a glance and just keeps training. Yeah, the kid's used to this, so she quietly slips away. Seonhwa sneaks off into a hidden corner. Her little foxtail wags gently behind her back. Colorful flames dance around her, finally bringing a small smile to Seonhwa's face. I can do it too, but this whole scene is being secretly watched by Se-hun, who quietly clenches her fist. Unlike most Yokai who compete with their parents, her rival was a little different. Seonhwa's opponent was from her own generation. And that rival was, you guessed it, Se-hun. Se-hun had already secured the matriarchal clan's succession spot long before Seonhwa was even born, crushing tons of powerful opponents. However, the biggest problem showed up one day, and it was the niece who was supposed to be out of the running due to being born so weak. The second Seonhwa was born, she revealed her insane talent, posing the biggest threat Seonjae and her daughter had ever faced. She was a prodigy, the likes of which the Yokai world had never seen. By then, Se-hun was a full-grown adult, while Seonhwa was just a fox kid. But since they're only 200 years apart, they count as the same generation. The more the niece grew, the more anxious the mother became, afraid her own daughter would lose everything, so she went straight to the clan head. After thinking it over, the matriarch agreed to let them have a fair competition, and of course, a huge crowd showed up to watch. The two of them stand side by side, listening to the rules of the game. This place, guarded by the great demon-subduing emperor of the three realms, is the gateway to all three, the matriarch announced sternly. Your test is to find the gate leading to the celestial realm among them, and bring back a celestial peach, by any means necessary. She then turns and hints at the prize. By the way, the celestial peach can only be harvested once every 3,000 years. It has many uses, but it's famous for massively boosting one's life force. And just like that, Seonhwa's eyes lit up. The matriarch continued explaining the absolute mess of rules for this contest. Obviously, a Yokai can't just walk into the celestial realm, but the emperor guarding the gate can. So, we'll see whose charming arts are better. Bathed in the light from the gate, Seonhwa just bows her head in silence. But Se-hun glances over, her eyes full of suspicion. I'm the one who won against the previous generation and earned this spot fair and square. She was absolutely determined to win this competition. There is no way I'm going to lose. Meanwhile, Seonjae watches from the observation deck with a smug grin. Looks like she's already cooked up some nasty new scheme. Don't worry, my daughter. Mother will make it happen. In a quiet room, Se-hun narrows her eyes, thinking, finding the celestial gate should be easy. She scans the area, analyzing everything. The gate to the Yokai realm was just used for entry, so that one's out. Se-hun's gaze settles on the two remaining murky paths. Without a second of hesitation, she immediately leaps down into one of them. Standing before the gate, an overwhelming, bone-chilling cold washes over Se-hun. This place was terrifying and grim. The moment Seon-hwa jumped, the matriarch gave a slight nod. That's right, the path down to hell is the path that leads up to heaven. The gate to the celestial realm doesn't just open for anyone. You have to pass through Dao Yuan, where the gods live. To get there, you first have to go through the underworld, ruled by King Yama, before you can reach the realm ruled by the Western Queen Mother. However, if a normal Yokai or human sets foot in the underworld, their physical body immediately disintegrates. They're left as nothing but a soul, dragged before King Yama's court. Not a great vacation spot. To get the peach without dying, they have to use the gatekeeper. But even for a fox spirit, charming a literal god is impossible. So forget controlling him. Just blurring the great emperor's will, even for a second, would be considered a massive success. But after seeing Seon-hwa, the matriarch had some high hopes. But if it's that child, the most talented in the history of the Fox clan, just then Seon-jae speaks up. Se-hun, as the older sister, you go first. She immediately obeys. Yes, mother. Without hesitation, Se-hun offers a drop of her own blood, beginning the ancient fox magic. A blast of purple energy erupts, like a storm of violet butterflies. The demon-slaying great emperor feels the disturbance and stirs. He snaps his head around, his gaze locking onto the two sisters. Seeing the god move, the girl silently cheers it worked. But wait. The great emperor just tightens his grip on his weapon. He swings his blade with pure fury. A mere fox daring to play games with him? First strike. Suddenly, the emperor's massive blade comes crashing down. Seon-hwa spins around in shock, a pure reflex. He attacks without mercy, a five senses slash, forcing her to frantically leap back. It's not enough though, Seon-hwa is still hit by the attack. Seeing the wound, Se-hun is horrified. But I used the bewitching spell, then why didn't it work? The family head frowns, totally confused, but Seon-dae strokes her chin, a slow smile forming as she figures it out. Just as planned. A flashback hits before the test. She'd snuck into her mother's room. Good thing I coated the doorknob with this. Seon-dae smirks to herself. The herb, spirit grass incense, seems ordinary, but to divine beings like gods, its unique scent is impossible to miss. Once you've caught the attention of the demon-slaying great emperor, pulling off a sneaky bewitching spell is pretty much impossible. At that same moment, her tail materializes to shield her. Seon-hwa cries out, clutching her wounded and bleeding arm in agony. She glares at the great emperor, on high alert. No more words. He's already launching his second attack. Second strike! The emperor slams his blade into the ground, unleashing a shockwave. Thankfully, the family head grabs both sisters, getting them out by a hair's breadth. Her voice is ice. Stop the test. Retreat. The scene shifts to a meeting room, where Seon-dae is speaking with a serious tone. Surely the family head doesn't think success means we actually had to bring back the heavenly artifact, right? She smiles, laying it out. Bewitching the great emperor and stealing that artifact is something even their legendary founder couldn't do. Se-hun managing to make the emperor turn his head, even for a second, is an achievement that surpasses their founder. So, making her the successor is the right move. The family head, still lost, chimes in. But that other child didn't do anything at all. Seon-dae quickly suggests. To be fair, perhaps we should hold one more test. But suddenly, Seon-hwa speaks up, making a request of her own. There is no need for another test. I request that Lady Se-hun take the position of successor. Her words send an absolute shockwave through the room. A choked-up Se-hun can only whisper her sister's name, but Seon-hwa just looks serene, her faith unwavering. You are incredible, sister. You will definitely become a much better family head than I ever could. Seon-hwa's hands tremble as she clenches her fists. She announces her resolve to go train at the Gate of the Three Realms. After the meeting, Seon-dae heads back to her room. The moment she enters, a tired Seon-mi asks, Sister, how did the test go? Stroking her hair, she tearfully replies, The same as always. Hearing this, Seon-mi looks heartbroken. Is that so? Se-hun is such a good and gentle child. Then Seon-mi hesitates, but her next words infuriate Seon-dae. But, our Seon-hwa is the most brilliant child in this family's entire history. Seon-dae explodes with rage. Brilliant? In today's test, she wasn't even half as good as Se-hun. It's a total disgrace. The brutal criticism just keeps on coming. And you're no different. You never listen to your sister. You only cause trouble. You're such a disappointment. Her words are laced with venom. That little freak has made my life miserable since she was born. What's so wonderful about that? Hearing this, Seon-mi cries out, Sister! But Seon-dae gives a bitter warning. If you ever praise that monster in front of me again, I will never visit you again. In the warm, candlelit room, Seonmi anxiously grabs her sister's hand. She gently covers Seondae's legs with a blanket, after which Seondae slowly gets up and leaves. The second she steps out the door, she issues a firm command. Who? Take me to Seonhwa's room. Her subordinate reports respectfully. My lady, the young miss has not returned yet. Unhappy, she demands. What? Where could she be at this hour? Just then, Sehun appears to explain. Seonhwa went to the gate of the three realms. At this, Seonmi turns around, completely shocked. Sehun, she raises a hand, dismissing her subordinate without another word. Sehun bows her head slightly. I came to get you, mother. Seonmi replies frankly, your aunt is asleep. Just let her rest, it's always like this. Seonmi gets agitated. But Seonhwa is still at the gate of the three realms. She said she's giving up her succession to go train for a while. Seeing that look in her mother's eyes, Sehun holds up a hand to stop her. Are you planning to go out? She advises her firmly. If Auntie finds out you left, she will be furious. Don't cause more trouble. Please go rest. Hearing this, Seonmi just gives a weak smile. It's dangerous with this body, I know, but my daughter. She would come to me even if both her legs were broken. She looks up at the brilliant sky and smiles. Besides, it's a full moon tonight. Seonmi explains excitedly. I don't know why, but I feel lucky, like I can do anything. Hearing this, Sehun just furrows her brow, gives her mom a look, and lets out a long, helpless sigh. Then Sehun offers her something. She hands over a vial of medicine, explaining, Seonhwa left in such a hurry she didn't stop the bleeding. The woman took it, her voice cracking with emotion. Of course Sehun is a good kid. You're my adorable child. Thank you so much. Without hesitating, Seonmi zipped over to the location. She rushed into the room and carried her mother out of there. A piece of paper fluttered down and Hun snatched it out of the air. He read the note inside. Congratulations to our adorable future master. It hoped Seonhwa would rely on her in the future. A wave of guilt washed over her. Sehun just stared up at the bright purple moon. At the same time, inside the training hall, Seonhwa was getting completely overpowered. She focused, summoning a barrage of multicolored flames. In an instant, they all morphed into clones of Seonhwa. Witnessing this, the great demon emperor just scoffed in disgust. How ridiculous. All the clones unconsciously touched their own wounds. Then, all at once, they unleashed their unique demonic magic. But he just casually swung his blade as a warning. Give it up, Fox. She gritted her teeth, realizing she was running out of power. Just as things got critical, Seonmi appeared, blocking the attack. The great demon emperor slammed his weapon down. What a close call. Both mother and daughter escaped by the skin of their teeth. The mother panted, Seonhwa, you look even more pathetic than me today. Seonhwa cried out in worry. Mom! Her mother just looked totally confused. How did I even get here? Seonmi began to heal her, asking questions. Are you feeling down after tasting defeat for the first time? Seonhwa just shook her head glumly. It's not that. It's about my destiny. She hesitated to argue but then didn't. Instead, Seonhwa hugged her mom tight and whined. Okay, maybe a little. Yes. Her mother returned the hug with a soothing warmth. I know my child has extraordinary potential. Seonmi then started to explain. But right now, you're not strong enough to charm the gods. So, what do? Her mother offered up some serious life advice. The answer is to stop obsessing over charm magic. Find your own way, Seonhwa. Hearing this, she was just left confused. My own way? Seonhwa wondered aloud, totally lost. Seonmi gently stroked her hair, reassuring her, You'll find it. You're a miracle child. You're the will to change the world that I gave birth to. A memory flashed back. The moment I saw you, I knew there was nothing you couldn't do. She smiled, completely at peace. I have never once regretted it. Not for a single moment. Seonmi touched her cheek, revealing her thoughts. I just feel like I should have praised you so much more. The encouragement continued. You see, praise is the most important thing. They say praise can even make a whale dance, right? Someone who is praised won't want to break that trust, so they'll keep trying. Seonhwa still looked lost, so her mom explained. It might sound like pressure, but without the praise of others, you can lose yourself when your mind gets chaotic. That's why you have to hear lots of praise to understand your own value. It's how you keep your heart strong. So to understand yourself, you need other people. Use them as a mirror to see your own good points, and then nothing can shake you. When you're lost, when you're hurt, remember my praise. You are the will that will change this world. That's the kind of child you are. Her voice trembled as she gave her advice. Follow the path you're best at. Before losing consciousness, Seonmi whispered that every little thing she achieved deserved praise. A second later, she collapsed into her arms, terrifying Seonhwa. Her mom looked at Seonmi's exhausted breathing, and Seonhwa was filled with worry. She was stunned, completely speechless. Just then, her aunt burst in frantically. Finally, you're here! Seonhwa stuttered in confusion, Auntie? But her aunt just shoved her aside. Then the aunt, with a dark expression, lifted Sion Mi up. She glared back at Sion Hoa as if looking at an enemy. Without another word, she just walked straight ahead. Sion Hoa could only stare in shock at their retreating backs. After that, back at the clan, Sion Hoa was so worried about her collapsed mother that she forgot all about training. Meanwhile, she'd see Se Hun, but her angry aunt wouldn't leave the treatment room, so the days without seeing her mom just dragged on. Because of all this, Sion Hoa decided to set out and find answers herself. She thought to herself, "What am I best at?" Sion Hoa stared into the palm of her hand for a long time. She stood there silently for a few seconds. After thinking it through, Sion Hoa began to walk. She moved slowly forward. Once she reached her destination, she pulled out a stack of documents. The Great Demon Emperor saw her and asked, "So when exactly are you planning on going home?" She just kept reading and replied casually, "You really don't know when to quit, huh? He's not attacking right now, so let me study." While wandering the demon world for a solution, she had met Seon Mi, and through her, got some secrets of the human world from an old man in a sack. Among them, she focused on the part about humans controlling the power of gods. Finding her answer, Sion Hoa grinned to herself. This is it. She placed the book on the ground. Sion Hoa stood up, unfurling her many tails. At first there were 5 tails, but no matter what she tried, the conclusion was the same demonic power can't interfere with immortals. She pricked her finger for a drop of blood, but demons can't control spirit energy. So, she decided to create a different technique with a similar function. Then she focused and chanted the spell. The offering is a jewel, the master is a fox. My unique art, the fox marble. Instantly, an orb covered in ancient text appeared, offering her blood to shatter the very will of the heavens. The great demon-subduing emperor saw this and was totally shocked, completely freaking out. What? Wait a second. In a flash, Sion Hua sprouted 7 more tails. She began a solemn chant. Answer the call that defies the god of fate. Sion Hua pointed to the sky, commanding the great emperor. She roared out her command, descend. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light engulfed the great demon-subduing emperor. Sion Hua nervously looked back and asked, did it work? He was completely silent. After a closer look, she instinctively took a step back. Sion Hua cautiously tiptoed towards the gate. Gathering her courage, she took a deep breath. This was her chance. Sion Hua turned and barked her command, open the gates to paradise and bring back the immortal treasure. Just then, the great emperor turned around. She immediately jumped into a fighting stance, on high alert. But he simply obeyed, slowly moving forward. A second later, the great emperor transformed into a tiny, adorable form. He swung his sword to open the gate, and an inner door immediately popped open. The pudgy little emperor waddled inside all by himself. Witnessing this, Sion Hua was stunned, so you can only enter as a spirit? Inside, he just kept on walking straight ahead. Seeing him pass by, the man on the throne was shocked. He asked, confused, Great Emperor, aren't you supposed to be guarding the gate? Where are you going? After finding the right spot, he ducked down and reverted to his original form. The Great Emperor flew down to the mountain below. Outside, Sion Hua pieced it together so summoning a god in a human-like form was the real trick. This was the first time the Emperor himself had ever entered. Just then, the door swung open, and the spirit form Emperor handed her the sacred fruit. As soon as she took it, Sion Hua was overjoyed with this. She could save her mother. The words barely left her lips when the room began to shake violently. The door suddenly burst wide open. A giant hand radiating terrifying pressure appeared as a voice boomed. Which little rat dares to steal the immortal treasure? The hand snatched the great emperor. Seeing this, she frantically flipped open her book. But the Queen Mother of the West was already peering through the crack in the door, calling out, Fox Spirit, did you just use your demonic body to bind the great emperor? How? Sion Hua instantly realized who she was up against, the Queen Mother of the West. She pressed on with her questions. This is the first time anyone has stolen the treasure. What do you need it for? She nervously swallowed. Sion Hua relented, slowly sinking to her knees. She'd already offered her fox bead to make a pact with the great emperor. She had no demonic power left. Besides, the Queen Mother was on a level she couldn't even touch. She looked up and explained her reason. I want to give it to my sick mother. Hearing this, the Queen Mother's expression softened as she reached out a hand. Such a devoted daughter. Your talent is truly exceptional. The Queen Mother made an offer. If you put it down and go back now, I, as the Master of the Heavens, will take the blame for failing to guard the treasure. But then, she added a chillingly sharp threat. But if there is so much as a single scratch on that treasure, I probably won't let you leave here alive. Sion Hua could only stammer, I'm sorry. Unfurling all 9 of her tails, she made a break for it and vanished. Sion Hua sprinted through the pouring rain, her heart overflowing with pure happiness. I did it. But just as Sion Hua was smiling ear to ear, she stopped dead at the gate, and her smile slowly faded away. Sion Hua stared blankly inside, her eyes becoming vacant. Seeing all the people gathered for a funeral, she was completely bewildered. She hesitated, wondering, Whose is it? Her feet felt like lead as she moved forward. It can't be, right? The moment she saw the wooden coffin, her heart shattered. No, faced with the brutal truth, the moment she saw that person's back, she had to recognize them, no matter how much she hated it. Seonhwa staggered her way inside. Me and my aunt, the woman who always wanted me gone. What a cruel twist of fate. Just then, Sionda turned, sobbing. Seeing those eyes, her tears felt like my own. In the cold, dark night, the rain fell without end. She looked down at the grave, a cold mound of fresh earth. Seonhwa clenched her fist. That's right, that's my mother. Right then, thunder cracked and the sky ripped open. Two giant hands tore the heavens apart as the Queen Mother roared, "Find the immortal treasure!" The family head was stunned. The Queen Mother stared at her, astonished. Did Seonhwa really bring the immortal treasure back? But seeing her lifeless eyes, the head of the house sighed with regret. The little one just couldn't wait any longer. Seonhwa understood. She commanded, "Summon the great demon, subduing emperor, possess me." She then emotionlessly held out the treasure. "Mother goddess of the heavens, I apologize for my offense." Seonhwa offered it with both hands, filled with deep remorse. "I will return the immortal treasure. I am prepared to accept any punishment." Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West was stunned. She gently accepts the peach, and immediately, a choked sob escapes her. But a soul that dies is sent straight to the underworld, right? My mother's soul has already moved on through the wheel of reincarnation. Exi Hoa begs through her sobs, "Just once, please, just one more time. Can't I see my mother again?" She clutches her chest, drowning in regret, wasting decades chasing immortality when she could have been by her mother's side. Zi Hoa rages against her cruel fate. "Is our bond meant to end so empty?" She screams in total desperation. "What is so precious that you have to guard it? What was it even born for? All that time spent shrouded in darkness. And for what? It could never be used at the right moment. Was it just made to kill time in an empty void?" That's when she dropped a lesson on the pointless heavenly path it was on. For 3,000 years, all the things that became its fuel created it, and finally, a flower bloomed. Another 3,000 years passed, following the path of the petals, and countless fruits were born. Then 3,000 more, but only one true fruit remained at the very end of this cosmic chain. The path of immortals itself, displaying the very virtue that the heavens had cultivated. The Queen Mother of the West laid it all out. This thing was packed with noble power, not meant for any one person. She pointed a comforting hand, but as a mother goddess, she knew the maiden's tragedy was truly endless. A single drop of blood fell. The Queen Mother offered a gift, a fruit, knowing it could never truly fill that void. As the blood condensed into an orb, she gave one simple instruction: go and form a bond of destiny. The Queen Mother taught her a new truth: every single footstep we take forges our fate. And as everything wrapped up, the rain just kept pouring from the sky. Si-hyun spotted her walking by and couldn't help but call out, "Seonhwa, where are you off to now? The family head already chose you to represent us at the rites." Hearing this, Seonhwa just gave a heavy sigh and shot back, "I'm not the successor, so does it really matter if I'm the representative?" "What?" Si-hyun finally let her feelings out. "The day you got hurt because of me, that position I believed was mine, for the first time, felt like it belonged to someone else. Hearing you say you didn't want the succession, I just learned to accept my place." She bit her lip, holding back tears. "But after seeing the power you just showed me today, I still have zero desire for that position." Seiyun's hands trembled as she clenched her fists. She trailed off, waiting for a reply. But Seonhwa just turned and walked away, remembering her mother's words. "Mom used to say my will was strong enough to change the world, but that so-called pride vanished the moment I lost her. So I just quietly kept doing what I was good at, just like she told me to." Time passed, and now, here she was, absolutely wrecking some giant frog monster. Sunmi cheered with pure excitement. "Seonhwa, you're amazing." And just like that, when my numb robotic actions earned praise once again, I realized I still had some love for this life. It's funny when people get complimented, they just want to keep doing that thing. Meanwhile, Siu was struggling and muttering, "Must kill." A shock of white hair sprouted from his head as he growled, "I have to kill." Siu tried to fight his way out of the great demon subduing emperor's palm, but the second the big guy looked away, he made a break for it. Siu booked it, running as fast as he could. He blew right past Seonhwa. Seeing things were getting dicey, Sunmi activated her inherent skill, Yao Art. She fired a volley of glowing golden crow arrows straight at him. Siu's eyes caught the attack, and he instantly pivoted on his heel, changing direction. Without a second thought, Siu charged straight for her. In the heat of the moment, Sunmi screamed, "Seonhwa, watch out!" But she just stood there, completely unfazed, and sized up her opponent. "I'm not a fan of the fact that you, a demon, hate to fight. But because you're that way, you haven't tried to just kill us all instantly." Seonhwa's voice was firm, certain. "Yep, That's exactly the kind of person I see in front of me. He turned at her words, but she just stared right through him, pressing on. Who you think you are and how other people see you are two totally different things. Sion Ha offered some encouragement. You're not the monster you think you are. She wiped a streak of blood from her cheek and spoke the truth. I know, because I've seen the path you've walked. Sion Hua drew a circle in the air, making an offer. Don't lock yourself away in that shell you've built. Step out of it, and I'll praise you for it. Nine-tailed spirit fox-art golden crow. At that very moment, in a distant mansion, Go Yu's group was cautiously stepping inside. Wan's eyes darted around curiously. Is this really the royal city? Why is it so gloomy? There's not a single official in sight. Jin Yom mulled it over. The Kirin are born solitary. They have no clan. Mira chimed in. On high alert. It's been dead silent this whole time, probably because there are no subordinates. She confirmed seriously. Only the four directional gods are allowed entry. As they entered the main hall, they came face to face with the Demon King. Hina didn't hesitate for a second, dropping to her knees to greet his majesty. He cut right to the chase. You said you wanted to review the 28 mansions? Goyu looked up and nodded. That's right. The Demon King thought it over for a long moment. That's when Hina laid out the whole situation. Some wild demon has been attacking 3 of the 4 directional god clans and is about to target the Black Tortoise next. So the Black Tortoise wants to see the attack beforehand to counter it and catch the demon, and for that, they need the Demon King's power. Hearing this, he raised a skeptical eyebrow. But isn't the prophecy's content a bit odd? The Demon King broke it down clearly. The more you divine the future, the more set in stone it becomes. If you're truly fated to be attacked, you can't avoid it. Seems to me the 4 gods aren't exactly united on this plan. He threw out a bold idea. Instead of that, why not just prophesize about the demon itself? Hina's face soured, clearly not a fan of that suggestion. Jinyum quickly jumped in with a hidden meaning. If that's the case, then I want to prophesize about the new Demon King. He stood up, making a bold declaration right in front of the Kirin, the very creature that heralds the arrival of a holy king. I have no interest in seeing the demon's future, Jinyom stated, changing the entire game. Your Majesty's influence should be focused on the Demon King. The Demon King watched this unfold, then pushed himself up with one hand, and slowly, deliberately, began to walk down from his throne. Sensing the rising tension, he gives a sharp command. Hina, fall back. She bows her head and obeys without question. As you command. But watching Hina retreat, Guy feels a nod of suspicion. He warily scans his surroundings. Just then, Jin Yom's voice booms. Everyone, rise, we will cast the 28 mansions for the Demon King's future. Wan W immediately asks his father, what are you planning? He announces it plainly in the art of divination. Whoever makes the first move has the advantage. Jin Yomo makes a firm promise. I will lead the way. For once, just trust me and follow. Goyu remains silent, his eyes darting to the side. And then, the Demon King makes his move towards them. But appearing from nowhere, Hina suddenly cuts him off. She forces a smile. Here to bless the Holy Sovereign's future? He replies with a casual. That's right. Hina's response? A cold, hard no. She says it loud and clear. I refuse. The moment she speaks, demonic power erupts from both of them. An innate demonic art. The Demon King is shocked, caught completely off guard. In an instant, razor-sharp ice spears burst from the ground. Hina delivers her judgment. A Demon King who betrays the demon world is a Demon King we no longer need. A dark aura bleeds from the ice, and at that exact moment, Chidu charges in. Gyu screams in pure panic, Mother! Seeing this, Jin Yom snaps, Focus! Hina is buying us time. We have to finish this now. Jin Yom closes his eyes, pouring everything into the ritual. A second later, his eyes fly open, blazing with power. He raises his hand, unleashing the 4 symbols formation. All the while, the Demon King's horn just keeps growing longer. It morphs into a massive horn, his innate art, scale horn. He smashes it into the barrier, and in a flash, the shield cracks and shatters. The Demon King must vanish. Chidu roars viciously, lunging forward to tear Hina apart. Bai Hu leans arrogantly on the Demon King's shoulder. You know, on that point, you and I actually agree. He casually reveals, when you suddenly told me to divine my own future, I thought, hold on, is this a surprise attack? But then I figured, instead of blocking a prophecy, it's smarter to waste the chance on a meaningless one. Meanwhile, Jin Yum is still deep in the ritual. Stellar officials of the 28 mansions descend upon this altar, illuminate the truth of the heavens. Go grinds his teeth, unable to stop his demonic power from being drained. Wang is shocked. How can another demon interfere with the constellations of the 4 gods? Jin Yom explains it clearly. The 4 perils create an opening, and the Qilin hijacks the energy flow to summon the stars. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from inside the formation. Bai Hyung shouts like a madman, I plan to become the new Demon King and end this line for good. Divining a bright future for him crosses the line. Hina warns him. Have you forgotten the prophecy? The last demon king means the end of all demons. His ambition is terrifyingly clear. Of course not. I'll become the demon king, let chaos swallow the world, and become one of the four perils myself. Bai Hyung smirks, finishing his brilliant plan, and that's how the demons will finally meet their end. Before he can even finish, the demon king jolts, his eyes glowing. He channels a message. The new demon king is a two-horned demon. One who is half will lose to one who is whole, and two united will defeat one. Hearing that last part, Bi Hyung's face turns absolutely foul. He grinds his teeth in pure rage. Bi Hyung spins around, grabbing the demon king. Didn't we agree to avoid prophecies about the king? So why would you pull a stunt like that? His grip tightens, offering zero mercy. Next, Bai Hyu asks with suspicion, "This two-horned demon, are you talking about Baikon?" He roars menacingly, "Answer me!" But the king just stays calm, not saying a single word. And seeing this, it all clicks for Hina. So the king has been acting this entire time just to trap a demon? She mutters, frowning as she glances aside. But watching the four of them struggle together, Hina tears up. So what if he was? And just then, the demon king finally speaks. Because of the loneliness that comes from not belonging anywhere, he cracks his knuckles. So you'd manipulate people just to feel connected to someone? Hearing this, Bai Hu is absolutely furious. What did you say? At that exact moment, a fist appears right in front of his face. Bai Hyung reacts in a flash, blocking the blow. He then slowly begins to back away. Model. Suddenly, Bai Hyung freezes mid-step. He can't move. He's just standing there, totally bewildered. While he's busy rebooting, the Demon King stabs him straight through the chest. Bai Hyung's face goes pale as he coughs up blood. But before he can even think about retaliating, his opponent keeps up the brutal assault. The Demon King just slams Bai Hyung to the ground. Hard. Looking up, seething, Bai Hyung sees that smug look and realizes he's been played. The king faked channeling the four-directional god's power right into the constellation. But really, he used that energy to disrupt the ground itself, killing the attack at its roots. Bai Hyung smirks. Not bad. But the Demon King? Not impressed. You've lived for so long, spent all that time, and the only thing you've learned is how to flex your power? What a bunch of simple-minded fools. He calls them cowards, using violence to soothe their endless loneliness. Now that's what he calls a real monster. And then he starts ranting about their whole brutal cycle of history. Every 666 years, they bow down to some crazy, random political shift, serving only the logic of power. And look where it got them. The Demon King declares war. So, as this generation's ruler, he's made a decision. He cuts the final thread. I will end this savage system based only on might. Flashing back 666 years before he took the throne to the end of the Goryeo dynasty, absolute monarchy was still all the rage. So by 1948, when the Republic of Korea was founded, the demon and human worlds had to be separated. Give humans time to stand on their own. Back in the present, the Demon King raises a hand. And now, he declares, it's time for the demon world to change. He aims his palm at the four of them. Then the Demon King decisively clenches it shut. Instantly, Jin Yom feels something is terribly wrong and freezes. He loses his balance and just faceplants onto the ground. The others? Yeah, same story. After everyone's knocked out, he announces the next Demon King will become a necessary evil. He turns and gets right up in Bai Hung's face. The Demon King whispers, my elite troops will be here soon. The second he finishes, the pearl inside Bai Hung's body pops right out. Seeing it fly towards the king, Bai Hung is stunned. What is that? In a flash, the pearl vibrates, then morphs into a tiny hourglass, before zipping right back inside him. The Demon King opens his mouth to say more, but Chidu is a step ahead, snatching Bai Hung and booking it. The creature glances back in terror, only to see the king looking at it like a boring old toy. In seconds, Chi-Du sinks into the ground. Just then, Jin Yam speaks up. Abolish the Demon King system? He scoffs. Are you really that naive? You think demons will understand your deep, profound meaning? You have to force the strong to lead the pack. Make them responsible for the weak. That's the only way the demon world keeps its order. And so, in the name of protection, you stole the bodies of the weak and took their lives? The Demon King couldn't care less. He stands before him and states the change has already begun from the bottom up. He delivers the final verdict. To stop the new era, old relics like you are totally unnecessary. Meanwhile, outside the forest, the crickets are chirping peacefully. Suddenly, a flash of light hits the tranquil night scene. From above, Sun Mi rains down a barrage of darts. A fireball is about to crash down on Siu's head. Lion Game, Chapter 7. He immediately scrambles to dodge. Siu dodges left, then right, with expert moves. Lion Dance, the opening act. Watching this, Seonhwa is exhausted. Because of the human world's limits, even with all 9 tails out, summoning the Queen Mother's true form is too much. She frowns, deciding to go all out. And with that, Seonhwa recalls the Great Emperor subjugation. a move that stuns both Siu and Sun Mi. A second later, the Queen Mother flickers into existence behind the clouds. Without hesitation, she directly orders the summoning of the nine-spirited vermilion-haired lion. As she speaks, she summons forth spirits. Xianhua points at the boy, and all the spirits get the message, aiming their weapons at Siu. She commands with authority, "Shattered disciples sorrow," and right on cue the arrows rain down. They block him off, surrounding Siu in a perfect circle. With no escape, the spirits dive in, targeting him directly. They drive their weapons into him, making Siu scream out in absolute agony. The spirits just keep stabbing, over and over. Once they figure that's enough, they pull back. The spirits yank their weapons out of Siu's body as Sun Mi gently lands on the ground. Seeing the scene before her, she claps a hand over her mouth in horror. In a pool of blood lie the bodies of Siu and Dao, both completely unconscious. The spirits quickly lift him out. Xianhua rushes over, anxiously checking his condition. "Siu, his body is in worse shape than I thought." She reveals the truth. He's only holding on because he's a parasite on that demon energy-filled dark poison god. Terrified, San Mi clutches her. Xianhua, his demon energy. She calms her down and suggests a plan. "It's okay. For now, let's get him to the demon world to absorb some energy." Just then, Bai Heng suddenly signals Chidu. The creature obeys, leaping right at them. Xianhua is so shocked she can't even speak. But it's too late. He's already in front of Siu. Without a word, Bai Heng shoves his hand straight through the boy's body. Seeing this, she goes pale with shock. Xianhua stares, horrified, as Siu coughs up blood. "Since when?" Bai Heng pulls the pearl from his body. 2 wins to 1. He remembers the Demon King's words from before, and the one who is incomplete can be made whole. After getting what he came for, Bai Heng carelessly tosses Siu aside. He scoffs with a frown. "So this is our fate in the end, huh?" Not about to let Bai Heng get his way, the Queen Mother reaches out. Jade Emperor's heavenly punishment, but Chidu flies up to block the attack for him. Instantly, they both dive into the ground. Her hand closes on empty air. Sun Mi collapses to her knees in terror. She stares at the mess with tears in her eyes. What just happened? With trembling legs, Xianhua stumbled toward the pool of blood. She stared in horror at the body. No, it couldn't be, right? Her entire body was shaking now as she clutched a hand to her chest. Xianhua gasped for air, repeating the same words over and over. "You're not dead, are you?" The scene cuts to a wrecked room. Just then, a phone rings. A hand reaches out to silence it, only for citywide sirens to start blaring, warning that the second defense line is about to collapse. The battle zone is expanding. All civilians near monster sightings must immediately move to the designated shelters. 3 years later, the scene shifts to a warm, sunny mountain, Gyeomgang-san. A confused young man looks around, thinking, is this really the spot? 20-year-old Kim Yushin wearily runs a hand through his hair. He rushed over here right after a meeting. He didn't even have time to change clothes, and if this was another dead end. But Jirian cheerfully reports, "I already checked with my true sight. This is definitely the place. I was just too scared to get any closer." He sighed, loosening his tie. How long had it been since he'd seen that guy? As they arrived, she pointed excitedly toward a cave. Right on cue, Jirian started cheering. "Go on, you got this." Yushin hesitated as he walked. Was this place really hidden just because it faced North Korea? He noted the cold, certain the guy was still alive, but his mind flashed back 3 years ago. Hyunmu's brother was taken by a shadow demon named Irene, and now he talks to himself every single night. He talks about the coffee and games his brother used to love, rambling on about how precious it was to have him around. It was through these constant affirmations that Go Eugene had an idea, and reached his hand toward the darkness. The moment his hand touched the glass, it was as if he helped him find the very soul of the brother he thought was gone forever. Yushin and his master had studied a unique spell based on that event, and came all this way just to wake him up. Back in the present, he pulls out a talisman. Long time no see. Seeing a girl clutching a piece of cloth, Yushin's voice turns gentle. "Xiao Huai." She flinches, terrified, and tries to push him away, but he's quick, whipping out a fan. Realizing Xiao Huai passed right through him, Yushin identified 2 wind points leading to the Taisu realm. He glanced back, deep in thought. With that shift, another wind point opened to the spirit awareness realm. Without hesitating, he slapped the talisman right onto Xiao Huai's head. "Soul, return to your destiny." Yushin pleaded with a smile. "Please, light the lamp and find the soul that was lost." Instantly, a flower lantern lit up. He then explained his philosophy that the lamp is a mirror, reflecting your own face through the image of another. It's composed of crystallized memories, born from the self-affirmation that this is who I am. The only way to find someone who's lost themselves is to reawaken the truth of their past. Seeing she'd returned, Yushin knelt down. "Welcome back." She looked completely dazed, as if waking from a long dream. She saw his beaming face, and Xiao Huai glanced around in total confusion. What is going on? Yushin just scratched his head awkwardly. About that. He hesitated, starting with the basics. First off, it's the year 2028. Jirion curiously leaned in, asking, "So, is it all done?" Yushin began to recount the past. 3 years ago, after catching and interrogating the shadow demon, they learned something big, and with that, the true origin of the disaster was finally revealed. Shadow demons are a natural phenomenon born from desire, but the four perils, which use them as a base, are man-made catastrophes, created after countless attempts. Among them, Chiangqi, a being who harms the good and encourages the wicked, managed to tempt a guy named Bihyung. Bihyung was a half-human, half-demon time bomb, the perfect weapon to destroy the four cardinal gods and lay the foundation for true chaos. But before he could gather enough shadow demons for his little project, he was destroyed by other monsters and their affairs. Back then, right before the Demon King was supposed to return, something came from the desires of Bihyung, who knew Manchoi was planning a Hwarang revival. Qi directly extracted and refined those desires, creating the current shadow demons, totally different from the ones that occurred naturally before. These new shadow demons were basically like homunculi, born with Bihyung's deep-seated hatred, which quickly turned into a curse aimed directly at Manchoi. For Manchoi, an immortal god, a few curses shouldn't have been a big deal. But as more and more shadow demons were destroyed, the layers of curses just kept piling on. The tragic end of that ambitious fool was, in itself, a form of punishment. Manchoi, weighed down by the combined effect of the curses and the evil spirits Yusin sent, no longer had the strength to interfere in the human world. Seeing an opportunity, a hand reached out as if to offer help. And before another celestial being could make a move, Yusin absorbed all of the remaining Hwarang himself. Half a year later, the first new Demon King appeared. It was Bihyung, now with 2 horns on his head. He used a completely new level of overwhelming power to wipe out the monsters. And the very moment he became the Demon King. And just like that, he tore up the rulebook for the human world, letting monsters run wild and kicking off a full-scale invasion. But get this, in the 666 years the Qilin bought them, humanity mostly just fought itself and built some seriously scary military weapons. So, they figured they could handle the whole monster invasion thing all on their own. Yeah, about that. Turns out, against top-tier monsters who could basically teleport, the entire concept of a battle line became a total joke. And to take down monsters like that, welp, you're gonna need a monster. This is where Yusin's new business comes in, acting as the perfect bridge. He's gathering up human-friendly monsters and all the surviving agents. The Interspecies Alliance, a totally neutral organization founded with one goal in mind, unite to obliterate their shared enemy. First on the Alliance's to-do list was finding Bihyung, the guy who totally ghosted the battlefield. For 3 years, they went all out scouting both realms. Meanwhile, something strange just zipped right past Qi Luan. She spins around, totally confused. Was that him? Just then, Qi Luan pops up, excitedly saying, "We found the guy who disappeared, so we're here for a recruitment trip," Yen just commented. So all they're doing is taking the job one guy the Demon World's judge used to do and making it a group project. He offered his own take. At this point, humans can't just pretend the Demon World doesn't exist anymore. This makes Xiao Huai totally freak out, but what about Siu? She stammers. He's a person, not a monster. Qi Luan gently steadies Xiao Huai. Whoa there, be careful. She then asks timidly, how is he? Yusin's reply was ice cold. Siu is dead. Meanwhile, inside the city, Jin Yom frantically calls out for Xian Hua, who just cuts right to the chase, her voice cold. The aid the Jaeger clan asked for, where is it? He answers truthfully. Huanhui and Mira have already deployed, ma'am. With a nod, Xianhua changes the subject. Are the agents on the second line? Jin Yom lets out a tired sigh. Yes, ma'am. They're just low-level fodder who can't even teleport, he complains. Shouldn't we just let the human military deal with them? The alliance is spread thin as it is. And now, let's rewind. Back to the moment the Demon King touched his face. 3 years ago, this is Juhua, his body forcibly reclaimed by the Qilin. After kicking out the true demon's soul, he gives a solemn order. Go back to where you belong. And in a flash, a powerful energy exploded all around them. Jin Yom cried out in pain, then ditched the family waiting for the demon's comeback and decided to join the Interspecies Alliance. He lets out a weary sigh. Whatever, forget it. Then Sion's team just requested backup. Hearing this, Xian Hua immediately whips her head around. Jin Yom continues his report. Looks like they found him. Cut to an ancient tree, where Bihyung stands before his target, gripping a sinister-looking weapon. Just then, Qi Yu starts shouting like a total maniac. With the savage souls of humans broken by war, with the blood of the sacrificed as the base, the ritual, 3 years in the making. is finally ready to unleash chaos upon this land. Hearing this, Bi-hyung begins the rite, the one without form, the one who does not breathe. He crosses the weapon. After carving a magic circle, Bi-hyung commands, "Swallow every sacrifice on this blood-stained earth." Meanwhile, Seon and Goyu find themselves staring into a pitch-black void. "This is weird," Seonhwa says. "What is?" But before she can finish, he's already firing a barrage of ice arrows. But they don't even leave a scratch. Annoyed, Goyu mutters, "No effect at all? Seriously, what is this thing?" Chi Luan appears out of nowhere to explain. It's the Aether Realm. Xiao Huai is stunned. The Aether Realm? Isn't the Aether Realm a higher plane that overlaps our own, like the spirit world, but one that magic and energy can't touch? She wonders, completely bewildered. How can a plane like that become so solid? Yusin shuts that down instantly. Impossible. He looks horrified. It's as if the Aether Realm has punched right through into our material plane. Hearing this, a stunned Seonhwa can only ask, "What?" Yusin just scowls and curses under his breath. "Son of a! He started a war just to go hide in here?" A terrified Chi Luan adds, "At this rate, the Aether Realm's mass will literally consume our world." Seonhwa's face goes pale. If this really is the Aether Realm, then the only ones who can get inside. Her eyes narrow as she finishes. Are Yusin and Seonha? Right now, the only way in is an entry ticket called the White Spirit Fan. The catch? The White Spirit Fan can only teleport its user. Plus, it's an agent's weapon, so it drains a massive amount of spiritual energy. But Seonhwa spent 3 long years fighting alongside a genius. She's watched his techniques hundreds of times. So, left with no other option, he hands his fan over to her. The moment Seonhwa grabs it, a blinding light erupts from the fan. She snaps the fan open. Simply copying and applying his technique? Totally possible. This is her ultimate skill. Technique reflection. They're in an alleyway now, boxed in by impossibly high walls that stretch on forever, leaving only one dark path forward. 6 humans stand in silence, staring into the crushing darkness ahead. Yuzin, of course, is calmly analyzing. The Demon King is aiming for the great void he wants to summon chaos, one of the 4 perils, to this very land. Xiao Huai's eyes go wide with shock. Isn't that like completely over the line? He slowly repeats the word limit. After a pause, Yuzin is forced to accept the awful truth. He runs a hand through his hair, frustrated. Damn it, that's right. If not now, then when? Seonhwa takes a slow, deliberate step forward, but Yuzin immediately spins around. He throws out an arm, stopping the other 4. The decision is made. The 2 of us will charge in. You guys report back and perform the ritual. Hearing this, Shi Ji-lun immediately snaps to it. Understood! But Xiao Huai just stands there, totally clueless about what is even happening. With everything sorted, he quietly moves to Seonhwa's side and lets out a deep sigh. In an instant, their fighting spirit ignites. Both of them lock their cold, sharp gazes on the darkness ahead. Seonhwa stands firm, her resolve absolute. For 3 long years, she hasn't stopped wanting this. But today, she has a feeling that this will be the last time. We cut to the front of a cave. Its entrance is crossed by a rope with blue, white, and red banners, and an altar loaded with fruit sits right outside. When everything is ready, Guy rolls up his sleeves. All business. Let's begin. But before he can do anything, Xiao Huai stops him from behind. Wait a second. She looks at him and Seon Mi, completely baffled, and asks, "What in the world have you guys been trying to do?" While sprinkling water from a bowl, she calmly explains they're praying to the gods. Xiao Huai is just stunned, totally speechless. What? At a time like this? Suddenly, Shi Ji-lun pops up beside her and cheerfully explains, "We have a certain god that we've always prayed to for help. The enemy made a huge move, so they have to rally all their allies now." She can feel the sheer effort Yuzin and Seonhwa are putting into this. Meanwhile, on their end, he's concentrating intensely, reaching out his hand until his fingers pierce through a mysterious black veil. The 2 of them step confidently deeper inside, as Shi Ji-lun declares that today, their prayers absolutely must reach their god. Let's rewind the clock. Back to the past 3 years ago. Bi-hyung runs Siu straight through his body, sending a violent spray of blood across the sky. Instantly, a hand slams a glass down on a table so hard it shatters. Seeing Lady Eunyo's drenched hand, a worried voice immediately calls out, "Lady Eunyo, are you all right?" She turns around sharply, her eyes filled with unease, as if she sensed something awful. This aura. Somewhere else. Seonmi collapses to the floor, trembling uncontrollably as she stammers, "Siu, is he dead?" Suddenly, a giant finger appears, pointing straight ahead. Seonhwa slowly lifts her head to see where it leads. High above, a pair of feet are gently descending, landing softly in a growing pool of blood. It's none other than Lady Eunyo herself. She has this otherworldly grace, her entire body glowing with a warm golden light. The very first immortal who was once a monster and then chose to become human. She slowly opens her eyes, her gaze heavy with sorrow. So in the end, she says sadly, "It's come to this?" Lady Unyo's gaze falls on Siu's bloody corpse, lying breathless in Sionhua's arms. Without a second's hesitation, she commands, "Follow me." And with that, she turns and leads the way. Hearing the order, Sionhua glances back, her face full of worry. Cutting to another location, she gently lays him down. That done, both she and Sion look to Lady Unyoo, their faces filled with anxiety. Sion speaks up. Seeing they don't understand why Siu is on a red circle, she calmly explains. Normally, when a monster's energy core is stolen, they have no vessel to hold their power. Even if their body once held that power, it's now just a bottomless cup. Lady Unyoo then gives them a more practical example, an image of a cracked cup, leaking water no matter how you plug it. But, she adds, you could use a special technique to limit the energy leaking from the body. She offers another option, put the cup back in its natural element to stop the leak, or, if they heal him in a place overflowing with demonic energy, they might just save his life. But even as she says this, Lady Unyoo isn't 100% certain. With this guy, she has no idea if these tricks will actually work, causing both Sionmi and Sionhua's faces to fill with worry. She continued her TED Talk. If a single vessel held both demonic and spirit energy, the two powers would wage an all-out war to claim it for themselves. When that energy level spikes way too high, the jewel can't handle it and just shatters, and with that unfamiliar demonic power barging in, the spirit bead would most likely be obliterated. Hearing this, Sunmi's eyes went wide, her voice shaking. No way. But the great Unyoo just kept on with her analysis. However, demonic and spirit energy are basically two sides of the same cosmic coin. One orb for the goblins, and one for the humans. And when two different species clash, their bodies just become factories, churning out demonic power and pure life essence. But if you realize they were originally one and the same, the whole demon versus human energy thing becomes totally meaningless. The line between what's inside and what's out just melts away. And as she says that, bam, a giant brown bear appears out of nowhere, holding garlic and leaves, and radiating some serious magical power. Meanwhile, Lady Unyoo just keeps on explaining, and that's how I, a former demon, became a celestial being. Hearing this little bombshell, both Sun and Sionhoa's eyes went wide with shock. Looking down at Siu's pale face on the ground, she added softly, "And it's the only method that can possibly save him now." Lady Unyoo then drove the point home. You have to understand that your demonic power and your life essence were always the same thing from the very start. Right then, even though Siu's body was intact, his soul was adrift in a sea of countless other spirits. She declared that once he figures this out, his soul will naturally return to his body and become whole again, just like before. Lady Unyoo stated with absolute certainty that this cave's time is all twisted, which will keep his body perfectly preserved until his soul decides to come home. But in the end, she slowly added, "This is as far as I can help. The rest is entirely up to you guys." Hearing that, Sionhoa fell silent, her eyes filled with deep thought. Cut to somewhere else. Siu's soul is just floating in midair, completely surrounded by a massive crowd of other spirits. He's totally confused, thinking to himself, where in the world am I? Before he could figure it out, a sharp voice barked an order, making Siu jump. He flew up to a platform as told, right in front of King Yama, who was lounging on his throne. King Yama had this cold, commanding vibe as a skeleton down below started its report. "Your Majesty, the next soul is a half-human, half-demon from the Goblin race." Hearing this, King Yama repeated the word, stunned. "A goblin?" he said slowly. "Weren't they supposed to be extinct?" A skeleton holding a scroll looked up to answer. According to his record, he lived as a human his whole life, but awakened his powers right before the Demon King's festival and lived as a demon. Another one chimed in, adding that his kill count was around 10,000 demons and 0 humans. Hearing that, King Yama leaned back with a long sigh. What a tragedy. Died too young. Then he ordered the kids sent into the reincarnation cycle. The two skeletons bowed and said, "As you command." All Siu could do was stay quiet, completely speechless. A skeleton immediately pointed him on his way. He started to follow, but his mind was just stuck on that one word, reincarnation. Siu turned to leave, his heart heavy. Am I really dead? Suddenly, a vase crashed to the floor, followed by a chant. Svaha! King Yama instantly sensed something was wrong. At the same time, Siu was floating away, wondering if his mom had been reincarnated yet. He suddenly froze when he heard the king shout, "Wait a minute, is this half-demon soul actually dead? Something's off." King Yama stroked his chin, deep in thought. His life force is still active. Turns out, back in the living world, Sony, Yusin, and Sion Hoa were pouring all their magic into Siu's body, and seeing this, the king just burst out laughing. "Is this the Sihyum cave? And that Unyo woman? Oh, and now fate is getting involved. King Yama was having the time of his life. Excellent. This is getting more and more interesting. The power surge was so intense it nearly blew Siu's soul right out of the building. He noted with amusement, he has insane potential in both demonic and life energy, not to mention history and destiny are all wrapped up in him. This left the two skeletons and Siu completely clueless. The skeletons had to kneel just to stay balanced, but King Yama just kept on laughing. Hilarious. He was so distracted he didn't even notice the whole realm was shaking violently. The two skeletons were thrown to the ground, and Siu was getting tossed around. King Yama yelled with excitement, "It's been forever since I saw something this fun. I almost missed it." Then, he happily gave an order. "All right, go ahead and amend the records in the main department." The skeleton with the scroll looked up and asked, "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" King Yama smiled, held out his hand, and made his decision. "Postpone this kid's reincarnation. Bring in the next soul." At that moment, Siu's soul was floating in darkness. A light began to spread from him, a lone star shining in the endless void. Suddenly, he saw a crowd gathered up ahead and got curious about what was drawing so much attention. In the middle of it all, Phoenix was crying her eyes out. "No, how could you betray me?" The other souls were loving the drama. The Great Western Demon King crossed his arms and replied, "You're just a little too controlling." A classic helicopter parent, she shot back grumpily. "There you go again, using those weird, complicated words." All this time, Siu was trying to push through the other spirits to see what was going on, saying, "Excuse me." He finally got through and asked, "Excuse me, where is this?" Hearing his voice, Phoenix and the Demon King stopped arguing instantly, and the Demon King grinned. "Oh, we got a new arrival?" After that, he looked around, then slowly answered. "To put it simply, this is a waiting room." Siu was just blinking, totally lost. "Huh?" Seeing this, the West Great Demon King decided to elaborate. Under the decree of the Great King Yama, souls whose judgment or reincarnation gets postponed for whatever reason end up waiting here. All the souls just stand on this massive golden clock in the void, hanging out in the gaps between the frozen hands of time. He went on to describe the other souls hanging around here. It's mostly for heroes who pause their reincarnation to train up and become full-fledged immortals. Then the West Great Demon King pointed to a phoenix, mentioning others who weren't from the heavens but still managed to achieve immortality. So they can't reincarnate or be destroyed, they just chill here. But the phoenix shot back with some sass. "You're not just chilling, you don't even have a pass, do you?" The other souls immediately swarmed Siu, sizing him up. His rank looks low, so he must be one of the hero trainees. The boy answered awkwardly, I actually have no plans to become an immortal." Hearing this, the old guy was stunned, blurting out, "What?" Siu then quickly explained the situation. He was literally on his way to be reincarnated, then just woke up here. This left all the nearby souls looking at each other, totally baffled. Then he asked quietly, "Excuse me, but how do I get back to the reincarnation line?" Siu slowly laid out his reason. "I want to see my mother before she reincarnates." Hearing that, the other souls instantly understood, he wanted to meet someone. The phoenix immediately piped up, all smug, saying souls can't even talk to each other once they're in the reincarnation cycle. The phoenix looked down its beak at him and calmly explained, if they let old enemies start brawling, it would mess up the whole system. So, before reincarnation, all past life memories get a full factory reset. Hearing that, Siu just replied, completely deflated, "Oh, I see." But then he doubled down. "Even if I can't see my mom, I still have no intention of becoming an immortal." The other souls went wild. "What? But why?" He hung his head for a moment, then answered, "I'm not a hero. In fact, I'm actually a villain. I only brought trouble to everyone, and couldn't even protect my last living relative." That confession left the other souls completely speechless, so they all just bailed, their voices full of pity for having poked his emotional wounds. "Geez, now I'm depressed too, let's go. Who cares about merits anyway?" The phoenix just looked annoyed. Why did the Great King send us such a total downer? When everyone had left, it was just the West Great Demon King and Siu in the vast silence. After a moment, the king spoke in a low voice. "Too bad. Souls with a postponed reincarnation get wiped from the Book of Life and Death. You can only stay here until fate says otherwise." Hearing that, our guy's mood sank even lower. Siu just trudged away, completely crushed. The West Great Demon King watched him go, deep in thought. Suddenly, something clicked, and he called out, "A friend once told me about a demon named BN. His situation was exactly like yours." Hearing that name, Siu froze dead in his tracks. The West Great Demon King stroked his chin. That guy was the most unkingly king out of all the demon lords. Flashback to 666 years ago, when a curious Siu was asking about the current ruler of the demon world. Is this demon king a divine beast, one of the four gods? But the demon across from him shot that down. "I heard he's a Qilin." Another soul was surprised. "A Qilin? The beast that signals a holy ruler's arrival?" The other demon just scoffed. He's supposed to announce a king, but he made himself one instead? How ridiculous. Suddenly, a new voice called out, "Hey, West Great Demon King, what do you think?" Hearing his title, the man shot a startled look over. Siu's eyes blew wide with absolute terror at that name. "Wait, you're the West Great Demon King?" At that, he just shrugged humbly. That was ancient history. Then, the West Great Demon King casually answered the question from before. Anyway, I was too curious about them, and as a holy flame, I went to meet them myself. Back then, he walked up to a massive door and knocked. Then, the West Great Demon King threw both doors wide open and called out, "Is the Demon King here?" But in that instant, he froze, his eyes locked on the completely empty room, a wave of regret washing over him. But the Imperial City, after all these years, it's a straight-up ghost town. Guess time really does ruin everything, eventually. The West Great Demon King walks deeper into the room, coming face to face with the Demon King, who honestly looks more like a monk than a monarch. He asks calmly, "Are you the West Great Demon King?" The old man just smiles, impressed. "A divine beast, I see. Pretty sharp, recognizing an old-timer like me in this era. Looks like I've gotten rusty." The Demon King calmly continued, "It's not your fault, you see. You're just in my future, so I already knew everything." Hearing this, the West Great Demon King looked surprised, crossing his arms and asking, "You can see the future? Is that a prophecy or some kind of prediction?" The Demon King immediately explained, "No, it's not some fixed destiny. It's more like a sea of possibilities, and I came down here to lock in the one true future." The old king slowly asked, "And on what basis is that future chosen?" The Demon King answered honestly, "It's the future where the Holy Sovereign is born, but my sovereign isn't one specific person." He pictured the people of the future as he began to explain his vision, not subjects, but citizens. Then, the Demon King went into more detail. "Equal people, with rights and responsibilities as masters of their community. All of them are my king." That answer left the West Great Demon King totally speechless. A moment later, he burst out laughing, completely hyped. "Now that is an interesting idea. It might work for humans, but for demons? Is that even possible?" The Demon King shot back immediately. "Of course not. Not if things stay as they are." And then the Demon King revealed his master plan. "That's why I'm stopping the goblin named B." Turns out he'd even considered putting B on the throne. If he inherited the Demon King's power, he probably wouldn't have been a bad ruler. But that would just lead to a long, cowardly era of maintaining the current broken system. The Demon King envisioned a different future Korean citizens holding flags, ready to fight. The human world, once separated from the demon world, would slowly advance on the path to becoming a world of citizens. And the demon realm, always the slowest to change, would eventually have to borrow humanity's strength to kickstart a new era. The West Great Demon King sighed, feeling a bit of pity for old B. He always did have a soft spot for his own people, and you had to feel sorry for a goblin born in the wrong era. But the Demon King immediately shut that thought down. No, B being born in this era is actually his greatest luck. He began to explain it was because B would get to meet Eun-Yo, who had just woken from hibernation. The scene shifts to another space, where B is completely and utterly exhausted. Sweat is just pouring off him. He's clutching his own arm, dragging himself forward step by painful step, cursing the Kirin's law that cut off the human world when he became king. His entire goblin village was completely annihilated. B finally stops in front of a deep, dark cave, thinking to himself that this is all he has left. He limps inside. But before he gets far, B freezes as a stern voice calls out from behind him, "Who dares dump trash in my cave?" He flinched, whipping his head around before forcing a smile onto his face. He held up a hand to explain, "Oh, master of this cave. With the Moon Spirit Fairy's help, I managed to seal away the world's most toxic and evil god." He continued, his voice laced with a sliver of desperate hope. "If you heard the story from the Moon Spirit Fairy then, but before he could finish, she cut him off. That child became a star a long, long time ago." Then, Lady Eun-Yo added, "The lifespan of a human is so fragile," which left B totally speechless. He didn't know what else to say. She then coldly ordered him, "Get it out of here. It's doing no good in my cave." Hearing that, B immediately started to panic, bowing his head anxiously while clutching his trembling injured arm as he scrambled to explain. "But with my current strength, I can't kill it, and I can't control it either. I thought that if I became the Demon King, there would be a way." But seeing his pathetic state, Lady Eun-Yo actually paused to think. Suddenly, B spoke up, "I once made a bet with the Moon Spirit Fairy," which finally got her curious enough to listen to him. B recalled the Moon Spirit Fairy's words that a worshipped god could turn a demon into a human. "So," he said, "I decided to test that on myself." He scratched his head, embarrassed, remembering a pot full of mugwort and garlic. "I hated mugwort and garlic, so I ran away. By the time I came to my senses, this was the only place I could return to." He then turned to look at Bi-hyung lying on the ground. He said slowly, That guy is the same. Lady Onyo remained silent, her face a complete mask, just glancing over. Then she closed her eyes and let out a long sigh to calm herself. Lady Onyo looked at them both and judged. As I see it, both of you are tigers. She hesitated for a moment, but then Lady Onyo looked up at the night sky, reluctantly agreeing. The gods gave the tiger a chance, so just do what you want. Time began to pass quietly, season after season, the cycle of nature turning endlessly. From the bright summer with golden sunlight stretching across the land, the trees green and full of life, to the freezing winter, with wind and snow whitening the world, the landscape becoming bare and chillingly silent. But inside the cave, B couldn't care less about the outside world, focusing only on his training, his whole body immersed in a flow of rich, purple spiritual power. Waves of energy radiated, wrapping around his body. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the spiritual power gradually faded away. He gets lost in thought, wondering just how much time has passed out there. With that, Beyond glances over at Bi Hyung, who's still dead asleep. Figures, at least the guy's been quiet. He can feel his power returning. Even the demon force orb that got wrecked by the Qilin is healing. So he thinks, maybe I'll pop outside for a look? And just like that, he's up and moving. As he nears the cave mouth, sunlight spills over his body. The moment he steps out, the glare is so intense he squints, throwing a hand up to block it. Suddenly, Beyond hears a commotion in the distance. Curiosity piqued, he sneaks closer, hiding behind a huge tree to spy. Right then, Sion is yelling her head off. I got a job. I'm going to live a normal life like everybody else. Seeing her, Beyond freezes. He's totally baffled by her strange outfit. Why is that lady wearing such a short skirt? The other woman keeps trying to persuade Sion, you'll be in danger if you don't accept the divine descent. You can't live a normal life. You'll never belong. You'll just die alone. Hearing that, Beyond's hand twitches. He gets it. Saizen is just like him, can't go back to Bi Hyung, can't forgive him. The one manipulated by the Fairy King to start a war. But then Beyond's expression softens. He feels a deep sympathy for the guy. He's just like Bai Hung, another soul with nowhere to call home. An image of Bi Hung flashes in his mind, and a heavy feeling settles in. Back in the present, Sion lets out a cold, sarcastic laugh. Are you just jealous I'm the only one going to the city? Is that why you're spouting all this nonsense? Just you wait and see. Seeing things get heated, Beyond starts sweating nervously behind his tree. And with that, she grabs her suitcase and leaves. The sight of that woman's back looks dangerous. He's worried, so naturally he starts stalking her from the bushes. Beyond unconsciously follows the human who caught his eye, and the scene shifts to a modern city. Skyscrapers packed together, bustling traffic, a constant roar of noise. Beyond just stands there, staring up at a plane, at buildings that pierce the clouds. His eyes are wide with shock. What in the world is this place? He's completely stunned by the modern architecture. Faced with the brilliant achievements of a human civilization freed from demons, he forgets his entire purpose, totally captivated by the spectacle. He's got messy, long hair and is wearing a traditional hanbok. So yeah, people are giving him some seriously weird looks. But he's so absorbed in this new world, he doesn't even notice the cars. A guy has to stick his head out of a car window and scream at him. Which crazy guy in a hanbok is blocking the road? Get out of the way. He finally shuffles onto the sidewalk, but his eyes are still glued to the car, wondering, is that some kind of newfangled carriage? Then he starts looking around with this crazed, excited expression, which makes pedestrians look at him in absolute terror. Then he throws his head back, laughing manically at the sky, scaring everyone from adults to students, boys and girls alike. But he's totally oblivious to the stares, just gaping at everything around him in awe. He's silently judging their clothes, though, thinking how weird they all look. A few hours later, the excitement's gone, and he's just exhausted. Beyond slumps to the ground next to a bench, whining, I just got distracted for a second and I already lost her. He pouts, complaining that finding a single woman in this massive city is impossible. And even if I did find her, what could I even do? He mumbles, startling a passing couple. He miserably hugs his knees. If I meddle, I'll just make it worse. Right. When have I ever gotten involved and made things better? Better just mind my own business. Right as he's mid-pity party, a pair of trembling legs stumbles towards him. It's Sion, looking like death warmed over, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it, did a sickness god curse me the second I came down the mountain? Damn gods, it's my first day of work and this happens. Beyond looks up and sees Sion's exhausted face and just freezes. She's so tired she can't see where she's going. Her steps are shaky, and she trips right over him. He panics, throwing his hands out to catch her head. Beyond looks at her gaunt face and can't help a smug thought. Did this pumpkin just roll right up to my feet? A moment later, she slowly opens her eyes, and he anxiously calls out to her. Hey lady, open your eyes. The first thing she sees is this dude's ridiculously messy hair, which jolts her wide awake. Huh? She bolts upright in a panic. Who are you? But Sion looks down at her arm, stunned, and blurts out, My divine sickness. It's gone. This leaves our boy Beacon completely dumbfounded. All right, let's hit pause and rewind to the past. Turns out he lived in a cave with the great lady Unyo for a long, long time. After chowing down on mugwort and garlic while living in her cave for ages, Beacon absorbed some of her aura, and yeah, they argued a lot. Lady Unyo would plug her nose because his breath was absolutely foul, which explains why his energy bar is full, while Sion's is about to hit zero. So, when she holds on to him, her energy bar instantly shoots right back up to full. Sion just got a yokai power-up, and let me tell you, it's super effective. Yes, super effective. You can totally see the difference when she's at her jar inspecting job. Even her coworkers are shocked by the change in her. Hey, Inspector, you're looking pretty energetic these days. Hearing that, she just smiles and replies, that's right. And from that moment, Beacon realized his own worth. He discovered that he, too, could actually help someone. In an era where yokai and humans were divided, he found his calling as a wrestler, and he was loving every minute of it. Beacon started fitting into the human world better than ever, and right there in the stands, Sion cheered him on with a smile. It seems they got together after that. Then, Beacon suddenly turns, his eyes locking onto the stands right where she's sitting. Maybe it's because this city is a place for outsiders. They look at each other tenderly, their eyes reflecting only one another. Or maybe it's just because they have each other. And when their son Siu was born, he was the living proof of their love. But, in a cruel twist of fate, he inherited the same genetic illness from his mother. All they could do was watch helplessly as their son cried in agony. Sion breaks down, sobbing into her hands. Maybe Siu has taken my sickness from me. She's terrified that his life is now in danger. A fever this high in a newborn is a complete disaster. What are we going to do? All Beacon can do is hold Sion, completely powerless. We cut to a house with a strong bear statue, a voice echoing from inside. The divine sickness can be cured by accepting a god. Inside the house, the great lady Unyeo casually sips her drink and lays out the terms. But that only works if the mother has the sickness. She states it as a hard fact. Only a woman can accept me, this boy. She fears he won't even make it through the night. Hearing this, Beacon, kneeling before her, clenches his fists in despair. After a moment of silence, Lady Unyo sets her glass down and continues speaking. She observes that Siu's body is unique. The boy was blessed by the heavens, born with both spirit, energy, and yokai power. If the spirit, energy, and yokai power inside him reach a perfect balance, they'll just end up suppressing each other. They'll enter a stalemate before fading out completely. Then, she explains the solution. The yokai power orb has to become overwhelmingly strong, strong enough to dominate the spirit orb afflicted with the sickness. She speaks up, surprised. But, are yokai really the type to sacrifice themselves for their children? Hearing this, Beacon lowers his head, his thoughtful face reflected in the glass. Cutting back to the sick room, he stands before the cradle, gazing intently at Siu. Beacon thinks back, remembering he is still a yokai. Painful memories flood his mind of a time he held a wounded monster child, completely helpless. He'd screamed in anguish, Bi-hyung, these monsters here aren't pro-humanity, and they're not anti-humanity either. But Bi-hyung refused to listen, just shouting back, shut up! There's no such thing as neutral in a slaughter. Watching the attacks pierce through those poor monsters, Beacon could only scream, unable to do a thing. Even though he liked playing with humans, he never actually protected them either. But now, he doesn't hesitate for a second. He shoves his hand straight into his own chest, sending blood flying everywhere. In the final moments of his life, Beacon pulls a purple magic orb from his body and holds it out to Siu. He is a yokai. The orb is immediately absorbed into the baby's body. Witnessing this, Beacon smiles, completely satisfied. Before he passes, he gently reaches out, his hand lightly touching Siu's soft cheek, and in that moment, he died like a human. And so, Beacon collapsed in a pool of his own blood as a firm voice echoes, Sion, you will do better than I did. A Qilin gravely discusses the future he foresaw, a yokai who died as a human. In a low voice, he gives this information to the person opposite him. That is the future I witnessed. The Great Western Demon King finds this information very interesting. How amusing. He brings up other details to confirm this particular future. The Qilin had even offered advice to Beacon when they met at the Grand Shrine. Back then, the Qilin had told him his assessment. You are not the kind of being who can live by killing and oppressing others. Isn't that right? The Great Western Demon King continues his little chat with Siu. According to him, this kid is the prophesied child the Qilin saw in the future. Nope, that's ancient history now. But the more the king talks, the more Siu starts sweating absolute bullets. So what's the deal? Is this how the Qilin saw it all go down? The Demon King's mind is just a mess of unanswerable questions. Your father, in order to save you, just accepted defeat with a heavy heart. Ah, right, you were just born, so you probably don't remember. And in the end, was he human or demon? Nobody has a clue. Meanwhile, in another location, a mysterious figure appears, holding a mesmerizing purple orb in his hand. Bi-hyung picks it up, examining it carefully, while from behind, Chi-do offers a little reminder. One person, one demon. Bi-hyung just nods in agreement, wings that block out the sun. I know. He gives a cryptic smile, hinting at some special item. Is it some treasure that can cross between worlds? Bi-hyung isn't worried, he's already got a plan to deal with it. Though that won't do a thing against chaos. Bi-hyung's return has been a very, very long process. The catalyst used for his grand reappearance is none other than the 2 demon power orbs that Bi-hyung is holding. When Bi-hyung was reborn as the god of dark poison, things didn't exactly go to plan. The fairy essence vanished, along with a power orb awakened by the Qilin. And so, Bi-hyung decided to do whatever it took to satisfy his own greedy desires. Back then, Bi-hyung was just a half-baked fairy, so he straight up stole Siu's fairy essence to make himself whole. At that moment, using the 2 demon power orbs inside his body, Bi-hyung began a ritual to summon a chaos avatar from the Tai Shu realm to the material world, but the whole thing glitched out spectacularly. However, Yusin and Sion Hoa, who entered the chaos on their spirit ship, ended up in the Tai Shu realm, not the material one. Because of that, the 2 of them, stuck in the Tai Shu realm, can't be affected by the material world, nor can they affect it back. At least, that's how it's supposed to work. Right now, Yusin is attacking Bi-hyung with a divine weapon, the soul-sealing staff. He strikes with lightning precision, soul suppression. The hit lands, and his opponent's body convulses in pain. Yusin then channels divine energy into his sword, pointing it forward. He's attacking in the spiritual realm, which lets him bypass those earlier weaknesses. But even while he's dominating the fight, our boy is taking some serious damage himself. The beast form Shallow Chi-do lets out a terrifying growl towards Yusin. He frowns, immediately on high alert. A barrage of her sharp feathers flies straight for Yusin. Sensing something's wrong, he teleports over to Sion Hoa. Damn it. The spiritual power on the fan begins to disintegrate, leaving Yusin confused. What is this? He can't figure out what's causing this. They're clearly in the spiritual realm, yet he can't use his energy. It feels like something is blocking it. Sion Hoa's expression is just as grim. She's already realized the problem. No, she sees the purple aura on her hand and immediately guesses the situation. It's being absorbed. Bi-hyung, hiding inside Chi-do, just smirks with total satisfaction. However, chaos descending upon the material world and its source in Tai Shu, they share an origin but are fundamentally different. Nothing is absolute in their world. The Tai Shu realm is known as a void, a third world space where energy and magic just don't work. Everything has its own unique method to be broken or bypassed. But in reality, it's like a storage unit packed so full you can't sort anything. Some things seem real, others like a dream, making it hard to grasp. The existence of all things originally stems from Tai Shu. When energy gathers, all things are born. When it scatters, all things perish. This scattered state is called the void, and the most fundamental state of the void is called Tai Shu. Therefore, Tai Shu is the primordial form of the universe. Once the energy has dispersed, the void states gradually transform under different conditions. A space filled with so much void energy that it's perfectly still, that is Tai Shu. But when a huge portion of that energy spilled into the material world, it created a vacuum of chaos within Tai Shu. This then became a new rule in this world, corresponding to the chaos that had escaped. And everything began to operate by these new laws of nature. It began to suck up the energy of the land to fill that void. That's why the spiritual energy of each world is fully understandable. Therefore, it was inevitable that the spiritual realm, influenced by the material world, would also have its energy drained just like the material world. Anyone using spiritual energy will find it harder to control depending on the state of chaos. So the same technique will drain more power than in another world. Spells that once required only 1 unit of energy now demand 2 or 3 times as much just to be cast. Right now, Sion Hoa is focusing her spiritual power, preparing to attack the Demon Emperor. She aims a single, powerful punch right at Chi-do's location. A moment later, Sion Hoa's body loses all its strength and she collapses. She can't believe how quickly she was drained. Just summoning one hand of the Demon Emperor consumed this much power? Sion Hoa's attack just fizzles out and vanishes. Not good. She frowns, desperately trying to figure out how to overcome this weakness. There has to be a way. An image of Bi-hyung swallowing a purple gem flashes in her mind, but before she can process it, he starts his counterattack. Yusin and Sion Hoa can only watch with extreme caution. Then, in the blink of an eye, he's completely paralyzed. In that instant, all Yusin can see is the abyss of descent opening right before him. Just being near this thing is enough to damage your soul and spirit. Bi-hyung continues his chant, preparing to merge with Chu. From the outer gods of the cosmos, at the center of infinite space, the very heart of all eternity, a primal chaos seethes, a formless, ultimate ruin. Then, with a deafening roar, 2 bodies become one. Dad, This scene before us is getting weirder and a whole lot more dangerous by the second. And there it is. Chaos is born, a hulking, massive beast. The sight is so intense, Seonhoa's eyes start bleeding. Damn it. She knows the situation is critical. This isn't something humans or even monsters can possibly withstand. Kim Yusin! Seonhoa desperately throws her magic at Yusin, trying to snap his soul back to its senses. But in the middle of this crisis, the Chaos Beast just stirs up more trouble. She focuses every last drop of her spiritual energy into a single point, a unique demonic art. Slowly, a small orb, a fox bead, materializes in her palm. At the same time, Yusin slices his own hand with his sword. The blue blade delivers its judgment. He lets his blood drip onto her orb. Bone congeals at dawn. My blood you shall receive. And with that, a blazing blue fire erupts around them. Yusin and Seonhoa's spiritual energy begins to resonate, and they look to the heavens, praying for judgment. A massive horn appears, it's Siu, but in his terrifying demon god form. Two colossal entities now face each other. The demon god has descended. Back to the present, everyone is just staring, completely stunned by his new form. Is that even Siu anymore? Sunmi shrinks behind Seonhoa, terrified. The lion mask? Again? Yusin calls out, testing him. Hey, Siu, do you even recognize me? But it's no use. The guy has zero awareness of anyone around him. Man, the requirements for becoming a god are no joke. See, gods are souls who weren't quite strong enough to become immortals in life, but get re-evaluated after death. Under the judgment of the great King Yama, souls who racked up enough good deeds get their reincarnation put on hold. Everything has to be reviewed and approved by King Yama before they can even enter the waiting room to become a god. And their power? It depends entirely on human faith. The more people who pray to them for their past deeds, the stronger that god becomes, and the more they can interfere with the mortal world. On top of all that, being a god comes with some pretty sweet perks. Through a shaman, a god gets the chance to study truths they couldn't grasp when they were alive. And it's because of that very rule that Siu is able to return to the mortal plane. Just like that, Siu, whose reincarnation was postponed by Yama, has descended to the world many times, thanks to Yusin and Seonhoa. But there are still a few major catches, so Siu isn't quite himself. Since he hasn't collected enough prayers like other gods, not only can he not use his full power, he can't even hold on to his original personality. The great demon king of the West just clutches his stomach laughing at this whole story. The past is more uncertain than the future because no one remembers it, right? How poetic. Whether he was human or a demon in his final moments, well, only he would know for sure. But Siu is in no mood for jokes. What's so damn funny? Suddenly, the demon king gets right in his face. And what about you? What do you think about your father? Siu just hesitates, unable to answer. To be honest, even he doesn't really know his own heart. I don't even know if I'm a person or a monster anymore. Hearing that, the great demon king changes his question. Then what do the people who know you say you are? An image of Seonhoa instantly flashes through his mind. She had said something similar to him once. The person you think you are, and the person others see, are actually very different. Seonhoa had been about to say something more. What I see in you is... But the image in his mind suddenly changes. Siu, you remember the first time we met? It's Yusin drinking with his demon god friend. Well, I'm a grown-up now, so it's normal for my middle school memories to be a bit hazy. He sighs, basically talking to himself now. But you're different, you little brat. You're only 17. You have to remember. Yusin raises his glass, trying to jog his memory. If you don't, I'll just have to tell you. And the memories come flooding back, vivid as ever. Yusin starts telling the story of how their strange friendship began. First day of the semester, some thugs were bullying a nerdy kid for money. And you, completely fearless, just jumped right in. Then, of course, they switched their attention to you instead. Yusin, at the time, wanted nothing to do with him. To be honest, back then, I really hated your guts. Back then, he was stuck playing the role of the good guy. He was deep in a chunibyo phase, pretending he understood the world, faking rationality while just making excuses for himself. He was just an empty shell. But Siu's appearance completely turned his life upside down. Even though he was technically saved, Yusin didn't feel any better about it. Suddenly, this random kid shows up and effortlessly handles the very thing he was deliberately ignoring. He thought Siu's actions made him lose face. So as the heir to a family that aims for the title of hero, where does that leave my reputation? The more Yusin drinks, the more his true feelings come pouring out. You know, you're a weird, annoying kid, the type who doesn't make excuses to help people. You just bluntly follow your heart, and honestly, it's irritating to watch. Because back then, he wasn't brave enough to live like Siu. He couldn't do it. No excuses, no looking away, no rationalizing. He couldn't just brush off expectations without breaking down. Our boy Siu just listens silently to everything Yusin says. But if someone believes in you, and you believe in them, people really become that way. And so he continues his little one-man monologue, which, let's be real, is kinda hilarious. Yusin remembers every milestone in their relationship, like the time Siu accidentally discovered his knack for organizing things. Thi Luan even gave him some heartfelt praise for it. The more Yusin learned, the more he realized how sharp this guy was, and from that day on, he became even more meticulous with his organizing. It's like that one single sentence completely took over his life. Just a small compliment, but it haunted him until he unconsciously became that person. Yusin throws a question at Siu, knowing full well he won't get an answer. If someone recognizes your good qualities and calls you a good person, don't you keep living that way just so you don't disappoint them? Siu freezes for a second, feeling the raw sincerity from Yusin. For me, the first person like that was you. But Siu still says nothing, just staring intently. Yusin puts his glass on the table, speaking from the heart. The one person I never want to disappoint. Then he breaks into a bright smile, pouring out every single thought. And now that I've been kicked around by the world, the one thing I have on you is knowing you can't just take, you have to give back just as much. An image of two young boys playing flashes by at the mention of Siu's name. Yusin holds nothing back, confessing everything to him. You're so damn straightforward, it makes me feel ashamed, he continues, giving Siu some solid advice. So stop trying to avoid the mess you're in right now. Just come out here and get lost right in front of me, even if I can't do anything to help with your worries. The second Yusin finishes his sentence, Siu knows what he has to do. But the fact that you're a good kid? I already know that. And we're back to the present fight, where chaos has finally decided to make its move. As chaos manifests, even King Yama feels the tremors from its power. The Queen Mother of the West is no exception. She feels the disturbance too. On the other side, Sun and Goyu are busy synchronizing their spiritual energy. On the battlefield, Sion Hoa can't hide her absolute shock at the scene unfolding before her. But Yusin? He just smirks and quietly calls Siu's name. And right on cue, Siu appears in his demon god form. The demon god has descended. Chaos immediately recognizes him. Goblin Siu. It tilts its head, its voice dripping with sarcasm. Weren't you supposed to be dead? The moment Siu appears, both Yusin and Sion Hoa's powers are restored. Yusin's face is even covered by a mask identical to Siu's. And just like that, the two of them transform completely. The fusion is complete. Instantly, Sion Hoa zips to the left while Yusin launches a surprise attack from the opposite side. She uses her spiritual power to control her weapon, teaming up with Yusin to channel magic into a fan. Then, he claps his hands to execute a technique, Sion Hoa mirroring his every move. The fan, now brimming with power from them both, is ready. Goblin Game, Chapter 1. With preparations complete, it was time for the counterattack. Their power resonates with Siu's Goblin Fire clone. Chapter 2. In a flash, he's already closed the distance with chaos. Siu uses his entire body to wrestle it to the ground. Time for some goblin wrestling. Caught off guard, Chaos lets out a sharp breath. But it's not going down easy. It pushes back with its hands, breaking free and going on the offensive. You're not even a real goblin, yet you dare try to split the sky with lightning? He can't dodge it, getting slammed straight into the ground. And because they're linked, Sion Hoa goes down with him. Yusin doesn't escape the backlash either, crying out in pain. Chaos then hurls Siu right at them, never letting up with its attacks and taunts. Humans and monsters, working together so friendly-like? It sneers from above, watching the team's pathetic state. Are you kidding me? Chaos spreads its wings and soars into the sky, radiating a dark, wicked aura. That sinister energy quickly blankets the entire city as Chaos continues with its twisted plan. Anyone caught in the mist is immediately affected. Normal people clutch their heads in agony as if they're losing their minds, a dark whisper echoing in their thoughts. Demonic words of temptation fill their heads, fury and hatred. Slowly but surely, the humans are completely controlled, filled with a burning hatred for monsters. And the monsters can't resist Chaos's power either. Kill the humans. Kill the humans. And so it begins a massacre between the two races. Everything descends into panic, chaos, and death. A moment later, Yusin finally comes to. He looks around bewildered and confused. What the hell is going on? He glances up and realizes thousands of sharp spikes are aimed right at him. He instantly leaps back, dodging the entire barrage. Looks like Sunny has also been corrupted by Chaos's dark magic, hate. And she's not alone. Go and Thi Luan are with her. Seon Hoa and Yusin are stunned to see their own friends attacking them. All three of them are crying tears of blood, chanting in unison, I hate humans. With that, he gathers a ball of power in his palm. His brilliant parting words? Die. Go, completely off his rocker, launches the attack right at Yusin and Xianhua. It's his signature move, the Arctic Soul Art, Mysterious Moon Ice Seal. Our boy has no clue what's happening, so all he can do is dodge and curse. Seriously, why is everyone going nuts at once? Suddenly, someone flashes in front of Yin to block for him. Huh? It's Xiao Huai, and she's throwing up a protective barrier for him. And yep, that's her signature spell. The Mount Tai crushes Chaos Shield holds, and Yuan is totally floored to see her. Xiao Huai wastes no time explaining the mess they're in. It looks like everyone got hit by a mind control spell after seeing that thing. Meanwhile, the creature named Chaos is just kicking back, enjoying the show. But they get zero time to think as Sunmi attacks again. Yuan just turns and runs, grumbling the whole way. This is getting old. He turns to Xian Hua for help. Isn't mind control supposed to be her specialty? Can't she do something? Yusin is basically running on fumes and can't stop the attacks, leaving her to deal with Sunmi's crew. I'm almost out of energy, so I can't stop those guys. In a flash, Xianhua's chains have Sunmi all tied up. Only then does she wonder out loud why she, Yusin, and Xiao Huai are totally fine. And that's when it finally clicks for Yusin. He puts the pieces together almost instantly. Soul Lantern of Returning Life. Flashes of memory reveal the real reason behind it all. Xiao Huai is still protected by the after effects of that spell he used this morning. Great theory, but Xianhua can't use it herself. But using the Soul Lantern now would drain his remaining power, and just then, a massive hand smashes through the barrier Chaos created. A development that, to put it mildly, leaves Yusin completely and utterly shocked. The Queen Mother of the West, arriving without an invitation. Even Chaos feels the presence of these uninvited guests. And yeah, King Yama and the Queen Mother are not pleased. An incarnation of the Great Void? Don't you dare mess with the balance of this world. But Chaos just scoffs at King Yama and the Queen Mother. Don't talk to me about balance, you cowards who abandoned the mortal realm. It is seriously ticked off about its plan being interrupted. And now you're going to interfere? With that, the two deities merge into a single, majestic dragon. The Jade Emperor speaks. And then, he rockets toward Chaos, screaming, "Get lost!" But Chaos isn't going down that easy. It dodges the blow and counters with even more ferocity. You're not so high and mighty yourselves. You just stumbled upon the truth and got stronger, that's all. It fires back without a hint of hesitation, aiming right for the Jade Emperor. So, what's the real difference between you and me? A storm of dark energy blasts from Chaos, heading right for him. The Jade Emperor just cracks a confident smirk. With a massive roar, he unleashes a bolt of lightning that incinerates everything. Down below, Yusin watches in horror as his spiritual power just vanishes. Xianhua isn't spared either. Her own energy is fading fast. He whips his head around, cursing like a sailor. Damn it, is that freak just absorbing everyone's energy? All of their power is getting sucked right into Chaos, but Xianhua's sharp eyes catch something weird. No, she senses something different about this energy drain. It's not the same. At this point, Sun and Tichi-Luan are completely knocked out. Xianhua quietly pieces it together. Siu is reacting to that demonic power orb. The scene shifts, and we see Siu slowly opening his eyes, regaining consciousness. He looks down at his own body in total disbelief. Wait, I have a body? How is this even possible? Siu starts looking around this bizarre place when his body suddenly freezes. He spotted something, or someone. Lying unconscious in the same space is Bi-hyung. Bi-hyung. The man's eyes flutter open, landing right on Siu. Bi-hyung, looking totally bewildered, calls out his name. Siu. He shoots up, acting like he knows this place all too well. This place again? Bi-hyung starts casting a spell while grumbling about being locked up. He changes his appearance and walks towards Siu, still feeling like he's trapped in that cave. Suddenly, Bi-hyung is right in Siu's face, demanding an answer. But how in the world did you get into the deepest corner of my mind? Siu tries to summon his spirit energy, but nothing happens. He can only muster a tiny spark, which sends him into a panic. His powers are gone. Bi-hyung casually reaches into his pocket, like he's looking for some loose change. He pulls out a purple demonic orb, putting two and two together. So, you followed my own demonic power orb to get here? Siu stares, shocked to see his own power in this guy's hand. My demonic power orb? He lunges to get it back, but Bi-hyung is way faster. In fact, Siu gets himself schooled for even trying. Bi-hyung then gets all buddy-buddy, trying to jog his memory. Kinda reminds me of when we first met, huh? See, I had high hopes for you back then, Siu. I was really interested. A half-human, half-demon spirit like you. I was sure you'd understand me. It seems that in the past, these two actually had a pretty good relationship. Siu, if you just help me out with one little thing. Every word from Bi-hyung was a sincere promise. Then I promise, I'll tell you all about my past. But by now, that bond is completely shattered. For a lot of reasons, we just missed our chance. Still, he cracks a smile and makes Siu an offer. Well, might as well listen at this point. But Bi-hyung wasn't exactly waiting for a reply before forcing the issue. And just like that, Siu gets a front row seat to this guy's memories, the classic tale of a half-human, half-demon not belonging to either side. Bi-hyung's life was a masterclass in suffering, all because he wasn't a pure blood. You know, two bloodlines that should have never mixed. The whole depressing story unfolds crystal clear in Siu's head. And then, Bi-hyung's voice pops up for some live commentary. You think I'm on the demon's side, don't you? He He tries to justify himself, but it's not quite the whole truth. When it came to the demon war, past or present, Bi-hyung only ever had one single thought about them. They were just animals to be hunted down, like tigers from the mountains. Oh good, more of his tragic backstory. One day, because someone interfered in his life, he found out he had that very same beast blood running through his veins. Little by little, Bi-hyung started noticing all the messed up things in the world, and it totally scrambled his brain. Demon powers are super handy, he admits, but if Fong Ngu-yet-chu ever found out, he'd go from person to monster target practice. The whole situation spun out of control, shoving him down a new path. But even knowing that, he felt he had no other choice. Fong Ngu-yet-chu was just using people to fuel his own ambitions. Bi-hyung was stuck in total chaos, constantly thrown into battle just to survive. And because of that, he had to make a choice if he wanted to live. He had to get stronger at any cost. But his little secret eventually got out, and Choy Siu discovered he was part demon. From there, his life took another dramatic turn. Forced to live like a monster, all he felt was this deep, hollowing emptiness. They chose him because he was stronger than regular people, but that same strength became the reason they treated him like dirt, and you can bet he was furious. So why did they hate him for the very thing they valued? He just could not wrap his head around it. The demon village he ran to was nothing like he'd imagined. Most of them wanted a demon king, and surprisingly, they didn't really hate humans. But all that emotional whiplash had completely destroyed his faith in the world. And you want to know why? It's like how humans don't hate on harmless cows or pigs. To the demons, humans who weren't a threat were basically just there. And then, once again, life decided to be completely unfair to Bi-hyung. They saw humans like an endangered species, acting all high and mighty, saying that to protect them, they'd have to kill him. That was the moment. The exact turning point that made him who he is today. In that instant, he decided to hate everyone. Demons and humans alike. Humans shunned him for being a demon, and the demons wanted him dead for not being a real one. But eventually, Bi-hyung found others like him, people caught in the crossfire of two sides whose idea of justice changed on a whim. That, he declared, was the fate of all half-human, half-demons like them. But Amdok Than and Tu Hung were different. They weren't born for some noble cause. They were literally born to be evil. He became obsessed with a world of pure death and pointless violence. Bi-hyung completely lost his mind and made destruction his new religion. To him, that chaos was real, untainted by rules. And Siu, having heard enough of this monologue, finally snapped and grabbed his hand. You could see the sheer annoyance on Siu's face. He was basically screaming, "Are you done yet?" Siu grips the hand on his face with a sneer. "Don't want to get dragged into anyone's so-called justice?" He then shoves Bi-hyung's hand away. "I'm being completely honest," he says. His face was dead serious, but his words were just dripping with sarcasm. "Or are you just afraid of looking like an idiot because you can't win?" Siu lays it all out. Bi-hyung's current mess is his own arrogant fault. See, Bi-hyung pictures himself as some kind of misunderstood genius, unfairly crushed by the world. He used to be the strongest, the most respected warrior of the Hwarang. But since he couldn't admit his own idiotic pride led to his downfall, he just decided to blame the entire world instead. And while he was moping about his own failure, he became an easy target for all the twisted ideas others were feeding him. In a group that chases power, what's wrong with wanting to be strong? He just wanted a world where the strong were treated like the strong. The Demon King then approached Bi-hyung, whispering things in his ear that just amplified the very arrogance that had already destroyed him. "You're not the one who's wrong," he whispered. "It's them. They're weak." After that, he was convinced he was the special one, diving headfirst into darkness and starting his new career in villainy. With his new "I'm different from you" attitude, he twisted reality and convinced himself he understood how the entire world worked. This ugly mindset became the fuel for Bi-hyung to commit crime after crime, all as a way to prove his own twisted worth. But that isn't wisdom, it's just pure ego. Because I can judge others, you all must gather beneath me. That's his logic. I am in control. That kind of warped mental victory is what summoned Cheongki, a true worshipper of evil itself. Chu doesn't care that Bi-hyung is trying to yank his hand away, he just starts talking. So in your little world, you don't have to earn respect. Everyone should just automatically worship your power and bow down before you. Siu just sighs, hand on her hip. The mere fact that someone dares to stand on your level feels like a personal attack, doesn't it? That's why you're always whining that demons and humans don't know their place. Siu's words hit a nerve. Bi-hyung opens his mouth to argue, but nope, nothing comes out. Not a single word. It's that arrogance of yours that everyone but me is an idiot attitude that made you deceive the Wind and Moon Master. You expected special treatment from the start. Siu just keeps spitting facts that Bi-hyung is too scared to face. And when you got exposed, you were furious that the underlings who were supposed to worship you actually dared to challenge you. He smirks, a look of pure contempt. This guy just can't accept the reality that he's the one who lost. You twist reality and throw a pity party for yourself, thinking, "I didn't lose, he cheated." The second Siu finishes, Bi-hyung attacks. He lands a heavy punch to the gut, and Siu has no time to react. He spits out a mouthful of blood, coughing as he says, "See?" He leans against the wall, clutching his stomach, but he's still got that mocking smile. Just because I dared to suggest it might be your fault, when you're supposed to be the most tragic figure in the world, you immediately try to shut me up. With no comeback, Bi-hyung just stalks closer to Siu. Then just stay quiet. He grabs Siu by the collar, who just calmly smiles back. Nope. You need to realize that right now, you're clinging to the very idea of right and wrong that you claim to hate so much. Oh, that line made him absolutely furious. His face darkens instantly. You're lost in the delusion that you're the oppressed one, the one who holds the ultimate truth. Siu winces in pain but doesn't look away. Trying to put yourself on some kind of moral high ground, are we? Siu rips Bi-hyung's mask right off, calling him out. He preaches about rejecting justice, but deep down, he craves recognition within that very system. Bi-hyung has always been making excuses for himself, constantly running away from the truth. He never wants to face his own failures. This is where his defense mechanism kicks in. To avoid getting hurt, you decide to be disappointed first, becoming bitter and pushing the world away. But that detachment only leads to isolation, and isolation turns into loneliness, which then becomes a sense of powerlessness, that feeling that you can't change anything in the world. Isolation means the connection between you and the world is broken. Loneliness is the fear that if you vanished, nobody would even notice. Slowly but surely, through that isolation and loneliness, he nurtured the evil inside himself, trapped by himself for so long. Bi-hyung could have changed, but he chose to hide in the dark cave of his own mind, letting the shadows take over. He was terrified of the light, of reality, of the consequences of his own actions. So he found the only way to hide his cowardice. Bi-hyung chose to become a monster. He used his power to slaughter innocent people. He spread fear and used violence just to get a reaction from others, trying to prove that he even existed. Siu keeps pushing his buttons. And the result? If I can't belong anywhere, then I'll just rule over the entire world instead. Maybe he's trying to erase his loneliness by wrapping himself in this god complex, this feeling of I am perfect. While Bi-hyung is distracted by his verbal duel with Siu, the demon power bead falls right out of his pocket. Siu adds, "Your existence isn't defined by whether you belong somewhere." He doesn't even flinch as Bi-hyung holds him by the collar. He's trying to snap him out of it with words. Even if you're alone, you have to be able to define your own existence, to know who you are. Siu just keeps talking. Maybe you can't ever completely erase loneliness. A flash of blue light illuminates Bi-hyung's face. He looks completely shocked as he's confronted with this power. And just like that, Bi-hyung lets go of Siu's collar as a pale blue aura engulfs him. Then, he starts walking forward, real slow. But here's the thing, that whole god mode feeling is just a cover, and it's only making his loneliness hit even harder. Suddenly, the faces of his friends flash through his mind: Sion, Hina, and Jin Eom. This is especially true for monsters, whose entire history is built on the strong, crushing the weak, even if they hate that kind of society. Since connecting through violence is all they've ever known, they obsessively cling to power like some head honcho or a demon king. Meanwhile, the news has been non-stop, warning everyone about a sudden spike in murder cases. If you get used to feeling all-powerful by bullying weaker folks just to feel less alone, you eventually lose the ability to see consequences. You become a total menace to society. Just then, a blue orb appears and slowly sinks into Siu's body. Siu keeps dropping all this profound truth, and it is flying completely over Bi-hyung's head. So, lesson of the day? If you want to escape loneliness, don't use your mind-reading powers just to be a cold, sarcastic jerk to the world. And definitely don't try to control people to feel understood. Right on cue, the green jewel and the demon power bead both cracked apart. The power from both orbs surged into Siu's body, a pretty solid sign that connecting with the world is way better than trying to own it. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a massive explosion goes off. Scorching flames rip through the area, sending rocks flying. Then, out of nowhere, razor-sharp ice shards start blasting in from one direction. A glowing blue sword covered in strange symbols slices through the ice. A completely exhausted Yusin stands there panting, barely able to hold his weapon. Oh, fantastic. The guy in front of Yusin Go is just casually whipping up another storm of ice shards for round 2. You can see the thought bubble over Yusin's head. He is completely, totally, 100% out of juice. But just then, a figure appears right behind him. Oh, really? This person touches Yusin's back and a surge of power zaps into his body. Yusin feels a jolt like he just got hit by lightning. The stranger casually says, "Time to return what you lent me." Hearing that voice, Yusin immediately whips his head around to see who it is. But I don't know how to do that whole chaos reversion thing, so you're on your own, got it? And of course, it's Siu. Yusin is absolutely ecstatic to see him, so much so that, in the distance, a surprised Seonhwa accidentally drops the chains holding 2 other people. The look on Seonhwa's face is just pure, unfiltered disbelief. Siu instantly zips over to Seonhwa, placing a hand on her shoulder. She just breathes out his name, like she's making sure he's real. Siu just gives a sheepish grin and scratches his cheek. I'm here. Meanwhile, Yusin's already slapping a sealing talisman on the subdued guy's forehead. Are you an immortal now? Siu scratches his head, totally missing the pair of arms reaching for him, something like that. Bam! Seonhwa launches herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck, her face bright red and her eyes already welling up. What took you so long, you idiot? Yusin joins the group hug, throwing his arms around Siu's neck with the exact same look. Seeing their reactions, Siu breaks into this huge, genuine smile, hugging them both back and laughing out loud. They're squeezing him so hard he can barely breathe, forcing out a helpless, "You guys, seriously, thank you." They finally get the memo and let go. Yusin gives his head a rough, brotherly ruffle. Yeah, we know, but after the warm reunion, it was time to get back to business. Seonhwa and Yusin simultaneously slap 2 talismans on the foreheads of Sun and Shi Ji-loon, who were under the chaos spell. Sunmi's eyes flutter open, slowly coming to her senses. She glances up, and her expression immediately shifts to pure shock. Siu is just standing there, smiling at her. Overcome with joy, Sunmi bursts into tears, calling out his name. Elsewhere, Shi Ji-loon is clinging to Yin, pouting, "I don't actually hate you." Seonhwa turns to Siu, asking the important question, "But weren't you eaten by chaos?" She keeps going, "What even happened to chaos anyway?" Seonhwa flashes back to the scene and something clearly isn't adding up. After you disappeared, the Jade Emperor just left. Immediately. Siu looks up at the sky, but before he can answer, Yusin grabs his shoulder. "Hold on," he asks, a little worried. "Siu, if you're an immortal now, that means you can't interfere with the mortal world anymore, right?" A flashback hits him of saying goodbye to his master. Word is, the Jade Emperor's divine punishment has his master on what's basically permanent house arrest. Siu just snaps his fingers with a confident smile. "Don't worry, I didn't come down here without a plan." The second he says that, a giant lion head materializes in the sky, easily 10 times bigger than Chaos. It's the divine skill, Lion Dance. Chaos's body begins to dissolve like shredded paper, letting out a final, useless roar as it fades from existence. The giant lion head opens its mouth and swallows Chaos's remains whole. Then, a bunch of people suddenly appear, breaking into a festive dance. They're banging gongs, beating drums, and dancing in a circle around the massive, floating lion head. It's a whole party. Siu draws a brilliant blue divine bow, aiming it at the sky. He notices Seonhwa's worried face and gives her a quick, reassuring smile. Yusin and Seonhwa clasp their hands together, shouting in perfect sync, "Chaos Reversion!" The arrow is fired, soaring into the sky with incredible power. It strikes the lion head, causing it to erupt in a burst of flames. The lion's head emits a brilliant golden light, and sparkling embers begin to rain down from the sky, like a shower of falling flowers. These magical embers drift down, blanketing the streets below before settling on the ground. The people around feel something strange, looking around in confusion but seeing nothing. But then Shi Ji-loon suddenly speaks up, and her warning makes Yusin spin around to look at Siu. Something is very wrong. Siu's body is slowly starting to turn transparent. Seeing this, Yusin rushes over and grabs his hand tight. "Hey, what's happening to you? Everyone else is just frozen in shock." Sunmi yells out, "Why is he becoming see-through?" Siu just scratches his head, trying to play it cool. It's not a big deal. Ononhoa dashes over, reaching for him. "What? Wait a minute!" But Siu's body fades away before she can touch him, leaving her with just his bug. The whole crew absolutely loses it, screaming his name in shock. And just then, Siu plummets out of the sky, immediately complaining about the rough landing. Naturally, everyone, still with tears on their faces, just freezes solid. They all turn, trying to process what the heck just happened. Siu just scratches his head, smiles, and starts to explain. "So, here's what happened. In some gorgeous heavenly place, the Jade Emperor himself starts talking. 'Are you the one who shattered the gem? The little artifact that's supposed to summon chaos?' the Emperor asks, staring down at Siu. See, a god is basically its own world. When one of them messes with the mortal realm, it's like a cosmic cataclysm just dropped in. The divine being looks at him standing there and asks, 'Are you truly confident you can handle the fallout from this?' And right on cue, 2 horns pop out of Siu's head, one red and one blue. He flashes a huge grin, snapping back to reality after finishing his tale. But before he can do anything else, his friends all tackle hug him, sending him flying backwards. His vision goes blurry as he's helplessly pinned under the dog pile. But then he just bursts out laughing, his cheeks blushing bright red. While the others are a mess of happy chaos, Thichi Luan quietly steps forward. She looks up, shielding her eyes with a smile, and says, "It's morning. The dawn is here." The golden sunlight spreads across the city. But let's jump back to Bi-hung, who's still freaking out over Siu's disappearing act. The blue light fades, leaving Bi-hung alone in the darkness. He suddenly feels like he's suffocating, grabbing at his throat as his face turns purple and sweat pours down. Is Siu's demon power orb actually gone? He refuses to believe it. No, if the connection is severed, the entire ritual will. Right then, a figure appears. He looks up into the cold, unforgiving face of Qilin. Qilin? Bi-hung grinds his teeth in pure rage. He shoves Qilin away, scrambling backward. Was that thing just now from my demon power orb? Bi-hung's face is a pale, twisted wreck. Is this the future you saw? Are you satisfied now? Was I doomed to fail from the very beginning? But Qilin just calmly replies, no, fate doesn't work that way. Before it happens, it's just one of countless possibilities. As he speaks, flames begin to encircle them both. Qilin keeps going. Whether destiny is set or not, the world is already filled with things that make no sense. Anyone alive will inevitably face misfortune. A ghostly lion appears behind a terrified Bi-hung, who's hanging on Qilin's every word. But a prophecy gives you the absolute belief that you will overcome the pain you're bound to experience. After he speaks, Bi-hung disappears, replaced by a single, flickering blue flame. Qilin had taken the divine punishment meant for Siu and redirected it into Bai-hung's future, turning it into his own personal reckoning. Those same blue sparks of light then appear around Qilin's parade of followers. Bai-hung's essence shatters into countless embers, becoming lanterns that light the way for those he once drove to madness. It's his karma and their chance to heal. It's like that old promise from the heavens, whatever you give, you will absolutely get back in return. In the end, Siu and his friends all happily release lanterns together, and this time no demon burst out of a cave to ruin it. Now that's progress.